Ray's eyes fluttered open slowly, his vision blurry and unfocused. As the world gradually came into clarity, he realized something was very wrong.
This isn't the cellar.
Instead of cold stone walls and iron bars, Ray was surrounded by luxury. The room was enormous, easily 3 times the size of any bedroom he'd ever been in. Ornate paintings in gilded frames hung on cream-colored walls. Delicate porcelain ornaments sat on polished wooden shelves, and beneath him, instead of hard ground, were the softest silk sheets he'd ever touched.
Ray, you're awake?
Gary's voice cut through his confusion. Ray turned his head to see his friend sitting in a chair beside the bed, looking exhausted but relieved. But Gary's expression quickly shifted to something more urgent.
Don't move too much,
Gary said quickly, glancing toward the door.
You're safe here for now, but the first thing you need to do is cover your arms. Now!
My arms? Ray looked down and felt his heart skip a beat. Ray's disguise was gone. His transformation skill had deactivated while he was unconscious. Instead of normal human skin, his forearms were covered in scaled markings that shimmered faintly in the light. Fins extended from the sides of his forearms, unmistakably inhuman features.
Damn it!
Ray cursed internally, immediately activating his transform skill. The scales and fins shimmered and disappeared, replaced by normal-looking human skin. Gary had turned away to give him privacy, but Ray could see the tension in his friend's shoulders. The curiosity was practically radiating off him. You want to know, don't you? Ray said quietly.
What? Me? Of course not,
Gary replied, a bit too quickly, his voice pitched higher than normal.
It's totally fine. I'm not curious at all. Nope, not even a little bit.
Ray allowed himself a small smile despite the situation. The truth was, when Ray had collapsed in the cellar, the transformation skill had immediately shut down, revealing his true form to Gary. Ray could only imagine what his friend must have thought, seeing scales and fins appear on someone he thought was human.
But he's still here. He didn't run. He didn't betray me. Whatever he saw, it didn't change anything.
What happened? Ray asked, his voice still weak. Where's Jack? Where exactly are we?
Whoa, calm down with the questions,
Gary said, raising his hands.
One at a time. We're currently inside the castle at the center of Kelberg.
Ray's eyes widened. You mean?
That's right. We're in the mayor's house. More specifically, we're in his daughter's room.
Gary gestured around at the luxurious space.
Remember that girl from the cellar, Lily? Turns out she's the mayor's daughter. After you collapsed, she came back and helped us.
A wave of panic washed over Ray.
If I lost my transformation in front of Gary, did Lily see it too?
As if reading his thoughts, Gary quickly added,
Don't worry. Before she came back, I made sure your arms were covered with the sheets. She didn't see anything, only me.
Ray felt some of the tension leave his body. Thank you.
What are friends for?
Gary shrugged, but Ray could see genuine concern in his eyes.
Besides, you saved my life down there. It's the least I could do.
What about the demon man, Versi? Gary's expression darkened.
He escaped. After you touched his head and collapsed, something happened. The chains holding him just shattered. He looked weak, exhausted even, but when Berg tried to stop him, first he knocked him across the room with a single swing of that hammer. Then he just walked out. By the time anyone could react, he was gone.
The memory of what Ray had seen in Versi's mind flashed through his thoughts. The purple flames, the imprisoned consciousness, and that massive demonic dragon. And the worst part? The recognition. That feeling that somehow, impossibly, Ray and that dragon knew each other. And Jack? Ray asked, pushing the disturbing thoughts aside for now.
I thought it would be best if he stayed in the city,
Gary explained.
He can blend in with the other adventurers, gather information about Versi while we're stuck in here. You've been unconscious for a week, Ray. A whole week.
A week? Ray tried to sit up quickly, but his body protested immediately. His muscles felt like jelly, and his head spun. Just then, The door to the room opened carefully, and Lily slipped inside, quickly closing it behind her. She looked flustered, her short brown hair slightly disheveled. "Finally I got away from those guards," she muttered. Then she noticed Ray was awake, and her expression brightened. "Oh, you're finally conscious. You must be exhausted. How about a bath? I have one prepared in the next room." "I appreciate the offer, but I'm afraid we must leave," Ray said, throwing off the silk sheets. He tried to stand, determined to get moving, but his legs gave out immediately, and he crashed to the floor in an undignified heap.
"Ray, don't be an idiot."
Gary rushed over to help him.
"You haven't moved in a week, and you're trying to do this?"
"Silly boys," Lily said with a small smile, shaking her head. "Never knowing when to admit you need rest. Stay here until dinner. See how you feel then. When you're properly recovered, you can decide whether to leave today or tomorrow. Deal?" Before Ray could protest, Lily pulled a chair from her desk and positioned it right next to Gary, who was sitting beside Ray's bed. She sat down so close to Gary that he could practically count her eyelashes.
"Her shampoo smells like roses. That's actually really nice."
He glanced at Lily again, really looking at her for the first time since they'd arrived at the castle. Even though she always wore that serious, no-nonsense expression, she was actually quite attractive. Her green eyes were sharp and intelligent, her features delicate but strong. Ray kicked Gary's foot, and Gary snapped back to attention, his face reddening. Lily either didn't notice or pretended not to. "Now that I've helped you two," she said, her tone becoming more businesslike, "you need to answer some questions. After you left that tavern, I did some research into your so-called guild, the Red Wings. I have to say, I was quite surprised to discover that the people who took over Avrion had decided to come all the way here." Gary laughed nervously, the sound high and strained.
"Research? That's very thorough of you."
"First, give me one good reason to trust you," Lily continued, her eyes hardening. "My father was good friends with people at Avrion. The only reason I haven't reported you to the authorities yet is that I believe you saved my life in that cellar, but I need to know whose side you're really on." Ray's system interface suddenly appeared in his vision, displaying a new notification. "Task 15 of 1000 complete. New skill unlocked. Skill, teleport. Can teleport the user to any location of a contracted user, no matter where they are. Skill cast time, 30 seconds. Skill can only be used once a day."
Interesting timing, but that's not important right now,
Ray thought. "Who exactly was your father friends with in Avrion?" Ray asked carefully. "I believe it was a man named Wilfred," Lily replied. Gary let out a huge breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. Ray felt similar relief wash over him. "Then we are not your enemy," Ray said firmly, meeting her eyes. "Wilfred is a friend of ours as well, a good man who helped free Avrion from corruption." Lily studied him for a long moment, as if trying to determine whether he was telling the truth. Finally, she nodded slowly. "All right. Then tell me, why were you after the demon man? What's your real interest in Versi?" "I wasn't after the man himself," Ray explained. "We received information that he might be using a weapon that originally belonged to us, a weapon that's extremely dangerous in the wrong hands." Lily stayed silent for a while, her fingers drumming thoughtfully on her knee. Gary couldn't help but watch her, fascinated by the way her mind seemed to work through the problem. Ray noticed and gave Gary another subtle kick. Gary jumped slightly, looking away quickly. "If possible," Lily finally said, "I would like to ask for your assistance in capturing Versi. I believe we can both get what we're looking for. You get your weapon back, and we protect the city from a dangerous demon. Fair?" "How do you plan to do that?" Ray asked. "I heard he escaped. If I were him, I would have left this city as far behind as possible." "Yes, that would be true if he were a normal human," Lily agreed. "But he's possessed by a demon. Not much is known about their kind, but we do know this one in particular works for the Shadow Plague. And we've called in an expert to help us track him down." Ray's interest piqued immediately. An expert? Who? He used to be a knight at Avrion, actually, Lily said. I'm not sure if you'd know him. He's quite famous in certain circles for his knowledge of mythical creatures and ancient powers. He goes by the name Lenny Steele. The room suddenly felt very cold. Gary's eyes widened in recognition.
Wait, Lenny Steele? As in the author? The one who wrote the book about mythical creatures?
Lenny Steele. Ray's mind raced.
The man who wrote about the Dragon Knights. The one who described them as people with the powers of dragons. The only person alive who might understand what I am.
Ray had wanted to meet Lenny Steele for the longest time. Every mention of Dragon Knights led back to his writings. Every clue about Ray's own nature seemed to connect to this man's research. When? Ray asked, his voice more intense than he intended. When is he arriving? Lily looked surprised by his urgency. He's already here, actually. He arrived 2 days ago. My father has him staying in the guest wing, consulting about Versi and the demon threat. And then another thought struck Ray, one that made his blood run cold. That demon dragon I saw inside Versi's mind. What if Lenny Steele knows about it, too? Ray sat on the edge of the luxurious bed, his mind still occupied by the thought of finally meeting Lenny Steele. But something was nagging at him. When he'd asked Slivia about Lenny Steele months ago, she dismissed him as a madman, someone who wrote exaggerated tales that no serious scholar took seriously. Yet, here in Kelberg, he was being treated as an expert, a consultant brought in to handle a demon threat. Has Kelberg become that desperate? Or was there always more truth to his writings than people wanted to believe? How exactly will Lenny Steele help us with this task? Ray asked, keeping his tone neutral. Lily leaned back in her chair, her expression thoughtful. It wasn't my decision initially, but someone vouched for him. Apparently the man knows about all sorts of things. Magical beasts, ancient artifacts, cursed weapons, things like the metal hammer Versi is wielding. She paused, gauging their reactions before continuing. My father has decided to create an official investigation team, and he's put me in charge. We'll have one member from each of the 2 large guilds in the city, and— She looked directly at Ray and Gary. I want to invite you as well. Gary's eyebrow shot up.
Us? But we're just F-rank.
You saved my life, Lily interrupted firmly. Ranks don't mean everything. I saw what you can do down in that cellar. Ray considered the offer carefully. Originally, he'd wanted to find the dragon hammer on his own. Working with a team meant sharing information, which meant risking that someone else might try to take it. But the truth was, Ray didn't know nearly enough about the hammer.
Slivia is still struggling to decode those journals, and my only lead walked out of that cellar with the hammer fused to his hand. I need help. I need answers, and Lenny Steele might be the only person who has them.
All right, Ray said finally, extending his hand across the table. I agree. For now. Lily smiled, a genuine smile this time, not the professional mask she usually wore, and shook his hand firmly. That night, Ray stayed in the guest quarters of the castle, slowly recovering his strength. His body was healing, but his mind wouldn't rest. He kept thinking about that moment in the cellar, when he touched Versi's head and been pulled into his consciousness. That immense power. At the time, my power seemed equal to his, but I have a feeling it's growing, getting stronger, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a terrifying thing. The thought of the demon dragon haunted him. I need to get stronger, not just to capture Versi, but to understand what I'm becoming. He opened the system and sent a message to Slivia and the other Red Wings members. Alert me immediately if you find any advanced tier beasts nearby. I have a new teleportation skill. I can come to your location and return the next day. The response from Slivia came quickly, but it wasn't about beasts. It was about Lenny Steele. What did you say? You're meeting Lenny Steele? But Ray, that's impossible. Ray frowned at the screen. What do you mean impossible?
Lenny Steele wrote those books about the Dragon Knights around 50 years ago, and his books about magical beasts were published 50 years before that. Ray, if he's the same person, he'd be over 100 years old by now.
Ray stared at the message, his brows pinched together in a deep frown.
Over 100 years old? That's not possible for a normal human. Even with key techniques to slow aging, key is relatively new to humans. Nobody has been using it long enough to extend their life that much.
Don't worry, Slivia. I'll keep you updated as much as I can, and I'll be careful.
Ray couldn't shake the feeling that meeting Lenny Steele was going to change everything. Now, he only hoped that this meeting would provide him with some answers. The next day at noon, everyone was told to gather at the same tavern where Gary and Jack had their infamous arm wrestling match. Ray arrived with his friends and immediately spotted Lily sitting at a long table in the back corner with Berg standing watch behind her. As they approached, Lily's eyes widened slightly. "Did you dye your hair?" Ray had decided to maintain most of his appearance through his transformation skill, but he'd changed his distinctive red hair to black. Less memorable, less likely to draw stares and whispers. "Yeah," Ray replied casually, sliding onto the bench. "Less attention this way." Gary and Jack sat down on either side of him, and an awkward silence fell over the group. They were waiting for the others, the representatives from the top guilds, and Ray used the time to study Lily. She looked different outside of the crisis situation in the cellar, more composed, more in control. Her mage's wand was still strapped to her belt, and she had a small notebook open in front of her, already taking notes.
She's serious about this. Good. We'll need that focus if we're going to hunt down a demon-possessed warrior.
Finally, the tavern door opened, and a young man in gleaming armor walked in. Everything about him shone, literally. His armor was polished to a mirror finish, catching the light from every angle. He had perfect blonde hair, a strong jawline, and walked with the confidence of someone who'd never lost a fight. "That's Ark," Lily explained as he approached. "He's from the Flying Angel Guild, one of the top guilds in Kelberg." Ark reached the table, but didn't immediately sit down. Instead, he pulled out a white cloth from his pocket and carefully wiped the wooden bench before laying the cloth down as a barrier between himself and the furniture.
Is he serious?
Gary thought, watching in disbelief. Only then did Ark sit, positioning himself with perfect posture. "Everyone, this is Ark," Lily said, gesturing around the table. "Ark, these are our other team members. This is Ray, Gary, and Jack." Gary extended his hand for a handshake, smiling friendly.
"Nice to meet you."
"I apologize, but I don't shake hands," Ark interrupted politely, not even reaching out. "It's for hygiene reasons, nothing personal." Gary's smile froze on his face. He slowly withdrew his hand.
"Right. Hygiene. Not personal at all."
That felt extremely personal, Jack thought, watching his friend's embarrassment. Before the awkwardness could deepen, the door opened again. This time a very different figure entered. The man was powerfully built, with dark skin covered in intricate tattoos that snaked up both arms. Multiple piercings glinted in his ears and nose. On his back, he carried two curved swords that resembled crescent moons, their edges gleaming dangerously. "That's Kofi," Lily explained. "He's from the Stone Lions, our other top guild." Kofi strode over confidently and dropped onto the bench without ceremony. His eyes immediately caught the red tags hanging around Ray, Gary, and Jack's necks, the mark of F-rank adventurers, the lowest of the low. He snorted.
"Are you sure these people are going to be any help? They'll only slow us down."
Ray felt Jack tense beside him, but before anyone could respond, Lily's voice cut through the air like a knife. "This is my task force, Kofi. These people are here because I chose them. I expect you to respect them exactly as you would respect me. Is that clear?" The temperature in the air seemed to drop several degrees. Kofi met Lily's fierce gaze for a moment, then looked away, muttering,
"Clear."
Jack leaned over to Gary and whispered, "This girl is kind of scary." Gary whispered back with a slight smile.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Ray noticed the way Gary was looking at Lily.
He's developed a crush, but soon he will realize the flip side of developing feelings for another human. Emotions make one weak.
Both Ark and Kofi wore green tags around their necks, C rank. That meant they were legitimately strong, capable of taking on advanced tier beasts solo. They had every right to be confident in their abilities.
But ranks don't tell the whole story. They're about to learn that,
Ray thought, remembering how he'd matched Vercy's power despite being supposedly weak. Finally, the tavern door opened one last time, and Ray's breath caught in his throat. The man who entered was enormous. Not just tall, but genuinely gigantic. Lenny Steele stood at least 7 feet tall, his massive frame barely fitting through the doorway. He had to bend his head to avoid hitting the frame. Despite his size, there was something gentle about his face. A long beard with streaks of gray flowed down his chest, but his skin was smooth, his eyes bright and alert. He looked no older than 40, despite supposedly being over a century old.
How is that possible?
Ray wondered, studying every detail of the man he'd waited so long to meet.
This isn't exactly the best place to hold a meeting, is it?
Lenny said, his voice deep and rumbling like distant thunder. He settled onto the bench with surprising grace for someone so large. "Don't worry about that," Lily replied confidently. She pulled out her wand and began tracing intricate patterns in the air. Ray watched with fascination as wind magic began to form around them, visible as shimmering distortions in the air. Within seconds, a spherical barrier had formed around their table, cutting them off from the rest of the tavern. The noise from the other patrons, laughter, conversations, the clinking of mugs, suddenly disappeared, replaced by perfect silence. "Only our voices can be heard while we remain inside the bubble," Lily explained, lowering her wand.
Wind magic,
Lenny observed, nodding approvingly.
quite impressive for someone your age. Your control is exceptional.
Lily's cheeks colored slightly at the praise, but she maintained her professional demeanor. "Thank you. Now let's get down to business." She opened her notebook and looked around at everyone gathered. "As you all know, we are here to recapture the demon-possessed man known as Vercy. Intelligence suggests his strength has grown significantly since his escape from the cellar. We've also discovered he's working for the Shadow Plague, though we don't know why he's specifically targeting Kelberg or if he's even still in the city. That's why my father, the mayor, has assembled the very best people to track him down and bring him back," Lily continued. Kofi started laughing, a mocking sound that made Ray's jaw tighten. The man was staring directly at Ray and his friends, the implication clear. "You're not the best, you're the weakest links." Before anyone could respond to the insult, Lenny's deep voice filled the silence.
I don't understand why you're struggling with this so much,
he said, his tone matter-of-fact.
The demon man already told you he works for the Shadow Plague, correct?
Yes,
Lily confirmed.
And we know what the Shadow Plague's ultimate goal is, to destroy the divine being that protects this kingdom.
Everyone nodded. Lenny spread his massive hands on the table.
Then the solution is simple. We go directly to the divine being.
The tavern fell silent, even with all the noise from the other patrons filtered out by Lily's magical barrier. The quiet felt oppressive, heavy with the weight of Lenny's words.
But wait,
Gary said, breaking the silence.
Isn't the divine being located in Avrion? That's where we...
He stopped himself, glancing at the others.
That's where it's supposed to be, right?
Lenny's bushy eyebrows rose with interest, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
Don't you mean it's at Roland?
Ark corrected, his polished armor gleaming as he shifted in his seat.
The capital city? That's common knowledge. Everyone knows the divine being protects the kingdom from Roland.
Ray noticed Lily tense immediately. A bead of sweat formed at her temple despite the cool air inside the barrier. She gripped her wand tighter, her knuckles turning white.
She knows something she's been keeping secret,
Ray realized. Looking around the table, Ray counted the reactions. Gary looked confused. Jack was frowning, clearly sensing the tension but not understanding it. Ark seemed confident in his answer. Kofi was watching everything with narrowed, suspicious eyes. Only 2 people at the table showed no surprise or confusion at all, Ray himself and Lenny Steele. The massive man leaned back, stroking his gray-streaked beard thoughtfully. His eyes locked onto Ray with unsettling intensity.
"It seems you know more than the others, don't you?"
Lenny said softly, but his voice carried clearly in the magical silence.
"You're not surprised by any of this?"
How does he know? Can he read minds, or is he just that perceptive? Ray wondered, keeping his expression carefully neutral. Lenny took a long drink from his mug before setting it down with a decisive thunk.
"What if I told you that you were all right?"
He looked around at each person in turn.
"The divine being isn't just in Roland. It's not just in Avrion. It's here, in Kelberg as well."
His gaze settled on Lily.
"Isn't that right, Miss Lily?"
Lily's breath caught. For a moment, she looked like she might deny it. Then her shoulders sagged slightly, and she nodded. "He's right," she admitted quietly. "The divine being is located in my father's castle. It always has been." The table erupted. Kofi shot to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floor.
"Are you kidding me?"
he shouted, his face contorted with anger.
"You think it was a good idea to keep this secret from the guilds? We've been risking our lives protecting this city, and you've been hiding this information?"
"Don't blame her,"
Gary said firmly, meeting Kofi's glare without flinching.
"Think about it. The fewer people who know about the divine being's location, the better. Can you imagine what would happen if word got out? Every treasure hunter, every desperate fool, every agent of the Shadow Plague would come straight here."
"Did I ask for your opinion, you puny F-rank?"
Kofi snarled, his hand moving to one of the curved swords on his back. The blade was halfway out of its sheath when Kofi suddenly froze. An iron grip had closed around his wrist, stopping him completely. "Hurt my men," Ray said quietly, his voice colder than anyone had heard it before, "and you die." Kofi's eyes widened. He pulled, trying to free his arm, putting his full C-rank strength into it. His muscles strained, his face reddened with effort. His arm didn't even move an inch.
"How is this possible? I'm using my key. I'm using everything I have, and I can't move,"
Kofi thought frantically. Then another detail registered. Just seconds ago, Ray had been sitting on the opposite side of the table. Kofi hadn't seen him move, hadn't heard anything. Ray had just appeared beside him.
"Is this guy an F-rank? No way, that's impossible."
Across the table, Ark was thinking the same thing. His perfect composure had cracked, his eyes wide as he watched Ray effortlessly restrain a C-rank adventurer.
"That speed, that strength, he's hiding his true power. But why?"
Kofi released his grip on the sword, and immediately Ray let go of his wrist. Both men returned to their seats, but the tension in the air had changed. Now there was respect, and a healthy dose of fear, in Kofi's eyes when he looked at Ray. Lenny watched the entire exchange with undisguised interest, like a scholar observing a fascinating experiment.
"Well, then,"
the massive man said, breaking the renewed silence,
"what do you think of my plan?"
Lily took a deep breath, composing herself. "Although I think you're right that the divine being might have answers, there are 2 major problems." She held up one finger. "First, the divine being doesn't speak to anyone. Ever. My father has tried countless times over the years. It remains completely silent."
"This is a time of extreme need, is it not?"
Lenny countered.
"If not now, when will the divine being speak? When the city is already destroyed? When the Shadow Plague is won? I believe it will respond when the threat is imminent enough.
Lily nodded slowly.
You may be right, but there's a second problem, and this one is more practical.
She looked around at everyone.
My father would never allow us to see the divine being. He's incredibly stubborn about protocol and tradition. And even if we could somehow sneak past the guards and get down there, there's a massive sealed door blocking the way.
A locked door?
Gary said.
That doesn't sound too...
It's made of betadium, the hardest material known to humanity,
Lily interrupted.
the same material used in the most secure vaults in the kingdom. Only someone who knows the exact combination can unlock it, and only my father and a handful of trusted advisors know that combination.
Suddenly, Jack and Gary turned to look at Ray at exactly the same time, identical grins spreading across their faces.
Ray,
Gary said, his grin widening.
Doesn't that door sound familiar?
Ray sighed, realizing what his friends were implying.
I believe we have someone who can solve that little problem for you,
Gary announced proudly.
Ray, here is a master black sash knight from Avrion. There isn't a door he can't unlock.
Gary punctuated this statement with an exaggerated wink in Ray's direction. Lily studied Ray for a long moment, her sharp green eyes searching his face.
Can you really do it? I can try, Ray said honestly. No guarantees, but I can try.
Lily's lips curved into a small smile.
You know, somehow I believe you. I've seen what you can do, Ray. You're full of surprises.
If only you knew how many,
Ray thought.
All right,
Lily said, standing up.
We'll attempt this, but I won't force anyone to come with us. If we get caught, we could all be arrested and thrown in the cellars. Maybe worse, depending on my father's mood.
She looked around the table, giving everyone a chance to back out. Nobody moved. Ark adjusted his pristine gold and silver armor and stood.
I didn't come here to back down from challenges.
Kofi cracked his knuckles, still eyeing Ray warily.
I'm in. I want to see what this divine being actually looks like.
Jack simply grinned.
Adventure time!
Lenny stroked his beard, his ancient eyes twinkling.
I wouldn't miss this for the world. They have no idea what they're walking into. They think this is just about seeing the divine being. But it's so much more than that. The last time I was near one, it showed me visions. It connected with me. What will happen this time?
Ray thought. But there was no turning back now. With everyone in agreement, Lily dispelled her magical barrier with a wave of her wand. The sounds of the tavern rushed back in. Laughter, clinking glasses, boisterous conversations. They left as a group, drawing some curious stares from the other patrons. It wasn't every day you saw such a diverse collection of adventurers leaving together. Lily led them through the streets of Kelberg, taking routes that avoided the main thoroughfares. The castle loomed larger with each step, its white stone walls gleaming in the afternoon sun. At the main gate, the guards immediately straightened when they saw Lily.
Miss Lily,
one of them said, bowing slightly.
We weren't expecting you.
I'm giving these adventurers a tour,
Lily said smoothly.
They're consulting on some security matters for my father.
The guard's eyes swept over the group, taking in the red F-rank tags on Ray and his friends, the green C-rank tags on Ark and Kofi, but he didn't question it.
Of course, miss. You have access to anywhere in the castle.
He stepped aside as the gate opened. The group passed through without further incident.
Where exactly is the divine being located?
Ark asked as Lily led them not into the castle proper, but around toward the back.
I expected we'd be going inside.
The divine being is located somewhere underground,
Lily explained, continuing to walk.
Beneath the castle grounds.
Why is it always underground?
Gary muttered.
Just once I'd like to find something important on the ground floor. Maybe even upstairs. Is that too much to ask?
Jack chuckled.
At least we're getting good at exploring cellars. That's not exactly a skill I wanted to develop, Gary replied.
Lily guided them around the castle to the back, where a spectacular garden spread out before them. Perfectly manicured grass formed geometric patterns. Flower beds exploded with color: reds, yellows, purples, blues. Stone pathways wound between them all like rivers. At the far end of the garden stood an elaborate hedge maze, its walls towering at least 10 feet high.
Please tell me we don't have to solve a maze puzzle,
Gary said.
I'm terrible at mazes.
Follow closely, Lily said, entering the maze without hesitation. The group walked single file through the narrow passages. Left turn, straight, another right. Ray tried to keep track of the pattern, but quickly lost count. After about 10 minutes of walking, they emerged into a circular clearing at the heart of the maze. In the center stood a statue, a hooded woman carved from white marble, holding a staff in one hand. Ray stared at the statue, his breath catching in his throat.
The witch, the one I battled in that vision. Now that I know the divine being appeared as a witch, I can see the resemblance. The way the hood falls, the posture, it's the same.
Come on, big guy, Lily said, gesturing to Jack. I know you're strong. Berg, you too. Jack and Berg stepped forward, positioning themselves on opposite sides of the statue. They planted their feet, gripped the marble, and pushed. The statue groaned. Stone scraped against stone. Slowly, impossibly, the heavy statue slid across the ground, revealing a large trapdoor beneath it. Berg and Jack grabbed the iron handles and pulled the trapdoor open. Jack peered inside to see stone steps descending into shadow. Cool air wafted up from below, carrying with it a faint smell of dust and age.
I'm getting serious déjà vu,
Gary said, staring down into the darkness.
This is exactly like Avrion. Underground passage, mysterious destination, potential for things to go horribly wrong.
At least this time we know what we're looking for, Jack offered optimistically.
That's what worries me,
Gary muttered. The stone staircase spiraled down into darkness, each step echoing in the confined space. Ray descended carefully, one hand trailing along the cool wall for balance. Everyone in the group had activated small light crystals that Lily had distributed earlier. It was the only source of light that helped them navigate the pitch-black place. "What's wrong?" Lily asked, noticing Gary had gone quiet. She moved closer to him, her voice teasing. "You can't be scared, can you? The great arm-wrestling champion?" Gary forced a laugh, but it sounded hollow in the enclosed space.
No, it's not that. This place just... It reminds me of somewhere I've been before, and I really didn't like it.
Jack suddenly stopped walking, his head tilting upward as he sniffed the air in long, deliberate draws. His nose twitched, and his expression shifted to concern.
"What's wrong with your friend?"
Kofi asked, his voice dripping with disdain.
"Is he having some kind of fit?"
"I smell something," Jack said, continuing to sample the air. "Something that doesn't belong down here." Kofi snorted.
"What are you, a dog?"
Jack's lips curved into an knowing smile.
"Close. He's picking up on something with his werewolf senses. But what? This place should be sealed,"
Ray thought. Kofi shook his head in disbelief.
"You Red Wings people are all weirdos."
"I wouldn't worry too much," Lily said confidently. "You saw the entrance, completely sealed with that heavy statue. Nothing could have gotten in here. It's probably just stale air or old dust that Jack is smelling." After several more minutes of descent, Ray stopped counting at 120 steps. The staircase finally leveled out. The group emerged into a corridor with smooth stone walls. At the end of the short corridor stood a large double door, bound with multiple chains that converged at a single central lock.
"Is this the door you mentioned?"
Ark asked, examining the chains with interest.
"The one made of betatium?"
"No, not this one," Lily replied, shaking her head. "There's a much larger door further inside. This is just the first barrier.
It keeps out anyone who manages to get past the entrance.
Kofi crackled his knuckles, the sound loud in the enclosed space.
Should we just break it down? I could probably...
No,
Lily interrupted firmly.
it's best if we try to leave everything as we found it. That way, my father won't get suspicious. If he finds out we were down here...
She trailed off, but the implication was clear.
All right then, Ray.
Gary said with an encouraging smile.
Time to work your magic.
Ray approached the door, pulling a small leather pouch from his pocket. Inside were his lock-picking tools, thin pieces of metal crafted specifically for this purpose. He'd practiced with them countless times during his black sash training, though it had been months since he needed to use them.
Let's hope I haven't gotten too rusty,
Ray thought, kneeling before the lock. He inserted the tension wrench first, applying gentle pressure, then slid the pick inside. Through the metal, he could feel the pins inside the mechanism, each one needing to be carefully aligned.
You know,
Ray said without looking back,
I seem to remember that you were a Black Sash Knight too, Gary, weren't you?
Gary laughed nervously.
You know I was always the worst out of the three of us. Lock-picking was never my strong suit. I broke more tools than I opened locks.
Oh, so both of you were Black Sashes?
Lenny said, his deep voice filled with genuine interest.
What a rare class indeed. I don't think I've met a Black Sash in, must be 30 years now.
30 years! And Lenny was a student at Avrion when the Dragon Knight still existed. Just how old is this man? Ray thought while working the lock. Gary and the others seemed to have momentarily forgotten that Lenny had studied at Avrion during a completely different era, a time when the legendary Dragon Knights had still walked the halls. The lock was proving more difficult than Ray had anticipated. It wasn't just the complexity of the mechanism, he was genuinely out of practice. His fingers felt clumsy, and he had to restart twice when he lost his feel for the pins.
Come on, focus. You've done this hundreds of times.
While Ray concentrated on the lock, Jack continued his incessant sniffing, his head moving back and forth as he tried to pinpoint the source of whatever scent had caught his attention.
Would you please stop with the sniffing?
Kofi shouted, his voice echoing off the stone walls.
You're driving me insane.
I'm telling you, Jack insisted, his voice taking on an urgent tone.
Something is in this room with us. I can smell it. Something alive.
There's nothing,
Kofi began, but the words died in his throat. Behind him, several feet off the ground, a pair of red eyes had opened in the darkness. They glowed like hot coals, unblinking and malevolent. Then Kofi felt it, hot, fetid breath on the back of his neck, the smell of raw meat and decay. He spun around, but he was already too slow. The creature launched itself from the wall, a blur of leathery wings and gleaming claws. It was roughly the size of a human, with the wings of a bat stretched between elongated finger bones. But where a bat would have small claws, this thing had massive tiger claws, curved, sharp, deadly. The tiger bat slammed into Kofi with the force of a charging bull, driving him backward. Its claws raked across his chest, tearing through his armor like it was paper. Kofi screamed as he hit the ground, the beast on top of him, slashing with methodical precision.
Quick, we have to save him,
Lily shouted, reaching for her wand. But before anyone else could react, Lenny moved. The massive man crossed the distance in 2 enormous strides, impossibly fast for someone his size. His fist drew back, and Gary saw something shimmer around it, like heat waves rising from hot stone. Lenny's fist connected with the tiger bat's head with a sound like a thunderclap. The beast flew off Kofi, tumbling across the stone floor with a shriek of pain and confusion. The tiger bat tried to recover, its wings spreading as it prepared to take flight, but Lenny was already there. His fists became a blur of motion, each punch accompanied by that strange shimmer of magical energy. The beast screeched and thrashed, its claws gouging furrows in the stone floor, but it couldn't escape Lenny's relentless assault. After a dozen more punches, the tiger bat finally stopped moving, its body crumpled and broken. Lenny stood up slowly, shaking out his hands with a grimace.
That hurt more than I expected,
he muttered, examining his knuckles. The entire group stood frozen in shock.
Did he just...
Ark began, his mouth hanging open.
Did he just kill an advanced tier beast with his bare hands? How did you do that?
Ark demanded, finding his voice.
What kind of technique was that?
Lenny flexed his fingers, testing for broken bones.
It's a special spell I developed. Augments the strength and durability of my fists. It's actually classified as forbidden magic, though I've never understood why. You won't find anything like it taught at the academy in Roland.
The others were looking at Lenny with newfound respect. Before, they'd seen him as an elderly expert who needed protection, valuable for his knowledge but not for combat. Now, they understood that Lenny could more than hold his own. Lily rushed over to Kofi, who was lying on his back, breathing heavily. His chest armor had been completely shredded, and deep claw marks ran across his torso, blood seeping from the wounds.
Is she okay?
Ark asked, kneeling beside them with genuine concern.
I'm not sure,
Lily admitted, her hands hovering over the wounds, glowing faintly with healing magic.
I've never seen this type of beast before. I don't know if the claws are poisonous or...
They're not poisonous,
Lenny interrupted, approaching the group.
That creature is known as a tiger bat. They're underground dwellers, nearly blind. They navigate using echolocation, which means they're extremely sensitive to loud noises.
He glanced at Kofi.
My guess is that when you shouted, you attracted it directly to yourself.
Gary leaned over to Jack and whispered,
Serves him right for being so rude earlier.
Jack fought back a smile but said nothing.
The wounds are serious but not life-threatening,
Lenny continued, examining Kofi's injuries.
He'll need proper treatment, but he should survive.
Kofi groaned but managed to nod, his face pale with shock and pain.
The strange thing,
Lenny said, turning to look at the sealed door they'd been trying to open,
is how the beast got here in the first place. This room was completely sealed from the outside. Someone must have deliberately placed the beast here and then locked the door. Unless...
He paused, frowning.
Unless it followed us down from the entrance. But that's unlikely. We would have noticed.
Finally!
Ray shouted suddenly, and everyone jumped. The lock had finally yielded to his efforts, the chains falling away with a metallic clatter. Ray stood up, brushing off his knees, completely unaware of the dramatic battle that had just occurred behind him.
You didn't notice any of that?
Gary asked incredulously.
The screaming? The fighting? The giant man punching an advanced tier beast to death?
Ray blinked in confusion.
What? No, I was focused on the lock. It was really tricky. The pins kept resetting, and I had to...
He noticed Kofi's torn armor and bloody chest.
Oh, what happened? Wait, did you say an advanced tier beast? Where is it?
Ray's eyes searched around frantically, excited at the prospect of killing the beast and gaining the beast crystals he needed.
Unbelievable,
Kofi groaned from the floor.
Lenny has taken care of it.
Jack pointed at the dead creature. Ray's excitement died down instantly as irritation bloomed in his chest.
How could you not notice it, Ray? You just lost an opportunity you have been seeking for some time now. Great.
While Lily continued treating Kofi's wounds, Lenny walked back to the dead tiger bat. Something was bothering him. Ray could see it in the way his brow furrowed, the way he kept looking between the beast and the sealed door. Lenny knelt beside the creature's corpse and began a thorough examination. His massive hands worked with surprising delicacy, checking the wings, the claws, the teeth. Then he began to tear into the beast's body, pulling it apart with clinical precision.
What are you doing?
Ark asked, looking slightly ill.
Looking for answers,
Lenny replied simply. He continued his dissection until finally, deep within the beast's body cavity, something glinted in the light of their crystals. Lenny pulled out a ring, holding it up for everyone to see. Even covered in dark beast blood, the symbol engraved on it was clearly visible. 2 angelic wings spread in flight.
"Does anyone recognize this?"
Lenny asked, his voice grave. Ark's face went pale. He stared at the ring like it was a venomous snake.
"Yes,"
he said quietly.
"that ring belongs to my guild, the Flying Angels. Every member receives one when they achieve She rank."
"So a member of your guild was here,"
Lenny said.
"and they fed this beast before locking it inside. The question is, why?"
The implications hung heavy in the air.
A traitor,
Lily breathed, her eyes wide.
There's a traitor in one of the major guilds.
All eyes turned to Ark. The tension in the underground corridor was thick enough to cut with a knife. Ark's perfect composure had cracked, his face pale.
"Wait!"
Ark said, raising both hands defensively.
"You don't think I—"
"Oh, I'm not talking about you, of course,"
Lenny interrupted with a gentle smile that somehow made Ray more nervous than if he'd been angry.
"But I do need to ask you something important. Did you inform anyone about this visit to see the divine being?"
Ark's shoulders relaxed slightly.
"Only my guild leader, Mark. I always report my missions directly to him."
Lenny held up the blood-covered ring, letting the light from their crystals catch the engraved wings.
"Before I say anything else, I need you to be absolutely certain. Does this ring belong to your guild?"
Ark leaned forward, examining the ring carefully. There was no hesitation in his voice when he answered.
"Without a doubt, that's a Flying Angel She rank ring. I have one just like it."
He pulled out his own ring from a pouch on his belt, holding it up for comparison. They were identical. Lenny nodded slowly, as if Ark had just confirmed something he'd already suspected.
"You see, servants of the Shadow Plague who haven't been possessed are sometimes given special missions. To ensure their loyalty and commitment, they're required to surrender an item that can identify them. Something personal, something valuable. If they fail or betray the Shadow Plague, that item becomes proof of their treachery."
So whoever placed that tiger bat down here knew they might not survive.
Gary said, putting the pieces together.
Or knew they might get caught. The Shadow Plague keeps their ring as insurance.
"Exactly,"
Lenny confirmed.
It looks like the Shadow Plague has already gotten its hands deeply rooted in this city as well,
Gary said grimly.
What do you mean, as well?
Lily asked, turning to face him.
Has this happened before?
Gary glanced at Ray, who gave a subtle nod.
"Might as well tell them. They'll need to understand what we're dealing with."
I'm sure you did your research about the fall of Avrion.
Gary began.
Well, the whole reason that happened was that the Shadow Plague already had several people planted within the Academy, doing their bidding from the inside. They corrupted officials, manipulated events, and turned allies against each other. By the time anyone realized what was happening, it was almost too late.
Lenny's eyes widened, genuine shock breaking through his usually calm demeanor.
"Avrion has fallen? When did this happen? How did I not hear about this?"
Gary proceeded to explain the whole story. How the purebloods had infiltrated the highest levels of Avrion's government. How even people at the top had been working for the Shadow Plague. How corruption had spread like poison through the city's veins. And how, in the end, a group called the Red Wings, led by an adventurer named Ness, had managed to save the city and drive out the traitors.
It's all true,
Gary finished.
every word. And now I'm afraid the same thing might be happening to Kelberg. History repeating itself.
Except this time we know what to look for. This time we have a chance to stop it before it gets that far,
Ray thought. Lenny was staring at Gary with newfound respect, and intense curiosity. Ray could practically see the questions forming behind the man's eyes.
It can't be,
Ark said, his voice shaking. His perfect polished exterior was crumbling with each word.
My guild can't be involved with the Shadow Plague. I've known these people for years. We train together. We fight together. We celebrate together. They're good people. They have to be.
Ark's fist clenched to his sides.
I have to confront them about this immediately. I have to know the truth. And get yourself killed?
Lenny said sharply, his gentle demeanor vanishing.
That would be foolish and will only cause problems for all of us. If there's a traitor in your guild and you go charging in there waving accusations, what do you think will happen?
Ark stood frozen, his hand halfway to his sword hilt, clearly torn between loyalty and logic.
What should we do then?
Lily asked, her voice cutting through the tension.
We can't just ignore this. If the Shadow Plague has infiltrated the Flying Angels, they could be planning something terrible.
My advice?
Lenny stroked his beard thoughtfully.
It's best not to continue forward to the Divine Being right now. Who knows what else lies ahead? What other traps have been set? We should find the traitor first, deal with that threat, and then come back once it's safe.
He's right,
Ray admitted to himself reluctantly.
but I'm so close. The Divine Being is just ahead, and maybe I can get what I'm seeking.
But the logical part of Ray's mind knew Lenny was correct. Walking into more traps while their group was already injured would be suicide.
I can't let this evil stay in my guild,
Ark declared, starting to march back toward the exit.
I have to find out the truth. I have to protect my brothers and sisters from this corruption.
Lily rushed forward and grabbed his arm, stopping him.
We'll all go together,
she said firmly.
as a group. With me there as the mayor's daughter, they're less likely to act rashly or try anything violent. We'll be witnesses for whatever we discover.
She smiled, and Ray saw steel beneath that smile.
She's braver than she looks, and smarter. You guys can go,
Kofi said, struggling to his feet with one hand pressed against his bandaged chest.
But I'll take no part in this investigation. I don't wish to cause a war between our two guilds. The Stone Lions and the Flying Angels have a fragile peace. If I'm seen accusing them...
He shook his head.
But I wish you all luck. You'll need it.
After carefully replacing the chains and relocking the door to hide any evidence of their visit, the group, minus Kofi, made their way back up the long staircase. Ray's legs burned by the time they emerged into the garden, the afternoon sun feeling almost too bright after the darkness below. They moved through the hedge maze and across the castle grounds in tense silence, each person lost in their own thoughts. The Flying Angels Guild Hall was located on the east side of Kelberg, in one of the wealthier districts. As they approached, Ray couldn't help but stare. The building was massive, easily 4 stories tall, with gleaming white marble walls accented with gold trim. Atop the roof, 2 enormous angelic wings spread wide, crafted from polished metal that caught the sunlight and made them appear to glow. The guild's symbol matched perfectly with the ring they'd found.
Wow,
Gary breathed beside him, his eyes wide.
Ray, do you think we could have a place like this someday? Imagine the Red Wings with our own guild hall. This impressive.
Ray nodded.
Once the funds at Avrion have returned to normal, I plan to establish a guild hall there for our members.
Maybe not quite this. Flashy, but something we can be proud of. Something that represents who we are. Not just wealth, but strength and integrity,
Ray added silently. The group entered through the main doors, and Ray's eyes widened. The interior was even more extravagant than the outside. White marble floors were polished to a mirror shine. Gold fixtures everywhere, chandeliers, railings, decorative columns, plush furniture arranged in conversation areas, quest boards made of exotic wood. The hall was filled with at least 100 guild members, all wearing some variation of the Flying Angel symbol on their clothing or armor. Some were laughing at tables, sharing drinks. Others were studying quest notices. A group in the corner was arm wrestling while others cheered them on. When the guild members spotted Ark, many of them called out greetings.
Ark, you're back. How was the mission?
Did you see Miss Lily? Oh, she's with you.
Gary was still staring around in amazement.
This is incredible. The sense of community here. It's what we're trying to build with the Red Wings, isn't it?
Yes, Ray said quietly, which is why we need to protect it from the shadow plague, before it's too late. Ark led them through the crowd, acknowledging greetings with waves, but not stopping to talk. His usual perfect posture was rigid now, his movements mechanical. Ray could see the stress in every line of his body. They reached a counter at the back of the hall, where a young woman with blonde hair was sorting through papers.
Where's Mark?
Ark asked, his voice strained.
I need to have a meeting with him, now.
The woman looked up, surprised by his tone. Mark is upstairs in his office as usual. Should I send someone to inform him you're here?
No need,
Ark said curtly.
I'll go to him myself.
He moved past the counter toward a staircase, guarded by two large men in full armor. They immediately stepped aside when they saw Ark, but when Lily and the others tried to follow, the guards blocked their path.
Only members of the Flying Angels may pass through here,
the guard on the left said firmly. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword.
They're with me,
Ark said, turning back.
I'm sorry, sir, but rules are rules. Guild business is private.
Before the situation could escalate, a voice called down from the top of the stairs.
Ark, I heard you were looking for me.
A man descended the stairs with measured, confident steps. He wore pristine white robes trimmed with gold thread that matched the building's decor. His hair was perfectly styled, his beard neatly trimmed. Everything about him spoke of wealth and control.
Guards, please,
Mark said with a warm smile.
Allow Ark and his friends to come upstairs. Any friend of Ark's is welcome here.
The guards immediately stepped aside. The upper floor was clearly an administrative space. Desks covered with papers, filing cabinets, and bulletin boards with schedules and financial reports. Several assistants worked quietly at various tasks. Mark led them to a large meeting room, dominated by a heavy wooden table. Plush sofas faced each other across its expanse. Mark settled onto one sofa with two guards flanking him. Ark and the others took the opposite sofa. Ray sat between Gary and Lily, studying Mark's face for any hint of deception. The guild leader's expression was open and friendly, but Ray had learned that meant nothing.
So, Ark,
Mark said, his voice warm with genuine-seeming concern.
What's the rush? You look troubled. Do you bring urgent news from the divine being? Did the mission go poorly?
No, Ark hesitated, his voice faltering. Ray watched the internal struggle play across Ark's face. This man sitting across from them had probably been Ark's mentor, his leader, maybe even a father figure. How do you accuse someone like that of betraying everything you believe in? But Lenny had no such hesitation. The massive man reached into his cloak and placed the ring in the center of the table with a solid clunk. Even cleaned of blood, the symbol of the two angelic wings was clearly visible.
No games,
Lenny said, his voice hard as stone.
This belongs to your guild, does it not?
The room fell silent after Lenny placed the ring on the table. Gary could feel sweat forming on the back of his neck despite the cool air. Everyone in the room understood the gravity of what was happening. They were confronting the leader of one of Kelberg's most powerful guilds, in his own headquarters, surrounded by his loyal members.
Even I would have been more subtle about this, but maybe direct confrontation is exactly what's needed here,
Ray thought, watching Lenny's bold move with a mixture of admiration and concern.
Well,
Lenny pressed, his deep voice filling the silence.
Are you going to answer my question?
Mark picked up the ring delicately, turning it over in his fingers as if examining it for the first time. The light caught the engraved wings, making them seem to shimmer. It is indeed my ring, Mark said smoothly, setting it back down with a soft clink. Thank you for returning it to me. The ring was stolen from me the other day, and I had yet to find it. I'm grateful you took the time to bring it back. Ark let out an audible sigh of relief, his rigid posture relaxing slightly. Ray could see the hope in his eyes, the desperate wish to believe his guild leader's explanation. But Lenny's face had only grown darker, his expression hardening into something dangerous.
Lies,
Lenny said flatly.
I have been alive for many years, boy. I know when I've sniffed out a puppet of the Shadow Plague. You are lying.
The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Mark's friendly demeanor didn't change, but his eyes grew colder. And you believe this ring is proof enough? Mark replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of reasonableness. Do you really think the mayor and the other guilds will turn against me just because you found my ring somewhere? That's hardly evidence of wrongdoing.
You were the only one who knew where we were going today, were you not?
Lenny pressed, leaning forward. And what about Ark? Mark countered immediately, gesturing to his subordinate. Why isn't he a suspect in all this? He knew as well. He was with you the entire time. Perhaps he's the one who's planted the creature and conveniently found my ring. Ark recoiled as if struck.
What? I would never.
How do we know that? Mark continued, his voice taking on a concerned, paternal tone. For all I know, Ark has been compromised. It pains me to say it, but we must consider all possibilities. Ray watched Ark's face crumble. The betrayal in his eyes was genuine. This was someone who devoted years of his life to this guild, to this man, and now he was being accused of treachery by the very person he'd looked up to.
Simple,
Lenny said, his voice cutting through the tension.
Ark does not smell of the Shadow Plague.
The room went silent. Gary shifted uncomfortably. Lily's hand moved to her wand. Even Berg looked skeptical. Ray could tell everyone was hoping Lenny had a better explanation than supernatural smell detection. Mark stared at Lenny for a long moment before he burst into a fit of laughter. It wasn't a nervous laugh or a fake laugh. It was genuine amusement. If you ask me, Mark said between chuckles, Ark is your #1 suspect. This whole thing smells like a setup to me. His laughter died abruptly, and his expression turned cold. Anyway, I'm sick and tired of you coming into my guild hall and disrespecting me with baseless accusations. He snapped his fingers, and the 2 guards behind him immediately straightened to attention. Guards, escort these people out of here, now. The guards moved forward, but Mark wasn't finished. Oh, and Ark? Mark's voice took on a tone of false regret. I can no longer have a suspected member of the Shadow Plague in my guild. Your loyalty is clearly compromised. You are hereby dismissed, effective immediately. Leave your guild tag. Time seemed to stop. Ark stood frozen, his mouth open, but no words coming out. Ray watched the color drain from his face, watched his hands start to tremble. Everything he had worked for, everyone he had called family, was gone in an instant. To the others, however, Mark's extreme reaction only confirmed his guilt. An innocent guild leader would have laughed off the accusations, conducted a proper investigation, or at least defended his reputation with facts. But to immediately banish a loyal member, to cut ties so quickly and viciously? The guards approached, and the group had no choice but to stand and allow themselves to be escorted out. As they passed through the main hall, dozens of guild members stared in confusion, whispering among themselves. At the door, another guard held out his hand.
Your guild tag, Ark.
Ark's hand shook as he reached up and unclasped the pin from his armor, the flying angel symbol that had represented his identity for years. He placed it in the guard's palm like he was surrendering a piece of his soul. The door slammed shut behind them with finality. They stood in the late afternoon sun, a small defeated group on the steps of the massive guild hall. Ark stared at the ground, his perfect posture finally broken. Well, Gary said quietly, breaking the heavy silence.
What do we do now?
Lily turned to Lenny, her voice steady despite the setback. Did you find out any more information about the Demon Man? Any clues about where he might be, or what he's planning?
Actually, yes,
Lenny said, pulling out a small leather-bound journal from within his robes.
I was keeping this to myself initially, but since we've hit a standstill, you should all see this.
He opened the journal to a specific page and held it out. On the yellowed paper was a detailed diagram of a hammer, drawn with meticulous attention to detail. Every curve, every line, every inscription was carefully rendered.
This,
Lenny said, pointing to the drawing,
is what the Demon Man is wielding. It's called the Dragon Hammer. According to my research, it's an unstable weapon that causes madness in those who wield it. The hammer was lost about 300 years ago, then briefly reappeared in the hands of one of the Dragon Knights before being lost again.
Ray's heart began pounding.
300 years ago, when I was still alive as a dragon.
Gary leaned in closer, studying the diagram. Then his eyes caught on something specific, a small symbol etched into the hilt of the hammer. Wings with an eye in the center.
Wait,
Gary said, his voice rising with excitement.
that symbol. I've seen it before.
The Dark Guild, Jack breathed. Isn't it the same symbol that was on the black sword you found, Gary? Gary visibly shuddered at the unpleasant memories associated with that sword, and was grateful to his friends for helping him get rid of it. What it means, Ray said gravely, is that this conspiracy runs deeper and older than any of us imagined. The information was still sinking in when Lenny cleared his throat.
There is actually something else,
He said, almost reluctantly.
I didn't mention it earlier because I wasn't sure it would help. But now...
He paused, choosing his words carefully.
I met the Demon Man on my way here to Kelberg.
What? Lily shouted, her composure finally breaking. You met him? Why didn't you tell us immediately?
Calm down, child,
Lenny said, raising a placating hand.
Nothing happened. We didn't fight. The Demon Man simply approached me with a request. A challenge, actually. He said he wanted to find the boy with red hair who stopped him last time. He wants a one-on-one duel with him.
Lenny looked around at the group, his expression puzzled.
When I entered the tavern for our meeting, I looked for anyone with red hair, but couldn't find them. I searched the city as well, but no luck. So I decided to keep this information to myself until it became relevant.
As Lenny finished speaking, Jack, Gary, Lily, and Berg all slowly, almost comically, turned their heads toward Ray. Lenny's keen eyes didn't miss the synchronized head turn. His bushy eyebrows rose.
Am I missing something here?
He asked slowly. Ray sighed.
There's no point hiding it anymore. If I'm going to fight Versi, Lenny needs to know who he's working with.
He closed his eyes and released his transformation skill. It felt strange, like taking off a mask he'd been wearing for so long he'd almost forgotten what his real face felt like. The change was gradual but visible. The black strands of his hair began to shift, lightening and warming until they glowed a distinctive crimson red. Within seconds, his entire head had transformed. Vibrant red hair with just a few stubborn black strands here and there that hadn't quite completed the change. Lenny's eyes widened, studying Ray with newfound interest.
I didn't realize you were a mage,
he said, though something in his tone suggested he suspected there was more to it.
And a powerful one at that, to maintain such a convincing transformation. I'm usually quite good at seeing through magical disguises, but yours...
He shook his head in admiration.
Remarkable.
He can't go against the Demon Man alone,
Ark said suddenly, his voice rough from suppressed emotion.
He'll be killed. That thing defeated a B-Bank adventurer and literally beat him to death. Ray is strong, but...
No.
Gary interrupted, his voice firm.
Maybe we can use this to our advantage. That demon clearly thinks he can beat Ray in a one-on-one fight. Maybe it's a personal grudge from their last encounter in the cellar, but I've seen what Ray can do. I think he can win.
And what if he loses? Lily countered, her green eyes flashing with concern. Then we'll be down another fighter, and that brings us all one step closer to defeat, to the city's doom.
What if it's a trap?
Berg added, his deep voice rumbling.
The demon might have others waiting. We could be walking into an ambush.
The group began talking over each other, arguing about tactics and risks and possibilities. Ray let them debate, his mind already made up. Finally, Jack's voice cut through the argument.
I think we should leave this decision to Ray,
he said firmly. Everyone fell silent.
All of this debate doesn't matter unless Ray wants to do it. It's his life, his fight, his choice.
All eyes turned to Ray. Ray clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing through him. The power of a dragon, the training of a black sash, the determination of someone who'd already lost everything once and refused to lose anything again.
I'll do it,
Ray said, his voice steady and clear.
It's payback time.
After Ray accepted the challenge to duel Versi, the reality of what he'd agreed to began to sink in. This wasn't just a simple fight. It was potentially a trap, an ambush, maybe even an execution disguised as honorable combat.
The Shadow Plague wants me dead. I've interfered with their plans too many times. First at Avrion, now here in Kelberg. They won't just send Versi alone,
Ray thought, as the group discussed logistics. The first task fell to Lenny. The old giant would need to locate Versi again and formally deliver Ray's acceptance of the duel. They decided the fight should take place at a hunting ground outside the city, a cleared area where adventurers usually trained against wild beasts.
We can't risk having the fight in the city,
Lily explained, spreading a map across the table at their inn.
The damage could be catastrophic. If buildings collapse, if people get caught in the crossfire.
She didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood.
There's another concern,
Berg rumbled from his position by the door.
This is almost certainly a trap. The demon won't come alone.
Agreed,
Gary said.
The Shadow Plague has already infiltrated the Flying Angels Guild. Who knows how many other agents they have in this city? They could bring an entire army.
Lily tapped her finger on the map thoughtfully.
Then we'll bring our own army. I'll post a request at the guild hall, a high-paying mission for experienced adventurers to provide security at let's call it a diplomatic event. I can't use the city guard without my father's permission, but there's nothing stopping me from hiring independent contractors.
The duel was scheduled for 1 week from today. 7 days to prepare, 7 days to get stronger, 7 days to figure out how to defeat a demon-possessed warrior with a legendary cursed weapon fused to his body. That evening, Ray called Jack and Gary to their shared room at the inn. Lily had generously paid for their accommodations, a simple but clean space with 3 beds, a wash basin, and a small window overlooking the street. Ray stood by the window, watching the evening crowds below, gathering his thoughts.
I have some important news to tell both of you,
Ray said, turning to face his friends. Gary and Jack looked up from where they'd been organizing their gear, their expressions attentive.
The duel is a week away,
Ray continued.
Although I'm confident in my abilities, I'm afraid the Demon Man might be too strong for me as I am now. So, I've decided to head back to Avrion to train.
What?
Gary jumped to his feet.
But Ray, it'll take 3 days to get to Avrion, and then another 3 days to get back. You won't even have enough time to accomplish anything meaningful. You'll spend the entire week traveling.
Ray smiled, appreciating his friend's concern.
Don't worry, I have an ability that lets me teleport there.
Of course you do. Why am I even surprised anymore?
Gary thought, throwing his hands up. At this point, Gary had lost count of Ray's abilities. fire manipulation, ice creation, key absorption, key transfer, contract magic, those strange fins on his arms, transformation, and now teleportation.
For all I know, Ray is basically a reincarnation of a god or something,
Gary thought, shaking his head. Although I'll be gone for the week, Ray said, his expression becoming serious, I have an important task for you two. Immediately, Gary and Jack straightened up, recognizing the commanding tone in Ray's voice. Whatever he was about to ask, it was crucial. I need you two, Ray said slowly, to make money. Gary blinked.
Huh?
We cannot continue to live off the charity of others, Ray explained. Lily has been generous, but the Red Wings need to be self-sufficient. We need funds for equipment, for expansion, for emergencies. Also, we need to improve our ranking as adventurers and as a guild. While I'm away, I want you two to go to the guild hall and complete as many quests as you can. Build our reputation, fill our coffers.
It makes sense. We've been so focused on the big picture, fighting demons, stopping conspiracies, that we've neglected the basics. A guild needs money to survive,
Gary realized. Yes, boss, Jack said enthusiastically, snapping to attention with such force he nearly knocked over a chair. Ray smiled. Good. I'm counting on you both. Before either of them could respond, Ray closed his eyes and activated his teleportation skill. A brilliant blue light surrounded him, growing brighter with each passing second. His body began to fade. First his edges became translucent, and then he disappeared completely in an instant. The room felt strangely empty without him. Gary stared at the spot where Ray had been standing, his mind churning.
Teleportation. That's high-level magic. The kind only elite mages at the capital can perform. And Ray just did it casually, like it was nothing.
Hey, Jack, Gary said quietly, not taking his eyes off the empty space.
Have you ever thought about who Ray really is? What is he really?
Jack tilted his head, considering the question with his usual straightforward simplicity. What do you mean? Ray is Ray.
No, I mean...
Gary struggled to put his thoughts into words.
All these powers. The way he fights, the transformations. Jack, humans don't do the things Ray does. So what?
Ray is Ray, Jack repeated firmly, meeting Gary's eyes. He's our friend, our leader. Does it matter what else he is? Gary opened his mouth to argue, then slowly closed it. Jack had a point. Did it really matter if Ray was human or something else? He'd saved their lives multiple times. He'd freed Avrion from corruption. He'd given them purpose and direction.
You know what?
Gary said, a small smile forming.
You're right. Ray is Ray. Sometimes the simple answer is the best one. Some things are better left as mysteries,
Gary thought. But curiosity still nagged at him. After Jack headed downstairs to get dinner, Gary began searching the room, checking corners, looking under beds, peering behind the curtain. After confirming the room was indeed Ray-free, Gary knelt beside his bed and reached underneath. His fingers closed around a large canvas bag he'd hidden there. He pulled it out, along with a long object wrapped carefully in white cloth. Gary set the bag aside and lifted the wrapped item onto his bed with reverence.
Well,
he muttered to himself,
you did say we need to make money quickly, right?
His fingers found the edge of the cloth and began unwrapping. The door suddenly opened, and Jack walked in carrying 2 plates of food. He froze when he saw what Gary was doing. Gary, is that? The white cloth fell away, revealing a single-handed sword with a blade so black it seemed to absorb the lamplight. On the hilt, worked into the metal with disturbing precision, was the symbol they'd seen earlier, wings with an eye in the center. The cursed sword, the one that whispered madness, the one Ray had ordered locked away. Didn't Ray lock that sword away? Jack asked, his voice tight with concern.
Yes,
Gary admitted, not meeting his friend's eyes.
but I managed to see where Slivia put it before we left Avrion. I took it with us on this journey.
Gary, if Ray finds out...
Jack trailed off, but the implications hung heavy in the air.
Does it matter?
Gary snapped, his frustration finally breaking through.
This sword saved our lives, Jack. When we fought the purebloods, when we were outnumbered and outmatched, this blade gave me the power to protect our friends. We might need it again.
But the madness, Jack started.
Maybe you don't understand,
Gary interrupted, his voice raw with emotion he'd been holding back.
Maybe you don't understand because you have something and I don't.
Jack looked confused.
What do you mean?
Gary's hands clenched on the sword's hilt.
You're a werewolf, Jack. You're special. You're strong. You have this incredible power inside you that makes you nearly unstoppable in combat. And Ray...
He laughed bitterly.
I don't even need to get started on all the things Ray can do. My swordsmanship might have been special at the academy, but compared to you two, I'm nothing. I'm just a normal human with a blade. And I hate it. I hate feeling weak. I hate being the one who needs protecting.
Gary thought viciously.
I need my weapons,
Gary continued, his voice steadier now.
This sword, the White Falcon, they're what will take me to the top. They're what will let me stand beside you two as an equal instead of dead weight.
Jack's expression shifted to concern. The last time Gary had used the black blade, he seemed different, aggressive, paranoid. At one point, he'd even admitted the sword told him to kill his friends.
It's just like what Lenny said about the dragon hammer, a weapon that causes madness. Could these two weapons be linked somehow? Connected to the same dark power?
Jack realized with growing dread.
I know you're worried about me, Jack,
Gary said, his voice softer now.
But trust me, I can control it. I've been using the sword in small doses each night, testing its influence, learning to suppress the whispers it puts into my head. As long as I don't use it for extended periods, I'll be fine. I can resist it.
Can you? Or is that the madness talking, convincing you that you're in control when you're actually falling deeper under its spell?
Jack wanted to ask. But Gary's eyes were so determined, so desperate to prove himself, that Jack couldn't bring himself to argue further.
Just be careful, Jack finally said. Promise me you'll stop if it gets too strong. Promise me you won't let it consume you.
I promise,
Gary said, though neither of them was entirely sure he could keep that promise. Gary attached the black sword to his left hip, while the White Falcon remained on his right.
I'll use the White Falcon for normal situations. The black blade only comes out when absolutely necessary, when there's no other choice,
Gary decided. Meanwhile, in Avrion, the Council of Elders had gathered in the Great Hall for their regular meeting. They just finished discussing protective treaties with nearby towns and the improving state of trade routes. The city was healing, slowly returning to prosperity. Slivia stood, clutching a sheaf of papers containing her report on resource management. But as she prepared to speak, she noticed something odd. Sir Kay was staring at her, not at her face, but at something behind her. Wilfred's eyes were wide, looking at the same spot. Others were beginning to notice, too, murmuring among themselves.
"What is it?"
Slivia asked, turning her head.
"Is something wrong?"
She felt it then. A hand, warm and solid, settling on her left shoulder.
"I'm back,"
a familiar voice said. Gary and Jack walked through the bustling streets of Kelberg, weaving between merchants hawking their wares and citizens going about their daily business. The afternoon sun was warm, and the smell of fresh bread and roasted meat wafted from food stalls lining the street. Jack's stomach growled, loudly enough that several people turned to stare.
"Sorry,"
Jack muttered, placing a hand on his belly. The growl came again, even louder this time.
"I'm a lot hungrier than I thought."
Gary was amused at Jack's capacity for filling his belly with food. Only hours ago, he had brought food into their inn room and made sure to eat until he burped twice. And now here he was eyeing the meat stalls as if he would jump and snatch every bite of food in the next minute.
Gary shook his head firmly. Sorry, man, we don't have any money. Like Ray said, we need to start earning our own coin. No more charity. We're adventurers now. We work for what we get.
Jack nodded reluctantly, though his eyes lingered on a stall selling kebabs, his favorite. Yeah, you're right. Ray's counting on us.
Ray's always counting on us, and we keep letting him do everything while we stand around like useless decorations. Not anymore. Today, we prove we're more than just his sidekicks,
Gary thought. They continued through the market district until the massive guild hall came into view. Even from a distance, it was impressive, easily one of the largest buildings in this part of the city, with banners from various guilds hanging from its walls. However, it was not as flashy as the Fallen Angel Guild Hall.
I guess we head to the notice board,
Gary said, trying to sound more confident than he felt.
I have no idea what I'm doing. At the academy, we trained to fight. Nobody taught us how to actually be adventurers, how to take quests, how the ranking system works, how to get paid.
They pushed through the heavy wooden doors into the guild hall's main chamber. The space was enormous, filled with dozens of adventurers drinking, laughing, arguing, and comparing scars. The notice board dominated the far wall, a massive corkboard absolutely covered in papers. As they approached, Gary realized the quest notices were organized by color-coded sections, each representing a different rank.
Look for F-rank quests,
Gary said, scanning the board.
That's us.
But his eyes caught on something else, a notice in the D-rank section that made him pause. Quest, D-rank and above. A duel shall take place in the Midlands hunting grounds. Your job will be to escort and protect a party during this event. Reward, 5 silver coins.
Oh, that's Lily's quest, the one for Ray's duel with Versi. She's being smart about it, not revealing what the real danger is, just making it sound like a simple escort mission.
Gary was impressed. Looking at that one, are we? Gary jumped slightly and turned to find a young man standing beside him, maybe 20 years old at most, with short, spiky brown hair and a red bandana wrapped around his head. He had an easy smile and confident posture, his hand resting casually on the sword at his hip. I think that quest might be a bit out of your league, the young man continued, but his tone was friendly rather than condescending. No offense.
None taken,
Gary replied carefully. The name's Sam, the young man said, extending his hand with that same easy smile.
Gary Bluebird.
He shook Sam's hand, noting the calluses. This was someone who actually used his sword regularly.
And this is my friend Jack Lee.
Jack waved, still eyeing a food vendor visible through the guild hall's windows. Just to warn you, Sam said, leaning in conspiratorially, even if you could take that quest, not many people are going for it. Rumors are spreading that it has something to do with the Shadow Plague. The quest rank should probably be higher, B or even A rank, so a lot of adventurers are avoiding it. 5 silver isn't worth dying for.
Of course. The Flying Angels are spreading rumors to scare people away. Mark's still working against us even after we exposed him,
Gary thought bitterly.
My friend and I are kind of new to this whole adventurer thing,
Gary admitted.
Do you know what quests we're actually allowed to do?
Sam glanced at the red tags hanging around their necks, the unmistakable mark of F rank. His eyebrows rose slightly. Yikes. Unfortunately, you're really only allowed to take quests in your own rank. That's guild hall rules. And most F-rank quests around here are... He gestured at the F-rank section of the board. Gathering herbs, moving furniture, delivering messages, cleaning out storerooms, that kind of thing. Gary felt his heart sink as he scanned the F-rank notices. Wanted, someone to help move my family's furniture to new house. Reward, 2 copper coins. Looking for someone to collect 20 bundles of moonweed from the eastern forest. Reward, 5 copper coins. Need help cleaning out my grandmother's attic. Reward, 1 copper coin and a home-cooked meal.
This is what we train for? I spent years learning swordsmanship, strategy, combat techniques, and I'm supposed to clean someone's attic?
Gary thought, feeling frustration build in his chest. Sam must have seen the disappointment on Gary's face. I can see you're a bit upset by that, but hey, everyone starts somewhere, right? He studied them more carefully. Your weapons look pretty decent, though. Are you two actually good fighters? Gary looked at Jack, who nodded slightly.
Yeah,
Gary said firmly.
we can hold our own.
That's great, Sam said, his face lighting up with genuine excitement. Actually, this might work out perfectly. My group has been trying to complete a D-rank party quest, but we only have 4 members. With you two, we'd have a full 6-person party. Gary felt hope spark in his chest.
Would we be able to get a reward and points toward ranking up?
Yeah, of course. As long as there are D-rank adventurers in your party, you can take the quest. The reward gets split equally among all members, and everyone gets credit toward their rank progression.
This is exactly what we need. Real combat, real rewards, a chance to prove ourselves.
Gary was more than just excited.
Then I look forward to working with you,
Gary said, extending his hand again. Sam shook it enthusiastically. Awesome! Let me go grab my team. Wait here, this shouldn't take long. As Sam jogged off toward a group gathered at a table, Jack leaned over to Gary.
What kind of quest do you think it is? Doesn't matter,
Gary replied.
as long as we're fighting something instead of cleaning attics. Though I really hope it's not something too dangerous. We need to survive the week until Ray gets back,
Gary added mentally. While they waited, Gary's thoughts drifted to Ark. After being expelled from the Flying Angels, Ray had immediately offered him a place in the Red Wings. Ark had been touched by the gesture, but said he needed time to think about it. He'd promised to give his answer after the duel.
If Ark joins us, we'd have a C-rank adventurer in our guild. That would let us take C-rank quests right away. We'd rank up so much faster,
Gary mused. But that was a week away. For now, they had to work with what they had. Sam returned with 3 other people, all holding bows and arrows. There were 2 women and 1 man, each with quivers slung across their backs and the confident stance of experienced archers. This was the best you could get, Sam, one of the women said immediately. She was short, barely reaching Gary's shoulder, with sharp features and an even sharper tone. Her eyes flicked to their F-rank tags with obvious disdain. 2 F-ranks? Seriously? Now relax, Eve, Sam said with a nervous laugh, holding up his hands in a placating gesture. There aren't too many people left in the city who aren't already part of the Flying Angels or Stone Lions guilds. Besides, we need melee fighters. I can't be the only one on the front lines. Eve crossed her arms and pouted, looking away with obvious displeasure. Sam laughed again, even more nervously. Sorry about that, guys.
Don't worry about it.
Gary said evenly, though he felt heat rise in his cheeks.
It's understandable. After all, we are F-ranks. For now. But we won't stay F-ranks for long. We'll show them what we can do, he added silently.
But Sam seemed to genuinely believe in them, unlike his teammate. Gary noticed the way Sam kept glancing at the White Falcon sword at Gary's hip, taking in the craftsmanship, the advanced tier materials, the way it caught the light. Sam's eyes also lingered on Jack's massive greatsword, a blade nearly as tall as Jack himself, yet the young man carried it as easily as if it were made of wood. To wield a weapon that size, he'd need incredible strength, or at least advanced key techniques. These 2 aren't normal F-ranks, that's for sure, and thus they can be very useful for us in this quest, Sam thought. Well then, Sam said with a genuine smile, let's get going, shall we? Outside the western gate of Kelberg, a dense forest covered the hillside leading up to the abandoned mining areas. Sam walked at the front of their group, his hand resting casually on his sword hilt as he scanned the tree line for potential threats. The 3 archers stayed toward the back, maintaining formation. Gary and Jack walked in the middle, close enough to react if anything happened, but far enough apart that they wouldn't get in each other's way during the fight.
This is it.
Our first real quest as adventurers. Time to prove we're not just Ray's sidekicks.
Gary thought, excited. The forest path was pleasant enough, sunlight filtering through the canopy, birds singing in the branches, a cool breeze carrying the scent of pine. If they weren't heading toward a fight, it might have been a nice afternoon walk.
Remember,
Eve's sharp voice cut through Gary's thoughts,
even though the quest reward is split evenly, the beast cores are not.
Gary had learned quickly that Eve, the shortest member of their party, had opinions about everything and wasn't shy about sharing them, particularly when it came to him and Jack.
I know,
Gary said aloud, unable to keep the exasperation from his voice.
You've told me 5 times already.
Look, I just don't want you F-ranks complaining later when we do all the actual work and you two just stand there looking pretty,
Eve shot back.
Guys, take it easy,
Sam said, though his tone was amused rather than stern.
Save your energy for the hill and the actual fighting.
The terrain grew steeper as they climbed, the path becoming more of a scramble over roots and rocks than a proper trail. The mines were supposedly near the summit, a good defensive position for the pigmen, Gary had to admit. After an hour of steady climbing, Sam called for a break. They found a relatively flat area beside a large boulder, and everyone gratefully dropped their packs.
Ow, my feet are killing me,
Eve complained, dramatically flopping onto the ground.
Why do mines have to be on top of hills? Why can't monsters ever make their den somewhere convenient? Just a little further,
Sam said encouragingly.
Better we rest here and arrive ready to fight than push through exhausted.
As Sam distributed water canteens, Gary noticed him watching him and Jack with obvious curiosity. It made sense. While the archers were breathing heavily and sweating, Gary and Jack looked like they'd just taken a casual stroll. In fact, Gary was deliberately using the shadow step technique they'd learned at the academy, placing his feet so carefully that his footsteps were nearly silent. Old habits from stealth training. The sound erupted from Jack's stomach with enough volume that a bird flew out of a nearby tree in alarm. Everyone stared. "Sorry," Jack muttered, his face reddening. "I forgot to eat lunch, and my tolerance toward hunger is not so great." Eve sighed heavily, reaching into her pack and pulling out a chocolate bar. She walked over and thrust it at Jack without making eye contact.
"Here, take this,"
she said quickly, her face turning pink.
"I know it's not much, but someone your size needs to keep their energy up. Can't have you collapsing in the middle of a fight."
She scurried back to her spot before Jack could even thank her. Gary leaned over to Jack with a knowing grin.
I think someone might have a crush on you.
But when Gary looked at his friend, Jack had already unwrapped and devoured the entire chocolate bar in 3 massive bites.
"Hey," Gary shouted, "you didn't even save me a piece, you selfish dog."
Jack licked the chocolate from his fingers. "Who are you calling a dog, blonde boy?"
"Oh, brilliant comeback. Really hurt my feelings there."
"Your face hurts my feelings."
"That doesn't even make sense."
The rest of the group watched their bickering with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. How did these two have so much energy after that climb? After a 30-minute rest, Sam pulled out several small glass bottles filled with a faintly glowing blue liquid. He distributed them to the archers first, then approached Gary and Jack.
"Here,"
Sam said, offering them each a bottle.
"Buff potions. They'll sharpen your focus, steady your hands, and reduce fear responses during combat. Especially helpful if this is your first real fight."
Gary stared at the bottle in Sam's hand like it was a snake. Beside him, Jack had actually taken a step backward.
"Oh, don't worry about payment,"
Sam said, misinterpreting Gary's hesitation.
"These are on me. Consider it an investment in keeping my frontline fighters alive."
"No, it's not that,"
Gary said quickly, pushing the bottle back.
"We really don't need them. We've never really used potions in fights anyway, and besides—"
He exchanged a glance with Jack.
"We've had bad experiences with potions. Purple liquid, mindless zombies, friends attacking friends, the screaming."
Gary shook his head to clear the memories. That nightmare at Avrion had left scars deeper than any blade could. Sam studied them for a moment, then nodded and put the bottles away without pressing further. After a few more minutes of climbing, Eve suddenly raised her fist, the signal to stop and stay quiet. They'd reached the mining area. The group crept forward and took cover behind bushes and trees, staying just far enough away to avoid detection. Eve pulled out a small looking-glass and began scouting. The mine entrance was a large cave mouth carved into the hillside, reinforced with timber supports that had seen better days. Abandoned mining carts sat rusting on old tracks, and standing guard in front of the entrance were 5 pigmen. Gary had read about pigmen in bestiaries, but seeing them in person was different. They stood around 7 feet tall, with massive corpulent bodies that seemed to be all muscle under a layer of fat. Their heads were distinctly porcine, pig snouts, small eyes, pointed ears. Each wore mismatched armor that looked scavenged from various sources and carried a crude spear.
5 guards out front,
Eve whispered, her voice all business now.
That means there's definitely more inside the cave. We need to take out these 5 quickly and quietly before they can alert the others.
She turned to look at Gary and Jack.
You 2 can handle 1 pigman together. The rest of us will each take 1.
Together? She really thinks we need to double-team a single pigman?
Gary thought, bristling slightly. But he kept his mouth shut. Better to prove himself through action than words.
After we eliminate the guards, we push into the cave fast,
Eve continued, nocking an arrow.
Speed is critical. If they have time to organize a defense, we're screwed.
The archers spread out to different positions, finding clear lines of sight. Sam, Gary, and Jack began creeping forward, using the abandoned equipment as cover.
You can leave this one to me, Jack,
Gary whispered.
Stealth is more my thing anyway.
Jack just grunted, still apparently annoyed about the earlier dog comment. They crouched in a bush about 30 feet from the nearest pigman. Gary could smell them from here, an unpleasant mix of sweat, rotten meat, and something earthier. The pigmen were talking to each other in grunting, snorting language, occasionally laughing at something. Eve raised her hand, fingers spread. Then she began counting down silently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Her hand dropped. Sam burst from the bushes with a battle cry, his sword raised and shield forward. But Gary and Jack were gone.
What? Where did they... Fire!
Eve shouted to the other archers, improvising when the plan fell apart. 3 arrows flew through the air in perfect unison. 3 pigmen dropped, arrows piercing through their heads, dead before they hit the ground.
Good shooting,
Gary thought from where he'd positioned himself, right behind the 4th pigman, having used his shadow step to move completely undetected. The remaining 2 pigmen charged toward Sam, spears raised. Sam met the first one's thrust with his shield, the impact driving him back several steps.
The strength of these things is no joke,
Sam thought, gritting his teeth against the force. The pigman drew back for another thrust, but before the impact came, its head flew through the air, separated cleanly from its shoulders. Gary stood where the pigman had been, his white falcon sword gleaming red with blood.
Wow,
he said, examining the blade.
This sword really is incredible. It cuts right through like butter.
Wait, what happened to the other pigman?
Eve called from her position, frantically scanning the area.
I only see 4 bodies.
Gary pointed casually at the ground near the mine entrance. A 5th pigman lay there, dead, with massive trauma to its skull.
Jack handled that one,
Gary explained,
while you were all focused on Sam's charge.
But I didn't even see you leave the bushes,
Eve protested.
How did you move that fast?
Before he could answer, a sound interrupted them. Heavy footsteps, lots of them, coming from inside the cave. 10 more pigmen burst from the mine entrance, spears and clubs raised, bellowing with rage at finding their comrades dead. But that wasn't the worst part. Behind the 10 regular pigmen emerged something much larger, a pigman leader. It stood at least 9 feet tall, its body covered in thick hide that looked like natural armor. Scars crisscrossed its chest and arms, This was a creature that had survived many battles. In its massive hands, it wielded a spear that looked more like a small tree trunk with a metal point. The leader's eyes fixed on their group with unmistakable intelligence.
"Oh no,"
Eve breathed.
"that's a pigman leader. The quest information was completely wrong. This should be at least a C-rank quest."
The pigman leader's bellow shook the air, a sound of pure rage and challenge. Sam's heart sank as he watched the massive pigman leader slam his spear against the ground. The thunderous boom echoed through the forest, and something changed in the air around them. The beast's eyes glowed an angry red, and a wave of energy rippled outward from where he stood.
"This is bad,"
Sam muttered, his voice tight with fear.
"Really bad."
The 10 pigmen soldiers surrounding their leader suddenly straightened, their muscles bulging and tensing. Their breathing grew heavier, more aggressive. Whatever the leader had just done, it had made his minions stronger. Eve's face went pale.
"We need to leave, now! Everyone, back away!"
Sam ordered quietly, trying to keep his voice steady.
"Slowly, don't turn your backs on them."
The group began retreating step by careful step. Sam's mind raced through their options, and none of them looked good. 10 enhanced pigmen plus an advanced tier leader? They were completely outmatched. His hand trembled slightly on his sword as he watched the beasts begin to advance, matching their backward pace with slow, deliberate steps forward.
"We're not going to make it. The moment we run, they'll charge, and they're faster than us,"
Sam thought, his stomach twisting. The pigmen grunted and snorted, their red eyes fixed on the retreating humans. They were clearly enjoying the hunt, savoring the fear they could smell in the air. Sam noticed the way they gripped their spears, ready to throw them the instant their prey tried to flee.
"Sam, what do we do?"
one of the younger archers whispered, his voice cracking. Sam had no answer. They were trapped. But as the group continued backing away, Sam realized something odd. Gary and Jack hadn't moved. The 2 newcomers stood exactly where they'd been before, completely still, facing the approaching horde without a trace of concern on their faces.
"Hey, Shorty!"
Gary called out suddenly. Eve spun around, her fear momentarily replaced by irritation.
"What?"
"Do you know what tier that pigman leader is?"
Eve stared at him like he'd lost his mind.
"It's at least an advanced tier. Why does that matter right now?"
Gary turned to Jack, and something passed between them, a look of excitement.
"Well,"
Gary said with a slight grin,
"do you want to do this?"
Sam and the others had backed up so far now that they were actually behind Gary and Jack. The 2 men stood between the archers and the pigmen like a human wall, seemingly unconcerned about the deadly threat shambling toward them.
"What the hell are they doing?"
Eve shouted, genuine panic in her voice.
"They're going to get themselves killed."
Sam wasn't so sure. He had been watching these 2 throughout the entire journey, and something about them didn't add up. They'd claimed to be beginners, but they moved with too much confidence. They asked basic questions, but their eyes showed understanding. And now, facing down certain death, they looked almost relaxed.
"Who are these guys, really?"
Sam wondered.
"Ready?"
Gary asked, glancing at Jack. "Ready," Jack replied calmly.
1, 2, 3, shoot!
Both men revealed their hands simultaneously. Jack had chosen rock, Gary had chosen paper. Gary's grin widened.
"Looks like I get the big guy."
Sam's jaw dropped. Eve's face turned red with fury.
"Did they just play rock, paper, scissors?"
Eve sputtered.
"Are they completely insane?"
Sam started to shout at them to stop fooling around, but the words died in his throat. Because Gary and Jack had already started moving. They didn't wait for the pigmen to attack. Instead, they charged directly toward the horde, weapons ready. Gary pulled ahead, his lighter build giving him extra speed. The nearest pigman reacted instantly, thrusting his spear forward in a vicious stab aimed at Gary's chest. Sam held his breath, certain he was about to witness Gary's death. But Gary moved like water. His foot came up and kicked the spear downward at the exact moment it would have impaled him. The weapon's tip slammed into the dirt and stuck there. Before the pigman could react, Gary stepped onto the embedded spear, using it as a platform. He ran up its length and launched himself off the pigman's shoulder, soaring over the entire front row of enemies. He landed directly in front of the pigman leader.
What amazing skill!
One of the archers gasped, his eyes wide with wonder. Sam could only stare. That kind of agility and timing required years of combat experience. Gary had made it look effortless.
Show off,
Jack muttered, reaching the line of pigmen a moment later. Where Gary had used finesse, Jack used raw power. He swung his massive greatsword in a wide arc, and the sheer force of the blow was devastating. 3 pigmen were sent flying, their bodies crashing into trees and hitting the ground hard. They didn't get back up. But Jack had put everything into that swing. His whole body had twisted with the momentum, and for a split second, his back was completely exposed. A pigman saw the opening and lunged, thrusting his spear toward Jack's unprotected spine.
Watch out!
Eve screamed. Sam couldn't look away. The spear was going to pierce straight through Jack's back. There was no way he could dodge in time. The spear made contact and bent. The wooden shaft curved against Jack's back like it had struck solid steel. The pigman stared at his weapon in complete confusion as it snapped in half. Before the creature could process what had happened, Jack's greatsword came around in a backhand swing and sent it flying. Sam felt his understanding of reality crack slightly. He just watched a human being, wearing no armor, break a beast's weapon with nothing but his skin. That shouldn't be possible. That couldn't be possible.
Sam,
Eve said quietly, her voice shaking.
who are these guys? Where did you find them?
Sam could barely form words.
I don't know. They were just standing in front of the bulletin board. They looked lost, like they didn't know what they were doing, so I invited them to join us. What have I brought into this group?
He thought, equal parts terrified and amazed. While Jack methodically worked through the remaining pigmen with brutal efficiency, Gary faced off against the leader. His white falcon blade flashed in the sunlight as he attacked again and again, but the pigman leader was surprisingly fast. Despite his massive size, he moved with deadly grace, blocking every strike with his spear. Gary's jaw tightened in frustration. He'd been training with 2 swords for so long that fighting with just one felt awkward and limiting. The white falcon was a good weapon, an advanced tier blade, but it gave him no special advantage against an advanced tier beast. He needed to end this quickly, but the leader was too skilled.
I don't want to use it,
Gary thought, his free hand hovering near the black sword on his hip.
but I might not have a choice.
Do you need any help there? Jack shouted from behind him. Gary glanced back and saw that Jack had already finished off all 10 pigmen. The big man stood among the fallen bodies, waiting patiently.
Stinking mutt.
Gary grumbled under his breath.
All you do is eat and swing that giant sword around. Where's the skill in that?
His moment of distraction cost him. The pigman leader's spear came crashing down from above, a killing blow aimed at Gary's head. Gary raised the white falcon to block at the last second, but the impact drove him to one knee. The leader was incredibly strong, pressing down with all his weight. Gary's arms shook as he struggled to hold the spear back.
Can't hold much longer,
He thought, gritting his teeth. You know, it would be a lot easier if you just asked for my help, Jack called out. That did it. Gary's hand shot to the black sword and drew it in one fluid motion. The blade seemed to drink in the light around it, and when he sliced upward, it cut through the pigman leader's spear like the weapon was made of paper. Gary didn't stop moving. He ran up the pigman's arm, both swords flashing, and drove them deep into either side of the creature's thick neck. The pigman leader swayed, his eyes going dim. Then his massive body toppled backward and hit the ground with an earth-shaking thud. Gary landed lightly, breathing hard.
See? Didn't need your help after all.
Jack said nothing, but his expression was troubled. Sam noticed the way Jack stared at the black sword in Gary's hand, concern clear in his eyes. Eve, Sam, and the other archers ran over to join them, excitement overriding their earlier fear.
You guys are amazing,
Eve gushed, her eyes shining.
Why didn't you say anything before? Why didn't you tell us you were this strong?
Gary sheathed both his swords and rubbed the back of his head sheepishly.
We're not really the type to show off.
Yeah, right, Jack said dryly. Sam's mind was already racing ahead. These two were incredible fighters, clearly far above F rank in actual skill. If they joined his guild, they could accomplish amazing things together.
I have a serious offer that I want you two to consider,
Sam said, stepping forward.
I want you both to think about joining our guild. You're only F rank for now, but we can rise up the ranks together. With your skills, we could go far.
Jack's expression softened, and he bowed respectfully to Sam and the others. I'm afraid we must apologize. You see, we already belong to a guild. Sam felt his hopes deflate.
I should have known. People as talented as you two must have been recruited by one of the bigger guilds already.
Eve stepped closer to Jack, her face slightly flushed.
What's your guild's name? Maybe I've heard of it? Maybe I could visit sometime,
she thought, though she didn't say it aloud. Jack smiled gently. It's called the Red Wings, he said, his voice filled with quiet pride, a name that will soon be known throughout the land. The elder meeting ended abruptly the moment Ray appeared in the chamber. 1 second, the room had been filled with serious conversations, and the next, complete silence fell as every elder dropped to one knee, their heads bowed low in respect. Ray stood in his place, uncomfortable as always with the display. He shifted his weight from foot to foot, resisting the urge to tell them all to stand up. This bowing business was Jack's doing. Before Jack had joined the Red Wings, Ray had been just another member of the guild, but Jack had insisted that if Ray was going to lead, people needed to show him proper respect. I never wanted to be in charge of everything, I just wanted to be free. That's why Ray preferred this arrangement. The elders handled the day-to-day running of Avrion City, while Ray stayed on top, making only the big decisions when absolutely necessary. It was the perfect balance between freedom and responsibility. After dismissing the elders, Ray made his way to Slivia's personal suite. She'd recently been appointed as an official elder, and this was the first time he'd seen her new quarters. He stopped in the doorway, blinking in surprise. The room was pink. Very pink. Flowers sat in vases on every available surface, their petals ranging from soft rose to deep magenta. The curtains were a delicate blush color, the cushions on the chairs were adorned with floral patterns, and even the small decorative items scattered about had a distinctly feminine touch. This is Slivia's room? Ray thought, genuinely confused. For years, he'd known Slivia was a warrior first and foremost. She always wore heavy armor that clanked when she walked, favored the deep blues and silvers of her family's colors, and carried herself with the bearing of a seasoned fighter. This room looked like it belonged to someone completely different. Slivia noticed him staring and felt heat rise to her cheeks. She'd never been embarrassed about her private tastes before, but having Ray see this side of her felt oddly vulnerable. She needed to redirect his attention quickly.
Why didn't you tell me you were coming back to Avrion?
She asked, perhaps a bit more sharply than intended. Then her eyes widened as realization hit her.
No, wait. Since when could you teleport?
Ray pulled his gaze away from a particularly large arrangement of roses.
It's a new skill I picked up recently,
he said casually, as if learning to teleport was no big deal.
I'm afraid my time is short at the moment.
I'd love to catch you up on everything that's happened, but I have pressing matters to attend to. Did you manage to get any information on that special request I made before I left?" Slivia moved to the small table near the window and picked up her coffee cup. She took a slow sip, letting the warmth settle her nerves, then set it down carefully on its saucer. "Yes, actually, very good news." A smile spread across her face. "We managed to find a dwarf, of all people, who should be able to help you." "A dwarf?" Ray's eyebrows rose. "Here? In Avrion?" "Yes." Slivia's smile grew wider. "In fact, I think he might be the only one on this entire continent." Ray's mind raced. Dwarves were a completely different race from humans. They stood barely 4 feet tall, but their strength was legendary, often matching or exceeding that of human warriors twice their size. But what they were truly famous for was their blacksmithing. Dwarf-crafted weapons and armor were considered the finest in the world, imbued with properties that human smiths could only dream of achieving. The problem was that dwarves didn't live on Bronze Land, the continent where Avrion City stood. Their home was on a completely different landmass, thousands of miles across dangerous seas. The dwarf continent was a mysterious place that most humans had never seen. According to the few travelers who'd made the journey, dwarves actually lived alongside beasts there, working together to power their cities and defend against threats. It was a concept that seemed impossible to most people in Bronze Land, where beasts and humans were eternal enemies. Before Ray had left on his recent journey, he'd given Slivia a challenging task. When Noir, his wolf companion, had evolved to a higher tier, a message had appeared stating that she could now wear beast armor, just like humans wore their own equipment. But there was a significant problem. Not a single blacksmith in Avrion knew how to create armor that would actually work for a beast. "But do you think he can really help you?" Slivia asked, slightly concerned. Ray had learned about beast armor during his long years of existence. "When a blacksmith creates equipment using a beast crystal, something magical happens. The crystal would be melted down and infused into the metal during the forging process. Then, when the finished armor or weapon makes contact with human skin, it activates, granting special properties based on what type of crystal is used." Slivia listened in awe. She had read about the dwarves before, but hearing it from Ray made it feel like Ray knew more than those books she had read. Ray nodded before continuing. "No one fully understands why this happened. The process has been discovered through countless years of trial and error, with many blacksmiths dying in the attempt to unlock the secrets. Eventually, humans figured out the basic method, and they also learned that certain crystals work better for specific types of equipment. Fire beast crystals make excellent weapons, while earth beast crystals create incredibly durable armor." "So that's why the Avrion blacksmiths failed when they created armor pieces shaped perfectly to fit Noir's wolf form, using high-quality beast crystals in the forging process. But something went wrong, and the armor didn't activate." Slivia now figured it out. "It possessed none of the special properties that make beast equipment so valuable. Instead, it was just heavy metal weighing down Noir's body, no stronger than ordinary steel armor and far too cumbersome for a wolf who relies on speed and agility, right?" Ray nodded again. "Yes, which is why we need a dwarf, Slivia. They understand beast equipment in ways we never will." Ray himself had never seen a dwarf in person, not even during his long life as a dragon. He'd spent nearly all his time on Bronze Land, rarely venturing far from familiar territory. He'd heard stories from the few adventurers who'd traveled to other continents, but interestingly, none of them had ever mentioned encountering dragons anywhere else. It seemed that dragons had originated in Bronze Land and had simply never spread to other lands. Ray had sometimes thought about flying across the ocean to explore those distant places to see if any of his kind had made homes elsewhere. But by the time the idea had seriously occurred to him, he had been too consumed with rage at humanity, too focused on his vendetta to think about anything else. "How were you able to find this dwarf?" Ray asked, genuinely curious. "I can't imagine many of them travel this far from home." "Well, that's the interesting part," Slivia said, sitting in her chair. He actually came to us. We sent out a request to every information guild and trading post within 500 miles, saying we were looking for someone with knowledge about beast equipment. We didn't really expect anything to come of it. But then, one day, this little man just showed up at our gates, bold as you please, claiming he could help. Ray nodded slowly, his mind already working on the next steps. Even if he couldn't find an advanced tier beast to defeat and harvest for crystals, that didn't mean he couldn't increase his power in other ways. Improving Noir's capabilities was the first priority. After that, he could spend his remaining days hunting in the grounds around Avrion, building up his strength through constant battle. "Where is this dwarf now?" Ray asked. "Actually, he's right here in the academy," Slivia said, standing up. "Let me take you to him." They walked through the academy halls together, their footsteps echoing on the polished stone floors. Students and knights who passed immediately moved aside and bowed, which Ray acknowledged with small nods. "At this time of day, the man is usually in the canteen," Slivia explained as they walked. "He's been staying here for a few days now. In exchange for free accommodation and all the food he can eat, he's agreed to make the beast equipment for free. Of course, we're providing all the materials and crystals he'll need." When they pushed open the heavy doors to the canteen, Ray immediately spotted the source of the raucous noise. A long table in the center of the room was surrounded by knights, all holding mugs of ale and singing a drinking song with more enthusiasm than skill. And standing on top of the table itself was a small, powerfully built man with a magnificent gray beard and a monocle perched over his right eye. He was stuffing his face with food, grabbing chicken legs with both hands and tearing into them with gusto. The moment the doors opened and the knights saw who had entered, the singing stopped immediately. Mugs were set down with careful thuds. Every knight rose from their seats and bowed deeply.
We welcome the boss of the Red Wings,
they said in unison, their voices respectful and formal. Everyone bowed. Everyone except the dwarf. He grabbed another chicken leg from a nearby platter and took an enormous bite, grease running down his beard. Then he looked directly at Ray, his single visible eye studying the young man with open skepticism.
"You're telling me this boy here is the leader of this entire city?"
the dwarf said around his mouth full of food. He swallowed and pointed the chicken leg at Ray like a judge's gavel.
"This boy looks like he could barely hold a sword properly, never mind run an entire city. You lot pulling my leg?"
The canteen went completely silent. The knights looked nervously at each other, then at Ray, then at the dwarf. Slivia tensed beside Ray, her hand instinctively moving toward her sword hilt. The knights were sweating now, anticipating Ray's reaction. They all knew their leader could be unpredictable. Sometimes Ray was calm and reasonable, indifferent to the insults. Other times, especially if someone questioned his authority in front of his people, he could be temperamental. The tension in the room stretched tight as everyone waited to see what Ray would do next. The canteen fell into an uncomfortable silence. The only sound that broke the tension was the dwarf's enthusiastic chewing as he tore into another piece of chicken, completely unbothered by the shocked stares directed his way. Slivia signaled other knights to leave with a flick of her wrist. She did not want them to witness anything unpleasant when they had just begun to invest their faith and loyalty in Ray. Then, unexpectedly, Ray started to laugh. Slivia's hand slowly moved away from her sword hilt, though she remained wary. When was the last time she had seen Ray Talon stretch his lips wider than a small smile? Ray's laughter wasn't mocking or angry. It sounded genuinely amused. "Yes, you're absolutely right," Ray said, his laughter fading into a warm smile. "How could you possibly expect to do business with a boy?" Then Ray's transformation began. His red hair slowly darkened, shifting from bright crimson to deep black, as if ink was spreading through it. His body stretched upward, his shoulders broadening, his face maturing. Within seconds, the 17-year-old boy had vanished, replaced by a tall, young, imposing man with sharp features and an air of authority. This was Ness. "Is this more to your liking?" Ray asked, his voice now deeper and more resonant. The dwarf's mouth stopped mid-chew. The chicken leg fell from his hand and landed on his plate with a soft thud. His single visible eye went wide with wonder, and his monocle slipped from his face, clattering onto the table. He didn't even notice.
A mage!
The dwarf exclaimed, jumping to his feet on the table.
And not just any mage, a powerful one at that.
He cleared his throat and offered a quick, awkward bow.
I apologize for my rudeness before, young master. Please, come sit with me, enjoy some food. Let us talk properly.
Ray canceled the transformation, his body shrinking back down to his teenage form, his hair returning to its natural red. He moved to sit across from the dwarf, settling into the bench with easy grace.
Lad, I cannot get used to that,
the dwarf said, shaking his head in amazement while retrieving his monocle.
I've never seen anything like that in my entire life, and I've lived a long one.
Slivia remained standing near the door, watching the interaction with barely concealed astonishment. Ray and the dwarf began to eat together, their conversation flowing naturally. They talked about blacksmithing techniques, the properties of different beast crystals, and the challenges of working with materials from advanced-tier creatures. To Slivia's complete surprise, the two of them seemed to genuinely enjoy each other's company.
"This is a first. Ray usually pushes new people away. He's cold, distant, and sometimes even hostile when meeting someone for the first time. But look at him now. He's actually smiling. Really smiling. Am I even dreaming?"
What Slivia didn't understand was that Ray's approach was different because the dwarf wasn't human. Ray bore no grudges against the dwarf race. They had never hunted dragons, never destroyed his family, never given him a reason to hate them. And right now, this particular dwarf was even offering to help him, asking nothing in return except food and shelter. "It's nice, talking to someone who doesn't carry the weight of humanity's sins," Ray admitted to himself. As they talked, Ray learned that the dwarf's full name was Rusty Rockridge. His story was a tragic one. Long ago, Rusty had been part of a hunting expedition, pursuing a massive sea beast that had been terrorizing shipping lanes near the dwarf continent. Their ship had been destroyed in the battle, shattered to splinters by the creature's powerful tail. Rusty had clung to a piece of wreckage, drifting for days on the open ocean before washing up on the shores of Bronzeland.
I don't know if the others survived,
Rusty said quietly, a shadow passing over his face.
I've searched for years, asked in every town and city I visited, but I haven't found a single other dwarf on this continent. When I heard about your request for someone who understood beast equipment, I got excited. I thought maybe another dwarf warrior had drifted here like I did.
Ray felt an unexpected pang of sympathy. He understood loneliness, understood being separated from your own kind with no way to return home.
I was disappointed when I realized it wasn't what I hoped,
Rusty continued, his mood lifting.
But then I met you, and I realized we have more in common than I first thought.
Rusty was 223 years old, though his body showed no signs of age. He explained that dwarves could live up to 500 years if they maintained good health, making him relatively young by his people's standards. But something puzzled him about Ray.
When I talk to this lad, it doesn't feel like I'm talking to someone who's only 17. There's wisdom in his eyes, old pain, the kind that takes centuries to accumulate.
Yet there were also moments when Ray would say something that perfectly matched his apparent age, an impulsive comment, a burst of teenage enthusiasm. It was strange, almost like talking to two entirely different people inhabiting the same body.
I suppose we should start getting down to business then,
Rusty said, draining the last of his ale.
Take me to this beautiful beast of yours, and I'll see what I can do.
Slivia, Ray, and Rusty made their way outside to the Academy's training center. The afternoon sun beat down on the large open field where dozens of students were engaged in various exercises. Some practiced sword forms, others worked on their archery, and a few were engaged in supervised sparring matches. The moment Ray stepped onto the field, the activity stopped. Students dropped to one knee, weapons carefully set aside, their voices ringing out in unison.
"We welcome the boss of the Red Wings."
Rusty raised an eyebrow.
"It's a bit strange that you make your men do that."
Ray's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he shook his head vigorously. Unfortunately, this whole bowing tradition was set up by one of my guild members without my knowledge or permission. I've tried to stop it, but... He gestured helplessly at the still kneeling students.
"Jack, this is entirely his fault."
Rusty began looking around the training field, his experienced eye taking in the students' equipment and techniques. But then confusion crossed his features.
"I see no beast here,"
he said, turning to Ray.
"Why have you brought me to this place?"
We needed to be outside for this, Ray explained. He walked to the center of the field and placed his palm flat against the ground. Watch carefully. Ray activated his summoning skill. A large glowing circle appeared beneath his hand, intricate runes spinning and pulsing with purple light. The air itself seemed to ripple and tear, as if reality was being pulled aside like a curtain. Slowly, something began to emerge from the circle, rising up from what appeared to be another dimension entirely. Noir materialized in the physical world. She was magnificent. Her black fur seemed to absorb the sunlight, creating an aura of living shadow around her massive form. She stood as tall as a small house, her muscles rippling beneath her coat, her intelligent red eyes scanning the area for potential threats. Her presence radiated power, the kind that made even experienced warriors take an instinctive step backward. Rusty's monocle fell from his face again. This time, it hit the ground, and he still didn't move to pick it up. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide with wonder and professional appreciation.
"She's beautiful,"
Rusty breathed.
"Absolutely magnificent. But how? Is this another type of magic?"
I guess you could call it that, Ray said with a slight smile. Rusty approached Noir with the confidence of someone who had worked with animals his entire life. He moved slowly and carefully, letting her see him, letting her catch his scent. He examined her legs first, checking the muscle structure and joint flexibility. Then he placed his weathered hand on top of her fur, feeling the texture and density.
"Do you mind sitting for me, girl?"
Rusty asked gently. To Ray's amazement, Noir immediately complied. The massive wolf lowered herself to the ground without hesitation, her tail wagging slightly as Rusty continued his examination. She seemed completely relaxed, almost content.
"She likes him. I've never seen her warm up to anyone this quickly except me,"
Ray noted. Rusty spent several minutes examining every aspect of Noir's body. Her shoulders, her chest, her haunches, even checking her paws and the set of her jaw. He hummed to himself, occasionally muttering notes in the dwarf language. Finally, he gave Noir an affectionate pat and walked back to Slivia and Ray. What do you think? Ray asked, unable to hide his eagerness. Will you be able to create something for her?
"Oh, it should be no problem,"
Rusty said confidently.
"I know exactly what she needs, but I'm afraid your beast is far more powerful than I first thought."
His expression grew more serious.
"Although I do know the method to create beast armor, for a creature of her caliber, we'll need at least an advanced tier crystal. The intermediate tier simply won't be enough to activate the properties properly."
Slivia and Ray exchanged a meaningful look, both their faces falling slightly.
"Of course. Nothing is ever simple,"
Ray thought.
"What's the problem?"
Rusty asked, noticing their reaction.
"Advanced tier crystals aren't common, but they're not impossibly rare either."
Our guild members have been searching for weeks,
Slivia explained.
frustration evident in her voice. "We haven't been able to find any advanced tier beasts in the surrounding area. It's as if they've all disappeared or migrated somewhere else for some reason. We've sent scouts 50 miles in every direction with no success." Rusty's face brightened immediately.
Well, you're in luck then. On my way here, I hired some adventurers to escort me through the wilderness. We traveled through the scorched desert, not too far from here, and there we were attacked by a scorpion killer.
"A scorpion killer?" Slivia leaned forward intently. "Are you certain?"
Absolutely certain,"
Rusty confirmed.
"Nasty beast with a tail that could punch through solid rock. The adventurers I hired weren't strong enough to defeat it, but we managed to escape with our lives. The beast made its den in some ancient ruins in the eastern section of the desert."
"That's excellent news." Slivia's eyes lit up. "Would you mind telling us the exact location? We'd be happy to pay you generously for the information."
"No need to pay me, young lady,"
Rusty said, waving off the offer. He walked up to Ray and looked him directly in the eye, his expression deadly serious.
"But I do have one request."
Ray met his gaze steadily. "Name it."
"I want you to take me with you."
The desert stretched endlessly in every direction. The sun blazed overhead like a merciless eye, baking the landscape until heat shimmers danced across the dunes. Not a single cloud offered relief from the relentless glare. Ray and Rusty made their way deeper into the scorched desert, using Noir as their means of transport. In the end, only the two of them had made the journey. Slivia had tried to insist on sending an escort of knights, but Ray had refused. This was something he needed to do with minimal attention. Rusty had asked several times if Ray was absolutely certain he didn't need to bring additional fighters. The dwarf had described in vivid, gruesome detail exactly how ferocious the scorpion killer was. Its crushing pincers, its lightning-fast strikes, the deadly venom that could drop a grown man in seconds. But Ray had remained firm in his decision. "As long as we don't encounter any higher-tier beasts, we'll be fine," Ray had said with quiet confidence. After much grumbling and debate, Rusty had decided to trust the young man. Right now, however, Rusty was seriously reconsidering whether coming along had been a good idea. The dwarf sat behind Ray on Noir's back, his heavy plate armor absorbing and radiating heat like a furnace. His trusted battle axe was strapped across his back, its weight adding to his discomfort. Sweat poured down his face in rivers, soaking his magnificent beard and dripping onto his armor, where it sizzled and evaporated almost instantly.
"By my ancestors,"
Rusty muttered, wiping his brow for the 100th time.
"This heat is unnatural. How do people live in this forsaken place?"
Ray sat comfortably in front of him, looking completely unbothered by the oppressive temperature. Of course, Ray had no problem with the heat. He was using his ice attribute to create a subtle cooling field around himself and Noir. Ray was perfectly capable of extending that cooling effect to include Rusty. It would cost him almost no energy to do so. But he didn't. "Maybe the heat will keep him quiet for a while," Ray thought, trying not to smile. Before they'd set off on their journey, Ray had made a crucial mistake. He'd used his endless void skill in front of Rusty, storing supplies and equipment in his dimensional storage space. The dwarf's reaction had been immediate and overwhelming.
"How does it work? Where does the stuff go? Is it another dimension? Can living things go inside? What happens if you die while things are stored? Can other people access it?"
The questions had been relentless, and when Ray had dismissed Noir, sending her back to the unknown realm, the interrogation had somehow gotten worse.
"Where does she go? Can she see us from there? Does time pass differently? Can she eat while she's gone? Is she in pain? Does she sleep?"
Ray had answered the first few questions, but they'd only spawned more. If he kept revealing his abilities to Rusty, he'd never hear the end of it. So, for once, the brutal desert heat was actually working in Ray's favor
by keeping the chatty dwarf too miserable to talk. The desert was notoriously difficult to navigate, but Ray had come prepared. He'd purchased a detailed map from a merchant in Avrion, along with a location crystal, a magical device that worked in conjunction with the map to show exactly where they were. Ray pulled out the crystal and held it over the map. A small glowing point appeared on the parchment, indicating their current position. They were making good progress, following the path Rusty had described from his previous journey. Suddenly, Rusty started moving, half standing on Noir's back and shading his eyes as he peered into the distance.
"Let me see the map, boy,"
Rusty called out, his exhaustion momentarily forgotten. Ray handed it back, and Rusty studied it carefully, comparing it to the landscape around them. The dwarf nodded slowly, his expression growing serious.
"As I thought. This is the spot."
Ray looked around, confused. To him, this section of desert looked identical to every other part they'd passed through. Just sand, a few scattered rocks, and more sand. But then, Noir took another step forward, and the ground beneath them began to tremble. At first, it was subtle, like a distant earthquake, but within seconds the shaking intensified. Sand started sliding down invisible slopes, gathering in patterns that suggested something massive was moving beneath the surface.
"Put the beast away, now!"
Rusty shouted, his voice sharp with urgency.
"Unless you want her to die, their stingers carry a venom that can kill even an advanced tier creature in minutes."
Ray and Rusty leaped from Noir's back. The moment their feet hit the sand, Ray dismissed Noir just in time, as the ground where she'd been standing erupted upward, a small mountain of sand rising as something enormous pushed its way to the surface. Rusty hefted his battle axe, and to Ray's surprise, the dwarf immediately charged toward the growing sandhill. His short legs pumped furiously, kicking up sand as he ran, and a fierce battle cry erupted from his throat.
"He's actually going to fight it. I thought blacksmiths preferred to stay back and let others do the dangerous work,"
Ray thought with genuine surprise. The sand fell away like a golden waterfall, revealing the creature beneath. The scorpion killer was massive, easily the size of a small house. Its exoskeleton was a deep crimson red that seemed to glow in the harsh sunlight, each segment of its armor overlapping like the scales of a dragon. But the most terrifying feature was its tail, a curved, segmented nightmare that ended in a stinger as large as the scorpion's entire body. The stinger gleamed with a sickly purple sheen, venom already beating at its razor-sharp tip.
"This is payback for disturbing my meal last time,"
Rusty roared as he closed the distance. The dwarf leaped into the air with surprising height and brought his axe down in a devastating overhead strike. The scorpion killer reacted with frightening speed, raising one of its massive pincers to intercept the blow. Metal met chitin with a thunderous crack. Rusty's axe was no ordinary weapon. The blade pierced through the scorpion's supposedly impenetrable armor and sank several inches deep into the pincer. Dark blood oozed from the wound, hissing as it dripped onto the hot sand.
"He didn't use any ki in that attack. That was pure physical strength. Impressive,"
Ray observed, watching carefully. The scorpion killer shrieked, a horrible chittering sound that made Ray's teeth ache. Its massive tail whipped up and over its body, the stinger plunging down toward Rusty with terrifying speed. The dwarf yanked his axe free and threw himself backward, his heavy armor barely slowing him down. The stinger slammed into the sand where he'd been standing, burying itself up to the barb. When the scorpion pulled it free, the sand around the impact point had turned black and began to smoke. The tail was momentarily in front of Rusty, extended and vulnerable. The dwarf saw his opportunity and took it, swinging his axe in a wide horizontal arc with all his considerable strength. The blade bit deep into the tail's segmented armor, cutting halfway through before the scorpion yanked itself away, leaving the wound bleeding freely.
"What are you standing around for?"
Rusty shouted, breathing hard as he circled away from the beast.
"I thought you were going to help me. Aren't you supposed to be strong?"
Ray had been analyzing the creature, watching its movement patterns and attack rhythms. Now he understood enough.
"Time to end this."
Rusty continued to engage the scorpion, his axe ringing against its armor as he looked for weak point. Ray moved calmly to stand beside him, and the scorpion killer immediately recognized the new threat. The massive tail rose up like a cobra preparing to strike, the stinger gleaming with fresh venom. Then it plunged downward with incredible force, aimed directly at Ray's head.
"Boy, watch out!"
Rusty screamed. Ray didn't move. His hands shot up at the last possible moment, his fingers wrapping around the stinger just below its point. The momentum of the strike drove him backward several inches, his feet carving furrows in the sand, but he held firm. The venomous tip stopped mere inches from his face, close enough that he could see his reflection in its polished surface.
"You absolute mad lad!"
Rusty gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. The scorpion killer tried to pull its stinger back, but Ray's grip was like iron. The creature pulled harder, its entire body straining with the effort. Ray's hands tightened, his knuckles going white. Then he pulled in the opposite direction. The sound of tearing chitin was sickeningly loud. The stinger ripped free from the tail in a spray of dark beast blood, and Ray stumbled backward, holding the severed appendage like a grotesque trophy. The scorpion killer's shriek of pain and rage echoed across the desert. The creature could sense now that Ray was far beyond its ability to fight. Survival instinct overpowered its aggressive nature, and it immediately began burrowing into the sand, its legs digging furiously to escape into the safety of the earth.
"Quick!"
Rusty called out, running forward.
"If it gets underground, we'll never find it. These things can tunnel for miles."
Ray dropped the stinger and placed both palms flat on the sand. Ice bind! His magic surged outward in a visible wave. Frost spread across the desert floor in intricate crystalline pattern, moving faster than the eye could follow. Within seconds, thick ice had formed around all 8 of the scorpion's legs, freezing them solid and anchoring the creature in place. The scorpion killer thrashed and struggled, but it was trapped. "Ice ball," Ray said calmly. Spheres of concentrated ice materialized in the air around him, each one the size of a human head. They launched forward in rapid succession, slamming into the scorpion's body with devastating force. Cracks spread across its armor, segments shattered. The creature's movements grew weaker with each impact. Ray walked forward steadily, still firing ice balls, closing the distance to finish the fight. The scorpion made one final desperate attempt to defend itself. Both massive pincers swung inward simultaneously, trying to crush Ray between them like a nut in a vice. Ray channeled ki into his legs, the energy flooding through his muscles like liquid fire. He launched himself forward in an explosive burst of speed, passing through the gap between the pincers just before they slammed shut behind him. He landed directly in front of the scorpion's head. Ray pulled his fist back and drove it forward with all his strength, enhanced by a surge of ki that made his arm blur with speed. His fist punched straight through the scorpion's facial armor and into the soft tissue beneath. The scorpion killer shuddered once, then went completely still.
"Looks like you can do something after all,"
Rusty said, walking up beside the fallen creature. There was grudging respect in his voice. Ray stepped back, withdrawing his hand from the creature's ruined head. He half expected the system to appear and claim the beast crystal automatically, but nothing happened.
"Good. I need this one."
Even though Ray required advanced tier beast crystals to evolve himself and grow stronger, one crystal wouldn't make much difference to his personal development. But creating proper armor for Noir would boost his party's overall power significantly. It was a better investment. Rusty had already pulled out a knife and was examining the scorpion's body with a professional eye. His hands moved with practiced certainty, feeling along the segments until he found what he was looking for. "Here," Rusty said, making a precise cut. He reached into the cavity and pulled out a crystal the size of a fist. It pulsed with inner light, deep red veined with purple.
Perfect quality. This will work beautifully.
The dwarf held up the crystal, turning it to catch the sunlight, and his face split into a wide grin.
Now, let's go make some beast armor.
After killing the scorpion killer, Ray took time to scout the surrounding desert area, hoping to find more advanced tier beasts. But luck wasn't on his side today.
Just intermediate tier creatures. I could defeat them easily enough and earn some coin, but there are more important things to focus on right now.
His mind kept drifting back to the discovery beneath Avrian Academy. The Dark Guild had been hiding something underground, something they'd been keeping secret for who knows how long. Whatever it was, had to be significant. Using Noir as their mount, Rusty and Ray were able to travel back to the Academy far more quickly than they journeyed out. Noir had undergone remarkable changes after her evolution. Not only had she grown larger and more imposing, but her speed had increased dramatically. Ray had noticed, however, that her raw strength hadn't improved as much as he'd hoped. She also didn't possess any special skills or unique properties like other advanced tier beasts he'd encountered. After approximately 3 hours of steady travel, they finally approached Avrion City. The sun had set during their journey. The night guards spotted them from a distance. There was a moment of tension as they raised their spears, but then recognition dawned. There was only one shadow wolf that size in the entire region, and only one person who could ride her.
"Open the gates!"
the lead guard shouted.
"It's the boss!"
The massive gates groaned as they swung inward, and Noir trotted through without slowing. Throughout the entire ride back, Rusty had been unusually quiet. Ray glanced back several times and found the dwarf staring at the scorpion killer's crystal with an intensity that bordered on obsession. The crystal rested in Rusty's lap, still pulsing with that inner light, and the dwarf's fingers traced its surface reverently. They continued through the city streets, Noir's claws clicking on the cobblestones, until they finally arrived at Avrian Academy. Slivia was waiting outside the main entrance, accompanied by one of the Black Knights who served as her personal guard. She'd changed from her usual armor into more formal robes befitting her position as an elder, though Ray noticed she still wore a sword at her hip. Ray had sent word ahead that they were returning successfully. Slivia's presence meant she'd been taking the preparation seriously. "Has everything been prepared?" Ray asked, sliding down from Noir's back. "Yes," Slivia replied with a satisfied nod. "The blacksmith area has been completely cleared as you requested. All the tools Rusty asked for are inside and ready. I had the forge stoked up this afternoon, so it should be at perfect working temperature." Ray reached up to pat Noir's shoulder, preparing to dismiss her back to the Shadow Realm, but Rusty suddenly called out.
"Wait, boy. Before we head inside, there's something I need from her."
The dwarf climbed down and approached Noir slowly, pulling a small, sharp blade from his belt. The blade was clearly of dwarf craftsmanship, perfectly balanced and wickedly sharp.
"I mean you no harm, beautiful girl,"
Rusty said softly, holding the blade where Noir could see it.
"But I need a small sample of your blood. It's essential for the forging process."
He looked up at Noir, meeting her intelligent red eyes. For a moment, they seemed to communicate in some silent language beyond words. Then, almost imperceptibly, Noir lowered her head in what could only be interpreted as permission. Rusty made a precise, careful cut on Noir's foreleg. It was small and shallow, just enough to draw blood without causing real injury. He held a leather pouch beneath the wound, collecting several drops of the dark blood before sealing the container tightly. "Thank you, girl," Rusty said, his voice full of genuine gratitude. He produced a clean cloth and gently pressed it against the cut until the bleeding stopped.
"You will not be needed any more tonight. Rest well."
Ray dismissed Noir, and the wolf faded back into her realm. The three of them headed inside the academy and made their way to the blacksmith workshop. It was located in a separate wing of the building, isolated to prevent fires from spreading. When they entered, Ray was impressed by the preparations. The space had been completely cleared of other projects. Fresh coal was piled near the forge. Tools hung in neat rows on the walls. A large workbench stood in the center, clear and ready for use. Rusty wasted no time getting started. He pulled out a small device that Ray didn't recognize, some kind of dwarf-made magnifying glass with multiple lenses. The dwarf held the scorpion killer's crystal up to his eye and began examining it with meticulous care, rotating it slowly, studying every facet and internal structure. Minutes passed in complete silence, except for Rusty's occasional thoughtful hums. Ray and Slivia waited patiently, knowing better than to interrupt a master craftsman at work. Finally, Rusty set down the crystal and the magnifying device. He grabbed a large piece of parchment and several pieces of charcoal, then began sketching with surprising speed. His hands moved with practiced confidence, lines appearing on the page as if the design had already existed in his mind and was simply being transferred to paper. After about 10 minutes of intense drawing, Rusty stepped back and studied his work. He made a few small adjustments, adding details and notes in the dwarf script. Then he walked over to where Ray and Slivia stood watching.
"I don't know if this is exactly what you were hoping for,"
Rusty said, laying the parchment on the workbench.
"But given the properties of this crystal and the nature of your beast, I believe this is the optimal design."
Ray and Slivia leaned forward to examine the drawing. It was incredibly detailed, showing Noir from multiple angles. On each of her 4 legs, Rusty had drawn what appeared to be armored boots that extended from her paws up to just below her knees. The design was sleek and streamlined, following the natural contours of her legs.
"These metallic coverings preserve her speed while protecting her paws during combat,"
Rusty explained, indicating specific areas on the drawing.
"They're lightweight and flexible, unlike bulky armor that would impede movement."
He pointed to another section.
"The scorpion killer's crystal will be incorporated into these leg pieces, synchronizing with her blood to produce venom that transfers through her claws when she strikes."
Ray's eyes widened. "You mean her claws will be poisonous?"
"Exactly,"
Rusty said with a fierce grin.
"When she strikes an enemy, the venom will transfer through her claws into the wound. It won't be as potent as the original scorpion sting, but it will be more than enough to weaken enemies and cause significant damage over time. Combined with her speed and strength, she'll become a truly devastating fighter."
"It's perfect," Ray said quietly, his mind already imagining the possibilities.
"Before I begin the actual forging,"
Rusty said,
"are there any special requests you'd like to make? This is your last chance to modify the design."
Ray thought about it carefully. The design was functionally perfect, but there was one thing he wanted to add, something personal. "Do you mind dyeing the armor in black and red?" Ray asked.
"Of course,"
Rusty said, making a quick note on the parchment. Rusty then launched into a detailed explanation of the forging process. Unlike human beast armor, which was relatively straightforward to create, beast equipment was far more complex and time-consuming.
"First, I melt the beast crystal at a precise temperature,"
Rusty explained, gesturing animatedly.
"Then I add Noir's blood, creating compatibility. The mixture must synchronize for several days.
Why so long? Slivia asked.
Her magical signature needs time to properly infuse into the crystal,
Rusty replied.
Rush this process, and the crystal loses all power. The synchronization is invisible to the naked eye, requiring specialized dwarven expertise.
He pulled out his magnifying device again.
The tricky part is that you can't see the synchronization happening with the naked eye. It requires experience and special tools to know when the process is complete. That's why you needed a dwarf for this job. Most human blacksmiths wouldn't recognize the signs. The final step is shaping the armor pieces and treating them with various oils and compounds to bring out the color you requested.
Ray nodded, absorbing all the information.
How long will the entire process take?
From start to finish? At least a few days, possibly more if the synchronization takes longer than expected.
Rusty cracked his knuckles.
But when I'm done, you'll have armor worthy of that magnificent beast.
All right, we'll leave you to your work,
Ray said.
If you need anything, more supplies, different tools, whatever, just let someone know, and they'll get it for you immediately.
I appreciate that, lad,
Rusty said, already moving toward the forge to begin his work.
Now, off with you both. I work best without an audience staring over my shoulder.
The next morning, Ray requested a meeting with Sir Kay and Wilfred. He needed their expertise and their knowledge of the region. They met in one of the Academy's smaller conference rooms, sitting around a circular table with maps spread across its surface.
I never thought the day would come when you would be in charge of us,
Sir Kay said, leaning back in his chair. There was no resentment in his voice, only mild amusement.
Please, I'm not in charge of you,
Ray replied, feeling uncomfortable.
You both make your own decisions. I'm just someone who oversees everything and makes sure we're all working toward the same goals.
Sounds like you're describing some type of god, Wilfred said with a laugh. Ray ignored the comment.
Do you have any information about my request? I need to find more advanced tier beasts in the region.
Wilfred's expression sobered.
I'm afraid it's not good news. The Allure Kingdom has never been particularly known for hosting powerful beasts. We don't have the magical forests like the Northern Territories or the monster-infested mountains of the East. But even considering that, the situation has gotten worse recently.
Worse how? Ray asked.
Being on the borders of the Shadow Plague has caused most of the stronger beasts to flee,
Wilfred explained.
The beasts we used to hunt in these areas have moved deeper into the kingdom or left entirely.
Ray had suspected as much, but hearing it confirmed was still disappointing.
What about underneath the Academy, the tunnels the Dark Guild used?
Sir Kay and Wilfred exchanged grim looks.
Yes, we thought that would be an excellent hunting ground as well,
Sir Kay said slowly.
There have always been dangers lurking beneath the Academy. When we went down to scout the area...
He paused, seeming to search for the right words.
There wasn't a single beast left alive,
Wilfred finished.
All we found were bones, piles and piles of bones, scattered throughout the tunnels like some kind of carnal house.
Ray's amber eyes narrowed.
What do you mean?
We believe the Dark Guild has something down there that was far too strong for them to handle,
Sir Kay explained, pulling one of the maps closer and pointing to a section that showed the underground network.
From our investigation, it looks like whatever creature they were keeping went out of control. It killed its own handlers, broke free of whatever containment they'd put in place, and then proceeded to hunt down and devour everything else alive in those tunnels.
Ray's mind raced. An experiment gone wrong? A captured beast that proved too powerful to control? Either way, the implications were disturbing.
Do you have any clues about what tier level this creature might be?
Ray asked, trying to keep his voice steady.
We found the remains of what appears to have been a slime snake,
Sir Kay replied grimly. Slime snakes were rare and incredibly dangerous creatures. While he wasn't certain of their exact ranking, he knew that minotaurs were considered king-tier beasts, and slime snakes were significantly more powerful than minotaurs. That means slime snakes are probably super tier, and if something down there was strong enough to kill and eat a super tier beast, then whatever the Dark Guild unleashed might be king tier or higher.
Is the beast still underground?
Ray asked, though he already suspected he knew the answer.
That's what we're not sure about,
Wilfred said, frustration evident in his voice.
We found a new tunnel that appeared recently, leading west from the city. It connects to the underground network beneath the academy. We've sealed it up, but we have no idea whether that was created by the beast trying to escape or if something else made it.
Ray stared at the map, his mind working through possibilities and strategies.
Keep the tunnel sealed and the guards posted,
Ray said finally.
But double the watch. If they see anything at all, they report immediately and fall back. Don't engage. Understood,
both men said simultaneously. For the next several days, while Rusty worked tirelessly in the blacksmith workshop creating Noir's beast gear, Ray decided to make productive use of his time by exploring the nearby hunting grounds. The knights had already searched these areas and found nothing, but Ray wanted to verify their findings personally. Ray ventured to a different location each day. First, he traveled to the Bug Forest, a dense woodland known for its giant insect populations. But the forest was eerily quiet, with far fewer creatures than there should have been. The next day, he visited the swamp. This place had always been teeming with amphibious beasts and marsh predators, but what he found there made his blood run cold. Bones. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, scattered throughout the murky water and half buried in the mud. They were picked completely clean, not a scrap of meat or sinew remaining. Ray crouched beside a particularly large skeleton, studying it carefully. The bones showed signs of powerful jaws and acidic saliva. Whatever had killed these creatures hadn't just hunted them, it had systematically devoured everything in the area.
Is this caused by the same beast that was below Avrion Academy? The pattern is identical. Complete consumption, only bones left behind. Everything else in the area either dead or fled.
Although there was no way to prove it conclusively, the evidence strongly suggested a connection. The creature that had escaped from the Dark Guild's underground facility had apparently eaten everything in the tunnels below. Then, still hungry and now free, it had emerged to hunt in the surrounding wilderness.
Which means it's still out there, still feeding, still growing stronger,
Ray thought grimly. After days of searching with no luck in finding any advanced tier beasts or anything higher, Ray finally decided to head back to Avrion. The disappointment of the failed search was offset by good news waiting for him at the academy. Rusty had sent word that Noir's beast gear had finally been completed. Ray made his way to the blacksmith workshop with a mixture of excitement and curiosity. When he pushed open the heavy door, he found Rusty standing in the center of the room, looking exhausted but deeply satisfied.
Come, come,
Rusty called out, waving Ray over to the workbench.
See what I've created.
Laid out on the bench were 4 identical pieces, the armored claws Rusty had designed. Ray picked one up carefully, examining it in the light streaming through the workshop windows. The craftsmanship was absolutely exquisite. The design matched Rusty's drawings perfectly, sleek and streamlined to follow the natural contours of Noir's legs. The color scheme was exactly what Ray had requested, deep black metal with crimson-red accents that seemed to glow with inner fire. But what really caught Ray's attention was an additional detail Rusty had added without being asked. On the outer side of each claw piece, carefully etched and inlaid with red enamel, was the Red Wings Guild symbol, a stylized wing spread in flight. "You added our emblem," Ray said quietly, genuinely touched by the gesture.
Of course,
Rusty replied gruffly, trying to hide his pleasure at Ray's reaction.
Noir represents your guild in battle, doesn't she? She should wear your colors with pride.
Ray continued examining the piece, but something felt off. He turned it over in his hands, checking the dimensions, and his brow furrowed in confusion.
Isn't this too small?
Ray asked, holding up the metallic claw.
This wouldn't even cover her smallest toe.
Rusty burst into laughter, slapping his knee with delight.
Just you wait and see, lad. This is special. This is dwarf craftsmanship at its finest. Come, let's go outside, and I'll show you.
The two of them headed to the outdoor training area. Ray summoned Noir, and the massive wolf materialized in the center of the field, her red eyes scanning the area before settling on Ray and Rusty. Her tail wagged slightly when she recognized the dwarf. Rusty gathered all four of the claws, somehow managing to bunch them up between his short arms despite their awkward shape. He walked over to Noir with complete confidence.
What is the little man thinking?
Ray wondered, watching closely. Rusty held one of the claws up to Noir's front right leg. The moment the metal made contact with her fur, the claw piece began to glow with a soft blue light. Then, to Ray's amazement, it lifted out of Rusty's hand as if pulled by invisible strings. The claw piece hovered in the air for a moment, then began to transform. It expanded and reshaped itself, flowing like liquid metal until it perfectly conformed to Noir's leg. Within seconds, it had formed a seamless armored covering from her paw up to just below her knee, exactly as shown in Rusty's design. Rusty repeated the process with each of Noir's remaining legs. When all four were in place, Noir stood there looking absolutely magnificent. The black and red armor gleamed in the sunlight, and the Red Wings emblems were clearly visible on each leg.
I bet you've never seen that before,
Rusty said, with a smug, self-satisfied smile, his arms crossed over his chest. Ray circled Noir slowly, examining the armor from every angle. It was perfect. Noir took a few experimental steps, then broke into a run, testing her mobility. The armor moved with her naturally, not restricting her movement in the slightest.
Is there a reason for this?
Ray asked, still trying to understand the mechanism.
Why does it reshape itself instead of being made to fit in the first place?
It's quite simple, actually,
Rusty explained, clearly enjoying his moment as the expert.
And this can even be done with human beast gear, but for some reason, your people haven't discovered the technique yet.
He walked over to the armor pieces, running his hand along one.
It requires mixing the user's blood with the beast crystal before creating the equipment. When I added Noir's blood to the melted crystal, I wasn't just synchronizing the armor to her, I was creating a magical bond. The armor recognizes her as its rightful owner.
Ray's eyes widened in amazement.
When the user touches the specially designed equipment,
Rusty continued,
it becomes a part of their own body in a magical sense. They can summon the equipment out and dismiss it back whenever they want to, just like you dismissed Noir to the mysterious realm. Watch!
Rusty walked up to Noir and touched one of the armored claws.
Try to dismiss it, girl.
Noir seemed to understand. The armor began to glow again, then shrank down and vanished entirely, absorbed into her leg as if it had never existed. A moment later, with just a thought from Noir, the armor reappeared in a flash of blue light.
The only downside to this process,
Rusty admitted,
is that once it's completed, only the user whose blood was mixed in can wear the equipment. No one else can use it. The armor is bound to Noir and Noir alone.
Ray's mind was racing through the possibilities.
This is incredibly valuable information. My party members could carry their equipment without the weight, without anyone seeing what they have until they need it. The element of surprise alone.
Exactly,
Rusty said with a nod.
Imagine your soldiers walking into a negotiation or a social gathering, appearing unarmed and unarmored. Then, the moment combat begins, they are suddenly fully equipped with the finest beast gear. your enemies wouldn't know what hit them.
It was becoming increasingly clear that Rusty possessed a vast amount of knowledge that could benefit the Red Wings immensely. Ray couldn't let him simply walk away. As if reading Ray's thoughts, Rusty dusted off his hands and began walking toward the exit.
Well, now that my job here is done, I guess it's time for me to continue on my travels.
"Wait!" Ray called out, perhaps a bit more urgently than he'd intended. Rusty stopped, but didn't turn around. Ray couldn't see it, but a small smile was forming on the dwarf's face. "I want you to become part of the Red Wings," Ray said firmly.
Oh?
Rusty replied, still facing away.
And why would I want to do that? I'm a free dwarf. I go where I please, work for whom I choose.
Ray took a deep breath. He needed to make this offer compelling. "In return for being the Red Wings blacksmith, I will grant you any wish you desire. Do you want to go back to your continent? I'll find a way to get you there safely. Do you want to search for your lost companions from the shipwreck? I'll dedicate resources to finding them. Whatever you want most in this world, I'll help you achieve it." Rusty stood completely still, as if carefully considering the offer. But the truth was, he'd already made up his mind days ago. When he'd asked to travel with Ray to hunt the Scorpion Killer, it had been a test. He'd wanted to see Avrion City, to understand its strength and potential, but more importantly, he'd wanted to observe the man who led it. Dwarves had a cultural tendency to only work for those who were stronger than themselves. It was a matter of pride and practicality. You wanted a leader who could protect you, who could make decisions under pressure, who had earned their position through genuine capability, rather than politics or birthright. Ray had proven himself in the desert. He'd fought with skill and power, shown tactical intelligence, treated Rusty as an equal, and demonstrated genuine care for his companions. These were the qualities dwarves respected.
This is a man I can follow, a man who will actually accomplish great things. It's a deal, then,
Rusty said, finally turning around with a broad grin. He walked back to Ray and thrust out his calloused hand. Ray gripped it firmly, and they shook. Rusty was now officially a member of the Red Wings. Ray decided to take it one step further and offered Rusty a formal contract, the magical binding kind that the guild used for core members. He carefully explained that Rusty could decline the contract if he wanted to and still work as the guild's blacksmith, that there would be no hard feelings or consequences. But Rusty signed it without hesitation. The contract glowed briefly, then vanished, its terms now binding. And then the day arrived when Ray had to teleport back to Kelberg. With things falling in place at Avrion, he trusted Slivia and the elders to take care of the rest, because now he had an important matter to attend to. The fight with the Demon Man was waiting. For the past week, while Ray had been busy handling matters in Avrion, Gary and Jack had continued their work in Kelberg, steadily completing quests with the group they'd befriended. They'd learned that Sam was actually the leader of a small guild called True Fight Guild, which had a total of 5 members. Eve, the short archer with a sharp tongue and sharper aim, served as second in command. She had a natural talent for keeping the others organized and motivated, even if she did it through a combination of encouragement and strategic insults. The problem Gary and Jack faced was their rank. As F-rank adventurers, they couldn't be part of the higher-level quests that would have provided better experience and pay. So they'd made the practical decision to keep helping True Fight with their missions. It was a good experience, decent coin, and, honestly, the company wasn't bad. After completing quest after quest, everything from gathering rare herbs to clearing out basic-tier beasts' nests, Gary and Jack finally managed to rank up their adventurer tags. The metal plates they wore now displayed a dark purple color with the letter D etched clearly on the surface.
"Finally, we're one step closer to our goal,"
Gary said with a smile. Jack didn't share his enthusiasm and shook his head.
But not our guild.
Now here was a frustrating catch. Even though many of the quests they'd completed were officially guild quests that should have earned points for the Red Wings, they hadn't received any credit. The reason was simple but annoying. The majority of their party members belonged to True Fight, so all the points had been allocated to that guild instead. The Red Wings remained stubbornly stuck at F class, which meant they still couldn't access the more prestigious contracts. "Ray's not going to be happy about that," Jack had muttered. On the positive side, they'd managed to earn a fair amount of coin. They weren't rich by any standard, but they didn't have to worry about their next meal or where they'd sleep. For adventurers just starting out, that was a significant achievement. Finally, the agreed-upon day had arrived. Everyone who'd committed to the mission was supposed to meet at the north gate of Kelberg City. From there, they would travel together to a nearby hunting ground where Ray would face his duel with the Demon Man. Gary and Jack arrived early, as was their habit. The morning air was crisp and cool, and the city was just beginning to wake up. Merchants were opening their stalls, and the smell of fresh bread drifted from nearby bakeries. When they reached the gate, they immediately spotted Lenny's tall figure standing in the shade of the massive stone archway. He wore his usual simple long robe, a plain gray garment that looked more suited to a traveling scholar than a warrior. He carried no visible armor, no shield, not even a sword at his hip.
"Where is Ray?"
Lenny asked as they approached, his deep voice carrying easily across the distance.
"He told us to message him once everyone has gathered, and he'll appear,"
Gary replied. Lenny's eyebrow raised.
"Appear? What do you mean, appear?"
Gary smiled mysteriously.
"You'll find out in a moment. Trust me, it's something to see."
They settled in to wait, leaning against the gate wall and watching the morning traffic flow in and out of the city. Farmers bringing produce, merchants with wagons, adventurers heading out for the day's work. The next person to arrive was Ark, and Gary almost didn't recognize him. The former Fallen Angel member looked like a completely different person. Gone was the bright, shining armor that had marked him as part of an elite guild. Gone were the expensive enchanted accessories and the ornate weapons. Now, Ark wore simple clothes, a plain shirt and trousers that could belong to any common traveler. The only weapon he carried was a single rapier at his waist, its design elegant but understated.
"You look different,"
Gary said, studying the transformation.
"Welcome to the club,"
Lenny called out cheerfully, clearly approving of the change. Ark's expression was serious but determined.
"I've decided to leave everything behind that reminds me of Fallen Angel. Every time I looked at that gear, it made me feel sick. It represented everything I thought I believed in, everything that turned out to be a lie."
"How does it feel?"
Gary asked.
"Starting over, I mean."
Ark considered the question.
"Lighter,"
he said finally.
"Like I've been carrying a weight I didn't realize was there, and now it's gone. Terrifying, but lighter."
They waited in companionable silence for a few more minutes until the final members of their group appeared. Lily emerged from the city gates with Berg walking protectively beside her. The mayor's daughter had a determined expression on her face, the look of someone carrying enormous responsibility on their shoulders, which Gary supposed she was. She was responsible for an entire city's safety, at least indirectly.
"Did you manage to hire anyone?"
Lenny asked immediately, getting straight to business.
"Although we're all strong individually, we can do nothing if an entire army decides to attack us. We need numbers."
Lily's expression faltered slightly.
Unfortunately, it seems like Fallen Angel has been busy spreading rumors to other guilds and independent adventurers. Even when I offered double the standard rate for a mission like this, I only found one guild willing to help us.
"And they are?"
Gary pressed.
They're coming right now, actually.
A few moments later, the entire True Fight Guild came walking through the gates, all 5 members moving as a unit. Eve spotted Gary immediately and pointed at him, her face a mixture of surprise and confusion.
You! What are you doing here?
I was going to ask you the same thing,
Gary shot back with a grin. Sam stood beside Eve, looking equally bewildered to see his new friends at this gathering.
You guys already know each other? That's wonderful,
Lily said, genuinely pleased.
That should make coordination much easier.
Small world, Jack thought, shaking his head slightly. Despite the obvious dangers of the quest, dangers that Lily hadn't fully explained yet, the True Fight Guild had decided to accept the contract. Their reasoning was practical. Their guild was composed mainly of archers and ranged fighters. Their role wouldn't be on the front lines. If things went badly, they were confident in their ability to retreat and escape. They were support, not cannon fodder. As Eve looked at the assembled party one by one, her eyes growing wider with each person, she couldn't help but notice they were surrounded by incredibly powerful people.
Hey,
Eve whispered urgently to Sam, pulling him slightly away from the others.
did you see who's here? That's Ark, the famous adventurer from Fallen Angel. And I didn't realize the mayor's daughter was personally involved in this. No wonder the payment was so generous.
I know, Sam whispered back, his voice tight with a mixture of excitement and nervousness.
It seems this quest might be far more important than we first thought. Even those two extremely strong adventurers, Gary and Jack, are here, and that giant man in the robe doesn't look weak either. Whatever this is about, it's big. Do you think it's true, then?
Eve asked quietly.
The rumors about the shadow plague being involved?
Before Sam could answer, Lily noticed the two whispering and decided to address the whole group.
I suppose it's only fair that everyone knows exactly what they've gotten themselves into,
Lily announced, her voice carrying authority despite her youth.
After hearing the full details of this quest, you're free to make your own decision about whether to continue or withdraw. There will be no shame in choosing to leave.
Sam and Eve exchanged glances, then nodded for her to continue.
The quest I posted stated this was an escort mission,
Lily explained carefully.
But it's not a simple escort. We are here to escort a man to face a duel with a demon.
The True Fight members visibly tensed. Demons were known even among common folk, but mostly as myths and legends, stories told to frighten children or explain unexplained disasters.
Although the duel is meant to take place one-on-one,
Lily continued,
we cannot guarantee that it will actually happen. There is a very real chance of an ambush, either before, during, or after the fight. We need to be prepared for anything.
She paused, letting that sink in.
So I'll ask you directly, do you still wish to join us?
Sam and Eve looked at each other, having a silent conversation with their eyes. Demons weren't just dangerous, they were legendary threats. The rumors they'd heard about a demon killing a C-rank adventurer had made the rounds through every tavern and guild hall in the city.
This could get us all killed,
Eve thought, fear twisting in her stomach. But then she looked at Jack and Gary, remembered how they'd fought the pigman leader without hesitation, how they'd protected the group without asking for anything in return. With warriors like that backing them up, maybe they actually had a chance.
We accept,
Sam said firmly, speaking for the whole group. Then he looked at Jack, Gary, and Ark.
I assume one of you will be the one dueling this demon man.
Actually,
Gary said with a slight smile,
the person who will be fighting isn't here yet. In fact, I completely forgot to message him. 1 second.
Gary opened the system interface and sent a quick message. They waited in anticipation, counting the seconds. 30 seconds later, a magical circle appeared on the ground next to Gary. It began to glow with bright white light, intricate runes spinning around its edges. The air itself seemed to ripple and tear, and slowly a human figure began to materialize within the circle. When the light faded, Ray stood before them. He looked exactly as he always did, a 17-year-old boy with bright red hair, wearing simple traveling clothes. He carried no visible weapons, wore no armor, and could easily be mistaken for any common teenager from the city. What the? It's just a boy, Eve blurted out, unable to hide her disappointment. She had been expecting some giant of a man like Lenny or Jack, someone who looked like they could wrestle bears and win. Jack's expression immediately hardened. His hand moved to his sword hilt, not in threat, but in warning.
"Careful what you say about him,"
Jack said, his voice carrying an edge that made Eve take a step back.
"That boy is our boss, and he's stronger than all of us combined."
Ray smiled slightly, used to this reaction. It's fine, Jack. She doesn't know me yet. He turned to the assembled group, his gaze sweeping across each face. Thank you all for coming. I know this isn't an easy thing I'm asking of you, but I promise you, I won't let any of you die for my fight. Hearing Jack say the word boss made Eve's stomach drop. She just called their guild leader a boy, to his face, in front of everyone. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment. Stupid, 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 she thought, mentally kicking herself. Sam stood beside her, equally mortified. He'd noticed something else, too. Just like Jack and Gary, Ray wore an F-rank adventurer tag. An F-rank guild leader commanding the respective warriors like Jack was unheard of. Nothing about this made sense. I apologize for my rudeness, Eve said quickly, bowing her head. I spoke without thinking. Ray waved off the apology. It's fine. I get that reaction a lot. You'll see soon enough. While Eve and Sam were busy trying to figure out who Ray really was, Lily and Lenny stood frozen, their faces pale with shock. They just watched Ray materialize out of thin air. That was genuine teleportation magic. I've only read about it in ancient texts, Lily thought, her mind racing. Lenny's reaction was even stronger. He knew more about magic than perhaps anyone else in the kingdom, having studied countless forbidden and lost arts throughout his long life. Even with all his knowledge and power, he couldn't perform teleportation. It was a skill that only the absolute pinnacle of mages could master.
This boy can't be more than 17 years old, yet he possesses skills that take lifetimes to learn. Unless, is he using a spell to appear younger?
The possibility excited Lenny more than he cared to admit. Even with all his power, the best he could do was maintain the appearance of a 40-year-old man, despite being over 100. If Ray knew a better method, Lenny desperately wanted to learn it.
I need to know more about this boy. Much more.
Before the group could set off, Lily had arranged for horses to be brought out, one for each member of the party. The hunting ground they'd chosen was quite far from the city, deliberately so. If something went wrong, if the demon brought an army despite promising a duel, Lily wanted the chaos to happen far from Kelberg's walls. The group mounted up and began their journey. They followed a worn forest path that would eventually lead them to an old abandoned town. This town we're heading to, Lily remarked, studying the weathered map in her hands while guiding her horse, was once a thriving trade center between kingdoms.
Hard to imagine now,
Ark replied, his eyes scanning the overgrown path ahead.
The war between Allure and Bentley kingdoms devastated everything in its path.
Sam leaned forward in his saddle. I've read about this place. Both armies swept through here, didn't they? Each side burned and looted what the other hadn't already destroyed.
Such pointless destruction,
Lenny Steele added softly.
When the Shadow Plague emerged and forced the kingdoms to sign their peace treaty, the fighting ceased, but by then it was too late for this town.
And no one ever returned to rebuild it? Jack asked, looking troubled.
No,
Berg answered grimly, his hand resting on his sword hilt.
The people scattered, and the ruins became home to magical beasts and other uncivilized creatures.
True. Now it serves as one of Kelberg's official hunting grounds, Lily added. To reach the ruins, they first had to pass through the forest. Berg took the lead position, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt. Slightly behind him rode Lily, Ark, and Lenny, forming the second line. The True Fight Guild's archers made up the middle group, their eyes constantly scanning the trees. Finally, Ray, Jack, and Gary brought up the rear.
"Everyone stay on alert," Lily called out. "I do not believe the Shadow Plague would be as honorable as they claim. There's a high chance of an ambush, either now or at the dueling ground."
Eve and the other members of True Fight visibly tensed. They couldn't help but constantly look around, their heads swiveling at every sound.
"We're being watched. I can feel it,"
Eve thought, her fingers tightening on her bow. Sam felt it too. The forest seemed too quiet, too still. Where were the normal forest sounds, the small animals that should be scurrying through the underbrush?
"This doesn't feel right,"
Sam muttered to Eve.
"Nothing about this quest feels right,"
she whispered back. Duels between champions weren't actually that uncommon during times of war. When two armies were evenly matched and both leaders knew it, they'd sometimes agree to have their best fighters face each other in single combat. It saved countless soldiers' lives and often ended conflicts that could have dragged on for years. But there were unwritten rules that governed such duels, sacred rules that even enemies respected. No one was to interfere in the fight between the two warriors. The duel was meant to be pure, a test of individual skill and courage. What the demon had proposed followed this ancient tradition. But the question on everyone's mind was whether a servant of the Shadow Plague could be trusted to keep such an oath.
"Hey, Ray,"
Gary said quietly, leaning closer.
"you can use your Dragon Eye ability, right? So can't you tell us if enemies are hiding nearby or not?"
Ray shook his head, his expression troubled.
"I'm afraid it only works reliably on low-tier creatures. Remember when we were down in the tunnels beneath Avrion? The slime snake managed to completely hide its presence from me. The stronger a beast is, the harder it becomes to detect them."
Gary's jaw tightened. Ray's words brought him no confidence whatsoever. As they walked through the forest, he too felt the sensation of being watched, invisible eyes tracking their every move. His hand drifted to his black sword, fingers brushing against the cloth-wrapped hilt. He'd wrapped it carefully to disguise it, hoping Ray wouldn't recognize it as the cursed weapon that was supposed to be locked away in Avrion.
"Ray's not stupid. If I use this sword even once, he'll know immediately what it is and take it from me. I can only use it if our lives depend on it. Only then."
As the group continued forward, the forest gradually changed. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead to block out more sunlight, and then they rode into thick fog. It appeared suddenly, unnaturally, swallowing the path ahead like a living thing. Each member could only see the person directly in front of them, and the ground beneath their horses' hooves. Everything else was gray and indistinct.
"This fog,"
Lenny said, his voice sharp with suspicion.
"It's not natural. Someone conjured it."
"Can you dispel it?"
Lily asked.
"I could try, but if I do, we'll alert whoever cast it that we have a mage in our group. Better to keep that as a surprise."
Gary's eyes swept through the fog, trying to pierce the gray curtain. Then he glimpsed something in a grove of pine trees about 20 meters to their left. A shadow. But not a normal shadow. This one seemed wrong, somehow. It appeared to have many smaller shadows moving across its surface, writhing and shifting like living things. The distance and fog made it impossible to identify what the figure actually was.
"There's something up ahead,"
Ray shouted suddenly, his sharper eyesight catching the same movement Gary had spotted.
"Where?"
Berg called back, his sword already halfway out of its sheath.
"Left side, in the pines, 20 meters out."
"Get in formation,"
Lily commanded, her voice cutting through the rising panic. The group immediately responded. They dismounted and formed a defensive circle, horses in the center, warriors facing outward. Berg positioned himself directly in front of Lily, his massive frame blocking her from any potential threat.
"What do you see?"
Lily asked, trying to peer through the fog. Ray pointed in the direction of the shadowy figure. I'm not sure. Some kind of creature, but the fog is too thick to make out details. Could it be the demon? Sam asked, his voice shaking slightly.
No,
Lenny said firmly.
a demon wouldn't skulk in the shadows. They're too arrogant for that.
The group began moving together slowly toward where Ray had pointed, maintaining their formation. As they drew closer, other members began to catch glimpses of the figure too, a dark shape that seemed to shift and blur at the edges. Then, just as they got close enough to potentially identify it, the figure vanished. It didn't run or retreat. It simply disappeared, as if it had never been there. It's gone, Eve said, her bow still drawn and ready.
It ran away,
one of the other Little Pond members added, sounding relieved. Do you think it was here specifically for us? Sam asked.
Most likely,
Lenny replied, his eyes still scanning the fog.
Probably a scout reporting back to the main force. This fog is too convenient to be natural. They're using it to mask their movements.
The company mounted their horses and continued on, letting the animals pick their way carefully along the path. The group began to relax slightly as they rode for another few minutes without encountering anything else unusual. Maybe the scout had been alone. Maybe they'd spooked it enough that it wouldn't return. Eventually, the forest path began to slope downward. They were heading into a valley, the trail winding down a long stretch that would lead to more open ground, where the ruins of the abandoned town were located. As they neared the bottom of the descent, still surrounded by fog, something emerged from the mist directly in front of them. It stood in the center of the path, blocking their way completely. The figure was roughly human-shaped, but that was where any resemblance to humanity ended. It was a nightmare made flesh, a twisted amalgamation of different beasts that had been somehow fused together into one horrific creation. Eyes covered its body, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, varying wildly in size and shape. Some were tiny, like insect eyes. Others were large as dinner plates, with rectangular pupils like a goat's. They all moved independently, swiveling and blinking in horrible asynchronous patterns. Multiple limbs protruded from its torso at wrong angles, arms that looked like they came from different creatures, one covered in scales, another in fur, a third that was just exposed muscle and bone. Legs that didn't match, making it stand at an awkward tilt. What in the gods' names is that thing? Eve thought, her face going pale. The creature made no sound. It simply stood there, all those eyes focusing on the party with terrible intelligence.
Everyone stop!
Lenny shouted suddenly, his voice carrying a note of genuine fear that made everyone's blood run cold.
Don't move. If anyone moves, we will die.
What is it?
Lily asked, her voice trembling with barely controlled horror as she stared at the abomination before them. Lenny's face had gone pale, his usual confident demeanor replaced by something Ray had never seen before, genuine fear.
I think, though I'm not entirely certain, it's a failed true infected,
Lenny said slowly, his words measured and careful.
If I'm right about what it is, then we're in serious danger. It rips off its own body parts and hurls them at enemies like projectiles. The real problem is that every piece of its flesh produces blood that's extremely dangerous.
Ray and the others had encountered a true infected before. His father, Jack Talon, a person who had been completely consumed by the shadow plague inside them. Jack had become a creature wrapped in living shadows, nearly impossible to kill, a nightmare made flesh. Common knowledge stated that if the shadow plague couldn't fully convert a host, it would simply kill them. But sometimes there were people caught in between, their bodies unable to withstand the horrific changes being forced upon them, yet somehow refusing to die. They became this. These failed infected wandered the plagued lands, eating any beast they found and absorbing the consumed creatures into their own twisted bodies. The creature before them didn't look particularly strong. It was actually rather small, perhaps only 6 feet tall. But from the deadly serious tone of Lenny's voice, everyone could tell that size meant nothing in this situation.
No one move,
Lenny commanded, his voice carrying absolute authority.
Only defend yourselves as something comes directly at you, and be ready for it to throw body parts. I will approach first and assess its attack patterns.
This is insane. We're going to die here. We're all going to die,
Eve thought, her hands trembling on her bow. Lenny carefully guided his horse forward, moving at a slow, deliberate pace. The creature's many eyes tracked his movement with terrible focus. The moment Lenny crossed some invisible threshold, the beast acted. With a sickening, tearing sound, it ripped one of its mismatched limbs, an arm that looked like it belonged to some kind of reptilian creature, and hurled it at Lenny with surprising force. Lenny's hand shot up.
Windshield!
Immense pressure of compressed air materialized before him, and the limb was batted away like a child's toy. It landed on the muddy ground several feet away, and to everyone's horror, it continued moving. The severed arm crawled across the dirt like a grotesque spider, its fingers twitching and grasping.
Gods above,
Sam whispered, feeling bile rise in his throat. Ark saw his opportunity. He spurred his horse forward, moving to the creature's right side, his elegant rapier held ready in his hand. He was fast, his movements fluid from years of training with Fallen Angel. But before Ark could even get close enough to strike, the creature tore off another part of its body. This time, it was a face, an actual human face that had been embedded in the creature's stomach. It hurled the face directly at Ark with terrifying accuracy. Ark's instincts took over. He raised his rapier, preparing to slice the projectile in half.
Don't do it!
Lenny screamed, panic clear in his voice.
Don't let your weapon touch it!
Ark managed to pull back at the last second, twisting his body awkwardly to avoid contact. But the face was still coming straight at him, its mouth opening in a silent scream. A powerful gust of wind suddenly knocked the face off course, sending it tumbling harmlessly into the forest. Ark looked back to see Lily with her wand extended, her face set with determination despite the fear in her eyes.
Thank you,
Ark gasped. Lenny's face was tense now, covered in sweat despite the cool forest air. He made his move, dashing forward with surprising speed for a man his size, trying to close the distance to the creature itself. But this time, he was too slow. The beast tore off another limb and threw it in a blur of motion. The projectile struck Lenny directly in the face before he could cast another wind shield. The limb attached itself to his skin like a leech, and dark blood began spreading across his features.
Everyone, stay still, all of you!
Lenny shouted through the pain. He quickly cast a spell, yellow light surrounding both his hands. He grabbed the limb and pulled it from his face, his magic turning the flesh into dust. As he straightened up, the others could see his face covered in his own blood, cuts crisscrossing his cheeks and forehead.
Are you badly hurt?
Lily called out, her voice cracking.
Should we retreat?
I'm fine,
Lenny replied, though his labored breathing suggested otherwise.
I have special magic that can counteract the poison in its blood, but I'm afraid it won't work the same for the rest of you. If any of you get hit, you'll die. It's that simple. We're trapped. The beast only attacks movement, but if we don't move, we can't progress forward. We can't complete the mission. We can't even retreat safely.
Ray realized, his mind racing through possibilities. Ray, Gary, and Jack were positioned furthest from the creature, separated from the others by 20 feet of open ground. There wasn't much they could do to help from this distance without drawing the creature's attention to themselves. Meanwhile, the True Fight Guild's archers remained absolutely motionless behind them, not even daring to breathe too deeply. They were frozen in place like statues, afraid that even the slightest movement could mark them for death.
Why did we have to take this stupid quest?
Eve whispered, tears streaming down her face.
We should have stayed in the city. We should have said no.
Sam felt the same crushing regret. It had seemed like such a good opportunity at the time. Excellent pay, a chance to network with powerful adventurers, a way to raise their guild's reputation. Never in his life had he imagined they'd encounter something like this.
I'm going to get everyone killed. This is my fault. I led them here.
Berg continued to stand directly in front of Lily, his massive frame blocking her from the creature's line of sight. He wielded a large battle axe in both hands, holding it in a ready position. His arms were shaking, not from fear, but from exhaustion. The weapon was incredibly heavy, and holding it steady for this long was taking its toll. But Berg was unwilling to lower it, unwilling to move even an inch. His entire existence had narrowed to a single purpose: protect Lily at all costs.
Ray, this is ridiculous,
Gary said quietly, frustration clear in his voice.
Can't we do something? Anything?
Ray had ideas, of course. Multiple strategies ran through his mind, but he was unsure if any of them could be executed without getting the creature's poisonous blood on himself. His fighting style relied heavily on physical combat, tearing through enemies with his dragon strength, punching through armor and bone. None of that would work here. If Ray couldn't physically touch the creature, that left him with only his magic. His ice spells were powerful, but limited in variety. But wait, why isn't Lenny using offensive magic on it? Surely a man with his abilities knows fire spells, lightning spells, something that could destroy it from a distance. There must be a reason he's only using defensive wind magic. Ray observed.
Ray!
Gary suddenly shouted, breaking Ray's concentration. Without realizing it, Gary had moved, just his hands, gesturing in frustration, but it was enough. The beast's eyes immediately locked onto the movement. It tore off another limb with that horrible wet tearing sound and hurled it toward Gary with frightening speed. The projectile came fast and furious, spinning through the air like a thrown knife. Jack started to move to intercept it, but he was too far away. Time seemed to slow down. Gary's hand moved to his sword on pure instinct. The black blade cleared its sheath in a blur of motion, and Gary swung upward, intercepting the flying limb. The blade connected with a sharp crack. The limb was knocked away, tumbling harmlessly into the bush. A few drops of dark blood splattered across Gary's face. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Gary to start screaming, to collapse as the poison took hold. But nothing happened. Gary stood there, the black sword gleaming in his hand, completely unharmed. The blood on his face began to evaporate, turning into harmless steam.
The sword. It's nullifying the poison, just like it cut through the tentacles of the giant slime creature from the tunnels. The sword negates magical effects, and this creature's poison must count as a magical curse.
Understanding flooded through Gary, along with a surge of confidence. If the black sword could protect him from the poison, then he could fight this thing. He could end this standoff and save everyone. Gary started running forward toward the beast, a battle cry tearing from his throat.
No! Wait, you fool!
Lenny shouted desperately.
You don't understand what you're doing!
But Gary ignored him, charging forward with the black sword held high. The cloth wrapping had fallen away during his draw, revealing the weapon's true nature.
I can do this. I can protect everyone,
Gary thought, adrenaline pumping through his veins. The creature saw Gary charging and went into an absolute frenzy. It began tearing itself apart with abandon, ripping off every limb, every face, every piece of flesh it could reach. Body parts flew through the air in all directions, not just at Gary, but at everyone. "Shields up!" Ray shouted, immediately going into action. He began firing ice balls in rapid succession, each one targeting a projectile heading toward the True Fight Guild members. "Ice ball! Ice ball! Ice ball!" His magic flowed smoothly, freezing the flying limbs midair and shattering them before they could reach their targets. Jack was handling himself fine, using his ki-infused fist technique to bat away anything that came near him. Each punch sent projectiles flying back toward the creature. Ark's superior footwork kept him safe. He danced between the flying body parts with the grace of a trained duelist, his body moving in ways that seemed almost impossible. But Lily was struggling. She managed to deflect the first few projectiles with her wind magic, each spell taking precious seconds to cast and draining her energy. "Wind slash! Wind blast!" Her wand movements were precise, but she was tiring quickly. Then a limb came flying at her faster than the others, too fast for her to cast another spell. "Lily!" Berg roared. Without hesitation, he threw himself in front of her. The limb struck him directly in the throat with a sickening thud. The flesh exploded on impact, spraying dark blood across Berg's face, chest, and arms. For a moment, Berg remained standing, his axe still held high. Then his eyes went wide with shock. The weapon fell from his nerveless fingers, clanging against the ground. "Berg?" Lily whispered, her voice small and broken. Berg's body collapsed forward, landing face first in the mud with a heavy splash. "Berg!" Lily screamed, her voice raw with anguish. Gary charged forward like a man possessed, completely deaf to the shouts behind him. The black sword sang in his hand, hungry for violence. He reached the grotesque creature and began slashing wildly. The blade cut through the amalgamated flesh like it was nothing. No resistance, no effort, just clean cuts that severed limbs and split faces. The creature tried to fight back, tried to tear off more pieces to throw, but Gary was too fast, too relentless.
"I can end this. I can save everyone,"
Gary thought with fierce determination. With one final overhead strike, he split the creature from shoulder to hip. It collapsed in a heap of mismatched parts, finally still, finally dead. Gary stood over the corpse, breathing hard, adrenaline still pumping through his veins. The black sword dripped with dark blood that evaporated into harmless steam. Victory. Then he turned around, but as soon as his gaze landed on Berg's body lying in the mud, the pride on his face crumbled. The world seemed to tilt sideways. All the triumph drained out of Gary in an instant, replaced by cold, crushing realization.
What have I done?
Lily stood frozen, staring down at Berg with an expression that was beyond grief. It was the look of someone whose world had just shattered. Berg had been her guardian for as long as she could remember. When she was a child staying at the castle, frightened by the politics and intrigues around her, Berg had always been there, a steady presence, a shield against the cruelty of the world. He'd protected her from strangers who wanted to use her for political gain, from bullies who'd targeted her because of her father's position, from dangers she'd never even known existed because Berg had stopped them before they could reach her. And now he was gone, just gone.
He was always there. Every memory I have, he's in the background, watching, protecting. And now I'll never hear his voice again. Never see him smile when I accomplish something he taught me. Never.
She couldn't finish the thought. Slowly, mechanically, Lily drew her wand. She walked over to the creature's corpse, her footsteps heavy and deliberate. She pointed her wand at the dead thing and cast a spell. Rise! The corpse lifted into the air, suspended by invisible forces.
You took him from me,
Lily whispered, her voice breaking. Then she slammed it into the ground with devastating force. Again, and again, and again. Each impact was accompanied by her cries of rage and anguish.
You took him! You took him! You took him!
The creature's body broke apart, pieces scattering across the clearing. But no matter how many times she destroyed it, no matter how much anger she poured out, nothing changed. The hollow feeling in her chest only grew larger. Berg was still dead. Finally, her strength gave out. The wand fell from her trembling hand, and she stood there shaking, tears streaming down her face.
Lenny,
she said quietly, desperately.
Is there anything you can do? Anything at all?
Lenny walked over to Berg's body and knelt beside it. He placed 2 fingers against Berg's neck, checking for a pulse he already knew wasn't there. After a long moment, he shook his head.
He's dead, Lily. I'm sorry, but I cannot bring the dead back to life. That magic, it doesn't exist. Not truly.
Lily's legs gave out. She collapsed to her knees beside Berg's body, and a sound came from her throat, something between a sob and a groan, a noise of pure anguish that made everyone who heard it flinch. Gary couldn't take it anymore. He walked forward, the black sword hanging limply at his side.
I'm sorry, Lily,
he said, his voice rough with emotion.
I'm so sorry. This is my fault. If I had just listened to Lenny, if I hadn't charged forward like an idiot...
Stop, Lily said quietly.
But I should have...
I said stop!
Her voice cracked like a whip. She looked up at him with red-rimmed eyes.
Don't you dare take this from him. Don't you dare make his sacrifice about your guilt.
Gary stepped back, stunned. Lenny came over and placed his large hand on Gary's shoulder, his grip firm but comforting.
It is not your fault, Gary,
Lenny said gently.
This is the fault of the Shadow Plague and the creatures they create. Nothing more.
But I should have listened to you,
Gary insisted, his voice breaking.
You were right. You told me not to move, and I did anyway.
Maybe,
Lenny acknowledged.
But if you hadn't charged forward and slain that creature, perhaps even more would have died. We'll never know what would have happened. That's the burden of choices made in battle. We never get to see the other paths.
But maybe if I'd done something differently,
Gary said desperately.
If I'd been faster, or smarter, or...
Don't say those words, Gary,
Ray interrupted, his voice carrying an edge of anger that made everyone look at him.
Don't dishonor his death by drowning in your own guilt.
Ray walked over to stand beside Lily, looking down at Berg's still form.
He knew the risks when he joined this mission,
Ray said more softly.
We all did. We're not children playing games. We're warriors heading into danger, and warriors die. That's the reality we accepted the moment we agreed to this.
Ray's expression hardened.
People die every day in this world. In battles, in accidents, from sickness, from old age. At least Berg died protecting someone he cared about. At least his death had meaning. Some people don't even get that much. Some people die alone, afraid, for nothing at all.
Ray couldn't help but think about his own death as the great dragon Sen. He, too, had died for his kin. Gary stood there, the words hitting him like physical blows. He wanted to argue, to insist that his guilt was justified, but he couldn't find the words. Lenny turned to address the whole group, his voice serious.
You've all seen the dangers now. This mission has already cost us 1 life, and we haven't even reached the demon yet. I won't judge anyone who wants to turn back. Should we head back to the city? We can regroup, find more fighters, and approach this differently.
No!
Lily shouted, her voice fierce despite the tears still on her cheeks. She stood up, steadying herself, her hands clenched into fists.
We continue moving forward. This entire trip will not be pointless. Berg didn't die for nothing. If Ray defeats the demon, then Berg's sacrifice meant something. If Ray can't...
Her eyes blazed with determination and rage.
Then I will. I swear on everything I hold dear. If it's the last thing I do, I will make them pay.
The raw intensity in her voice made everyone fall silent. The mood turned somber. In respect for Berg's life and sacrifice, they decided to build a proper grave. They couldn't take his body back to the city. It was too far, and the journey too dangerous. If they left his body exposed, beasts would come and devour it. Berg deserved better than that. Jack volunteered to dig the grave. He worked in silence, his powerful arms making quick work of the rain-softened earth. No one spoke while he worked. The only sounds were the shovel biting into soil and the steady patter of rain that had begun to fall, as if the sky itself mourned with them. When the grave was deep enough, they gently lowered Berg's body into it. Lily insisted on being the one to straighten his arms, to close his eyes, to arrange him as if he were merely sleeping.
"Rest now,"
she whispered.
"You've earned it."
Ray drew his sword, and with several powerful strikes, felled a large nearby tree. He trimmed away the branches and sharpened one end to a point. Jack helped him drive the makeshift marker deep into the ground at the head of the grave, ensuring it would stand for years to come. They all stood around the grave in silence. Then, one by one, they said their goodbyes.
"You were a good man,"
Ark said quietly.
"Better than most I've known."
Gary wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come. He just stood there, staring at the grave, feeling the weight of the black sword at his hip like an accusation. When they were finished, they filled in the grave and continued their journey, leaving Berg behind in the rain-soaked forest. The rain intensified as they rode. Gary remained silent throughout the journey, something highly unusual for him. Eve and Sam were having their own quiet crisis. After Berg's death, Lily had given the True Fight Guild an out. She'd even offered to still pay them their full fee, acknowledging that they'd fulfilled their contract just by coming this far. But there was one problem. She couldn't guarantee them safe passage back to the city.
"If you turn back now, you'll be on your own,"
Lily had explained.
"We're continuing forward, which means there won't be anyone to protect you on the return journey. That creature we fought might have friends, or something worse."
In the end, fear made their decision for them. The idea of heading back alone, unprotected, through the same forest where that abomination had been waiting, seemed like certain death. At least if they stayed with the group, they had powerful warriors around them. With Berg gone, Lenny suggested they adjust their formation. Lenny, Ray, and Ark rode at the front now, serving as the vanguard. Lily was surrounded by Sam and the True Fight archers in the middle. Gary and Jack guarded the rear, watching their back trail. Suddenly, Ray's head snapped up. His dragon eyes had spotted something moving in the sky above them.
"Contact!"
Ray called out.
"Aerial, northwest!"
A creature circled overhead, its body a sickly purple color that marked it unmistakably as a minion of the Shadow Plague. It had a long, thin head and leathery black wings that beat slowly against the rain.
"Goblin vulture,"
Lenny identified immediately.
"Most likely a spy sent by the demon to track our progress. We need to bring it down before it reports back."
"Archers,"
Lily commanded, her voice steady despite everything.
"it's time to prove your worth."
The members of True Fight immediately responded. They drew their bows in unison. Arrows nocked and aimed at the circling creature. Sam called out adjustments for wind and distance.
"On my mark,"
Sam said.
3, 2, 1, loose!
5 arrows flew into the air simultaneously. At least 3 found their mark. The goblin vulture shrieked, a horrible piercing sound, and plummeted from the sky. It hit the ground with a wet thud and didn't move again.
"Good shooting,"
Lenny said with an approving nod.
"Hopefully that was the only scout."
But then 2 more goblin vultures appeared, diving straight down at the group like purple meteors. They came fast and low, their talons extended, ready to rip into flesh. Ray didn't even hesitate. He leaped from his horse with inhuman grace, interrupting both creatures in midair. His fists connected with devastating force, 1 punch per vulture. Both bodies crashed to the ground, dead before they hit Earth. Ray landed lightly and remounted his horse as if nothing had happened.
No,
Lenny said grimly.
they were far too weak. Those were just probing attacks. The worst is yet to come.
As if summoned by his words, growls erupted from the forest around them. 8 shadow-touched hounds emerged from the tree line, their bodies twisted and wrong, purple veins pulsing beneath matted fur. They were all intermediate-level beasts, fast and vicious. But this time, the group was ready. They'd been holding back their fury since Berg's death, and now they had a target for it. Jack met the first hound head-on, his great sword cleaving it in two. Ark's rapier danced through 3 more with surgical precision. Ray's ice magic froze 2 solid, and Gary's white falcon sword sent the final 2 fleeing before he cut them down from behind. It was over in less than a minute.
They're testing us, seeing how we respond, how we fight, looking for weaknesses,
Ray realized. After riding for what felt like hours through endless rain, they finally spotted their destination. The abandoned town rose from the mist ahead, or what remained of it. In the center of the ruined town stood a single dried-up well, its stones cracked and covered in moss. "Where exactly are we supposed to meet the demon?" Sam asked, his voice tight with tension.
All that was stated in his message was the abandoned town,
Lenny replied.
Nothing more specific.
"Look there," Eve said suddenly, pointing toward a nearby hill at the edge of the ruins. A dark figure stood atop the hill, silhouetted against the stormy sky. Even from this distance, they could feel the wrongness radiating from it, a presence that made the hair on the back of their necks stand up.
I do believe,
Lenny said quietly,
that is our demon.
The group stared at the distant figure standing atop the hill. Even from this distance, Ray could make out the demon man's appearance. Scruffy curly hair, ragged clothes, and torn trousers that hung loosely on his frame. He looked like someone who'd escaped from prison and been living rough ever since, never finding a place to settle. "That's definitely him," Lily shouted, her voice sharp with barely controlled fury. The grief over Berg's death had transformed into cold determination. "Let's ride forward, now!" Before anyone could respond, Lily spurred her horse into a gallop, charging through the ruined town toward the hill. The others had no choice but to follow, their horses kicking up mud and debris as they raced to keep pace. The demon man stood motionless on the hilltop, watching them approach like a predator observing its prey. But the moment the group reached the base of the hill and began ascending, he turned and fled over the crest, disappearing from view. Lily didn't slow down. If anything, she rode faster, pushing her horse harder up the steep incline.
Lily, slow down!
Gary shouted from behind.
This could be a trap. Let us go in front.
But Lily ignored him completely, focused only on reaching the top. When she finally crested the hill, her horse came to an abrupt stop. She sat, frozen, in her saddle, staring down at something below. The rest of the group arrived moments later and pulled up beside her. What they saw made every one of them go silent with shock and horror. What is this?" Eve whispered, her voice trembling. The land on the other side of the hill looked like a vision from a nightmare, or like they'd somehow crossed into another world entirely. The forest that should have been there was dead. Every tree was bare and blackened, twisted into grotesque shapes, as if they'd been tortured before dying. There was no green grass, no sign of life whatsoever. The ground itself looked gray and diseased. And where a clean river should have flowed, there was now a stream of glowing red lava, its heat shimmering the air above it. "How could this have happened?" Lily said, her earlier fury replaced by dawning horror. "This land, it looks exactly like the territories the Shadow Plague has already consumed. Why didn't we know about this? It's right here, practically on our doorstep."
My guess is it has something to do with Fallen Angel, Ark said bitterly. They most likely discovered this corruption and kept it secret from everyone else. Probably thought they could contain it or use it somehow. Typical.
There! Jack pointed down toward the lava river. The demon man! The demon stood at the river's edge, his warhammer held casually in one hand, looking up at the group on the hill. Even from this distance, Ray could see the man smile, confident, mocking, daring them to follow. Then he turned and began walking deeper into the dead forest, not hurrying, not looking back. "Come on, we can't let him get away," Lily shouted, already urging her horse down the hillside. "Wait, we should," Sam started to say, but Lily was already gone. The group descended the hill and reached the lava river's edge. The demon man had vanished into the forest, leaving no obvious trail to follow. The dead trees stretched out before them like skeletal fingers reaching toward an ash-gray sky. The moment they crossed into the corrupted land, everyone felt it, a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. It was the sensation of wrongness, of being somewhere you fundamentally shouldn't be. The Shadow Plague's presence was palpable here, radiating from every dead thing around them.
We're in their territory now. We're the intruders here,
Ray realized. Eve shivered despite wearing her leather armor. "I don't like this. I really don't like this."
Stay close together,
Lenny commanded.
Don't stray from the group. Don't touch anything unless absolutely necessary.
Sam noticed his archers were all pale and shaking. "Everyone, focus on your breathing. We're still alive. We can do this." The group decided to follow the lava river. It served as both a landmark to prevent them from getting lost in the maze of dead trees and a source of light in the oppressive gloom. The red glow was unnatural and disturbing, but it was better than stumbling through darkness. They advanced in tense silence for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 20 minutes. Every shadow seemed to hide threats. Every sound made them jump. The heat from the lava river made sweat run down their backs. Then they spotted it, a shrine. It stood in a small clearing ahead, shaped like an archway with a thick pillar on either side. The structure was made of crudely carved stones that looked ancient and malevolent. As they drew closer, they saw the true horror of the shrine. The stones had faces in them, human faces, twisted in expressions of agony and despair, as if living people had been somehow fused into the rock while still conscious.
Dear gods,
Ark whispered, making a warding sign with his hand. Standing directly beneath the arch was the demon man. He'd been waiting for them, and beside him, materializing from the shadows like nightmares taking solid form, were two figures completely shrouded in darkness. Their forms constantly shifted and writhed, never quite settling into a fixed shape. True infected.
just like Father,
Ray thought. Old memories resurfaced.
It took you long enough,
The demon man said, his voice carrying a mocking edge. He smiled at Ray specifically, his eyes gleaming with malicious amusement.
Welcome, red-haired boy. Are you ready for our duel?
Ray stepped forward without hesitation, showing not an ounce of fear on his face. Inside, his dragon instincts were screaming warnings, but he trusted in his abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat this man, he was confident he could escape.
I've survived worse. I can survive this too,
Ray thought.
This is supposed to be a fair duel,
Lily said sharply, pointing at the two shadowy figures.
Tell your men to stand aside, now.
The demon man laughed, a sound like breaking glass mixed with grinding metal.
These two do not work for me, little girl. They are the protectors of this sacred place, guardians appointed by the Shadow Plague itself. Maybe you humans who worship a single weak god wouldn't understand, but we are not a monolithic force. We are our own people, with our own hierarchy. Many true gods dwell in the lands of the Shadow Plague, and they each have their servants.
We didn't come here to listen to your speeches,
Lily said coldly.
especially not from someone who claims to be free while serving as a slave to the Shadow Plague.
The demon man's smile widened.
Slave? You think I'm a slave?
He gestured expansively at the corrupted landscape around them.
This so-called lonely slave has already done so much damage to your precious kingdom, right under your noses. I've corrupted your lands, killed your people, and spread fear and chaos. And you never even knew until it was too late.
His laughter echoed through the dead forest.
It's only a matter of time until the Shadow Plague covers your entire world. Every kingdom, every city, every last village will fall.
Lenny suddenly started to smile, a real smile that reached his eyes. The demon man noticed and frowned.
What's so funny, old man?
I'm not an old man,
Lenny replied calmly.
but it is amusing how confident you sound when all your power comes from a borrowed item. That hammer you carry, it's not yours, is it? You couldn't create something like that yourself. You're wielding someone else's strength, pretending it's your own.
Lenny placed a hand on Ray's shoulder, the gesture almost paternal.
This boy here has true strength, power that comes from within, not from tools or borrowed gods. That's why he will win, and that's why you will lose.
The demon man's smile faltered for just a moment before returning even wider than before, but Ray noticed the anger that flashed in his eyes.
Send the true infected away and we'll start the duel,
Lily demanded, her hand on her wand, ready to fight if necessary.
As I said, they will not interfere,
the demon man replied with exaggerated patience. He waved a hand dismissively at the two shadowy figures.
Go, stand back, watch but do not act.
The true infected moved silently backward, taking positions on either side of the shrine. Their eyeless faces remained fixed on the group, tracking every movement. Eve immediately understood what needed to be done. She gestured to her fellow True Fight archers.
Sam, get everyone in position. If those things move even an inch during the duel, we fill them with arrows. Understood?
Understood, Sam replied, positioning his archers in a semicircle with clear lines of fire to both infected. Slowly, carefully, Ray began walking forward. The demon man did the same, his warhammer resting on his shoulder. Each step felt heavy with significance. They stopped when they were only 5 feet apart, close enough to see every detail of each other's faces, close enough to strike in an instant.
This is it. No more running, no more preparing, just this moment,
Ray thought. The demon man suddenly lifted his dragon hammer high into the sky with both hands. The weapon began to glow with an inner fire, bright enough to hurt the eyes. The air around them immediately changed. Heat poured off the hammer in waves that made the others step back involuntarily. The lava river beside them started to react. Flames spurted from its surface, the molten rock churning and shaking violently. The stone pillars behind the demon man began to glow red-hot, cracks forming in their surface as they heated beyond what stone should withstand. Then all the flames, from the hammer, from the lava, from the pillars, began flowing into the demon man himself. Fire poured into his body like water into a vessel. His skin turned red, then began to glow. Steam rose from his flesh as if his blood was boiling. The temperature in the clearing rose by dozens of degrees in seconds. The True Fight archers backed away further, the heat too intense to bear. Even Jack and Gary had to shield their faces. But Ray stood firm, unflinching, staring directly at his opponent. The demon man's eyes opened, and they were pure fire. No pupils, no whites, just burning rage.
This is where it ends, boy,
the demon man said, his voice now echoing with inhuman power.
You should never have agreed to this duel. You should have run when you had the chance.
The demon man stood in the center of the battlefield, his massive frame radiating waves of scorching heat, and everyone within 50 feet began to sweat profusely. The archers from the True Fight Guild wiped their brows frantically, some barely able to maintain their grip on their bows.
By the gods, it's like standing next to a furnace,
one archer gasped, stumbling backward.
How is anyone supposed to fight in this heat?
Another complained, his leather armor already soaked with perspiration. Yet Ray remained perfectly still, showing no signs of discomfort. His breathing was steady, his stance relaxed, as if the oppressive heat didn't affect him at all. Lily noticed this immediately.
Does the heat not bother him?
She whispered to herself, amazed by Ray's composure. What the others couldn't see was Ray secretly channeling his ice attribute throughout his body. Thin layers of frost formed along his skin beneath his clothes, keeping his core temperature cool. It required constant concentration, but it was the only way he could function in this infernal environment. The demon man's eyes gleamed with malicious delight as he studied his opponent.
Interesting. Most humans would be on their knees by now, begging for mercy.
I'm not most humans, Ray replied calmly. The demon man threw back his head and laughed, a sound that made everyone's blood run cold.
My dragon hammer versus the servant of the divine being,
he declared, hefting his massive weapon. The hammer's surface pulsed with an inner fire.
I wonder which one is stronger. You may have been blessed with powers by her, but it is nothing compared to the powers of a true dragon.
He began to lick his lips hungrily as he stared at Ray, like a predator savoring the moment before the kill.
The blood of dragons flows through this hammer. It has crushed mountains and melted glaciers. What hope does a mere mortal have against such power?
Ray could feel the demon's strategy. He was stalling, waiting for the heat to wear him down. Every second that passed, Ray had to expend more energy maintaining his ice barrier. It was a battle of attrition, and the demon knew it.
Carry on standing there,
the demon man taunted, his grin widening.
You will be burned,
Ray exploded into motion without warning. His legs erupted with power, sending chunks of earth flying as he launched himself forward. The speed was incredible. One moment he was 20 feet away, the next his hand was wrapped around the demon's throat.
The power of a dragon, you say?
Ray growled, lifting the massive man off the ground with one arm.
Let's see how strong that hammer really is.
The demon man's eyes bulged as Ray's grip tightened. His feet dangled helplessly in the air, and for a moment it seemed the duel would end before it truly began. The True Fight Guild members cheered, thinking their champion had won. But the dragon hammer began to glow. Not just warm, but blazing like a sun. The demon man's snarl turned into a roar of pure rage, and the heat around him intensified tenfold.
You dare touch me?
The demon gasped between Ray's crushing fingers. The temperature spiked so violently that Ray's ice barrier shattered instantly. He had no choice but to release his grip as a massive shockwave of superheated air erupted outward. The blast sent Ray skidding backward across the ground, his boots carving trenches in the dirt. The wave of heat rolled toward the others like an invisible wall of fire.
Everyone, get behind me!
Lenny shouted, his instincts kicking in. His hands began to glow with magical energy, and spinning orbs of light materialized around his fingers. The group scrambled behind him just as Lenny thrust his arms forward. A massive circular barrier of pure magical force appeared, causing the heat wave to split and flow around them like water around a stone.
Nice work, Lenny,
Gary called out, sweat streaming down his face despite the protection. But the demon man wasn't finished. With a thunderous roar, he brought his hammer down on the ground. The impact sent a boulder-sized chunk of rock flying into the air. Without missing a beat, he swung again, launching the projectile directly at Lenny's barrier.
Look out!
Lily screamed. Lenny was too focused on maintaining the shield to react in time. The massive rock hurtled toward his head at deadly speed. But Jack stepped forward, his great sword singing through the air. The blade connected with the projectile, shattering it into harmless fragments.
Thanks, Jack.
Lenny panted, his barrier flickering from the strain. Lily's face flushed with anger.
They have broken the duel,
she cried, raising her wand.
Everyone, prepare for combat.
The demon man's actions made his intentions clear. He had never planned to fight Ray alone. This was an ambush. Ray pushed himself to his feet, ice crystals forming around his hands. The demon's attention was fully on him now, those burning eyes filled with murderous intent. The creature charged forward like a runaway boulder, each step leaving smoldering footprints in the earth. Ray placed both palms on the ground and channeled his ice-bind spell. Thick sheets of ice erupted from the soil, wrapping around the demon's legs like frozen chains. But the demon's heat was too intense. The ice lasted barely a second before turning to steam.
Pathetic,
the demon man roared, swinging his hammer in a wide arc. Ray met the attack head-on, pouring all his strength into blocking the blow. When the two forces collided, the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air. But there was a clear winner. The dragon hammer's power was overwhelming. Ray's arm was flung backward, spinning his entire body around before he crashed to the ground.
Ray!
Lily screamed. The demon man seized his chance, raising the hammer high above his head. The weapon glowed dangerously again as he prepared to bring it down on Ray's skull.
Time to die, little thing,
he snarled, but then something black streaked through the air. It was Gary's obsidian blade. The sword pierced the demon's shoulder, sinking deep into muscle and bone. The demon man howled in agony, staggering backward as dark blood poured from the wound. Immediately, the flames around him began to dim. The oppressive heat lessened, and everyone could breathe more easily.
Is that the special black sword?
Ray thought, recognizing the dangerous weapon that had turned Gary into a mess. Ray tried to stand, seeing this as his opportunity to strike back, but his body betrayed him. The hammer's impact had done more damage than he'd realized. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to one knee, gasping for breath.
I've got this,
Lily shouted, charging forward with her wand glowing. She began casting a lightning spell, electricity crackling at the tip of her wand. But the demon man simply swung his hammer in her direction. A blast of force, like an invisible giant's fist, caught her in mid-run. She flew sideways into a tree trunk with a sickening crack and crumpled to the ground, motionless.
Lily!
Sam cried out, but she didn't respond. The demon man reached over his shoulder and yanked out Gary's sword, tossing it aside like a piece of trash.
Annoying insects,
he muttered. The true fight archers loosed a volley of arrows. But the demon's flames roared back to life. He swung his hammer in a wide arc, sending a wall of fire racing toward the projectiles. The arrows turned to ash before they could reach him. Ark and Sam charged from opposite sides, hoping to overwhelm him with numbers. The demon man simply slammed his hammer into the ground. The earth erupted like a volcano, sending rocks flying in all directions. Both warriors were caught in the barrage and sent tumbling away from the group.
"This isn't working," Gary shouted, scrambling for his sword. "Nothing we do can get through his defenses."
The demon man turned his burning gaze back to Ray, who was still struggling to stand. Each step the demon took left the ground smoking behind him.
"Now, little pug,"
he said with sadistic pleasure,
"let's finish what we started."
But Lenny stepped directly into the demon's path, his hands glowing with magical energy. The demon man laughed.
"You have no weapon, human. What do you think you can accomplish?"
"More than you know," Lenny replied grimly. The hammer came down like a meteor, but Lenny caught it with his bare hands. His palms blazed with protective magic, creating a barrier between his flesh and the weapon's scorching surface.
How is this possible?
The demon man gasped, his eyes wide with shock. But Lenny had used both hands to stop the hammer. The demon's other fist was still free, and he drew it back for a devastating punch. Lenny gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't dodge it.
Do it,
he whispered, embracing himself for the impact. The punch flew toward his face, but never connected. A massive white-furred werewolf had appeared beside him, its claws wrapped around the demon's wrist. Jack had transformed, his wolf form towering over even the demon man. Jack growled through his fanged muzzle. Though no one else understood the words, Gary knew exactly what his friend meant.
Now, attack!
Gary sprinted forward, his black sword gleaming. The demon man was trapped between Lenny and Jack, unable to move either arm. Gary's blade punched through the demon's back and emerged from his stomach in a spray of dark blood. The demon man's flames flickered and died. His strength began to fade, and at the same time, Ray finally managed to stand. The demon man lay sprawled on the ground, his once mighty flames reduced to barely flickering embers. Gary's black sword had done its work. The obsidian blade continued to suppress the creature's fiery power, even as it remained buried in his torso. Jack, still in his massive werewolf form, kept one enormous paw pressed firmly against the demon's right arm. His white fur was singed in places, but his grip remained steady. Beside him, Lenny maintained his magical hold on the demon's other arm, sweat beading on his forehead from the effort.
This is much easier now,
Lenny panted, his hands glowing with sustained magic.
Before, it felt like trying to hold back a volcano. Now he's just heavy.
The demon man stirred weakly, attempting to break free. But his struggles were pathetic compared to his earlier display of power. His muscles strained against their captors, but it was like watching a man try to lift a mountain.
The sword is really working,
Gary grunted as he continued applying force.
I can feel his strength draining away.
Ray pushed himself to his feet, wincing as pain shot through his ribs. The demon's hammer blow had done more damage than he'd initially realized. Every breath sent sharp spikes of agony through his chest. But worse than the physical pain was the humiliation burning in his gut.
If it wasn't for the others, I'd be dead right now.
The shame was almost unbearable. But there was no time for self-pity. The demon was weakened, but not defeated, and Ray could see the faint aura of life still surrounding the demon with his enhanced vision. This was his chance to end it. Ray began channeling his ki, feeling the familiar warmth spread through his legs. Power flowed into his muscles like liquid fire, preparing him for one final assault. He took a deep breath, focusing all his energy into a single point. "Everyone ready?" he called out.
Just say when,
Gary replied, his hand still gripping the sword's handle. Ray launched himself forward, his ki-enhanced legs propelling him through the air like a missile. Mid-flight, he redirected the energy from his legs into his arms, feeling his fists become weapons of incredible force. But that wasn't enough, not for this final blow. Ice crystals began forming around his gauntlets, spreading across the metal. The temperature around his hands dropped so rapidly that the air itself began to frost. If fire powered this demon, then perhaps ice would be his weakness. "Let go now!" Ray shouted. The timing had to be perfect. Gary yanked his sword free from the demon's body, while Jack and Lenny released their hold simultaneously. For a split second, the demon man was completely unrestrained, and in that moment, Ray's ice-covered fist connected with his jaw. The impact was thunderous. The demon's body lifted completely off the ground, spinning through the air before crashing back down with enough force to create a crater in the hard-packed earth.
Dust and debris exploded outward, and everyone had to shield their eyes from the flying dirt. When the dust settled, the demon man lay motionless at the bottom of the crater, his body twisted at an unnatural angle. The group stood in tense silence, watching for any sign of movement. Seconds ticked by, but the demon remained perfectly still.
Is he dead?
Gary asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Ray approached the crater's edge, his dragon eyes allowing him to see what the others couldn't. A faint golden aura still surrounded the demon's body, weak, but definitely present.
No, just unconscious,
Ray said grimly.
It's that damn hammer. It's protecting him somehow, keeping him alive.
Gary frowned.
What should we do with him?
Ray jumped down into the crater and pulled Gary's black sword from where it had fallen. He examined the blade carefully, noting how its obsidian surface seemed to drink in the light around it.
Did you take this from Avrion?
Ray asked, his voice carefully neutral. Gary's face flushed with embarrassment.
I'm sorry, Ray. I know you told us not to touch it, but I thought it might be useful. I thought it could save our lives like it did tonight.
Ray wanted to be angry. Gary had directly disobeyed orders. But looking at the unconscious demon, Ray found it hard to argue with the results. Without the black sword, they might all be dead. With a sigh, Ray tossed the weapon back to Gary.
Make sure it's wrapped up well, and don't use it unless you absolutely have to.
Of course,
Gary said, relief evident in his voice as he caught the sword. Ray watched his friend carefully. The last time Gary had used the blade, it had affected his mind, making him more aggressive and reckless. But this time, Gary seemed completely normal. Perhaps the sword's influence was weaker now, or maybe Gary had built up some resistance to it. Still, Ray made a mental note to watch Gary closely. If he saw even the slightest change in his friend's behavior, the sword would be confiscated immediately. Lenny approached the crater, rubbing his hands together as magical energy began to swirl around his fingers. He levitated the demon's unconscious form out of the hole, then closed his eyes and began chanting in an ancient language.
Vinculum aeternum, catenas indestructibiles.
He intoned, his voice echoing with power. Golden light erupted from his palms, solidifying into thick metal chains that wrapped around the demon's body. The chains moved like living things, securing every limb and binding the demon so tightly he could barely breathe.
This is one of the strongest binding spells in existence,
Lenny explained, wiping sweat from his brow.
These chains are forged from pure magical energy. It would be impossible for him to break free, even at full strength.
While the others dealt with their captive, Eve and Sam went to check on the True Fight Guild archers. They had suffered only minor cuts and bruises from flying debris, but they were all shaken by their encounter with the demon's overwhelming power.
Everyone accounted for,
Eve reported as she returned to the group.
But there's something else. The 2 true infected who were guarding the shrine are gone.
Ray's head snapped up.
Gone? When did they leave?
Must have been during the fight, Sam said.
We were all too focused on the demon to notice. Check the area,
Eve commanded her remaining archers.
Make sure they're not hiding nearby, but stick together. I don't want anyone else getting hurt tonight.
Meanwhile, Ark had rushed to where Lily lay crumpled against the base of a tree. She was breathing, but unconscious. A thin trickle of blood running from her temple where she'd struck the bark.
Lily, can you hear me?
Ark said gently, helping her sit up against the tree trunk. Her eyes fluttered open, unfocused and confused.
Did we win?
She asked weakly.
Yeah, we won,
Ark assured her, though his voice was tight with concern.
How do you feel?
Lily tried to stand, but immediately swayed, forcing Ark to catch her.
Dizzy,
she admitted.
My head feels like someone's hammering on it from the inside.
Ark carefully helped her to her feet, supporting most of her weight as they walked toward the others.
The True Fight archers had finished their sweep of the area and found no trace of the missing True Infected. As the group gathered around their bound captive, Lenny's attention was drawn to Jack, who had finally returned to his human form.
So you're a werewolf,
Lenny said with academic interest.
I thought your kind had all migrated to the northern continent generations ago. I'm surprised to find one still here on Bronze Land.
Jack looked confused.
What do you mean? I thought I was just cursed or something.
Lenny raised an eyebrow.
Ah, so you don't know your true heritage. Fascinating. Perhaps we can discuss your origins another time, young man. We have more pressing matters to deal with right now.
Eve, who had witnessed Jack's transformation during the battle, found herself staring at him with newfound interest. The werewolf form had been impressive, larger, more muscular, with those fierce teeth and claws. In her mind, it was the perfect combination of man and beast.
That binding spell looks solid,
Gary said, examining the glowing chains around the demon.
but are you sure it'll hold him?
Trust me,
Lenny replied confidently.
these chains are unbreakable. Even if he regains his full power, he won't be able to escape.
Gary leaned closer to Ray and whispered,
Hey, maybe you could use that mana steal ability on him. Drain whatever power he has left.
Ray shook his head.
I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. For some reason, my absorption abilities don't function on beasts or humans infected by the shadow plague. There's something about the corruption that blocks my power.
As Ark approached with Lily leaning heavily on his shoulder, Ray noticed something that made his blood run cold. There were dark veins visible beneath the skin around Lily's temple, spreading outward from where she'd been struck by the demon's hammer. The veins pulsed with a faint, sickly light. Ray walked up to get a closer look, hoping he was wrong. But as he examined the spreading darkness, his worst fears were confirmed.
How do you feel right now?
He asked Lily, trying to keep his voice calm.
My body's sore, but it's my head that's really bothering me,
she replied, pressing a hand to her temple.
It feels like something's pushing against the inside of my skull, trying to get in.
Lenny, who had been listening to the conversation, suddenly understood why Ray was asking these questions. His face went pale.
Boy, don't tell me,
he started. Ray's expression was grim as he met Lily's confused gaze.
I'm afraid I have some bad news. Now try not to panic when I tell you this, but it appears you've been infected by the shadow plague. It must have happened when the demon's hammer struck you. The infection is still weak, but if we don't find a cure soon...
It will take over your body completely,
Lenny finished quietly. The company rode hard through the forest, their horses' hooves pounding against the dirt path as they raced back toward Kelberg. Nobody wanted to slow down, though they had to stop occasionally to rest the horses and catch their breath. The journey back was eerily peaceful compared to their earlier travels. No ambushes, no enemies lurking in the shadows, just the steady rhythm of hooves and the wind rushing past their faces. Behind them, tied to the back of Lenny's horse, the demon man lay unconscious, bound tightly by the glowing magical rope.
Are you absolutely sure that rope will hold him?
Gary asked for what felt like the 100th time, his eyes fixed on their prisoner.
We saw what he could do, Lenny. That thing demolished everything in his path.
I've already told you,
Lenny replied, his voice strained with patience.
The rope is enchanted specifically for beings touched by dark magic. It will hold.
But Gary wasn't the only one who doubted. Ray could see the worry etched on everyone's faces. They'd all witnessed the demon man's terrible power firsthand. The idea that a simple rope, magical or not, could contain such destruction seemed almost impossible. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red, Lenny finally raised his hand and called for a halt.
We need to rest, he announced. The horses are exhausted and we need to discuss our next move.
They found a clearing just off the main path and set up camp. Soon, a warm fire crackled in the center of their circle, casting dancing shadows across their faces. The demon man remained unconscious, positioned next to Lenny, where everyone could keep watch. Lily stared into the flames, her mind clearly elsewhere. She'd been quiet ever since Ray had told her about the shadow infection. The news that she was now carrying the same plague that had devastated so many lives seemed to have broken something inside her.
"I've been thinking,"
Lily finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper.
"Why don't we just remove the hammer from his arm? That weapon is clearly what's causing all of this. While he's unconscious, we have the perfect chance. We could remove it and destroy it forever."
Lenny shook his head immediately. "I'm strongly against that idea. We need to study the device first. Think about it, Lily. Removing the hammer might kill him instantly. But more importantly, this hammer infected you with the shadow. That means it's directly connected to the shadow plague somehow. If I can study it, really examine how it works, we might unlock the secrets we need to cure you. We might be able to save everyone who's been infected." The group fell silent, each person lost in their own thoughts. Ray watched Lily carefully. Ever since losing Berg, her best friend who'd sacrificed himself to save her, she'd carried a weight that seemed to grow heavier each moment. And now, with her own infection spreading, he worried about what she might do.
"My life doesn't matter,"
Lily said suddenly, her words cutting through the night air like a blade.
"What's one life compared to the entire city, compared to the whole kingdom? And honestly, look at him. The hammer has fused with his arm. There's probably no way to remove it safely anyway."
Gary looked down at his white falcon, which had perched on his shoulder.
"We could always just cut the arm off,"
he suggested grimly.
"The man would lose his arm, yes, but he'd no longer be controlled by that cursed weapon."
Ray opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. He wanted to study the hammer too, but he knew his own limitations. He wouldn't know where to begin with something so complex and dangerous. Someone like Lenny, with all his knowledge and experience, was probably their best option. But Ray didn't trust Lenny. Not completely. There were too many secrets, too many things the old man kept hidden. "If we cut off the arm, I'm afraid he'll likely bleed to death," Lenny said, his tone serious. "The hammer has integrated with his body on a fundamental level. Separating them could be fatal."
But what if he escapes?
Ark interjected, his hand instinctively moving to his weapon.
What if that rope doesn't hold as you claim? If he breaks free and regains his full strength, he could march straight to Kelberg and level the entire city. I say we kill him now, while we have the chance. It's the only way to be certain.
Lenny's eyes flashed with irritation.
How many times must I repeat myself? The rope will hold. If I hear one more person question my rope, I'll tie them up and let them see for themselves whether they can break free.
"Perhaps,"
Eve said softly, breaking the tension,
"we should let our leader make the final decision."
She looked at Lily with gentle eyes. All eyes turned to Lily. The young woman sat with her shoulders slumped, staring at the fire as if it held all the answers to the universe. Ray could see the internal battle playing out across her face. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lily took a deep breath.
"Of course I don't want to die,"
she said quietly.
"But if it comes down to my life or the city's survival, I'd give my life without hesitation. That's what Berg did for me. That's what a true leader would do."
She paused, lifting her gaze to meet Lenny's.
"But you're right about one thing. If studying the hammer could lead to a cure for the infected, we could save thousands of lives. That's worth the risk."
She straightened her shoulders, some of her old authority returning.
"Okay, Lenny. I'll leave the demon man in your care. You can study him and the hammer, but only if Ray agrees to this plan."
She turned to Ray.
"Without Ray and his party, we never would have captured this man in the first place. He deserves a say in what happens next."
Ray felt the weight of everyone's expectations pressing down on him. He didn't like it, but he also understood they had limited options. They needed Lenny's expertise, and besides, Ray had his own reasons for staying in Kelberg a while longer. His journey to Roland Academy could wait. All right, Ray said with a nod. We'll do it your way, Lenny, but at the first sign of trouble... Then it's settled, Lily interrupted, standing up from her seat by the fire. However, if the demon man shows any signs of waking up, you inform us immediately. We'll need to keep him unconscious at all costs. Without another word, Lily walked away from the group, moving toward the edge of their camp where the firelight barely reached. Ray watched her go, noticing the way she pressed her hand against her temple. The shadow infection was spreading, he realized. She was in pain, even now. He wondered if the decision she'd just made, letting the demon man live, was truly her own choice, or if the shadow plague was already beginning to cloud her judgment. The next morning, they broke camp and continued their journey to Kelberg. The forest seemed different in the daylight, almost peaceful, but that peace was shattered whenever they encountered the local wildlife. A pack of wolves appeared on the path ahead, but instead of attacking, they simply stared at the demon man. They snarled and growled, their hackles raised, but they refused to come any closer. Even a massive bear they spotted in the distance took one look at their prisoner and turned away, as if repelled by some invisible force.
Even the animals can sense it,
Sam observed quietly.
The shadow plague within him. It's like a warning to all living things.
Let's keep moving, Lily ordered, her voice strained. We're almost home. The city walls of Kelberg finally came into view in the early afternoon. Ray felt a sense of relief wash over him. They'd made it. Against all odds, they'd captured the demon man and returned alive. But as they drew closer, Ray noticed something wrong. The forest was too quiet. No birds sang. No squirrels chattered in the trees. Then they saw the horse. It lay on its side in the middle of the path, its flanks heaving with labored breaths. Blood stained its coat, and one of its legs was twisted at an unnatural angle. Next to the dying animal lay a man wearing the colors of Kelberg's guard, his armor dented and bloodied.
No,
Lily whispered, sliding off her horse before anyone could stop her. She ran to the fallen guard and dropped to her knees beside him.
He's alive. He's still breathing.
Ray and the others dismounted quickly, forming a circle around Lily and the injured man. The guard's eyes flickered open, unfocused and filled with pain.
Please,
Lily begged, gently lifting the man's head.
Tell us what happened. Why are you out here? Where are the other guards?
The man's lips moved, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth.
The city,
he gasped, each word clearly causing him agony.
Kelberg, under siege.
What? Gary breathed.
The west gate,
the guard continued, his voice barely audible now.
Already fallen. Shadow plague. They came from inside. We were betrayed.
No!
Lily's scream pierced the air.
How is this possible? We have the demon man. We stopped him. How could the city be under attack?
Ark clenched his fist.
It means we are betrayed.
Kelberg was protected by 4 massive gates, each one guarding a different direction of the city. Outside each gate stood an outpost, a fortified structure designed to serve as the first line of defense against any attack. These outposts were always heavily guarded, their soldiers responsible for inspecting travelers, checking cargo, and escorting prisoners to the dungeons deep beneath the city. The wounded knight, Ray, and the party found on the road had managed to gasp out one crucial piece of information before his eyes closed forever. The West Gate and its outpost had fallen. Beasts and shadow-infected soldiers now controlled it completely. As the company emerged from the tree line, the full scope of the disaster became clear. Kelberg's stone walls rose in the distance, and something was terribly wrong. Where there should have been the normal flow of merchants and travelers, an army had gathered instead. Hundreds of soldiers stood in formation outside the West Gate. Archers lined up in rows, their arrows already nocked. Massive catapults had been wheeled into position, their throwing arms creaking ominously in the wind. Among the regular soldiers, Sam could spot adventurers too, members of various guilds who'd answered the call to defend their city.
Faster!
Lily urged her horse forward, racing toward the assembled forces. The others followed close behind, their prisoner, the demon man, still bound and unconscious on the back of Lenny's horse. When the group reached the army's position, a tall man in ornate armor was already striding toward them, his thick mustache bristling as he moved.
Miss Lily.
The man bowed deeply, relief washing over his weathered face.
Thank the gods you've returned safely.
General Cordis,
Lily said, dismounting in one fluid motion. Her voice carried the sharp edge of command, despite her exhaustion.
what in blazes is happening here? Why is half of Kelberg's army camped outside our own gates?
Cordis's expression darkened.
We've been betrayed, Miss Lily, from the inside.
Betrayed?
Gary dismounted as well, his hand instinctively moving to his sword.
By who?
The Fallen Angel Guild,
Cordis said, spitting the name like poison.
Their guild leader, Mark, was working with the Shadow Plague all along. He and his men slaughtered the guards inside the West Tower. They attacked from within, where we were most vulnerable. Then they opened the gates and let the beasts in. Dozens of shadow-infected creatures now control the outpost.
I knew it!
Lenny's face flushed red with anger.
I told you we should have killed that treacherous bastard when we had the chance.
I can't believe this,
Ark said quietly, shaking his head.
He really was working for the Shadow Plague the entire time, right under our noses. Our soldiers aren't weak,
Cordis continued, his jaw clenched tight.
But we weren't prepared for an attack from inside our own walls. Fortunately, the Stone Lions Guild was conducting training exercises in the West District. They responded immediately and managed to contain the enemy within the tower. They've been holding the line ever since, preventing the beasts from spreading deeper into the city. That's when I mobilized the army and set up our position here.
I warned all of you about this,
Lenny said, his voice dripping with vindication.
I told you Mark was a puppet of the Shadow Plague. Nobody wanted to listen to the old man, did they?
Enough!
Lily snapped. She turned back to Cordis, her eyes hard.
What does Mark want? Has he made any demands?
Cordis hesitated, his gaze shifting to Ray.
Actually, yes. He's made one very specific demand.
What kind of demand? Sam asked, a knot forming in his stomach.
I don't know if he is the same boy, but Mark says he wants to see the young man with red hair. You, I presume?
The general looked at Ray.
Does he want a duel with Ray like the Demon Man?
Gary suggested.
No.
Cordis shook his head.
He was very clear. He simply said he has a message to deliver. He wants to speak with the boy directly.
It's obviously a trap,
Jack said.
We should storm the tower right now. We have the entire army at our backs. We can crush them with sheer numbers.
Cordis's face went pale.
We can't do that.
Why not?
Lily demanded.
Because they have a hostage,
Cordis said, his voice barely above a whisper.
and they've threatened to kill him if we attack.
The group fell silent.
Who?
Lily asked, though Ray could tell from her expression that she already knew the answer.
Your father, Miss Lily. They've captured the mayor.
Lily staggered as if she'd been struck. Gary caught her arm, steadying her.
How?
She breathed.
How did they take him?
Fallen Angel requested a meeting with the mayor to discuss guild matters,
Cordis explained, his words tumbling out quickly now.
It seemed routine at the time. By the time we realized something was wrong, your father had already been moved to the West Tower. Mark is holding him in one of the upper chambers. If we attack, he says he'll kill the mayor immediately.
Then of course Ray will go,
Lily said, turning to face him. Her eyes were desperate, pleading.
You'll meet with Mark and hear what he has to say, won't you?
Hold on just a minute.
Jack stepped forward, his face twisted in anger.
You don't speak for our boss, Princess. We have no connection to this town. The only reason we came here in the first place was to capture the Demon Man and claim his hammer. Mission accomplished. We're done.
Lily looked stunned, as if Jack had slapped her across the face.
But you can't just leave. My father.
Your father isn't our problem,
Jack said bluntly.
We're not heroes, Miss Lily. We're adventurers. We don't risk our lives for strangers unless there's something in it for us.
Ray held up a hand, silencing Jack before the argument could escalate further. Truth be told, Jack was right. They had no real obligation to help Kelberg anymore. They'd done what they came to do. But Ray couldn't deny his curiosity. Why did the Shadow Plague want to speak with him specifically? Ever since he'd touched the Demon Man back at the shrine, he'd been seeing visions. A massive dragon made entirely of shadows, its eyes burning with ancient malice. What did it mean? What did the Shadow Plague want from him? An idea formed in Ray's mind. He could go into the tower without actually risking his life. He still had enough mana to make it work. "I'll go," Ray said finally. "Ray, no!" Jack started to protest. "But on one condition," Ray continued, raising his voice. "I need everyone to stand back. Give me some space." Confused, the others moved away as Ray closed his eyes and activated his doppelganger skill. When he opened his eyes, an exact copy of himself stood there, down to the last detail. His doppelganger skill had created a perfect clone. "Is there anything this man cannot do?" Eve breathed out. "This clone stays out here with all of you," Ray explained, pointing at his duplicate. "I'll go inside alone to meet with Mark. If anything goes wrong, if it's an ambush or if I'm in real danger, I'll use my swap skill to exchange places with the clone instantly. I'll be back out here, safe and sound, before they can touch me." Lily's eyes widened with understanding. "That's actually brilliant."
It's still risky,
Gary muttered.
Your swappability has limits, doesn't it?
"It does," Ray admitted, "but this is the best option we have, and I want to know what Mark has to say." After creating the clone, Ray checked his mana reserves. About 150 points remaining. Not his full strength, but roughly 3/4 of his usual power. As long as he didn't run into something as powerful as the Demon Man, he should be able to handle whatever waited inside. "Whatever happens," Ray said, looking at Jack and others, "you keep that clone alive. Protect it with your lives, understood?" Jack nodded grimly.
Don't do anything stupid in there, boss.
Ray turned toward the west gate. It loomed before him, a massive structure of iron and wood designed to withstand battering rams and siege weapons. Normally, it would take 2 strong men turning a wheel mechanism to lift such a gate. Ray walked up to the bars and simply grabbed them with both hands. The metal groaned in protest as he lifted the entire gate off the ground through sheer strength. He ducked underneath, then gently lowered it back into place behind him. He was inside enemy territory now. The entrance hall of the outpost was a scene of chaos and destruction. Beasts of various sizes prowled the space. All of them bore the mark of shadow infection, though most seemed to be at the intermediate level. Dangerous, but not impossible to handle. The furniture had been torn to pieces. Tapestries hung in shreds from the walls. Tables had been overturned and devoured, the beasts apparently trying to eat even the wood itself in their mindless hunger. Food stores had been raided, leaving nothing but blood and wreckage. As Ray approached the staircase, he noticed the 2 figures standing there, waiting. They were completely covered in shadows. True infected, the most dangerous form of the Shadow Plague. Their bodies seemed to absorb light itself, making them appear as living voids in the shape of men. "You came," one of them said, its voice like wind through a graveyard. "Good. Mark grows impatient."
You will proceed to the 5th floor,
the second true infected added.
Mark awaits you in his private chamber.
Outside the west gate, Gary and the others waited anxiously for any sign from Ray. The army remained at the ready, weapons drawn, every soldier's eyes fixed on the tower entrance. But while they maintained their vigilance, several members of the group couldn't help but stare at the strange figure Ray had left behind, his perfect duplicate.
Is it some kind of illusion?
Lenny asked, circling the clone slowly. His scholarly curiosity had gotten the better of him.
But why would he bother creating an illusion and leaving it out here? What's the tactical advantage?
It's not an illusion, Gary said firmly, his arms crossed over his chest.
We've seen Ray do something similar before. That clone can actually fight. It can take hits, deal damage, everything, though it's not quite as strong as the real Ray.
Lenny stroked his beard thoughtfully. He'd heard tales of mages performing similar feats, ancient spells that could create physical duplicates of the caster. But this was the first time he'd witnessed such magic with his own eyes. Still, something puzzled him.
I don't understand the logic, Lenny muttered. If Ray wanted to fool Mark and the Shadow Plague, wouldn't it make more sense to send the clone inside while he stayed out here, safe? Why risk his real body?
Because Ray's not a coward, Jack said quietly. If there's danger, he faces it head on. That's just who he is. Besides, the clone cannot speak. Eve had been inching closer to the clone, her curiosity overcoming her caution. She reached out tentatively, as if to touch it, when suddenly the clone's head turned to look directly at her. Ah! Eve jumped back, nearly tripping over her own feet. It moved. Did you see that? It actually moved.
Of course it moved,
Gary said with a slight smirk.
I already told you. It's not an illusion. It's a real physical copy of Ray. It can see us, hear us, and understand what we're saying.
Ark had been studying the clone from a distance, his tactical mind analyzing every detail. Now he stepped forward, his hand moving to the rapier at his side.
You said this thing can fight?
Ark asked, his eyes gleaming with interest.
Yeah, why?
Gary replied, sensing where this was going. In one fluid motion, Ark drew his rapier and pointed it at the clone.
Then I'd like to request a duel.
The group turned to stare at him.
Are you serious?
Eve asked.
Right now?
I've made my decision,
Ark said, his voice steady and determined.
After watching all of you fight the Demon Man, after seeing the Red Wings in action, I know you're a truly powerful group. I want to join you, if the offer still stands. But first, I need to know where I stand. I need to test myself against your leader's strength.
The clone couldn't speak, but it seemed to understand every word. Its eyes focused on Ark, and then it moved into a fighting stance, beckoning Ark forward with one hand.
Well,
Gary said, stepping back to give them room.
Looks like you got your answer.
Ark attacked first, his rapier flashing in the sunlight as he lunged forward with precision and speed. The clone sidestepped effortlessly, its movements fluid and controlled. Ark pressed the attack, his blade dancing through the air in a series of calculated strikes. Thrust, parry, riposte. Each move was textbook perfect, the technique of a master swordsman. But the clone was better. It deflected Ark's rapier with its bare hand, the blade sliding harmlessly off its palm. Ark's eyes widened in surprise, but he had no time to react. The clone grabbed his wrist, twisted, and sent Ark stumbling forward. Before Ark could recover his balance, the clone swept his legs out from under him. Ark hit the ground hard, the air rushing from his lungs. When he opened his eyes, the clone's fist was suspended just inches from his face, frozen in place. The message was clear. If this had been a real fight, Ark would be dead. The entire exchange had lasted less than 2 minutes. The clone opened its fist and extended its hand, offering to help Ark up. Ark took it, allowing himself to be pulled to his feet. He was breathing hard, but his face showed no shame, only respect.
Thank you for the duel,
Ark said, bowing slightly.
Your leader is truly remarkable, and you're telling me this clone is actually weaker than the real Ray? That's what we've been told,
Gary confirmed.
By how much?
Ark pressed.
How much stronger is the real one?
Gary shrugged.
Honestly, I have no idea. None of us really knows how strong Ray actually is. Every time we think we've seen his limits, he surprises us by doing something even more incredible. He just keeps getting stronger, like there's no ceiling to his power.
Interesting, Jack said, a mischievous glint in his eye. You know, Gary, you haven't actually fought Ray in a while, have you? Why don't you test yourself against the clone? See how you measure up these days." Gary's hand instinctively moved to his white falcon sword. The last time he'd fought Ray had been back at the academy, before he'd discovered all of Ray's hidden abilities. Back then, it had been a fair fight between two skilled swordsmen. But now? Now, Ray had magic, incredible speed, devastating power. How could anyone compete with that? Still, a thought nagged at Gary. Raw power wasn't everything. What if he could outmaneuver Ray? What if superior technique and experience could overcome brute strength? If Gary could anticipate Ray's attacks, dodge at the right moments, and find the perfect openings, couldn't skill triumph over power? The idea of actually defeating Ray, even if it was just his clone, sent a thrill through Gary's chest.
"All right, then,"
Gary said, drawing his white falcon. The blade sang as it left its sheath, the afternoon sun glinting off the polished steel. He looked at the clone and grinned.
"Are you ready to go another round?"
The clone pounded its fist into its palm repeatedly and smiled back at Gary, matching his enthusiasm. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Ray climbed the stairs with the two true infected following close behind. He kept his dragon eyes skill activated constantly, monitoring their every move. The enhanced perception allowed him to see the flow of shadow energy within them, to sense their intentions, to detect any hint of aggression. But surprisingly, their aura showed no hostile intent. They simply followed him up the stairs like silent guardians, their footsteps barely making a sound against the stone. The climb felt endless. Each floor they passed showed signs of violence, bloodstains on the walls, broken weapons scattered across the ground, doors torn from their hinges. The fallen Angel Guild and their beast allies had been thorough in their takeover. Finally, they reached the 5th floor, the guards' quarters. At the end of a long hallway stood a large wooden door, ornately carved with the symbol of Kelberg. That's where Mark was waiting. Ray approached the door and pushed it open. The room beyond was lavishly decorated, clearly the chamber of a high-ranking officer. A massive 4-poster bed dominated the space, covered in fine silk sheets. Expensive tapestries hung on the walls, and sitting casually on the edge of the bed, swirling a glass of wine, was Mark. The guild leader looked completely at ease, as if he were relaxing in his own home rather than a captured military outpost. He took a slow sip from his glass, savoring the taste before acknowledging Ray's entrance. The two true infected entered behind Ray and closed the door with a heavy thud. Ray quickly scanned the room, looking for Lily's father, but the mayor was nowhere to be seen.
"Where's the hostage?"
Ray demanded.
"Where's the mayor?" "All in good time,"
Mark said, waving his hand dismissively.
"First, we talk."
"About what? Why have you done this?" Ray's voice was hard, controlled.
"Why betray your own city?"
Mark laughed, a bitter, hollow sound.
"Betray Kelberg? Is that what you think this is about?"
He stood up, setting his wine glass down on an ornate side table.
"Let me tell you something about our dear mayor, about Lily's precious father. The man is a fool, a greedy, short-sighted fool who only cares about the coin that merchants bring into his coffers."
"So this is about money?" Ray asked skeptically.
"It's about respect."
Mark's voice rose, real anger bleeding through now.
"The Fallen Angel Guild has protected this city for years. We fought off bandits, monsters, and threats from every direction. We bled for Kelberg. We died for Kelberg. And how did the mayor repay us? By giving the Stone Lions Guild, those pompous bastards who weren't even here during the last major attack, the same status and privileges as us. We saved this city time and time again, and that fool forgot everything we'd done the moment someone shinier came along."
"Fine," Ray said, his mind racing. "Let's say I believe you about the mayor. Lots of people hate their leaders, but why join the Shadow Plague? Why align yourself with monsters that want to destroy everything?" Mark's expression changed. The anger faded, replaced by something more unsettling. Reverence, almost worship.
"Because I've seen what rules the shadows,"
Mark said quietly, his eyes distant.
I've glimpsed what exists beyond the veil. It's far beyond your imagination, Ray Talon. Far beyond anything humans were meant to comprehend.
You're infected, Ray said. The shadow plague has corrupted your mind.
No!
Mark stepped forward, his voice intense.
That's where you're wrong. I'm not infected. Look at me. No dark veins, no loss of control, no mindless hunger. I chose this path of my own free will. I serve the shadow willingly because I understand the truth you refuse to see.
What truth?
That we're going to lose this war, Mark said simply. The shadow plague will consume everything. It's inevitable. People like the mayor, with their petty politics and their delusions of safety, they're leading humanity to extinction. I've simply decided to be on the winning side when the end comes.
Ray felt a chill run down his spine. This wasn't the rambling of a madman or someone controlled by dark magic. Mark believed every word he was saying. You're surrounded, Ray said, trying a different approach. Your forces are contained in this tower. The entire Kelberg army is outside. Even with the beasts and men you brought, you don't have the power to take this city. And if you were counting on the demon man to help you, I'm afraid we've already dealt with him. Mark's face split into a wide grin. Then he started laughing. Really laughing, his whole body shaking with mirth.
The demon man?
Mark gasped between laughs.
You think the demon man was working with me? Oh, that's rich. That's truly rich.
What are you talking about? Mark composed himself, wiping tears from his eyes. He reached into his coat and pulled out a piece of paper, holding it up for Ray to see. As soon as Ray noticed what was written on the paper, Ray's blood went cold. On the paper was a symbol he recognized immediately, a large eyeball with two wings spreading from either side. It was the same symbol he'd seen on Gary's dark sword, the same symbol that had been engraved on the demon man's dragon hammer. Gary was lasting longer against the clone than Ark had, but he was struggling far more than he'd originally anticipated. Before the fight started, he deliberately placed his black sword on the ground several feet away, afraid he might reach for it by instinct in a moment of desperation. I can't use it. This is just supposed to be a sparring match. Whatever Ray's planning to do with this clone, we need it alive. Gary's strategy had been to use his superior sword technique against the clone's raw brute force. At first, it had worked beautifully. He'd managed to dodge and redirect the clone's attacks, leading its movements exactly where he wanted them. His blade had danced around the clone's defenses, finding openings that shouldn't have existed. But the clone was learning, and it was fast, frighteningly fast. It defended against nearly every strike Gary attempted, its reflexes matching or even exceeding his own. Worse, it seemed to be adapting to his fighting style with each exchange. It's reading me. Every technique I use, it counters the next time I try it, Gary realized with growing frustration. After fighting for what felt like an eternity but was probably only 10 minutes, Gary was starting to wear out. His breathing had become labored, his arms felt heavy, and sweat poured down his face. The worst part was that his special ability, the white lines that appeared in his vision showing him the optimal paths to attack, had faded completely. Meanwhile, the clone looked like it hadn't even broken a sweat. It stood in a relaxed fighting stance, not even breathing hard, with that same infuriating smile Ray always wore. I give up, Gary said, stepping back and lowering his sword. If this continues, I'll just exhaust myself completely. There's no point. It hurt to admit defeat, but Gary had learned enough about combat to know when he was outmatched. Pride wasn't worth getting seriously injured over a training exercise. Sam, do you want to have a go? Eve asked, turning to the True Fight Guild leader with a challenging grin. Ha ha, and make a complete fool of myself. If Gary and Ark couldn't beat this thing, what do you think a D-rank adventurer like me could possibly do? I'd be lucky to last 30 seconds. Better to admit my limitations than pretend I'm something I'm not, Sam thought pragmatically.
Eve shrugged, accepting his reasoning. Then everyone's eyes naturally turned toward Lenny, who had been watching the matches with keen interest from the sidelines. The tall man noticed their stares and held up his hands defensively.
Although I would normally jump at the opportunity to test myself,
Lenny said with an apologetic smile,
I'm afraid my magical attacks would be far too powerful. I'd likely destroy the clone completely. Ray specifically said we needed to keep it intact for whatever experiment he's planning. Perhaps another time.
That left only one person in the group who stood any real chance against the clone. Without even being asked, Jack stepped forward, his massive frame moving with surprising grace. He drew his greatsword, a weapon that looked absurdly large even in his huge hands, and rested it casually on his shoulder.
Sorry, boss,
Jack said, grinning at the clone,
but I think this is the only time I'm ever going to be able to hit you without getting severely punished for it afterward. I'm going to enjoy this.
The clone's smile widened, matching Ray's trademark arrogant expression perfectly. It seemed genuinely excited about the challenge.
This is going to be interesting,
Gary thought, moving to a safer distance. The two combatants met in the middle of the training ground with explosive force. Their collision sent a shockwave through the air that made everyone's hair blow back. But the clone made a critical mistake. Like Ray, the clone was arrogant, perhaps even more so because it didn't have Ray's years of experience, tempering that arrogance with caution. Although it was fast enough and skilled enough to dodge Jack's greatsword, it wanted to take the attack head-on. It wanted to prove its strength by overpowering Jack's raw force. When Jack's greatsword connected with the clone's raised fist, the outcome was immediate and brutal. The clone's entire hand shattered on impact, bones and magical energy exploding outward. The damage spread rapidly up its arm, and the clone's eyes went wide with surprise and pain. Then it began to disintegrate. The clone's body broke apart into particles of light that faded into nothing, disappearing completely as if it had never existed.
You idiot!
Gary shouted, rushing forward.
What have you done? You weren't supposed to use full force. We needed that clone intact.
Jack looked genuinely confused, his greatsword still held in mid-swing.
What? But he smiled at me. I thought he could handle it. Ray always smiles like that when he's about to do something incredible.
That's Ray. This was a clone with only a fraction of his power.
Gary ran his hands through his hair in frustration.
Gods, Ray's going to kill us.
Let's just hope that Ray doesn't run into any trouble wherever he is,
Lenny said quietly, his expression serious.
He might need that clone's power if something goes wrong.
Inside the tower, Ray suddenly felt a strange sensation, like part of himself had been extinguished. His clone had disappeared.
What happened? Has there been an attack from outside? Did the fallen angel forces discover the others? Have they managed to defeat my entire party and destroy the clone?
His mind raced through worst-case scenarios. If his friends had been captured or killed while he was occupied inside the tower, he'd never forgive himself. Then, just as his worry was reaching a peak, he received a message through his system. It was from Gary.
Sorry, the idiot dog killed your clone. Accident. Stay safe.
Ray wanted to laugh and curse at the same time.
Of course Jack destroyed it. Of course.
Mark continued showing the symbol to Ray, oblivious to his momentary distraction.
You see this?
Mark said with obvious pride.
The Dark Guild, the Shadow Plague's legendary items. All great powers are under my master's command. This is the kind of strength we wield.
Look, Ray said, his patience wearing thin.
Just tell me what you want from me. I don't care about your boss or his collection of trinkets.
Mark's expression shifted from pride to something more calculating.
What do I want personally? I just want this city to be mine. I want to see that damn mayor torn apart by the beast. I want to rule Kelberg without interference.
He paused, his eyes gleaming.
But if you're asking what my master wants, he wants to reason with you, to invite you to join our side.
He believes you share the same ultimate goal as us, so why not work together? Why fight when we could unite our strength?
Ray felt a chill run down his spine because Mark wasn't entirely wrong. In a weird, twisted way, Ray and the Shadow Plague really did share similar goals. The Shadow Plague wanted to conquer and rule all of Bronzeland. Ray wanted to unite the entire land under the Red Wings banner. The destination was almost the same, only their methods differed. If I'd met the Shadow Plague's leader earlier, before I'd spent time with the people at Avrion Academy, before I'd formed bonds with Slivia and the others, would I have agreed? Would I have seen them as allies rather than enemies? It was a disturbing thought. But the Shadow Plague had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. They tried to hurt the people Ray cared about. They'd manipulated events to force Ray to kill his own father, making him strike down Jack Talon while he was possessed by the Shadow Plague's corruption. That was unforgivable. "I will not join you," Ray said, his voice cold and absolute. "Ever." Mark's friendly demeanor evaporated instantly, replaced by barely controlled anger.
"All but you shall join us. You'll have no choice. Otherwise the mayor will die. We have him in our custody, and one word from me means his death."
Ray started walking slowly toward Mark, his footsteps deliberate and measured.
"What are you doing?"
Mark said nervously.
"Are you trying to intimidate me? That won't work. I'm a guild leader. Do you think I'm weak like the others you faced? I don't know why my master wants you so desperately, but you're just a boy. Let me tell you something,"
Ray interrupted, his voice deadly quiet. Mark fell silent, suddenly uncertain.
"I don't care what happens to the mayor,"
Ray continued, each word precise and final.
"I don't care what happens to this city. The only ones I care about are those people outside, the ones under my command. My guild members, my friends."
Ray's eyes began to glow with an inner light.
"And I guarantee that each one of them could defeat you in the blink of an eye. You're not even on their level, let alone mine."
Suddenly, the entire tower shook violently, as if something massive had struck the outer walls. Dust rained down from the ceiling, and the furniture slid across the floor.
"Fire! Continue to fire!"
A commander's voice shouted from outside. Another tremendous impact shook the structure as a catapult projectile slammed into the tower's base. The sounds of knights clashing erupted from the halls below. Steel on steel, shouts of pain and rage, the chaos of sudden combat. The two true infected that had been standing guard immediately ran toward the stairs, heading down to engage whatever threat had appeared. Moments later, the sounds of fighting intensified. Ray recognized the distinctive sound of Jack's greatsword and Gary's lighter blade work. Perfect timing, Ray thought with satisfaction. Mark was startled, his head whipping toward the door.
"What? How did they—"
He pulled out his long sword desperately. The blade began to glow with a pale blue light, wind magic imbued into the metal itself. It was actually an impressive weapon. Mark swung the sword with all his might, and a powerful force of wind followed the arc, slicing through the air where Ray had been standing. The wind blade cut deep gouges into the stone wall. But when Mark looked at where he'd attacked, Ray was nowhere to be seen.
"That's a nice sword you have there."
Ray's voice came from directly behind him.
"Don't mind if I take it for myself."
Mark spun around, but it was far too late. Ray grabbed Mark by the head in one hand, his grip like an iron vice. Before Mark could scream or cast a spell or do anything at all, Ray's other fist drove into his torso with terrible force. The impact was devastating. Mark's body went flying across the room, crashing into the far wall hard enough to crack the stone. But his head remained in Ray's hand, cleanly separated from his body by the sheer force of the blow, combined with Ray's precise control. Mark, the fallen angel guild leader, died before his body hit the ground. Ray dropped the head, letting it roll across the floor. He looked up at the ceiling, his dragon eyes seeing through the stone to the dark presence he knew was watching.
"I know you're watching me,"
Ray said clearly, his voice carrying to whatever magical surveillance was observing.
This is a warning to you and all your followers in the Shadow Plague. If you get in my way, if you threaten the people I care about, I will do the same to you.
He paused, his eyes glowing brighter.
Every single one.
The battle inside the tower had ended quickly, almost too quickly. With Jack's overwhelming strength, Gary's skill with the blade, and the support of the others, they'd cut through the fallen angel guild members and corrupted beasts like a scythe through wheat. Bodies littered the halls, and the acrid smell of blood and burned flesh hung heavy in the air. Gary and Jack had encountered the two true infected during the assault. Fighting them had proven far more difficult than anything else they'd faced. Even knowing that the shadows covering their bodies were mostly illusions designed to confuse and terrify, actually landing a meaningful blow was nearly impossible. The creatures moved like smoke, solid one moment and intangible the next. When the true infected finally realized they couldn't win, not against this many skilled fighters, they'd simply fled. One moment they were there, the next they dissolved into darkness and vanished through cracks in the walls. Despite extensive searches, they were never found. The mayor was eventually located inside the Fallen Angel Guild Hall itself, thanks to the Stone Lions Guild's tracking skills. But when they broke down the door to his cell, they found a scene of carnage. The mayor had clearly suffered a severe beating. His face was swollen, one eye completely shut, and his clothes were torn and bloodied. But more shocking was the state of the room. Dead fallen angel members everywhere, killed by their own guildmates.
An internal battle. Mark's faction fought against those who wanted to free the mayor. Unfortunately, Mark won.
Ray had realized, studying the scene. But now, with Mark dead, his head literally torn from his body by Ray's bare hands, and no one left to claim leadership, the Fallen Angel Guild had completely collapsed. Its remaining members had scattered, hoping to escape the punishment. The Demon Man had been thrown into the dungeon. Now the group was gathering at their usual tavern to plan their next move and decide what to do with their prisoner. Everyone assembled around their corner table. Ray, Gary, Jack, Lenny, Lily, Ark, and the core members of the True Fight Guild, Sam, Eve, and their 3 archer companions. The tavern was crowded with evening patrons, but Lily immediately cast her privacy spell, creating a bubble of silence around their conversation. Gary noticed Lily's face looked grim, tighter with pain than he'd ever seen before. She'd fought off the Shadow Plague's influence admirably during the battle, but it was clearly taking a severe toll on her body. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, and her hands trembled slightly when she thought no one was looking.
She's getting worse. We need to find a cure soon, or...
Gary didn't finish the thought.
You may take this back,
Lenny said, placing a large, thin object wrapped in cloth on the table. Even through the fabric, Gary could feel the black sword's presence, cold and waiting.
Thank you,
Gary replied, reaching for it, but not yet unwrapping it. After returning to the city, Ray had asked Lenny to investigate the black sword Gary possessed, to see if he could uncover any information about its origins and properties. Ray's interest had intensified after seeing that the Demon Man's hammer bore a similar symbol to the one hidden on the black sword's blade. "Did you find any information about it?" Ray asked, leaning forward. Lenny stroked his beard thoughtfully.
It seems to be forged from the same material as the hammer the Demon Man wielded. The craftsmanship is identical, same techniques, same magical signatures embedded in the metal. They're definitely related.
Gary's hand tightened on the wrapped sword.
Is it dangerous, like the hammer was?
I've determined the sword is safe,
Lenny assured him.
Unlike the hammer, which was possessed by an evil spirit, a genuine demonic entity, the sword did not react when I cast light magic on it. I tested it extensively with purification spells, holy water, even prayers to the old gods.
Nothing triggered a negative response.
Does this mean I can keep it, Ray?
Gary asked hopefully. The black sword had saved his life multiple times now. The thought of giving it up felt wrong, like losing a part of himself. Ray considered for a long moment before responding.
As long as Lenny believes there are no problems with it.
I believe so,
Lenny confirmed with a nod.
although these weapons can certainly be used for evil purposes, and clearly have been used by the Shadow Plague's forces. The hammer and sword themselves aren't inherently evil items. They're tools, incredibly powerful tools, but tools nonetheless. It's the wielder's intent that matters.
With the matter of the black sword settled, the conversation shifted to their prisoner.
The demon is currently in the dungeon,
Lenny explained, his expression growing serious.
He's been heavily drugged with sleeping potions to keep him subdued. We're using enough sedatives to drop a horse, and even then he occasionally stirs.
What about the hammer?
Ray asked. Lenny's face darkened.
That's where we have a significant problem. The hammer is very difficult to move. No, that's understating it. When we tried to simply pick it up and carry it away, it pulsated with an incredible amount of magical energy. One wrong move, and I genuinely believe an explosion would occur that would kill everyone within 50 feet.
It has a mind of its own?
Ark asked skeptically.
Essentially, yes,
Lenny confirmed.
The hammer seems to react most strongly to people with great knowledge or significant magical abilities. It's drawn to power, especially magical power. I tried to study it for an hour, and by the end, the weapon was vibrating so intensely I thought it might detonate. My suggestion is that a single person with absolutely no magical ability should attempt to remove it from the demon man's hand.
I'll do it,
Lily said immediately, her voice firm despite her obvious exhaustion.
No,
Lenny said gently but firmly.
I'm afraid your mind is weakened at the moment from fighting the Shadow Plague's influence, and you possess considerable magical abilities. The hammer would sense that immediately. You're exactly the kind of person it would react most violently to.
Lily opened her mouth to argue, but Ray placed a hand on her shoulder.
He's right. You're not strong enough right now.
Let me do it.
Gary volunteered, sitting up straighter.
If an explosion takes place, I'm confident I can defend myself using the black sword. It's nullified magical effects before. Maybe it can protect me from the blast. I'm the least risky option out of all of us.
Lenny studied Gary for a moment, then nodded slowly.
I do believe you are the best candidate. The black sword might actually give you an advantage that no one else has.
Then it's settled,
Ray said. The group made their way to the dungeon beneath the city. All other prisoners had been moved to a temporary holding area. For their own safety, the guards claimed, though everyone knew the real reason. If something went catastrophically wrong during the hammer removal, they didn't want dozens of deaths on their hands. Most of the group remained outside the dungeon entrance, waiting anxiously. Only Lenny and Gary descended into the depths. The stone stairs spiraled down into darkness, lit only by occasional torches that cast dancing shadows on the walls. The air grew colder with each step, and Gary could feel the weight of the earth pressing down from above. Lenny showed Gary multiple detailed diagrams as they walked. Anatomical drawings showing the demon man's hand, the hammer, and how the weapon had fused with living flesh.
The hammer has literally grown into him,
Lenny explained, pointing at the illustrations.
Muscle fibers have wrapped around the handle like vines. Blood vessels have threaded through the metal. It's not just holding the hammer is part of him now.
That's disgusting,
Gary muttered.
That's demonic possession,
Lenny corrected.
And that's why we need to be extremely careful.
They finally reached the back of the dungeon, a large circular room with a massive furnace built into one wall. The demon man was chained to the furnace itself, iron manacles holding his arms and legs spread wide. His head hung forward, unconscious from the drugs. Without the flames that had empowered him before, he looked diminished, almost human. Steam no longer rose from his skin. Gary placed Lenny's diagram on the stone floor and held it down with his foot so he could reference it without using his hands. He drew the black sword.
Easy. We're doing surgery here, not fighting.
Gary thought. He began to work. The diagram showed exactly where to cut, which muscle fibers to sever, which blood vessels to cauterize with the sword's edge, which connective tissues to separate. It was like performing a delicate operation, except the patient was a demon-possessed man, and one wrong cut could trigger a magical explosion.
You're doing well,
Lenny said, genuinely surprised.
Better than I expected. Where did you learn such precision?
I didn't.
Gary admitted, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead.
The sword is helping somehow, guiding my hand. That should worry me, but right now I'll take any help I can get,
Gary thought. As he cut deeper, Gary noticed something disturbing. Every time he severed part of the demon man's hand from the hammer, the flesh would begin to grow back almost immediately, reattaching itself to the weapon.
It's difficult,
Gary said through gritted teeth.
Every time I cut something, it regenerates back into the hammer within seconds.
Keep trying,
Lenny urged.
Work faster. You need to sever everything simultaneously before it can heal.
Gary's concentration intensified. Sweat dripped from his brow, running into his eyes, but he didn't dare wipe it away. His entire world narrowed to the hammer, the flesh, the blade. Then, suddenly, as he worked, Gary saw them again, the white lines in his vision, the ones that appeared during combat, showing him exactly where to strike for maximum effect. But now they were showing him something different, not where to attack, but where to cut. The perfect sequence, the precise angles, the exact order of operations.
I think I've got it,
Gary said, his confidence surging. He moved faster, following the white lines with perfect accuracy. The black sword flowed through the work like it was dancing. When Gary had only a few more cuts to make, something unexpected happened. The hammer seemed to open itself up from the inside. The metal became liquid, flowing and alive, and it simply detached from the demon man's hand.
Get back,
Lenny shouted.
Get away from it, now!
But the liquid metal moved faster than Gary could react. In an instant, it surged up his arm, wrapping around his right forearm and hand like a living thing.
No!
Gary screamed.
What's happening? Get it off! Get it off!
He tried to shake it away, to cut it with the black sword in his other hand, but the liquid metal was too fast, too adaptable. It flowed between his fingers, covered his palm, encased his wrist. Then it solidified. The liquid metal hardened into a gauntlet that fit Gary's arm perfectly. It had the same dark design as the demon man's hammer, intricate patterns and symbols. But it was different too. Smaller, sleeker, more fitted to Gary's form. Gary looked toward Lenny, his face pale with horror. His heart hammered in his chest.
Help me,
Gary said, his voice breaking.
Please, Lenny, help me.
Back at Avrion City, another emergency meeting of the elders had been called. The council chamber was tense, every face grim as they gathered around the circular table.
Has there been any more news on the mysterious beast that's been terrorizing the area around the city?
Slivia asked, her voice carrying the weight of authority that came with her position as an elder. Wilfred stood up slowly. He unrolled a map across the table, marked with red crosses indicating destroyed hunting grounds.
There have been no direct sightings of the beast itself,
Wilfred explained, his finger tracing paths across the map.
But we've tracked its movements through the destruction it leaves behind. Our knights have confirmed that the bug forest nest has been completely annihilated. Every single beast that lived there has been killed and consumed. The forest is now completely empty, a dead zone.
A murmur of concern rippled through the assembled elders. Sir Kay stood up to add his report.
The only concrete information we have is from the poison swamp,
Sir Kay said.
There have been increasing sightings of beast bones there.
Dozens of skeletons picked completely clean. Based on the pattern of destruction, we estimate that if we let this continue unchecked, the swamp's beast population will be entirely wiped out within 2 weeks, maybe less.
And after that?
Humphrey White, one of the elders, asked. After that, it will need to find a new food source, Sir Kay said grimly, and the city has plenty of meat. Vaughn shifted uncomfortably in his seat. The implications were clear and terrifying. To most common folk, the disappearance of the beasts might sound like good news. Fewer monsters meant safer roads, safer farms, safer children playing outside the walls. But the elders understood the reality of their world's economy, and it was far more complicated than that. Beasts spawned from something called beast nests, powerful crystalline cores located deep within hunting grounds. These nests were usually surrounded by thousands of beasts and were almost always hidden underground or inside mountains, far from human sight. It was nearly impossible for even the strongest human warriors to locate and destroy one, which is why they'd persisted for centuries. But humans desperately needed beast crystals. They powered nearly everything in modern society: lighting, heating, magical barriers, communication devices, weapons, and armor. The entire infrastructure of civilization ran on harvested beast cores. If the beast nests were destroyed, the beasts would stop spawning. And if the beasts stopped spawning, humanity would slowly grind to a halt, running out of power source by source, until they were thrown back into the Dark Ages. Now that one of Avrion's major hunting grounds had been completely wiped out, it represented a catastrophic hit to their finances, and this was happening just when the city was finally starting to recover from the war and reconstruction.
We can't afford this. Not now. Not when we're so close to stability.
Slivia thought, her jaw tightening.
What about the hills near the eastern mountain range?
Vaughn asked.
Has the creature ventured there yet?
It seems the beast has stayed away from that region for now,
Wilfred said, though he didn't sound relieved.
We believe this is because that territory belongs to the wyvern.
Slivia breathed a small sigh of relief. If this mystery creature knew better than to disturb the wyvern that nested in the mountains, it at least meant the beast wasn't as powerful as a legendary creature. That gave them a fighting chance.
We need to send a scouting team to the swamps immediately,
Slivia ordered.
We need eyes on this thing. We need to know what we're dealing with.
I've already dispatched our best knights,
Sir Kay said with a nod.
Monk is leading the team. If anyone can handle this, it's him.
Deep in the poison swamp, Monk, Dan, Martha, Badger, and Sloth were currently wading through knee-deep muddy water that smelled like death and rot. The air was thick with humidity and the constant buzz of insects. Every step released bubbles of swamp gas that made their eyes water.
Man, this place absolutely reeks,
Dan complained, waving a hand in front of his nose.
Did we really have to be the ones to come to this god-forsaken swamp? I mean, there are other nights, right?
Stop complaining,
Martha snapped, her patience already thin.
The city needs us. Besides, you've done nothing but laze around while the rest of us were rebuilding Avrion. Maybe you can actually make yourself useful this time.
Over there,
Monk said quietly, pointing ahead.
Look.
The group quickly pushed through the swamp water toward what Monk had spotted. A massive pile of bones lay half submerged in the muck, the skeleton of an enormous snake, its skull alone the size of a wagon wheel.
It's at least intermediate tier,
Monk said, kneeling to examine the remains more closely.
Probably higher. This was a marsh python, and they're notoriously difficult to kill. It's exactly like the reports described,
Badger observed.
The beast has been eaten completely clean. Not a scrap of flesh left behind. Whatever did this was thorough.
Sloth gulped audibly, his face pale.
Hey, are we really going to fight this thing? Because I'm just going to say it. I don't want to die today.
We're here to scout first,
Monk replied calmly.
We have no idea what it looks like, what its capabilities are, or how it hunts. Of course, if we determine we can handle it, then we'll engage. But information is the priority.
You sound so confident.
When did the little guy grow up so much? Dan thought, watching Monk. In the time since Ray had left Avrion, Monk had grown tremendously, not in physical size, but in skill and leadership. After Sir Kay was promoted to Elder, Monk had pushed himself harder than ever, eventually earning promotion to Master Knight. Now Monk trained the new recruits at the Black Sash Academy. At first, students had laughed at him for his small stature, making jokes about children playing soldiers. But Monk had quickly silenced every doubter once he demonstrated his mastery of the Black Sash techniques. His speed was unmatched, his precision perfect. He'd improved more than anyone over this period.
I wanted to go on adventures with Gary, Ray, and Jack,
Monk thought as they continued deeper into the swamp.
the original trio, like the old days. But Ray said it was too dangerous for me.
Those words had stung. They'd also lit a fire inside Monk that burned brighter every day. He would prove himself. He would become strong enough that Ray would never say that again. The group continued traveling through the increasingly treacherous swamp. They began encountering more and more bones, different species, different sizes, all picked completely clean.
We're following a trail of death,
Badger muttered. They tracked the bones, assuming they were heading toward the creature's lair or hunting ground. It was impossible to tell how long ago the beasts had died. Normally you could judge by decomposition, by how much flesh remained, but there was no flesh to examine. Everything had been consumed. As they ventured deeper, the swamp began to change. The water grew darker, almost black. The trees became twisted and dead. And then, without warning, a heavy fog rolled in around them. It came fast, too fast to be natural. One moment they could see 50 feet ahead, the next they could barely see their own hands.
Stay close, everyone,
Monk ordered, his voice tight with tension.
Beasts have better eyesight than us in fog. Also, I have a strange feeling about this.
The group proceeded cautiously, step by careful step. But the fog continued to thicken until it completely covered their sight. They could only see each other now, and even that was becoming difficult.
I think we should turn back,
Dan said, all his earlier bravado gone.
right now. This is a bad idea.
I actually agree with you for once.
Martha admitted, fear creeping into her voice.
Yes, there's just one problem.
Monk said slowly, turning in a circle.
Which way is back?
The fog was so thick they'd completely lost their bearings. Monk had been careful not to let them travel too far before this happened, but somehow the fog had surrounded them without warning. It was as if the fog itself was alive and hunting them.
I'm sure it was this way.
Martha said, taking a tentative step forward. The moment her foot came down, the ground beneath her crumbled away like rotten wood. The swamp floor disintegrated, opening into a massive pit that hadn't been there seconds before. Martha screamed as she began to fall. Something shot up from the pit, a long, thick tentacle. It wrapped around Martha's leg with crushing force and began pulling her down into the foggy depths.
Everyone run!
Monk shouted. But while the others scrambled backward in panic, Monk did the opposite. He dove forward, launching himself toward Martha with his enhanced black sash speed.
Nothing can hurt my friends under my watch, especially my woman.
He grabbed Martha with one hand, saw the grotesque appendage wrapped around her leg, and immediately drew his dagger with his other hand. Channeling every ounce of ki into the blade, he struck the tentacle with a slash that glowed with blue energy. The blade cut clean through. Whatever the tentacle belonged to shrieked. A sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing through the fog like a banshee's wail. Martha was free. Monk pulled her close and jumped, using the crumbling rocks as stepping stones as they fell into the endless pit below. He leaped from stone to stone with inhuman agility. Martha held tight in his arms until they finally reached solid ground again.
Thank you, Monk.
Martha gasped, trying to catch her breath and calm her racing heart.
You saved my life.
That was incredible,
Dan said, helping them up. Monk, that was... Then Dan stopped mid-sentence. He noticed something wrong with Monk. The small knight was trembling, his muscles twitching involuntarily as if he were fighting against some invisible force. Monk? Dan asked. Are you okay? Monk's face had gone pale. Sweat poured down his forehead despite the cool fog. His jaw was clenched so tight that veins stood out on his neck.
Guys,
Monk said, his voice strained and desperate.
don't look for me. Don't come after me. Head back to Avrion right now and warn them. Tell them...
What are you talking about?
Martha shouted, now genuinely frightened by how he was acting.
Monk, what's wrong?
Something invisible grabbed Monk. Not a tentacle this time, but the fog itself. It wrapped around him like ghostly hands and yanked with impossible force. Monk was torn from the group at lightning speed, pulled backward into the foggy pit. He didn't even have time to scream before he vanished completely, swallowed by the white void.
Monk!
Martha shrieked.
After watching Monk get pulled into the deep fog, sacrificing himself to save her, Martha immediately started running toward where he'd disappeared. Her vision blurred with tears, her heart pounding with desperate need to do something, anything.
I won't leave him, not after everything he's done for me.
But before she could take more than 3 steps, Dan grabbed her arm and yanked her back with surprising strength. "No, Martha! What are you doing?" Dan shouted, his voice cracking with fear and grief. "We don't even know what's down there. You'll just die too."
But Monk is down there,
Martha screamed, struggling against his grip.
we have to save him. We can't just leave him.
"Listen to me." Dan's fingers dug into her arm, holding her in place. "Look, all we can do right now is what Monk told us to do. Go back to the city and get more help. The sooner we leave, the quicker we can return with a proper rescue team. Going down there alone is suicide."
He's right, but it feels like abandonment, like betrayal.
Martha thought, even as everything inside her screamed to dive into that pit. That's when they all noticed something strange. The fog around them was moving, not drifting naturally on the wind, but moving with purpose. The thick white cloud that had blinded them began to thin out and pull away. As the fog cleared, they finally saw where they actually were. At first, the group thought they were standing on some kind of cliff edge. The ground simply ended a few feet ahead of them, dropping away into darkness. But as their eyes adjusted and the last wisps of fog dissipated, they realized the truth was far more disturbing. It wasn't a cliff. It was a hole, a massive, perfectly circular hole that measured at least 30 meters wide and 30 meters across. "Dear gods," Badger whispered, approaching the edge carefully. "Do you think he's down there?"
Well, he did get pulled in that direction.
Sloth said, his voice shaking.
But what is this thing? It looks like it leads deep under the swamp. And look at the edges. This wasn't caused by erosion or a sinkhole. This was dug out.
Dan's face went pale as understanding dawned.
You don't mean... You think this is the beast itself? That the creature this big? Think about it logically,
Sloth replied, forcing himself to stay analytical to avoid panicking.
What else could be strong enough to completely wipe out entire hunting grounds? To kill and consume intermediate and advanced tier beasts like they were nothing? It would have to be at least this massive, maybe bigger.
Martha said nothing throughout this exchange. She stood at the edge of the pit, staring down into the darkness, completely lost in her own tormented thoughts.
If only I hadn't moved forward, then I would have been the one to fall. Monk would be safe right now. This is the second time in my life that he saved me, and what have I ever done for him? Nothing. I'm useless.
The group held a quick vote on whether to head back immediately or search the area first. In the end, only Martha wanted to stay and investigate, but the others couldn't leave her alone in good conscience. Before departing, they spent an hour walking around the entire circumference of the massive hole. They searched for any traces of Monk, any signs of the creature, any clues about what had happened. But they found nothing. No blood, no torn clothing, no tracks. It was as if the fog and the pit had simply swallowed Monk whole and vanished.
Monk has gone missing?
Slivia shouted, her fist slamming down on the council table hard enough to make the other elders jump.
I thought you said they would be safe, Sir Kay. You assured me that Monk could handle anything.
An emergency meeting had been called the moment the group returned and made their report. Every elder was present, along with the Master Knights. The atmosphere was tense and accusatory. Sir Kay stood before them, his face heavy with guilt and responsibility.
I'm deeply sorry, Slivia. I had great confidence in Monk's abilities. No matter what threat they encountered, even if it was a king-tier beast, I was certain that Monk would at least be able to escape with the entire group intact. But it appears an unexpected fog clouded their vision and separated them. The circumstances were beyond anything we could have predicted.
Circumstances?
Slivia's voice was sharp as a blade.
We sent 5 of our best knights into that swamp, and only 4 came back. That's not circumstances. That's a failure of intelligence and planning. But it's my failure most of all. I approved this mission. Monk's blood is on my hands,
Slivia thought, her anger directed inward as much as outward.
Send out a search party immediately,
Slivia commanded, forcing herself to stay focused.
Sir Kay, I want you to lead it personally this time. Take whoever you need. Spare no expense.
The second search party consisted of the same members as before, Dan, Martha, Badger, and Sloth, with Kyle added to the team. Kyle had just returned from a mission in a neighboring city and was exhausted, but he volunteered immediately when he heard Monk was missing. Slivia had insisted on sending a much larger force, 20 knights at minimum, but Sir Kay had argued against it.
With respect, Slivia, a smaller group is better suited for this mission, Sir Kay had explained. There will be fewer casualties if something goes wrong, and the enemy, whatever it is, won't see us coming. We'll move faster and quieter with 5 than with 20.
The search party ventured into the swamp day after day, camping in that miserable, stinking wetland night after night. They searched every inch of terrain, following every lead, checking every shadow. But they could never find the massive hole that had appeared before. The pit that had swallowed Monk had simply vanished, as if it had never existed.
Are you absolutely sure it was here?
Sir Kay asked on the 5th day, frustration creeping into his normally calm voice.
Could you have gotten turned around in the fog?
I'm positive it was somewhere around here, Dan replied, though doubt was beginning to creep into his certainty. Right, guys? The other knights exchanged uncertain glances. In truth, none of them was completely sure they were in the right location. The fog had disoriented them badly, and the swamp all looked the same. Twisted trees, murky water, rotting vegetation. After 7 days of fruitless searching, Slivia had no choice but to call off the operation. Resources were stretched too thin, and the knights were needed elsewhere. If Monk hadn't been found by now, there was a high probability he never would be. The news was devastating to everyone, but especially to Martha. She refused to leave her room for 3 days straight, ignoring meals, ignoring visitors, just staring at the wall in numb silence. It became even worse when Martha finally checked the Red Wings guild roster through her system interface. Monk's name had been removed from the active member list.
He's really gone. He's dead, and I'm alive because of him,
Martha thought, fresh tears streaming down her face. Her friends came to visit her one by one. Dan brought her favorite food. Badger tried to tell jokes, and Sloth just sat with her in silence. But nothing could penetrate the wall of grief she'd built around herself. That's when Slivia came up with an idea. Martha needed hope, even the smallest thread of possibility that Monk might still be alive. She opened her system interface and sent a message directly to Ray. At that exact moment, Ray was standing outside the dungeon, waiting anxiously for Gary to finish removing the cursed gauntlet from the demon man. The message notification appeared in his vision, and he opened it immediately.
Ray, can you check if Monk is still on your member list?
Slivia's message read.
For some reason, we can't see him on ours anymore. We need to know if he's truly gone.
Ray's heart sank. He opened his guild menu and scrolled through the list of Red Wing's members. When he found Monk's name, his blood ran cold. Next to Monk's name, in red text, it read, "Contract broken."
What does that mean?
Ray thought, staring at the strange status. Ray knew that if someone died, they were simply removed from the list entirely. The system would show them as deceased. But this was different. The contract being broken implied something else entirely. The only explanation Ray could think of was that something with magical power greater than his own had forcibly severed the connection. Something powerful enough to override a dragon's contract magic.
What kind of creature can do that?
Ray wondered. He reported the findings back to Slivia, but carefully worded his response to avoid stating anything definitive. The news wasn't what Slivia had hoped for, and after much consideration, she decided to hide the full truth from Martha. Better to let her believe Monk was simply dead than to tell her something might be controlling him. Days passed, then a week, then 2 weeks. Life at Avrion slowly returned to normal, or as normal as it could be with one of their best nights missing. Martha eventually emerged from her room, but she was changed. Quieter, more withdrawn, the light gone from her eyes. Then, one day, at exactly noon, Monk walked through the city gates. The guards recognized him immediately and sent word to the elders. Monk requested a formal meeting with the council and all master knights. The request was immediately granted. Within an hour, everyone had assembled in the council chamber. The elders sat at their table. The master knights lined the walls. Monk's friends, Dan, Martha, Badger, Sloth, and Kyle, stood near the entrance, having rushed there the moment they heard. Martha's heart had soared when the message reached her.
He's alive! He's back! Thank the gods he's alive!
But the moment Monk entered the room, her joy turned to ice-cold dread. Monk looked wrong. He wore his armor, but it was darker now, not just dirty, but fundamentally changed in color. The armor was also heavier, bulkier, with strange protrusions and plates that hadn't been there before. But the armor wasn't the worst part. His eyes were. Monk's eyes, which had always been bright and full of determination, now looked completely empty, dead, as if all emotion, all personality, all the essential spark that made Monk who he was had been scooped out and replaced with nothing. He moved mechanically, his gait stiff and unnatural. When he looked at people, he didn't really seem to see them. His gaze passed through them like they were ghosts. Martha had planned to run up to him the instant she saw him, to throw her arms around him and cry with relief. But now she found herself frozen in place, unable to move, unable to speak. This person looked like Monk, but it wasn't Monk. Not really.
What happened to you? What did that thing do to you?
Martha thought, tears beginning to form. The room was completely silent, except for the sound of Monk's footsteps as he approached the council table. He stopped in front of Slivia and the other elders, standing at rigid attention like a soldier awaiting orders. He reached up with mechanical precision and removed the black sash from around his waist, the symbol of his rank, his achievement, everything he'd worked for and earned. He placed it carefully on the council table, smoothing it out with movements that were just slightly too perfect, too inhuman. Then, without any preamble or explanation, Monk spoke. His voice was flat, emotionless, like someone reading words they didn't understand.
I am here to return this,
Monk said. The council chamber fell into shocked silence. Everyone sat frozen, unable to process what had just happened. Monk, one of their best knights, had just pulled out the black sash he'd earned when he first entered the academy and placed it on the table like it meant nothing. The black sash wasn't just a piece of cloth. It represented years of brutal training, countless hours of practice, and dedication that bordered on obsession. It was the symbol of everything Monk had worked for, everything he'd become. And he just discarded it like trash. Tears instantly filled Martha's eyes. She understood immediately what this gesture meant, what Monk was truly saying by doing this. Before the city had been taken over by the Red Wings, Avrion had maintained strict traditions. Returning your sash to the council meant you were resigning as a knight, voluntarily ending your service. It was considered an honorable discharge, but only if done for legitimate reasons like injury or family duty. The Red Wings had kept most of these old systems in place, changing only the upper management and some policies, but the symbolism of the sash remained sacred.
"Monk,"
Slivia said, her voice strained but strong.
"you do know what this means, don't you? Once you return your sash, there's no coming back. This is permanent."
Monk's empty eyes met hers without flinching.
I came back to this city for this reason only, to make my resignation official. There's no longer any need for anyone to go looking for me. As you can all see, I'm safe and sound.
"What happened to you, Monk?" Dan shouted, jumping to his feet. "Are you possessed by the Shadow Plague? Is that why you're doing this? Because we can help you. We can fight it." Monk slowly shook his head, the gesture mechanical and deliberate. "Lies!" Martha cried out, no longer able to contain herself. "I don't believe it. What happened to you down in that hole? What about the beast? Did it do something to you?" Her voice broke on the last words, desperation and anguish bleeding through.
"Answer her, Monk,"
Slivia commanded, slamming her hand on the table.
"That's an order."
Ever since Slivia had become an elder, she'd maintained perfect composure in every situation. She'd faced budget crises, political challenges, and military threats with calm professionalism. But this was the first time her emotions were truly getting the better of her, cracking through her carefully maintained facade. Of course, that was because Monk wasn't just another knight to her. He was someone else, someone who'd fought beside her through thick and thin, someone she'd trained with, laughed with, and nearly died with more times than she could count.
"We're family. How can you turn your back on family?"
Slivia thought.
Now that I've returned this sash, I am no longer under your authority,
Monk said calmly, his voice completely devoid of emotion.
I have no obligation to answer your demands.
He paused, then added,
But if you genuinely believe I'm infected with the Shadow Plague, then you can have Humphrey cast his healing magic on me. That should prove I'm acting of my own free will.
The room went silent. Everyone knew what Monk was offering. Healing magic, also called white magic, was the opposite of shadow corruption. While it couldn't completely eliminate the Shadow Plague from an infected person, it could suppress it temporarily and reveal its presence. The process was agonizing. Even grown warriors would scream in unbearable agony as the light magic forced the shadow to reveal itself, the two forces battling for control inside the victim's body. If Monk was infected, the white magic would cause him excruciating pain and make the corruption visible. If he wasn't infected, there would be no reaction at all.
Humphrey,
Slivia said quietly, her voice heavy with reluctant hope.
Please.
Humphrey, an elderly mage with long white robes and a kind face, stood up slowly from his seat. He walked around the circular table with measured steps until he stood beside Monk.
If you don't mind,
Humphrey said gently, raising his weathered hands to hover just above Monk's head. The head was always where healing magic was applied first. The Shadow Plague tried to infect the brain initially. If it succeeded in taking over the mind, it could either use the body as a host for a true infected, or simply kill the person from the inside out. Humphrey's hands began to glow with pure white light, so bright it hurt to look at them directly. The light grew more intense, flooding the entire room with radiance. Everyone leaned forward, expecting some kind of reaction, screaming, writhing, black smoke rising from Monk's body as the shadow was forced out. But there was nothing. No pain, no smoke, no reaction whatsoever. Monk just stood there, completely unaffected, as if Humphrey was merely waving his hands around for show.
No, this can't be right. There has to be the shadow in him. There has to be,
Martha thought, her last hope crumbling. Sir Kay had remained silent at the table the entire time, but he finally couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up, and when he spoke, his voice carried more emotion than anyone had heard from him in years.
Monk,
Sir Kay said,
you can leave this academy. You can leave this city. I'm fine with all of that. People have the right to choose their own path.
His voice hardened.
But what I need to know, what I must know before you walk out that door, is that this is truly your choice. Not coercion, not blackmail, not mind control. Your choice.
The question hung in the air like a sword suspended by a thread. Monk didn't hesitate even for a moment.
It is.
Those two words hit harder than any blow.
But what about Ray?
Slivia asked, desperation creeping into her voice now.
Are you really willing to betray him after everything he's done for you? He saved your life, Monk. He gave you purpose. He made you who you are today.
For the first time since entering the room, Monk truly hesitated. It was only for a brief second, a flicker of something that might have been doubt or pain crossing his empty eyes, but everyone noticed it.
It's my life,
Monk suddenly shouted, emotion finally breaking through his mechanical calm.
Why should I spend it following in the footsteps of others? Why should I live for someone else's dreams instead of my own?
The outburst shocked everyone. It was the most emotion Monk had shown since returning. Wilfred finally stood up from his seat. He raised one hand, and the gesture commanded immediate silence.
I believe we have heard enough,
Wilfred said, his voice carrying the weight of authority and disappointment.
Not only have you disrespected this academy and everything it stands for, but you are now also disrespecting our savior. If it weren't for Ray, we would all be dead right now, you included. The Shadow Plague would have destroyed this city and everyone in it.
He paused, letting his words sink in.
We will accept your decision to leave our ranks,
Wilfred continued, each word deliberate.
But understand this. You may never set foot in this city again. You are banished, Monk. If you return, you will be treated as an enemy and dealt with accordingly.
The sentence was harsh but fair. Banishment was the traditional punishment for knights who deserted their posts. Monk bowed deeply to Wilfred, a gesture of respect that seemed almost mocking given the circumstances.
Thank you for understanding,
Monk said, his voice returning to that flat, emotionless tone.
Originally, I wasn't planning to return to this city at all, but I wanted to let you all know I was safe. I wanted to make everything official and proper. I owed you that much at least.
He turned and began walking toward the door with that same mechanical gait. As he moved, the light from the windows caught something on his back, a marking visible through his shirt. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. The symbol was unmistakable. Two dark wings spread wide, with a single eye in the center. The mark of the Dark Guild.
No, it can't be. Not the Dark Guild. Anyone but them.
Martha thought, feeling like she'd been punched in the stomach.
I hope,
Monk said without turning around, his hand on the door handle,
that we never have to meet on the battlefield, for both our sakes.
Then he used his shadow step skill and vanished like smoke dissolving into the air. That day truly devastated morale throughout the entire city. They had lost one of their strongest allies, and it had happened so suddenly, so unexpectedly. It wasn't over some massive war or glorious last stand like warriors usually fell. Someone had simply decided to walk over to the enemy's side. Without a doubt, everyone who'd been in that room had seen the Dark Guild marking on Monk's back. Something had fundamentally changed about him during those weeks in the swamp. He wasn't the same person who'd gone down into that pit. Maybe the Dark Guild had answers. Maybe they'd done something to him that the white magic couldn't detect. For days afterward, Martha refused to believe that Monk had truly left by choice. She locked herself in her room again, replaying every conversation, every moment, searching for clues she might have missed.
If he was already working with the Dark Guild, Then why did he save me in the swamp? Why sacrifice himself? That doesn't make sense. None of this makes sense.
1 week after Monk's departure, an emergency meeting was called, but not in the council chamber this time. Slivia had requested that everyone gather on the outdoor training field. When Martha and the others arrived, they found Slivia standing before them in her old armor, the battle-worn plate she'd worn as a knight before becoming an elder. She'd put aside the white robes that indicated her new station and returned to the gear of a warrior. Her sword hung at her hip, freshly sharpened. Assembled before Slivia were all her old roommates.
"I've called you here today because I have a request,"
Slivia said, her voice steady, but her eyes blazing with determination.
"As you all know, a dear friend of ours has apparently joined the Dark Guild. But I do not believe he went there by choice,"
Slivia continued.
"Perhaps he was threatened. Maybe they're holding something over him, information we don't know about, leverage we can't see. Or maybe—"
She paused.
"Maybe they've done something to his mind that even white magic can't detect."
Hope flickered in Martha's chest for the first time in days.
"All I know for certain," Slivia said, "is that it was not the same person we trained with. That was not our monk. Something is wrong, and I intend to find out what."
She drew her sword, holding it up so the afternoon sun glinted off the blade.
"What I'm about to ask you is dangerous, potentially suicidal, actually," Slivia said bluntly, "which is why I'm only asking the people gathered here, people who care for Monk as much as I do, people who know in their hearts that something is deeply wrong."
She met each person's eyes in turn.
"I plan to infiltrate the Dark Guild,"
Slivia declared, her voice ringing with conviction.
"I'm going to bring him home, by force if necessary."
While Slivia and the group dealt with Monk's issue, Ray and his party members stood just outside the heavy iron door that led down to the underground dungeon. Then Ray felt it. A massive surge of energy erupted from beneath their feet, so powerful it made the stone floor tremble. The sensation was unmistakable, dark, corrupted, overwhelming. It was the same energy signature he'd felt from the Demon Man during their battle. Ray's heart sank. "He's awake," he whispered. "What?" Jack asked, his hand immediately moving to his weapon. "The Demon Man. He's woken up." Ray didn't wait for a response. He burst through the doors and raced down the stone staircase, taking the steps 3 at a time. His mind raced with worst-case scenarios. Had Lenny's rope failed? Was Gary in danger? Had the Demon Man already killed them both? As the dungeon door swung open, a wave of intense heat blasted up from below. So hot, it felt like opening an oven door. The air shimmered and distorted. Ark stumbled back from the heat.
"Gods above, you don't think the Demon Man has actually woken up, do you?"
"If he has,"
Lily said, her voice tight with worry,
"then Ray will need all of us. We barely defeated that thing together last time. He can't face it alone."
They all rushed down the stairs after Ray, weapons drawn and hearts pounding. What Ray saw when he reached the bottom stopped him in his tracks. The Demon Man still lay on the floor, unconscious and motionless. Lenny stood pressed against the far wall, his face pale with shock. And in the center of the room stood Gary, but something was terribly, terribly wrong. The hammer, the dragon hammer that had been fused to the Demon Man's arm, was no longer there. Instead, it had transformed into something else entirely. The weapon had become liquid, like living metal, and it was crawling up Gary's arm. Ray watched in horror as the substance formed itself into an ornate gauntlet around Gary's hand and forearm, the metal solidifying as it moved, the same blue glow pulsing beneath its surface.
"This is very bad,"
Lenny shouted, his voice cracking with panic.
"Very, very bad."
Gary's head was tilted forward, his face hidden in shadow. But then he looked up, and Ray forgot to breathe. His friend's eyes were no longer their normal color. They glowed bright yellow, like molten gold, like fire burning from within. An inhuman light showed that Gary was no longer in control. Gary raised his gauntleted hand, examining it with a mixture of curiosity and satisfaction. The air around him began to shimmer and warp from the heat radiating off the metal. Blue light pulsed through the engravings on the gauntlet, growing brighter with each passing second.
"This is a very nice fit for me,"
Gary said, but his voice was wrong. It was deeper, rougher, layered with something that sounded like multiple voices speaking at once.
"Much better than that pathetic miner."
"Gary?" Ray called out, desperately hoping his friend was still in there somewhere. "Gary, can you hear me? Fight it! You have to fight it!" The rest of the party arrived just then, skidding to a halt as they saw the scene before them.
No!
Ark breathed.
Was he possessed? Did the hammer take him over?
"That idiot," Jack muttered, though his voice betrayed real concern beneath the harsh words. "He just had to go and cause trouble for all of us." Lenny, who stood closest to Gary, made a desperate decision. He flung himself forward, probably hoping to subdue Gary before the possession took full hold. Perhaps he had some spell or device that could help. But before Lenny could close even half the distance, Gary simply lifted his gauntleted hand into the air. A brilliant flash of blue light erupted from the metal, so bright it felt like staring directly into the sun. Ray threw his arm up to shield his eyes, but the light penetrated even through his closed eyelids. He heard the others crying out in surprise and pain. The light lasted only seconds, but when Ray could finally see again, blinking away the spots dancing in his vision, Gary was gone. The dungeon was empty, except for the unconscious demon man and the investigation team. "No, no, no!" Ray rushed to where Gary had been standing, searching desperately for any sign of where he'd gone. Nothing. No trace, no residue, no indication of what kind of magic had transported him away. It was as if Gary had simply ceased to exist in that spot. "Put the city on high alert," Lily commanded, her voice sharp with urgency as she climbed back up the stairs. "We need to find him. We need to find the new demon man before—" She took 2 more steps and then staggered, her hand reaching for the wall to steady herself. Her legs buckled beneath her. "Lily!" Sam caught her before she hit the ground. Her skin was burning hot to the touch, and dark veins were spreading rapidly across her neck and face. The shadow infection was accelerating. "I'm fine," she whispered, but she clearly wasn't. "Just find Gary, please." Within the hour, every guard and guild member in Kelberg had been mobilized. Search parties scoured every district, every alley, every abandoned building. The city gates were locked down tight, nobody in, nobody out. If Gary was still within the walls, they would find him. But Ray knew it wasn't that simple. The gauntlet had transported Gary somewhere, and he could be anywhere by now. Sitting alone in his room at the inn, Ray opened his system interface, desperately hoping to see Gary's name in his party roster. Maybe the contract was still active. Maybe he could use it to track Gary's location. The notification that greeted him felt like a punch to the gut. Contract broken. Party member Gary. Status unknown. The magical contract that bound the Red Wings together had been severed. Whatever had happened to Gary, whatever the gauntlet had done to him, it had fundamentally changed him enough to break the bond. Ray's thoughts immediately went to Monk. When Monk's contract had broken, Ray had assumed the worst. But if Gary's situation was similar, then maybe Monk was still alive too. Maybe he was just possessed or controlled by something, not actually dead. A message came through the system. It was Slivia. "Ray, I'm sorry I couldn't contact you sooner. About Monk, he's chosen to join the Dark Guild. Willingly. We tried to convince him otherwise, but he wouldn't listen. We're planning to bring him back, but I thought you should know." First Monk, now Gary. 2 of his closest friends lost to the darkness in different ways, both of them connected to that same symbol, the eye with wings. the mark of something far more dangerous than he'd understood. If it came down to a fight, if Monk had truly chosen the Dark Guild over the Red Wings, Ray would have to face him, and now, if they found Gary, he might have to fight him too. The thought made Ray feel sick. 3 days passed with no sign of Gary. Lily had been confined to her bed in the castle, where white mages took turns using healing magic to slow the shadow infection's spread. Each session left her weaker, but it was buying her time. The investigation team had been reduced to 4 members: Lenny, Ray, Jack, and Ark. With no leads on Gary's location, they decided to pursue the only other source of information they had: Versi, the man who'd been the Demon Man before Gary. Versi had been kept under observation in Kelberg's hospital. After the hammer had left his body, his missing hand had somehow regenerated completely, a feat that baffled the doctors and priests who examined him. The city guards had questioned him extensively and determined he posed no threat, but they kept him under watch regardless. Ray and his companions entered the hospital room to find Versi sitting up in bed, looking thin and confused, but otherwise healthy.
"I see you're finally awake,"
Lenny said, approaching the bed. Versi looked at them with genuine confusion.
"Who are you people? Did the doctor send you?"
"Ah, so you don't remember us at all," Lenny mused.
"That's concerning. Let me ask you something. Do you know anything about the hammer that came into your possession?"
"The hammer?" Versi's brow furrowed as he tried to remember.
"Well, yes, I worked as a miner, you see, in the mountains east of here. One day my crew and I were deep in a cave system, extracting iron ore from a new vein we'd discovered. Well, that's when I heard it."
"Heard what?" Ark asked.
"A voice,"
Versi said quietly.
"Or maybe not a voice exactly. More like a calling, a pull. Something was reaching out to me specifically. At first I thought maybe a child had gotten lost in the caves, so I left my crew and went to investigate, following the tunnels deeper than we'd ever gone before."
He paused, his hands trembling slightly at the memory.
"I found a chamber," Versi continued, "ancient, sealed for who knows how long, and there in the center, lying on a stone pedestal, was the hammer. The moment I saw it, I knew it was what had been calling me. I tried to resist. Something about it felt wrong, you know, but I couldn't help myself. When I touched it—"
"That was the last thing you remember?" Jack prompted.
"Yes. Everything after that is just darkness. Occasionally I have these flashes of awareness, like dreams of fire and destruction, but I couldn't control anything, and then I woke up here."
Ray had been watching Versi's face carefully during the entire story, looking for any sign of deception. But the man seemed genuinely traumatized and confused. Still, Ray needed to be certain. He stepped forward until he was standing directly beside the bed, looking down into Versi's eyes. Then Ray activated his dragon's truth skill, an ability that compelled absolute honesty from anyone under its effect. "Now tell us," Ray said as Versi's eyes glazed over, turning white. "Who are you really?" When Versi spoke again, his voice was flat and monotone, completely devoid of emotion or personality.
"I am a simple miner from the village, located 15 miles east of Kelberg. My name is Versi Krang. I am 28 years old. I live with my sick mother and support her with my wages from the mine."
Ray released the skill, and Versi blinked several times, looking confused but unharmed. The 4 of them left the hospital room and gathered in the hallway outside.
"So Versi really was just an ordinary person,"
Ark said, leaning against the wall.
"Doesn't that mean all that immense power we witnessed, the fire, the destruction, the ability to fight all of us at once, all of it came from the hammer?"
"Yes," Lenny said gravely,
"and that's precisely what makes this situation so catastrophically dangerous."
"What do you mean?" Jack asked.
"Think about it,"
Lenny explained.
"The hammer possessed a simple miner with no skills, no training, no combat experience whatsoever, and yet it transformed him into something that nearly killed all of us. Now imagine what it could do with someone like Gary, someone who's already a skilled warrior,
someone who knows how to fight, someone with actual power and techniques. Ark audibly gulped, afraid to imagine the consequences. While Lenny and the others were busy in urgent discussions about their next move, Ark decided to slip away and check on Lily. She'd been through so much lately. The demon battle, Berg's death, the constant struggle against the shadow plague infection in her body. He needed to see if she was recovering. He knocked softly on her door, then entered when he heard her weak response. Inside her chambers, Lily lay on her bed, her body covered in sweat that had soaked through her nightclothes. She looked pale, exhausted, and trembling slightly, but there was color returning to her face now.
The white magic is working. Slowly, but it's working,
Ark thought with relief.
How are you feeling?
Ark asked quietly, approaching her bedside.
Like I've been turned inside out,
Lily mumbled, managing a weak smile.
But I'm better. Much better than yesterday.
During Ark's time at Fallen Angel, Lily had always looked out for him. When other guild members mocked his fighting style or questioned his dedication, Lily had defended him. When he'd been injured on missions, she'd personally ensured he received proper care. She treated him like family. That's why Mark's betrayal had hit Ark so hard, not just because Mark had tried to destroy the city, but because he'd turned against people like Lily who trusted him completely. And through all of that, even when Ark had been a member of the Traitor Guild, Lily had never once thought of him as a traitor. She'd known his heart.
Please get better soon,
Ark said, adjusting her blanket and making sure water was within reach.
We still need you.
Lily's eyes had already closed, exhaustion pulling her back towards sleep. Ark left quietly, closing the door behind him with care. He decided to head to the castle canteen for some food. His stomach had been growling for the past hour, and he'd skipped breakfast entirely that morning. Due to the investigation team's achievements in stopping the Fallen Angel conspiracy and protecting the city, they'd been granted rooms in the castle itself, so now they didn't need to worry about paying for lodging or meals. The canteen was completely empty when he arrived. It was late afternoon, well past the normal lunch hours, and everyone had long since eaten and returned to their duties. The kitchen staff had mostly gone home, leaving only a skeleton crew to handle stragglers. While Ark was busy selecting food and loading his plate, a guard approached him from behind.
Excuse me, are you Ark, from the investigation team?
Ark turned, surprised.
Yes, that's me.
The guard smiled warmly.
I wanted to thank you personally for all the help you and your friends have given to our city. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened?
Oh, please don't thank me,
Ark replied quickly, feeling embarrassed.
It's the others you need to thank. Ray, Gary, Jack, Lenny. They're the real heroes. I just helped where I could.
Nonsense, the guard said, his smile widening. Don't think I don't know about your reputation when you were a member of Fallen Angel. You were one of their best fighters. I've absolutely no doubt that you played a major part in retaking the West Outpost from those traitors. Ark wanted to correct him, to explain that he really hadn't done much compared to the others. In terms of pure skill and power, Ray, Gary, and Jack were far above what he was capable of. Suddenly, Ark heard something. Whispers. Faint at first, like someone speaking from very far away. Then growing louder, more insistent, echoing inside his skull.
What?
Ark thought, his hand freezing mid-reach for a piece of bread. The voice was almost recognizable, familiar in a way that made his skin crawl. It was Gary's voice, but wrong somehow. The voice whispered,
Take him out, then come follow my voice. No, that's not Gary. That can't be Gary. This is some kind of trick. Ark? What's wrong? The guard asked. Are you feeling all right?
Take him out, now.
Gary's voice commanded, more forceful this time.
Do it. You know you want to.
And the horrible thing was, part of Ark did want to. Some dark corner of his mind found the idea satisfying, even exciting. Then, as if his body had been taken over by someone else entirely, Ark's hand moved on its own. His fist shot out and connected with the guard's stomach. Not a killing blow, but hard enough to knock the wind from his lungs. The guard's eyes went wide with shock and pain. He collapsed to the floor like a sack of grain, gasping for air.
What have I done? Why did I?
Ark thought, horror flooding through him.
Good.
Gary's voice purred with satisfaction.
Now run. Follow my voice. Don't let anyone see you.
Ark's legs began moving without his conscious control. His body sprinted toward the canteen exit, while his mind screamed at him to stop, to help the injured guard, to call for assistance. But even as he tried to resist, he realized something terrible. He didn't really want to stop. Giving in to the voice felt good.
No, that's the corruption talking. That's not me. That's not who I am.
His body continued running through the castle corridors, taking turns automatically, avoiding servants and guards with unnatural precision. It was as if someone else was steering him like a puppet, knowing exactly where to go and when. He burst through a side door and into the city streets, his feet carrying him away from the wealthy merchant district near the castle and toward the poorer sections of town. The voice led him deeper into the slums, a part of the city most nobles pretended didn't exist. Here, homeless people huddled in doorways, their clothes little more than rags. Children with hollow eyes watched him pass. The houses looked like they might collapse at any moment, their walls warped and rotting. The voice guided him down narrower and narrower streets until he entered a dark alleyway that smelled of garbage and human waste. At the far end of the alley stood a hooded figure, barely visible in the shadows. The moment Ark saw the figure, his body responded automatically. He dropped to one knee and bowed his head low, assuming a posture of complete submission.
Gary?
Ark asked, his voice coming out strained.
Is that you?
The hooded figure reached up and pulled back his hood, revealing his face in the dim light, filtering into the alley. Yes, it was Gary, but changed. The gauntlet on his right arm pulsed with dark energy, shadows writhing across its surface like living things. Even from several feet away, Ark could feel the power radiating from it, corrupt, hungry, and wrong.
Yes, it's me,
Gary said.
Why do you not look me in the face, Ark? Are you scared of me?
Ark kept his eyes fixed on the ground. He felt instinctively that if he looked Gary directly in the face, something terrible would happen. The shadows would consume him, drag him into whatever dark place Gary now inhabited, and he would never come back.
You think I'm possessed, don't you?
Gary said, amusement coloring his tone.
But know this, Ark. I am the same person I've always been. The shadow hasn't taken me over. It's simply shown me the true path, my true calling. It's opened my eyes to possibilities I never imagined.
Ark remained silent and motionless, barely breathing. He felt like one wrong word, one wrong movement, would trigger Gary to attack. And in his current state, Ark knew he wouldn't survive even 10 seconds against whatever Gary had become. Gary seemed to read his mind. A cold smile spread across his face.
Don't worry, old friend. I don't plan to kill you. You're much more valuable to me alive.
Gary began pacing slowly, his gauntleted hand flexing.
I want you to deliver a message to my dear friend Ray. Can you do that for me?
Ark tensed even more.
I will be heading north past Avrian City and deep into the Shadow Plague's territory. There's a fortress at the border called Gortheim. That's where I'll be waiting.
Gary held up one finger, the gesture almost playful despite the menace in his eyes.
1 year. That's the time limit. Tell Ray to bring his army and attack the fortress. I'll be waiting there for him, ready to settle things between us once and for all.
He paused, letting that sink in, then added casually,
And if he doesn't come before the year is up, if he's too much of a coward to face me,
the gauntlet flared with red light.
then I will personally attack Avrion. I'll burn it to the ground and kill everyone inside.
Ark couldn't hold his silence any longer. The words burst out of him before he could stop them.
I'll deliver your message, Gary. I swear I will. But first, please, just listen to me for one moment.
Ark finally raised his eyes to meet Gary's.
I know you're still in there somewhere. The real you. The person who saved my life. Who made me laugh even in the darkest times. Come back to us. Let Ray help you. Your friends can save you from whatever this is.
Gary slowly shook his head, his expression almost pitying.
You still don't understand, do you? As I already said, this is me speaking. The real me, not some puppet or possessed shell.
His voice hardened.
You haven't known me very long, have you, Ark? In fact, you haven't known Ray that long either. But I have known him for years. And I'll tell you a secret.
Gary leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper.
Ray isn't like us. Ray has never, not once in his entire life, truly considered any of us his friends. We're tools to him, useful pieces in his grand game. Oh, he pretends to care, but when it comes down to it, he'll sacrifice any of us without hesitation if it serves his goals. I know what you're thinking,
Gary said with a knowing smile.
You think I'm lying, that the corruption has twisted my mind. But think about it, Ark. Really think. Have you ever seen Ray truly vulnerable? Have you ever seen him need anyone?
Gary extended his gauntleted hand toward Ark's face, palm up, offering.
Why don't you join us, Ark? You felt it, didn't you? When my voice guided you here, when you struck that guard, when you stopped fighting and just let the power flow through you. It felt good, didn't it? Natural. Like this is what you were always meant to be.
The gauntlet pulsed with energy, and Ark could feel its pull, a seductive promise of strength, of freedom from doubt and fear.
So tell me,
Gary said softly, dangerously,
will you be riding with me to the fortress now? Or will you be riding there in a year with Ray's doomed army?
Ark was visibly shaking, his whole body trembling with terror and temptation. He knew that if he gave the wrong answer, Gary might kill him right here despite his earlier promise. But he also knew, deep in his heart, that he couldn't join the Shadow Plague. Not after seeing what they'd done to his guild, how they'd corrupted Mark's mind, how they'd turned good people into monsters. Just when Ark felt like he was finally settling into a new life, finding a new family after fallen Angel's destruction, the Shadow wanted to take it all away again.
Yes,
Ark said, his voice growing stronger with each word.
I will be riding to the fortress, but I'll be riding there in 1 year from now, and I'll be riding with Ray. We will defeat the Shadow Plague. We will destroy that fortress. We will take you back with us, Gary, back home where you belong. It's a shame,
Gary said, stepping backward into the shadows of the alley.
I see you're still blinded by Ray's strength, just as I once was. You worship his power and mistake it for friendship. You'll learn the truth eventually, Ark. Everyone does.
His form began to dissolve into darkness, becoming one with the shadows around him.
Remember,
Gary's voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere.
1 year. Don't be late. Hate to have to burn Avrion to the ground just because Ray was too scared to face me.
Then he was gone, vanished as completely as if he'd never existed. After Gary disappeared into the shadows, Ark remained in the alley, drenched in sweat. His entire body trembled, not from cold, but from the lingering fear of the confrontation.
I spoke to him like that. Gary could have killed me instantly, crushed me like an insect. What came over me?
Maybe it was because everything in his life seemed to be falling apart. Maybe he was simply tired of being afraid. But somehow, in that moment, Ark had found the courage to speak his true feelings directly to Gary's corrupted face. And he'd survived. After collecting himself, Ark headed back to the castle and immediately called an emergency meeting for the investigation team. Now everyone sat around a table in the castle's dining hall. Ray, Jack, Lenny, and Ark himself. Lily insisted on joining, but her body didn't support her choice, and in the end, she had to remain in her bed. It was late evening. The sky outside the tall windows had turned black, dotted with stars. Few people remained in the castle at this hour, just a handful of guards making their rounds, and some maids finishing their duties. The dining hall was otherwise empty, their lone table illuminated by flickering candles. Ark had just finished explaining everything. Gary's appearance, his demands, the one-year ultimatum, the threat against Avrion. But why would Gary ask for specifically 1 year? Jack asked, confusion clear on his face. If he's so powerful now, why wait? Why give us time to prepare? Lenny stroked his beard thoughtfully. If I were to make a guess, it might be because the demon inside the gauntlet is still struggling for complete control. Gary was incredibly strong-willed, far more than Versi ever was. For the demon to fully unleash its powers, to completely dominate Gary's consciousness, would take considerable time. A year seems calculated. Then we should attack immediately, Jack said, slamming his fist on the table. Before he gets stronger, before he becomes impossible to defeat. No, that would be foolish, Ray said calmly, though his jaw was tight. We'd be walking directly into Shadow Plague territory. It's exactly what they want us to do. They'll have every advantage. Knowledge of the terrain, ambush points prepared, reinforcements nearby. We'd be slaughtered before we got halfway to the fortress. Gary knows how I think. He knows I'd consider an immediate strike. This entire setup is designed to force me into a trap no matter what I choose. Then what about Avrion? Jack pressed, his voice rising with frustration. What about Slivia and everyone there? What if Gary and his demon attack earlier than they said? What if this whole 1 year thing is a lie to make us drop our guard? Ray shook his head. I think Lenny's theory is correct. Gary, or rather the demon controlling him, genuinely plans to attack in 1 year's time. The demon seems arrogant based on Ark's description. It probably believes that in a year it will become completely unbeatable. A cold smile touched Ray's lips. What it doesn't realize, Ray continued, is that I can also become much stronger in that same year, perhaps even strong enough to... He stopped himself, leaving the thought unfinished. Strong enough to kill Gary if I have to, Ray thought, the words bitter in his mind. Can I do that? Could I actually kill him if there's no other way? So, what should we do? Ark asked quietly. Just wait? For now, all of you continue as normal, Ray instructed. Gary may still be in the city, watching to see how we react. Don't give him any information. Act like everything is fine. Ray stood up from his chair. In the meantime, I'll teleport back to Avrion and discuss matters with the elders there. They need to know about the threat. Before anyone could question his decision or offer to come with him, Ray had already activated his teleportation skill. The familiar magical circle appeared beneath his feet, glowing bright white. Within seconds, he vanished. The boy really does do whatever he wants, doesn't he? Lenny said with a mixture of admiration and exasperation. Jack stared at the empty space where Ray had been standing. I don't know. He seemed more bothered by this than I expected. Did you notice how tight his voice was? How are his hands clenched?
What are you saying?
Ark asked. Ray won't admit it, Jack said slowly, but I think he's genuinely worried about Gary. Maybe even scared. Not of fighting him, but of him getting hurt. Back at Avrion, Slivia had gathered her team at the city's main gate. Martha, Dan, Badger, Sloth, and Kyle. They all wore dark cloaks with hoods pulled up, dressed for stealth rather than combat. Slivia's plan was to secretly leave the city tonight and scout the Dark Guild's territory, hoping to find information about where Monk was being held. As an elder, Slivia was an important political figure. If Sir Kay or Wilfred discovered she was planning such a dangerous mission, they'd immediately forbid it and possibly place her under house arrest for her own protection. Just as the group was about to slip through a side entrance in the gate, a bright magical light suddenly illuminated the area beside Slivia. Ray, Dan stammered, pointing with a shaking finger. Slivia spun around to find Ray standing there, having just materialized from his teleportation. His red hair caught the light from the gate torches, and his expression was unreadable as he surveyed the cloaked figures before him. Of all the timing, Slivia thought, her heart sinking. Now just what were you all planning to do? Ray asked, his voice dangerously calm. Slivia laughed nervously, the sound forced and artificial. Oh, just taking a late-night walk? As a group? In full cloaks? At the city gate? Ray's eyebrow raised. We were going to rescue Monk, Martha blurted out, unable to maintain the deception. Slivia shot her a look, but the damage was done. Back into your rooms, now! Ray sighed, watching his friends bolt out of there, shaking his head. The next morning, Ray gathered everyone he trusted most in one of Avrion Academy's larger classrooms. Slivia's rescue team was there, along with elders Sir Kay and Wilfred. Ray had also summoned Vaughn and Rusty the Dwarf, whose expertise would be crucial for what Ray had planned. The early morning sun streamed through the windows, but the atmosphere in the room was tense. I still can't believe Gary has been possessed, Slivia said, her voice heavy with grief. Do you think... could something similar have happened to Monk? That would be my assessment as well, Ray replied. In fact, I believe Monk and Gary may have even been taken to the same fortress, just past the borders of Avrion City. It's called Gortheim, according to the message Gary gave Ark. It's fortunate I caught you when I did, Slivia, Ray continued. Based on Gary's confidence and the location he chose, they're clearly prepared to fight us on their home territory. If you'd gone sneaking into Dark Guild territory with just 5 people, you'd have walked into a death trap. Slivia looked down, shame coloring her cheeks. I know it was reckless. I couldn't stand doing nothing. I understand, Ray said more gently, but we need to be smart about this. Emotion can't guide our strategy. So what do you plan to do, Ray? Wilfred asked, leaning forward in his chair. Win, Ray said simply. I plan to win this war. Yes, waiting is probably what the demon wants. It gives them time to grow stronger. But I believe we can grow even more powerful than they anticipate. We have advantages they don't know about. Ray turned to Slivia. Has the guild hall been finished? Yes, construction was completed a few days ago, Slivia confirmed. It's fully operational. Good. Ray began pacing, his mind clearly working through multiple strategies simultaneously. Here's what we're going to do. First, we continue to expand the Red Wings Guild. We allow adventurers to come and go from this city freely, taking quests, earning money, and building reputations. We make Avrion look like a thriving hub of commerce and opportunity. But why? Sir Kay started to ask. Because, Ray interrupted, no one can learn about the planned attack. If word spreads that a demon army might assault the city in a year, adventurers will flee. Merchants will stop coming. We'll be isolated and weakened. Fear is a weapon our enemies would love to wield against us. Ray pointed at Slivia. Your job is to recruit anyone with talent, anyone with potential, anyone willing to fight. Bring them into the Red Wings. We need numbers. He turned to Rusty. Rusty, I'm placing you in charge of all blacksmith operations. Gather every skilled craftsman in the city. I want you to create the best equipment this continent has ever seen. Whatever you need, you'll have it. Rusty nodded seriously, his fingers already twitching as if imagining the weapons he'd forge. I plan to win this war, Ray said again, his voice carrying absolute conviction. Not just survive it, win it. And what about you, Ray? Wilford asked carefully. What will you be doing during this year? For a moment, something flickered across Ray's face. Pain, perhaps, or determination so fierce it bordered on rage. I have unfinished business to deal with, Ray said. I've met with a very intelligent individual who believes he can help me discover the secrets behind these cursed weapons, including the gauntlet that possesses Gary. If I can understand how they work, I might be able to break their hold. With Ray's instructions given, the meeting concluded. Everyone left to begin their assigned tasks, the weight of the coming year heavy on their shoulders. Later that afternoon, Ray found himself walking through the academy grounds with no particular destination in mind. His feet carried him automatically toward the Black Sash training mansion, the place where he, Gary, Monk, and Kyle had spent countless hours learning to fight. Outside, on the green grass, Kyle was currently training a group of new students. He'd taken over Monk's teaching duties after Monk's disappearance. When Kyle spotted Ray, he called for the students to continue their drills and jogged over. Ray, I didn't know you were back. Just arrived last night, Ray replied. They began walking together around the mansion's grounds, neither speaking for a while. Finally, Kyle stopped walking and turned to face the mansion. It's strange, isn't it? Kyle said quietly. The four of us all started together in this place, and now... His voice trailed off. He clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Now it's just us two, Kyle finished. Ray, Kyle said, his voice shaking with intensity. We need to bring them back. Both of them. I don't believe for a single second that Monk or Gary has truly betrayed us. They wouldn't. Not willingly. We know them better than anyone. Ray had been walking around the mansion without consciously deciding to. This place represented a brief period when things had been simple, when the biggest worry was class rankings and training scores, when he could almost forget he was a dragon pretending to be human and just be a student. The Shadow Plague had taken that from him. First, as a dragon, when humans had hunted his kind. Now, as Ray, when the darkness tried to corrupt everyone he cared about. He'd never admit it out loud, never show weakness by acknowledging that these people meant something to him beyond their usefulness. But standing here with Kyle, looking at the place where they'd all laughed and fought and grown together, Ray couldn't deny the truth to himself. He was worried. Genuinely, deeply worried, in a way he hadn't allowed himself to feel in decades. What if he couldn't save them? What if Gary was too far gone, like his father? What if Monk had been changed into something unrecognizable? What if I have to kill them? The thought made something twist painfully in Ray's chest. Kyle, Ray said, his voice rougher than usual, I promise you, I'll bring them back. Both of them? Kyle asked, hope and fear warring in his eyes. Both of them, Ray confirmed. Whatever it takes, however long it takes, I'll bring Gary and Monk home. Even if I have to tear down that entire fortress brick by brick, even if I have to fight every demon in the Shadow Plague's army, even if it costs me everything, Ray thought fiercely. With Avrion now preparing for the looming war, Ray decided to teleport back to Kelberg to rejoin Jack and the others. He needed to coordinate their next moves and ensure nothing was overlooked while he'd been away. When Ray materialized in the tavern, their usual meeting spot, he was surprised to find the entire investigation team already gathered. Even more surprising, they were drinking and laughing, the atmosphere almost festive despite the dire circumstances they faced.
Wasn't expecting you back so soon,
Lenny said with a broad smile, raising his mug in greeting.
Come, join us. Have a drink. You look like you could use one.
Ray agreed to sit down at their table, but firmly refused the offered ale. He'd never understood humans' obsession with alcohol. The taste was bitter and unpleasant, and the way it made people act, loud, clumsy, speaking without thinking, seemed more like a curse than entertainment. "Has there been any new information about Gary's whereabouts?" Ray asked, getting straight to business. Lenny set down his mug, his expression growing more serious.
No concrete sightings, I'm afraid, but I do have my suspicions about where he might have gone.
What suspicions? Ark leaned forward intently.
While making my daily rounds through the castle earlier today,
Lenny explained,
I happened to overhear some guards talking near the east wing. They were discussing the garden, specifically how the ancient statue had been moved out of position, and the hidden door beneath it had been opened.
Ark shot to his feet so quickly, his chair scraped loudly against the floor.
Wait, isn't that where the divine being is located? The one Lily told us about?
His voice rose with frustration.
Why are you only telling us this now? That's crucial information.
Lenny took a long, deliberate gulp of his beer before responding, completely unbothered by Ark's outburst.
I only discovered this information a few hours ago,
Lenny said calmly.
And besides, even if Gary truly has gone underground, do you honestly think the three of us would be strong enough to confront him? Jack is powerful, certainly, but against a demon-possessed Gary with that cursed gauntlet?
He shook his head.
We needed to wait for Ray anyway. Better to wait and go in with our full strength, than rush in and get ourselves killed.
Do you think Gary's target is the divine being itself? Ray asked, considering the implications.
Possibly, but I highly doubt it,
Lenny replied thoughtfully.
The divine being's power is immense, even in its current dormant state. Although it exists only as a crystallized consciousness at the moment, it's quite capable of defending itself, especially against servants of the Shadow Plague.
Ray stood up from his seat, his decision made. Well, what are we waiting for then? Let's finally go pay this divine being a proper visit. I have some questions of my own that need answering anyway. The group made their way back to the castle as evening fell, darkness providing cover for their plans. This time they weren't going through the front entrance. They needed to sneak into the castle garden under the cover of night and access the underground tunnels without alerting anyone. The statue that concealed the entrance to the tunnels was a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few castle servants and the mayor himself. Outsiders were absolutely forbidden from learning about it, let alone using it. The group had also decided not to inform the mayor about their mission. If they'd told him that Gary, now possessed by a demon, might be lurking in the tunnels beneath his own garden, they feared the worst would happen. From what Lily and others had shared, the current mayor was less than courageous. He wasn't particularly popular with the common people, and had only maintained his position because the two large guilds, Fallen Angel and the Stone Lions, had supported him. Lily had spent considerable time and effort improving his public image and relationship with the citizens.
Telling him about a demon beneath his castle would probably cause him to flee the city entirely,
Ray thought wryly. There were surprisingly few guards patrolling the garden at night. The mayor had never considered that someone might have already infiltrated through the tunnels below. What he didn't know, what no one except the investigation team suspected, was that Gary already possessed detailed information from before his possession about where the divine being was located. Gary had been part of their group when they first learned about the divine being. He'd seen the maps, heard the explanations, and memorized the route. The team moved like shadows through the garden, avoiding the scattered guards with practiced ease. When they reached the statue, Lenny cast a silencing spell on it so the grinding of moving stone wouldn't alert anyone. "Jack, if you would," Lenny said, gesturing at the statue. Jack stepped forward and, with his immense strength, pushed the heavy statue aside as if it weighed nothing. Beneath it, a dark staircase descended into the earth. One by one, they climbed down into the underground tunnels. The air grew cooler and damper with each step. Finally, they reached the bottom and found themselves facing a heavy iron door. A new lock had been installed since their last visit, clearly added after someone discovered the door had been opened recently.
"We don't have time for this,"
Lenny muttered, placing his hand directly on the lock. White energy flowed from his palm, and the metal began to corrode and crumble as if aged 1,000 years in seconds. Within moments, the lock fell apart into rust and powder.
"Magic really is useful, isn't it?"
Jack said with obvious envy in his voice.
"Wish I could do things like that." "You have your own strengths,"
Lenny replied.
"I couldn't move that statue nearly as easily as you did."
Beyond the door, multiple tunnels branched off in different directions, creating a maze beneath the city. The walls were rough stone, clearly carved by something other than human tools. "Did you know all of this was down here?" Ray asked Ark quietly. Ark shook his head, looking around in wonder and unease.
"No idea whatsoever. What were these tunnels even used for?"
"The tunnels were actually created by beasts themselves," Lenny explained as they walked, "similar to what we found beneath Avrion. Historical records suggest that certain ancient gods possess the power to control beasts and command them to do their bidding. Perhaps the Shadow Plague created these tunnels, or perhaps the Dark Guild did. Some scholars even believe the divine being itself might have ordered their construction for purposes we don't understand." The group continued forward, with Ray taking the lead. Despite his dragon eyes giving him superior vision in the darkness, he had no real sense of which direction to go. There was no obvious trail of power, no magical signature to follow. Yet something was pulling him forward. A subtle tug at the edge of his consciousness, like a thread connecting his mind to something deep within the tunnels. After walking for several minutes, they heard something ahead. Loud, heavy footsteps that echoed through the stone passages. The sound of something massive moving through the darkness. The group immediately went silent, slowing their pace and moving cautiously toward the tunnel's exit. They crept forward until they could peek out into what lay beyond. The tunnel opened into an enormous chamber, so vast that its far walls and ceiling were lost in shadow. It felt less like a room and more like an underground cavern that could have held an entire village. But what captured their attention wasn't the size of the chamber, it was what was making those thunderous footsteps. "Ogres," Lenny whispered. Two massive creatures patrolled the chamber floor. They stood at least 8 feet tall, their bodies packed with bulging green muscle that rippled with each movement. Disjointed yellowed teeth jutted from their wide mouths at random angles. Each ogre carried an enormous wooden club. "Do you know what tier these creatures are?" Ray asked quietly.
If I remember correctly from my studies,"
Lenny replied thoughtfully,
"ogres of this size should be classified as advanced tier, maybe even higher if they're particularly old."
The moment those words left Lenny's mouth, Ray was already moving. "Ice blast! Ice blast!" Ray shouted, his hands extended forward. Twin streams of freezing energy shot from his palms and struck each ogre's foot. Ice rapidly formed around their legs, spreading up to their knees and temporarily freezing them in place. "Ray, wait!" Lenny started to call out, but Ray was already committed. Ray closed the distance in a sprint. The nearest ogre roared in confusion and anger, trying to swing its club, but its frozen legs kept it from turning properly. Ray drew back his fist, channeling his dragon strength into the strike, and punched the ogre's leg with devastating force. The impact sounded like a tree splitting. The ogre's knee buckled and broke, causing the massive creature to topple sideways. It crashed to the stone floor with an earth-shaking boom, its breath knocked out in a pained wheeze. Ray immediately leaped onto the fallen ogre's belly, ready to deliver a finishing blow to its head. But the second ogre had already broken free from the ice, chunks of frozen water exploding away from its legs as it stomped. Its eyes, tiny and filled with rage, locked onto Ray. It raised its club high overhead and brought it down with murderous force, trying to crush the small human that had hurt its companion. Ray didn't panic. The ogre was powerful, but it was also slow. Far too slow for someone with dragon reflexes. Ray jumped clear just as the club came down. But instead of smashing Ray, the club struck the other ogre directly in the chest. The sickening crunch of breaking ribs echoed through the chamber. The first ogre let out a weak cry, its breathing becoming labored and wet. Ray landed lightly and immediately rushed back to the injured ogre. With one more powerful strike to its head, he ended its suffering.
Advanced tier beast crystal obtained. 1.
The system message appeared in Ray's vision, and a surge of satisfaction ran through him. It had been far too long since he'd last seen those words. Months, perhaps. Advanced tier beasts were becoming increasingly rare, especially near human settlements.
One down, one more to go.
The surviving ogre saw its companion die and let out a roar of pure rage. It lifted its club again and brought it down where Ray stood. But when the ogre tried to raise the club for another strike, something seemed to be holding it in place. The weapon wouldn't budge, as if it had been welded to the ground. The ogre pulled harder, confusion replacing rage on its brutish face. It used both hands, straining with all its considerable strength. Then, flames began to appear along the club's length. The wood started to blacken and smoke, spreading rapidly until the entire weapon burst into fire. Within seconds, it had burned to ash, leaving the ogre holding nothing but air. The ogre looked at its empty hands in complete bewilderment. "Fireball!" Ray cast, and a sphere of concentrated flame shot forward. The fireball struck the ogre square in the face, exploding in a burst of heat and light. The creature screamed, temporarily blinded, stumbling backward and clawing at its burned features. Ray didn't waste the opening. He sprinted forward, using the ogre's knee as a stepping stone to launch himself upward. At the apex of his jump, he brought both hands together above his head, fingers interlocked, and brought them down like a sledgehammer directly on top of the ogre's skull. The impact drove the creature to its knees. It swayed once, twice, then collapsed forward onto its face and moved no more.
Advanced tier beast crystal obtained. 1.
Ray landed lightly, breathing only slightly harder than normal. 2 advanced tier crystals, exactly what he needed.
Things are finally starting to look up,
Ray thought with grim satisfaction. "Well," Lenny said from the tunnel entrance, where the others still stood watching in various states of shock and admiration.
That was certainly efficient."
Jack laughed. "Reminded me why I don't want to fight him."
"Should we continue?"
Ark asked, eyeing the massive chamber warily.
If there are ogres guarding this place, what else might be down here?
Ray looked deeper into the chamber, where more tunnels branched off into darkness.
We keep going,
Ray said firmly.
The divine being is close. I can feel it.
I guess you didn't need our help then? Lenny said, surveying the two dead ogres sprawled across the chamber floor. Although Lenny was an incredibly powerful mage with decades of experience, even he had to admit that fighting two advanced-tier beasts simultaneously would have been quite challenging. Yet Ray had dispatched them both in under a minute, barely breaking a sweat. The boy's strength continues to grow at an alarming rate. What exactly is he? Lenny's curiosity about Ray was getting deeper and deeper every day. Ark approached one of the fallen ogres and drew a small knife from his belt. He began examining the creature's chest, looking for the best place to make an incision. "What are you doing?" Ray asked, puzzled by Ark's actions. "Oh, I was trying to help you extract the beast crystals," Ark explained, already starting to cut into the thick hide. "It would be a waste to leave them here. We could forge a powerful weapon from advanced-tier crystals, or at minimum, sell them for a substantial amount of gold." "Don't worry about that," Ray replied. "I've already obtained the crystals." Ark's knife paused mid-cut. He looked up, confusion clear on his face. "Really? When? I was watching the whole fight, and I didn't see you take anything." Ray extended his hand and opened his palm, revealing two gleaming crystals that seemed to shimmer with inner light. "They're here, already extracted and stored." Lenny studied Ray with barely concealed suspicion. He'd been watching the fight intently, analyzing Ray's every move, and he was absolutely certain he'd never seen Ray do anything that would indicate crystal extraction. The bodies had been intact the entire time. At the same time, there was no logical reason for Ray to lie about something like this. Why would he leave valuable crystals behind if he truly hadn't obtained them?
Everyone has secrets they wish to keep, myself included. If Ray wants to maintain his mysteries, that's his right,
Lenny thought, deciding not to press the issue.
"Well then,"
Lenny said aloud,
"shall we continue?"
The group ventured deeper into the massive underground hall. Even with their light crystals casting bright illumination, the ceiling remained invisible somewhere far above, and the walls were lost in distant darkness. Despite the vast area, the group stayed close together. No one wanted to risk getting separated in case they encountered more powerful beasts, or worse, Gary himself lurking in the shadows. After walking for what felt like 15 minutes through the seemingly endless chamber, they finally spotted something ahead. A deliberately built structure. "A temple," Ray said quietly. It was fairly large, built from dark stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Thick columns held up a peaked roof, and intricate carvings covered every surface. But what immediately captured Ray's attention was the statue standing directly in front. It was identical to the statue they'd found beneath Avrion Academy. The same flowing robes, the same serene expression, the same hand extended as if offering something, or perhaps calling someone forward. Even the temple's design looked eerily familiar.
"Do you know what that is?"
Jack asked, his voice hushed.
"Yes, actually,"
Lenny replied, his scholarly excitement overcoming his usual caution.
"Well, I have a fairly confident theory, at least. There are 3 pieces of the divine being located throughout the Allure Kingdom, and with each fragment, a temple was constructed. One temple is located beneath Avrion Academy, as we've already seen. The second is here, beneath Kelberg Castle, and the final piece resides somewhere beneath the city of Roland." "But who built these temples?"
Ark asked, running his hand along one of the columns. The stone was unnaturally smooth, almost warm to the touch.
"That's where the theories become particularly interesting," Lenny said, warming to his subject. "Remember what I mentioned earlier about gods being able to control beasts? Well,
there are ancient texts that suggest the divine being possessed that very ability. But control might be the wrong word. Rather than commanding beasts through force, it seems they worshipped her willingly. Jack frowned. What are you saying exactly? I'm getting lost in all your academic rambling. All right, let me be more direct. This is only a theory, mind you, but many scholars, myself included, believe these underground temples were actually constructed by beasts themselves, as signs of devotion and worship. Beasts? Building temples? Ark said slowly. That sounds impossible. Beasts are mindless creatures driven by instinct. Are they? Lenny countered. We've encountered intelligent beasts before. True infected demonstrate planning and strategy. Some advanced tier creatures can speak. Then why can't they build something? He gestured around the chamber. Of course, not all beasts were happy to worship a god. There were those too savage to comprehend devotion, and those too powerful to acknowledge any authority above their own. Like what? Jack asked. Like dragons, for instance, Lenny said casually. Ark couldn't help himself. He chuckled. Oh, so you find that amusing, do you? Lenny said, raising an eyebrow. I'm sorry, Ark said, still smiling. But everyone knows dragons are nothing but myths. Old stories used to frighten children so they would behave. They never actually existed. Perhaps, Lenny said thoughtfully. But then what would you make of artifacts like the Dragon Hammer, or the Dragon Knights of Avrion Academy? They had to derive those names from somewhere, didn't they? Names usually have origins in reality. Ark's smile faded as he considered this. He'd always assumed powerful weapons were given dramatic names to strike fear into opponents. A hammer called Dragon Hammer sounded more terrifying than Really Big Hammer. But now that Lenny mentioned it, if there were gods and demons and divine beings, why not dragons? It wouldn't be the craziest thing that existed in this world. Unknown to the entire group, a former dragon stood right there beside them, listening to every word. As they moved closer to the temple entrance, Ray felt a change in the atmosphere. Something sinister was waiting ahead, something watching. He proceeded more cautiously, his dragon instincts screaming warnings. Then, without warning, Jack shouted from behind them. Ah! What the hell? The group spun around to see Jack suspended upside down in the air, held aloft by what looked like a massive tree root wrapped around his ankle. Following the root back to its source, they found it was attached to a grotesque tree. The tree's bark was pitch black, almost oily in appearance. It had no leaves, no branches, just a thick trunk covered in strange markings that formed a disturbing pattern. When Ray looked closer, he realized the markings formed a face, a sinister, leering face with hollow eyes and a mouth twisted into a cruel smile. And it was moving, growing, reaching for them. They're cursed trees, Lenny shouted urgently. Be careful! Don't let them grab you! Their strength is absolutely monstrous. As if responding to Lenny's words, multiple roots erupted from the ground in all directions. Thick, writhing appendages that moved with frightening intelligence, seeking vulnerable targets. Lenny immediately cast enhancement magic over his fists, blue energy crackling around his knuckles. He met the approaching roots with devastating punches, each impact shattering wood and sending splinters flying. Ark moved like water, his footwork allowing him to dodge and weave between the grasping roots with elegant precision. However, when he tried to counterattack, his sword strikes barely left marks on the thick bark. Ray found the cursed trees relatively easy to deal with initially. He cast fireball after fireball, incinerating the roots before they could reach him. But then he noticed something disturbing. The burned roots were already growing back, fresh wood sprouting from the charred stumps with unnatural speed. You must destroy the beast crystal at their core, Lenny called out while demolishing another root. Otherwise they'll regenerate endlessly. Armed with this knowledge, each team member adjusted their strategy. Ark stopped trying to damage the roots and instead focused on evasion, watching for patterns in the tree's movements. When he spotted an opening, he darted forward with incredible speed and drove his rapier directly into a glowing spot on the trunk, the crystal's location. The tree shuddered and went still, its roots falling limply to the ground.
Got it!
Ark shouted triumphantly. Ray took a more methodical approach. He systematically burned away the defensive roots, clearing a path to the tree's center. Once exposed, he concentrated his fire magic directly on the core. The beast crystal cracked and shattered, and Ray felt the familiar satisfaction of another crystal being absorbed into his system.
My luck is finally turning around. 3 advanced crystals in one day.
Lenny handled his cursed tree with practiced efficiency. His deep knowledge of beast anatomy allowed him to target weak points precisely, destroying the crystal with minimal wasted effort. But Jack was in serious trouble. The cursed tree that had initially grabbed him had wrapped more and more roots around his body, around his torso, his arms, his neck. The roots constricted tighter with each passing second, squeezing with bone-crushing force. Jack struggled against the restraints, his muscles bulging with effort, his face turning red. But no matter how hard he pulled, the roots wouldn't budge even a millimeter.
Do you require assistance?
Lenny called out, already preparing a spell.
No,
Jack groaned through gritted teeth.
I'm fine. I can handle this myself. There's no shame in asking for help, Jack,
Ark added, concerned by how purple Jack's face was becoming. Jack must have decided he'd had enough of struggling. His body began to transform. White-silver fur sprouted across his skin. His muscles expanded, growing larger and more defined. His hands elongated, fingers becoming tipped with razor-sharp claws. His face pushed forward into a muzzle filled with fangs. In his werewolf form, Jack possessed strength that overpowered even the cursed tree's monstrous power. He flexed his massive arms, and the roots binding him began to snap like dry twigs. With a powerful lunge, he broke completely free and pounced on the tree's trunk. What followed was pure savagery. Jack's claws tore through bark and wood like paper, shredding the cursed tree into smaller and smaller pieces. He didn't stop until nothing remained but scattered debris and a shattered beast crystal on the ground.
Did you really have to transform?
Lenny asked with a sigh once the fight ended. Jack canceled his transformation, his body shrinking back to human proportions. He was breathing hard, sweat dripping from his face.
It was either transform or suffocate. I chose transformation.
The werewolf form still drains him significantly. He needs more practice controlling it, making it more efficient,
Ray observed. With all the cursed trees defeated, the group finally approached the temple entrance unobstructed. Their light crystals pushed back the darkness, revealing more details of the ancient structure. That's when the light caught something else, a figure standing motionless directly in front of the temple doors. Everyone immediately drew their weapons, tension crackling through the air. The figure wore a dark hooded cloak that obscured their features. For a long moment, no one moved. No one spoke. Then the figure reached up and slowly pushed back the hood. Gary's face emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable. The cursed gauntlet on his right arm pulsed with sickly red light, shadows writhing across its surface.
I've been waiting for you,
Gary said calmly, as if greeting old friends rather than facing potential enemies. His eyes glowed with that unnatural red color, but his smile was almost sad.
Welcome to the temple,
Gary continued.
Shall we go inside? The divine being is quite eager to meet you, Ray. She's been expecting you for a very long time.
The way he said it sent chills down everyone's spine.
This is a trap.
Ray thought, every instinct screaming danger.
Gary,
Ray said carefully,
we've come to bring you home.
Gary's sad smile widened slightly.
Home,
he repeated, as if tasting the word.
Is that what you think you're offering?
The gauntlet pulsed brighter, and the shadows around them seemed to grow deeper despite the light crystals.
Come inside, Ray,
Gary said, turning toward the temple doors.
Let me show you what home really means.
The entire group took an instinctive step backward as Gary's face emerged from the shadows. The cursed gauntlet on his right arm shone with malevolent light.
Don't be afraid,
Gary said, his smile twisted and wrong.
I thought we were all friends. Or has that changed so quickly?
What are you doing here? Jack shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. This was unprecedented territory for Jack. Throughout their travels together, he and Gary had bickered constantly, arguing about tactics, competing for glory, trading insults like it was a sport. But Jack had never seen Gary as a bad person. Annoying, yes. Reckless, absolutely, but never evil. Seeing him now, controlled by shadow corruption, standing on the wrong side of everything they'd fought for, it made Jack's blood boil with helpless rage.
Oh, didn't Ark tell you?
Gary replied, his tone mockingly pleasant.
I'm here to ensure my message was delivered properly. I thought a personal visit would be more effective than a second-hand report. Make the consequences feel more real, you understand.
Gary began descending the temple stairs slowly, deliberately, each footstep echoing in the vast chamber. The group tensed but didn't attack, uncertain what would trigger violence. When Gary reached the bottom, he stopped and looked directly at Ray. For a brief moment, the red glow in his eyes seemed to dim slightly.
Ray,
Gary said, his voice softer now, almost pleading.
I'm here to ask you something, as a friend. Give up on Avrion. Walk away from the Red Wings, from the war, from all of it. Go live your days in some peaceful village somewhere far from here. Forget about the Shadow Plague and let them forget about you.
Is that really Gary talking? Or is this the demon being clever, using Gary's voice to manipulate us?
For just a second, Ray felt like the emotion in Gary's eyes was genuine, like some part of his old friend was still in there, fighting to surface.
I can't, Gary, Ray said quietly but firmly. The Shadow Plague has already taken too much from me, and now it's taken you too. I won't let it have anything else. Not Avrion, not the people who trust me, not one more thing.
Gary's expression hardened, the brief flicker of humanity vanishing.
It's a shame to hear you say that, though I suppose it was the expected answer.
What about your sister, Gary?
Jack suddenly shouted, desperation in his voice.
What would Amy think if she could see you now, standing with the Shadow Plague, the very thing you both became knights to fight against? You're betraying everything she believed in.
For a moment, Gary's face twisted with pain, real, genuine anguish. But then it smoothed into cold indifference.
You're wrong, Gary said flatly. It wasn't the Shadow Plague that took my sister from me. It was humans. Humans killed her. If I help destroy Roland, then there's no need for me to waste time searching for which specific humans murdered her. They'll all be dead anyway. Problem solved.
I see now,
Jack said, his voice thick with disgust and sorrow.
You've gone completely insane, Gary Bluebird. Maybe Ray still thinks he can bring you back, but you're already consumed. There's nothing left of my friend in there.
Jack drew his massive greatsword from his back in one smooth motion. Without hesitation, without warning, he leaped forward and swung at Gary with every ounce of strength in his body. The blade whistled through the air, a killing blow aimed at Gary's neck.
Jack, no!
Ray started to shout. But Gary didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even look concerned. He simply made a fist with his gauntleted hand and casually knocked the enormous greatsword aside. The great weapon was deflected as easily as swatting away a stick. Before Jack could recover, Gary's other hand shot forward and grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the ground.
Look how weak you are now,
Gary said, his voice filled with contempt.
And to think I used to believe you were so much stronger than me. I idolized you, Jack, wanted to be like you, but you're just disappointing.
The power difference, it's enormous. Gary was already one of our best fighters, but now with the gauntlet, he's on another level entirely,
Ray thought, his mind racing through calculations. Gary's grip around Jack's throat tightened. Jack struggled, his hands clawing at the gauntlet uselessly, his face turning purple as his air supply cut off. The veins in his neck stood out starkly against his reddening skin. "Let him go, Gary," Ray said, forcing himself to sound calm despite the fear coursing through him. "I mean it. Release him now." Ray clenched his fists, trying to gauge Gary's current power level, trying to determine if he could fight him and win. But, for the first time in years, Ray felt genuine doubt. He was actually afraid that if he attacked, he might not survive the encounter. "Fine," Gary said dismissively. He threw Jack toward the ground with brutal force. Not dropped. Threw, like discarding garbage. Jack's body hit the stone floor with a sickening crack. The impact was so violent that his head bounced, splitting open. Blood immediately began pooling beneath him, dark and spreading fast. "No!" Ark cried, rushing to Jack's side and dropping to his knees beside his friend. Jack wasn't moving. His breathing was shallow and irregular. The wound on his head was serious, potentially fatal without immediate healing.
What are you doing, Gary?
Ark shouted, tears streaming down his face as he pressed his hands against Jack's bleeding head.
You could have killed him. Your friend. How can you? The stupid dog will live,
Gary interrupted coldly.
His body is strong. He'll recover.
Gary turned his attention back to Ray, and his voice took on a formal, almost ceremonial quality.
Ray, I'm asking you one final time. Surrender your claim on Avrion. Walk away. If you refuse, my master, who is standing directly behind me, will be forced to act. And with the two of us working together, we could kill every single person in this chamber in less than a minute.
Who is your master?
Lenny demanded, his hands already glowing with prepared magic. A second figure emerged from the darkness behind Gary, stepping into the light with deliberate slowness. The man wore full plate armor so black it seemed to absorb light. On his chest piece, clearly visible even in the dim illumination, was an emblem, a vertical eye surrounded by dark wings. Ray recognized him immediately. Morfran, the man who'd been the force behind the Dark Guild. Ray's mind suddenly made a connection he should have seen earlier. The hammer that had possessed the demon man, the black sword Gary carried, and now Morfran's armor. They all bore similar designs, similar symbols.
They're a set, part of the same collection of cursed artifacts. How many more pieces are out there? How many more weapons are waiting to corrupt their wielders?
Ray realized.
We of the Shadows Guard have been given a clear mission,
Morfran announced, his voice echoing with authority.
Kill Ray and eliminate the leadership of the Red Wings. However, our newest colleague has requested that we spare you.
He placed a hand on Gary's shoulder in a gesture that was almost fatherly.
It would be wise to listen to his mercy. This offer won't come again.
Ray could lie. He could pretend to surrender, play along, buy himself time to grow stronger and plan a proper counterattack. It would be the smart strategy, the tactical choice. But that had never been Ray's way. Dragons didn't lie about their intentions. They didn't hide their resolve. I won't be changing my mind, Ray said clearly. Not today, not in a year, not ever. Morfran's expression darkened.
A shame. Then it seems we must demonstrate the consequences of defiance.
He turned to Gary.
Prove your loyalty to the Shadow Plague. Kill your old friends. All of them. Now.
Gary's body went rigid. For a moment, he just stood there, frozen, his jaw working silently. Then he dropped to one knee before Morfran in a formal gesture of supplication.
Sir,
Gary said, his voice strained,
even though I'm new to the Shadow's Guard, I'm asking you to give me more time. Please, I believe I can still convince them to see reason. Just leave this task to me. If I cannot persuade them, then I will deal with them myself. I swear it.
Morfran studied Gary's face carefully. Ray saw calculation in the man's eyes, weighing options, assessing risks.
Fine,
Morfran said eventually. Morfran's body dissolved into shadow, melting into the darkness around them until no trace remained. The moment he vanished, the oppressive pressure in the air lessened slightly.
Ray,
Gary said, standing up slowly.
Give up, please.
But Ray was stubborn, perhaps the most stubborn creature that had ever lived, dragon or human. He shook his head firmly.
Then you leave me no choice,
Gary said, his voice hollow. Lenny had magic prepared in both fists, ready to intercept the moment Gary moved. But when Gary finally attacked, his speed was impossible. One instant, Gary stood 10 feet away. The next instant, he was somehow past Lenny entirely, already at Ray's side, the black sword drawn and swinging in a dark arc. Ray managed to raise both hands to block at the last possible moment. The blade struck his crossed forearms with tremendous force. Even blocking, the impact lifted Ray completely off the ground, his feet leaving the floor. But before Ray's body could be blown away by the momentum, Gary's gauntleted hand shot out and grabbed him. Gary yanked Ray back down and slammed him into the stone floor face first. Pain exploded through Ray's body. His ribs cracked. Blood filled his mouth. Before he could even think about getting up, the black sword's edge was pressed against his throat. Not cutting, but close enough that Ray could feel its razor sharpness.
Kill me then, Gary,
Ray shouted, staring up at his friend.
Just do it. If there's nothing left of you in there, if you're truly gone, then finish it. You don't think I will?
Gary said, his voice cracking slightly. But as the blade pressed against Ray's throat, Gary's hands began to shake. Subtly at first, then more noticeably. The sword trembled, moving away from Ray's neck by a fraction of an inch, then another.
He's fighting it. The real Gary is still in there, trying to stop himself,
Ray thought with hope.
It looks like you're right, Ray,
Gary said quietly, anguish clear in his voice.
I can't do it. Even with all this power, even with the demon screaming in my head to kill you, I can't.
He pulled the sword away entirely and stood up, backing away from Ray's prone form.
And now the Shadow Plague will punish me for failing to complete my task,
Gary continued, his voice distant.
I suppose I deserve it.
Gary sheathed the black sword and began walking toward the temple's entrance. As he moved, his body started to dissolve into shadow, the same technique Morfran had used. Just before he disappeared completely, Gary spoke one last time. His voice echoed through the chamber, filled with profound sadness and finality.
Goodbye, my friend. I hope you become strong enough to kill me when we meet again, because next time I won't be able to hold back.
The moment Gary vanished into the shadows, the oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lifted dramatically. The suffocating heat that had radiated from his gauntlet dissipated, and everyone felt like they could finally breathe properly again. Ray tried to push himself up from the stone floor where Gary had thrown him, but his body screamed in protest. His ribs were cracked, maybe broken. His arms throbbed where he'd blocked the black sword's strike. Blood dripped from his split lip.
I need to heal, now.
He closed his eyes and focused inward, accessing his system interface. The 3 advanced tier crystals he'd obtained from the ogres and cursed trees were still stored there, waiting. Ray had been saving them, hoping to use them strategically during his fight with Gary, healing at a crucial moment, gaining a sudden edge in power. But the fight had never given him that chance. Gary had been too fast, too overwhelmingly strong. Ray hadn't even managed to land a single hit.
25 advanced tier points total now,
Ray calculated as he absorbed all 3 crystals at once. Warmth flooded through his body, not the corrupt heat from Gary's gauntlet, but something clean and revitalizing. Ray had noticed over time that using crystals didn't just make him stronger, they also refreshed his body, healed injuries, and restored depleted energy. His cracked ribs knitted back together. The bruises on his arms faded from purple to yellow to nothing. The cut on his lip sealed itself. Within moments, Ray felt normal again. No, better than normal. Stronger. He stood up smoothly, rolling his shoulders to test his full range of motion.
Hey, come over here!
Ark's desperate voice cut through Ray's thoughts.
Can any one of you 2 help, please?
Ray turned to see Ark kneeling beside Jack's still form, his hands pressed uselessly against the bleeding head wound. Jack's breathing was shallow and irregular, his face pale as chalk. Although Jack's body was incredibly durable, Gary's blow had somehow pierced through his primary defense, his skin. The fact that Jack had just completed a werewolf transformation moments before hadn't helped. Jack's body was always significantly weaker in the minutes following a transformation, all his energy depleted. Lenny hurried over and knelt beside Jack, examining the wound with a critical eye.
I wouldn't worry about it too much, Lenny said, though his tone suggested he was more concerned than he wanted to admit. His enhanced healing is already working on it. See how the bleeding has slowed? But at the same time, I don't particularly want to carry an unconscious werewolf around this temple.
Lenny placed both hands just above the wound on Jack's head. His palms began to glow with pure white light. The wound began healing at a rapid rate. The swelling reduced. Color slowly returned to Jack's face. Ray watched carefully, his analytical mind working.
Mother could only perform fire magic. That was her specialty, her only element. Lily can manipulate wind, but nothing else. Most mages specialize in a single type of magic their entire lives. But Lenny, I've seen him use wind magic, fire magic, enhancement magic, decay magic, and now white magic. Healing magic, one of the rarest forms. What exactly is Lenny? How does one person have access to so many different types of magic?
After a few tense moments, Jack's eyes began to flutter open. He groaned, one hand reaching up to touch his head where the wound had been.
What happened? Jack asked groggily, looking around at the concerned faces above him. Gary, did he escape?
No, Ray said quietly. He let us live. They waited several more minutes for Jack to fully regain his senses, making sure he could stand and walk without stumbling. When Jack finally declared himself ready, the 4 of them began ascending the temple stairs toward the massive doors at the top. The doors were enormous, easily 20 feet tall and made from the same strange metal Ray had seen at Avrion Academy, the bedtadium. In the center of both doors was a circular lock mechanism, identical to the one that had guarded the divine being's chamber in Avrion.
So this is why Gary and Morfran were waiting outside, Lenny said, running his hand along the door's surface. Even with all their power, they couldn't break through bedtadium. It's one of the few materials that can resist even demon-level strength.
Well, if they couldn't get into the temple,
Ark said with growing disappointment,
what makes you think we can? Do you know any tricks to bypass the lock?
Lenny shook his head regretfully. I'm afraid not. Bedtadium locks are absolute. Only people who know the specific code can open them. In this case, that would be the master smith who created the door, probably long dead, and the mayor of Kelberg, who definitely doesn't know we're down here.
So this was a wasted trip, then,
Ark said, his shoulders slumping.
We came all this way for nothing.
Without a word, Ray walked up to the door and placed his palm flat against the circular lock. Immediately, a message appeared in his vision, white text floating in the air that only he could see.
Would you like to open the door?
Just like with every other locked door he'd encountered in these ancient places, Ray somehow possessed the ability to bypass them. He still didn't understand why or how. It was tied to his dragon nature somehow, he suspected, but the exact mechanism remained a mystery.
Yes.
The circular lock began to spin, its segments rotating in complex patterns. Clicking sounds echoed through the chamber as internal mechanisms shifted and aligned. Finally, with a deep grinding noise, both massive doors slid sideways into hidden recesses in the walls. Ray could feel Lenny's eyes boring into his back, studying him with intense curiosity. "A skill I learned along the way," Ray said vaguely, not turning around. "Well, I certainly hope you can teach me that particular skill, young man," Lenny said with obvious longing. "I would pay any price. There are numerous places throughout the kingdom that I'd love to access, all blocked by doors exactly like this one." Ray didn't reply, pretending to be focused on what lay beyond the doors. There was no way he could teach Lenny anything. Ray himself didn't understand how the ability worked. As soon as the doors fully opened, blue light spilled out from within, so bright they all had to squint. The light came from thousands of tiny glowing stones embedded in every surface, walls, floor, ceiling. They pulsed gently, like heartbeats, bathing everything in ethereal blue radiance. The temple's interior was a single massive hall. Rows of stone benches lined both sides, all facing toward the back of the chamber. And there, suspended in midair at the far end, floated a single enormous crystal. Light seemed to originate from within it, pulsing outward in waves.
The divine being,
Lenny breathed, awe clear in his voice.
Although I've never seen this particular fragment, it's exactly as described in the ancient texts, and identical to the one beneath Avrion.
While Lenny, Ray, and Jack seemed relatively unaffected by the presence of the crystal, Ark immediately dropped to his knees, his head bowed low. His body trembled as if fighting against an overwhelming compulsion.
"What are you guys doing?"
Ark said, his voice strained.
"You need to bow down. This is a higher being. We have to show respect."
"Isn't it just a large beast crystal?" Jack asked, confused by Ark's reaction. "Why are we bowing to a rock?"
"Now we simply hope the divine being chooses to speak to one of us,"
Lenny said, approaching the floating crystal cautiously.
"She can be selective about who she communicates with. There have been instances where people traveled great distances to seek her wisdom, only to be met with complete silence."
"Don't worry," Ray said with quiet confidence, already walking toward the crystal. "I'm certain she'll speak to me." Ray reached the platform beneath the floating crystal, and without hesitation, placed his hand directly on its smooth surface. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Part of Ray's consciousness was suddenly yanked out of his body and pulled into the crystal itself. It felt like dying and being reborn simultaneously, like his soul was being unraveled and rewoven. Then the visions began. Images flooded through Ray's mind in rapid succession, each one crystal clear and intensely real. massive armies clashing across a blackened landscape. The sky itself seemed to be burning, filled with ash and smoke. Thousands of soldiers fighting and dying, the ground soaked red with blood. His friends, Kyle, Dan, Jack, Lenny, Ark, Sylvia, all of them standing beside Ray in battle formation, weapons drawn, faces grim with determination. Then Ray saw two people Ray had never seen before, but somehow knew were important. The first was a woman wearing a flowing black cloak that seemed made of shadow itself. She held an ornate magical staff topped with a dark crystal, and her hair was long and black as midnight. The second was a young man with striking silver hair that seemed to glow with inner light. He held a crystal in his palm, not a beast crystal, but something different, something that pulsed with the same energy as the divine being itself. And then there was an enemy. The Shadow Plague's forces stretched across the horizon like a living darkness. And standing at the forefront, atop the walls of a massive fortress, were two figures Ray recognized with painful clarity, Monk and Gary. They stood side by side, looking down at the approaching army with identical smiles, cruel, confident smiles that promised death. Destruction, cities burning, people screaming. The world itself seemed to be torn apart at the seams as shadow and light clashed with apocalyptic force. Then, as suddenly as they'd begun, the images stopped. Ray's consciousness snapped back into his body with such force that he stumbled backward, gasping. "What was that?" Ray asked aloud, his voice shaking slightly. His heart was pounding, adrenaline flooding his system. And then he heard it. The voice of the divine being. "That was the future." How is that possible?" Ray gasped, still struggling to stand on his feet. "Ray!" Lenny grabbed his arm, steadying him. "What happened? Are you all right?" "The divine being." Ray's voice came out rough. "It showed me something." "What did you see?" Jack pressed closer, concern written across his face. Before Ray could answer, the crystal blazed with sudden light. The divine being's presence filled the room. Ray felt it wash over him like a wave. "Did it speak?" Lenny's eyes widened with wonder. "Did the divine being actually speak to you? This is incredible. It's a miracle." Ray barely heard him. His attention locked on the glowing crystal as a voice echoed in his mind. Soft, ancient, feminine. "Why?" Ray demanded aloud. "Why did you show me that vision?" The others fell silent, watching him with a mixture of confusion and awe. "Do you remember the vision you were shown last time?" the divine being asked. How could he forget? The last vision had been a nightmare, the shadow plague devouring the Allure kingdom, leaving nothing but darkness and death. Empty cities, corrupted land, a world without hope. "Yes," Ray said through clenched teeth. "I remember." "Because of you, that future has already changed." Ray's breath caught. "Because of me?" "The path you walk now leads to a different tomorrow," the divine being continued. "And you can change it again. But I am no longer safe here in Kelberg." "What do you mean?" Ray stepped closer to the crystal. "You're the divine being. What could threaten you?" "More than you know. My time in this place grows short." The crystal's light pulsed faster, almost urgently. "I know you have many questions, Ray. I know you want answers about what you are, what you were, and what you might become. But I cannot give them to you here. Not now. I will transform myself," the divine being said. "I will become a small crystal, similar to any common beast core. You saw the vision of the future.
You must find the man who stood beside you, the one who held me in his hands. Give him this crystal, then find the last piece of me in Roland. Only then, only when I am whole again, can I answer all the questions burning in your heart."
Ray's hands curled into fists. "Why should I do your bidding? I'm not your tool to be used like some puppet." The words came out harsher than he intended, but Ray didn't care. He was tired of being manipulated, tired of cryptic messages and visions he didn't understand, tired of playing games he didn't know the rules to.
"I know you're angry,"
the divine being said softly.
"I know you feel used, but I also know you will complete this task."
"Oh? And why are you so sure?"
"Because you are curious, Ray. You need to know what happened to you, who you were, why you are here."
The crystal's light seemed to focus on him.
"Before today, I wasn't certain about you, but now I am. You are a changed man, Sen."
Ray froze. Sen. She called me Sen, my dragon name.
"You care for those around you now,"
the divine being continued.
"You will do whatever it takes to protect them. That's why I trust you with this burden. That's why I know you'll see this through."
Before Ray could respond, the crystal began to shrink. The divine light compressed, growing smaller and smaller until it was no larger than a common beast core. It floated through the air toward Ray, spinning gently until it dropped into his outstretched palm. The glow vanished completely. The crystal looked ordinary now, just another beast core that could be found in any monster's corpse. Ray stared at it, his thoughts churning.
She knows my dragon name. She knows who I was.
The implications crashed over him like an avalanche.
Is she truly the witch I fought with centuries ago? Is she the one who turned me into a human? What does she know about the Shadow Plague? And why? Why am I involved in all of this?
The wyvern's words echoed in his memory. The witch and the divine being are the same person. Ray's jaw clenched. He had no choice. Not really. The divine being held all the answers he desperately needed, and she knew it. She was dangling the truth in front of him like a carrot before a horse.
Fine. I'll do what you ask. I'll play your game. But when I finally get those answers, when I finally learn the truth, I'm done. And if I don't like what you tell me, divine being or not, I'll deal with you too.
Ray?
Ark's voice broke through his thoughts.
Did the divine being really just give itself to you?
Ray looked up, realizing the others had been watching him in stunned silence. "Yes," he said simply.
"But why?"
Jack asked.
"What did it say?"
Lenny stroked his beard thoughtfully.
"Judging by what we heard, it seems the divine being no longer feels safe in Kelberg. It wants to go to Roland instead."
Ray's head snapped toward him. "You heard that?"
"Yes," Lenny replied. "We all did. The divine being spoke loud enough for all of us to hear its final words."
"What about the visions?" Ray asked carefully. "Did you see them?" Ark, Jack, and Lenny exchanged glances, then shook their heads.
"I think the visions were exclusive to you,"
Lenny said. His eyes narrowed slightly.
"All we heard was the talk of answering your questions at Roland."
Ray relaxed slightly. At least they hadn't heard the divine being call him Sen. That secret was still safe. But Lenny was studying him with that sharp, calculating gaze. Ray could practically see the wheels turning in the older mage's head. The way Ray had spoken to the divine being with anger and familiarity had revealed more than he'd intended. Lenny would be wondering about that, wondering what history existed between them.
"Can we really take the crystal?"
Ark asked, breaking the tension.
"Won't Kelberg find out? Won't this cause a panic? Many people see the divine being as their protector."
Lenny waved a dismissive hand.
"The common people didn't even know the divine being was located here in the first place. It's been a secret kept by the mayor and a few select individuals. Besides, even if the mayor did discover it was gone, I doubt he would cause panic among his citizens. He's too careful for that.
So, what do we do now? Jack looked between them.
Do we just leave?
Ray closed his fist around the crystal. He thought back to the vision, the two unknown allies, the coming battle, and most disturbingly, Gary and Monk standing with the enemy.
I have to prevent that future, whatever it takes.
We do as it is asked, Ray said firmly. We head to Roland Academy. Even before this happened, it was our next destination anyway. Finding the divine being's other piece won't be too much trouble if we're already going there.
But how will we get inside?
Jack scratched his head.
It's a magic academy, right? I hear they're very strict. They don't allow anyone inside apart from their professors and students.
That's just something we'll deal with when we arrive.
Lenny cleared his throat.
I hope you're not planning to barge in and fight your way to the divine being, because if you are, I'm afraid that task will be near impossible, even for someone with your considerable strength.
Ray raised an eyebrow. Why's that?
Roland is the capital of the Allure Kingdom, Lenny explained patiently. The strongest mages in the entire realm work and study there. The academy itself is protected by wards that would detect any hostile intent immediately. You'd be spotted in a heartbeat.
He paused.
The only way to sneak in would be as a student.
Then we'll become students, Ray said.
Oh, that's not exactly easy either. The entrance examinations are a lot difficult than you imagine, and no one without a magical ability can enter the academy, Lenny explained.
Then how are we going inside?
Jack ran a hand through his already messy hair.
Lenny studied Ray for a long moment, then sighed deeply. I suppose I have a way I can help you.
Ray's eyes narrowed immediately. What do you mean? After their encounter with the divine being and obtaining the information they sought, the group made their way out of the tunnels. They moved carefully, replacing every stone and covering every trace of their passage. By the time they finished, it looked as though no one had ever been there. Sneaking back into the castle proved easier than expected. The guards were focused on external threats, not intruders already inside. Within minutes, they had returned to the dining hall to continue their discussion. The four of them sat together at a single table in the vast dining hall. The room stood empty, except for them, since it was late at night. Torchlight flickered against the stone walls, casting long shadows across the floor. Ray placed the divine being's crystal on the table between them. It looked so ordinary now, just another beast core. Hard to believe it contains something so powerful. Tell us then, Ray said, looking directly at Lenny. How are you able to help get us into Roland? Lenny leaned back in his chair, stroking his beard thoughtfully.
Well, first off, it would only be you, Ray, since you're the only one who can perform magic.
What? Jack sat up straighter. Why can't we come?
Think about it, Lenny explained patiently. Even if I could manage to get 2 more students admitted, you two would be spotted in a heartbeat when you couldn't perform any magic spells. Roland Academy doesn't accept non-mages. It would raise too many questions.
Jack's shoulders slumped, but he nodded in understanding.
I used to be a teacher at Roland Academy, Lenny continued. I know a few people there, colleagues I worked with for years. Even though it's a bit past their term time, I could probably get you in on a recommendation.
The revelation that Lenny had been a teacher at Roland didn't surprise any of them. Throughout their time together, Lenny had displayed numerous skills that marked him as a high-level mage. His knowledge of magic theory, his precise spell work, his understanding of the shadow plague, everything pointed to someone with extensive training and experience. At this point, Ray found it harder to believe that Lenny had ever been a knight at Avrion in the first place. That past seemed almost impossible, given the man sitting before them now.
There is one problem, though.
Lenny's expression turned serious. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a single silver coin, placing it on the table with a soft clink. My funds have run dry. Before, the city of Kelberg was paying me for my skills as an investigator here. But now that Lily is knocked out cold and us heading to Roland on our own agenda, they will not pay for my travels. I'm afraid I cannot afford the journey. Ray waved his hand dismissively. If money is your concern, do not worry. I will compensate you for your troubles. He had the gold coins from Slivia and their quest rewards. Money was the least of his problems right now. If possible, I would like to leave tomorrow morning. Are you happy to travel with us? Of course. Lenny's eyes brightened with determination. It has long been my goal to go up against the Shadow Plague. For years it has felt like I was fighting them on my own, while others dismissed my concerns. But now, to know there are powerful comrades like you going up against them, it has given me hope. He paused, his gaze settling on Ray with newfound respect. Not only that, but it seems the divine being has put its trust in you more so than the kingdom. I shall do the same. The weight of those words hung in the air for a moment. Trust from the divine being. Ray wasn't sure if that was a blessing or a curse. Jack turned to his friend. What about you, Ark? Will you be coming with us? Ark had been quiet, his hands folded on the table in front of him. He looked up slowly, meeting each of their eyes in turn. I've been considering this carefully, Ark began. I'd already made up my mind to join the Red Wings, to fight alongside all of you. He took a deep breath. But after meeting those powerful beasts in the tunnels below, after seeing Gary's strength, I realized something. I'm not anywhere close to being at the same level as you three. Ark, that's not... Jack started to protest, but Ark held up a hand. Let me finish. I need to get stronger, that's true. But if I'm around you three all the time, I'll only rely on your strength. Or worse, I'll get in your way when you need to act quickly. His voice grew firmer, more confident. I'm afraid I won't be joining you for this journey. Then what will you do? Ray asked. I'll stay in Kelberg, Ark replied. I've a great debt I owe to this city now. Lily is also here fighting her own battle against the shadow infection. If the shadow attacks Kelberg, I will inform you immediately. He looked at Ray with determination. I also plan to help you grow the Red Wings in Kelberg City. The guild's presence is weak here, and the city needs another guild right now. They need protection. Lenny nodded approvingly. I think that is the correct decision, Ark. Do not feel bad about your choice. Your growth at your age is normal. Impressive, even. You are a lot stronger than I was when I was your age. He glanced at Ray and Jack with a slight smile. The people in front of you are simply monsters. Comparing yourself to them will only lead to frustration. Jack clapped Ark on the shoulder. We'll miss you, brother, but you're making the right call. Kelberg needs someone like you. The Red Wings will be stronger for your work here, Ray added. Build our foundation while we handle Roland. With the decision made, the group dispersed for a good night's rest. Tomorrow would bring a new journey. The next morning arrived with clear skies and a cool breeze. Ray, Jack, and Lenny had packed all their belongings and loaded them onto a sturdy carriage. Supplies of food and water filled the storage compartments, enough for a week-long journey. Ray had retrieved another 10 gold coins from Slivia during his last trip back to Avrion. Combined with the 2 gold coins Gary and Jack had saved from completed quests, they had enough funds to travel comfortably and pay for Lenny's assistance. Ark stood in the courtyard to see them off. The morning sun cast long shadows across the cobblestones. Stay safe, Ark said, shaking each of their hands, and send word when you can. Keep Kelberg secure, Ray replied. We're counting on you. And yes, please convey our goodbyes to Lily. She needs rest, and I am afraid that we do not have much time to bid her a proper goodbye. But take care of her too. I won't let you down. With final goodbyes exchanged, Lenny climbed into the driver's seat and took the reins. The horses snorted and stamped their feet, eager to move. Ray and Jack settled into the carriage as it lurched forward, rolling out of Kelberg toward the distant capital. The road stretched out before them, winding through forests and open plains. Lenny proved to be a skilled driver, keeping the horses at a steady pace while avoiding the worst ruts and holes in the road. "Now remember, you two," Lenny called back to them as they traveled, "Roland is not just a place where all the top mages in the kingdom attend. It is also the capital city of the Allure Kingdom, a place where the Queen lives." "The Queen?" Jack leaned forward with interest. "Yes, she oversees all major decisions in the kingdom, especially matters concerning the army that fights against the Shadow Plague." Lenny glanced back at them seriously. "I don't have to tell you that it's best you don't mention you are from the Red Wings Guild. They will be greatly upset that an unknown group has taken over Avrion without their permission or knowledge." "Understood," Ray said. Although this queen might not have been alive during the dragon hunts, her lineage might have had some say in that decision. Her ancestors could have ordered the slaughter of his kind. But Ray pushed those thoughts aside. He wasn't going to Roland to deal with the queen. There were bigger problems to handle. 3 tasks, Ray reminded himself, counting them in his mind. The first task was finding the silver-haired boy from his vision, the one who had stood beside him holding the divine being's crystal. Before just handing over the crystal, Ray needed to find out who this person was. He needed to understand why the divine being had chosen him. The second task was finding the last piece of the divine being. Its exact location remained unknown, but according to Lenny, he was 100% certain it was located somewhere in the academy itself. They would have to search carefully. The third task seemed less urgent to the others, but Ray considered it important, finding out what had happened to Amy while she attended the academy. The information might prove useful somehow. Maybe it could even provide a way to help bring Gary back to their side, to break whatever hold the Shadow had on him.
"Gary, I'll find a way to save you."
"Well, are you ready, Ray?" Lenny's voice broke through his thoughts. "Ready for what?" Ray asked.
"Don't be silly,"
Lenny laughed.
"Don't tell me you haven't realized it yet. You're going to become a student again, only this time as a mage instead of a warrior."
Ray thought back to when he was younger, back to when he had originally set his sights on attending Roland Academy. He had dreamed of walking those halls, learning magic alongside the kingdom's best students. But he was quickly denied when they discovered he had no magical power. The rejection had stung deeply. He had never thought he would get to experience what it would be like living as a mage, learning spells, and studying magical theory.
And now I'm going there, not as the powerless boy they rejected, but as someone who can actually wield magic, someone strong enough that the divine being itself has placed its trust in me.
"I'm ready," Ray said aloud, his voice carrying certainty. "Let's see what Roland Academy has to offer." The journey from Kelberg City to Roland was surprisingly peaceful. Ray had braced himself for ambushes, random beast attacks, or, at a minimum, some bandits looking for easy targets. But none of that happened. The roads were well maintained and heavily patrolled. Guards stationed at regular intervals waved them through checkpoints with practiced efficiency. The safety of the roads meant many merchants and common travelers moved about freely, without needing expensive escort services. Just by observing the bustling traffic and relaxed atmosphere, it would be nearly impossible to tell that the Allure Kingdom was actively at war with the Shadow Plague, or that they were one of the kingdoms directly bordering the corrupted territories. After a week of steady travel, Ray finally arrived at Roland along with Lenny and Jack. And the city was exactly as magnificent as Ray remembered from his childhood visit with his parents. The city was massive, easily 3 times the size of Avrion. The main structure was a huge circular formation surrounded by towering stone walls that rivaled any fortress Ray had ever seen. But what truly set Roland apart were the floating magical orbs, positioned at strategic points around and above the city. There were dozens of them hovering in perfect formation like artificial stars.
What are those things? Jack asked, craning his neck to stare at the spheres. They're just floating there. How? Defensive barriers, Lenny explained, his voice carrying a note of professional admiration. Not only is the city protected by walls on the ground, but also from aerial assault. If any hostile force tries to attack from above, those orbs will activate and unleash devastating magical attacks. I've heard stories of entire flocks of corrupted birds being incinerated in seconds.
That's incredible, Jack said. Why don't more cities have them? Seems like it would make sense to implement this kind of defense everywhere, not just in the capital.
Lenny chuckled, shaking his head. Don't think for a moment that these are cheap or easy to create. Each one of those orbs contains a super-tier beast crystal at its core. Do you have any idea how rare and expensive super-tier crystals are? I have one. When I finally evolve and level up properly, that crystal will give me a massive advantage,
Ray thought, his hand instinctively moving to its storage space where the crystal from the Avrion Academy test resided. Ray tried to imagine the strength of those defensive orbs. He'd never actually encountered a super-tier creature in combat. The sheer effort and cost required to harvest 50 or more super-tier crystals and implement them into a working defense system was almost incomprehensible. When they reached the main gate, Lenny and the others had to dismount and approach the guard station. A bored-looking guard handed them documents to fill out. "What is your purpose in visiting Roland?" the guard asked in a monotone voice.
"I'm here to meet an old friend," Lenny replied smoothly, "and my young colleague here is planning to enroll at Roland Academy as a student."
The guard glanced up from his paperwork to look at who Lenny was pointing at. The moment his eyes landed on Ray, his entire demeanor changed. His bored expression transformed into something between shock and reverence.
"A chosen one,"
the guard whispered, immediately dropping to one knee and bowing deeply.
"Sir, please forgive my casual tone. I had no idea."
"It's fine," Ray said quickly, uncomfortable with the sudden display. "Really, you don't need to—"
"Do not worry about the entrance fee," the guard interrupted, speaking rapidly. "The city will cover all costs for you and your companions. Please, enter immediately. I will complete the documentation personally and ensure everything is processed with the highest priority."
Before Ray could protest or ask questions, the guard was already waving them through, practically shoving their documents back at them.
"What just happened?"
Ray thought, thoroughly confused as they passed through the gate.
"Well, that was strange," Jack said once they were out of earshot. "Do you have any idea what that was about? Why did he call Ray a chosen one?" "I'll be completely honest, I have no clue," Lenny admitted, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "Though I suspect things may have changed significantly around here since my last visit. It's been many years since I've set foot in Roland. Policies shift, new leadership brings new customs."
He glanced at Ray with obvious curiosity, but didn't press the issue.
"Why don't you two head to an inn and then explore the city?" Lenny suggested. "Get a feel for the place. If it's still in business, I believe there's an establishment called the Boar's Head, not too far from the main square. I need to locate an old colleague and discuss your admission to Roland Academy. Call in a few favors. We can meet back at the inn tonight and compare notes."
With that plan agreed upon, Lenny rode off in the carriage while Ray and Jack were left to navigate the city on foot. Just like Kelberg, Roland seemed to pulse with life and energy. The streets were packed with people from all walks of life. Merchants hawking exotic goods, adventurers comparing equipment and swapping stories, children running between market stalls playing games. But unlike other cities Ray had visited, Roland had a significant population of mages walking openly through the streets. They were easy to identify, flowing robes in various colors indicating their specializations, staffs or wands carried openly, and an air of authority that made others unconsciously step aside for them. But something strange kept happening as they walked. People would glance at Ray, then do a double-take. Some would stare openly. Others would whisper to their companions while pointing in his direction.
Is it the red hair again? Are they going to start throwing things or calling me cursed?
Ray wondered, his old self-consciousness returning. But then Ray realized something strange. These reactions didn't feel the same as they usually did. There was no hostility in these stares, no disgust or fear. Instead, people looked at him with something closer to respect? Admiration? But why? Suddenly, a little girl, no more than 7 years old, appeared directly in Ray's path. She held a small bouquet of wildflowers wrapped in simple cloth. "Here you go, mister," the girl said with a bright smile, thrusting the flowers toward Ray. "Thank you for protecting our city." Before Ray could even process what was happening or respond, the girl had already run off, disappearing into the crowd. Ray stood there holding the flowers, completely bewildered. "What in the seven hells is going on?" Jack asked, staring at the bouquet. "Did you cast some kind of charm spell when I wasn't looking? Make yourself seem more appealing?" "I'm just as confused as you are," Ray said, examining the flowers as if they might provide answers. "This has never happened before, ever." They continued walking, and the pattern repeated itself. An elderly woman bowed slightly as they passed. A merchant insisted on giving Ray a free meat pie. A group of children waved enthusiastically from across the street.
Everyone is treating me like I'm some kind of hero, but I've never been to Roland before as Ray. I came here once as a child with my mother, but that was years ago, and I was just a scared kid,
Ray thought, his confusion deepening. After wandering around increasingly bewildered for another 20 minutes, Ray decided they needed answers. "Excuse me," Ray said, approaching a friendly-looking middle-aged couple. "Could you direct us to an inn called the Boar's Head?" The couple's faces lit up immediately when they saw Ray's red hair. "Oh, of course," the woman said enthusiastically. "We'd be happy to help. Actually, why don't we escort you there ourselves? It's not far, and it would be our honor." "That's really not necessary," Ray started to protest. "Nonsense," the man interrupted. "It's the least we can do. Please, follow us."
This is getting ridiculous,
Ray thought, but he didn't want to seem ungrateful by continuing to refuse. The couple led them through several winding streets, pointing out landmarks and historical buildings along the way, until they finally reached a large 3-story building with a wooden sign depicting a boar's head mounted above the entrance. "Here we are," the woman said. "The finest inn in this district. They'll treat you well, I'm certain of it." "Thank you," Ray said, genuinely meaning it despite his confusion. "No, thank you," the man replied seriously, bowing slightly before the couple walked away. "Wow, too much sweetness that I am unable to digest it," Jack grumbled, making a face as if he were in physical discomfort. Ray sighed before entering the inn, and Jack followed without further comment. The place was warm and clean, with the pleasant smell of cooking meat and fresh bread. "Hello," Ray said to the innkeeper, a burly man with a magnificent handlebar mustache. "If possible, we'd like a room for the night." Ray reached into his coin pouch, already calculating what the cost might be.
"Oh, please, absolutely not,"
the innkeeper said, waving Ray's money away as if it were offensive.
"There is no chance in any of the 9 hells that I'm charging you. I would have to be infected by the shadow plague itself to do something as monumentally stupid as that."
He pulled a key from behind the counter and handed it over with a genuine smile.
"Room 7, 2nd floor. Best room in the house. Please, head on up and make yourselves comfortable."
Ray took the key, too stunned to argue anymore. Once they were alone in the room, which was indeed quite nice, with 2 proper beds, clean linens, and a window overlooking the street, Jack finally voiced what had been bothering him.
"I think I might have figured out why everyone's treating you so nicely," Jack announced, sitting heavily on one of the beds.
"Oh?" Ray said, surprised that Jack had been thinking about it seriously. "What's your theory?"
"I think it must be opposite day in this city."
Ray felt his hopes deflate instantly.
"I don't know what I was expecting." "Think about it logically," Jack continued, completely serious. "People usually treat you terribly everywhere we go because of your red hair. They call you cursed, avoid you, and charge you extra. But here, it's the complete opposite. They love you, give you free things, and bow to you. The only logical explanation is that today is opposite day." "That's actually not completely wrong," Ray realized, Jack's ridiculous theory accidentally pointing him toward the truth. "It does have something to do with my red hair, but not because it's opposite day, because here, red hair means something different. The guard called me a chosen one. People thank me for protecting the city. They show respect and reverence. In this city, red hair isn't a curse. It's a mark of something special. But what?"
Before Ray could pursue this line of thinking further, their door suddenly burst open. Lenny stood in the doorway, slightly out of breath.
"Oh, good. The innkeeper was right. You are here,"
Lenny said, entering without invitation. "You're back earlier than expected," Ray said.
"Yes, well, my meeting with my colleague went better than anticipated. She was much more willing to hear me out than I originally thought."
Lenny's expression grew serious.
"I have good news. It looks like you will indeed be attending Roland Academy, but there's a condition."
"What kind of condition?" Ray asked, immediately wary.
"Before she approves your enrollment, she wants us to complete a task for her. A favor, essentially."
"What kind of task?"
"She said she would explain the details in person, but we need to meet with her tonight."
Lenny glanced at their travel-worn clothing with obvious disapproval.
"Which means we need to buy you 2 some proper clothes immediately. We absolutely cannot meet the Queen looking like a group of wandering vagabonds."
"The Queen?" Both Ray and Jack almost shot up to their feet, their eyes wide. Lenny looked genuinely puzzled by their reaction.
Did I forget to mention that part?" "Stop making faces and dress like decent men for once."
Before heading out to meet the Queen, Lenny insisted they stop at the city's finest clothing stores. Ray typically wore simple, functional garments, plain shirts and trousers that were now in tatters from weeks of travel and combat. Jack's wardrobe was even more limited, consisting almost entirely of sleeveless shirts that showed off his impressive physique. Neither of them had any concept of how to dress for a formal meeting with royalty, so Lenny took complete control of the shopping expedition.
"Trust me,"
Lenny said, steering them toward racks of expensive fabrics.
"The Queen is particular about appearances. Show up looking like wandering vagrants, and she'll have us thrown out before we speak a single word."
After several hours of shopping, including an extended visit to a high-end hairdresser, the 3 of them had been completely transformed. Lenny, who had worn a dusty traveling cloak and maintained an unkempt beard throughout their journey, now looked like a distinguished scholar. He wore a crisp white shirt beneath a long blue overcoat that fell to his knees. His beard had been professionally trimmed and shaped, and his hair was neatly combed back. Jack had insisted on staying with white colors for his outfit. The tailor had struggled significantly to find anything that would fit Jack's extraordinarily muscular shoulders. In the end, they'd settled on a plain white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up, paired with dark trousers and polished boots. It was simple, but a great improvement over his normal appearance. And then there was Ray himself. The moment Ray had entered the clothing shop, the shopkeeper had immediately recognized his red hair and insisted on providing the finest garments available, refusing to accept payment despite Lenny's protests. "For one of the chosen there is no charge," the shopkeeper had declared firmly. "It is our honor to serve." Ray's typically spiky red hair had been professionally styled, swept back in a way that made him look older and more refined. The outfit selected for him was striking. A black shirt with intricate golden trim along the collar and cuffs, paired with matching black trousers and expensive leather boots. A subtle gold chain hung around his neck, a gift from the shopkeeper. "Perfect," Lenny said, surveying their transformations with satisfaction. "I think you two are ready now. Oh, and it's best to leave your weapons behind for this meeting. We need to maintain the appearance that you're mages, not warriors." Ray activated his Endless Void ability, storing away all their equipment. His beast armor vanished into the dimensional space, along with Jack's massive greatsword and their various other weapons. Now the three of them looked like high-class citizens, refined and civilized, rather than battle-hardened fighters. Lenny led them through Roland streets as evening fell. Ray naturally assumed they'd be heading toward the grand palace that dominated the city center. Unlike Kelberg's castle, which had been constructed from rough stone and showed its age in every crack and weathered surface, Roland's palace appeared almost otherworldly. The architecture was modern and impossibly smooth, as if the entire structure had been shaped from a single piece of white marble.
"It looks like it was built yesterday,"
Ray thought, studying the perfect lines and angles. "That's what happens when you live in a city run by mages," Lenny explained, noticing Ray's fascination. "There's no need for poor construction or deterioration. Cracks in foundations can be repaired instantly with magic. Walls that would crumble over time are reinforced with permanent enchantments. It's impressive, isn't it?" "Yeah, it really is," Jack agreed, craning his neck to look at the towering spires. "Makes me wonder why you ever left this place, Lenny. Seems pretty perfect to me." Lenny's expression darkened slightly. "Like every place, it has its share of serious problems. Ray will discover that quickly enough once he's enrolled at the academy. Perfection is always an illusion hiding something ugly underneath." Before Ray could ask, Lenny suddenly stopped walking toward the palace and turned down a side street instead. "Wait, are we not heading to the palace?" Jack asked, confused. "I thought we were meeting the Queen."
"Do you really think we're able to just walk up to the palace's front door and demand an audience with the Queen?"
Lenny replied with amusement. "We're meeting at a neutral location, somewhere more discreet and less likely to attract unwanted attention." They walked for several more minutes until they reached a familiar-looking building, a public guild hall, not owned by any specific guild, but serving as neutral ground for adventurers and mercenaries of all affiliations. Lenny spoke briefly with one of the workers behind the main counter, presenting some kind of identification. The worker's eyes widened, and they immediately escorted the group upstairs to a private meeting room on the 3rd floor. Inside, sitting on a comfortable sofa with perfect posture, was a woman wearing a black hooded cloak that concealed her features. Standing beside her was a blonde-haired man in white ceremonial robes. The woman was patiently sipping coffee from a delicate porcelain cup, seemingly unbothered by the wait. "Your Highness," the guild hall worker said with a deep bow, "your guests have arrived." As Lenny, Ray, and Jack reached the top of the stairs and were brought to sit on the opposite sofa, the woman set down her cup and slowly pulled back her hood. Ray had been expecting an elderly woman. Queens in stories were always ancient, wise figures with wrinkled faces and white hair. But the woman sitting before was perhaps in her late 30s, extraordinarily beautiful, with long silver hair that seemed to shimmer with its own inner light. Her eyes were sharp and intelligent, observing each visitor keenly.
"Welcome to the capital of Allure Kingdom. Please have a seat."
The queen smiled warmly. She was surprisingly polite, contrary to Ray's perception. Jack leaned and whispered in Lenny's ear, "Aren't we supposed to bow down or say something like, 'Long live the Queen' or shit like that?" Jack received a subtle pinch from Lenny in response, clearly warning him to keep his mouth shut. Hiding his annoyance behind the mask of a smile, Jack followed Ray and took a seat beside him.
"My old friend here tells me that you wish to enter Roland Academy,"
Queen Liz said, her voice melodic but carrying unmistakable authority.
"May I ask which of you seeks admission?"
"It's this young man here, Liz," Lenny said casually, gesturing toward Ray with complete informality. The guard around stiffened immediately. "How dare you address Her Highness so disrespectfully? You will use her proper title or—"
"Enough,"
Queen Liz interrupted, raising one hand in a gentle but absolute gesture of command. The guard fell silent immediately. She smiled at Lenny with genuine warmth.
"Lenny and I go back a long way. He has earned the right to call me whatever he likes, regardless of protocol."
Jack's eyes narrowed as he cast a sideways glance at Lenny and wondered, "What a mysterious man! How many more secrets has he kept hidden from us?" Queen Liz turned her full attention to Ray, studying him with an intensity. Her gaze swept from his face down to his hands and back up again, taking in every detail, while Ray sat calm and confident that one might mistake for arrogance. Finally, she gave a soft, knowing smile.
"Have you been enjoying your treatment while visiting our fair city?" Liz asked. "I imagine it came as quite a shock. People offering you gifts, bowing, calling you chosen. Very different from how red-haired individuals are typically received elsewhere in the kingdom."
"It's been confusing," Ray admitted carefully. "I don't understand why—"
"Although I would love to take credit for such a progressive social perspective," Liz interrupted, "the hard work actually belongs to the Academy and its administrators. Let me explain."
She leaned forward slightly, her expression becoming more serious.
"There is a prophecy made by the Divine Being. It speaks of a great crisis that will threaten all of humanity, and of a savior who will rise to face that darkness. According to this prophecy, the savior will be marked by red hair, the color of fire and blood, of passion and sacrifice."
Of course there's a prophecy. There's always this damn prophecy.
"When this prophecy was revealed," Liz continued, "the Academy made a decision. Rather than allow red-haired children to continue suffering discrimination, they would actively promote them as potential future heroes. They spread stories of red-haired mages performing good deeds throughout the city. They arranged for public appearances where these students could help citizens with various problems. They essentially created a positive public relations campaign."
She smiled slightly.
"The people of Roland now believe that one day the savior described in the prophecy will emerge from among the red-haired students at the Academy. Hence, the special treatment you've been receiving."
Ray pursed his lips, understanding dawning upon him.
"I suppose we should discuss business then," Liz said, her tone becoming more formal. "Although I am not directly in charge of the Academy's admissions, I do provide substantial funding for their research and facilities. If you receive recommendations from both Lenny and me, there will be absolutely no problem getting you admitted. The Academy won't dare reject someone we both vouch for."
"That's wonderful," Lenny said, visibly relieved. "I knew I could count on you, Liz."
"However,"
Liz continued, and her voice took on an edge that made it clear this was the real negotiation,
"you must first agree to accept a task for me while attending the Academy. Think of it as payment for my assistance."
And here it is. Nothing is ever free. What does the Queen want from me?
Ray wondered.
What kind of task?
Ray asked directly.
What kind of mission requires the Queen to seek outside help, and why me specifically?
Ray waited patiently to hear what the Queen had to say.
My request concerns my youngest son,
Queen Liz said, her regal composure cracking slightly to reveal genuine worry beneath.
He currently attends Roland Academy and has been a student there since last year. To put it simply, he isn't fitting in.
She raised one hand in a graceful gesture, and the blond man in white robes stepped forward and placed a thick stack of documents on the table between them.
Of course, I care deeply for my son,
Liz continued, looking down at the papers with barely concealed anguish.
When I learned of his difficulties, I immediately conducted an investigation. But what I discovered—
Her voice wavered.
He's only been at the academy for 1 year. I cannot fathom what has happened during that time to cause such drastic changes.
She looked up, meeting Ray's eyes directly, and he saw genuine pain there. Not the political aspirations of a queen, but the raw fear of a mother.
My son is being treated as an outcast,
Liz said bluntly.
The other students actively avoid him. They whisper when he passes, and there have been multiple incidents where he's been sent to the academy's medical ward with injuries that the staff dismisses as training accidents.
But isn't he your son? The Queen's son? Ray asked, genuinely confused. Who would be insane enough to make a member of the royal family their target? The consequences would be severe.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Liz replied with bitter irony.
But several factors complicate the situation. First, there are numerous noble children who attend Roland Academy, sons and daughters of military commanders, guild leaders, and wealthy merchant families. Some of these nobles wield tremendous power within the army and have vast influence throughout the kingdom. In many ways, they're nearly as powerful as the royal family itself.
She paused, organizing her thoughts.
Second, and perhaps more importantly, the Academy isn't under the direct control of the Allure Kingdom. It was founded centuries ago as an independent institution, and that independence is fiercely protected. The Academy Charter explicitly states that outsiders, including royalty, are not permitted to interfere with internal Academy affairs. If I tried to use my authority to protect my son, it would violate centuries of precedent and potentially cause a political crisis.
So, even a queen's power has limits. Interesting,
Ray realized.
There's also a third complication,
Liz added, her voice dropping slightly.
My son has deliberately hidden the fact that he's royalty from his fellow classmates. He wanted a normal life, free from the burden of his lineage.
Why would he do that? Jack asked, his voice gentle with genuine curiosity rather than judgment.
Because being the Queen's son is a cage, Liz said simply. Every friendship is suspect. Are they loyal to him or to his mother's power? Every achievement is questioned. Did he earn it, or was it given due to his birth? He wanted to discover who he truly was, without the weight of the crown distorting everything.
Liz straightened, pulling herself together.
My request is straightforward,
she said, looking directly at Ray.
Please ensure that life at the academy becomes easier for my son. I originally sent him there with the goal of giving him a normal student experience, free from royal obligations. That is all I wish for him now. Safety, friendship, the chance to learn and grow without fear.
She placed her hand over her heart, and her voice took on a note of desperate sincerity.
Please protect him, Ray, not as the Queen commanding a subject, but as a mother begging someone capable of keeping her child safe.
The raw emotion in those words hung in the air like a living thing. After making her request crystal clear, Queen Liz rose gracefully from her seat.
I'm afraid I cannot linger any longer,
Liz said, regaining her formal tone.
The longer I'm away from the palace, the more questions arise about my whereabouts. I must return before our absence becomes problematic.
She gestured to the documents on the table.
Everything you need to know is contained in those files. Review them carefully.
Liz moved toward the door, then paused and looked back.
Once you've decided whether to accept this request, contact Lenny. He knows how to reach me through secure channels.
Her eyes met Ray's one final time.
I pray you choose to help him. I have a feeling you're exactly what he needs.
Then she was gone. The moment the Queen departed, Ray turned to Lenny with narrowed eyes.
What exactly did you tell the Queen about me?
Ray asked, his voice carrying an edge of suspicion.
How much does she know?
Relax, Lenny said, raising both hands in a calming gesture. I simply informed her that you were an exceptionally powerful young magician who wished to further his education at Roland Academy. She knows nothing about the divine being assigning you a mission, nothing about your leadership role at Avrion, and certainly nothing about your unique nature.
Good. The fewer people who know about my connection to the divine being, the better,
Ray thought with relief.
I remember you mentioning that Roland Academy houses incredibly powerful mages,
Ray said, voicing a concern that had been nagging at him.
With just my current magical abilities, will I actually be able to handle them if things go wrong?
Relax, Lenny repeated, this time with more confidence. The truly dangerous individuals are the Academy professors and the elite guards who protect the grounds. They're the ones who have reached the highest levels of magical mastery. The students, even the advanced ones, haven't broken through yet.
Broken through?
Ray asked, tilting his head in confusion.
What does that mean?
Lenny stared at Ray as if he just claimed not to know what water was. You don't know about breaking through? What kind of mage are you? Lenny sighed heavily, running his hand through his hair. I keep forgetting you're largely self-taught. Very well, let me explain one of the fundamental concepts of magical advancement. Lenny stood and began pacing, slipping into his professorial mode. Mages are categorized into 8 distinct power levels, from level 1 through level 8. Each level represents a significant increase in magical capacity, control, and the complexity of spells you can cast. However, there's something beyond these basic levels, something called breaking through. He held up one finger for emphasis. When a mage breaks through, they ascend to the next tier of existence entirely. They become able to harness vastly more of the world's natural mana. This grants them an exponential increase in power. Sometimes it even physically transforms them, changing their appearance, granting them new abilities, fundamentally altering what they're capable of.
Like my transformation skill,
Ray thought. Given the magical skills you've demonstrated, I honestly thought you'd already broken through, Lenny admitted. But apparently not, which is unusual for someone of your strength. Although Ray had displayed abilities comparable to a high-tier magician, he genuinely knew very little about how human magic actually worked. Mages were rare in the world, with the majority concentrated at Roland Academy. Ray's direct combat experience with trained mages was extremely limited. He'd fought Morfran, observed Lenny and Slivia's brothers, but that was essentially it.
I wonder if Morfran had broken through when we fought, and if he hadn't, how much stronger would he be if he did?
Ray thought with a frown. Lenny picked up the official documents from the table and began reading through them carefully. According to these papers, Lenny said eventually, you'll be transferred into the academy as a level 6 magician. That's only 2 levels below the maximum rank a student can achieve before breaking through. It's an impressive classification that should earn you immediate respect. He handed Ray a formal document that contained Ray's falsified details. Name, Ray, no surname provided. Age, 16. Magical affinity, fire. Level, 6. Status, transfer student.
What is this?
Ray asked, pointing at specific lines.
I'm not 16 years old, and I don't exclusively have fire abilities. I can use both fire and ice magic.
Can't you simply use your transformation ability to appear younger?
Lenny suggested pragmatically. Besides, you're barely older than 16 anyway. What are you, 17? 18 at most? It's not a significant deception. If you only knew I'm actually over 100 years old, Ray thought with dark amusement. As for the hair, Lenny continued, it would be best if you changed your appearance slightly. We can't have the Academy immediately recruiting you into their special red-haired task force. Those students who are paraded around as potential prophesied heroes. That would draw far too much attention and make your investigation difficult. Lenny tapped the document thoughtfully while he continued pacing around. Regarding your magical affinity, most mages aren't like you or me. The vast majority can only perform one type of elemental magic their entire lives. I've personally witnessed you using both ice and fire spells with equal proficiency. So I flipped a coin and told Queen Liz to register you as a fire mage. The Academy won't question it unless you start throwing ice spells around constantly. So, Jack asked, looking between Ray and Lenny, have you actually decided what you want to do? Are we accepting the Queen's request? Ray was silent for a moment, considering all the factors. We still have a full year before the battle with Gary at the fortress. I need to locate the third piece of the divine being somewhere within the Academy. Protecting one student while I'm there shouldn't be too difficult, might even provide useful cover for my real mission. We accept, Ray said aloud. I'll enroll at the Academy, find the divine being's fragment, and keep an eye on the Queen's son. All of those objectives align well enough. Though I'm not telling them the other reason, Ray thought. Memories of Amy's death surfaced. Whatever is happening to the Queen's son might be related to what happened to Gary's sister. While I'm investigating the prince's situation, I can also look into Amy's case. Maybe I can find answers that will help bring Gary back. Ray reached for the documents Lenny had left on the table and began reading through them systematically. The reports detailed numerous incidents, suspicious training accidents, mysterious injuries, social ostracization, and academic sabotage. A clear pattern of targeted harassment emerged from the pages. Then Ray reached the final page of the dossier. A photograph was attached, a formal Academy portrait of Queen Liz's youngest son. Ray's breath caught in his throat. His hands tightened on the paper, crinkling it slightly. The young man in the photograph had distinctive silver hair that seemed to shimmer with inner light, even in the static image. His eyes carried a weight that seemed far too heavy for someone his age. It's him, the silver-haired boy from the divine being's vision, the person she told me to find and give that crystal to. Boss? Jack asked, noticing his sudden stillness. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm fine, Ray said, though his mind was racing. Just surprised by something in the report. This isn't a coincidence. The divine being knew. She knew I would end up meeting the Queen's son. She showed me this vision deliberately, guided me here. But why? What's so special about this boy? And how does he fit into the coming war? Roland Academy was less a school and more a fortress city built for the sole purpose of magical education. The main building was absolutely massive, easily rivaling the royal palace in size and grandeur. There were 4 entrances spaced evenly around the perimeter. Every entrance was guarded by enormous gates that stood at least 30 meters high. Guards dressed in pristine white robes stood at attention before each gate, their staffs held ready. No one was permitted to enter unless they were officially part of the academy, students, professors, or authorized staff. Not even family members of enrolled students could cross the threshold without permission. But today wasn't an ordinary day for the second-year students at Roland Academy. Rumors had been circulating through the dormitories and classrooms for the past week, spreading like wildfire, despite faculty attempts to maintain confidentiality. A new student was joining their year, a transfer student, something that supposedly never happened. In one of the second-year classrooms, students huddled together before the morning bell, chattering excitedly.
Hey, did you hear the news?
A girl with braided brown hair whispered to her friend.
About what?
About the new kid coming into our class today.
Oh, right.
The one who supposedly got a perfect score on the written magical examination.
Exactly.
All the teachers and professors have been talking about it non-stop for days. Apparently, it's never been done before, not in the Academy's entire history. A boy nearby leaned into their conversation.
What I don't understand is why he's joining the second year. I thought Roland had an ironclad policy about transfers. Everyone has to start from the beginning, regardless of their skill level or previous education.
I heard he was deathly sick during what should have been his first year,
another student chimed in.
But because his test scores were so incredible, the Academy administration made a special exception and is letting him skip ahead.
Or he's the son of some insanely powerful noble,
someone else suggested cynically.
Money and influence can bend any rule, even here. Either way, it's probably smart to make friends with him early. Someone that talented, or that connected, could be useful to know.
In the midst of all this excitement, Max, Slivia's younger brother, sat at his desk looking thoroughly uninterested. He had his arms crossed and his eyes half closed, the very picture of bored indifference.
Another noble brat who thinks their family name makes them special. I've seen 100 of them. Wake me up when something actually interesting happens,
Max thought dismissively. The moment Max learned the transfer student was male, he'd completely lost interest. He laid his head down on the desk and promptly attempted to fall asleep, somehow managing to tune out the excited chatter filling the room.
How can he sleep through this noise?
One of his classmates wondered, watching Max with a mixture of amusement and envy. The energetic conversations came to an abrupt halt when the classroom door opened. But it wasn't the transfer student. Not yet. Instead, a tall boy with striking silver hair entered the room. His hair was long enough to reach his shoulders and hung forward to partially cover his face, as if he was trying to hide behind it. He moved with his head down, shoulders hunched slightly inward.
Oh, here comes Eddie, the freak.
The moment Eddie entered and began walking to his seat at the back of the classroom, the excited chatter died completely. Deadly silence fell, broken only by a few contemptuous whispers.
Great, he's back.
Thought maybe he'd finally dropped out.
Just ignore him. Don't make eye contact.
Eddie's jaw tightened slightly, but he kept walking, his eyes fixed firmly on the floor. He reached his desk, isolated in the far corner, with empty seats surrounding it on all sides, and sat down without looking at anyone.
Another day in paradise,
Van thought bitterly, pulling out his notebook and pretending to be absorbed in studying. Several days earlier, before Ray entered the academy, Lenny had sat him and Jack down for a final briefing at the Boar's Head Inn. They occupied a corner table, speaking in low voices to avoid being overheard.
Wait, you told them I was sick for the entire first year?
Ray asked, his voice rising slightly with indignation.
And what's this nonsense about a perfect score? Lenny, I know almost nothing about formal magical theory.
Well, it was the only cover story that made logical sense,
Lenny replied, completely unbothered by Ray's distress.
The Academy has strict policies about transfers and late admissions. I needed a compelling reason for them to make an exception.
He took a sip of his ale before continuing.
And the Academy absolutely would not accept you without taking their entrance examination. It's one of their few non-negotiable rules. So I decided to take the test for you.
A small, satisfied smile crept across Lenny's face.
Who knew the test would be so ridiculously easy that I'd score perfectly? Honestly, I was barely trying. He's bragging. The old man is showing off his vast knowledge, and he's enjoying watching me squirm about it.
Ray frowned at Lenny in annoyance.
Anyway,
Lenny said, his tone becoming more serious,
once you're inside the Academy grounds, you will no longer be able to contact us through normal means.
The Academy has powerful magical barriers that block most communication spells and devices. Ray nodded as if he agreed with this limitation, but internally he knew better. His dragon system's communication function would still work. It operated on principles completely different from human magic. He'd be able to contact any Red Wings member whenever necessary.
But Lenny isn't part of the Red Wings, so I genuinely won't be able to reach him unless I leave the grounds. That could be problematic if I need his expertise.
Boss, Jack said, his usual playful demeanor replaced by serious concern. What would you like me to do while you're inside? Just wait around? Ray had already given this considerable thought. Use this time to grow stronger. The guild hall here in Roland posts high-level quests that would be perfect for your skill level. Take on challenging missions, push your limits, expand your capabilities. He leaned forward, making sure Jack understood the importance of his next words. Also, Slivia is currently conducting research into the dragon hammer and other weapons similar to it, trying to understand how they work, how they possess people, and whether there's a way to break the curse. While I'm locked inside the academy and unable to investigate external matters, I need you to maintain regular contact with her. If she discovers anything important, I need to know immediately. Jack nodded, his expression intent. I can do that. Stay in contact with Slivia, keep getting stronger, wait for your signal. And Jack, Ray added, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, if something goes seriously wrong, if you're in real danger, if Avrion is threatened, if you discover something that can't wait, don't hesitate to contact me through the system. Break every rule, interrupt my classes, I don't care, just reach out. Ray's hand clenched into a fist on the table. I don't want to lose another one of you. Not to the Shadow Plague, not to anything. Jack's expression softened with understanding. He reached across and gripped Ray's shoulder firmly. You won't lose me, boss, I promise. Welcome back, Ness, Ray whispered to himself as he took a glance at his changed appearance while standing on Roland Academy's grounds. He had taken Lenny's advice seriously and changed his red hair to a dark color. His facial features had been subtly adjusted, nothing dramatic, but enough that someone who knew Ray wouldn't immediately recognize Ness. He had adopted different mannerisms, a different way of carrying himself. Although the special treatment red-haired people received in Roland had been pleasant for a change, Lenny had been absolutely right about the attention it would draw. The Academy actively recruited red-haired students for their prophesied Savior program, parading them at public events and grooming them for leadership positions. A middle-aged teacher in blue academic robes was currently escorting Ray through the academy grounds, pointing out important buildings and explaining various rules. Ness, the teacher called out, noticing Ray's distracted expression. What has you in such deep thought? Classes are about to begin soon, and we still need to complete the tour. Sorry, Professor Ruskin, Ray replied, forcing his attention back to the present. Just trying to take everything in. It's rather overwhelming. The teacher smiled in understanding. While walking through the academy, Ray had been subtly using his abilities to search for traces of the divine being's presence. But he'd found absolutely nothing. No magical signature, no resonance, no indication whatsoever of where the crystal might be hidden.
It's like something is actively blocking my senses. It is similar to how the red door at Avrion blocked my detection until I was right in front of it,
Ray realized with growing frustration. Even more concerning, his Dragon Eye's ability wasn't functioning properly anywhere within the academy grounds.
This is going to make finding the divine being significantly more difficult than I anticipated.
Ray sighed. You look like you might be a little nervous, Professor Ruskin said, smiling warmly at Ray. It's completely understandable. Many of our students come from prestigious backgrounds, noble families, famous magical lineages, wealthy merchant dynasties. Unfortunately, this does create some friction and tension between students from different social classes. The professor's expression became more serious. However, with your background and your exceptional test scores, you shouldn't find it too difficult to fit in among the elite students. But I want to tell you something important, the teacher continued, his voice taking on a more philosophical tone. Here at Roland Academy, if you possess genuine talent and dedication, you will rise to the top regardless of your family connections. True ability cannot be suppressed forever. He paused, looking directly at Ray. However, many students fall into despair when confronted with the immense difficulty of magical mastery. They discover that talent alone isn't enough. It requires endless practice, painful failures, years of grinding effort. Some break under that pressure, unable to continue on the path to becoming a true magician. The teacher's eyes seemed to pierce through Ray, evaluating him. What about you, Ness? What type of person are you? If you face such trouble, what will you do? Ray considered the question carefully before responding. The teacher clearly wanted more than a simple platitude. If I'm unable to use magic effectively, Ray said slowly, then I'll rely on my physical strength and combat skills. If I can't use my fists to solve a problem, then I'll use my intellect and strategy. If I can't use those either, then I'll use my words, persuasion, negotiation, inspiration to change hearts and minds and reshape the situation entirely. Ray met the teacher's eyes directly. There is always a path forward, always a solution. I refuse to believe that any obstacle is truly insurmountable. The question is never, can this be overcome, but rather, what approach will work best? The teacher's eyes widened slightly, then a genuine smile spread across his face. What an interesting young man you are, Ness, Professor Ruskin said warmly. He extended his hand for a handshake. Let me be the first to officially say, welcome to Roland Academy. I have a feeling you're going to make quite an impression here.
You have no idea,
Ray thought, shaking the offered hand. Deep within the corrupted lands of the Shadow Plague stood a massive fortress built between two towering mountains. The location was strategic and a military advantage, since it could be approached from only two directions. Any army foolish enough to attempt climbing those mountains would face not only treacherous terrain, but also the deadly high-tier shadow beasts that nested in the peaks, corrupted creatures of immense power that had made the mountains their hunting grounds. What had once been fertile soil was now blackened and dead, as if scorched by invisible fire. Rivers that once flowed with clear water now ran with molten lava, their banks lined with obsidian formations. Not a single blade of grass grew in this forsaken place, only twisted, leafless trees that resembled skeletal hands reaching toward an ash-gray sky. Inside the fortress, at the very top of the tallest tower, a critical meeting was taking place. The chamber was circular, dominated by a large square table made from some dark material. On one side of the table sat Gary, his cursed gauntlet resting on the armrest of his chair and pulsing with faint red light, and a scarred man in a black fur coat who exuded barely controlled violence. On the opposite side sat three equally imposing figures, a woman with flowing black hair and crimson eyes who would have been breathtakingly beautiful if not for the massive bat-like wings protruding from her back. Beside her, an emaciated man so thin that his bones were clearly visible beneath pale, translucent skin, and finally, an elderly figure in a hooded cloak that completely concealed his face in shadow.
The Shadow's Guard, the elite enforcers of the Shadow Plague, and now I'm one of them,
Gary thought, studying each member carefully. At the head of the table sat a technological device unlike anything found in the rest of the kingdom, a crystalline structure embedded in complex metalwork. It was a special kind of communication device. The crystal suddenly flared to life, projecting the symbol of the Shadow Plague, an eye surrounded by dark wings,
in glowing purple light above the table. When the voice spoke, it seemed to come from everywhere at once, deep and resonant with power that made the very air vibrate.
Welcome, everyone. I trust your journeys here were uneventful. We have gathered today to discuss critical matters concerning our expansion into the Allure Kingdom.
The voice paused, and the projected eye seemed to focus on Gary.
As you've no doubt noticed, there is a new face among us today. I hope you will all welcome Gary Bluebird into the Shadow's Guard with open arms. His unique perspective on our enemies will prove invaluable in the coming months.
Several of the others looked at Gary with barely concealed contempt. The winged woman's lip curled in disgust.
"Have we grown so weak," she said,
her voice dripping with disdain,
"that we now have to accept a mere human into our ranks? A boy who was one of our enemies mere weeks ago?"
"Oh, do I need to remind you, Valexa, that I am also human?"
Morfran's voice echoed through the crystalline device.
"Born and raised in the Allure Kingdom, in fact. I certainly hope you don't have a similar problem with my presence on this council."
Valexa folded her arms across her chest and turned her head away, refusing to acknowledge Morfran's pointed comment. But she said nothing further, evidence that Morfran held a higher status despite his human origins.
"Now is the time when we need every ounce of strength we can muster,"
the hooded old man, Corvus, said, his voice surprisingly gentle despite the circumstances.
"Personal prejudices must be set aside. It seems the divine being has started making its moves against us."
The atmosphere in the room shifted immediately, becoming more tense and focused.
"Yes, this is true,"
the voice from the crystal confirmed.
"For too long we have been paying excessive attention to the Eastern Empire and the threats posed by the Northern Kingdoms. We believe the divine being to be fragmented, weakened, no longer a significant concern."
The projected eye dimmed slightly, as if in contemplation.
"But now that troublesome witch has decided to become directly involved, to intervene in mortal affairs once again. I'm afraid the Allure Kingdom, which we had written off as a minor obstacle, will become a considerable thorn in our side if we don't address this situation immediately."
"Worry not,"
Corvus said with absolute confidence.
"I have already sent word to our operatives working within Roland Academy. They will eliminate the divine being's agents before they can accomplish whatever mission they've been assigned. The situation is well in hand."
"See that it remains so," Morfran replied. "The divine being has interfered with our plans before. I will not tolerate another setback."
The crystal's light faded, and the meeting concluded. Gary sat there for a long moment, processing everything he'd heard.
They have people inside Roland Academy, and they're being ordered to kill someone. But who? Ray will be there soon. Is he the target?
Gary's jaw tightened. The gauntlet on his arm pulsed, sensing his emotional turmoil, whispering promises of power if he would just give in completely. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the capital city, Ray was beginning his first day as a Roland Academy student. Unlike Avrion, where knights trained for 3 intensive years before graduating, mages at Roland required a much longer education period, 5 full years of study. Learning to harness and precisely control magical power took considerably more time than learning to wield ki effectively. However, classes at Roland operated differently from typical academies. Students weren't separated by age or year of enrollment. Instead, they were divided based on demonstrated magical ability into 3 distinct tiers: lower class, middle class, and upper class. For the first 2 years, all students began in the lower class regardless of their background, learning fundamental magical theory and basic spellcasting. Then, if they remained weak or showed insufficient progress, they would stay in the lower class. Those who demonstrated talent and dedication could advance to the middle class, and exceptional students might even reach the upper class before graduation. The termly assessments determined promotions,
making every examination a high-stakes competition. Ray stood beside Professor Ruskin at the front of a large classroom filled with approximately 50 students, each seated at their own individual desk. The room buzzed with anticipation and curiosity. "All right, everyone, settle down," Ruskin said. "As you can see, we have a new student joining us today. His enrollment was delayed due to a serious illness during what should have been his first year here." Ruskin placed a hand on Ray's shoulder in a gesture that seemed both welcoming and slightly possessive. "Please welcome Ness Talon to Roland Academy. I expect all of you to treat him with the kindness and respect you would want shown to yourselves. Make him feel at home here." Ruskin looked at Ray with an encouraging smile. "Please, introduce yourself to your new classmates." "I hate this part. I've always been terrible at public speaking when there's no enemy to fight or threat to overcome," Ray thought, fighting the urge to grimace. But he knew maintaining his cover required playing the role convincingly. "Hello, everyone," Ray said, keeping his voice neutral and polite. "My name is Ness Talon. I hope we can all get along well and help each other improve." Immediately, whispers rippled through the classroom as students leaned toward each other to exchange speculations. "Do you think he's from a noble family? That formal way of speaking." "He's rather handsome, don't you think? Those brown eyes are striking." "Really? I thought his introduction was incredibly boring. He didn't say anything interesting about himself at all."
Maybe he's just shy. First day nerves?
While the students gossiped amongst themselves, Ray took the opportunity to scan the room carefully, his eyes moving from face to face until he found his target. At the very back of the classroom, isolated in the corner like a forgotten piece of furniture, sat Prince Nathaniel Lancaster, known here as Eddie. The silver-haired boy had his head down, staring at his desk with intense focus, as if the wood grain held secrets of the universe. Everyone else in the room was animated, whispering and pointing at Ray with curiosity. But Eddie remained motionless, completely uninterested in the new arrival. Ray noticed that the seats immediately adjacent to Eddie were empty, despite the classroom being fairly full. Seeing Eddie treated as an outcast triggered unwanted memories from Ray's own childhood, being the strange red-haired boy in a village that feared and hated anything different, eating meals alone while other children laughed and played together, walking home through empty streets because no one wanted to be seen with him. "Why don't you take that empty seat there?" Ruskin suggested, pointing to a desk 3 rows from the back. As Ray walked toward his assigned seat, he couldn't help but study Eddie more carefully. The prince wasn't ugly. In fact, he was quite handsome beneath that curtain of silver hair. He had no visible deformities or strange features that might explain the ostracism. So what was it? What had happened to make everyone treat him like a leper?
I need to understand Prince Nathaniel before I can help him, before I can figure out why the divine being considers him essential to winning the war. I need to know what kind of person he really is, and more importantly, why is everyone treating him like he's cursed? Just as Ray settled into his seat, he felt someone tap him on the back. He turned to find a friendly-looking young man with brown hair and an easy smile extending his hand in greeting. "Hi there. Nice to meet you. I'm Max Hart," the young man said enthusiastically. "If you need help with anything, finding classrooms, understanding the teacher's weird quirks, decent places to eat, feel free to ask me anytime." Max, Slivia's youngest brother. We met at the arena in Avrion, though he doesn't recognize me now because of my transformation, Ray thought. "Please, Max," Ruskin interrupted with barely concealed amusement. "Even if you do become best friends with Ness, it won't do anything to magically improve your abysmal test scores." The entire classroom erupted in laughter. Max's face flushed red, but he maintained his smile with admirable composure. So young Mr. Hart is unlike his other siblings, it seems. He is used to being the class clown, uses humor to deflect from his academic struggles." Ray then remembered something crucial about his last encounter with Max.
When Ray had asked about Amy, Gary's deceased sister, Max's entire demeanor had shifted. The friendly facade had cracked, revealing something darker underneath. Fear? Guilt? Knowledge he didn't want to share?
Now that we're both here at Roland, there's nowhere for you to run or hide, Max Hart. We're going to have a very long, very detailed conversation about what you know regarding Amy's death. And this time, Max, you're going to tell me everything.
The first set of classes proved to be unexpectedly challenging for Ray. The other students had already been attending for a month, putting him immediately behind in the curriculum. The professor was midway through an advanced topic, building on concepts Ray had never formally learned.
At least I'm not completely lost. The time I spent studying at Avrion is helping,
Ray thought, following along as best he could. There were numerous similarities between key energy manipulation and mana channeling. Both required focus, both drew on internal reserves, and both could be shaped through willpower. But the moment the professor began discussing spell formation theory and the intricate mathematics of magic circles, Ray found himself drowning in unfamiliar terminology. The way humans used magic was fundamentally different from how Ray used to naturally cast spells as a dragon. Human magic seemed to require elaborate mental constructs, precise geometric patterns, and carefully memorized incantations. It was as if every spell had been meticulously engineered for ease of use by beings with inherently weak magical power. For Ray, because of his system, casting spells required no conscious effort at all. He simply willed fire or ice into existence and it obeyed. No circles, no chants, no complex mental calculations. The magic responded to his intent as naturally as his body responded to his thoughts.
I'm going to struggle explaining how I cast spells if anyone asks. How do I describe a process I don't actually understand myself?
When the morning classes finally ended and lunch break arrived, Ray immediately became the center of attention. Students swarmed him the moment the professor dismissed them, crowding around his desk with eager questions. "Hey, your name's Ness, right? That's such an unusual name. I've never heard it before. What's the origin?"
Where are you from originally? Which province?
Do you have a private magic tutor? You must, right?
I bet these classes are ridiculously easy for you with your perfect exam score.
Can you help me understand yesterday's lecture? I'm completely lost on mana resonance theory. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Drawing attention, becoming memorable. The opposite of what I need for an undercover mission,
Ray thought, forcing a polite smile while internally screaming.
I'm going to murder Lenny, slowly, painfully, for putting me in this impossibly awkward situation,
Ray thought darkly. No matter where Ray went, people talked about him. During the short break between classes, students pointed and whispered. Walking through the hallways, conversation stopped when he passed. And now, at lunch, he was completely surrounded by curious classmates.
All right, back off, you vultures,
Max suddenly announced, physically inserting himself between Ray and the crowd.
You're swarming around him like flies attracted to fresh dung. Give the guy some breathing room.
The students reluctantly backed away, though they continued watching Ray with obvious interest.
Besides,
Max continued with exaggerated authority,
Professor Ruskin specifically asked me to show Ray around the academy grounds. Official duty. Very important. So clear out.
As the crowd dispersed with disappointed grumbling, Ray took the opportunity to scan the classroom. His eyes went immediately to Eddie's desk in the back corner. It was empty.
Hey, Ness, let's get moving, buddy,
Max said with an enthusiastic smile, clapping Ray on the shoulder.
There is a lot to see in the limited time. The cafeteria gets crowded if we don't hurry.
Ray forced himself to return the smile, though it felt awkward and unnatural on his face. Ray and Max walked around the sprawling academy grounds while Max played tour guide, pointing out various buildings and explaining their purposes. The campus was absolutely massive, at least 4 times larger than Avrion Academy, possibly more.
Yeah, this place can be pretty overwhelming at first because of the sheer size, Max said, gesturing broadly at the surrounding architecture. But you'll get used to navigating it within a couple of days, maybe a week at most. His expression shifted, becoming more personal and vulnerable. You know, when I first arrived here, I was incredibly excited. Both of my older brothers attended Roland and achieved great things. They graduated with honors, received immediate commissions as officers in the Allur Kingdom Army. Now they're both high-ranking officials with considerable influence. Max's voice dropped, taking on a melancholy tone. But my grades have been absolutely horrible ever since I got here. No matter how hard I study, I barely pass the assessments. There doesn't seem to be any improvement coming either. Meanwhile, here you are with a perfect entrance exam score, something even my genius brothers never accomplished. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't jealous. As they continued walking, Ray began noticing something peculiar. There were certain sections of the campus that Max consistently avoided. When Ray's path would naturally lead towards specific buildings, Max would subtly redirect them, suggesting alternative routes without explaining why.
Professor Ruskin did the same thing during my tour. They both show that specific areas are off limits, but they're not mentioning it unless asked directly.
Hey, why don't we check out that area over there? Ray asked, pointing toward a cluster of elegant buildings with more ornate architecture than the ones in their section. Oh, those are reserved for upper-class and middle-class students, Max explained quickly. See, the academy has this whole system. The upperclassmen are free to go wherever they want. They have access to the entire campus, including our areas. But lower-class students like us are restricted to this designated section of the academy. We're not technically forbidden from entering other areas, but... He trailed off meaningfully, leaving the implication hanging. But what? Ray pressed. Before Max could answer, 3 figures emerged from the forbidden upperclassmen area, walking directly toward them with confident, almost aggressive strides. Their white academy uniforms were identical to what Ray wore, except for one crucial difference. 3 golden stripes adorned their right shoulders, gleaming in the afternoon sun.
3 stripes means upper class, 2 stripes for middle class, 1 stripe for lower class like me,
Ray noted, remembering Ruskin's explanation. The student in the center was tall, with spiky brown hair styled to look deliberately wild and intimidating. His posture radiated arrogance, and his 2 companions flanked him like subordinates rather than friends. "Hey!" the brown-haired student called out, his voice carrying an edge of threat despite the casual greeting. "You're in Professor Ruskin's class, right?" Max's entire demeanor changed instantly. His friendly, relaxed posture became rigid and nervous. He fidgeted constantly, shifting his weight from foot to foot, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. Yes, I am, Max stammered, his voice higher than normal. We both are. Professor Ruskin's class. Yeah, I thought I might have seen your face around campus before, the student continued, his lips curling into something that wasn't quite a smile. So tell me, how's that freak doing in your class these days? The word freak caught Ray's attention immediately. In the detailed report Queen Isabel Lancaster had provided, she'd specifically mentioned that students frequently called her son derogatory names. But one word appeared repeatedly in incident reports, witness statements, and overheard conversations. Freak. I don't really talk to him much, Max said quickly, rubbing the back of his head in an exaggerated gesture of casual indifference. We're not friends or anything, but he seems to be doing fine, I guess. Alive and attending classes, at least. Really? That's unfortunate, brown-haired student said, his tone suggesting he'd hoped for different news. Oh well, things have a way of working themselves out eventually. The threat in those words was barely concealed. The 3 upperclassmen turned and walked away, their golden stripes flashing as they disappeared back into their restricted section of campus. The moment they were out of sight, Max released a huge breath, literally gasping as if he'd been holding it the entire time. Man, I genuinely thought they were going to skin me alive, Max said, his voice shaking slightly. My heart is still pounding. Can you hear it? I think everyone in the courtyard can hear it." "What just happened?" Ray asked, keeping his voice neutral despite his racing thoughts. "Why were you so worried? It was just a simple question."
Max looked at Ray like he'd just suggested they go swimming in lava.
"Ness, let me give you a critical piece of advice if you want to survive in this academy," Max said, his tone deadly serious now, all traces of his earlier friendly demeanor gone. He looked Ray directly in the eyes with an expression of genuine fear. "First rule, absolutely critical. Never go up against anyone in the upper class. Ever. For any reason." "Why not?" Ray asked, though he could guess the answer. "Because some people have tried to challenge the order in this school, to break down the barriers and hierarchy," Max said quietly, glancing around as if worried about being overheard. "Every single one of them has suffered grave consequences."
Ray's thoughts automatically drifted to Amy Bluebird. She was different from everyone else. She stood up for people, fought against injustice, and had that stubborn nature that wouldn't let her ignore wrongdoing. If Roland operated on this kind of corrupt power system, Amy would have absolutely tried to break it down, and she would have suffered consequences because of it.
"What about the teachers?" Ray asked. "Don't they intervene? Isn't there any official oversight?" "You need to understand something," Max said, his voice taking on a lecturing tone. "Do you know how many upper-class students exist in this entire academy? Only around 30, out of thousands of students total. The academy administration gives them special privileges specifically because they've proven to show the most potential, the highest magical aptitude, the best exam scores, the greatest likelihood of becoming powerful mages after graduation."
He paused, ensuring Ray understood the implications.
"This special treatment has also led them to develop incredibly arrogant attitudes. They see themselves as the elite, the chosen few, and the academy faculty mostly looks the other way because these students are the school's pride, their future success stories." "How strong are these upperclassmen actually?" Ray asked.
With his dragon eyes suppressed throughout the academy grounds, he couldn't read people's aura or sense their power levels anymore. To his normal vision, Max appeared just as capable as those 3 upperclassmen who'd approached them.
"One upper-class student could take on 100 lower-class students simultaneously and win with relative ease," Max said flatly. "That's not exaggeration or rumor. I've seen demonstration duels. The gap in power is that enormous." "Now, on to the second rule," Max continued, "and this one is possibly even more important than the first. Never, under any circumstances, anger Blake Sunshield." "Well, who's that?" Ray asked, though he already had a suspicion. "The person who just came over, the tall guy with spiky brown hair," Max said. "He's from one of the most powerful noble families in the kingdom. All of the upper-class students have arrogant attitudes to some degree, but Blake's personality is especially volatile and vindictive. If you anger him, even accidentally, he will make your entire life at this academy hell for the rest of your days here. And I do mean hell, not just pranks or social isolation, but genuine suffering."
Max seemed to have gotten comfortable talking now, his earlier fear replaced by the enthusiasm of someone sharing important gossip. This was the perfect opportunity to gather information. Ray couldn't directly ask about Amy, as far as his cover story was concerned. Ness had never attended the first year and wouldn't have any reason to know about a student who died before his arrival. But he could ask about something else, something Max had just given him an opening to explore.
"So,"
Ray said casually, as if only mildly curious,
"what was this freak person Blake mentioned? Is that someone's actual nickname, or—"
With afternoon classes canceled for the day, apparently a weekly schedule at Roland to allow students independent study time, Max continued his enthusiastic tour of the academy grounds. The campus truly was like a small city unto itself, complete with its own restaurants, specialty shops, libraries, training facilities, and even a marketplace where students could purchase spell components and magical supplies. After Max finally exhausted his knowledge of campus landmarks and answered what felt like his 100th question about cafeteria hours, he left Ray outside a large, imposing square building near the western edge of campus.
This is the main dormitory building, Max explained, gesturing at the structure. Check with the management office over there to get the keys for your assigned room. Just give them your name and they'll set you up. Max stretched his arms above his head, clearly tired from all the walking and talking. Anyway, if you need anything, help with homework, someone to show you where things are, or just want to grab food, come find me. I'm in room 237 on the second floor. Don't be a stranger, yeah? Thanks for everything today, Ray said, meaning it despite his exhaustion. I appreciate you showing me around. No problem, Nestalin. What are classmates for? Max flashed his trademark friendly smile and headed inside.
Finally. I'm starting to miss Jack and Gary. At least they understood comfortable silence. I feel like I've done a month's worth of talking in a single day.
Ray was finally relieved, though his mouth hurt from all the talking. He stretched his jaw to release some tension before heading toward the smaller building Max had pointed out earlier. Before entering the dormitory, Ray's mind drifted back to his early conversation with Max, specifically the question about why Blake had called Eddie a freak. Max's reaction had been telling. His friendly demeanor had cracked, replaced by visible nervousness. He'd fidgeted, avoided eye contact, and given a non-answer. That's what happens when you mess with Blake and the upperclassmen.
But that doesn't explain why everyone calls Eddie that name. What happened to make an entire school turn against one student?
Ray pushed open the double doors to the dormitory management office. Inside, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes and graying hair stood behind a polished wooden desk, organizing stacks of paperwork. "Oh, hello there," she said warmly, looking up with a welcoming smile. "I don't think I've seen you before. You must be our new transfer student." She began rifling through a specific pile of documents, pulling out a folder near the top. "Ah, here we are. Nestalin, correct? I've been expecting you." Her smile faltered slightly. "I'm afraid we haven't finalized your permanent room assignment yet. The administration is still reviewing potential roommate matches based on compatibility profiles, so for now we'll need to place you in temporary accommodation until—" "I don't have a roommate assigned yet?" Ray interrupted, an idea forming. "Then isn't there one room that currently has no roommate? I believe the student's name is Eddie Smith." The moment Ray spoke that name, the woman's entire demeanor changed. Her friendly expression froze. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the cool temperature. Her hands, which had been casually sorting papers, suddenly gripped the edge of the desk tightly. "That room is—" She swallowed hard, choosing her words carefully. "Perhaps it would be best if you just waited until I can arrange a room for you with someone else, someone more suitable. It shouldn't take more than a day or two."
Even the staff are afraid of Eddie, or afraid of associating with him. What could possibly warrant this level of fear?
Ray's intrigue increased with every moment. "I really don't care what room I'm in," Ray said firmly, meeting her eyes. "I'm not particular about accommodations. Please, just assign me to that room. It's available, I need a place tonight, and there's no logical reason to make me wait." The woman opened her mouth to protest, closed it, then opened it again. Finally, Ray's persistence, or perhaps his unwavering insistence, broke through her resistance. With trembling hands, she pulled a key from a drawer and placed it on the desk. "Room 311, third floor," she said quietly, not quite meeting Ray's eyes. If there are any problems, please come see me immediately. We can arrange a transfer with no questions asked." "Thank you," Ray said simply, and left before she could issue any more warnings. The interior of the dormitory building was unlike anything at Avrion Academy. Instead of worn wooden floors that creaked with every step, the entire hallway was constructed from polished marble that gleamed under magical lighting. Not a speck of dirt or dust marred the pristine surfaces. Even the air smelled clean. After some walking, Ray finally located room 311 near the end of the third-floor hallway.
If I can understand why Eddie has become an outcast and complete the Queen's task quickly, then I can focus on finding the Divine Being's fragment and investigating Amy's death,
Ray thought, his hand on the doorknob. Ray unlocked the door and stepped inside. The room was pitch black. No lights, no candles, not even the faint glow of a mage light crystal. Ray's used a light crystal. Soft magical illumination flooded the space, revealing a surprisingly spacious room, far larger than he'd expected for 2 students. 2 comfortable-looking beds sat on opposite sides of the room, each with a desk, a wardrobe, and a personal storage chest. A large window between them offered a view of the academy grounds, currently showing the darkening evening sky. But what caught Ray's attention wasn't the room's amenities. It was the figure lying motionless on the far bed. Eddie was there, apparently sleeping, his silver hair spread across the pillow like liquid mercury. He was fully clothed, lying on top of the covers rather than beneath them, as if he'd simply collapsed from exhaustion rather than properly going to bed.
He disappeared during lunch, so did he come back here to sleep or hide?
Ray moved quietly to his assigned bed and began unpacking his bag. Though unpacking was generous, since he kept most possessions in his endless void storage space. The bag contained only immediate necessities, some food, water, and a few changes of clothes to maintain his cover. The moment Ray's bag touched the floor with a soft thump, Eddie exploded into motion. In one fluid movement, the silver-haired boy went from apparently sleeping to fully alert. He sprang from his bed with startling speed and grace, his hand reaching for Ray's shoulder. Not a friendly gesture, but an aggressive grab meant to restrain or throw. Ray's combat instincts kicked in before conscious thought. His hand shot up, catching Eddie's wrist mid-grab. He twisted with precise force, using Eddie's own momentum against him, applying pressure to specific points that would cause pain without causing injury. Eddie dropped to one knee with a sharp intake of breath, his free hand bracing against the floor. "What do you think you're doing?" Ray asked coldly, his voice carrying the authority of someone who'd been in countless fights. Eddie glared up at him with surprising ferocity. His eyes, a striking gray color Ray hadn't noticed in class, burned with anger and something else. Fear? Desperation? Both? The prince said nothing, just continued to stare with that intense expression. Ray released his wrist and took a step back, giving Eddie space to stand. Instead of attacking again or demanding an explanation, Eddie simply returned to his bed without a word. He lay back down, turned to face the wall, and closed his eyes as if Ray had never entered the room at all.
Is there something wrong with this kid?
Ray thought, bewildered by the entire interaction. Ray sat on his own bed, watching Eddie's still form with growing confusion and concern.
This is going to be more complicated than I thought.
Hours later, when most students were asleep in their beds and the dormitory had fallen silent except for occasional creaks and distant voices, a hooded figure moved through the academy grounds. Another man stood in an isolated corner of the academy premises, constantly looking over his shoulder. His hands trembled as he fidgeted with his robe, and sweat glistened on his forehead despite the cool night air.
"Professor,"
a deep, resonant voice said from directly behind him,
"I am here."
The man spun around, his hand instinctively reaching for the wand at his belt before recognizing his contact. A human-shaped figure stood there,
wrapped in a black cloak that seemed to drink in the moonlight rather than reflect it. When the professor looked at where the figure's face should be, he only saw shadows.
"You know, the more frequently you try to contact me inside the academy," the professor hissed, keeping his voice low, "the more likely we are to be discovered. The headmaster has detection wards everywhere. If they activate—"
"That is not a problem of mine, Professor,"
the infected interrupted, its voice like gravel scraped across stone.
"That is a problem of yours. Your safety is your concern. Our mission is my only concern."
The man swallowed hard, his throat suddenly dry.
"It is time to act,"
the infected continued.
"We have received orders from the highest levels. We are to sabotage the academy from within, weaken its defenses, compromise its wards, eliminate key personnel. All of this will, in turn, weaken the Allur Kingdom's military power and, more importantly, weaken the divine being's influence in this region."
"I understand the mission," the professor said quickly, "but as I've explained before, I still haven't been able to locate the divine being's location. If I could just find where it's hidden, we could destroy it immediately and—"
"You said you would find it soon."
The infected's voice rose with barely controlled rage, the shadows around its face churning violently.
"That was 2 months ago. How difficult can it be to locate one crystal in a place where you have authorized access?"
"Please, you have to understand," the man pleaded, genuine fear creeping into his voice now. "The academy keeps secrets even from professors like me. The headmaster doesn't trust anyone completely, not even long-serving faculty. I'm trying to gain access to the restricted archives, but it's taking time to avoid suspicion. Just give me a little more time. I'm close, I promise." The infected was silent for a long moment, and the professor could almost feel it considering whether to kill him right there for his failures. Finally, the true infected spoke.
"Fine. You may have more time. But know this, Professor. The Shadow Plague will not be patient indefinitely. Soon we will act whether you have completed your task or not. And when we do, those who have failed in their duties will face the consequences."
The threat hung in the air like a physical presence.
"If you wish to survive what's coming,"
the true infected continued,
"I suggest you work faster. Much faster."
Then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure melted back into the shadows. One moment it was there, solid and threatening. The next, it was simply gone, as if it had never existed at all. The professor stood alone in the darkness, his entire body shaking. The true infected's final words echoed in his mind.
"Soon we will act whether you are ready or not."
He looked up at the dormitory building in the distance, where hundreds of students slept peacefully, completely unaware of the danger growing within their supposed sanctuary. "What have I gotten myself into? How did I let it go this far?" the man thought with desperation. But now it was too late to turn back. The morning sun streamed through the window, pulling Ray from sleep. He sat up slowly, blinking in the unfamiliar room. Everything about Roland Academy screamed luxury, from the polished wooden furniture to the thick carpets beneath his feet. The bed itself was softer than anything he'd ever slept on. Ray had spent his entire human life in a simple village, then in the Avrion. This level of comfort felt strange, almost wrong. He wondered if he would ever get used to it. The morning rush had begun. Ray could hear footsteps in the hallway outside, dozens of students heading to the canteen for breakfast. He glanced over at Eddie's bed and found his roommate still asleep.
"Might as well go alone."
There is no point waking him. Ray dressed quickly and headed for the door. As he stepped into the hallway and closed the door behind him, he looked up and immediately noticed something wrong. Everyone was staring at him. Students walking past slowed their pace. Others stopped completely,
whispering to their companions. Eyes tracked his every movement. Is it because I'm new? Ray wondered at first. But his enhanced hearing picked up the whispered conversations, and he realized it was something else entirely.
Hey, did he just come out of that room?
A girl whispered to her friend.
Does that mean he's sharing a room with the freak?
Another student muttered. What terrible luck, someone else added with a cruel laugh. The situation was clearly worse than Ray had thought. For students to react this strongly just because he was sharing a room with someone? As Ray walked through the school corridors, he noticed that nearly all the students were already talking about it. The news had spread with incredible speed. He made his way down the main hallway, trying to ignore the stares and whispers. Then, suddenly, someone grabbed his arm and pulled him sideways.
Hey!
Ray started to protest, but relaxed when he saw it was Max. His new friend looked panicked as he dragged Ray into an empty storage room, closing the door behind them.
Max, what are you—
Hey, Ness, Max interrupted, his voice urgent.
I heard that you're sharing rooms with Eddie. Is it true?
Yeah, Ray replied calmly. What's so wrong about that? Max's face dropped, all color draining from his cheeks. He looked like he might be sick.
This is bad, really bad.
Max ran his hand through his hair anxiously.
Maybe I should have explained this to you yesterday. You have to change your room. If the upperclassmen find out you're associated with Eddie, they'll target you as well. You'll become an outcast just like him.
For such a petty reason like that? Ray's voice hardened.
If they want to come attack me for a reason like that, then so be it.
Max's face went even paler, taking on an almost ghostly appearance. He was trying his best to make Ray understand the danger, but Ray seemed completely unafraid. Max could only assume it was because he was new to the academy. He didn't know how scary these people could be.
Look, let me explain,
Max began, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. His eyes went wide, staring at something behind Ray.
Ah!
Max cried out, his voice high-pitched with fear. Ray spun around. From behind a pile of boxes, a figure stepped forward into the light. It was Eddie. He had been in the storage room with them the whole time, listening to their entire conversation.
What? Was he here the whole time? How did I not notice him?
Ray's eyes narrowed. It frustrated Ray to realize how much he'd been relying on his dragon eyes. Those eyes had allowed him to sense presence, see through deception, and detect danger. Now that he no longer had them, it felt like he'd lost one of his senses. He was operating blind in ways he'd never experienced before. Eddie moved past the pile of boxes without looking at either of them. His face remained expressionless, revealing nothing of what he might have heard or felt. He walked toward the door in complete silence.
Hey, Eddie,
Ray called out to him. The moment Ray spoke, Max immediately grabbed his hand, trying to stop him.
Hey, what are you doing?
Max hissed.
That's the freak of Roland. I'm telling you, you will be in trouble if you get involved with him. Serious trouble.
But Ray pulled his hand free, ignoring Max's warning. He knew how Eddie must feel, being called all these names inside the academy, being treated as an outcast, avoided by everyone. Ray had experienced isolation before, and he wouldn't add to Eddie's pain.
Hey,
Ray said, his voice softer. Why don't you and I talk for a bit? Eddie paused at the door but didn't turn around.
No thanks,
he said flatly, then continued walking out of the room. For some reason, Eddie's dismissive attitude annoyed Ray. He wasn't used to people not listening to him these days. At Avrion, when Ray spoke, people paid attention. Here, this quiet student simply brushed him off.
Interesting,
Ray thought, his irritation mixed with curiosity.
Ah, what are you doing?
Max said, clearly annoyed and frustrated.
Remember when I told you not to bother the upperclassmen, and especially to look out for the student named Blake?
I remember, Ray replied.
Well,
Blake has personally made Eddie his target. He's obsessed with tormenting him. If Blake sees you trying to befriend Van, you'll become a target too."
Ray crossed his arms.
"But why? What could have happened last year that made the whole school react like this?"
Even in the rough environment of the Warrior Academy, Ray had never witnessed this level of organized cruelty. Students might fight or compete, but this systematic ostracism was something else entirely.
"The reason why?"
Max hesitated, looking uncomfortable.
"The truth is, I don't actually know for certain."
"Useless," Ray muttered, turning to walk away.
"Wait!"
Max grabbed his sleeve.
"I mean, of course I know something, but I'll sound crazy if I tell you."
Ray turned back, waiting. Max took a deep breath.
"Long before the whole school got involved, Blake had already made Eddie his target for some reason. Most students decided to ignore it, like they ignore everything else that happens at school. But then everything changed when an incident happened last year."
"What kind of incident?"
"I don't know the whole story, but—"
Max lowered his voice.
"In one of the training halls, they say he snapped and turned into a vicious creature, badly hurting some of the other students. Classes were completely canceled for days while they investigated what happened. Like I said, I don't know all the details, but these are the rumors everyone believes."
"He transformed?"
Ray's mind raced.
The way Max described it sounded similar to what Jack could do, changing into a werewolf. But there weren't many creatures like that in this world. Were the rumors just exaggerated, or was there truth to them?
"So what are you going to do?"
Ray asked, studying Max's face. "Are you going to start avoiding me like everyone else?" Max nervously smiled, rubbing the back of his neck. He couldn't help but think Ray was a little crazy, but something about this new student attracted him. Ray had confidence, a strength that Max couldn't quite explain. Despite all the warnings and all the danger, Max found himself wanting to stay by Ray's side.
"I guess I'm sticking with you, Ness," Max finally said, "even if you are crazy."
Ray smiled slightly.
"Good."
The two of them left the storage room and started heading toward their classroom. As they walked through the corridors, Ray noticed that the students were staring at both of them now more than ever. It was as much attention as Ray had received yesterday when he first arrived, but the thoughts and words seemed entirely negative now.
"New kid's already made his choice,"
someone muttered.
"He's going to regret that,"
another student said.
"Blake's going to destroy him,"
a third voice added with dark amusement. Max kept his head down, clearly uncomfortable with all the attention. But Ray walked with his head high, unbothered by the stares and whispers. When they entered the classroom, Ray immediately spotted Eddie sitting alone at the back. 2 empty seats flanked him on either side. Ray looked at Eddie's lonely face and felt a deep sense of familiarity wash over him. There was something about Eddie's situation that resonated with Ray in a way he couldn't quite explain.
"He could probably solve all his problems by revealing who he really is. After all, he is a Lancaster, son of Isabel Lancaster, the Queen of the Allure Kingdom. He could use his real name, and all of this would stop. So why doesn't he? Why does he choose to endure this?"
There was only one way to find out. Ray made his decision. He walked down the aisle between the desks, past all the students who watched with wide eyes and open mouths. He headed straight for the back of the classroom. The whole class fell silent. Every student stared in stunned disbelief as Ray sat down in the empty seat directly beside Eddie. A moment later, Max followed, taking the seat on Eddie's other side. Though Max held both hands on his head, his expression clearly asking himself what on earth he had gotten himself into. Classes had started, and Professor Ruskin stood at the front of the lecture hall, his voice echoing off the stone walls as he spoke about the history of mages and the shadow plague. Ray sat beside Eddie, trying to pay attention, though his mind kept wandering. Max sat on Eddie's other side, fidgeting nervously with his quill.
There are many theories about who the divine being was, Ruskin began, pacing slowly across the front of the room. But the most probable one is that she was a powerful mage, perhaps the most powerful who ever lived. Historical records tell us that she was originally born in the Empire and later started to explore the lands for herself, gathering knowledge and strength.
Ruskin paused, letting his words sink in.
But one day, she disappeared without a trace, and something else arrived in her place, the shadows. It was as if they knew that humanity had been significantly weakened without her protection. They began their assault on our world almost immediately.
He looked around the classroom with intensity.
Our goal as mages is to help fight back against the shadow, just as the divine being once did. This is why you are here. This is your purpose.
Ruskin continued his lecture, his tone growing more serious.
However, you must understand something crucial. Only mages who have broken through to the higher levels are able to truly fight those shadows. The creatures we face are frighteningly strong. If any of you were to face a true infected right now, I guarantee you would be dead in an instant.
A wave of nervous murmurs rippled through the classroom. Ruskin raised his hand for silence, then began projecting images on the wall using magic. The students watched in horror as scenes of battle appeared before them. Everyone's face showed fear as the teacher went through images of what the true infected looked like and how they fought. For many students at Roland, this was the first time they were truly seeing the strength of the enemy they would one day face. The images shifted to show videos of knights and mages attacking a true infected. The creature stood tall and monstrous, surrounded by writhing shadows. Whenever a sword or spell struck it, the shadows simply blocked the attacks, or the creature's severed limbs grew back instantly. Ray yawned while watching the visuals, unable to help himself. At this point, he was already a veteran in fighting the shadow. He'd faced true infected before, killed them even.
I hate to say it,
Ruskin continued, his voice heavy,
but it wasn't too long ago that we had no clue how to deal with these things. The kingdom kept this hidden from the public, but we felt like the true infected were truly unkillable. We had yet to kill a single one. Every battle seemed hopeless.
Ray's attention sharpened. He knew where this was going.
That was when our knights at Avrion uncovered important information.
Professor Ruskin's voice rose with triumph.
The true infected were using a powerful illusion. They constantly use their power to make you think you are hurting them when you are not. Your sword might seem to cut through their flesh. Your spells might appear to strike their bodies, but it's all false. The only way to kill a true infected is to destroy the heart.
My discovery, the very person who uncovered that fact, is sitting in this classroom right now, and none of you know it,
Ray thought, with a mixture of pride and irony. Professor Ruskin continued talking about battle strategies and defensive formations, but Ray's mind had already moved on. He glanced sideways at Eddie, who sat perfectly still, staring at the desk in front of him. Eddie's notebook remained blank, not a single word written down.
He's not taking notes. He's not even pretending to pay attention. What's going through his mind?
Ray was confused. Finally, the lecture ended. Students began gathering their belongings and filing out of the classroom, chattering about lunch. Ray looked over at Eddie and made his decision. He needed to get to know this mysterious student better, not just for the divine being's task, but also to keep his promise to the Queen. He had already told her that he would help Prince Nathaniel, and Ray kept his promises. What had started as a simple mission he agreed to was becoming something more personal. Ray wanted to understand Prince Nathaniel for his own reasons now.
Hey, Eddie,
Ray said, turning toward his roommate.
Do you want to head for lunch with us two?
Eddie remained silent, not even looking up. After a long moment, he stood and walked out of the classroom alone, leaving Ray and Max behind. Max sighed.
I told you, Ness, he doesn't want anything to do with anyone.
Come on, Ray said, standing up. Let's get some food. As they walked through the corridors toward the canteen, Ray overheard whispered conversations all around them. His enhanced hearing picked up every word.
Hey, did you hear that someone is trying to become friends with the freak?
A girl whispered to her companion.
What? Does he have a death wish?
Her friend replied, shocked.
Yeah, I heard they're even sharing the same rooms now. And in class today, they were sitting next to each other. Who is it? Who would be that stupid? It's that new kid who arrived yesterday. Ness something. Oh, so is it because he doesn't know anything then? After all, he just arrived at the school, right? Nobody warned him? Well, if he does know about Eddie's reputation, then wouldn't it be like he's declaring war against the upperclassmen? Against Blake himself?
Just then, as two students were having this conversation near the canteen entrance, a large figure approached behind them. Both students were pale when they realized who was standing there.
Hey, you two,
the student said, his voice deep and commanding.
That thing you were talking about, this new kid befriending Eddie. I would like to hear more about it. Tell me everything you know.
The student had 2 stripes on his shoulder, indicating that he was a middle-class student in the school, a rank that gave him authority and respect among the younger students.
Yes, sir,
one of the students stammered.
His name is Ness Talon. He arrived yesterday and
he's already made his choice,
the other student interrupted.
He's siding with Eddie Smith.
The middle-class student's eyes narrowed.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Inside the canteen, Ray and Max found seats at a table near the window. As Max had expected, all the students weren't only avoiding Eddie anymore, they were now avoiding him and Ray too. People who had been friendly with Max just yesterday were now turning away when they saw him. Ray watched the social dynamics with detached curiosity. It was like watching a herd of animals. Everyone moved together, following the same instincts, afraid to step out of line. Max stabbed at his food with his fork, not really eating. Finally, he spoke up.
Look, Ness, it seems like you're a good guy and you're just trying to help out. I can respect that.
Max's voice was strained.
But we're going to become enemies of the whole school at this rate, and all because of one person. With just the 2 of us, there's no way we can change anything. We're outnumbered, outranked, and outmatched.
Max leaned forward, his expression pleading.
And besides, it's not even like Eddie is appreciating what you're trying to do for him. Here you are sticking your neck out for him, putting yourself in danger, and it's like he doesn't even acknowledge you exist. He won't talk to you, he won't sit with us, he walks away every time you try to reach out. Why are you doing this?
Ray was deep in thought as Max spoke. Unlike Max, who worried about the other students' opinions, Ray didn't care about social politics. According to Lenny, Ray was strong enough to deal with nearly any of the students whenever he wanted. The only truly powerful opponents he needed to watch out for were the teachers who had already broken through to the higher levels of magic. Max was wrong about Eddie not caring. Ray had noticed something during class that Max had missed. While Professor Ruskin lectured, Eddie hadn't written a single word in his notebook. The entire lesson passed with Eddie's page remaining completely blank. The presence of Ray and Max sitting beside him was clearly affecting him, making him unable to focus.
Prince Nathaniel cares. He's just not sure how to respond. He's been alone for so long that he doesn't know what to do when someone actually tries to be his friend.
Max suddenly placed his head down on the table with a groan.
Why me? No one is talking to me anymore. I'm becoming an outcast too, and it's only been 1 day. Hey, what about me?
Ray said with a slight smile, trying to lighten the mood.
You've still got me as a friend. This isn't a joke, Ness.
Max lifted his head, his expression miserable. Ray's smile faded. Although Ray really felt like this whole situation was somewhat absurd, He understood that it mattered to Max. But the problems Max worried about were nothing compared to what Ray dealt with in the outside world. Still, Ray tried to help.
Well, if you're that worried about being outnumbered, then all we need is allies on our side, right? Just create a group of people who think differently. Find others who don't agree with how Eddie is being treated. Then we'll no longer have to worry about Blake and his followers.
Ness, it's not that simple, Max began. But before he could finish his sentence, he felt a hand clamp down firmly on his shoulder. Both Max and Ray looked up.
We have some business to discuss with the two of you,
a voice said from behind Max. Ray's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Standing behind Max was a total of 6 students, each one displaying 2 stripes on their shoulders. All middle-class students, a rank above Max and Ray. They formed a semicircle around the table, effectively blocking any easy escape route. The leader of the group, a tall student with muscles, stepped forward. His expression was neutral, but there was an edge of menace in his posture.
Ness Talon and Max Hart, correct?
The student said, his voice carrying a tone of authority. He didn't wait for confirmation.
Why don't you two come with us? Someone wants to speak to you. Someone important.
Max's body couldn't stop trembling as he felt the hand of the middle-class student gripping his shoulder. Max turned his head slightly toward Ray, his eyes wide with fear.
What do we do?
Max mouthed silently, hoping his new friend would have some answer, some way out of this situation. Ray met his gaze calmly, then looked up at the students surrounding them. He kept his voice steady and unbothered. All right, fine. We will be happy to head off with you. As the two of them followed the group of middle-class students out of the canteen, Ray paid careful attention to their route. They were being taken to a part of the academy where lower-class students weren't normally allowed. The corridors grew wider, the decorations more elaborate. This was clearly territory reserved for higher-ranked students. All of Ray's equipment was stored safely in his endless void. But then a troubling thought occurred to him. If he did get into a fight here at the academy, he had to be extremely careful not to expose his true nature. The limitation frustrated him. According to the false information Lenny had submitted, claiming Ray was a fire mage, Ray's magical repertoire was extremely limited. Right now, he only had one fire skill he could safely demonstrate, Fireball. Finally, after walking through several corridors and up a flight of stairs, they arrived just outside one of the middle-class buildings. The group of second-year students led them to a large figure waiting in the courtyard. The man had his dark hair pulled back in a ponytail, and his muscular frame made him stand out even from a distance. Like the others, he wore 2 stripes on his shoulder, marking him as a middle-class student.
We brought them over here just like you asked, Nano,
one of the second-year students reported.
Thanks. You guys can go ahead and leave now,
Nano replied, his voice deep and commanding. The other students nodded and departed, leaving Max and Ray alone with Nano. The courtyard suddenly felt much emptier and more isolated. Nano walked over to them slowly, his large body towering over theirs. Max instinctively took a half-step back, clearly intimidated by the sheer size and height of the person before them. But Ray felt nothing close to fear. Sure, Nano was large compared to student standards, probably about 6'5", but Ray had faced much more intimidating opponents. Lenny alone was truly tall, so tall that Ray had suspected the older mage might contain giant blood running through his veins, or at least had learned some skill to magically enhance his height. Compared to Lenny, Nano's height didn't intimidate Ray one bit. Ray crossed his arms and looked up at Nano with deliberate annoyance in his voice. What do you want? Even if he was hiding his true identity at the academy, Ray wasn't going to let himself get pushed around by humans who thought their rank made them special. Nano raised an eyebrow, surprised by Ray's tone.
Shouldn't you know already? Shouldn't you have figured out why we brought you here?
If I already knew, why would I bother asking? Ray said, letting a slight smile play across his face. Nano's eyes narrowed. Oh, I guess you really don't know. You are a new student after all. He leaned down slightly, bringing his face closer to Ray's. And the fact that you're talking to me, a middle-class student, so fearlessly proves you don't know your place yet. Let me educate you. The fact that you are talking to a dragon, maybe you don't know your place, Ray wanted to say, but he bit down hard, keeping them trapped inside. I'm going to give you a warning, Nano said, straightening up to his full height. Don't hang out with that freak Van, or we will get involved. And trust me, new student, you don't want us involved. Ray tilted his head, pretending confusion. I don't understand what you're talking about. There's a freak in Roland? I haven't seen anyone who would look like a freak to me. Max's eyes widened at Ray's boldness. He wanted to reach out, to stop his friend from messing with this dangerous upperclassman, but fear kept him frozen in place. Nano's jaw clenched with irritation. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Perhaps you sympathize with him because you're new and don't know better, or maybe you're doing it to make yourself feel good, treating him nicely like some kind of charity case. His voice dropped lower, more threatening. But I'm telling you now, clearly and directly, if you don't listen to my warning, you are the one who will truly suffer in this academy. Your life here will become a living nightmare. Ray's hands curled into fists at his sides. Are you threatening me? Nano noticed the gesture and placed his face right over Ray's, close enough that Ray could feel his breath. His smile was cold and cruel. Interpret my words however you like, new kid. The two stood there for a long moment, neither backing down. The tension hung thick in the air between them. Max looked like he might pass out from stress. Finally, Nano stepped back with a satisfied smirk. Remember what I said. Stay away from Eddie Smith, or face the consequences. He turned and walked away, disappearing back into the middle-class building. After the tense confrontation, Max practically dragged Ray to a nearby bench in one of the academy's outdoor gardens. He collapsed onto the seat, his legs shaking from released adrenaline. Now will you finally listen to me? Max said, his voice strained and slightly hysterical. They blatantly came out and said it. If you continue to get involved with Eddie, they're going to attack us. Not just threaten, actually attack. This isn't a game, Ness. Ray sat down beside him, appearing much calmer. He thought about the situation carefully, weighing his options. There were two ways he could deal with this problem. Option 1, beat the students to a pulp, show them overwhelming force, make an example of them, and establish himself as someone not to be messed with. It would be quick, efficient, and satisfying. Option 2, solve it politically. Navigate the social structures, find allies, build a group strong enough to counter Blake's influence without resorting to violence. Ray found himself more inclined toward the second option, though it went against his instincts. Lenny had given him important advice before entering the academy, and that advice echoed in his mind now. According to Lenny, many nobles from throughout the Allure Kingdom sent their family members to Roland Academy. The school was filled with children of powerful families, future leaders, and skilled mages with influential connections. And Ray needed those connections. What Ray required now more than ever was to gather strong members into his army to fight against the Shadow Plague in a year's time. The vision the divine being had shown him proved that he would need allies, powerful allies, when the final confrontation came. I have to be careful who I ally with and who I go up against in this academy. If I have any hopes of recruiting them in the future, I can't make them my enemies now. Hey, Max, Ray said, turning toward his friend. You're from the Hart family, right? Max nodded slowly, unsure where this was going. Yeah, why? Well, that means you have connections. You know people, or at least you can find information. Ray's eyes focused intently on Max. I need you to gather intelligence for me. Find out which students would be able to ally with us, or are powerful enough to go against Blake's family. People who at least have the same level of backing that Blake has.
What do you mean, backing?
Max asked. Think about it, Ray explained. I doubt the only reason the Academy is turning a blind eye to Blake's bullying is because of his magical potential. There has to be more to it. I suspect it has something to do with his family background, his political connections. We need to know who else has that kind of power. Max's expression showed he was starting to understand.
You want to fight politics with politics?
Exactly, Ray nodded. Find me students whose families are influential enough that Blake wouldn't dare touch them. Those are the people we need to approach.
So what do we do first?
Max asked, looking slightly more hopeful now that they had some kind of plan.
It's time we investigate,
Ray said firmly.
Investigate? Investigate what exactly?
Well, let's start at the source. Let's go and ask Eddie what actually happened last year. Ray stood up from the bench, his decision made.
You never know.
Maybe he'll tell us if we ask directly. Maybe he's just been waiting for someone to care enough to ask. Max looked doubtful, but didn't argue.
And if he won't talk to us?
Ray had already made up his mind about that possibility. Even though he had to be careful about who he fought with at the Academy, there was one person he couldn't forgive. Blake. It was crystal clear that Blake was the one who had sent Nano to deliver that threatening message. According to Max, Nano was practically Blake's right-hand man, his enforcer.
If I can't get the information from Van about what happened, then I'll just have to go with Plan B and beat it out of Blake himself,
Ray thought grimly.
Come on,
Ray said aloud, gesturing for Max to follow.
Let's go find Eddie. We've got questions that need answers.
Max sighed but stood up, following his stubborn friend.
You know, Ness, I'm starting to think you might actually be crazier than Eddie.
Ray just smiled.
Maybe that's exactly what this situation needs.
The principal's office smelled of old parchment and dried herbs, a scent that Eddie had grown familiar with over the past few months. He stood near the doorway, clutching a small bundle wrapped in cloth, gifts he'd carefully selected from the market that morning. Simple things, mostly. Some rare tea leaves, a few exotic fruits, and a book on ancient runes he thought Principal Harvey might appreciate. Harvey sat behind his desk, the same as always. The old man wore his trademark tattered white robe, the fabric worn thin at the elbows and frayed at the hem.
"Thank you, Eddie,"
Harvey said, his voice warm as he accepted the gifts. His white beard, long enough to touch his waist, swayed slightly as he moved. Behind his round glasses, his eyes crinkled with what looked like genuine appreciation, though Eddie noticed something else there too. Concern, maybe, or pity. Eddie hated that look. "It's nothing, Principal Harvey," Eddie replied, keeping his voice neutral. "Just thought you might enjoy them." Harvey nodded slowly, then reached beneath his desk and pulled out a cloth bag.
"Here, take these with you. Fresh fruit from the Academy gardens. The orchards produced quite a harvest this season."
Eddie accepted the bag with a slight bow. "Thank you, sir." He turned to leave, eager to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the office, but Harvey's voice stopped him cold.
"Eddie, I must ask you one more time."
The principal's tone had shifted, becoming more serious.
"Are you certain everything is all right at the Academy? With your studies? With the other students?"
Eddie's jaw tightened. He kept his back to Harvey, not trusting his expression to remain neutral. "Yes, Principal. Everything is fine."
"You know your mother and I are close friends,"
Harvey continued, his voice gentle but persistent.
"It's thanks to her support and influence that Roland Academy could have been built in this city in the first place. She's worried about you, Eddie. She's asked me to keep an eye on you, and I—"
"There's nothing wrong," Eddie interrupted, turning to face the old man. He forced himself to meet Harvey's gaze, to keep his voice steady. "I appreciate your concern, but I'm managing just fine." Harvey shook his head slowly, his expression sad. The gesture made him look even older, more worn.
"Eddie, I'm the principal of this school. I receive daily reports about what happens within these walls. I may not know everything, but I know enough."
Eddie felt his heart rate quicken, but he kept his face impassive.
"I'm simply asking,"
Harvey said, leaning forward slightly. His voice dropped to something almost pleading.
"If you don't seek help, if you don't tell me what's really happening, then the school can do nothing to protect you. Do you understand? My hands are tied unless you speak up."
For a moment, Eddie considered telling Harvey everything, about the upperclassmen, about the daily humiliation, about the way students scattered when they saw him coming like he carried some infectious disease. But what good would it do?
"I understand, Principal," Eddie said quietly, "but there's nothing to tell. May I go? I have classes to attend."
Harvey studied him for a long moment, those ancient eyes seeing far too much. Finally, he sighed and waved his hand.
"Go on, then. But, Eddie, my door is always open. Remember that."
Eddie nodded once and left quickly, before the old man could see the cracks forming in his careful mask. Across campus, Ray was getting increasingly frustrated. He'd been wandering the corridors of Roland Academy for nearly an hour now, searching for Eddie. The layout of the school was confusing, all these connected buildings and courtyards, and Ray still wasn't familiar with the place. Every time he thought he was getting somewhere, he'd turn a corner and find himself somewhere completely different. But the real problem wasn't the architecture, it was the students. Every single time Ray approached someone to ask for directions, they would take one look at him and bolt. It was bizarre.
"If you're looking for who I think you're looking for,"
a voice said from behind him.
"I saw him head toward the East Side building."
Ray spun around, surprised. He had been so focused on the fleeing students that he hadn't heard anyone approach. Standing there was a girl about his age, maybe 17. She had long black hair that fell past her shoulders in straight glossy waves, and her eyes, piercing violet, an unusual color, stared at him with an emotionless expression. Her face was beautiful but cold, like a porcelain doll. But it was those features, that combination of black hair and pale skin, that made Ray's blood run cold.
"No, it can't be."
The memories hit him like a physical blow. The divine being, the witch who defeated him as the great dragon Sen. She had similar features, black hair, pale skin, that same ethereal quality. Before he could think, before he could stop himself, Ray lunged forward and grabbed the girl by both wrists.
"You witch!"
he shouted, his voice echoing down the empty hallway.
"What did you do to me?"
The girl's emotionless mask shattered instantly, her eyes widening in shock and fear.
"What are you? Let go!"
Ray squeezed tighter, his anger overwhelming his reason.
"Tell me, why? Why did you? You're hurting me!"
she cried out, trying to pull away. Her voice was high and frightened, nothing like the cold, ancient tone of the divine being he'd encountered.
"Stop! What's wrong with you?"
That snapped Ray back to reality. He looked down at his hands gripping her wrists, saw the genuine terror in her eyes, and suddenly felt sick with himself.
"What am I doing?"
He released her immediately, stumbling back a step. The girl rubbed her wrists, staring at him with a mixture of fear and anger.
"I'm sorry,"
Ray said quickly, his voice rough. He looked at her more carefully now, really looked at her. She was young, definitely around 17, possibly younger. The divine being he'd encountered had been middle-aged, her face marked with age despite her power. And more importantly, he remembered now that the divine being was currently just a crystallized prison. There was no way this girl could be her.
I'm so sorry,"
he repeated, feeling shame wash over him.
"I thought you were someone else, someone who hurt me."
The girl continued staring at him, her expression wary. She took a careful step backward, putting more distance between them.
"Thank you for the information,"
Ray added awkwardly.
"About the East Building. I'll go now."
He turned and walked away quickly, feeling her eyes boring into his back. Behind him, the girl stood frozen for a moment before whispering to herself,
"What's wrong with him? I hope I never run into that psycho again."
As Ray headed toward the East Side building, his mind was racing.
That girl, she looks so much like... But that's impossible.
But then another memory surfaced. In the vision the divine being had shown him under the Kelberg Palace, he hadn't just seen the prince fighting alongside him. There had been a girl, too, a female figure with long black hair, wielding a wand, standing beside him. He hadn't been able to see her face clearly, not like he had the prince's, but now...
Was that her? The girl I just attacked? Is she the one from the vision?
Ray wondered. The thought made him feel even sicker. First, the prince, whom he'd recognized immediately, and now this girl. The people from that vision were appearing in his life, one by one, like pieces of a puzzle.
It's like I'm being controlled, like the divine being is pulling strings, pushing me towards some fate I never asked for. Like my life isn't even my own anymore,
Ray thought bitterly. He hated it. He hated feeling like a puppet, dancing to someone else's tune. All his life, Ray had made his own choices, followed his own path. The idea that his future might already be written, that he was just following a script laid out by that witch.
No, I won't accept that. I make my own choices. I decide my own fate.
He climbed the stairs of the West Building 2 at a time, his determination growing with each step. He needed answers, and Eddie was the key to getting them. Eddie had been here for a year already. He would know what happened, what changed, and why everyone at this academy acted so strangely. Ray reached the top floor and pushed through the door to the balcony. The cold air hit him immediately, clearing his head. He walked to the railing and looked out over the east side of the academy. Below, dozens of students moved between buildings, heading to their next classes. The grounds were beautiful. Well-maintained gardens, elegant architecture, paths lined with ancient trees. It looked like the perfect place to study magic, to learn and grow. But Ray was beginning to realize that Roland Academy hid something darker beneath its pristine surface. He scanned the crowd, searching for Eddie's distinctive figure. It took a minute, but finally he spotted him, walking alone across the main courtyard, his head down, a bag clutched in his arms. Even from this distance, Eddie looked isolated, like an invisible wall surrounded him. Ray was about to call out when he hesitated.
If I shout his name in public, everyone will know I'm trying to talk to him. Those upperclassmen, the ones Nano warned me about, they'll find out I'm going against their order. Won't they just come after me next?
He remembered Nano's warning from yesterday.
Stay away from Eddie. The upperclassmen have marked him. Anyone who associates with him becomes a target too.
For a moment, Ray genuinely considered walking away. It would be easier, safer. But then, Ray looked at Eddie again, at the lonely figure walking with his head down, and something in his chest tightened.
Since when did I start doing what people told me to do?
Ray thought. A grin spread across his face. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs.
Hey, Eddie, up here! I need to talk to you!
His voice echoed across the courtyard. Dozens of heads turned, students stopping in their tracks to look up at the balcony where Ray stood. And Eddie, down in the courtyard, froze for just a moment. Then, to Ray's surprise, Eddie started running. Not toward him, away from him, breaking into a full sprint toward the far side of the academy.
Oh, so you think you can outrun me? Ray laughed. Think again.
Without hesitation, Ray climbed onto the balcony railing. Students watched in shock as they realized what he was about to do.
Is he crazy?
Someone shouted. Ray jumped. For a moment, he was weightless, falling 3 stories toward the ground. Wind whipped past his face. The ground rushed up to meet him. At the last possible second, Ray channeled his ki into his legs, feeling the energy flood through his muscles and bones. He hit the ground feet first, and instead of shattering his legs as any normal person would have, the key absorbed and dispersed the impact. His feet sank into the earth, creating 2 perfect craters in the exact shape of his shoes. Without missing a beat, Ray pushed off and sprinted after Eddie, channeling ki through his legs again to accelerate to an impossible speed. He was a blur, covering ground faster than any spell could propel him.
I said wait,
Ray shouted, grinning despite himself.
We need to talk, Eddie.
Behind him, the courtyard had erupted into chaos.
Did you just see that?
He jumped from the 3rd floor. How is he alive?
Look at the ground. There are craters where he landed.
What kind of magic is that?
That's not magic. Magic doesn't leave marks like that.
Who is that new student?
A group of students rushed over to examine the craters Ray had left behind, their voices filled with shock and awe. But Ray didn't care about any of that. His eyes were locked on Eddie's retreating figure, and he was closing the distance fast.
Finally, I'm going to get some answers,
Ray thought. Whatever secrets Roland Academy was hiding, whatever had happened to Eddie, whatever fate the divine being thought she'd seen for him, Ray was done waiting. He was done being passive. It was time to take control of his own story. Ray's legs burned with ki energy as he weaved through the crowded pathways of Roland Academy, his eyes locked on Eddie's retreating figure. Students scattered like leaves in a windstorm, pressing themselves against walls and diving into doorways to avoid the 2 men.
What the hell? Why is this guy so fast? I'm actually trying here, pushing my ki enhancement, but the gap between us isn't closing at all,
Ray thought, frustration mounting with every step. He was holding back, of course. The last thing Ray wanted was to go full speed and reveal the true extent of his abilities to the dozens, no, hundreds of students now watching this bizarre chase unfold. Whispers followed in his wake like a trailing shadow.
Is that the new kid?
Why is he chasing Eddie?
Doesn't he know the rules?
Ray gritted his teeth.
All right then, I'll just have to use a bit more.
He channeled additional ki into his legs, feeling the familiar surge of power flow through his muscles. His speed increased instantly, and the distance between them began to shrink. Eddie's back grew closer, closer. Ray reached out his hand, fingers stretching toward Eddie's shoulder. Eddie glanced back, his eyes widening in panic when he saw how close Ray had gotten. Somehow, impossibly, Eddie increased his pace even more.
How is he doing that? Is he using magic? Enhancement spells?
Ray wondered, equal parts impressed and annoyed. But as Eddie ran, the fruit basket he'd been clutching, the one Principal Harvey had given him, jostled violently in his arms. An apple tumbled out, spinning through the air in a perfect arc. It hit Ray square in the face. The apple exploded on impact, sending juice and chunks of fruit flesh everywhere. Ray stumbled, momentarily blinded, spitting out pieces of apple. Eddie stopped dead in his tracks, turning around with a horrified expression.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
Sorry?
Ray wiped apple juice from his eyes, glaring at Eddie.
Don't use that word unless you actually mean it. And why the hell are you running away from me in the first place?
Eddie blinked, looking genuinely confused.
Well, you started running after me, so naturally I started running away.
What?
Ray felt his eye twitch.
That makes no sense. You were the one who started running first. I called out to you and you just took off.
Eddie started to respond, but his words died in his throat. His eyes had drifted past Ray, scanning their surroundings, and the color drained from his face. Ray noticed the change immediately. The confusion in Eddie's expression had transformed into something else entirely. Fear. Cold, genuine fear.
What's he looking at?
Ray followed Eddie's gaze and realized they'd ended up near a different section of campus. The buildings here were larger, more ornate, with elaborate stonework and polished windows. A sign marked them as upperclassmen tier facilities. On a nearby bench, 3 students sat together, the upper-class students. Even from a distance, Ray could sense an air of arrogance about them.
Hey, what the hell? Are you even listening to me?
Ray shouted, trying to regain Eddie's attention. But Ray's raised voice proved to be a mistake. The three upperclassmen, who'd been casually chatting amongst themselves, suddenly looked up. Their conversation died instantly.
Anyway,
Ray said, lowering his voice and trying to salvage the situation,
I just need to ask you a few things. About what happened last year. About why everyone...
He took a step forward.
Don't come.
Eddie's shout was sharp, desperate. The fruit basket slipped from his hands, apples scattering across the ground. Ray froze. This wasn't the same avoidance Eddie had shown before. This was something else entirely. Raw, visceral terror in Eddie's eyes.
Please,
Eddie said, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper.
Just don't come close to me. Please, just walk away.
Instead of backing off, Ray felt his stubbornness kick in. He'd never been good at following orders, especially when someone was clearly in trouble.
Do you really think I'll listen just because you said so?
Ray walked forward deliberately, closing the distance until he stood directly in front of Eddie. He kept his voice calm but firm.
Now what are you going to do?
From the corner of his eye, Ray could see the three upperclassmen rising from their bench. Blake was saying something to his companions, gesturing in their direction. The other students in the area were backing away, creating a wide circle of empty space around Ray and Eddie. Blake and his two friends were walking toward them now, taking their time, radiating confidence. The crowd of students whispered anxiously,
Shouldn't someone get a teacher?
Are you crazy? Nobody interferes with Blake.
That new kid is done for.
Ray took a step back from Eddie, trying to ease the tension.
Look,
he said, keeping his hands visible and non-threatening.
I'm not trying to cause a fight. As I said, I just wanted to ask some questions, that's all. Who wanted to ask some questions?
The voice had come from directly behind Eddie. Blake was suddenly there, standing behind Eddie as if he'd teleported. Ray hadn't even seen him move. One moment, Blake was approaching from 10 feet away. The next, he was right there.
Now who,
Blake said, his voice dripping with mockery,
would want to talk to this freak?
Before Eddie could react, Blake kicked the back of his legs. Eddie's knees buckled, and he went down hard onto the ground. Blake casually placed his boot on Eddie's back, pressing down just enough to keep him pinned without being overtly violent.
I'm asking you,
Blake said, looking at Ray with a bored expression.
What's your business, little low-class boy?
Something hot and dangerous ignited in Ray's chest. He'd seen plenty of bullies in his life, dealt with more than his share of them. But there was something particularly revolting about the casual cruelty Blake displayed, the way he treated Eddie like an insect to be stepped on. Ray moved without thinking. He crossed the distance in 2 quick steps and pushed Blake with a single hand. He didn't use much force, didn't want to reveal too much, but it was enough. Blake's eyes widened in surprise as he lost his balance and fell backward off Eddie, landing on his rear end.
Who the hell does he think he is?
Ray said, his voice cold with anger,
placing his foot on people like they're furniture.
He turned to Eddie, offering a hand to help him up.
Come on, let's go somewhere quiet where we can actually talk.
For a moment, there was absolute silence. The crowd of students seemed to hold their collective breath. Blake sat on the ground, looking more shocked than hurt, as if he couldn't quite process what had just happened. Then Ray felt a hand clamp down on top of his head, strong fingers digging into his scalp.
It looks like someone here has a death wish.
Blake's voice was low and threatening. He recovered quickly, moving behind Ray with that same unsettling speed.
You little low-class scum.
Ray turned his head slowly, looking directly into Blake's eyes. Up close, he could see the boy was a few years older, probably 17 or 18. There was a genuine anger in those eyes now, mixed with something else. Disbelief, maybe.
Hey,
Ray said conversationally, as if they were discussing the weather.
Do you mind moving your hand? You're hurting me a little.
Blake's grip tightened. Do you know who you're talking to? Of course, Ray said. He reached up and grabbed Blake's wrist, pulling the hand off his head with deliberate ease. You're the upperclassman who's said to have huge potential at this school, right? Blake something or other? What's with this brat's strength? I can't move it at all. How's a first year this strong? Blake thought, trying and failing to pull his arm free. The crowd was growing larger now. Students poured out of buildings, drawn by the commotion. A solid ring of spectators surrounded them, keeping a safe distance but eager to watch the drama unfold. Hey, isn't that the new kid and the freak? Yeah, and that's Blake. I can't believe what that kid is doing. This is insane. Someone should get a teacher before this gets out of hand.
Are you kidding? This is the most exciting thing to happen all month.
Blake wrenched his arm free with visible effort, his face flushing red. Hey, Crunk! He shouted to one of his companions, a heavy-set boy with a shaved head. Chuck it over here! Crunk reached into his pocket and threw something small and glowing through the air. Blake caught it one-handed, a crystal pulsing with inner light. Ray recognized it immediately. A beast core. Looks like I'll need to teach you a lesson, you little low-class brat, Blake said, holding up the crystal. The glow intensified, casting eerie shadows across his face. Here's what happens when low-class messes with upper-class. The beast core's light grew brighter, and Ray could feel the surge of power as magical energy flowed from the stone directly into Blake's body. The air around Blake began to shimmer with heat.
He's using a raw beast core as a catalyst. That's at least an advanced tier core, maybe even higher. Those things cost a fortune. How can a student afford one of those?
Ray thought, his mind racing. Ha! What, you scared? Blake's voice was charged with confidence now, the beast core amplifying not just his magic, but his bravado. Well, it's too late for regrets. The crystal pulsed brighter, and more mana surged into Blake's body. The temperature around them rose noticeably.
Damn, I overdid it with my teasing. With everyone watching, if I use my real fighting skills, everyone will find out what I'm capable of. But if I don't...
Maybe I should run, Ray muttered, taking a half step back. It looks like he's able to use that beast core to amplify his mana reserves. If I fight back seriously, I might have to use more than just my basic fireball technique. He was calculating his options, trying to figure out how to handle this without revealing too much, when suddenly Eddie moved. Eddie pushed Ray to the side, not roughly, but with enough force to make him stumble. Before Ray could protest, Eddie had positioned himself between Ray and Blake, his back to Ray, facing the upperclassmen. This is why I told you not to get close to me, Eddie said quietly. His voice was steadied despite the fear Ray had seen in his eyes earlier. Those who do only get hurt. Now run. Eddie glanced back over his shoulder, meeting Ray's eyes. Go. I'll handle this. Ray stared at Eddie's back, stunned. The crowd fell silent again, sensing the shift in the confrontation. Oh, this is rich, Blake laughed, the beast core's glow casting his features in sharp relief. The freak thinks he's going to protect someone? You can't even protect yourself, Eddie. But Eddie didn't move. He stood his ground, fists clenched at his sides, placing himself between Ray and Blake like a human shield. And in that moment, watching Eddie stand there despite his obvious terror, Ray understood. This wasn't about bravery or fighting ability. This was about Eddie trying to save Ray from the same fate that had befallen him. The isolation, the targeting, the systematic destruction of his place in the Academy's social hierarchy. Eddie was trying to protect Ray by taking the fall himself. Eddie, Ray said, stepping up beside him, move aside. No, Eddie said firmly, this isn't your fight. Actually, Ray replied, feeling a reckless grin spread across his face, I think it became my fight the moment I decided to talk to you. Besides, he looked at Blake, at the glowing beast core, at the crowd of watching students. I've never been good at running away. Blake's laughter died. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Fine then. You both want to learn this lesson? I'll teach you both. The beast core blazed like a small sun in his palm, and the real confrontation was about to begin. Ray watched Eddie's entire body tremble like a leaf in a storm. His knees wobbled visibly, threatening to give out at any moment. Sweat beaded on Eddie's forehead despite the cool afternoon air. Everything about his posture screamed fear, yet here he was, standing between Ray and Blake anyway. It was a first for Ray. In all his years of fighting, training, and surviving, no one who was clearly weaker than him had ever stepped forward to shield him from danger. They barely knew each other. They'd never even had a proper conversation. Yet Eddie was willing to take this hit meant for Ray.
Why? Ha! What a laugh!
Blake's voice cut through Ray's thoughts. The upperclassman's face twisted with cruel amusement.
And now the freak thinks he can do something. Actually do something to protect someone else.
He started walking forward, the beast core still pulsing in his hand.
I guess it's been a long time since I reminded you about what you did a year ago, hasn't it, Eddie?
Ray saw Eddie's face go pale. Whatever Blake was referring to, it struck a deep nerve.
Time to remind you who you really are, freak.
Blake moved with shocking speed, faster than any student should be able to move without enhancement magic. One moment, he was 3 feet away. The next, his hand had clamped around Eddie's head like a vice.
No!
Eddie managed to gasp before Blake slammed his head downward.
Time to show you hell again.
Ray stepped forward instinctively, but then he saw it. The magical energy that Blake had been gathering began flowing from his body. But instead of releasing outward in an attack, the energy flowed directly into Eddie through Blake's hand. Eddie's eyes went wide, then rolled back. His body went rigid, every muscle locked in place. A choked sound escaped his throat.
Eddie!
Ray shouted, moving toward them. But Eddie didn't respond. He was still standing. Blake's hand kept him upright, but Eddie was gone. His eyes stared at nothing, seeing something that wasn't there. His breathing became rapid and shallow.
What is this? What kind of spell is this?
Ray thought, circling around to see Eddie's face. Eddie's expression made Ray's blood run cold. Pure, absolute terror was written across every feature. His eyes were wide and glassy, tears beginning to stream down his cheeks. His lips moved soundlessly, forming words Ray couldn't hear.
Eddie! Eddie, wake up!
Ray grabbed Eddie's shoulder and shook him. Nothing.
What the hell did you do to him?
Inside Eddie's mind, darkness had swallowed everything. Then, slowly, light began to creep in. Not natural light. Something wrong. Something tainted. The world came into focus, and Eddie found himself standing in a familiar hallway. Roland Academy. But something was off about it. The colors were too saturated, the shadows too deep.
No, not this. Not again. Please, not again,
Eddie thought desperately. He heard footsteps behind him, slow, deliberate. Eddie didn't want to turn around. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to close his eyes, to wake up, but his body wouldn't obey. But then he turned. A girl stood there, maybe 15 or 16 years old, wearing the Roland Academy uniform. She had blonde hair that fell past her shoulders. Her face was pretty, would have been pretty, if not for the blood. Blood covered her uniform, fresh blood, still wet and glistening. It soaked through the fabric, dripping onto the floor in steady drops. Her hands were stained red up to the wrists, and she was smiling. That smile, that horrible, knowing smile.
Hello, Eddie,
the girl said, her voice sweet and gentle, completely at odds with the gore covering her body.
Did you miss me?
You're not real,
Eddie whispered.
You're not real. This isn't real.
The girl walked toward him, her footsteps leaving bloody prints on the floor.
But I feel real, don't I?
She reached out a blood-stained hand.
I look real,
And what happened to me was definitely real.
Stop.
What's wrong, Eddie?
The girl tilted her head, that smile never wavering.
Don't you want to remember that day?
No, please.
Eddie's voice cracked.
I didn't.
But you have to see me like this.
The girl gestured to herself, to the blood. Outside, Ray watched Eddie's body convulse. Eddie's lips were moving faster now, forming words.
No, no, please, stop.
Did he use an illusion spell?
Ray muttered, his fists clenching. He turned to Blake, who was watching Eddie's suffering with satisfaction.
Hey, what have you done to him?
Blake's smirk widened.
I thought the freak might have forgotten what happened last year, so I decided to remind him.
He lifted his free hand slightly, where residual magic still glowed.
I'm just showing him why his life is hell at this school, why it will always be hell. What happened last year?
The question burst out of Ray before he could stop it.
Oh, you don't know?
Blake laughed.
Of course you don't. No one tells the new students about the freak's little incident. But everyone knows. Everyone remembers what he did.
Blake's eyes glittered with malice.
As I said, I had to punish him because he didn't know his place. And now?
His hand began to glow brighter.
It's time for me to punish you so you know your place as well.
Ray felt his ki surge in response to his rage. His vision tinged red at the edges.
He's using some kind of memory spell, forcing Eddie to relive trauma, to relive whatever happened.
Maybe there are some horrible memories you wouldn't like to be shown again?
Blake's voice dripped with false sympathy.
With this spell, I can help you remember every painful second, every moment you tried to forget.
Blake took a step toward Ray, his glowing hand reaching out.
That's it,
Ray muttered, his voice dropping to something cold and dangerous. Ki began gathering in his fist, condensing into a point of devastating power.
He needs to be dealt with. Scum like him doesn't deserve to breathe the same air as everyone else.
Ray stepped forward. One punch, that's all it would take. One ki-enhanced punch to Blake's skull, and this would be over. He could feel the power building, ready to be released.
What is happening here?
A commanding voice cut through the tension like a blade. Ray's fist froze mid-motion. A young man strode into the circle of spectators, pushing students aside. He wore professor's robes marked with the Roland Academy crest. He was clean-shaven, with sharp, intelligent eyes, and looked barely old enough to have graduated from the academy itself, let alone teach at it.
Professor Flynn!
One of the students gasped.
Blake,
Flynn said sharply, his eyes taking in the scene.
You know, fighting is strictly forbidden on school grounds. What do you think you're...
Then he spotted Eddie, still locked in Blake's grip, tears streaming down his face, body trembling uncontrollably. Flynn's expression hardened.
Release him. Now.
Blake hesitated for a moment, then let go. Eddie collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings.
You!
Flynn pointed at Ray.
Help me get him to the medical department, quickly.
The crowd of students gathered outside Principal Harvey's office was larger than usual. Word had spread fast about the confrontation, and everyone wanted to hear what would happen to the new student who dared to challenge Blake. Inside, Ray sat across from Principal Harvey, maintaining a neutral expression despite his simmering anger.
Now, Mr. Nestalen,
Harvey said with a grandfatherly smile, his white beard shifting as he spoke,
there have been some rather interesting reports about you today. Multiple students claim you jumped from a third-floor balcony without injury. Is this true?
No, Ray replied, his face perfectly straight. Harvey's bushy eyebrows rose slightly.
Really? Because these same students also reported seeing you chase after Eddie Smith at incredible speeds. Speeds that would be impossible for a normal student to achieve.
This is the first time I'm hearing of such things, Principal.
Yes, I thought these reports must be exaggerated.
Harvey chuckled, but his eyes were sharp behind his round glasses, studying Ray carefully. Outside the door, the eavesdropping students exchanged incredulous looks.
What the hell? How can he lie so easily?
I saw everything with my own eyes. He definitely jumped.
And those craters his feet left. Shh, keep it down.
Harvey picked up a sheet of paper from his desk, scanning it with exaggerated interest.
Of course, these things couldn't possibly be true. After all,
he looked at Ray with that same smile.
How could someone with your weak, frail, sickly body be capable of such feats?
Ray barely suppressed a grimace.
Damn you, Lenny. Why did you have to give me such a ridiculous cover story?
Lenny had invented the perfect excuse for Ray's year-long absence from Roland Academy, a terrible illness that had left him bedridden and weakened. It provided cover for Ray's lack of knowledge about Academy social dynamics, but moments like this made Ray want to strangle his handler.
Please be careful, Mr. Ness,
Harvey continued, his tone shifting to something more serious.
We wouldn't want your illness to return and hurt you again. Besides,
he leaned forward slightly,
if a low-class student like yourself gets into serious trouble with upper-class students, it can greatly affect your future. Your entire future at this academy and beyond. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Ray understood perfectly. Harvey was warning him, or maybe threatening him, to stay away from the upperclassmen, to not make waves, to accept the hierarchy and his place in it. It left a sour taste in Ray's mouth.
I understand, Principal,
Ray said aloud, though his tone suggested he understood far more than Harvey probably wanted. Ray left the principal's office with his mind churning. Students scattered as he walked past, their whispers following him like flies.
I need to find Eddie. Blake said something about last year, about an incident, about Eddie being called a freak. I need to know what happened,
Ray thought.
Ness! Ness!
Ray turned to see Max jogging toward him, his face flushed with concern and excitement.
Is it true?
Max gasped, out of breath.
Did you really get into a fight with Blake? What did I tell you about avoiding him at all costs? I told you he was bad news.
He grabbed Ray's shoulders, looking him up and down.
Are you hurt? Did he hurt you?
Me? I'm fine. Ray's expression darkened.
But Eddie...
Max's face went pale.
He's dead? What? No, not dead. Don't just go killing people off like that. But the look on your face. He's not dead, he's just...
Ray struggled to find the words.
Something happened. Blake used some kind of spell on him, some kind of memory magic or illusion. Eddie collapsed.
Max's concern immediately shifted.
Oh, well, Eddie's used to that kind of thing from Blake. He'll probably... Used to it?
Ray grabbed Max's arm.
What do you mean he's used to it? How often does Blake do this to him?
Max looked uncomfortable.
Look, it's complicated. The whole situation with Eddie is... it's better if you just stay away from him, like I said. I'm not staying away from him,
Ray said flatly.
Now help me find him. I need to talk to him.
Max sighed but nodded.
Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you when this blows up in your face.
The two of them spent the next hour searching the campus. Most students avoided them, as usual. News of Ray's confrontation with Blake had spread, making him even more of a pariah than Eddie. But eventually, after checking the dormitories, the library, and various empty classrooms, Max had an idea.
The storage room, he said. The one where we first met. Eddie goes there sometimes when he wants to be alone.
They found him there, sitting in the corner among old desks and dusty equipment. Eddie's eyes were red-rimmed, his face pale. He looked up as they entered, and for a moment, something like panic flashed across his features.
What are you doing here?
Eddie's voice was hoarse, defensive. Ray walked forward, ignoring Max's warning hand on his shoulder. He sat down on a crate across from Eddie, meeting his eyes directly.
Eddie,
Ray said quietly,
I want to know something. Why does Blake call you a freak? What happened last year?
Please, Eddie said again, his voice cracking slightly. Just leave me alone. Why are you trying so hard to get involved? It's none of your business. It doesn't concern you. Ray had started this search for Eddie with simple motives. The Queen had asked him to investigate why her son was being bullied, called a freak at Roland Academy. It was supposed to be a favor, payment for helping Ray secure admission to the school under false pretenses. A simple task. Find out what's happening. Report back. Done. Then the divine being had entered the equation, showing Ray that horrific vision of the future. In it, Eddie was there, fighting alongside Ray, entrusted with some great task that the witch goddess had foreseen. Ray's curiosity had been piqued then. But now, after everything Ray had witnessed today, the fear in the student's eyes, Blake's casual cruelty, Eddie standing in front of him despite his terror, Ray had forgotten about the Queen's request. He'd forgotten about the divine being's vision. This was personal now. He'd seen something of himself in Eddie. That isolation, that weight of being marked as different, as dangerous. Ray understood it in ways that Max never could, in ways that most people never would. Ray leaned forward on the crate, his elbows on his knees. "Are you really okay with this?" he asked quietly. "With people calling you names? Monster, freak, weirdo? Do you understand that this might follow you for the rest of your life? That this could define you forever?" Eddie met his gaze, and there was something broken in his eyes, something that had accepted its own destruction. "Yeah," Eddie said, "I'm fine with it. Because—" he swallowed hard. "Because I deserve to be called all those things. I deserve worse than this." Before Ray could respond, Max grabbed his arm and pulled him toward the door. "Look, see? He said he deserves this. Case closed." Max's voice was urgent, almost pleading. "Now, let's go. This isn't our problem. We tried, right? We did our best. Time to move on." Ray let himself be pulled away, studying Max with mild disappointment. It was hard to believe this boy was related to Slivia. She was brave, strong, sharp-minded, always thinking 3 steps ahead and never backing down from a challenge. Max seemed like her opposite in every way, avoiding confrontation, looking for the easiest escape route, ready to give up at the first sign of real difficulty.
But he is loyal. He's stuck with me through everything crazy I've done so far. That counts for something,
Ray thought, looking at the bright side. "Fine," Ray said aloud, making his voice hard. He shook off Max's grip and started walking toward the door. "If you don't want to talk about it, Eddie, then I'll just go talk to Blake directly. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to explain what happened last year." Max's eyes went wide. "Wait, what?" Ray didn't look back. He strode out of the storage room with deliberate steps, Max scrambling after him. Behind them, Eddie stared at Ray's retreating back. "Why? Why does he care so much? What does my situation matter to him? He doesn't even know me. He doesn't understand what I've done," Eddie thought, his fists clenching at his sides. But something in Eddie's chest twisted painfully. Part of him, a small, desperate part he'd tried to bury, wanted Ray to keep pushing, wanted someone to refuse to give up on him. "But he shouldn't. For his own good, he should walk away," Eddie told himself. Max caught up to Ray in the hallway, keeping his voice low so other students wouldn't hear. "Ness, you can't be serious. You're not really going to talk to Blake, right? That's suicide. He'll tear you apart." "Of course not," Ray replied, his tone matter-of-fact. "Even if I did go talk to him, do you think he'd just give me a straight answer? He'd probably just attack me again." Max exhaled with relief. "Oh, thank God. So what are you actually going to do?" Ray was silent for a moment, staring at the evening light filtering through the corridor windows. Truthfully, he didn't have an answer. He didn't have a plan. He only knew he couldn't let this go, couldn't watch Eddie suffer under Blake's cruelty without doing something. But what? What could he do without revealing his true strength, without getting expelled, without starting a war he wasn't ready to fight? "I don't know yet," Ray admitted quietly, "but I'll figure something out." Meanwhile, in one of the meeting rooms of the upperclassmen building, Blake sat with his 2 closest associates. The room was decorated with expensive furniture, leather chairs, a polished oak table, and enchanted lights that cast a warm glow. It was a space reserved for the elite, the privileged, the powerful. Blake's confrontation with Ray had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. The way that the lower-class student had pushed him, grabbed his wrist, stood there without fear. It was unusual, troubling. Blake had immediately ordered his friends to gather information. Crunk, the heavy-set boy with the shaved head, held a piece of paper covered in neat handwriting. He cleared his throat and began reading aloud.
His name is Ness Talon. He didn't attend his first year at Roland Academy. Official records say it was due to a severe illness. Medical documentation states he's had a weak body since childhood, prone to respiratory problems and physical frailty.
Weak? Sick? Blake scoffed, touching his wrist where Ray had grabbed him. He could still feel the iron strength in that grip. If you ask me, that kid didn't look sick at all. Didn't move like someone with a weak body either. Crunk continued reading.
He's currently roommates with Eddie in the second-year dormitories. They share several classes. Also, Max Hart has been seen associating with them frequently.
Blake's eyes narrowed. The Hart family boy? Interesting. What else?
This is the important part,
Crunk said, looking up from the paper.
Ness Talon was the first person in Roland Academy history to receive a perfect score on the admission examination. That's why the administration allowed him to skip the first year and enter directly as a second-year student despite his absence.
The room fell silent. Blake's other companion whistled low.
A perfect score? That's almost impossible. The exam covers everything from magical theory to practical application to...
Now it's all starting to make sense, Blake interrupted, his voice cold. He stood up and walked to the window, looking out over the academy grounds. That brat was so arrogant, so disrespectful, just because he got a perfect score on a stupid test. He probably thinks he's special, thinks the rules don't apply to him.
What are you planning to do about it?
Crunk asked carefully. Blake turned back to them, his hand moving to the advanced beast crystal sitting on the table. He picked it up, feeling its weight, its power. The crystal pulsed with inner light, responding to his touch. What do you think? Blake's smile was cold and sharp. We need to teach these arrogant bottom-feeders a lesson. Remind them never to go against us upperclassmen. Remind them of the natural order of things. Crunk shifted uncomfortably.
Blake, if he really scored that high, maybe he's actually dangerous. Maybe we should...
Should what? Be afraid of a sickly scum? Blake's voice rose. No! We establish dominance now, before this becomes a problem, before other low-class students start getting ideas. He squeezed the beast crystal tighter, feeling its energy surge into his hand. Besides, Blake added with a cruel smile, I have the perfect plan to handle our new friend. Night had fallen over Roland Academy. Ray needed space to think, to clear his head after the chaos of the day. At Avrion, his previous school, there had been a public roof on the dormitory where students could go to think, to be alone, to stare at the stars. But here, Roland's dormitories had slanted roofs, all angles and tiles, technically off-limits to students. Ray climbed up anyway. The night air was cool against his face as he settled onto the highest peak. Below him, the academy sprawled in orderly beauty. With nothing else to do and his progress at the academy stalling, Ray decided to contact Jack using the system interface. Recently, the system had allowed Ray to contact the Red Wings members without using the system messages. Now, he could also talk with them directly as if they were right before him. The mental connection was established with a soft chime that only Ray could hear.
Hey, boss. How you doing?
Jack's cheerful voice filled Ray's mind.
Did you manage to make any new friends at the academy? Get into any interesting trouble?
Despite himself, Ray smiled slightly. Jack never changed. That's not what's important right now. I'm struggling with the Queen's request. Prince Nathaniel, he doesn't want help. He's actively pushing people away.
What's the actual problem?
It's strange. It's like all the students here have been hypnotized or something, all of them targeting Eddie, calling him a freak and a monster, acting like he's some kind of contagious disease.
Jack was quiet for a moment.
Sounds a bit like you, boss. Back when you first joined Avrion, everyone was scared of you, avoided you, called you a monster.
Ray winced. Jack was right, even if the comparison stung.
Maybe, but I handled that by shutting people up with my fists. Can't really do that here without consequences.
So, who's the main problem?
There's this upperclassman, Blake Sunshield. He seems to be the ringleader. I was about to knock his teeth in earlier today, but I stopped myself at the last second.
Another voice joined the mental conversation. Female, sharp, intelligent.
Did you say Sunshield?
Oh, that's Martha?
Ray asked.
I heard she'd arrived in Roland.
After Monk had left Avrion City, Martha had become obsessed with doing something, anything, to track him down and bring him back. She'd pestered Slivia constantly, asking what they should do, proposing increasingly elaborate plans. Finally, Slivia had decided the best solution was to send Martha to team up with Jack and establish a guild presence in Roland. It got Martha out of her hair while also advancing their larger strategic goals.
Yes, I'm here,
Martha confirmed.
And if you're dealing with the Sunshield family, Ray, you need to be very, very careful.
Ray's attention sharpened.
Why? What do you know about them?
The Sunshields are one of the most prominent noble families in the kingdom,
Martha explained, her voice taking on a lecturing quality.
They produced multiple top-tier magicians over the past century. Their family reputation is built on magical excellence and political connections. And most importantly,
she paused for emphasis,
the current head of the Sunshield family holds a high-ranking position within the Empire's military command structure. Which means,
Martha continued,
they're essentially untouchable.
Ray was silent, processing this information. He didn't know much about the complex political affairs of the outside world. He'd always been focused on his own personal mission, his own goals, his own survival. But now he was tangled up in something much larger. Noble families, empire politics, secret identities.
Ask Lenny to dig deeper into the Sunshield family background,
Ray said finally.
I need to know everything. Their connections, their weaknesses, their secrets. If the head of the family is a high-ranking Empire official, any major incident could escalate, could start another war on top of the existing conflict with the Shadow Forces.
Understood, boss. I'll have Lenny on it immediately.
The mental connection closed, leaving Ray alone with his thoughts again. He stared out at the glowing barrier orbs, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. Learning more about Blake's background hadn't helped at all. If anything, it made everything more complicated. Ray thought back to the incident earlier that day, to how close he'd come to hitting Blake with a full-power key strike. If he'd followed through with that punch, Blake would probably be dead or severely injured. And that would have brought down the wrath of the Sunshield family, potentially the Empire itself. Ray would have been expelled from the academy immediately. But Blake kept pushing, kept tormenting Eddie, kept using that horrible memory spell. How much longer could Ray hold himself back? How much cruelty could he witness before his restraint snapped completely?
There has to be another way. Some way to help Eddie without destroying everything. Some way to stop Blake without starting a war,
Ray thought. He just had to figure out what that way was. Professor Flynn's footsteps echoed through the empty corridors as he hurried across campus, his robes billowing behind him. He burst through the heavy oak doors of the training room, the sound reverberating off the stone walls. "Professor Springett!" His voice rang out in the cavernous space, but the room was empty. Well, almost empty. Professor Ruskin sat cross-legged on the floor in the center of the vast chamber, a paintbrush in hand, making careful strokes across the polished stone. He didn't even look up at Flynn's dramatic entrance. Flynn's shoulders sagged.
Sorry about that. Have you seen Professor Springett anywhere?
Not today, no.
Ruskin's voice was calm, measured, his attention never leaving his work.
Flynn rubbed the back of his head, frowning. That's strange. I wonder where she went.
He stepped closer, curiosity getting the better of him. The intricate patterns Ruskin was painting glowed faintly with magical energy.
Oh, what's this? Is this the teleportation circle for the lower classes' practical training?
Flynn crouched down, studying the complex symbols and interconnecting lines.
It looks incredibly complicated. I could never make something like this.
It requires precision, Ruskin replied, still focused on his work. One wrong stroke and the entire array could collapse during transport.
Flynn straightened up and surveyed the room. Behind a thick glass case in the center, a massive beast crystal pulsed with raw power. The energy radiating from it made the hair on his arms stand up. This was no ordinary crystal.
That must be at least super tier, or maybe even higher.
It has to be,
Ruskin said, finally pausing to dip his brush in fresh paint.
We're transporting over 100 students simultaneously to the training dimension. Anything less powerful, and we'd risk scattering them across different realms entirely.
I heard this year's session will be the most advanced yet. Pre-prepared beasts in a controlled environment?
Exactly,
Ruskin resumed his painting, each stroke deliberate and sure.
Since it's the first training session of the year, we have to ensure everything is perfect. We can't have any of our precious students hurt, now can we?
Flynn nodded with a smile.
As expected of the teleportation master, Ruskin. Well, if you see Professor Springett, please tell her I need to speak with her urgently.
Of course,
Ruskin murmured, already lost in his work again. Meanwhile, in the lower class building, the atmosphere was entirely different. The morning class had just ended, and students were gathering their things, chatting about assignments and weekend plans. Ray was organizing his notes when suddenly a thick stack of papers crashed onto his desk.
What's all this?
Ray looked up to find Max grinning down at him, though there was a nervous energy in his eyes.
Well, you're planning to go against Blake, right?
Max pulled out the chair next to Ray and sat down, lowering his voice.
Then we need allies. Here's a list of everyone who either doesn't like Blake or has enough power to resist his influence.
Ray flipped through the papers, impressed despite himself. Names, backgrounds, family connections. Max had been thorough.
Wow, you compiled all this in just one day? That's impressive.
He reminds me of Kyle, always knowing who to talk to, always having the latest information. I wonder if Kyle's doing okay back home.
Ray's mind raced to Avrion and his source of all the latest gossip, Kyle.
So everyone on this list has the power to stand against Blake?
Ray asked, though something in Max's expression made him doubt it. Max's confident smile faltered slightly.
Well, not exactly. I focused on nobles and high-scoring students, people with either influence or talent.
Ray's enthusiasm deflated. After what Jack and Martha had told him about Blake's family, about the true extent of their power and connections, he knew they needed more than good grades and noble titles. They needed real strength, real conviction.
Hey, what's with the long face? Max protested. Do you know how hard it was to find anyone willing to even be associated with opposing Blake? Most students won't even let me finish the question before walking away.
He rifled through the stack and pulled out 2 specific sheets.
Look, I'm not sure about the others, but these 2 will definitely be helpful.
Max held up the first paper right in front of Ray's face, his excitement returning.
Our first candidate, Princess Nora Sine. She's the only royal in the entire academy. Comes from the Criterion Kingdom. It's far from Allure, but the academy gave her special treatment. She even has a personal guard who attends classes with her and follows her everywhere.
Ray studied the information.
Royalty. That could work. If the academy itself is cautious about offending her, Blake might think twice too.
Ray wanted to correct Max by letting him know that there was another royalty in the Roland Academy, Nathaniel Lancaster, disguised as Eddie Smith. But since the prince wanted to keep his identity secret, Ray also decided to maintain that secret.
Anyway,
Max continued, his voice rising with excitement,
if we get the princess on our side, as someone even the Academy is afraid to touch, then Blake will be...
Max stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening as he realized how loud he'd gotten. He clapped his hands over his mouth, but it was too late. The classroom had gone quiet.
Did you hear that?
Someone whispered behind them.
They're actually planning something against Blake.
Are they insane?
Another voice hissed.
Blake will destroy them.
I hate this,
a girl muttered from across the room.
Ever since that Ness kid transferred in, everything's been chaotic.
Yeah, and having that freak in our class wasn't bad enough,
someone else added.
Now Ness is stirring up even more trouble for everyone.
Ray felt anger flash through him, but he forced it down.
They don't understand. They don't know what Blake really is, what he's capable of.
Some students looked sympathetic. They knew Eddie was being treated unfairly, that Blake was abusing his power. But fear kept them silent. Fear of Blake, fear of his family, fear of the consequences. Ray leaned closer to Max, keeping his voice low this time.
Okay then, who's the second person?
Max glanced around nervously before continuing in a whisper.
A noble son from the Empire, Kato Molo. He arrived at the Academy the same time as Blake, and from what I've heard, the two of them absolutely despise each other. Since Kato has powerful backing too, they avoid direct confrontation.
That's perfect, Ray said, feeling a spark of hope.
If they're already enemies, convincing him to join us should be easy. There's just one problem,
Max grimaced.
Kato's been at Roland Academy for 4 years now, and he's still stuck in the lower classes. He hasn't been able to advance to middle tier at all.
Ray frowned.
Well, how is that possible? Is he weak? That's the weird part. He always scores perfectly on written exams. His theoretical knowledge is excellent, but his practical magic...
Max shrugged.
Maybe he's just not strong magically? But think about it. He hates Blake. He's a noble son with backing, and he has nothing to lose. Wouldn't it be good to get him on our side?
While Max was thinking about school politics and protection from Blake, Ray's mind was elsewhere.
This isn't just about surviving at the Academy. The Shadow is coming. I have only a year's time in hand to prepare for the war. We need people who will stand and fight when it matters.
Ray wondered if either of these candidates would have the courage for what was really coming.
I also tried finding middle-tier students who might help,
Max added, frustration creeping into his voice.
But it's impossible. They're in a completely separate building. We never even see them, let alone get a chance to talk to them.
The sharp sound made everyone jump. At the front of the classroom stood a middle-tier student. He had an air of superiority as he surveyed the lower-class students.
Attention, please.
His voice carried authority.
I'm here with a message from Professor Ruskin. For your upcoming practical class, you're all to meet at the Western Assembly Hall for a mock test.
He paused, letting the information sink in.
So everyone needs to start moving. Now.
The classroom erupted into nervous chatter as students began gathering their things. Ray mechanically started packing his bag, but his attention was drawn to the empty seat beside him. Eddie. He hadn't shown up for class today. No message, no explanation. Ray had checked their room this morning. Eddie's bed had been slept in, but he was already gone before Ray woke up.
Where did you go, Eddie? And why do I have a feeling that wherever you are, you're walking into something dangerous?
Ray thought, staring at the vacant chair. As the other students filed out of the classroom, following the middle-tier messenger toward the Western Assembly Hall, Ray couldn't shake the sense of foreboding settling over him.
Something's wrong. I can feel it.
Max touched his shoulder.
Come on, Ray. We need to go, or we'll be late.
Ray took one last look at Eddie's empty seat, then followed his friend out of the classroom, the stack of potential allies tucked under his arm. Whatever was coming, they needed to be ready.
Ray's eyes kept drifting to the empty seat beside him as he followed the middle-tier student down the corridor along with his classmates. What Ray didn't know was that Eddie had never made it to class at all. Hours earlier, several middle-tier students had stopped him in a corridor and dragged him without giving him a chance to resist. Now, on the flat roof of the eastern building, Eddie lay crumpled against the stone, his body aching from the beating Nano and his friends had delivered. Blake's orders had been clear: teach the freak and his new friend a lesson they'd never forget. Nano crouched down, a cruel smile playing across his lips.
Blake has something special planned for you today, freak. Consider it a demonstration of what happens when people get in his way.
Eddie tried to focus, but his vision kept blurring. Pain radiated through his ribs with each shallow breath. "He's passing out," one of Nano's friends observed casually.
Not yet, he's not.
Nano grabbed a bucket they'd prepared earlier.
We need him awake for the show. He's the main attraction, after all.
The ice-cold water hit Eddie like a physical blow, shocking him back to consciousness. He gasped and sputtered, his body jerking involuntarily.
That's better.
Nano hauled Eddie to his feet, though Eddie's legs could barely support his weight.
The stage has been set, freak. Time for your performance.
Meanwhile, as the other students walked toward the Western Assembly Hall, Ray grabbed Max's arm and pulled him aside.
What are you doing?
Max hissed.
We're supposed to follow.
We need to find Eddie first, Ray interrupted, his voice firm.
Something's wrong. I can feel it.
Max glanced nervously at the departing students, then back at Ray.
Fine, but we need to be quick.
They searched everywhere. Their dorm room was empty, Eddie's bed neatly made from the morning. The storage closets had nothing but cleaning supplies and forgotten equipment. Empty classrooms, the library courtyard, even the kitchen areas where Eddie sometimes went to clear his head. Nothing. 20 minutes later, Max was practically pulling his hair out.
Come on, Ness. We looked everywhere. Our dorm, the storage closets, all the classrooms, even places Eddie would never normally go.
He checked his pocket watch and groaned.
Huh, and now we're late for our next class, too. They're going to deduct points.
Ray stared down the empty corridor, frustration building in his chest.
I wish I still had my dragon eyes. I could scan the entire campus, see through walls, and find hidden rooms.
He's probably just hiding somewhere,
Max said, though his tone suggested even he didn't believe it. He grabbed Ray's shoulders, his expression almost pleading.
Please, let's go to the assembly hall before we get in serious trouble. If we're late, they'll deduct points, and right now a single point could be the difference between passing and failing for me.
Ray hesitated, every instinct screaming that something was wrong. But what choice did they have? They couldn't search the entire academy.
Fine, he relented. We'll look for him after class.
As they hurried toward the assembly hall, Max's curiosity finally got the better of him.
Ness, can I ask you something?
What?
Why do you care so much about Eddie?
Max's question was genuinely confused, not accusatory.
It's not like you knew him before joining the academy. I just don't understand why you'd go through all of this to help him. Risk Blake's anger, make enemies, all of it.
Because the Queen asked me to protect her son. Because finding the divine being and delivering the crystal to the prince depends on keeping Eddie safe first,
Ray thought. But he couldn't say any of that. Instead, Ray let his expression soften, drawing on memories that were actually his own.
When I was younger, I used to get bullied all the time, too, he said quietly. Instead of being called a freak, though, people called me a monster.
The words came easier than expected, perhaps because they held more truth than Max would ever know.
I hated the world for it, and I can imagine that Eddie's going through the exact same thing right now. Nobody deserves that.
Tears actually welled up in Max's eyes.
Ness, I had no idea. I'm sorry you went through that.
Ray felt a small surge of satisfaction.
I'm getting better at this human emotion thing. Though if anyone more perceptive than Jack or Max had been listening, they might have noticed the slight artificiality in his performance. They rounded the final corner to the assembly hall, only to find the front doors locked.
What?
Max grabbed the handles and pulled, but they didn't budge.
That's weird.
They could hear voices from inside, lots of voices, students talking over each other. The class had clearly started.
Why would they lock the doors if class is in session?
Ray wondered aloud, pressing his ear against the wood. Something about this felt very wrong.
I know another way in,
Max said suddenly, grabbing Ray's sleeve.
Come on.
He led them around the side of the building, pushing through a hedge until they reached a small, vine-covered door hidden from view. Ray raised an eyebrow.
You know, the fact that you know about a secret entrance makes you way more suspicious than whatever's happening inside. I found it last year when I was exploring,
Max protested, already pulling aside the vines.
It's not like I use it for anything bad.
The door was barely 3 feet tall. They'd have to crawl through.
You're joking,
Ray said flatly.
Do you want to get inside or not?
Max was already on his hands and knees, squeezing through the narrow opening.
Come on, what are you waiting for?
Inside the assembly hall, the lower-tier students from Professor Ruskin's class stood in nervous clusters. The large room felt unwelcoming without any teachers present. At the front, a stage rose several feet above the floor, and standing on it was Nano, flanked by 5 other middle-tier students. More middle-tier students lined the walls, blocking the exits.
Hey, what's going on here?
Someone called out.
Yeah, didn't they say we were supposed to have a class?
Another student said.
So why are there no teachers? Why are there only middle-tier students?
Nano stepped forward, his expression cold and authoritative.
Is everyone here?
One of the middle-tier students near the door nodded.
Yes, everyone from Professor Ruskin's class is here.
Excellent.
Nano's smile was predatory.
Since all the pieces are in place, it's time to start the show.
Back in the regular classroom, Professor Ruskin pushed open the door, expecting to see his students settling in for the lesson. Instead, he found every single chair empty.
What?
He walked further inside, checking the corners as if students might be hiding.
Where did everyone go?
He pulled out the class schedule, double-checking. This was definitely the right time and place. A cold feeling settled in his stomach. Back at the other building, Ray and Max emerged on the other side of the secret door, brushing dust and cobwebs from their clothes. They found themselves behind a stack of old stage equipment and curtains, hidden from view of the main hall. Through the gaps, they could see the gathered students and the middle-tier students surrounding them.
Thank goodness we are here. Now we only need to sneak in before the professor notices. But wait, this doesn't look like any class I've ever seen,
Max whispered, his brows pulled in confusion. 2 middle-tier students wheeled carts onto the stage, each one loaded with black spherical objects. Beast crystals, Ray realized. Practice crystals. Nano picked up one of the spheres, holding it up for everyone to see.
We all know that using a wand helps us extract more magical power,
he announced, his voice carrying through the hall.
These are crystal cores that have been converted into crystal balls for practice. They're only basic tier, so they're not very powerful.
He tossed the sphere casually from hand to hand.
Once you become middle-tier students, you'll learn how to manifest mana into a beast crystal to increase your power. That's the goal of today's lesson.
A brave student near the front raised his hand.
Sorry, but do any of the teachers know about this?
The words had barely left his mouth when a middle-tier student appeared beside him. There was a flash of light, a whispered incantation, and the student's eyes rolled back. He collapsed like a puppet with cut strings. Several students screamed. Two middle-tier students dragged the unconscious body behind the stage, where it disappeared from view. The hall fell deathly silent.
Are there any more questions?
Nano asked pleasantly, as if he'd just answered a query about homework. No one moved. No one spoke. The students stood frozen, fear written across every face. These were lower-tier students who barely knew basic spells. Against middle-tier students who could cast sleep spells without even using wands, they were helpless. Behind the curtains, Max grabbed Ray's arm, his hand shaking.
We need to get help. We need to find a teacher.
Wait, Ray breathed. Look. Nano gestured toward the back of the stage.
I guess it's time for the show, then.
The sound of wheels creaking across wood filled the hall. 4 middle-tier students pushed something large onto the stage. A massive stone target, circular and imposing. But as it came into view, gasps and cries erupted from the students. Because this wasn't just a target. Chained to the center of it, arms spread wide and head hanging down, was Eddie. Ray's blood turned to ice, but his blood began boiling in fury. Eddie's clothes were torn and dirty, his face bruised and swollen. Blood had dried at the corner of his mouth. He barely seemed conscious.
As I said,
Nano announced, his voice dripping with mock cheerfulness.
Today we'll be practicing manifesting mana into beast crystals.
He held up one of the black spheres.
And to make things interesting, we provided a very special target.
He gestured to Eddie with a flourish, like a showman presenting his main act.
Let's see how accurate your aim is, shall we?
Eddie's head lolled forward, barely conscious. His body sagged against the chains that held him spread-eagled across the target. Blood trickled from a cut above his eyebrow, and his breathing came in shallow, labored gasps. He looked like he'd been beaten within an inch of his life, because he had been. The students stared in horror. Some covered their mouths. Others looked away, unable to bear the sight.
Now the rules are simple,
Nano continued, his voice cheerful as if he were explaining a game. He gestured to the carts of black spheres.
Each of you will pick up one of these beast core crystals and channel your magic into it. The crystal will amplify even the weakest magical ability, allowing you to cast a basic spell.
He held one up, letting it catch the light.
When the ball glows, your power has been successfully activated. Then you'll cast your spell and aim for the target.
He paused, letting his words sink in before continuing with a predatory smile.
Since you're all second years, we understand that precise control isn't your strong suit yet. To pass this test, you'll need to score a total of 50 points.
Nano walked slowly toward the target where Eddie hung.
Let me show you how the scoring works.
From his pocket, he pulled out a thick black marker. Eddie flinched weakly as Nano approached, but he was too injured to resist. Nano uncapped the marker with deliberate slowness, then reached up and wrote 50 across Eddie's forehead, the numbers large and clear. Several students gasped. Others whispered urgently to one another. Nano stepped back, admiring his work, then turned to mark the target itself. On the outer ring, he wrote 10 in several places. On the inner ring, closer to where Eddie was chained, he wrote 20.
You each get 3 shots, Nano announced, returning to center stage. If you don't achieve 50 points...
He let the sentence hang, his smile widening.
Well, let's just say you don't want to find out what happens.
The calculation was immediate and brutal. The outer ring was only worth 10 points. Even hitting it all 3 times would give you just 30. The inner ring was worth 20, but you need to hit it perfectly all 3 times to reach 60 points and pass. The target rings were small, difficult to hit for students who'd barely mastered basic magic. But Eddie? Eddie covered the entire center. He was worth 50 points with a single hit. Nano was forcing them to choose, aim for Eddie and guarantee safety, or risk failing and face whatever punishment awaited behind that stage. Behind the curtains, Ray's hands clenched into fists. Every muscle in his body was coiled, ready to act.
I could rush the stage right now, take down Nano before he...
There are too many of them,
Max whispered urgently, reading Ray's body language. His face had gone pale.
8 middle-tier students around the room, 2 more by the target, and Nano has 2 with him. That's 13 total. We can't...
I know, Ray hissed, though every instinct screamed at him to move.
Think. There has to be a way.
On stage, Nano scanned the crowd of students, his expression souring slightly.
Now then, who should go first?
His eyes swept across the fearful faces, clearly searching for someone specific.
Where is Ness? The whole point of this show is to demonstrate what happens when you cross Blake. It's not as satisfying if the main audience isn't even here. Ah well, he'll see the aftermath soon enough,
Nano thought with annoyance. In the crowd, a girl with long black hair and piercing violet eyes observed everything with careful, analytical eyes. Bliss had always been different from the others. She'd never participated in the bullying, never laughed at Eddie's suffering, never turned her back when he was attacked in the halls. But she'd never actively helped him either.
Because what could I do? Blake's family is too powerful. And me? I'm nobody. I'm just a girl from a small town with no noble blood, no influential connections. If I acted against him, my family would pay the price. And that, I can't afford,
she thought bitterly. She counted the middle-tier students carefully. 8 positioned around the room, blocking any escape. 2 flanking the target where Eddie hung. 2 more besides Nano were on the stage. 13 trained students against a room full of barely competent second years.
I trust my skills, but in the given circumstances, even if I could fight, there's no way to win this.
It seems no one wants to volunteer, one of the middle-tier students beside Nano called out, stepping forward with a sneer. He was tall and broad-shouldered, clearly enjoying his position of power. His eyes raked over the crowd until they landed on a particular student. "You there, with the round glasses and the big nose. Get up here!" A skinny boy with the described features jerked, as if physically struck. He looked around desperately, silently pleading for someone, anyone, to intervene. But students avoided his gaze, some even stepping back to create distance. "Better him than me" was written clearly on every face. 2 middle-tier students grabbed the boy by his arms and hauled him forward. He stumbled up the stage steps, nearly falling. His glasses sat askew on his face, and his hands trembled visibly. The tall middle-tier student placed a black beast crystal into the boy's shaking palm, closing his fingers around it. "Now remember," he said with mock friendliness, "we can tell whether you're actually using the crystal's power or not. Don't even think about faking it." The boy stared at the crystal, then at Eddie chained to the target, then back at the crystal. His breathing quickened, hyperventilating.
I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's him or me. Him or me,
he thought desperately. He closed his eyes, trying to focus past his terror. The beast crystal felt cold and heavy in his hand. He channeled his magic, weak and untrained as it was, into the sphere. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, a faint glow began to emanate from within the black surface. "Good," the middle-tier student said. "Now cast." The boy raised his trembling hand, pointing toward the target, toward Eddie.
Energy blast!
A small sphere of crackling energy formed at his fingertips, unstable and wild. It shot forward, but immediately began spiraling erratically through the air, completely out of control. The crowd ducked and scattered as the blast traveled past the target entirely, hitting the upper right corner of the stage backdrop. 0 points, Nano announced flatly. Energy Blast was the most basic non-elemental spell, something every first-year student learned within their first month. It was deliberately simple, with no elemental weakness like fire versus water. The fact that this second-year student could barely control it spoke volumes about the quality of lower-tier magical education at the academy. Or perhaps it spoke to how few of these students had any real talent at all. Some had been stuck in the lower tiers for 3 or 4 years with no hope of advancement. "Second shot," the middle-tier student commanded. The boy tried again, sweat beading on his forehead. "Energy blast!" This time the sphere maintained slightly better cohesion. It wobbled through the air, but managed to strike the outer ring of the target well away from Eddie. 10 points, Nano called out. "You need 40 more. The crowd murmured. Everyone could do the math. With 1 shot left, the boy needed to hit Eddie directly, or fail. The boy prepared for the last attack. Energy began crackling around his fingers as he tried to focus. "Please," the boy whispered, though whether he was praying or begging, no one could tell. His whole body shook now. "Energy blast!" The final sphere of energy formed, larger but even less stable than the others. It shot forward wildly, spiraling past the target completely and slamming into the assembly hall wall with enough force to crack the plaster. "Total score? 10 points, Nano announced with theatrical disappointment. "Well, looks like you failed." The boy's eyes went saucer-shaped, and all the color drained from his face. "No, please, The boy started to back away, but the 2 middle-tier students beside Nano moved with practiced efficiency. They grabbed him by the arm, lifting him completely off his feet despite his struggling. "No, please, give me another chance. I can do better." His voice rose to a shriek as they dragged him toward the back of the stage. "Take him behind," Nano ordered casually, as if discussing trash removal. The students in the hall watched in frozen horror as the boy disappeared behind the stage curtain, still screaming. For a few seconds, there was silence. Then the screaming began again. Different this time. Raw, agonized, the sound of someone in terrible pain.
The screams had stopped, but their echo lingered in everyone's mind like a curse. The assembly hall felt smaller now, the walls pressing in, the air thick with fear and the metallic scent of blood. Every student standing in that crowd understood the terrible truth. This was real. The middle-tier students weren't bluffing. They weren't playing games. Cross them, fail their test, and you'd be dragged behind that stage to face whatever horror had made that boy scream so desperately. "How are they getting away with this? Doesn't anyone know we're here? Where are the professors?" Students wondered. But deep down, they already knew the answer. Blake's influence ran deep in this academy. His family's power reached further than any of them could imagine. If he wanted this to happen, it would happen, and no one would stop it. "Now then," the middle-tier student on stage announced, his voice cutting through the suffocating silence. "Who's next?" No one moved. The crowd might as well have been carved from stone. The student sighed dramatically, rolling his eyes. "No volunteers? How disappointing." His gaze swept across the terrified faces before him. "Fine, I'll choose for you." His finger stabbed out like an accusation. "You, the tall one with short hair, get up here." A solidly built boy with a military-style haircut stepped forward. Unlike the first victim who'd been pulled forward sobbing and begging, this boy walked to the stage on his own. His jaw was clenched, his back straight despite the fear in his eyes. "At least I'll face it with dignity. Better to get it over with quickly," he thought grimly. He grabbed one of the black beast crystals without hesitation and closed his eyes. Almost immediately the sphere began to glow, brighter and steadier than the first student's pathetic attempt. This boy had trained, had practiced magical focus. He dreamed of advancing to middle tier one day.
Energy blast.
The sphere of crackling energy that formed was refined, controlled. It shot forward in a perfect straight line, no wobbling or deviation. It struck Eddie directly in the stomach. The impact was brutal. Eddie's entire body jerked violently against the chains, his back arching as all the air exploded from his lungs in a single agonized wheeze. He started coughing uncontrollably, each spasm sending fresh waves of pain through his broken body. Blood, bright crimson droplets, sprayed from his mouth, spattering across his torn shirt and the stage floor. Several students in the crowd looked away, unable to watch. Others stood frozen, trapped between horror and morbid fascination.
Perfect! 50 points!
The middle-tier student announced cheerfully, as if congratulating someone on a test score.
You may return to the line. Next!
This was just the beginning. Dozens of students remained, and each would make the same calculation. Hitting Eddie guaranteed safety. Hitting the small rings meant risking failure, risking those screams.
Next!
The middle-tier student called out. Then, a clear voice cut through the tension.
I'll go.
Heads turned in surprise. A girl with long black hair stepped forward. Her sharp violet eyes were filled with determination. Bliss. Several students recognized her immediately as one of the few who'd never participated in Eddie's bullying. The middle-tier student's expression shifted to something predatory.
Oh, a volunteer, and such a beautiful lady.
His smile made several students uncomfortable.
Please, step right up.
Bliss walked to the stage with calm, measured steps. She selected a black beast crystal, and the moment it touched her palm, it blazed to life with such intense brilliance that students had to shield their eyes. There was no build-up, no concentration, just immediate, overwhelming power. The crystal pulsed like a captured star, and small crackling sounds filled the silence as hairline fractures appeared across its surface. Further back on stage, Nano straightened up, his casual demeanor vanishing. His eyes narrowed with sharp interest.
Well, well,
he murmured.
That's impressive for a lower-tier student.
Bliss raised her arm.
Energy blast!
What happened next shocked everyone. 3 simultaneous spheres of energy erupted from her palm, immediately spiraling around each other in a complex triple helix pattern. The crowd gasped as the 3 blasts wove through the air like braided lightning, spinning faster as they approached the target. Then, with impossible precision, they split apart. 3 rapid impacts, one beneath Eddie's left arm, one beneath his right. The third was between his leg. All 3 hit the inner ring with perfect accuracy. None of them touched Eddie. The hall erupted in shocked whispers. Even the middle-tier students stared in disbelief. Controlling multiple simultaneous energy blasts was an advanced technique that even most middle-tier students struggled with. The middle-tier student in charge looked back at Nano uncertainly. Nano stared at Bliss for a long moment, then nodded once.
60 points,
the student announced, his voice lacking its earlier confidence.
You may return to the line.
As Bliss walked back through the crowd, she passed close enough to Eddie to whisper,
This was all I could do for you. I'm sorry. Please understand. Please see that it's possible. You don't have to hurt him to pass.
She thought desperately, glancing at the watching students. She'd volunteered for a reason. Someone needed to show there was another way, that courage and skill could spare Eddie unnecessary suffering. If just one person could prove the rings were hittable, maybe others would find the strength to try. But as the next student went forward, Bliss's hope crumbled. The girl hit the outer ring twice, 20 points, then missed completely on her third shot. The middle-tier students grabbed her instantly. Her screams joined the echoes of the first victim. The student after her didn't even try for the rings. All 3 shots went straight for Eddie, striking his shoulder, his side, his thigh.
They're too scared. My demonstration changed nothing.
Bliss realized with sinking despair. At the back of the hall, a small hidden door finally creaked open. Max emerged first, brushing dust from his clothes, followed by Ray.
See? Told you this was the way.
Max whispered.
The lesson already started. Come on, let's blend in before...
He stopped mid-sentence, his brain finally processing what his eyes were seeing. The stage, the target, Eddie chained to it, blood on his face and shirt, barely conscious. A student raising their hand, an energy blast forming.
What the hell?
Max's voice came out strangled.
What are they doing? Are they insane? They've never gone this far before.
Ray stood frozen, watching the energy blast strike Eddie in the leg. Eddie's body spasmed. More blood appeared. Something cold and dark began rising in Ray's chest. His hands clenched into fists so tight, his knuckles went white.
They're torturing him in front of everyone as a show.
Ness, come on!
Max grabbed his sleeve urgently.
We need to find a professor, a teacher, anyone. The academy can't let this...
But when Max turned to pull Ray along, his friend had vanished.
Ness?
Max spun around frantically, searching the crowd.
Ness!
All right, who's next? The middle-tier student called out.
I'll go.
The voice cut through the murmurs like a blade. Ray stepped forward from the crowd, his expression eerily calm.
Wait, isn't that the crazy new kid? The one who tried to attack me that first day? Where's he been? I am sure he was not here all this time.
Bliss thought, her eyes widening. On stage, Nano's smile transformed into something genuinely delighted. Finally, the star had arrived. The one student foolish enough to defy Blake, to befriend the freak everyone else avoided.
Perfect. Now he'll have to hurt the very person he's trying to protect. Blake will love this.
Nano thought gleefully. Ray walked to the stage with measured steps and grabbed one of the black beast crystals. He'd watched the others carefully, noting how they channeled mana to amplify their power. He closed his eyes and concentrated. Nothing happened.
Come on, the others made it look easy.
Ray thought, focusing harder. He tried channeling Ki instead, the way he would for his dragon abilities. Still nothing. The crystal remained dark and inert.
Just like when I was a kid. My powers don't work the same way as theirs.
Ray realized with frustration. Murmurs rippled through the crowd.
What's wrong with him?
Why isn't it glowing?
Does he even have magical power?
They said he was sick his whole first year. Maybe he's just weak.
Yeah, perfect test scores don't mean you can actually use magic.
Ray stared at the lifeless crystal in his hand, then looked up at Eddie. His head hung limply, blood dripping slowly onto the stage floor. His breathing was shallow, labored. Something inside Ray snapped.
I promised someone I would protect you. I gave my word, and nothing in this world could make me fail at keeping it.
Ray thought, remembering the Queen's desperate request. His hand tightened around the beast crystal. Not with magic, not with Ki channeling, but with pure concentrated rage transformed into physical force. Ray stepped back, his entire body coiling like a spring. His muscles tensed as he readied with his aim. Then he released. The black sphere left his fingertips at blinding speed, moving so fast it was almost invisible. The air itself seemed to scream. The sound was like a thunderclap. The beast crystal struck the inner ring with such tremendous force that it didn't bounce off. Instead, it punched straight through. A fist-sized hole appeared in the reinforced stone, cracks spiderwebbing outward like frozen lightning. Dust and stone fragments exploded across the stage. The entire target board shook violently on its wheels. The crystal itself shattered on impact, black fragments raining down like dark snow. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. Every mouth in the assembly hall hung open. Students and middle tier alike stared at the impossible sight before them. The target board was made of reinforced stone, specifically enchanted to withstand magical attacks. Every energy blast that had struck it, including Bliss's powerful triple shot, had left no mark whatsoever. And now, Ray had just thrown a crystal through it with his bare hand, creating a hole in it.
What kind of monster strength does he have?
Bliss whispered, her voice barely audible. The hole in the target board still smoked faintly, stone dust drifting through the air like ash. The entire assembly hall remained frozen in shocked silence, every eye fixed on Ray as he began walking slowly toward the stage, toward Eddie.
Let's get you out of there,
Ray said quietly, his voice carrying despite its softness. He reached the target where Eddie hung, chained, barely conscious. Without hesitation, Ray grabbed the metal restraint around Eddie's right wrist. His fingers closed around the thick iron cuff, restraints designed to hold even enhanced prisoners, and he simply pulled. The metal shrieked in protest, then snapped like a twig. Ray tossed it aside with a clang and moved to the next restraint. One by one, he tore them off with his bare hands as if they were made of paper. Left wrist, right ankle, left ankle, each one breaking with the same ease, the same terrible, impossible strength. Eddie collapsed forward, and Ray caught him, lowering him gently to the stage floor.
Thank you,
Eddie whispered, his voice barely audible. His eyes were unfocused, glazed with pain and shock.
What are you waiting for?
Nano's voice suddenly exploded across the hall, high-pitched and furious.
Stop him! Stop him now!
The command broke the spell. The middle-tier students snapped out of their trance of shock, and immediately, 3 of them closed on Ray from different directions. One student positioned near the opposite side of the stage raised his hand, a crackling energy blast already forming.
Energy blast!
The sphere shot forward, fast and true, aimed directly at Ray's back. Ray didn't move. He just stood there, watching it come, his expression unreadable.
He's going to get hit. Move, you idiot,
Bliss thought with horror from the crowd. But then Eddie moved. Despite his broken body, despite the blood and the pain and the fact that he could barely stand, Eddie threw himself between Ray and the incoming attack. The energy blast struck him square in the chest. Eddie crumpled to the ground with a pained gasp, more blood trickling from his mouth.
You idiot!
Ray shouted, dropping to one knee beside him.
What did you do that for?
Eddie looked up at him, managing a weak smile through the pain.
How could I let someone who's fighting because of me get hurt?
Ray stared at him, something shifting in his expression. Here was Eddie, weak, badly injured, barely able to move, and he'd still thrown himself in harm's way, still tried to protect someone else.
Humans are an interesting bunch after all,
Ray thought, a strange feeling stirring in his chest that he couldn't quite name. In the crowd, Bliss stood paralyzed by indecision. Every instinct screamed at her to help, to fight alongside Ray against these bastards who'd tortured Eddie for their entertainment.
But what can I do? However strong Ray is, he can't possibly beat all of them. There are 13 middle-tier students here. 13!
But even as she finished that thought, a body came flying through the air. The crowd scattered with screams as a middle-tier student crashed into the center of the hall, sliding several feet before coming to a stop, groaning and unconscious. Bliss recognized him immediately, the one who'd just fired at Ray. Her head snapped back toward the stage. Ray had already moved. 2 middle-tier students lay crumpled at his feet, taken down in the span of seconds.
Useless,
Ray said coldly, his fist connecting with a 3rd student's jaw. The student's head snapped back, and he dropped like a stone.
It's okay if I just use my fists, right? As long as I don't use my weapons or armor, I'm not breaking the rules,
Ray thought, flexing his fingers. Though right now, rules were the last thing on his mind. He just wanted to give these students a beating they'd never forget. The 8 middle-tier students who had been positioned around the hall to block exit now converged on Ray, surrounding him in a tight circle. 2 were already down. 3 more, including Nano, still stood on the stage, watching with growing alarm.
So you make all your goons do your dirty work?
Ray called out to Nano, his voice dripping with contempt. Nano's face flushed red with anger and something else. Fear.
I don't care how strong you are,
he shouted back, trying to project confidence he clearly didn't feel.
You're never getting out of this alive.
The 6 middle-tier students surrounding Ray raised their hands in unison, energy blasts forming in their palms. They fired simultaneously, 6 spheres of crackling energy converging on the center point where Ray stood. Ray simply chose the nearest one and charged straight toward it. His fist shot forward. The moment his knuckles connected with the energy blast, the sphere exploded into countless tiny particles, bursting apart like a firework made of light and dissipating harmlessly.
Did he just punch an energy blast?
Someone in the crowd whispered in disbelief.
That's impossible. That's like punching a rock. His hand should be bleeding, broken.
But Ray's hand was perfectly fine. His ki was far stronger and more refined than the mana these students were using. It had protected him completely. While they relied on external beast crystals to amplify their weak magic, Ray's power came from within, honed through years of training and battles these academy students couldn't even imagine. In the next instant, Ray was beside the student who'd fired that blast. His punch connected with the boy's stomach, and the student doubled over, flying backward through the air as if he weighed nothing. Ray moved like lightning. To the next student, then the next. His fists struck with surgical precision, hard enough to incapacitate but not to kill. Bodies flew through the air, crashing into walls and onto the floor. Within seconds, all 6 of the surrounding students were down. Now, only 3 remained. Nano and the 2 middle-tier students flanking him on the stage.
You don't think you can get away with this?
Nano's voice cracked slightly. In his hand, a flame suddenly appeared, dancing across his palm. Fire attribute magic, more dangerous than simple energy blast. Ray smiled, and there was nothing friendly in it.
Oh, fire attribute? I could use some extra points of that. This is bad. So far, Ray hasn't used a single spell. He must not be great at magic. Probably got special combat training as a kid instead. One of those people gifted with a naturally strong ki body that can withstand attacks.
Max thought from where he stood at the back of the hall. That would explain why Ray could punch energy blasts with his bare hands. But fire was different. Fire burned. Fire couldn't be punched away.
Is he using ki?
Max jumped at the voice beside him. He turned to find a woman standing there, a professor he recognized immediately by her most distinctive feature, brilliant, fiery red hair. Professor Let's Springett.
Oh, Professor,
Max said urgently, relief flooding through him.
Thank goodness you're here. Come on, we need to stop them before they...
But as Max started to move forward, Professor Springett grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Her other hand covered his mouth. Shh, she whispered, her eyes gleaming with interest as she watched the stage.
Don't stop them now. It's only just starting getting interesting.
A smile played at her lips.
I think they're about to get what they deserve.
Max couldn't believe what he was hearing.
What kind of teacher doesn't stop a fight just because she finds it entertaining?
He was starting to realize he attracted crazy people wherever he went. On stage, Nano and his 2 companions each conjured fireballs in their hands. The flames were larger and hotter than typical student spells. These 3 had clearly practiced fire magic extensively. When Ray took his first step toward them, all 3 threw their fireballs simultaneously. The attacks were faster than the energy blasts had been, trailing heat and light through the air. But to Ray, they might as well have been moving in slow motion. He swayed to the left, stepped right, ducked. Each movement was minimal, economical, barely shifting his body at all. The fireballs passed by harmlessly, close enough that the heat should have singed his skin, but never quite connecting. Ray continued walking forward with that same measured pace, dodging fireball after fireball as casually as someone avoiding raindrop. Nano was sweating now, his hands shaking as he conjured another fireball and threw it.
How is he doing this? How is he so fast?
Ray bent down calmly and picked up one of the black beast crystals from the scattered remains of the crate. He tossed it once in his hand, testing its weight, then continued his slow advance toward the 3 students. A horrible realization crashed into Nano's mind.
When Ray threw the beast crystal before, it punched through reinforced stone. If he throws that at me...
The fireball in Nano's hand sputtered and died. Sweat poured down his face. His breathing came in short, panicked gasps.
I'll die. He'll kill me. I'm going to die.
His body made the decision before his mind caught up. Nano turned and ran. He sprinted toward the back of the stage, his 2 companions forgotten, thinking only of escape. His footsteps echoed loudly in the hall, the sound of his own cowardice. He'd barely taken 5 steps when he risked a glance over his shoulder, and Ray was already in front of him.
How? He was behind me. How did he...
Nano's mind screamed. Ray grabbed Nano by the front of his shirt, lifting him effortlessly off his feet. The beast crystal was still in Ray's other hand, dark and heavy and promising pain.
It's time for you to feel what Eddie felt,
Ray said, his voice quiet and cold as winter. Nano opened his mouth to scream. Nano stared up at the figure looming over him, the same person who'd been behind him just seconds ago.
He's not human. He can't be. No student should be capable of something like this. He's a demon.
But Ray was perfectly human. He'd simply used ki to enhance his leg muscles, propelling himself forward at speeds these sheltered academy students had never witnessed. It was a basic technique for any trained knight.
These kids,
Ray thought with disgust as he looked down at Nano's terrified face.
they're not warriors. They haven't fought the shadow. They've never been in a real battle, never felt the weight of a sword or the desperation of war.
These students had been raised in safety, protected by academy walls and family wealth. They had no idea how comfortable their lives were, how much privilege they took for granted. Yet they still chose to hurt each other, to torture someone weaker for entertainment.
I hate people like this most of all.
Ray raised the black beast crystal in his hand. With a fraction of his true strength, he smashed it directly into Nano's face. The crystal shattered on impact. So did several of Nano's teeth. The middle-tier student's body went flying backward, spinning through the air before crashing down in a heap. Unconscious and bleeding, right at Eddie's feet. The 2 middle-tier students who'd been standing beside Eddie this whole time immediately dropped to their knees, hands clasped together in desperate prayer.
Please, we're sorry.
We didn't want to. Nano made us do it. Blake ordered it.
Please don't.
Ray wasn't listening. He walked forward calmly, reached down, and grabbed both of their heads in his hands. Before they could even scream, he activated his ability.
Mana Eater.
The students gasped as they felt something fundamental being torn from their bodies, their magical energy flowing through Ray's palms like water through a sieve. It felt violating, terrifying, like having part of their soul ripped away.
Fire attribute +5. Fire attribute +5. Fire attribute now at 33 points.
Unfortunately, Ray's mana pool was already full, capped at 200 points. Any more than that, and his body would suffer damage from holding too much raw magical energy. But his Mana Eater ability didn't just steal raw mana. It could steal elemental affinities, weakening his enemies while making himself stronger. Before releasing them, Ray delivered 2 heavy slaps to the backs of their heads. Casual blows infused with just enough ki to make a point. The impacts drove their faces straight into the stage floor with resounding cracks. Both students went limp, joining Nano in unconsciousness. Ray straightened up, surveying the scene. 13 middle-tier students lay scattered around the assembly hall like broken toys. Not one of them was still standing.
Wow, he actually did it!
Someone whispered from the crowd.
He took on all the middle-tier students by himself.
Another voice added, tinged with disbelief. But instead of cheers, instead of celebration or gratitude for being freed from their tormentors, the lower-tier students looked scared. They huddled together in small groups, whispering nervously, casting fearful glances at Ray. Some actually backed away when he turned in their direction.
Does this mean we have to listen to Ness now?
I don't know about you guys, but he's way scarier than those middle-tier students ever were.
What if he decides to come after us next?
Did you see what he did to them? He's a monster.
The words hit Eddie harder than any energy blast. These people, the same ones who'd been about to participate in his torture, who'd aimed spells at his chained body to save themselves, were now afraid of the person who'd saved them.
Stop being idiots!
The sharp voice cut through the frightened murmurs. Bliss stepped forward from the crowd, her violet eyes flashing with anger.
Can't you see? If Ness was this strong all along, he could have taken control of this entire class whenever he wanted. He could have made you all bow to him on day one.
She gestured emphatically at Ray, then at the unconscious middle-tier students.
But he chose not to. He never threatened anyone, never used his strength to bully or control. He only fought today for one reason.
Bliss turned to look at Eddie, and her expression softened into something like respect.
It looks to me like he was just trying to save a friend.
The words hung in the air for a moment. Then, like sunrise breaking through clouds, understanding began to dawn on the students' faces. The fear didn't entirely disappear, but it was joined by something else. Gratitude, maybe, or at least the recognition that Ray wasn't their enemy. The atmosphere shifted. Tension thinned out of the room, replaced by relief and cautious optimism. A few students even managed nervous smiles. Eddie looked down at Nano's unconscious form, sprawled at his feet. For years, Nano and his friends had tormented Eddie at Blake's command, tripping him in hallways, destroying his belongings, spreading rumors, physical violence whenever they could get away with it. Eddie had never been able to fight back, never had the power to resist. He'd just endured it, day after day, telling himself it would eventually end. And now, here Nano lay, beaten and bloody, completely helpless. Eddie felt happy. The emotion surprised him with its intensity. Not satisfaction exactly, not revenge, just happiness that it was finally over. Ray walked over to Nano's unconscious body and placed his hand on top of his head.
What are you doing?
Eddie asked, curious but not concerned. He trusted Ray completely at this point.
Don't worry,
Ray replied, his voice calm.
Just making sure he can never hurt anyone again.
Eddie watched as Ray concentrated, his hand glowing faintly. He was using Mana Eater again, but this time more thoroughly, more deliberately.
I can't stop him from using magic entirely, but I can take away his fire element completely. Every single point. Without it, he'll be just another mediocre mage, weaker than most of the students here.
Ray thought as he worked.
Fire attribute +7. Total 40 points of fire attribute.
Ray felt the power flowing into him, settling into his core. He'd nearly doubled his fire attribute in a single encounter. The next time he cast a fire spell or activated flame-based abilities, they'd be almost twice as strong.
Not a bad haul,
Ray thought with grim satisfaction.
So, what do we do with all these middle-tier students?
A brave student called out, gesturing at the bodies scattered around the hall.
Shouldn't we call a professor or something?
As if summoned by the question, Professor Springett emerged from the back of the hall where she'd been observing the entire time. She walked forward with purposeful strides, her fiery red hair catching the light, her eyes never leaving Ray for even a second.
Does she want to fight? Is she angry that I beat up her students?
Ray wondered, tensing slightly. But when Professor Springett reached him, she simply grabbed his wrist, Not roughly, but firmly enough that he couldn't easily pull away.
"You're coming with me,"
she announced. Then she pointed at Eddie.
"You as well, right now."
She turned to address the rest of the lower-tier students, her voice taking on an authoritative edge that left no room for argument.
"The rest of you will leave this hall immediately and report to your homeroom teacher. We will be conducting a full investigation, and each of you will be interviewed individually. Do not discuss your answers with each other. Go, now."
The students didn't need to be told twice. They filed out quickly, some casting final glances at Ray, some fearful, some grateful, all confused. What happened next moved with bureaucratic efficiency. A team of academy staff arrived to collect the injured middle-tier students, loading them onto stretchers and transporting them to the medical ward. The lower-tier students returned to their homeroom as instructed, where investigators began interviewing them one by one. The students didn't lie, they told the truth, every detail of what had happened. How Nano and his friends had chained Eddie to a target, how they'd forced lower-tier students to attack him, how Ray had fought all 13 middle-tier students and won using nothing but his bare hands. The investigators thought the students were exaggerating at first. It seemed impossible. One second-year student defeating 13 middle-tier students who'd been training for years longer? Absurd. But as interview after interview confirmed the same impossible story, the investigators had to accept the truth. Something unprecedented had occurred in that assembly hall. Meanwhile, Ray and Eddie had been placed in confinement, a small windowless room with 2 chairs and nothing else. They weren't treated as prisoners exactly, but they weren't free to leave either. Ray sat in silence, his mind racing through possibilities.
Damn it. What have I done? What happens if they kick me out of the school? I'll have failed the Queen's mission before it even really began. I've just made my job so much harder for myself.
Hours passed. Then, finally, a guard opened the door.
The principal will see you now.
They were escorted through the academy's winding corridors to the administrative wing, a section of the school Ray had never visited before. Everything here was more ornate, more expensive. Polished wood paneling, detailed carvings, windows of actual glass instead of thin parchment. The door to the principal's office was massive, dark oak bound with iron, inscribed with runes of protection and authority. The guard knocked once, then pushed it open. "Enter," came a voice from within. Ray and Eddie stepped inside. The office was exactly what Ray expected. Large, intimidating, decorated with expensive artifacts and shelves of ancient books. Behind an enormous desk sat Principal Harvey, an elderly man with a long white beard, and standing beside him, arms crossed, was Professor Springett.
Please, you two, sit down,
Harvey said, gesturing to the chairs facing his desk. Ray and Eddie sat. Eddie looked nervous, his hands fidgeting in his lap. Ray kept his expression carefully neutral, waiting. Harvey steepled his fingers, studying them both for a long moment before speaking.
Now then, Professor Springett has informed me that the incident in the assembly hall today was caused by a single individual. You, Ness Talon.
His eyebrows rose slightly.
I would not have believed her words if it weren't for the numerous statements we've received from other students, all saying exactly the same thing. He was only trying to protect me,
Eddie burst out, leaning forward urgently.
Those middle-tier students attacked me first. They chained me up. They were going to...
Harvey raised one hand, and Eddie immediately fell silent.
Calm yourself, Mr. Smith, the principal said, not unkindly. I have not called you here to assign blame for the conflict. The investigation has already confirmed who initiated the attack. We know what happened.
He paused, letting his words sink in.
The reason you are here, Mr. Talon, is because Professor Springett has a question she would like to ask you.
All eyes turned to the red-haired professor. She stepped forward slightly, her gaze intense, as she studied Ray with obvious interest.
Ness Talon,
she said slowly, each word weighted with significance.
are you really a mage? What am I even seeing? I have never witnessed anything like this before.
Professor Springett had arrived at the assembly hall halfway through the fight, early enough to witness Ray defeating the middle-tier students with nothing but his bare fists. But it wasn't just his strength that had caught her attention. It was how he fought. If Ray's fists had simply been strong, Springett might have dismissed it. Perhaps a basic strengthening spell or enchanted equipment hidden beneath his clothes. There were plenty of ways to artificially enhance physical power. But that wasn't what she'd seen. Ray had struck each opponent with surgical precision, hitting specific pressure points to render them unconscious without causing permanent damage. He dodged attacks with minimal movement, wasting no energy, reading his opponent's movements before they fully committed to them. His footwork was flawless, his balance perfect, his combat instincts honed to a razor's edge.
Those are knight skills, not mage techniques. Knights fight like that. Warriors who have spent years perfecting fundamentals, who've seen real combat, who understand the body as a weapon.
Springett had realized immediately. She would know. Springett herself was a rare case, one of the very few mixed-type combatants in existence, a magic swordsman. It had taken her a decade to master both disciplines, splitting her focus between the external manipulation of mana and the internal cultivation of ki. Most people couldn't do it. Just because someone could control mana, drawing energy from the outside world, didn't mean they could master ki, which required controlling the energy within their own body. The skills were fundamentally different, requiring different mindsets, different training methods.
I am a mage,
Ray replied, his face completely neutral, his voice steady.
He's lying, or at least not telling the full truth.
Springett's eyes narrowed. Principal Harvey leaned forward, his fingers still steepled. Well, Ray, I'm afraid Professor Springett has good reason for her suspicions. His tone was diplomatic, carefully avoiding direct accusation. Perhaps if you were able to demonstrate your magical abilities, that would clear up any lingering doubts.
Okay,
Ray said confidently. The immediate agreement surprised Springett. She'd been certain she'd caught him in a corner, had even noticed the slight tension in his shoulders when she'd first posed the question.
Was I wrong, or is he bluffing?
Ray stood up from his chair and took several steps back, creating distance between himself and the others. He raised his right hand, palm facing forward. Eddie watched nervously from his seat, unsure what was about to happen. Ray took a breath, feeling the fire attribute points he'd absorbed from Nano and his companions flowing through his system like liquid heat.
Let's see what 40 points can do.
Activate Fireball! The effect was instantaneous and spectacular. A sphere of roaring flame materialized in Ray's palm. Not a small practice flame, but a massive fireball half the size of his entire body. The fire blazed with intense heat, painting the entire office in flickering orange light. The temperature in the room spiked immediately, making everyone step back instinctively. Principal Harvey's eyebrow shot up, genuine surprise crossing his weathered face.
My word! Not only can you perform magic, but you're remarkably powerful.
He looked impressed. More than impressed, actually, delighted.
With talent like this, it should be quite easy for you to rank up at the end of the term. Quite easy indeed. This is incredible,
Ray thought, staring at his own spell with something approaching awe.
My powers are now nearly twice as strong as before. Absorbing those attribute points indeed made a massive difference.
The fireball crackled and hissed, casting dancing shadows across the walls. After a few more seconds of demonstration, Ray canceled the skill. The flames dissipated instantly, leaving only faint heat signatures in the air and the lingering smell of smoke.
Was that sufficient?
Ray asked, his voice carefully casual as he returned to his seat. Principal Harvey nodded, looking satisfied.
Yes, of course. That more than answers any questions.
He waved his hand dismissively.
You two are free to leave. The middle-tier students will be punished appropriately for their actions. Please don't concern yourselves with that matter any further.
Ray breathed an internal sigh of relief.
Thank goodness they didn't ask for more demonstrations.
The truth was, he couldn't perform most basic mage spells. He couldn't cast a simple energy blast, the most fundamental skill every first-year student learned. His magic worked differently, drawing from his dragon nature rather than traditional mana manipulation. If they'd asked him to demonstrate anything else, he would have been completely exposed.
Thank you, Principal,
Eddie said quietly, standing up. As Ray and Eddie headed toward the door, Ray couldn't shake the uncomfortable sensation crawling up his spine, the feeling of being watched, studied, analyzed. He glanced back. Professor Springett's eyes were locked on him, sharp and penetrating, like a predator watching potentially dangerous prey. Her expression was unreadable, but Ray could feel the suspicion radiating from her. The sun was setting as Ray and Eddie made their way back to their dormitory, painting the academy grounds in shades of amber and crimson. Long shadows stretched across the pathways. The evening air was pleasant. They walked in complete silence. Eddie limped slightly, his injuries from the day's torture still aching despite the healing potions he'd been given. Ray kept pace beside him, not speaking, just present.
I hoped that after this incident, Prince Nathaniel would finally open up to me. After all, I have risked everything, almost exposing my true nature to the academy to save him.
Ray sighed inwardly now that the dorm room was only a few feet away, and yet Eddie hadn't uttered a word.
At least he's not running away from me anymore. That's progress, I suppose.
They reached their dormitory building and climbed the stairs in continued silence. It wasn't an uncomfortable silence exactly, but it felt heavy with things unsaid. As they reached their door, Eddie finally stopped. He turned to face Ray directly, and for the first time since they'd met, he smiled. A small, genuine smile that transformed his usually guarded expression.
Thank you,
Eddie said simply,
for everything today, for protecting me.
No problem, Ray replied, returning the smile.
It's a start,
he thought. Meanwhile, in one of the academy's interrogation rooms, the middle-tier students had been singing like birds. They'd given up Blake's name immediately, all of them, one after another, with barely any prompting. Yes, Blake had ordered the attack. Yes, Blake had wanted Eddie tortured as a message. Yes, Blake had planned the entire thing. Of course, they were afraid of Blake's power and his family's influence, but the incident was serious enough that they could be expelled for it. If they blamed Blake, there was a chance he'd face the consequences instead, or at least share them. Better him than us, they'd all thought. Currently, Blake himself sat in another interrogation room, looking bored and unworried. The person interrogating him was Professor Ruskin, Ray's homeroom teacher, the mild-mannered man who'd been drawing teleportation circles in the training room that very morning. "So, the other students tell me that you ordered Nano and the others to attack Eddie Smith," Ruskin said, conversationally, shuffling through papers. "Is that correct?"
Blake snorted. "You have no proof that it was me."
"You are correct," Ruskin agreed easily. He set down the papers and leaned back in his chair. So it seems I won't need to continue this investigation any longer. Nano will be held responsible for the entire incident. Blake blinked, surprised despite himself. He'd expected more pressure, more threats, perhaps even involvement from Blake's family. The Academy usually at least attempted to appear thorough in their investigations, even when they knew they couldn't touch him. But this was too easy. Blake studied Ruskin's face more carefully, the slight smile, the knowing look in his eyes. Understanding dawned. "What do you want?" Blake asked flatly. Ruskin's smile widened. "It seems you understand me well." Back in the dormitory, Ray and Eddie had both gone to bed early. Eddie still hadn't said much, but Ray had decided to let him rest. After the beating he'd taken, the poor boy needed sleep more than interrogation.
"I'll ask him tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll find out what's really going on."
But as he lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, Ray's mind turned to darker concerns. He'd dealt with Nano and his cronies, removed the immediate threat to Eddie's safety, but he hadn't eliminated the root cause of the problem, Blake. And Ray still didn't know why Blake hated Eddie so much. What was the real reason? What history connected them?
"I can't waste much more time on this. Queen Isabel Lancaster's mission is my priority, yes, but more than that, finding the divine being is important for me. The time is running fast, and so far I haven't made any progress toward my goal. If the prince remains silent about this whole thing, then I will be left with no other choice but to use Dragon's Truth on him."
Ray had been saving his Dragon's Truth skills specifically for Eddie, a last resort. The ability could only be used once per person, forcing them to answer any question with complete honesty. But Ray had been reluctant to use it, hoping Eddie would open up naturally.
"If the divine being wants Eddie for some reason, there might be far more important questions I need to ask than just about school bullying. I need to understand the bigger picture first."
He sighed and rolled over, trying to sleep. Slowly, his consciousness faded into the comfortable darkness of rest. Then, in the middle of the night, something woke him. Not a sound exactly, but the door had opened silently, barely a whisper of movement. It was something else that pulled Ray from sleep. A presence, an aura. Sick, wrong, corrupted. Ray's eyes snapped open, but he didn't move, didn't give any indication he'd awakened. He kept his breathing steady, his body relaxed, every sense straining to identify the intruder.
"That feeling. I know this presence. I felt it before,"
Ray's mind screamed in recognition. And then he saw it. The shadow. Ray remained completely still as the shadow figure entered the room, barely daring to breathe. Every muscle in his body was coiled tight, ready to spring into action at any moment.
"Did the shadow come for me? But how? How could they possibly know I'm here at the academy? Not even the teachers know who I really am."
He watched through barely cracked eyelids as the dark figure moved silently across the room. The moonlight barely penetrated through the darkness that seemed to cling to the intruder like a living thing. But the figure didn't approach Ray's bed. Instead, it moved toward the other side of the room, toward Prince Nathaniel. Ray's heart hammered in his chest as he watched the shadow figure slowly raise its hand, reaching toward the prince's sleeping form. Dark tendrils of energy seemed to writhe around its fingers. Before the figure could make contact, Ray exploded into motion. He lunged across the room, grabbed the figure's outstretched hand, and yanked it down with all his strength, slamming the intruder to the floor. For a brief moment, Ray got a clear look at his attacker. The figure's entire body was covered in writhing shadow. Not clothing, but actual darkness that moved and shifted like smoke given form. Its face was the worst part, constantly morphing, features appearing and disappearing, as if the person underneath was being devoured and reformed over and over again. A true infected. The most dangerous servants of the shadow, people who'd been completely consumed by corruption, their humanity stripped away, leaving only loyal puppets with terrifying powers. Ray tightened his grip, trying to pin the creature down, but suddenly his hands closed on empty air. The figure simply vanished, dissolving into wisps of shadow that scattered like disturbed smoke. Ray spun around, scanning the room desperately, but the true infected was gone. They were masters of illusion and shadow walking, able to slip through reality itself. Without his dragon eyes active, Ray had no way to track it.
Damn it,
Ray thought, his fists clenching in frustration. He looked over at Eddie, who was somehow still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of how close he'd come to what? What did the shadow want with him?
Why was the shadow targeting Eddie? Do they know he's an important figure in the Allure Kingdom? Or does this have something to do with whatever the divine being wants from him?
One thing was becoming painfully clear. Roland Academy wasn't the safe haven Ray had assumed it would be. The shadow had already infiltrated this place. If he wasn't careful, what happened in Avrion, the corruption, the death, the destruction, could happen here too. The next morning, Eddie and Ray headed to their classes in silence. Neither of them had mentioned the night's intrusion. Ray because he was still processing what it meant. Eddie because he'd slept through the entire thing. As they walked through the corridor, they passed a group of girls from their homeroom class. The girls noticed them and waved. "Hello," they called out, smiling nervously. The girls still looked slightly afraid, probably remembering Ray's display of strength from yesterday, but this was a massive improvement over the past weeks when they'd completely ignored both Eddie and Ray, acting as if they didn't exist. Ray waved back politely and continued walking. However, Ray's mind remained plagued by the last night's event. The unease kept growing in his heart as he tried to figure out the intention of the true infected. When they entered the classroom, Max was already there, practically bouncing in his seat. The moment he spotted them, his face split into a huge grin. "Good morning, you two!" Max practically shouted, waving enthusiastically. The other students in the room turned to look at Eddie and Ray's entrance, immediately beginning to whisper and chatter amongst themselves. The atmosphere was different from before, more curious than hostile. "Hey, what's going on?" Ray asked, sliding into his seat. "Is this your doing?" Max looked offended. "What? Are you crazy? Of course not. This is all because of that amazing show you put on yesterday." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "You're basically a celebrity now. Everyone's talking about how you took down all those middle-tier students by yourself." Ray listened to the chatter around them. Max was right. The tone was much more positive now. Students were discussing the fight with awe rather than fear. But then Ray noticed something that made his stomach sink. They were still calling Eddie the Freak. Not once did he hear anyone use Eddie's actual name, just the Freak over and over, as if it was his proper title. Eddie's face fell, his brief moment of hope crushed. He stared down at his desk, his shoulders hunching inward.
That's it. I can't keep putting this off,
Ray thought, frustration boiling over. "Eddie," Ray said firmly, making his roommate look up. "Will you tell us now? Why did the other students call you that? What happened a year ago? And why does Blake hate you so much?" Eddie stared at him for a long moment, various emotions flickering across his face. Fear, shame, sadness, and finally, resignation. "Fine," Eddie said quietly. "I'll tell you. Let's head to the library after morning classes are over." Professor Ruskin arrived moments later, and the morning lessons began. But before diving into the day's magical theory, Ruskin addressed the elephant in the room. "I'm sure you're all aware of yesterday's incident," Ruskin said, his tone carefully neutral. "The Academy administration wants me to inform you that measures are being taken to ensure such an event never happens again. The students involved have been appropriately punished." He paused, clearly choosing his words carefully. "However, the specific details of their punishment are confidential and will not be disclosed at this time. Now, let's begin today's lesson."
Appropriately punished? What does that even mean? Knowing Blake's influence, probably a slap on the wrist,
Ray thought cynically. The morning classes dragged on. Ray couldn't focus on Ruskin's lecture about mana flow patterns. His mind kept drifting. To the Shadow's intrusion last night, to Eddie's promise to finally explain everything, to the pieces of a puzzle he didn't even fully understand yet. When the morning session finally ended, Ray, Eddie, and Max headed straight for the library. The library was massive. 3 stories of books, scrolls, and magical texts, with reading alcoves scattered throughout. But more importantly, for their purposes, each table was equipped with a special beast crystal that created a sound-dampening field. It was done to have a private conversation. They found an empty table in a secluded corner. The 3 of them sat down, and even Max looked unusually serious. Whatever story Eddie was about to tell, it clearly wasn't going to be pleasant. Eddie took a deep breath, gathering his courage. "You see," he began slowly, "Blake and I arrived at the Academy together 4 years ago, and believe it or not, we were actually good friends back then."
What?
Max's eyes widened.
This is the first time I've heard anything like that.
"You wouldn't have," Eddie replied. "You only arrived last year. But yes, Blake and I were close. He was talented, much more talented than me. He rose through the ranks quickly, advancing to the middle tier within his first year. But despite that, our friendship remained strong."
Eddie paused, his expression growing distant, lost in memory.
"But then last year, a new student arrived. Someone who, without even realizing it, would change both of our lives forever."
Max nudged Ray's arm excitedly, leaning close to whisper,
"Hey, you know where this is going, don't you? If the 2 of them used to be friends, and a new student came in that changed everything."
He waggled his eyebrows.
"Love triangle."
Even though Max whispered, the sound-dampening crystal made the table so quiet that Eddie could hear every word perfectly clearly.
"You're right,"
Eddie said, and despite the sadness in his eyes, he smiled slightly.
"Among the first-year students that year, a new girl arrived. You see, the bullying had already started before Blake turned against me. I'd been at the Academy for 3 years, and still hadn't managed to advance to middle tier. Most students just ignored me or mocked me."
His smile turned more genuine, warmer.
"But this girl was different. She was brave. She saw some students picking on me one day, and she stood up to them. Stood up for me, even though she barely knew me. After that, she started hanging out with Blake and me regularly. The 3 of us became close friends very quickly."
Eddie's expression grew more complicated, happiness and pain intertwined.
"What I didn't realize at the time was that Blake and I had both started developing feelings for her. The same feelings. We both fell in love with her."
"Is that why you 2 hate each other now?"
Max asked impatiently, leaning forward.
"And what about the girl? Where is she now? Did she choose one of you? Is that what caused the split?"
The question hung in the air for a long moment. Eddie's expression went completely blank, and when he spoke again, his voice was hollow.
"She's dead,"
he said simply.
"and it's all my fault."
The words fell like stones into still water. Max jerked back as if physically struck. Ray felt something cold settle in his stomach.
"What?"
Max whispered.
"She's dead,"
Eddie repeated, each word seeming to cause him pain.
"It all started around the same time last year, during the practical exam."
But before Eddie could continue, Ray suddenly held up his hand, cutting him off mid-sentence. Something had clicked in Ray's mind while listening to Eddie's story. The timeline, the details, the way Eddie described her. Brave, kind, defending someone weaker despite the social cost.
No, it can't be. That would be too much of a coincidence. Unless...
Wait, Ray said, his voice sharper than he intended. There was an edge to it now, something dark and urgent. Before you continue, I need to know something. Eddie looked at him, confused by the sudden intensity in Ray's tone. The girl, Ray said, his eyes boring into Eddie's. What was her name? Eddie hesitated, sensing something had shifted in the air around them. Ray's entire demeanor had changed. There was anger there now, barely contained, mixed with something that looked almost like dread. But Eddie had already committed to telling the truth. He'd promised to explain everything. Her name, Eddie said quietly, was Amy Bluebird. The moment the name left his lips, the temperature around the table seemed to drop 10 degrees. Ray's hands clenched into fists on the table, his knuckles going white. His jaw was tight, his eyes wide with an emotion somewhere between fury and horror. Because Ray knew that name, he knew it very, very well. Amy Bluebird, the girl who'd been kind to him when he first arrived in the human world. The girl who'd shown him how humans could be good, could be brave, could stand up for what was right even when it was hard. She was not only his first friend in some sense, but also Gary's younger sister.
Amy Bluebird died here, at this academy, a year ago.
And now Eddie was saying it was all his fault. Tell me everything, Ray said, his voice dangerously quiet. Right now. Tell me exactly what happened to Amy Bluebird. The moment Eddie began his story, Ray had felt a terrible premonition stirring in his gut. He'd hoped desperately that he was wrong, that the coincidence was too impossible to be real. But now, hearing Amy Bluebird's name spoken aloud, Ray knew his worst fear had been confirmed. When Gary had told him about his sister's death, Ray had sworn to himself that if he ever found the person responsible, he would make them pay. He'd imagined confronting Amy's killer with righteous fury, delivering justice without hesitation. And now, that person was sitting right across from him. Eddie, the same person the Queen had begged Ray to protect, the same person Ray had fought 13 middle-tier students to save just yesterday.
How am I supposed to handle this? I promised the Queen I'd protect Eddie, but I also promised Gary I'd help get revenge for Amy.
His hands trembled slightly beneath the table. He forced them to be still.
No, it's too soon to make any decisions. I need to hear the whole story first. I need to understand what actually happened.
Hey, Ness, what's wrong? Max asked, concern evident in his voice. He'd noticed Ray staring blankly at the floor, his expression unreadable. Did you know her? Amy, I mean. Ray looked up, carefully schooling his features into something approaching normal. No, I thought I might have for a moment, but I don't. The lie tasted bitter on his tongue. Anyway, things are starting to make sense now, Max continued, his analytical mind already working through the implications. I remember hearing whispers about an incident involving someone named Amy last year, but when it happened, everyone was ordered to keep their mouths shut, not to let word spread outside of Roland Academy. He shrugged uncomfortably. In the end, I guess it was lucky that it happened to a family with no backing, made it easier to cover up.
Lucky?
The word came out as barely more than a croak. Eddie's voice broke on the syllable, and tears began streaming down his face, unchecked and unbidden.
What was so lucky about it?
Eddie continued, his voice thick with grief and guilt.
She was unlucky. Unlucky that she ever met me. If she'd never known me, she'd still be alive.
Max winced, immediately regretting his thoughtless words. He'd momentarily forgotten that Amy hadn't just been some random student to Eddie. He'd loved her. This wasn't ancient history. This was a raw, open wound. Max looked desperately at Ray for help, but Ray seemed lost in his own thoughts, his expression strange and distant. Several long, uncomfortable moments passed. Eddie wiped at his eyes, trying to compose himself enough to continue. When he finally spoke again, his voice was steadier but hollow.
The incident happened during the practical assessment,
Eddie began.
For that exam, students are split into teams of 5. It's only for lower-tier students, so Blake couldn't come with us to help. Before we left, he wished both Amy and me good luck.
Eddie's smile was sad and distant.
He had no idea it would be the last time he'd see her alive.
He took a shaky breath.
The assessment teleports you to a hunting ground that's supposed to contain intermediate-tier beasts at most. Nothing a coordinated team of 5 students couldn't handle. But we were unlucky that day. Somehow, an advanced-tier beast appeared in our zone.
Max leaned forward, completely absorbed in the story now.
Amy was the strongest among us,
Eddie continued, and pride crept into his voice despite the pain.
She was incredibly skilled with magic, far beyond what you'd expect from a first-year student. She managed to do significant damage to the creature, but it was still too strong. We were losing. People were getting hurt.
Eddie's hands clenched on the table.
That's when I decided to step in and help. And that's when I made the biggest mistake of my life.
What happened? Max asked quietly.
I used magic,
Eddie said simply.
I cast a spell and destroyed the beast. We shouldn't have done that. We should have just run and waited for the teachers to come save us. But I wanted to help. I wanted to prove I wasn't useless.
He paused, and when he continued, his voice was barely above a whisper.
After the beast died, that's when they appeared. 3 more of the same advanced-tier beasts. They came out of nowhere, drawn to our location like moths to flame.
Ray felt something click in his mind, but he remained silent, listening.
In the end, Amy saved us,
Eddie said, fresh tears beginning to fall.
She cast a protection spell, a golden barrier that encased the 4 of us in an unbreakable bubble, but she stayed outside.
His voice broke completely.
I had to watch her get torn apart. I had to stand there safe inside the magic she'd cast while those beasts ripped her to shreds. I screamed for her to come inside. We all did. But she just smiled at us and told us to survive. And then...
Eddie couldn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to.
Eventually, the teachers arrived and dealt with the remaining beasts,
Eddie continued mechanically.
But by then, it was too late.
Silence fell over the table like a suffocating blanket. Finally, Max spoke up, his voice uncertain.
Wait, you can't say it's your fault, though. The beasts killed her, not you. I understand why Blake would be upset. You were supposed to protect each other. Maybe you blame yourself, but accidents happen. Sometimes terrible things just happen, and there's no one to blame.
Ray found himself agreeing with Max's assessment, despite his anger. The story so far didn't indicate Eddie was truly at fault. He'd been trying to help, trying to save his friends. The appearance of more beasts was tragic, but how could Eddie have predicted that? There's more to this story. Something he hasn't told us yet, Ray realized.
But it is my fault,
Eddie insisted, his voice gaining strength through his anguish.
To explain why, I need to go back further. You see, ever since I was young, I've been called a freak, and there's a reason for that.
He looked up, meeting their eyes directly.
My magic is cursed.
Max blinked in confusion.
What do you mean, cursed?
There's a reason I never ranked up with Blake, even though we started at the same time,
Eddie explained.
It's because I never used magic during any of our advancement tests. Not once. When I was younger, I discovered something terrible. For some reason, my magic attracts beasts.
I've never heard of anything like that.
Max said skeptically.
It's true,
Eddie replied firmly.
and I never told anyone about it. There's something else you need to know, something I've kept secret from everyone here.
He took a deep breath, as if preparing to jump off a cliff.
I'm the Prince of the Allure Kingdom, the son of Queen Isabel Lancaster, Prince Nathaniel Lancaster.
Max nearly fell out of his chair. His mouth opened and closed several times, but no sound came out. Finally, he managed to sputter,
You're what? When I was younger and practiced magic in the palace,
Eddie continued,
beasts would come out of nowhere to attack. They'd appear inside the walls, breaking through barriers that should have been impenetrable. But my guards were always there to protect me, so I survived.
His expression grew haunted.
I figured out fairly quickly that it was my magic causing it. When I did, I banned myself from using magic at all. I hoped that one day I might find the cause, maybe even a cure.
That's why you came to Roland?
Ray asked, speaking for the first time since the revelation. Eddie nodded.
I was determined to attend Roland Academy, the top magical institution in the kingdom. I had heard rumors of a professor here who dabbled in forbidden magic, someone who might be able to help me understand my condition. But by the time I arrived, he'd already left the academy.
So, when you killed that beast during the assessment,
Max said slowly, working through the logic,
you think your magic is what drew the other 3 beasts to your location?
I'm positive,
Eddie said with absolute certainty.
The moment I cast that spell, I knew what I'd done. I knew more would come. And Amy died because of it. Because I was too weak, too desperate to prove myself, to stay quiet and wait for rescue.
The weight of his guilt was suffocating. Ray could see it crushing Eddie. It had probably been crushing him for an entire year. The group sat in heavy silence. Max was clearly struggling to process everything he'd learned, that his friend was secretly a prince with cursed magic that attracted monsters. Eddie sat with his head bowed, looking like he might break apart at any moment. And Ray? Ray was deep in thought. Amy's death wasn't murder. It was a tragic accident caused by something Eddie couldn't control. But that didn't make the pain any less real. Gary had still lost his sister. Amy was still gone. I can't tell Gary his sister died because Eddie has cursed magic, but I also can't get revenge on Eddie for something that wasn't really his fault. What am I supposed to do? Ray thought. There was also the matter of Eddie's condition itself. Ray had never heard of magic that attracted beasts before. It was completely unprecedented in his experience. But it makes sense now. The divine being is looking for Eddie. The shadow is targeting him. It must be connected to his magical curse. Whatever this condition is, it's important enough that multiple powerful forces want him, Ray thought grimly. And there was only one person Ray could think of who might have answers about something this strange and forbidden. Lenny. The mad professor Eddie mentioned. That has to be Lenny. He's the only one at this academy famous enough for practicing forbidden magic. If anyone would know about Eddie's curse, it would be him. The incident involving Amy had been covered up, and it was obvious why. Roland didn't want people to find out that they had allowed one of their students to die in the academy. Lucky for the academy, the student was just some girl from a poor village. But if someone like Prince Nathaniel had died instead, then the academy would be heavily criticized for allowing such an incident to happen. So the next best thing to do was to pretend that it had never happened. The sad part was that Ray was hoping, after finding out what had happened to Amy, that he would be able to use this information to somehow bring Gary back over to his side. If the shadow was behind everything, then just maybe it would rationalize Gary's thoughts, snap him out of being in control. But with the information he had now, it would only make Gary hate Roland even more. The lunch bell rang, its sharp sound cutting through the heavy silence that had settled over their table like a blade through fog. All 3 of them jumped slightly, pulled from the weight of Eddie's confession.
We should get back to class, Max said quietly, his voice subdued. The usual energy and enthusiasm that defined him had been thoroughly dampened by the revelations of the past hour. They gathered their belongings in silence. Eddie moved mechanically, like a puppet whose strings were being pulled by someone else. Ray couldn't stop his mind from churning through everything he'd learned about Amy, about Eddie's curse, about the impossible situation he now found himself in. The walk back to the classroom felt endless. Students passed them in the hallways, laughing and chatting about mundane things, upcoming exams, weekend plans, gossip about who liked whom. Their carefree voices felt like they were coming from another world entirely. When they finally reached their classroom, they took their usual seats. Eddie slumped into his chair immediately, staring blankly at his desk. Max fidgeted nervously, stealing glances at both of his companions, but not knowing what to say. Ray sat rigid, his mind still processing. They waited for Professor Ruskin to arrive and begin the afternoon lesson. But when the door finally swung open, it wasn't Ruskin who entered. Professor Springett stepped into the room, her fiery red hair catching the afternoon light streaming through the windows. It seemed almost to glow, like actual flames. Her sharp eyes swept across the classroom. And then those eyes found Ray and locked onto him with laser-like intensity. The moment their eyes met, Ray could feel it. That penetrating stare that seemed to strip away layers, trying to see beneath the surface to whatever truth lay hidden underneath. She wasn't just looking at him, she was analyzing him. And Ray wasn't the only one who noticed.
Whoa,
Max whispered urgently, leaning toward Ray.
What the hell did you do to piss her off? She's looking at you like you killed her dog or something.
I didn't do anything, Ray replied, keeping his voice equally low. But that was a lie, and they both knew it. Ray understood exactly why Springett was staring at him with such intensity.
She still doesn't trust me. The fireball demonstration convinced Principal Harvey, but not her. She knows something's off, even if she can't prove it yet. I need to be careful and alert.
Springett walked to the front of the classroom with measured, confident steps. She set down a leather satchel on the desk, then turned to face the class with a professional smile that didn't quite reach her eyes.
Good afternoon, everyone, she said, her voice carrying clearly through the room. I'll be your instructor for this session. Unfortunately, Professor Ruskin is occupied with preparing the teleportation circle for your upcoming practical examination. That's why I'm here today.
A few students exchanged glances. It was unusual for teachers to substitute for each other midday, but not unheard of.
In fact, Springett continued, since Professor Ruskin is working on magic circles, that's precisely what we'll be covering in today's lesson.
She moved to the board and began drawing with practiced ease, creating complex geometric patterns and runic symbols that interlocked in intricate ways.
Magic circles, Springett explained as she drew, are far more complex than most people realize. They must be drawn by hand with absolute precision. Even the slightest error can cause the entire formation to fail, or worse, to malfunction catastrophically.
Ray watched as the pattern grew more elaborate. Despite himself, he found it fascinating. The way each symbol connected to the next reminded him of dragon script, though the underlying principles were different.
A magic circle is powered by a beast crystal,
Springett continued, adding additional layers to her drawing.
The circle acts as a set of instructions, telling the crystal how to channel and shape its energy. Without the circle, the crystal is just a battery. With the circle, it becomes a tool.
She stepped back from the board, allowing the students to see the complete example.
Think about the devices you use in everyday life. The lights in your dormitories, for instance. They're powered by beast crystals, but if you simply place a crystal on a table, it would do nothing. The magic circle carved into the light fixture tells the crystal how to convert its energy into illumination.
Max was scribbling notes furiously. Several other students nodded along, clearly engaged with the material.
The stronger and more complex the instructions, the more powerful the beast crystal needs to be, Springett explained. It's a delicate balance. Too simple a circle with too powerful a crystal results in wasted energy. Too complex a circle with too weak a crystal results in failure or explosion. She smiled slightly at that last word, and several students shifted nervously. Very few mages specialize in circle work, Springett continued. It requires a unique combination of mathematical precision, artistic skill, and magical understanding. However, every mage is required to learn the basics. After all, it's quite useful to be able to repair a broken light fixture in your own home. She turned back to the board and began drawing a new circle, this one noticeably different from her earlier examples. When she finished, Ray could see that portions of the pattern were deliberately missing, leaving gaps in the formation. As you can see, Springett said, gesturing to the incomplete circle, this is an intentionally flawed magic circle. Using the paper and writing implements in front of you, I want each of you to complete the formation. Fill in the missing pieces. The moment she finished giving the instructions, the classroom erupted into activity. Students immediately began hunching over their papers, pencils scratching as they attempted to replicate and complete the circle. But at the back of the class, 3 students sat frozen, staring at their blank papers. "Hey, Ness," Max whispered after a moment, glancing at Ray's empty page. "Why aren't you writing anything? Is it too easy for you or something?"
This is a disaster. This is exactly the kind of thing that's going to expose me,
Ray thought in annoyance. His entire cover story at the academy was built on the foundation of his supposedly perfect score on the admissions test. If he couldn't complete a basic magic circle assignment, something that even mediocre students should be able to manage, it would raise serious questions about his abilities. "Why aren't you writing anything?" Ray countered, deflecting. Max let out a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Well, that's actually why I came over to talk to you. You know my scores. They're literally the lowest in the entire class. I was kind of hoping you could, well, you know." He made a vague gesture that suggested either collaboration or outright cheating.
Of course,
Ray thought with resignation. Desperate for any alternative, Ray turned to look at Eddie, hoping his roommate might have made some progress that Ray could reference. But Eddie was slumped in his chair, his head down, completely disengaged from the lesson. His lips were moving slightly, and Ray could just barely make out what he was muttering.
"It's all my fault. It's all my fault." He's still lost in the guilt from earlier. He's not going to be any help at all,
Ray realized. Ray looked back down at his own blank paper, his mind racing through options. Could he fake it, pretend to work, and then claim he made a mistake? But Springett would see through that immediately. She was already suspicious of him.
"I need help. Someone who actually knows this stuff."
His thoughts turned desperately to the Red Wings, but that avenue was immediately a dead end. Avrion was full of knights, warriors who relied on swords and ki, not magic. They'd never studied magic circles because they had no reason to. Even Slivia, intelligent as she was, had no knowledge of magical theory beyond the basics required to counter it in combat.
"There's no one I can contact who would know this,"
Ray thought, desperation mounting. Movement at the front of the classroom caught his attention. Professor Springett had begun walking between the rows of desks, observing each student's progress. She moved slowly, methodically, offering occasional comments or corrections, and she was heading directly toward the back row, directly toward Ray. Ray watched her approach with growing dread. Her expression was pleasant enough, but there was something predatory in the way she moved, like a cat that had cornered a mouse and was savoring the moment before the pounce. When she reached the last row, her smile widened. "Oh, what's this?" she said, her voice dripping with false surprise. She reached down and lifted Ray's completely blank paper, holding it up for emphasis. "You haven't written anything at all. It couldn't be that you don't know how to complete a simple magic circle like this, could it?" The question hung in the air like an accusation. Several nearby students turned to look, curious about the confrontation. But then Max, bless his oblivious heart, decided to help.
No, you've got it all wrong, Professor, Max said enthusiastically, completely missing the tension in the air. Ness here got a perfect score on the admissions test, something that's never been done in the entire history of the Academy. He probably just finds this assignment too easy, beneath his skill level. Ray wanted to strangle Max, wanted to reach over and clamp a hand over his friend's mouth before he could make things worse, but it was too late. Oh, really? Springett's smile transformed into something that could only be described as a grin, wide and delighted, like someone who just won a bet. A perfect score, you say? How impressive. She set Ray's blank paper back on his desk with exaggerated care. Well then, Mr. Talon, why don't you come up to the front of the class and show everyone how it's done? Demonstrate your superior understanding for your fellow students. I'm sure they'd benefit greatly from seeing a perfect scorer at work. The classroom went quiet. Every eye turned toward Ray.
I'm going to kill Max. I'm going to wait until tonight, and then I'm going to smother him with his own pillow,
Ray thought with absolute certainty. Max, completely oblivious to the doom he'd just brought upon Ray, gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up as Ray stood from his seat. Max was clearly thinking he'd done Ray a favor, given him a chance to show off his abilities in front of the class. He had no idea that Ray was internally cursing his very existence. Ray walked down the aisle toward the front of the classroom, his mind working frantically.
Think. There has to be someone, anyone who could help me with this.
He ran through everyone he knew, everyone he'd met in this world. Warriors, knights, villagers, nobles. None of them would have studied magic circles. Why would they? Step by step, he drew closer to the front of the class, to the board, to the incomplete magic circle that might as well have been written in an alien language for all the sense it made to him.
I could try to bluff my way through it, make something up, but...
No, Springett would see through any bluff immediately. She was a magic swordsman herself, one of the rare individuals who understood both magical theory and physical combat. She'd spot a fake instantly.
I could refuse, say I'm not feeling well, ask to be excused.
But that would be even more suspicious than failing. It would be an admission of incompetence, and his entire cover story would unravel. 20 feet from the board. 15. 10. Ray's heart was pounding. His palms felt sweaty. This was ridiculous. He'd faced down armies, battled shadow-corrupted monsters, fought in wars that had reshaped kingdoms. And here he was, terrified of a classroom assignment. But this was different. In battle, he could rely on his strength, his speed, his dragon powers. Here, he had nothing, just his wits and a steadily growing sense of panic. 5 feet. He reached the front of the class and turned to face the board. The incomplete magic circle stared back at him, its missing pieces like accusatory gaps, waiting to expose his ignorance. Behind him, he could feel the entire class watching, waiting. And directly to his right, Professor Springett stood with her arms crossed, that knowing smile still on her face. "Go on, then," she said, her voice soft, but carrying clearly through the silent classroom. "Show us how it's done, Mr. Perfect Scorer." Ray stared at the board, chalk in hand, and felt the weight of his deception pressing down on him like a physical force.
I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Just outside Roland City, several kilometers from the Academy walls, stretched an expanse of perfectly manicured grass that seemed to go on forever. The land here was mostly flat, a stark contrast to the jagged mountain ranges that surrounded Avrion. No trees, no buildings, just open fields and endless sky. Lenny, Jack, and Martha stood in the middle of this vast emptiness, far enough from the city that they were barely visible specks to anyone on the main pathway. Occasionally, a traveler or merchant would pass by on the distant road, but none roamed out into the field where the three of them stood. Privacy. That's what they needed for this conversation.
So, you really want to do this?
Lenny asked, studying Martha's face carefully.
Yes, please,
Martha said, her voice carrying an edge of desperation.
I have to get stronger. I can't think of any other way except to ask you for help.
Lenny fell silent, his expression thoughtful. The wind rustled through the grass around them, creating waves of green that rippled like water. Martha had arrived in Roland just a few days ago, and she was still processing everything she'd learned. Lenny, the same person who'd once been an average knight at Avrion, was now a powerful and renowned mage. The transformation seemed impossible.
How did he do it? He couldn't perform magic before. None of the knights could. So what changed? What method did he discover?
Martha wondered, not for the first time. That's what she wanted to learn. If Lenny had found a way to break his limitations, to become something more than what he was born to be, then maybe she could too.
Do you know why I was kicked out of Avrion?
Lenny asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Martha nodded.
All we were told was that you dabbled in forbidden magic. They didn't give us any details beyond that.
Haha, yes,
Lenny said with a bitter smile.
I suppose they wouldn't want to spread the specifics. If people knew exactly what I did, it might encourage others to try the same thing.
He paused, organizing his thoughts.
You see, I was just as you said, your average knight when I first came to Avrion. Nothing special, no particular talent for combat, no impressive family lineage.
He gazed out across the field, but his eyes seemed to be looking at something far away, or perhaps long ago.
At that time, the 2 dragon knights were leading us into battle after battle. It was much worse back then than it is now. I was just a boy, barely old enough to hold a sword properly when I was forced into war.
Jack shifted uncomfortably. He'd heard some of these stories before, but never in such detail.
You don't know what it's like,
Lenny continued, his voice dropping lower.
That fear, that constant gnawing terror that every battle might be your last. I was obsessed with survival. I would have done anything to make it through one more day.
He raised his hand and tapped his finger against his temple.
So I used the one thing I had that was actually worthwhile, my brain.
Martha leaned forward, hanging on every word.
I didn't care that it was forbidden magic, Lenny said flatly. I didn't care about rules or traditions or what the kingdom considered acceptable. I wanted to survive. My body had already been pushed to its absolute limit. I wasn't a skilled fighter, and no amount of training was going to change that. So that left me with one option, magic.
He began pacing slowly, his hands gesturing as he spoke, clearly passionate about the subject despite, or perhaps because of, the danger it represented.
I was always someone who questioned the world around me. Why could some people perform magic while others couldn't? It made no logical sense. We're all human. We all have the same basic physiology. So what was the difference? What was the key?
And you found an answer?
Martha asked eagerly.
I found research,
Lenny corrected.
Research that had been branded as forbidden. All of it focused on one central question: how to make someone who couldn't perform magic suddenly able to do so.
He reached into his pouch and pulled out a small, dark sphere, a basic tier beast core. He held it up to the light, and it seemed to pulse with inner energy.
Beast cores, Lenny explained, contain their own mana. Every single one of them, to varying degrees. We've learned to harness that mana through magic circles, using it to power everyday items, to create beast-tier weapons and armor. The technology is everywhere in our society.
Jack nodded. He'd seen plenty of that in Avrion and here in Roland. Lights that glowed without fire, heating systems that needed no wood, all powered by beast crystals and magic circles.
The forbidden research, Lenny continued, suggested that if we could somehow absorb the power of beast crystals directly into our bodies, we could then use that absorbed energy to cast magic ourselves, to effectively become mages despite not being born with the ability.
His expression grew darker.
But forbidden magic is forbidden for a reason.
There were countless tests, countless experiments, creating special liquids from dissolved beast cores and drinking them, surgically replacing human body parts with crystal-infused alternatives, embedding crystals and magic circles directly into living flesh. As Lenny spoke, Jack felt something cold crawl up his spine. His mind immediately went to what they'd discovered beneath Avrion Academy, the Dark Guild's secret laboratory. Delbert had been sending his own servants and students down there for experiments. When they'd found the victims, their hearts had been removed, replaced with something else.
Were they trying the same thing? Were they attempting to create artificial mages?
Jack wondered with horror. The human body is weak, Lenny said, his voice taking on a clinical tone. All of these methods resulted in failure. Death, mutation, madness, take your pick. However, there was some small success. A select few researchers found a way to absorb the weakest crystals, basic tier cores, into the human body. He held up the beast core again, examining it. With each crystal absorbed, the subject's body would grow stronger, their magical capacity would increase. But then, at a certain point, something would change. The subjects would begin to evolve into something beyond human.
Beyond human?
Martha repeated, her eyes wide. The evolution always resulted in failure, Lenny said flatly. Always.
What kind of failure?
Jack asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer.
Death, Lenny replied simply. The pain was too much. The transformation put too much stress on the human body, and the subjects would die screaming, every single one of them.
Martha's face fell, disappointment and frustration warring in her expression.
Wait, why are you even telling me all this?
She demanded.
I admit it's interesting, but if all of them resulted in failure, then I can't use this method. You're wasting my time.
But Lenny started laughing, a genuine amused laugh that seemed out of place given the grim nature of their conversation.
Do you not see someone standing in front of you right now?
He said, gesturing to himself with theatrical flair.
Who dabbled in forbidden magic and is still alive? A weak, frail boy who can now cast all types of magic without any worry?
He tapped his chest proudly.
To this day, I am the only known human who has successfully absorbed beast crystals and survived the evolution process.
Martha's face lit up with renewed hope, but just as quickly, her expression fell again. Her practical mind was already working through the implications.
He said everyone else failed. Everyone except him. That sounds less like a method and more like luck. Blind, stupid luck.
If there was no danger to the process, if Lenny had truly mastered it, then why hadn't he spread this information? Why wasn't every knight in the kingdom trying to become a mage? The answer was obvious, because it was still incredibly dangerous, because Lenny had been an exception, not the rule. Martha opened her mouth to voice these concerns, but before she could speak, both she and Jack suddenly stiffened. They received a message through the system.
Are any of you near Lenny? I need his help immediately.
The urgency in the message was palpable, even through the mental communication.
What's wrong?
Lenny asked immediately, noticing the concerned looks on both their faces. Years of battlefield experience had taught him to recognize that particular expression.
It's Ray,
Martha said quickly.
He says he needs your help with something, right now.
Martha rapidly sent a reply confirming that Lenny was with them, and moments later, Ray's response came flooding in, a detailed explanation of his situation. He was standing in front of a classroom, being tested by a suspicious professor. He needed to complete a magic circle, and he described what he was looking at in as much detail as possible. Martha relayed the information to Lenny, describing the incomplete circle Ray was facing.
A simple light magic circle?
Lenny said, his expression shifting to one of concentration.
Well, that shouldn't be a problem. Tell him, based on what he's described, they've provided a large outer circle and a slightly smaller inner circle. To complete it, all Ray needs to do is draw a triangle in the center that reaches the edges of the larger circle. Then add the activation runes at each point of the...
He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly going wide.
Wait a minute. Scratch that entirely.
What? Why? Martha asked, confused. Lenny's expression had transformed into something mischievous, almost devious. A slow smile spread across his face, the kind of smile that suggested he was about to do something either brilliant or completely insane.
That solution is far too simple,
Lenny explained, starting to pace excitedly.
If the supposed genius of Roland Academy, the first student ever to get a perfect score, were to complete such a basic task, he'd actually be found out. The teacher would immediately realize he's not as skilled as his reputation suggests.
Well, so what should he do? Jack asked.
He needs to do something that will blow that teacher's mind,
Lenny said, his grin widening.
Something that will cement his reputation as a prodigy beyond question.
He closed his eyes for a moment, clearly visualizing something complex. Then he began speaking rapidly, giving Martha a completely different set of instructions to relay to Ray. The directions were intricate, involving multiple layers of geometric patterns, reinforcement runes, and efficiency modifications that would supposedly improve the circle's output by nearly 30%. Martha's eyes widened as she transmitted the information. Lenny, are you sure about this? This sounds incredibly complex.
Oh, I'm sure,
Lenny said, practically bouncing with excitement. He looked like a child about to watch fireworks.
I wish I was there to see that teacher's face when Ray completes this. If she's any kind of competent magical theorist, she'll immediately recognize what he's done, and she'll be forced to admit that he's much smarter and talented than the normal students.
He rubbed his hands together gleefully.
This is going to be spectacular.
Jack and Martha exchanged glances, both thinking the same thing.
Ray is either going to become a legend at that academy, or Lenny is about to get him expelled.
Are you absolutely certain this will work? Martha asked one more time.
Completely certain,
Lenny assured her.
I've done this modification dozens of times. It's actually standard practice among Master Circle crafters, though they don't teach it to students because it's considered too advanced.
He paused, his expression becoming more serious for just a moment.
Tell Ray to follow the instructions exactly as I've given them. If he makes even one mistake, the whole thing could backfire spectacularly. But if he does it right...
Lenny's mischievous grin returned full force.
If he does it right, Professor Springett is going to have her world turned upside down.
Ray stood at the front of the classroom, chalk in hand, staring at the incomplete magic circle on the board as if it might suddenly make sense if he just looked at it long enough. His mind raced desperately through every possible contact, every person he knew who might help him out of this impossible situation. Then it hit him like a lightning bolt. Lenny! Of course! The person who'd created this entire mess in the first place. The one responsible for Ray's supposed perfect score on the entrance exam. The reason everyone in this academy thought he was some kind of genius mage prodigy. It's his fault I'm in this position, so he can damn well get me out of it. Ray opened the system interface. He focused on Martha and Jack, knowing they were with Lenny outside the city, and began composing his desperate plea for help. The beauty of the system was its efficiency. Ray didn't need to laboriously spell out his request word by word. He simply thought about what he needed, the situation, the magic circle, how it looked, and the system translated that directly into a message. It even captured the visual details, creating a perfect diagram of what he was seeing on the board. Well, Professor Springett's voice cut through his concentration like a knife. What are you waiting for, Mr. Talon? Don't tell me you don't know how to complete a simple spell like this. Not our resident genius. The mockery in her tone was subtle, but unmistakable. She was enjoying this. Ray kept his expression neutral, though inside he was screaming at Martha to respond faster. Come on, come on, come on! Suddenly, relief washed over him as a response materialized in his mind. Martha had sent back an image, a complete magic circle, described in detail by Lenny, showing exactly how the formation should look. Thank God, Ray thought, feeling the crushing weight lift from his shoulders. With newfound confidence, Ray stepped closer to the board and began to draw. He moved slowly, carefully, constantly referencing the mental image Lenny had provided. Each line had to be perfect. Each symbol had to be placed precisely. The classroom watched in absolute silence. Ray started with the basic triangle in the center, connecting the points to the edges of the larger circle just as Lenny had instructed. It was the obvious solution, the one any competent student should be able to figure out. Professor Springett's triumphant grin began to fade into a frown.
Is that it? Just a basic solution? I suppose even non-magicians should know something this elementary,
she thought with disappointment. But Ray didn't stop. His chalk continued moving across the board, adding new elements to the formation. Additional geometric patterns, intricate symbols, connecting lines that created secondary circuits within the primary circle.
What's he doing?
A student whispered from the back of the class.
I thought the circle was already finished.
I think he's adding something,
another student murmured back.
But what?
Professor Springett leaned forward slightly, her expression shifting from disappointment to confusion.
Why does he keep pausing? Why is he drawing so slowly?
It looked almost like Ray was copying something, as if he were referencing an invisible diagram that only he could see. But that was impossible. Ray continued his careful work, adding layer after layer of complexity to what had started as a simple formation. Sweat beaded on his forehead from concentration. His hand moved with deliberate precision, following Lenny's instructions exactly. Several more minutes passed in tense silence. Finally, Ray drew the last symbol, stepped back from the board, and set down the chalk. The magic circle was complete. But it no longer looked anything like the simple triangle the students had been expecting. The board was covered in an intricate web of interconnected symbols, geometric patterns, and runic inscriptions that seemed to pulse with potential energy, even though no beast crystal had been added yet. Some of these symbols, Ray noticed, were completely unfamiliar, things the students had never encountered in any of their textbooks or lessons. Then, the sound of something hitting the floor made everyone jump. Professor Springett had dropped her brush. It rolled across the wooden floorboards, completely forgotten, as she stared at the magic circle with her mouth slightly open in shock.
But how?
She whispered, barely audible.
No one his age should be able to create something like this.
She moved closer to the board, her eyes darting rapidly across the formation, analyzing each component. Her expression cycled through disbelief, amazement, and something that might have been professional jealousy. Ray hadn't just drawn a simple light crystal activation circle. He'd created something far more sophisticated, a multifunctional magical device with numerous advanced features. The basic circle would turn a light on and off, fine, that's what anyone could do. But Ray's version had dimming controls built into the runic structure, color-changing capabilities through harmonic frequency modulation, a self-charging mechanism that could draw ambient mana from the environment, energy efficiency optimizations that would extend the crystal's lifespan by at least 30%. None of these additions were particularly impressive on their own. Intermediate mages could create circles with one or two special features. But to combine all of them in a single formation, ensuring that each subsystem didn't interfere with others, that the magical flow remained balanced and stable, that required a level of theoretical understanding that most professors would struggle with.
This is master-level circle crafting,
Springett said aloud, almost to herself.
This is the kind of work you see from dedicated specialists with decades of experience.
The students sitting in their seats had no real understanding of what they were looking at. but they could tell from Professor Springett's reaction that something extraordinary had just happened. Whispers began spreading through the classroom like wildfire.
Did you see her face?
What did Ness even do?
I have no idea, but it must be incredible. Maybe he really is a genius.
Professor Springett wasn't an ordinary instructor. Despite her relative youth, she was already well known in the academy for her expertise in magical theory. She'd been the personal disciple of a legendary circle master who'd since retired from Roland Academy. She'd studied under him for years, learning techniques that weren't taught in the standard curriculum. And this student, this supposed second year who'd been sick his entire first year, had just casually drawn a formation that rivaled work she'd seen from her own master.
It doesn't make sense. Where did he learn this? Who taught him? And why does he keep pausing as if he's reading instructions from somewhere?
Let Springett's suspicions hadn't been erased. If anything, they'd intensified. She made a sudden decision.
Class dismissed,
Springett announced abruptly.
Early. Go, now.
Students exchanged confused glances, but didn't need to be told twice. They began gathering their things and filing out, still whispering excitedly about what they'd witnessed. But before Springett left, she had one more piece of information to deliver. She turned back to address the class, her expression stern and professional despite the turmoil in her thoughts.
One more thing before you go,
she called out, making the students pause at the door.
Next week will be your practical assessment. All first-year students will be teleported together to the hunting grounds for field evaluation.
The atmosphere in the room immediately changed. Several students went pale. Others shifted nervously.
It is essential,
Springett continued,
that you register your teams of 5 before the assessment date. You cannot participate without a complete team. Groups will be assigned randomly if you fail to register.
With that final announcement, she swept out of the classroom, her red hair trailing behind her like flames. Her mind was already churning through plans.
Ness Talon, just who are you really? What are you hiding? And how did you create that circle?
She was going to find out. She would do everything in her power to uncover his secrets. Back in the classroom, the moment Springett left, Eddie's entire body began trembling. His hands shook as they gripped the edge of his desk, knuckles going white.
The practical assessment,
Eddie thought, panic rising in his chest.
It was this same time last year. The same test. The same hunting grounds. That's where Amy...
He couldn't finish the thought. The memories were too painful, too vivid. Amy's smile as she cast the protection spell, the beast tearing into her while Eddie stood helpless inside her barrier. The screaming, the blood.
Don't worry, Eddie.
Ray's voice broke through the spiral of terrible memories. Eddie looked up to find Ray standing beside his desk, expression serious but reassuring.
Join up with me, Ray continued firmly. I'll make sure you won't have to use your magic abilities, I promise.
Eddie stared at him, wanting desperately to believe it was possible. Ray had defeated 13 middle-tier students with nothing but his bare hands. He'd shattered an enchanted target board with a thrown crystal. If anyone could keep Eddie safe without forcing him to use his cursed magic, it was Ray.
Maybe, just maybe, if it's him,
Eddie thought, a tiny spark of hope igniting despite his fear. Even if Ray couldn't guarantee complete safety, Eddie wanted to believe in him, needed to believe in him.
Okay,
Eddie said quietly.
I'll join your team.
Excellent!
Max bounced over excitedly, grinning widely.
That makes 3 of us. Now we just need to find 2 more people to round out the group.
But as the 3 of them looked around the classroom, they noticed a problem. Most students had already formed their teams. Groups of 5 clustered together, chatting and making plans. No one was approaching Ray, Max, or Eddie.
Right. We're still the unpopular kids,
Max thought with sinking realization. It was only recently that people had started treating them normally again after Ray's dramatic rescue of Eddie. But they were still afraid afraid of Blake's reaction, afraid of being associated with the freak and his defenders. No one wanted to risk Blake's anger by joining their team. Just as Max was about to suggest they try recruiting people individually, someone approached them instead. A girl with long black hair walked over with confident, measured steps. Bliss, the top student in their class before Ray had arrived, and the girl whose face bore an uncanny resemblance to the divine being Ray was searching for.
"I know you, and I got off on the wrong foot,"
Bliss said, looking directly at Ray. Her expression was earnest, apologetic.
"But I understand now, after what happened the other day. You were worried about your friend who might have been in danger. You were trying to protect him."
She took a breath, seeming to gather her courage.
"If possible, please, I would like to join your team."
Ray studied her face carefully, feeling that same unsettling sensation he always did when looking at her. She really did look exactly like a younger version of the witch, the divine being he was supposed to find. The resemblance was so strong, it was distracting.
Should I turn her down? Having her around is going to make it hard to focus. I'll keep getting distracted by the resemblance.
But before Ray could formulate a response, Max had already rushed to Bliss's side with the enthusiasm of a puppy.
Of course you can join us,
Max practically shouted, grabbing her hand and shaking it vigorously.
It would be an absolute honor to have someone as talented as you on our team, right, Ness?
Ray let out a long, resigned sigh, feeling his opportunity to object slip away. He opened his mouth to say something, then decided it wasn't worth the argument.
Oh well, I guess it'll be fine. At least she's skilled with magic. That'll be useful.
"Sure," Ray said aloud. "Welcome to the team."
Bliss smiled, looking genuinely pleased.
"Thank you. I promise I won't let you down."
"Great! That's 4 of us now,"
Max said, counting on his fingers.
"Eddie, me, Ness, and Bliss. We just need one more person to make a complete team of 5.
The 4 of them looked around the classroom again, searching for potential candidates. Most students were already committed to other teams. Finding someone willing to join them, especially with Blake still looming as a potential threat, wasn't going to be easy.
"So,"
Max said, rubbing his hands together nervously,
"any ideas who we should ask?"
Kato Molo walked through the academy corridors with his usual precise confidence, his black hair swept back in the immaculate style befitting a noble's son. His uniform was perfectly pressed, not a thread out of place, and his posture was impeccable. Everything about his appearance suggested competence, which made his academic record all the more humiliating.
4 years. 4 years at Roland Academy, and I'm still stuck in the lower tier with children,
Kato thought bitterly, his jaw tightening as he passed a group of first-year students chattering excitedly about their upcoming advancement exams. It wasn't that he didn't understand the material. His written exam scores were consistently perfect. He understood magical theory better than most professors. He could explain complex spell formations and remember all the theoretical knowledge to the last bit. But when it came to actually performing magic in practical situations, his spells fizzled. His mana control wavered. Under pressure, everything he knew intellectually seemed to abandon him.
Father must be so disappointed,
Kato thought, though his father had never said as much directly. The Molo family didn't need to voice their disapproval. Their silence spoke volumes. But beyond his personal academic struggles, Kato currently faced a different kind of challenge. His father had given him a special assignment, one that could potentially restore some measure of pride to the family name. The Empire wanted information about a group called the Red Wings. The news had spread throughout the Allure Kingdom like wildfire over the past few months. Stories of a new faction that had somehow taken control of Avrion and successfully defended it against the Shadow Plague. Now those stories were beginning to reach the surrounding kingdoms and even the Empire itself. What made the Red Wings particularly interesting was the uniformly positive nature of the reports. This wasn't the usual tale of military conquest with all its attendant brutality. According to every account, the Red Wings had actually improved life in Avrion. Cato had done his research thoroughly. A young woman named Slivia had established a proper guild hall in Avrion and organized protection for the surrounding trade routes. The nearby cities and villages all reported increased security and prosperity. The people seemed to genuinely support this new faction rather than simply tolerating them out of fear. Then there were the battle stories, grand dramatic tales of the fight against the Shadow. And at the center of every story was one name that appeared again and again, Ness, the supposed leader of the Red Wings, a warrior of legendary skill who commanded both sword and spell with equal mastery, a strategist who'd outmaneuvered forces that should have crushed his small army, a hero, if the stories were to be believed. Though the tales are probably exaggerated, they always are. No one person could possibly be as capable as these stories suggest, Cato thought. The Empire hadn't placed great importance on this investigation initially. The Red Wings were, after all, primarily a group of knights operating in a relatively small kingdom. But when whispers reached the imperial court that other powers were beginning to take an interest in this new faction, Cato's father had immediately seen an opportunity. If Cato could provide useful intelligence about the Red Wings, real substantive information, rather than the romanticized rumors everyone else was passing around, it might catch the Emperor's attention. It might even earn the Molo family greater favor at court. But what am I supposed to do? The Red Wings haven't reached Roland City yet. They're knights, not mages. What are the chances any of them would even come to a magic academy? Still, Cato had thrown himself into research. He'd read every report he could get his hands on, interviewed travelers who claimed to have seen the Red Wings in action, and built up a comprehensive profile of their leadership. And the more he learned about Ness, the more fascinated he became. According to the accounts, Ness wasn't just a knight, he was also a mage, one of those rare individuals who could master both disciplines. He'd led his forces to victory against impossible odds. He'd implemented policies that actually helped the common people, rather than just enriching the ruling class. He was young, but commanded respect from seasoned warriors. Without even realizing it, Cato's professional interest had transformed into something closer to admiration, even obsession perhaps. If I could meet him, if I could convince him to teach me, to show me how to bridge that gap between theory and practice. It was a fantasy, of course. Ness was an adult leading a military faction. Cato was a student who couldn't even pass his advancement exams. Their paths would never cross. Cato was pulled from his thoughts by voices echoing down the corridor.
Hey, did you hear what happened to Professor Springett today? Yeah, apparently a new student completely shocked her in class, made her speechless.
Cato's ears perked up immediately. Professor Springett wasn't just any instructor. She was one of the Academy's foremost experts on magical theory and circle crafting. She was also a magic swordsman, one of the rare few who'd mastered both disciplines. Who could possibly shock someone like her?
It was that new student from Ruskin's class,
the first voice continued.
You know, the one involved in that incident with all the middle-tier students a few days ago? Ness Talon, I think?
Cato stopped walking. Ness? His heart began racing. Could it possibly be the same person? The leader of the Red Wings, here at the Academy?
No, that doesn't make sense. Ness from the Red Wings is an adult. This would be a student, probably just someone who happens to share the same name.
Cato's logical mind immediately countered. But even as he told himself it was impossible, Cato couldn't suppress the surge of excitement. He had to find out for certain. He had to see this Ness Talon for himself. Cato immediately began gathering more information, questioning students, piecing together what had happened. The picture that emerged was fascinating. This Ness Talon had supposedly gotten a perfect score on the entrance exam, something that had never been done before in the Academy's history. Then, just days ago, he'd single-handedly defeated 13 middle-tier students who'd been torturing another student. The accounts described impossible feats of strength and speed.
It sounds too much like the stories about the Red Wings leader. Could they actually be the same person? But why would someone like that pretend to be a student?
Cato thought, his excitement building despite his skepticism. By the time Cato had gathered all the information he could find, his hands were actually trembling slightly with anticipation. He knew it was probably foolish, that he was setting himself up for disappointment, but he couldn't help himself. He had to meet this Ness Talon. Cato made his way to Professor Ruskin's classroom, where he'd been told the student would likely be. When he reached the door, he took a moment to compose himself, smoothing down his already perfect uniform and taking a deep breath.
Don't get your hopes up. It's just a student who shares a name, nothing more, he told himself firmly.
He opened the door and stepped inside. The classroom was mostly empty, except for a small group of students clustered near the back. 4 of them deep in conversation. One of them, a friendly-looking boy with slightly messy hair, noticed Cato immediately.
Is there anything we can help you with, bro?
Yes, Cato said, trying to keep his voice level and professional.
I'm looking for a student named Ness Talon.
Oh, well, he's right here, the boy said cheerfully, pointing to the seat beside him. Cato's eyes followed the gesture, and in that moment he felt his heart shatter into pieces. The person sitting there was clearly young, definitely still a teenager, probably around 16 or 17. Not the seasoned adult warrior from the Red Wing stories, just a kid. A student, like Cato had logically known it would be.
Of course it's not him. Why did I even let myself hope?
He'd allowed his imagination to run wild, had let himself believe in the possibility of meeting his hero, and now reality had slapped him back down to earth with brutal efficiency. Cato was about to apologize for the interruption and leave when he caught fragments of the group's conversation.
Man, so what are we going to do about a 5th member for the assessment?
Max was asking with obvious concern. A girl with long black hair, Bliss, shook her head.
I asked around. Everyone else in our class already has a team, she replied, which means we'll have to search for someone from another class, or wait until assessment day and try to pick up stragglers.
The words hit Cato like a revelation. They needed a 5th team member, and he didn't have a team either.
No one wants to team up with a failure. The noble's son who's been here for 4 years and still can't advance past the lower tier. I'm probably the joke of the entire academy,
Cato thought with familiar bitterness. But this group needed someone, and he needed a team to participate in the assessment. More than that, something about this moment felt significant, faded even. He'd come here chasing a fantasy about meeting his idol, and instead he'd stumbled upon exactly what he needed. Maybe that meant something.
Besides, this Ness Talon defeated 13 middle-tier students alone. That's not normal, even if he's not the Red Wings leader. There's something special about him,
Cato thought, studying the group more carefully. Decision made, Cato turned back to the group and approached them with renewed purpose.
Excuse me, he said, his voice steady and formal. I apologize for interrupting earlier. I couldn't help but overhear that you're looking for a 5th person for the practical assessment.
The 4 students looked up at him with varying expressions of curiosity.
I don't have a team either,
Cato continued, meeting each of their gazes in turn.
If you're willing, I'd like to join you.
For a moment, there was silence. The group exchanged glances, seemingly communicating without words. Then their faces lit up with synchronized relief and excitement.
Really?
Max practically shouted.
That's perfect. We were just talking about how hard it would be to find someone.
Bliss smiled warmly.
We'd be happy to have you. What's your name?
Cato Molo.
He introduced himself with a slight bow.
I'm a 4th-year student in the lower tier.
4th year?
Max's eyes widened.
But if you've been here that long, shouldn't you be...
Max, Ness interrupted gently. Let's not interrogate our new teammate, yeah? Cato felt a flash of gratitude toward Ness for cutting off that line of questioning. He was used to the confusion and judgment that came with his situation, but that didn't make it any less uncomfortable. "Thank you for accepting me," Cato said sincerely. "I promise I'll do my best to contribute to the team." "Don't worry about it," Max said enthusiastically, clapping Cato on the shoulder. "With 5 of us, we'll crush this assessment. Let me introduce everyone. I'm Max. This is Bliss. That's Eddie. And this is our team leader, Ness." Ray studied Cato with an expression that was hard to read. It wasn't hostile exactly, but there was something analytical about it, like he was trying to figure Cato out. "Welcome to the team," Ness said finally. "The practical assessment is next week, so we should probably start planning our strategy soon." Cato nodded. "I'd like that. I may not be strong in practical magic, but I have a solid understanding of theory and tactics. Perhaps I can contribute in that area." "Perfect," Bliss said. "We could definitely use someone with strategic knowledge." As the group began discussing their plans for the upcoming assessment, Cato felt something unfamiliar. Hope. Maybe he hadn't found the legendary leader of the Red Wings, but he'd found a team. People who'd accepted him without judgment, who seemed willing to work with him despite his obvious limitations. "And besides," Cato thought, watching Ness explain something to Eddie with patient confidence, "there's definitely something unusual about this person. Even if he's not the Red Wings leader, he's not ordinary either." Whatever the truth was, Cato was now part of this team, and for the first time in 4 years, he felt like maybe, just maybe, things might finally start changing for the better. After Cato introduced himself and officially joined the team, Max could barely contain his excitement. The moment Cato left to prepare for the upcoming assessment, Max grabbed Ray's arm with both hands. "Do you realize what just happened?" Max whispered urgently, his eyes wide. "Do you understand what kind of person just joined our team?" Ray raised an eyebrow. "A 4th-year student who can't advance to middle tier?" "Yes, but no, that's not the point." Max shook his head vigorously. "Cato Molo is one of the students with backing that rivals Blake's. His father is a high-ranking noble in the Empire itself." "Remember when you asked me to gather information?" Max continued, practically vibrating with enthusiasm. "I found 2 people who could help Eddie fight back against Blake. People that even Blake doesn't want to cross. One was Princess Nora of the Criterion Kingdom, and the other was Cato Molo." "And now we have one of them on our team," Ray said, beginning to understand. "Exactly. This is perfect. With Cato backing us, Blake won't be able to do anything." Max pumped his fist in the air triumphantly. While Max celebrated their good fortune, Bliss stood off to the side, her arms crossed, wearing an expression that could only be described as deeply unimpressed. "This is a disaster," Bliss thought, mentally cataloging the team's weaknesses. She'd approached Ray specifically, hoping to secure the best possible results in this year's practical assessment. After witnessing him single-handedly defeat 13 middle-tier students in the assembly hall, she knew she had to recruit him. With someone that strong on her team, passing with top marks should have been guaranteed, but she hadn't realized what baggage would come attached to Ness Talon. First, there was Max, one of the worst-performing students in their entire class. His combat skills weren't terrible. He could hold his own in a basic fight, but he was unreliable for anything requiring strategy, teamwork, or careful planning. He was impulsive, loud, and rarely thought things through. Then there was Eddie, an unknown quantity, but according to what Max and Ray had told her, Eddie couldn't use magic safely. That meant instead of having 5 fighters, they effectively had 4, and one of those 4 would need to be constantly protecting Eddie. "Which is a massive liability in a combat assessment," Bliss thought with frustration. And finally, their newest addition, Cato Molo, a 4th-year student who'd been at Roland Academy longer than anyone else in their year, yet had never once earned a passing grade to advance to the middle tier. 4 years of failures. Whatever his theoretical knowledge, his practical skills were clearly useless. "So out of our team of 5, only 2 people are actually reliable in combat, Ray and me. This is going to be a nightmare." Bliss calculated grimly. She sighed quietly, already mentally preparing for the extra work she'd have to do to compensate for the team's weaknesses. That night, Ray returned to his dormitory room but found sleep impossible. His mind churned with too many questions, too many concerns. After lying in bed for an hour staring at the ceiling, he gave up and climbed to the roof of the building. The night air was cool and clear. Stars stretched across the sky like scattered diamonds. Ray found his usual spot at the highest point and sat down, legs dangling over the edge.
I should thank Lenny. He saved me from a terrible situation with that magic circle,
Ray thought, preparing to contact his companions through the system. What Ray didn't know, what he couldn't know, was that Lenny's help had actually made things significantly worse. The complex master-level circle Ray had drawn had only intensified Professor Springett's suspicions, instead of convincing her of his abilities. If Ray had known this, he wouldn't have been trying to thank Lenny. He'd be cursing him with every breath. Ray closed his eyes and reached out through the system, focusing on Jack first.
Error. Unable to send message.
Ray frowned. He tried again, concentrating harder.
Error. Unable to send message.
What? What is wrong with the system?
Ray's frown deepened. He switched targets, focusing on Martha instead.
Error. Unable to send message.
Same result. The system was refusing to connect to any of the Red Wings members.
This has happened before. Back underneath Avrion Academy, when I was separated from Gary and Jack. The system wouldn't work then either.
He'd never figured out why. After a while, it had simply started working again, as if nothing had happened. But the timing had been suspicious. Right when he'd been facing the Dark Guild. Right when he'd been in the most danger.
And now it's happening again.
Ray stared out across Roland City, watching distant lights flicker in windows. The city looked peaceful from up here, serene, but Ray couldn't shake the feeling that something was very, very wrong.
My mission for the Queen is almost complete. All that's left is dealing with Blake, but that's not the end of my involvement with Eddie. The Divine Being wants me to take him out of Roland and bring him into the fight against the Shadow.
Which meant Ray still needed to find the Divine Being. But despite days of searching, Ray had made no progress. There were too many restricted areas in the academy, too many places he couldn't access without raising suspicion.
And now I can't even contact Lenny to ask for advice.
The combination of circumstances felt ominous. Ray had learned to trust his instincts over the years, and right now, every instinct was screaming that danger was approaching. He just didn't know from which direction. That night, rain began falling over Roland City. Soft at first, then growing steadily heavier, drumming against rooftops and running through the streets and rivers. Ray stayed on the roof long past when he should have gone to bed, letting the rain soak through his clothes, watching the city, and feeling the weight of his unfinished mission pressing down on him. Several days passed without incident. Classes continued normally. The team met occasionally to discuss strategy for the upcoming assessment. Ray continued his fruitless search for any information about the Divine Being's location. And still, the system refused to connect to the Red Wings. Finally, the day of the practical assessment arrived. All lower-tier students had been instructed to gather in the large square outside one of the training facilities. The space was packed with nervous, excited teenagers, their voices creating a constant buzz of chatter. "I heard we're going to a real hunting ground."
"My brother said the beasts there are no joke. We have to take this seriously."
"Do you think we'll see any intermediate-tier monsters?"
"I hope not. I can barely handle basic-tier beasts."
Ray stood with his team near the edge of the crowd, but his mind was elsewhere. He was still trying to figure out where the Divine Being could be hiding within the Academy's walls, still worrying about why the system remained non-functional, still feeling that persistent sense of approaching danger.
Something's going to happen. Something bad. I just don't know what.
Hey, Ness! Our class is going in next! Max shouted, breaking through Ray's thoughts. His friend was practically bouncing with excitement. Ray blinked, focusing on Max. You seem excited about this. Of course I'm excited, Max grinned widely. It's my first time going to a real hunting ground and fighting actual beasts. Even if you're a lower-tier student, you can't do this as a first-year student. I've been waiting for this since I enrolled. It seems like this is also your first adventure, Ray observed as Max's smile faltered. He became quiet instantly and then grimaced, clearly remembering the fight against Morfran at Avrion's arena. Not really, Max mumbled, but did not elaborate. Ray, too, left it at that. Their group waited for the other members to arrive. Bliss appeared first, looking composed and ready, her long black hair tied back in a practical style. She nodded to Ray and Max, then stood silently, observing the crowd with analytical eyes. Finally, Kato arrived, his uniform as immaculate as always. He bowed slightly to the group. Apologies for my timing. I wanted to review the hunting ground maps one more time before we departed. That's actually really smart, Max said, looking impressed. Did you learn anything useful? As Kato began explaining the terrain they might encounter, Ray found his attention drifting again. He looked at Eddie, who stood quietly beside him, and noticed his friend's hands were trembling slightly.
He's terrified. Of course he is. The last time he went on this assessment, Amy died.
Ray also found himself thinking about the true infected, the shadow-corrupted figure who'd broken into their room that one night, reaching toward Eddie before Ray had stopped it. Since that night, Ray hadn't seen any sign of the creature. No more intrusions, no suspicious activity around Eddie.
If they're after Eddie, they've had plenty of opportunities. So why haven't they tried again? Are they waiting for something? Planning something bigger?
The timing felt wrong. Everything felt wrong. Suddenly, the crowd's chatter increased dramatically, a wave of surprised voices rippling through the assembled students. What? Why are they here?
I thought this assessment was only for lower-tier students.
This doesn't make any sense. What the hell? Max exclaimed, his mouth falling open in shock. Why are upper-tier students here? Ray followed Max's gaze and felt his muscles tense. Blake had just entered the square, accompanied by 3 other upper-tier students. They moved with the casual confidence of people who knew they were superior to everyone around them. Blake's expression was neutral, almost bored, as he surveyed the crowd of lower-tier students. The 4 upper-tier students positioned themselves off to one side, standing apart from the main group, but clearly intending to participate in the assessment. Do you think they're coming with us? Max asked nervously, all his earlier excitement draining away. Bliss nodded slowly, her expression grave. I heard rumors about this, apparently after what happened last year. She paused, glancing at Eddie. After that incident, the Academy decided to have some upper-tier students accompany the lower-tier groups, just in case anything goes wrong. Eddie had gone completely still beside Ray, staring at Blake with the frozen expression of someone reliving their worst nightmare. His breathing had become shallow and rapid. His hands, which had been trembling slightly before, were now shaking violently. He was having a panic attack, Ray realized immediately. Memories of last year's assessment must be flooding through Eddie's mind. The advanced tier beast appearing, Amy casting her protection spell, her death while Eddie watched helplessly, and then Blake blamed Eddie for Amy's death. And now Blake was here again, coming on this assessment, a constant reminder of that trauma. Ray stepped closer to Eddie and placed a hand firmly on his friend's shoulder. The physical contact seemed to anchor Eddie, pulling him back from the edge of panic. Eddie looked up at Ray, his eyes wide and frightened, barely breathing. Don't worry, Eddie, Ray said quietly but with absolute conviction. I'm with you this time, okay? Nothing's going to happen to you, I promise. Eddie stared at him for a long moment, searching Ray's face for any hint of doubt or uncertainty.
Finding none, he managed a small, shaky nod.
Okay,
Eddie whispered.
okay.
But even as Eddie relaxed slightly under Ray's reassurance, Ray's own sense of foreboding intensified.
Blake being here isn't a coincidence. This is too convenient, too perfectly timed. Something's about to happen, something that involves Eddie, and I have no idea what it is.
Professor Flynn, one of the younger instructors at the academy, approached the upper-tier group with a stern expression. His youth made him seem almost friendly compared to some of the older, more severe professors, but his tone was strictly professional.
Listen carefully, all four of you,
Flynn said, making sure he had their full attention.
Although you are upper-tier students, you are not to intervene unless a student's life is in immediate danger. Is that understood?
The three students with Blake nodded seriously.
You are to accompany me or one of the other professors at all times during the assessment,
Flynn continued.
You're here as emergency support, not as participants. Your role is to observe and assist only when absolutely necessary. Clear?
Yes, sir,
The students responded in unison, all except Blake, who simply nodded once with that same bored expression. Flynn's gaze lingered on Blake for a moment longer than the others.
Why did Professor Ruskin insist on bringing this particular student? Everyone knows about Blake's cruel personality. Yes, he's strong, but he's definitely not suited for a protective role like this.
Yet Professor Ruskin had been adamant, almost aggressively so, that Blake must be included among the upper-tier supervisors. Flynn didn't understand why, but Ruskin was his superior. He had no choice but to follow orders. As the lower-tier students began filtering into the training hall, Max suddenly grabbed Ray's arm and pointed excitedly.
Hey, look! Isn't that Professor Springett?
Ray's heart sank. Sure enough, the red-haired professor stood near the entrance, her sharp eyes scanning the crowd of students. Beside her stood a figure wearing a hooded cloak that completely obscured their face. Springett's gaze swept across the students and immediately locked onto Ray. Her expression didn't change, but Ray felt the weight of her scrutiny like a physical pressure.
You know,
Bliss said conversationally, leaning closer to Ray,
it really looks like Professor Springett hates your guts. You didn't attack her randomly in a hallway as you did me, did you?
Ray felt his face flush red.
I already apologized for that multiple times. Just checking,
Bliss replied with a slight smirk.
This is going to be a disaster,
Ray thought grimly. Ever since the magic circle incident, Springett had been watching him constantly. He'd turn a corner, there she was. He'd go to the library, she'd appear in the same section. It was like having a particularly determined shadow. After asking Bliss about what he'd actually drawn on that board, Ray had realized with mounting horror what Lenny had done. The mad professor hadn't just helped Ray pass the test. He'd made Ray look like a master-level circle crafter, which had only intensified Springett's suspicions 100-fold.
If she's going to be at the hunting ground watching us, I need to be extremely careful. One wrong move, one display of abilities that don't match a normal mage, and she'll figure out what I really am.
Inside the training hall, the magical preparations were complete and impressive. The massive room had been transformed into something similar to a ritual chamber from ancient times. Covering most of the floor was an enormous magic circle, far more complex than anything the students had seen in their classes. Its intricate patterns seemed to glow faintly with latent power. At the very center of this formation hovered a large beast crystal, suspended in midair by invisible forces. It pulsed with energy, emitting waves of power that made the air itself seem to shimmer. The crystal was easily the size of a human head, possibly larger, and the raw magical force radiating from it made even the least sensitive students feel a tingling sensation on their skin. Ray observed the crystal and tried to estimate its power.
That's at least a superior tier crystal, maybe even higher.
As Ray's group entered the hall with the flow of other students, Max immediately stopped and stared upward, his mouth hanging open.
Wow! Look at that thing!
Max exclaimed, pointing at the floating crystal.
That must have cost an absolute fortune.
I heard there are 4 more crystals like this in the towers,
Bliss added, her voice taking on the tone of someone sharing insider knowledge. Ray turned to her, confused.
The towers?
Oh, I forgot. Even though you're technically a second year, you're only really a first year in experience.
Bliss gestured vaguely toward the walls of the academy.
There are 4 massive towers surrounding Roland Academy. If you were to view the academy from above, you'd see it forms a perfect rectangle, and at each corner stands one of these towers.
Each tower contains a powerful crystal similar to this one,
Cato added, stepping closer to join the conversation.
And inside each tower resides one of the tower masters, powerful magicians whose role responsibility is protecting the academy.
Yes, and I've heard they're extraordinarily powerful,
Bliss continued.
Those 4 tower masters alone are said to be strong enough to hold off the entire Allur Kingdom's army, if necessary.
Ray's mind immediately latched onto this information.
Tower masters. Powerful magicians with important roles. Protected locations. That's it. The divine being could be in one of these towers. It would make perfect sense. It's exactly the kind of place you'd hide someone important.
It was the first real lead Ray had gotten since arriving at Roland. The only problem was the obvious one. Tower masters were supposed to be phenomenally powerful. Could Ray actually defeat one if necessary?
I might not have a choice. If the divine being is there, I'll have to find a way.
While the others continued discussing the Academy's defenses, Cato had wandered closer to the edge of the massive magic circle covering the floor. He stood there for several long minutes, his eyes tracing the patterns, his expression growing increasingly puzzled. Finally, he turned back to the group.
Hey, Ness, could you come here for a moment?
Oh no. Please don't ask me about magic circles, please don't.
I need your opinion on something,
Cato called out. Ray reluctantly walked over to where Cato stood at the circle's edge. The formation spread out before them like an impossibly complex puzzle drawn in glowing lines.
Look at this,
Cato said, pointing to a particular section.
I understand this part of the circle. It's standard teleportation framework. Nothing unusual. But then,
he moved his finger to another area.
I don't see why they've added this subsystem here. The teleportation should work fine without it.
Ray stared at the symbols, desperately hoping something would make sense through sheer force of will.
And over here,
Cato continued, moving to yet another section.
I'm not even sure what these symbols are supposed to do. They don't match any formation language I've studied.
He looked up at Ray hopefully.
I was hoping you, being a top student, might help me figure it out.
I'm going to die of embarrassment. This is it. This is how I get exposed. Not through combat or magic, but through my complete ignorance of basic magical theory.
I'm sorry,
Ray said, trying to sound casual despite his internal panic.
I don't know what to tell you. I'm honestly just as confused as you are about those sections.
To Ray's surprise, Cato's expression actually brightened.
Really? You don't recognize them either?
Not at all,
Ray admitted truthfully.
Huh.
Cato looked back at the circle with renewed interest.
Well, I suppose that makes me feel a bit better about myself. If even you can't figure it out, maybe it's not just my ignorance.
He smiled slightly.
Maybe this is something advanced that neither of us have encountered yet.
Ray smiled back, relieved at how well that had worked out. Sometimes honesty really is the best policy, especially when you had no other choice. High above the training hall floor, on the second-floor balcony that overlooked the entire chamber, Professor Ruskin stood surveying his work. His eyes moved across the massive magic circle below, checking every line, every symbol, every connection point with the precision of someone who'd spent weeks perfecting this formation.
Professor Ruskin,
a voice said from behind him. Ruskin turned to find a Roland Academy assistant approaching, a young man wearing the pristine white robes that marked him as part of the Academy's administrative staff.
All the students from your class have arrived in the training hall safely,
the assistant reported, consulting a list in his hands.
Including the 4 upper-tier students you requested.
The other classes are making their way in now with their respective professors. Everything is proceeding on schedule."
"Excellent," Ruskin replied, allowing a small smile to cross his face. "It looks like the preparations are complete."
"Yes, sir. Is there anything else you need me to—"
The assistant's words cut off abruptly as something materialized behind him, a figure cloaked in writhing shadows that seemed to absorb the light around it. Before the young man could even scream, before he could react at all, a blade of pure darkness thrust through his back and emerged from his stomach. The assistant's eyes went wide with shock and pain. He looked down at the blade protruding from his body, then up at Ruskin with desperate, pleading eyes. But Ruskin just watched with mild interest as shadows began spreading from the wound, crawling across the assistant's body like living things. The darkness consumed him slowly, methodically, pulling him apart cell by cell and absorbing him into the void. Within seconds, the assistant was simply gone. No body, no blood, no evidence he'd ever existed except for the white robes falling empty to the floor. The true infected turned its featureless face toward Ruskin, waiting for instructions. Ruskin looked at the creature, at the empty robes on the ground, at the hundreds of oblivious students below, preparing for what they thought would be a simple assessment, and he began to laugh. The sound started as a low chuckle, but quickly built into something manic and uncontrolled. Ruskin threw his head back and laughed, like a man who'd been holding in his true feelings for far too long.
It looks like I chose the right side after all,
Ruskin declared.
"Oh, yes, this is going to be magnificent."
Inside the training hall, the students' hearts pounded with anticipation. The massive chamber felt charged with energy, both magical and emotional. Even Bliss, who prided herself on maintaining calm composure in every situation, felt her pulse quickening. Everyone in Ray's group would be experiencing this assessment for the first time, all except two, Eddie and Kato. The two of them stood side by side near the edge of the group, silent and still, while everyone else buzzed with nervous excitement. After a moment, Kato glanced at Eddie.
"Were you like this your first time?"
Kato asked quietly, gesturing to the animated students around them.
"Excited? Nervous?"
Eddie's expression went distant, memories flooding back unbidden. He saw Amy's face, her smile as they entered the assessment together, her laughter when someone had made a stupid joke, her hand reaching out to reassure him when he'd been scared.
"Yeah,"
Eddie said finally, his voice barely above a whisper.
"I guess so."
Ray stood patiently waiting for the assessment to begin, trying to mentally prepare for whatever might happen, when he suddenly felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. He turned around and immediately found himself face to face with Professor Springett, standing so close behind him that he actually took a startled step backward. Beside her stood a small girl he didn't recognize, though there was something unusual about her.
"Hello, nice to meet you,"
the little girl said brightly, her voice cheerful and innocent. Ray blinked. The girl had shiny pink hair, a color he'd never seen before at Roland Academy. It was so vibrant it almost seemed to glow. Max, however, recognized her immediately. His eyes went wide and his mouth dropped open.
"Aren't you the prince?"
Before Max could finish the word, Springett's hand clamped over his mouth with surprising speed. She leaned in close, her expression deadly serious.
"Not a word,"
Springett hissed, her voice low and threatening.
"To anyone. Do you understand?"
Max nodded frantically, his eyes bulging. Springett slowly removed her hand.
"Princess Nora Sign, the princess of the Criterion Kingdom, the one with the pink hair that only their royalty has. What's she doing here?"
Max thought, his mind racing. Suddenly, Ray felt it. A shift in the air, a wrongness that made his skin crawl. It was like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in an instant, like something rotten had entered the room. At the exact same moment, Springett's posture changed. Her hand moved to her sword. Across the hall, Blake's head snapped up, his casual boredom replaced by sharp alertness. Professor Flynn froze mid-conversation with another instructor, his face going pale.
Something's here. Something powerful and wrong.
Ray realized. Every combat instinct he possessed was screaming danger. Springett immediately pulled Princess Nora close to her side and drew her sword in one fluid motion, the blade singing as it left its sheath.
Stay behind me, Springett commanded. Don't move.
That's when it appeared. In the center of the magic circle, directly beneath the massive floating crystal, space itself seemed to tear. Shadows poured through the wound in reality like black blood, coalescing into a humanoid shape. A true infected. The figure stood completely still, but the shadows comprising its body did not. They writhed and twisted constantly, swirling around the core form like living things hungry for prey. The creature had a vaguely human shape, 2 arms, 2 legs, a head, but that's where the similarity ended. Its face was a featureless void that somehow seemed to be staring at everyone and no one simultaneously. What is that thing? A student whimpered.
Isn't that a true infected?
Someone else said, their voice rising with panic.
You mean it's part of the shadow? How did it get inside the academy? Maybe it's part of the assessment? A test?
The desperate hope in that voice was painful to hear. Every eye in the hall was now fixed on the creature standing in the center of the room. The casual chatter had died instantly, replaced by suffocating silence, broken only by frightened breathing and the occasional whimper.
Eddie!
Ray shouted, his voice cutting through the paralyzed silence. He spun toward his group.
And the rest of you, whatever happens, do not separate from me. Stay close.
If I remember correctly, the last time a true infected appeared, the shadow didn't know my presence at the academy, but they knew about Eddie. They came for him that night in our room. Since I intervened then, this might be another attempt.
The true infected raised one arm slowly, deliberately. The gesture was almost casual, but the effect was immediate and catastrophic. The massive magic circle beneath its feet began to glow, not with the normal warm light of activation, but with a sickly, pulsing darkness. Shadows erupted from the formation, spreading like spilled ink, corrupting the carefully drawn symbols.
Why would the shadow make such a bold move?
Ray thought desperately.
Inside the academy itself, where the tower masters could respond. Is Eddie that important to them? More important than I realized?
We need to leave, now!
Students screamed, finally breaking free from their frozen terror. They stampeded toward the entrance they'd come through, pushing and shoving in mindless panic. But the true infected raised its other hand, and darkness responded to its will. A massive wall of writhing shadows erupted across the entrance, completely sealing it off. The students closest to the exit screamed as shadow tendrils shot out from the barrier, wrapping around their legs, their arms, their throats. The tendrils pulled. Students were yanked off their feet and dragged into the wall of darkness. Their screams were horrible, terrified, begging. And then they were simply gone, cut off mid-scream as if someone had closed a door.
We're trapped,
a student sobbed.
We're going to die. We're all going to die.
Stay calm,
Professor Flynn shouted, trying to maintain control. His voice was steady, but Ray could hear the fear underneath.
The only way out now is to defeat that creature.
Flynn stepped forward, positioning himself between the true infected and the mass of terrified students. The young professor closed his eyes, and suddenly the air around him began to change. A faint, luminous glow appeared around Flynn's body, starting small but rapidly intensifying. The light pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat, growing brighter and brighter.
Breakthrough!
Flynn roared. A shock wave of pure magical energy exploded outward from Flynn's body. His hair lifted and began floating as if suspended in water, moved by currents of power that made the air itself shimmer. Magic surrounded him, entered him, transformed him.
Did the professor just achieve breakthrough?
I've never seen a mage do that before. I can feel the magic from here. It's incredible.
Even Ray, standing a considerable distance away, felt the waves of power washing over him. It was impressive, far more impressive than anything he'd seen from the academy instructors before.
So that's breakthrough. That's the difference between middle-tier and upper-tier mages. You're not considered a real mage until you can manifest your power externally like this.
Here, Spring had said urgently, pushing Princess Nora toward Ray. The small girl stumbled, but Ray caught her.
Take her. Get these students out of here. But how?
Max cried out, his voice cracking with panic.
There's that huge shadow wall blocking the only exit.
Springett didn't answer Max. Instead, her eyes locked onto Ray's, and in that moment, something passed between them, an understanding.
She's trusting me. Despite all her suspicions, despite not knowing what I am, she's choosing to trust me because she has no other choice.
I can try, Ray said, meeting her gaze steadily. As Ray moved toward the shadow barrier, his mind raced through possibilities. With Flynn and Springett here, two powerful mages, one of whom had just achieved breakthrough, they should be able to handle a single true infected. Probably.
But that's not the real problem. The teleportation formation has already started activating. It's been corrupted by shadow influence. When it completes, it won't send us to a normal hunting ground. It'll send us somewhere else. Somewhere the shadow controls. I need to get these students out before that happens.
I need help.
The desperate shout made everyone turn. Professor Flynn was sprinting back toward them, his earlier confidence completely shattered. The true infected glided after him effortlessly, moving without actually taking steps, simply flowing across the floor like a shadow at noon.
You know my abilities aren't suited for direct combat,
Flynn yelled, panic clear in his voice, despite his breakthrough transformation. Springett moved to intercept. Her sword flashed in a perfect arc, slicing through the true infected's face with a strike that should have been instantly fatal. But the shadows that comprised the creature's face simply flowed back together like liquid, reforming perfectly within seconds. There was no wound, no damage at all. The true infected continued forward without even slowing down. It floated past Springett as if she was irrelevant, past Flynn, past Ray. It raised one shadowy hand, and dark energy began coalescing in its palm. A sphere of absolute darkness formed. The creature's arm drew back, preparing to throw. Ray's enhanced senses tracked the angle, calculated the trajectory in a fraction of a second. The attack wasn't aimed at Ray. It wasn't aimed at the professors who tried to fight it. The sphere of deadly shadow energy was heading straight for Eddie.
Eddie, move!
Ray screamed. Time seemed to slow. Ray could see Eddie's eyes going wide with recognition and fear. He could see Max starting to react too late. He could see the dark energy sphere leaving the true infected's hand, moving with horrible speed. Ray was already moving, his body acting before his mind finished the calculation. Ray launched himself forward with every ounce of speed he possessed, channeling ki through his legs in a desperate attempt. The world blurred. Students became indistinct shapes. The sound of screaming faded to a distant buzz. All that existed was the distance between Ray and Eddie, and whether he could cross it in time. The dark sphere was 5 feet from Eddie's chest. 3 feet. Ray dove, arms outstretched, and slammed into Eddie with all his momentum. They crashed to the ground together, rolling away from the attack's path. The sphere of dark energy passed through the space where Eddie had been standing a heartbeat earlier. It struck the wall behind them with a sound like tearing fabric, and where it hit, a hole appeared. Not a normal hole, but a gap that showed nothing but writhing darkness beyond. The true infected turned its featureless face toward them. Though it had no eyes, Ray could feel it looking at him now, really seeing him for the first time. And in that moment, Ray understood. The Shadow hadn't sent a true infected into Roland Academy on some vague mission. This was targeted, planned, specific. The Shadow wanted Eddie, and it had just revealed it was willing to kill anyone who stood in its way. The true infected hovering before them was different from any Ray had encountered before. The ones he'd fought in Avrion had been dangerous, deadly even, but they'd been limited to physical combat, shadow manipulation, basic tactics. This one was something else entirely. It levitated effortlessly, defying gravity as if the concept didn't apply to it. Dark energy coalesced in its hands with terrifying ease. The shadows it controlled moved with precision and intelligence that suggested conscious thought rather than mere instinct. Most of the true infected Ray had faced in Avrion had been former knights because Avrion was a kingdom of warriors.
But this one was a mage, a powerful one, before it was corrupted. Mages are rarer than knights, so we see fewer of them turned, but when they are...
The creature proved Ray's theory by extending one shadowy hand. Dark energy gathered in its palm, not the wild, chaotic power Ray had seen from lesser shadow servants, but controlled, focused, refined. Ray helped Eddie stand up from the floor. A scream from the left distracted Ray momentarily when the true infected decided to take advantage of this opportunity. The sphere of darkness launched forward with devastating speed, aimed directly at Eddie. Eddie stood frozen, his body locked in place by pure terror. His eyes were wide but unseeing, his breathing shallow and rapid.
This is how I die. Just like Amy. I couldn't save her, and now I can't even save myself.
He closed his eyes and waited for the end. But the impact never came.
Eddie!
Bliss's scream cut through the chaos. Eddie's eyes snapped open. Ray stood directly in front of him, one arm extended, his body positioned as a shield. The dark energy sphere had struck Ray's forearm and dissipated? No, been absorbed somehow, leaving only a faint mark on Ray's skin. The entire hall fell into shocked silence. Ray stood there, completely unharmed, not even breathing hard. Where the attack had hit, there was the tiniest of marks, barely visible, like a small bruise, but no injury, no blood, no burn, nothing. Even the true infected had gone still, its featureless face somehow conveying surprise. This was clearly unexpected, something that shouldn't have been possible. Ray grabbed his forearm where the attack had landed, examining the faint mark with calculating eyes.
I was right,
he said quietly, but his voice carried in the silence.
The one they're after is Eddie.
How are you able to withstand that attack?
Flynn demanded, his voice rising with panic disguised as authority.
That wasn't a normal spell. That was pure shadow corruption. It should have...
Now is not the time to look away from the enemy,
Springett snapped, her eyes never leaving the true infected. Her hand gripped her sword so tightly, her knuckles had gone white. Flynn's face flushed, but he turned back to face the threat, his body tense with poorly concealed fear.
How are we supposed to beat this thing?
Flynn asked, desperation creeping into his voice.
Physical attacks don't work. I cut right through it, and the shadows just reformed like nothing had happened.
Did you not read the reports that came from Avrion?
Springett's voice was sharp with frustration.
We need to find and destroy the heart. It's the only way to kill a true infected permanently.
But finding the heart isn't easy. It can be anywhere in the body, constantly moving, protected by layers of shadow. You need to be fast enough to strike before it relocates, strong enough to destroy it in one hit.
Ray thought grimly. While the professors strategized and the true infected observed them with alien patience, the upper-tier students had taken charge of the chaos erupting among the lower-tier students. One of them, a fierce-looking young man with his hair swept back in a ponytail and a single earring dangling from his left ear, was directing students with sharp, commanding gestures. His name was Lute, and unlike his panicking classmates, he managed to maintain control.
Move away from the center,
Lute shouted, physically pushing students toward the outer walls.
Get as far from that circle as possible. Stay calm and stay together.
The terrified lower-tier students stumbled over each other in their haste to comply, some sobbing, others too shocked to make any sound at all. Once most of the students had been herded to relative safety, as safe as anywhere in this nightmare could be, Lute turned to his fellow upper-tier students.
Should we help the professors?
He asked, his hand already moving toward his wand.
No.
Everyone turned to Blake, who stood apart from the group with his usual expression of bored superiority somehow still intact.
Just leave them be,
Blake continued, his tone dismissive.
The exit's blocked anyway. It's not like we can go anywhere. The professor should be able to handle one corrupted creature soon enough.
Easy for you to say. You're not the one who had to pull screaming children away from shadow hands.
Lute thought with irritation. But he looked at the magic circle, at the massive crystal hovering in its center. The crystal that had been glowing with warm golden light was now completely black, like a hole in reality. Shadows swirled around it constantly, moving with purpose that made Lute's skin crawl.
Yeah,
Lute said reluctantly.
perhaps the best thing to do right now is wait and let the professionals handle it.
The words had barely left his mouth when the crystal reacted. A shadow tendril shot out from the corrupted formation with lightning speed, so fast it was almost invisible. It took the shape of a massive hand, fingers spread wide, and wrapped around Blake's head like a vice. Blake's eyes went wide with shock. He grabbed at the shadow hand, trying to pry it off, but his fingers passed through it like smoke, even as it held him with crushing force. Then it started to pull.
Blake!
Someone screamed. Blake's feet left the ground. He kicked and thrashed, managing to slow the pull, but not stop it. His face had gone red from effort, veins standing out on his forehead. More hands erupted from the crystal, dozens, then hundreds. They reached out in all directions like a grotesque flower blooming, grabbing students indiscriminately. Large hands, small hands, all made of writhing shadow that burned cold when they touched skin.
No! Let go! Someone help! It's got me! Get it off! Please! I don't want to go! I don't want to...
The students' screams filled the hall, echoing off the walls, mixing into a symphony of pure terror.
It's like the circle is alive!
Lute shouted over the chaos.
Why does it want to pull us in so badly?
A shadow hand shot toward him. Lute's training kicked in immediately. He began a rapid chant, his fingers weaving patterns in the air. At the last possible second, a circular portal materialized, a tear in space itself. The shadow hand plunged into the portal. Lute snapped it closed immediately, and the hand was severed. Half of it fell to the ground and dissipated. The other half was simply gone, sent somewhere else. But there were too many, far, far too many. Blake continued fighting against the shadow dragging him toward the circle. His face twisted with effort and rage, and for the first time Ray had ever seen, genuine fear. He managed to slow his progress to a crawl, buying precious seconds, but seconds weren't enough. The shadow pulled Blake across the boundary of the magic circle. The moment his body crossed that threshold, the entire formation lit up with sickly purple light. Symbols flared to life in a sequence, power building rapidly. And then Blake was simply gone.
Where? Where is it sending them?
Ray thought with growing horror. The shadow hands continued their work, dragging lower-tier students one by one into the circle. Each time a student crossed the boundary, the circle would activate, the purple light would flash, and they would vanish.
We're running out of time!
Springett shouted to Flynn.
We have to destroy that thing now!
Professor Springett's eyes blazed with determination. She raised her sword, and power began gathering around her body. Different from Flynn's breakthrough, more refined, more controlled.
Breakthrough!
The energy didn't explode outward like Flynn's had. Instead, it condensed, focusing inward, making Springett's presence seem to compress until she was a figure of pure concentrated power. Her hair began moving independently, each strand swaying like a living serpent responding to invisible currents. She launched forward, covering the distance to the true infected in a blur of motion. Her sword sang as it sliced through the air, and even from across the hall, Ray could see it. Tiny vibrations running along the blade's edge, too fast for the eye to properly track. The sword struck the true infected. A sound like tearing metal mixed with breaking glass filled the hall. The vibrations from Springet's blade created a sonic shockwave that rippled through the creature's body. The true infected was cut completely in half, its upper body separating from its lower. The two halves fell in opposite directions.
Yes!
Max shouted, pumping his fist.
Look! The professor did it! She killed it!
No! Ray's voice cut through the celebration.
They need to destroy the heart. If the heart survives...
The shadows moved. The two halves of the true infected's body began shifting, reaching toward each other across the floor. Black tendrils extended from each half, grasping, pulling, reconnecting. Within seconds, the creature was whole again, completely undamaged, as if Springet's attack had never happened.
It's not working!
Flynn's voice cracked with panic.
Nothing we do makes any difference.
The true infected's featureless face turned toward Springet, and though it had no eyes, no mouth, Ray could somehow sense its anger, its fury at being challenged. The shadows around the corrupted crystal reacted to that anger. The trickle of shadow hands became a flood. Thousands of them, large and small, thick as tree trunks and thin as fingers, erupted from the formation in a wave of darkness. They grabbed every student they could reach, wrapping around legs, arms, torsos, necks.
There are too many!
Lou tried to open another portal, but a shadow hand grabbed his wrist before he could complete the gesture.
Not even my space magic can save us from this!
The screaming intensified. Students were pulled off their feet by the dozens, dragged kicking and sobbing across the floor toward the circle. Kato was grabbed. He tried to brace himself against a pillar, but the shadow was too strong. His fingers lost their grip, and he was pulled away. Max grabbed onto Bliss, and Bliss grabbed onto Ray.
Don't let go!
Max shouted over the chaos. But the shadows wrapped around Max's legs, then Bliss's, then... Ray felt the cold touch on his own skin. He could probably resist, probably break free, but that would mean abandoning his team. And if he revealed his true strength here, in front of Springet and Flynn and everyone else...
No choice,
Ray realized.
We're all going in.
Princess Nora screamed as shadows coiled around her small body. Springet lunged toward her, but more hands intercepted the professor, holding her back. Loot was pulled into the circle. The purple light flashed. Gone. Kato was next. Flash. Gone. One by one, the remaining students were dragged across the boundary and teleported away. Their screams cut off mid-sound as they vanished. Ray felt himself moving toward the circle, his team still clinging to him. Eddie's face was pale with terror. Max was shouting something Ray couldn't hear over the chaos. Bliss's eyes were wide, but determined. They crossed the threshold together. The magic circle blazed purple beneath them. Ray felt reality shift, felt himself being torn from one location, and everything went black.
With the upper-tier students gone, simply erased from reality in flashes of purple light, the remaining lower-tier students finally broke. All pretense of order collapsed. Students stopped trying to fight back, stopped attempting to use their pathetic beginner spells to block the shadow hands. They just ran, screaming, crying, stumbling over each other in mindless panic, searching desperately for an escape that didn't exist. The shadow hands continued their work with methodical efficiency. One by one, more students were dragged across the circle's boundary and teleported away. Their screams cut off mid-sound, leaving only echoing silence. Within minutes, nearly everyone was gone. Only a handful remained. The two professors, Ray's group, and Princess Nora, still clutched protectively by Professor Springett. With fewer targets to focus on, the shadow hands could concentrate their efforts. They came from every direction now, above, below, from the sides. An impossible web of darkness was closing in. Professor Flynn was grabbed first. 3 shadow hands wrapped around his legs, his arms, his waist. He cast spell after spell, his breakthrough power blazing, but nothing worked. The shadows were immune to magical attack. "Springett, help!" Flynn's voice cracked with terror as he was dragged toward the circle. But Springett couldn't help. She wrapped herself around Princess Nora, her own body acting as a shield, trying to protect the young girl, even as shadows coiled around them both. "I'm sorry," Springett whispered to Nora, holding her tighter. "I'm sorry I couldn't." The shadows pulled. The circle flashed. Both of them vanished.
This thing is definitely teleporting us,
Ray said, his voice cutting through Max's panic, hyperventilating.
I don't know where, but I have a terrible feeling about it.
He studied the shadow hands carefully, watching how they moved, how they grabbed. They wrapped around limbs, pulled people toward the circle, but they didn't actually harm anyone. No crushing, no tearing, just transport.
The shadow arms look harmless. They won't hurt us,
Ray continued, his analytical mind still working.
But neither the professors nor I have any way to fight them off. They're immune to everything we've tried.
He turned to look at Eddie and the others. Max was white-faced and trembling. Kato stood rigid with controlled fear. Bliss was calculating, her eyes darting around, looking for solutions that didn't exist. And Eddie? Eddie had gone completely still, his expression blank.
We have no choice,
Ray said firmly, trying to project confidence he didn't feel.
We have to let it take us.
Bliss, who'd been processing the situation with her usual sharp intelligence, nodded grimly.
He's right. We can't fight this, but we can control one thing.
She looked at the group, meeting each person's eyes.
Everyone, grab hold of one another. Don't let go no matter what,
Bliss commanded.
When the teleportation activates, if we're physically connected, the spell should register us as a single unit. We'll end up in the same place instead of being scattered.
Max immediately grabbed Bliss's hand. Kato took Max's other hand. They formed a chain, reaching toward Ray and Eddie. Ray moved forward, extending his hand toward Eddie.
Come on, we need to...
A shadow hand shot out like a striking snake and wrapped around Ray's ankle.
Ness!
Max screamed. Ray felt the pull, an enormous, irresistible force yanking him backward toward the circle. He tried to resist, but that would require using his true strength, revealing what he really was. More shadow hands grabbed him. Arms, legs, waist, chest. They lifted him completely off the ground.
No! Ness!
Bliss lunged toward him, but was pulled back by Max and Kato.
Let go of him!
Max shouted uselessly at the shadows.
Please! Kato!
Max's voice broke as he watched another friend being grabbed, wrapped in darkness and dragged away. Then it was Max's turn, then Bliss's. Each of them was pulled into the circle. Each time the purple light flashed, another friend disappeared, until only Eddie remained. Eddie stood alone in the massive training hall, surrounded by grasping shadows but not yet taken. His chest heaved with panicked breathing. Tears streamed down his face.
Not again,
Eddie whispered, his voice hollow.
Is this all my fault? Again? Amy died because of me, and now everyone else is going to die too. Because I exist. Because I'm cursed.
Eddie didn't resist as the shadows wrapped around him. He welcomed it almost. At least if he were taken too, he wouldn't have to live with being the only survivor again. The shadows pulled him gently into the circle. The purple light flared one last time, and Eddie was gone. While Ray was being dragged, fury unlike anything he'd felt in years burned through his chest.
Enough! Enough!
This was no longer the time for secrets, no longer the time for hiding. The students were in danger. Eddie was in danger, and Ray had allowed this to happen by playing at being human, by pretending to be weak.
Never again.
Ray canceled his transformation skill. The shell he'd maintained constantly since arriving at Roland Academy simply dissolved, revealing his true form, Ray Talon, the fiery red-haired knight. He opened his endless void and equipped the beast armor in an instant. The full set materialized on his body, chest plate, gauntlets, and greaves, all forged from the remains of powerful beasts he'd slain. Each piece was soul-bound now, infused with his blood by Rusty back at Avrion. No one else could wear them, no one else could even touch them, but Ray could summon or dismiss them at will. Power flooded through him, his true power no longer suppressed. The shadows wrapped around his body simply dissolved, unable to maintain their grip against the overwhelming ki he unleashed. Ray's eyes blazed as he turned to look at the true infected, still hovering in the training hall, observing their victory.
You!
Ray's voice echoed with inhuman resonance.
I should have killed you that day.
That night in our room, when you reached for Eddie and I stopped you, I let you escape because I couldn't track you with my dragon eyes. I thought you were a minor threat. I was wrong. I was a fool.
Ray dashed forward, closing the distance in a heartbeat. His fist pulled back, gathering power that would obliterate the creature in one strike. The true infected reacted instantly. Dozens of shadow hands erupted toward Ray, trying to intercept him.
Doppelganger!
A perfect clone of Ray materialized beside him. The shadow hands, unable to distinguish between original and copy, grabbed the clone instead. They pulled it toward the teleportation circle while the real Ray continued his charge. Ray's hand ignited, flames roaring to life around his fist.
Fireball!
A massive sphere of fire launched from his palm, easily 3 times the size of what he could have created before absorbing the fire attribute from Nano and his goons. The true infected knocked it aside with a wave of shadow. But that was a feint. Ray was already behind the fireball, using it as cover. The moment the true infected's attention focused on the fire, Ray was there. He grabbed the creature by its chest, his armored hand plunging into the writhing shadows. The true infected thrashed, but Ray's grip was iron. He slammed the creature onto the floor, pinning it down, his hand positioned directly over where its heart should be.
Why are you after Eddie?
Ray demanded, his voice low and dangerous. The true infected struggled, but Ray pressed down harder, his hand beginning to glow with power that would destroy it from the inside out.
Answer me!
Ray shouted.
I know you're connected to the Shadow Plague leader. I know he's watching through your eyes right now.
And he was. Ray could feel it. A presence beyond the true infected, a consciousness observing through the puppet. The Shadow Plague leader himself, watching this confrontation unfold.
Who is controlling you?
Ray demanded, pushing more ki into his hand. The true infected's body began smoking where Ray touched it.
Who is the Shadow Plague leader?
There was a pause. Then the true infected spoke, not with its own voice, but with something else, something ancient and wrong.
And why would I tell you that?
The voice was amused, mocking.
Though you intrigue me, strange one, you smell different, wrong.
The true infected's head tilted at an unnatural angle, studying Ray with its featureless face.
Are you sure you're human?
The question caught Ray off guard. Just for a second, just the briefest moment of surprise. That second was enough. 100 shadow hands erupted from the floor beneath Ray, wrapping around every inch of his body with crushing force. They pulled him away from the true infected, lifted him into the air, and dragged him toward the circle.
No!
Ray struggled, but there were too many. Even his strength had limits. The purple light engulfed him. Reality twisted, and Ray was torn away from the training hall. For several seconds, or was it minutes? Hours? Time felt meaningless in the space between spaces. Ray felt himself being pulled through dimensional corridors. Colors that shouldn't exist swirled around him. Sounds that made no sense assaulted his ears. Then, abruptly, it all stopped. Ray crashed onto solid ground, the impact driving the air from his lungs. He rolled immediately into a defensive crouch, scanning for threats. He was no longer in the training hall. The sky above was wrong, a sickly red-purple color like an infected wound. The ground beneath him was black, not soil, something else, something dead, like ash that had been compressed into solid earth and left to rot for centuries. Around him stretched a forest of dead trees. Their bark was gray and cracked, their branches bare and twisted into shapes that seemed deliberately malevolent. Nothing grew here, nothing lived. In the distance, what looked like small pools of water dotted the landscape, but the liquid was red, glowing faintly like cooling lava. Steam rose from them in lazy spirals. Ray knew where he was. He'd been here before, in the worst days of the war. The Shadows territory. A few days ago. Back at Roland City, on the vast fields at the outskirts of the city, Martha sighed as she finished explaining to Ray the magic circle design Lenny had just explained. "Thank goodness! I am not a mage, but a knight. My brain would have exploded remembering those symbols and formulae," she complained, sitting on the grass. "That's right. Poor boss. Anyways, here." Jack passed her some water, which Martha accepted with a smile. Lenny, on the other hand, stood staring into the distance, giggling like a schoolgirl. His face was lit with a mischievous grin as he replayed the scene in his mind. Professor Springett's question about the magic circle, and Ray standing there with the answer Lenny had just fed him.
I wish I could see their faces,
Lenny giggled, imagining the stunned expressions of the professors when Ray demonstrated knowledge far beyond what a student should possess.
They'll think Ray is some kind of prodigy.
But his amusement quickly shifted to something far more intriguing. Throughout their conversation, Martha and Jack had been communicating with Ray somehow, even though Ray was inside the academy walls. Lenny had witnessed them pause mid-sentence, their eyes glazing over slightly, as if listening to something only they could hear, then responding to questions Ray had apparently asked.
"This messaging system of yours,"
Lenny said, turning to face them with barely contained curiosity.
"How exactly does it work? I need to understand it better."
Martha and Jack exchanged glances. Jack shrugged and said, "It's hard to explain. It's just there, in our heads."
Try,"
Lenny urged, leaning forward.
"Every detail matters. Start from the beginning. When did you first notice you could do this?"
Martha crossed her arms, thinking carefully. "It started after we all became members of the Red Wing. At first it was just thoughts, Ray's thoughts appearing in our minds like whispers. Then we realized we could send thoughts back to him."
"And it's not just between you and Ray?"
Lenny asked. "No," Jack added. "We could all communicate with each other. Martha can message me, I can message her, and any of us can reach Ray at any time. It's like, imagine being in a room where everyone can speak directly into your mind whenever they want."
"Can you control who hears what you're saying?"
Lenny pressed. "Yes," Martha confirmed. "If I want to speak only to Ray, only he hears it. If I want everyone to hear, they all do. It's intuitive, like choosing whether to whisper to one person or speak to a group." Lenny began pacing, his mind racing with possibilities.
"Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Do you know what you're describing? Telepathy exists, yes. I have read accounts of powerful mages who could communicate mind to mind, but that requires immense concentration. Also, it only works over short distances and involves just two individuals. What you have is a network, a permanent, always active network that spans any distance."
"Is that unusual?" Jack asked.
"Unusual?"
Lenny stopped pacing and stared at him.
"Boy, the amount of magical energy required to sustain something like this would drain a dozen master mages dry within minutes. Yet this connection of yours never seems to fade or weaken. It's constant. It's effortless."
He shook his head in disbelief.
This is the power of gods, not humans.
Martha frowned. What are you saying?
I'm saying,
Lenny spoke slowly, choosing his words carefully,
that perhaps the stories about Ray aren't entirely metaphorical. We know that evil spirits and demons can possess humans. I've seen the evidence myself in my studies. So, why not the opposite? What if a god spirit, or something equally powerful and benevolent, truly does reside within Ray?
The suggestion hung in the air. Jack looked uncomfortable, while Martha seemed thoughtful but unconvinced.
Nah, Ray's just Ray, Jack said defensively. He's our friend.
I'm not suggesting otherwise,
Lenny replied gently.
I'm simply trying to understand the source of this incredible power, but perhaps that's a mystery for another day.
An awkward silence settled over them. Lenny was still lost in thought, theories and possibilities spinning through his mind, when Martha cleared her throat deliberately.
Ahem. Lenny, she said, her voice firm, about our conversation earlier, the one about making me stronger.
Lenny looked at her, pulled from his reverie.
I want to do it,
Martha continued, her jaw set with determination.
Whatever it takes, I want to become stronger.
Lenny studied her face carefully. Her eyes burned with fierce resolve. This wasn't a casual request or an impulsive decision. This was the look of someone who had weighed the options and made their choice. Consequences be damned. A slight smile crossed Lenny's face.
I thought you might say that. I didn't tell you that story earlier for no reason. Someone like you, with your determination, it might just work.
So, you'll help me?
Martha asked.
Yes,
Lenny nodded.
But there will need to be significant preparation first. This isn't something we can rush into. First, we need to gather resources, at least 30 basic tier beast crystals, and they all must be from the same type of creature.
Why the same type?
Jack interjected.
Consistency,
Lenny explained.
The magical properties need to align, but more importantly, we need to be extremely careful in choosing which type of beast crystal to use.
Martha's brow furrowed.
What do you mean? Isn't a basic tier crystal just a basic tier crystal?
Not at all,
Lenny said, warming to the subject.
Let me explain the nature of beast cores to you properly. You're aware of the beast core rankings, basic tier, intermediate tier, advanced tier, and so on, correct?
Both Martha and Jack nodded.
Good. Now, most people make the mistake of thinking those rankings represent strength. They don't. Well, not exactly. The rankings indicate the evolution stage of that particular beast species. Do you understand the difference?
Martha hesitated.
I think so. You're saying a basic tier beast of one species could be stronger than a basic tier beast of another species?
Precisely.
Lenny's eyes lit up.
Let me give you a concrete example. Take the common black wolf. It begins its life as a basic tier beast, the first stage of its evolutionary path. If it survives long enough and consumes enough magical energy, it has the potential to evolve into an intermediate tier wolf. Now, some of them might evolve further into advanced tier wolves, but eventually that evolutionary line reaches a dead end. A shadow wolf cannot evolve any further. That's as far as that species' potential extends. Meanwhile,
he continued, gesturing animatedly,
other creatures have different evolutionary paths. Some paths are short with dead ends. Others continue upward through multiple stages. And then there are beings that have no evolution at all. They're simply born with immense power.
Like dragons?
Martha suggested.
Exactly like dragons. A dragon egg hatches into an ancient, powerful creature. It doesn't need to evolve because it's already at the pinnacle. But let's consider the dragon's lesser cousin, the wyvern. Now, wyverns do have an evolutionary path. They hatch from eggs as baby wyverns, and at that stage, they're classified as basic tier beasts, just like a wolf pup.
Jack's eyes widened.
Wait, but a baby wyvern would destroy a wolf, even if they're both basic tier.
Exactly my point,
Lenny exclaimed.
A basic tier wyvern and a basic tier wolf are both in the same ranking category, but there would be no contest whatsoever between them. The wyvern is inherently more powerful even at the earliest stage of its life.
Martha was beginning to understand. So when you absorb a beast crystal, you're not just getting power from its tier, you're getting power from what the beast fundamentally was.
Yes, and that's where the danger comes in. If we choose a beast crystal that's too powerful relative to your current physical state, the absorption process will tear you apart from the inside.
It would kill me, Martha said quietly.
Precisely,
Lenny confirmed, his expression grave.
That was one of the major mistakes humans made in the early experiments with beast crystal absorption. Many died because of that ignorance, and there are other dangers beyond just choosing too powerful a beast, but this is the most critical first step.
Jack had been listening intently, though his understanding had started to slip about halfway through. Still, one thing had caught his attention.
Could I do this too? Jack asked. Could I absorb crystals to get stronger?
Lenny turned to Jack, studying him for a long moment before responding.
You're already plenty strong, boy, Lenny said carefully, and I don't think you've reached your natural limits yet. You're still growing, still developing your abilities. But to answer your question honestly, I'm not sure. I genuinely don't know if crystal absorption would work for you. Why not? Jack asked, sounding hurt. Because you're a werewolf, Lenny said bluntly. You see, I have to ask myself a fundamental question. Were werewolves a natural species to begin with, or were they created? Created? Jack repeated. What do you mean, created? I mean, Lenny explained, did werewolves evolve naturally like other beasts, or were they made, perhaps through the very process I'm describing to Martha? It's possible, even likely, that the werewolf race was born when ancient humans experimented with beast crystal absorption. Perhaps someone absorbed wolf crystals, and the transformation was so complete that it became hereditary, passed down through bloodlines.
Jack looked troubled.
So you think someone made the first werewolf? It's a theory, Lenny said.
Lenny had often thought about Jack's situation. What tests could he run on Jack? What experiments might reveal the true nature of werewolf physiology? But then he held himself back. Jack was a companion, a friend. It was one thing to experiment on himself. It was even acceptable to help willing participants like Martha, who understood the risks and made informed choices. But he had morals. He wouldn't experiment on someone against their wishes, wouldn't treat Jack like a laboratory subject. Jack spoke after a momentary silence.
I don't actually know much about werewolves. I don't know why I am what I am. I've never really asked my family about it. Are they werewolves too? Was I born this way, or did something happen to me when I was young? Maybe someone experimented on me before I could remember. I don't know the answers to any of those questions. When the time is right, when things calm down, I need to go home. I need to ask them.
Martha reached out and squeezed his shoulder supportively. Lenny cleared his throat.
Martha, returning to your situation. I've been watching you fight these past few days. During our training sessions outside the city, I've observed your technique, your natural inclinations in combat. I have a good idea of what would suit your fighting style and complement your existing abilities. I'll keep an eye on the local quest board at the Adventurers Guild. Sometimes specific beast hunting requests are posted there. We might find the perfect opportunity.
He paused, his expression becoming deadly serious.
But before we go any further, I need to ask you one more time, and I need you to really hear what I'm saying, Martha. Look at me.
She met his eyes.
Although I'm almost certain I can keep you alive through the process, Lenny said slowly, I cannot be 100% sure this will succeed. Even when I used this method on myself, I nearly died. And if the procedure fails, there's a very real chance you could become crippled. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The weight of his words settled over them. This wasn't a simple power-up or an easy solution. This was a genuine gamble with Martha's life and future. Martha's hands slowly clenched into tight fists at her sides. Images flashed through her mind, the battles they'd fought recently, the enemies they'd faced. Advanced-tier beasts that she could barely scratch. The true infected seemed unstoppable. And then she remembered Monk, the only person she'd cared for dearly after her mother. Her heart twisted painfully. Ray, Jack, Kyle, Slivia, everyone around her was growing, unlocking their true potential. And her? She was just Martha Woodlock, a skilled fighter, yes, well-trained, certainly, but fundamentally human, fundamentally limited. Every day that limitation felt more suffocating. "Right now," Martha said quietly, "I can't even handle an advanced-tier beast on my own. I know what I am right now. I'm baggage, dead weight that the others have to protect. And while they're all getting stronger, while the threats we face keep escalating, I'm being left behind. That gap is only going to get wider unless I do something drastic."
"Martha,"
Jack started to protest.
"No, Jack, it's true."
She cut him off.
"You know it is. You don't need to protect my feelings. I'm not strong enough, and normal training isn't going to close the gap fast enough. This is my chance to change that."
She turned back to Lenny, her voice steady and resolute.
"I understand the risks. I accept them. Whatever happens, it's my choice." "I will do it,"
Martha declared. Lenny nodded slowly, a mixture of respect and concern on his face.
"Very well. Then we begin preparations tomorrow. But, Martha—"
"Yes?"
"Don't think of yourself as weak. It takes a different kind of strength to make the choice you just made. Remember that, no matter what comes next."
The days dragged by with agonizing slowness. Each morning, Martha woke with a spark of hope that today would be the day Lenny returned with news, and each evening that hope dimmed a little more as he came back empty-handed or didn't return at all.
"Still nothing?"
Jack asked one morning, watching Martha pace their small common room like a caged animal.
"Nothing,"
Martha replied, her frustration evident in her voice.
"How hard can it be to find one suitable beast in a city this size?"
Jack shrugged, continuing his morning routine of sword swings. The great blade whistled through the air with each practiced motion.
"Lenny knows what he's doing. He'll find something."
I know,
Martha sighed, dropping into a worn wooden chair.
"I'm just restless. We made this decision, and now we're just sitting here waiting."
The three of them had taken up residence in a modest inn not far from the guild hall. It wasn't fancy, just 3 small bedrooms, a shared common area, and a bathroom down the hall, but it served their needs. Martha had long since grown accustomed to the lack of privacy, hauling her clothes to the bathroom each morning to change. Her time at the academy had prepared her well for such inconveniences. They decided to pay for the room month by month rather than day by day. None of them knew how long Ray would be inside Roland Academy, and the monthly rate was significantly cheaper in the long run. It made sense to settle in for an extended stay. But the waiting was harder than Martha had anticipated.
"Let's get ready for today's quest,"
Jack suggested, setting his sword down.
"Keeping busy helps."
Martha nodded, gathering her gear. With nothing else to occupy their time, she and Jack had fallen into a routine of taking random quests from the guild hall. It kept them sharp and brought in some coin. Martha had started as an F-rank adventurer, but she'd climbed the ranks quickly. She was now D rank, the same as Jack. Most of the quests at their level involved hunting nuisance beasts, escorting merchants or minor nobles, or traveling to nearby towns and villages to solve problems, usually beast-related. As Martha checked her weapons, a thought that had been nagging at her for days finally broke through.
"Hey, Jack,"
she said, not looking up from her blade inspection.
"What do you think of Lenny?"
"What do you mean?"
Jack asked, swinging his sword through another set of forms.
"Well, you and Ray have known him a lot longer than I have, and he's not part of the Red Wings. Not officially, anyway. So I guess what I'm asking is—"
She paused, finally meeting his eyes.
"Do you trust him?"
Jack stopped mid-swing, considering the question.
That's what's been bothering you?
I'm about to let him perform some kind of experimental procedure on my body, Martha said bluntly. A procedure that could kill me or cripple me permanently. So, yes, Jack, whether or not I can trust him has been on my mind.
Well, fair enough,
Jack admitted. He set his sword down and leaned against the wall.
Look, I think we can trust him. I really do. He's eccentric, sure, maybe even a little crazy, but he's genuine.
How can you be sure?
Because our enemy is the same as his, Jack explained. When he talks about the shadow, I can feel his anger. It's real, Martha. He hates them as much as we do, maybe more. Someone with that kind of hatred doesn't work against the people fighting the same battle.
Feeling somewhat better with Jack's answer, Martha decided to send Slivia an update before they headed out. She'd been giving daily reports through the messaging system, and Slivia and the others had been doing the same. Martha focused her thoughts, forming the message in her mind the way she'd done dozens of times before. She sent the message through the system interface.
Error. Message cannot be sent.
Martha's eyes snapped open. What? She tried again, focusing harder this time. Same result. She tried sending a message to Ray instead, then back to Slivia.
Error. Message cannot be sent. Error. Message cannot be sent.
Jack, try to send a message. Something's wrong with the system. Jack's easygoing expression vanished. He closed his eyes, concentrated for a moment, then opened them again with a frown.
Same thing. Error message. I can't reach anyone.
Do you think something happened to Ray? Martha asked, her mind immediately jumping to the worst possibilities. Has the shadow found him? Is he injured? Dead?
Maybe, Jack said slowly, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. This has happened before.
What? When?
Remember when Ray got separated from us under Avrion Academy?
Jack asked.
The system went down then, too. When we finally found Ray again, he was perfectly fine. A little banged up, but nothing serious.
Did he explain why it happened? Martha pressed.
Not really, Jack admitted. I asked him about it, but he didn't seem to know either.
Martha's frown deepened. Ever since Monk had left under the influence of the shadow, she'd found herself worrying more, looking deeper into every little thing, questioning every anomaly. Jack must have noticed her spiraling thoughts because he stepped closer, looking directly into her eyes.
Relax, Martha. Ray is strong, stronger than all of us. I chose to follow him not just because he saved my life, but because I believe he's going to be the kind of man who changes the world. He can handle himself.
Martha took a deep breath and nodded.
You're right. I'm probably overthinking it.
Probably, Jack grinned. Definitely. Now come on, we've got an escort quest to complete.
The quest itself turned out to be refreshingly straightforward. They were hired to escort a merchant caravan from Roland to a town about half a day's travel away. Martha and Jack walked on either side of the wagon, eyes scanning the tree line for threats. About 2 hours into the journey, those threats materialized. 6 men emerged from the forest ahead, spreading out to block the road. Classic bandits.
Well, well,
their leader called out, a scarred man with a cruel smile.
What do we have here? A nice, juicy caravan. Hand over your coin and goods and nobody gets hurt. You really don't want to do this, Jack said calmly, resting his great sword on his shoulder.
The bandit leader laughed.
6 against 2? I like those odds. Get 'em, boys!
The bandits charged. Jack moved with casual efficiency, swinging his great sword in a wide arc. The flat of the blade caught the first bandit in the chest, sent him flying backward a good 20 feet. The man crashed into a tree with a sickening crunch and didn't get up. The other bandits skidded to a halt, their confidence evaporating.
Anyone else?
Jack asked pleasantly. The remaining 5 bandits looked at their unconscious companion, then at each other, then turned and ran back into the forest without another word.
Wise choice,
Martha called after them. The merchant stared at Jack with wide eyes.
That was... you just...
Part of the service, Jack said with a shrug.
Shall we continue?
The rest of the journey passed without incident. They delivered the merchant and his goods safely, collected their payment from the local Guildhall branch, and made the return trip to Roland by late afternoon. "Easy money," Jack commented as they walked back through the city gates.
Too easy,
Martha agreed.
I almost missed the challenge.
"Well, careful what you wish for. Once Lenny finds that beast, you'll have more challenge than you can handle." They made their way back to the inn, both looking forward to a brief rest before deciding whether to take on an evening quest. But when they opened the door to their common room, they found Lenny already there, sitting in a chair with an excited gleam in his eyes. "Oh, there you are!" Lenny exclaimed, jumping to his feet. "Perfect timing. I have news." Martha's heart leaped. "You found something?" "Better than found something. I found the perfect beast, and there's already a quest posted for it," Lenny said, practically bouncing on his heels. "The quest is to eliminate a flock of harpies that's been terrorizing farms to the west. These particular beasts are fascinating. They use wind magic, though only minimal amounts, just enough to help them stay aloft. Their bodies are too heavy for their wings to work properly on their own, you see. And here's the crucial part. The base of their form is mostly human."
Harpies?
Martha said, her initial excitement dimming.
Lenny, harpies travel in flocks. We're talking hundreds of them. Even with our strength, we'd be exhausted, or dead, long before we cleared out an entire flock.
"Worry not," Lenny said, waving away her concerns. "This is a group guild quest. Multiple adventuring parties will be working together. We won't be facing the flock alone." "A group quest?" Jack said. "Those don't come up often." "Precisely why we need to hurry and register now," Lenny urged. "They're setting out tomorrow morning. If we don't sign up tonight, we'll miss our chance." Martha and Jack exchanged glances. This was it, the opportunity they'd been waiting for.
"Let's go,"
Martha said. The three of them quickly made their way to the Guildhall. The building was still bustling with activity despite the late hour. Adventurers crowded around the quest board, examining postings and arguing over contracts. At the main desk, they found the registration sheet for the Harpy Subjugation quest. True to Lenny's word, about 20 adventurers had already signed up. "Names and guild affiliations," the clerk said in a bored tone, not looking up from his paperwork. "Jack Lee and Martha Woodlock," Jack said. "Red Wings." The clerk's hand paused for just a moment, then continued writing. "And you?" "Lenny Steele," Lenny said. "Solo adventurer." Martha noticed the clerk's eyebrows rise slightly as he wrote down Lenny's name, but he said nothing. They collected their confirmation slips and headed out, Lenny suggesting they celebrate with drinks at a nearby tavern. "The real work starts tomorrow," Lenny said as they walked. "Tonight we relax." Behind them, in the Guildhall, adventurers huddled in groups, examining the registration list, and whispers spread like wildfire.
"Hey, look at this! Someone from that infamous Red Wings group registered for tomorrow's quest."
You mean the guild that took down Avrion?
"The very same. Says here 2 of their members signed up."
A younger adventurer leaned in to look.
"What rank are they?"
"Rank D, according to their tags." "Only D rank?" someone scoffed. "The way people talk about them, you'd think they were all A rank at least." "Guess we'll find out tomorrow," someone said. "If they're as good as the rumors say, they'll prove it on the hunt." The next morning, when Martha, Jack, and Lenny arrived at the Guildhall, Martha could already hear the buzz of excited conversation from half a block away, unusual for a routine group quest.
"Something's different today,"
Martha observed, adjusting her sword belt. "Very different," Lenny agreed, his eyes scanning the crowd gathered in front of the building. "Look at them. They're actually talking to each other." Jack frowned. "Is that weird?"
"For guild quests? Absolutely,"
Martha said.
"Most groups keep to themselves. There's too much competition, too many grudges. Everyone guards their secrets."
Standing at the front of the assembly was an imposing figure, a mountain of a man encased in silver armor with black trim. What drew Martha's attention immediately was the massive shield strapped to his back, easily as tall as the man himself and probably twice as wide as a normal shield. That's quite a piece of equipment, Jack murmured appreciatively. Next to the big man stood two other adventurers wearing similar silver and black armor. One carried a long sword that gleamed in the morning light, while the other had a bow slung across her back. All three wore the same symbol on their chests.
The Underdogs Guild,
Lenny said quietly.
one of the major guilds based here in Roland. That big fellow is probably their leader for this mission.
As they moved closer to join the group, Martha approached the nearest group, 5 men who were talking in excited tones.
Excuse me, Martha said politely. Everyone seems more excited than usual. Did something happen?
One of the men, a thin fellow with a scar across his cheek, turned to her with bright eyes.
You haven't heard? 2 members of the Red Wings Guild signed up for this quest.
Hey, that's a... Jack started to say, but before he could finish, Lenny's hand clamped over his mouth. Martha shot Jack a warning look as Lenny pulled him aside, keeping his voice low.
We do not know if the people around us are friends or foes,
Lenny whispered urgently.
It's always best to keep your identity secret in situations like this.
But why? Jack asked, keeping his voice down this time. We're all here for the same quest.
Look around you,
Lenny instructed.
Notice anything about the other adventurers?
Martha studied the crowd more carefully. Now that Lenny mentioned it, most of the smaller groups weren't displaying any guild crests. Some had their symbols covered, others wore plain armor with no identifying marks at all.
They're hiding their affiliations,
Martha realized.
Exactly,
Lenny confirmed.
Guilds are intensely competitive. Old grudges run deep. Perhaps one guild desperately needs an item that another guild obtained from a previous quest. But because of some petty disagreement, maybe they had a dispute over territory, or one guild refused to help another years ago, they refused to sell the item directly. Instead, they put it on the marketplace at prices raised several times higher than it's worth.
Well, that seems stupid, Jack said.
Well, stupid or not, it's reality,
Lenny replied.
Something as simple as that can start a guild war. Smaller guilds without powerful backing have to be especially careful. One wrong word, one revealed identity, and they might find themselves ambushed by a rival guild on the way back from the quest.
What about the big guilds?
Martha asked.
Like the Underdogs.
The major guilds have stronger members and bigger backing,
Lenny explained.
A war between 2 large guilds would be a massive event where innocent people get caught in the crossfire and entire cities are damaged. It happens less frequently precisely because the stakes are so high, but that doesn't mean the rivalry isn't there.
A large man in silver armor, the leader from the Underdogs Guild, suddenly raised his hand for attention. The crowd gradually quieted.
Good morning, everyone.
His voice was deep and commanding, carrying easily across the assembly.
My name is Rick, and I'm a senior member of the Underdogs Guild. Let me start by counting heads. Make sure everyone who registered actually showed up.
Rick's eyes scanned the crowd methodically, his lips moving slightly as he counted. After a moment, he nodded with satisfaction.
23 adventurers, exactly as registered. Excellent.
He paused, his expression shifting to something more calculating.
Now, as members of the Underdogs Guild and possessing one of the highest ranks here, tradition dictates that I should lead this expedition.
Martha noticed a slight emphasis on the word tradition, as if Rick were establishing dominance through protocol rather than merit.
However,
Rick continued, his voice taking on a magnanimous tone that didn't quite reach his eyes,
I believe there is also a solo adventurer present who bears a higher rank than me, a B rank, if the registry is correct. If this adventurer wishes to take command, he is certainly free to do so.
Rick's gaze swept across the crowd, clearly expecting someone to step forward. When no one did, a small smile played at the corners of his mouth.
No? Well then, I suppose. Wait!
Someone from the crowd shouted.
What about the Red Wings members? Where are they? Yeah,
another voice added.
The registry said 2 of them signed up. Does that mean they're already here?
Maybe they're hiding their identity.
Why would they hide it? I thought Red Wings members wore their crest proudly.
The murmurs spread through the crowd like wildfire, adventurers craning their necks to look around, trying to identify which of their companions might be the famous Red Wings members. Martha watched Rick's expression carefully. The smile had vanished, replaced by a tightness around his eyes and jaw. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword just a little too firmly.
"This is unusual,"
Lenny murmured beside her.
"Look at how interested they are."
"Is our guild really that famous?" Jack whispered back. "Apparently so," Martha replied quietly, "but I don't think Rick is happy about it." Indeed, Rick looked increasingly annoyed as the conversations continued to focus on the Red Wings rather than on him and the underdogs. Martha could understand why. Usually, when a major guild like the Underdogs joined a group quest, smaller adventurers would be falling over themselves to impress the guild members, hoping for a chance to join their ranks. But today was different. Today, the mighty Underdogs Guild was being upstaged by two mysterious members of a guild that, until recently, most people had never heard of. An older adventurer near the front spoke up, addressing Rick directly.
Begging your pardon, sir, but I heard Red Wings members are supposed to display their crest openly. Guild policy or something. So why can't we see them?"
Rick seized on the question, his voice regaining some of its authority.
"An excellent point. Perhaps these so-called Red Wings members decided not to show up after all. Maybe the rumors of their strength are just that, rumors."
"Or maybe," Lenny said quietly to Martha and Jack, "the rule about displaying crests came after you two left Avrion. Not every policy reaches every member immediately, especially those traveling abroad." "That's true," Martha confirmed. "When we left, Slivia was still working on organizing the guild structure. A lot of things were still being decided." "Plus," Jack added, "we're original members. Ray said we could do things our own way. We don't have to follow every rule." "Precisely," Lenny agreed. "You answer to Ray, not to guild protocol, but these people don't know that." Rick was still addressing the crowd, his voice growing more confident.
"Since the mysterious Red Wing members seem to be absent, or perhaps never existed, let me outline our strategy for today's hunt."
"They're here!"
A woman's voice called out from the middle of the crowd.
"I saw the registry myself. 2 names, clear as day, with Red Wings listed as their guild."
"Then where are they?"
Rick challenged, spreading his arms wide.
"If they're so proud of their guild, why aren't they announcing themselves?"
Martha felt Jack tense beside her, and she placed a warning hand on his arm.
"Don't,"
she whispered.
"Not yet."
"But he's insulting us,"
Jack protested quietly.
"Let him,"
Lenny advised.
"Watch what he's doing. This isn't really about the Red Wings. It's about maintaining his guild's reputation and his own authority over this mission. If we reveal ourselves now, we'll turn this into a contest before the quest even begins."
"Besides,"
Martha added, thinking quickly,
"maybe it's better if people underestimate us. Less pressure, fewer expectations. We can just do our job."
Rick had moved on to discussing the quest details, though Martha could tell part of his attention was still on the mystery of the missing Red Wings members.
"The harpy flock has established a roosting site about 3 hours march west of here,"
Rick explained, pulling out a rough map.
"Local farmers report at least 200 individuals, possibly more. They've been raiding livestock and attacking lone travelers. Our objective is simple: eliminate the threat."
200 harpies is a lot,"
someone commented.
"even for this many of us."
"Which is why we'll be working in coordinated teams,"
Rick replied.
"The underdogs will anchor the center. The rest of you will be divided into flanking groups. We'll drive them toward a canyon where their numbers become a disadvantage."
It was actually a sound strategy, Martha had to admit. Rick might be prideful, but he wasn't incompetent. As Rick continued outlining the battle plan, Martha noticed more murmured conversations breaking out around them.
"Still can't believe the Red Wings just didn't show,"
one adventurer muttered.
"Maybe they were afraid,"
another suggested.
"Or maybe the stories are exaggerated. You know how rumors get."
"I heard they only took down Avrion because of some kind of magical artifact, not actual skill."
Rick's smile grew wider with each skeptical comment. This was working out perfectly for him. The Red Wings' reputation taking damage, while his own guild looked more reliable by comparison.
"We will see if you are so great at the hunting ground,"
Rick said, his voice carrying a note of smug satisfaction as he looked around the crowd.
"Assuming you even bother to show up."
The jab was clear. He was speaking to the absent Red Wings members, wherever they might be, dismissing them as cowards or frauds. Martha caught Lenny's eye and saw the old man was smiling slightly, as if he found the whole situation amusing.
What?
She whispered. Nothing, Lenny replied softly. I just find it interesting how reputations are built and destroyed on assumptions. Everyone here has formed an opinion about the Red Wings based on rumors and the absence of visible crests. Meanwhile, the truth is standing right in front of them. Should we say something? Jack asked, still clearly bothered by Rick's dismissive attitude.
No,
Martha decided.
Lenny's right. Let them think what they want. We'll prove ourselves through actions, not arguments.
Martha checked her weapons one final time and smiled grimly. She knew which outcome it would be. The party of 23 adventurers moved through the forest in a loose formation, boots crunching on fallen leaves and broken branches. The morning sun filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor. Martha kept one hand on her sword hilt, her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. So what exactly are we dealing with? Jack asked Lenny quietly, careful to keep his voice low. I've never fought harpies before. Individually, they're not particularly dangerous, Lenny explained, his voice barely above a whisper. A single harpy is roughly equivalent to a basic tier beast. Their bodies are humanoid from the waist up, but instead of legs, they have bird-like lower bodies with razor-sharp talons. They use minimal wind magic to keep themselves aloft, since their wings alone can't support their weight. Well, doesn't sound too bad, Jack said.
The problem isn't one harpy,
Martha interjected.
It's the numbers. Harpies travel in flocks. How many did the quest report say, Lenny?
Around 100, Lenny confirmed. Which brings me to our challenge for today. We need to gather approximately 30 harpy crystals for Martha's procedure. Martha's eyebrows rose.
With 23 adventurers competing, it's not going to be an easy task.
The rules of guild quests are simple, Lenny said. Whoever kills the beast claims the crystal. So we'll need to be efficient. No wasted movements, no hesitation. Every kill counts. Well, that's going to be tough competition, Jack observed, glancing at the other adventurers spread out through the forest around them, especially with guys like Rick and his guild members here. Ahead of them, Rick was leading the party with confident strides, his massive shield catching the occasional ray of sunlight. His two guild companions flanked him on either side, moving with the practiced ease of experienced fighters. Behind Martha, Jack, and Lenny, she could still hear whispered speculation.
I'm telling you, it has to be that last group of 3,
a woman's voice said.
They joined right at the end.
Can't be,
a man replied.
The registration said 2 Red Wings members, not 3. And besides, look at them. They're barely more than kids. What kind of guild sends young adventurers out on their own like that?
Maybe they're the children of guild leaders, another voice suggested. Rich kids playing at being adventurers. Martha felt her cheeks flush with irritation, but Lenny caught her eye and gave a subtle shake of his head. Not yet, his expression said. Let them think what they want. The forest around them was changing. Martha noticed it first. Trees that had been knocked over, their trunks splintered and broken, branches torn from their moorings and scattered across the ground, deep gouges in the bark where something with claws had scraped and torn. Look at the damage, Jack murmured. Something's been tearing this place apart. Harpies, Lenny said. When a flock establishes a roosting site, they clear the surrounding area. Broken trees are used for many things. They eliminate shelters for competing predators and create open spaces for the harpies to take flight quickly if threatened. Rick had stopped ahead, raising his fist in a signal for the party to halt. His voice carried back through the group. Ready your weapons, people. We're getting close. The adventurers responded immediately, drawing swords, notching arrows, and preparing spells. The casual atmosphere changed instantly, replaced by tense alertness. Even Lenny seemed more focused, his eyes scanning the canopy above.
The fallen trees are a territorial marker, Lenny explained quietly. It means we're entering their claimed zone. The nest itself should be...
A piercing screech cut through the air. Everyone's head snapped upward. Circling above the treetops was a single figure, distinctly human-shaped from the torso up, but with massive feathered wings and bird-like legs ending in curved talons. The harpy's cry echoed through the forest, a sound that was part human scream and part raptor shriek.
"Scout!"
Rick called out, his voice steady.
"Nobody move! It hasn't spotted us yet!"
But one adventurer, a lean man with a bow already in hand, apparently hadn't heard or didn't care. He was already drawing back his arrow, taking aim at the circling harpy.
"Wait!"
Rick's voice turned sharp with urgency.
"Don't shoot!"
Too late. The arrow flew with a whistle of displaced air. It struck the harpy square in the chest, and the creature's screech turned to a gurgle as it plummeted from the sky, crashing through branches before hitting the ground with a wet thud.
"Ha! Got it in one shot,"
the bowman said proudly, turning to the group with a self-satisfied grin.
"See? Nothing to worry about. These things are easy."
"You fool!"
Rick's roar made several adventurers flinch. He was striding toward the bowman, his face contorted with fury.
"Do you have any idea what you just did?"
"I killed a harpy?"
the man said, his confidence wavering.
That's what we're here for, isn't it?"
"That was a scout!"
Rick shouted.
"Scouts don't hunt alone. They watch for threats and report back to the flock. When a scout doesn't return, the flock knows something's wrong. Our only advantage was surprise, and you just threw it away."
"Oh, I don't see what the big deal is,"
the bowman said defensively, though he was backing away as Rick approached.
"So they know we're coming. So what? We'll just fight them head on."
"The big deal,"
Rick said, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl,
"is that now, instead of finding them roosting and vulnerable, we'll be facing a prepared defensive flock. The big deal is that your arrogance might cost us one of our lives."
The bowman opened his mouth to argue, but Rick's fist moved faster than Martha would have thought possible for a man his size. The punch caught the bowman square in the jaw, with a crack that made Martha wince. The man toppled backward, hitting the ground hard and clutching his face.
"My jaw!"
The bowman's words came out slurred and agonized.
"You broke my jaw!"
"Be grateful I didn't break your neck,"
Rick said coldly. He turned to address the rest of the party, his voice carrying to every adventurer present.
"Let that be a lesson to all of you. I am the commander of this expedition. You follow my orders or you answer to me. Is that understood?"
Every head nodded nervously.
"Good. Now move out, stay alert, and stay together."
Rick resumed his march deeper into the forest, and the other adventurers followed. Some looked sympathetic, others approving of Rick's harsh discipline, but no one stopped to help the injured bowman. No one except Lenny. He approached the fallen adventurer, who was still on the ground, blood seeping between his fingers as he clutched his jaw.
"You're an idiot,"
Lenny said matter-of-factly.
"Thanks,"
the bowman managed to mumble through his damaged jaw.
"Really helpful."
"But,"
Lenny continued, kneeling beside him,
"everyone makes mistakes, and everyone deserves a second chance to learn from them."
"What are you—"
the bowman started, but stopped as Lenny placed a gentle hand over his injured jaw. A soft, white light began to emanate from Lenny's palm, warm and soothing. Martha watched as the bowman's eyes widened in surprise, then relief as the healing magic took effect. The swelling visibly decreased, the angry red color fading to normal skin tone. After several seconds, Lenny removed his hand. The bowman carefully moved his jaw, testing it.
It's healed. Completely healed. Thank you so much."
"Don't thank me,"
Lenny said, standing and brushing dirt from his robes.
"Just think before you act next time. Your recklessness could have gotten us all killed."
The incident hadn't gone unnoticed by the other adventurers. Martha heard the whispers starting up again as they continued walking.
Did you see that? The old man's a mage.
Healing magic, too. That's not common.
You think he might be that B-rank adventurer Rick mentioned?
Can't be. Healing magic is practically useless in combat. What B rank would specialize in that?
Still, having a healer with us is good news.
Rick had definitely noticed. He stopped and turned, his eyes fixed on Lenny with newfound interest.
You there,
Rick called out.
big man, come up here and join us.
Lenny raised an eyebrow but didn't move. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Rick's expression showed surprise. Clearly, he wasn't used to people refusing his invitations.
You're a mage with healing abilities. You'd be much safer traveling with the underdogs at the front. We're the strongest fighters here. I'm offering you protection.
I appreciate the offer, Lenny said politely, but I've already been hired by these two young people to act as their guard. If anything happens to them, it's my responsibility to heal them and ensure they return safely. I take my contract seriously. Rick's gaze shifted to Martha and Jack, really looking at them for the first time. His eyes lingered on Jack's greatsword, clearly expensive and well-made, but took in the complete lack of armor. Then he examined Martha's equipment, which was of decent quality, but nothing exceptional. Her bow was intermediate tier at best.
These are your employers?
Rick said skeptically.
They don't exactly look like they can afford to hire a mage.
Looks can be deceiving, Lenny replied with a slight smile. Rick frowned, clearly trying to reconcile what he was seeing. At first glance, he'd assumed they might be noble children playing at being adventurers, hiring a mage for protection while they gained some safe experience. But their equipment contradicted that theory. Nobles would have the best gear money could buy.
You're not related to them?
Rick pressed.
No. Then they must be paying you quite well to turn down an invitation from the Underdogs Guild.
Adequate compensation for adequate work, Lenny said vaguely. Now, if you don't mind, I believe we have harpies to deal with. Rick looked like he wanted to question further, but a distant screech reminded him of their mission. His expression hardened.
Fine, have it your way. But if those two get killed because they're inexperienced, their blood is on your hands, big man. Stay out of our way. Try not to get yourselves killed.
As Rick turned away, Martha heard Jack growl softly beside her. I really don't like that guy.
Neither do I,
Martha admitted.
but he's not entirely wrong. We do need to be careful.
His point about the scout was valid, Lenny added. We've lost the element of surprise. The harpies will be ready for us now. This quest just became significantly more dangerous. Rick raised his fist, signaling the party to halt.
We're close enough.
He gestured to two adventurers near the front, both wearing dark, form-fitting leather armor.
Scout ahead. I want numbers, positions, and defensive preparations. And for the love of all that's holy, don't let them see you.
The two scouts nodded and melted into the forest shadows, moving with an eerie silence that made them seem to disappear between one breath and the next.
Good thing he didn't pick you for that job, huh, Jack?
Martha teased quietly. Jack's face reddened. I could do it.
Really? Remember Kelberg, when you tried to sneak up and got caught by the Kelberg guards because you were too skilled?
That was different, Jack protested. I was still learning.
You alerted them from 50 yards away. Gary nearly died laughing. You had to bolt out of there and transform into your werewolf form.
Jack opened his mouth to argue, then closed it again, his shoulders sagging. Okay, fine. Stealth isn't my strong suit. Happy now?
Ecstatic,
Martha said with a grin.
But don't worry, we all have our strengths. Yours just happens to be hitting things really hard instead of sneaking past them.
Lenny chuckled softly at their exchange. The minutes dragged by as the party waited in tense silence. Some adventurers checked their weapons. Others stretched or practiced combat stances. A few simply stared into the forest ahead, their expressions grim. Finally, the two scouts emerged from the shadows as silently as they'd departed. They made their way directly to Rick, speaking in low tones. Martha watched Rick's face carefully, looking for any reaction that might hint at what they'd discovered. But the man's expression remained completely neutral. Not good news, then. Rick seemed like the type who'd smile if the situation were favorable. Rick turned to address the party, his voice carrying that same commanding tone he'd used all morning.
Gather around. Everyone needs to hear this.
The adventurers formed a loose circle, pressing closer to hear the plan.
It's as I expected, Rick began. The Harpies know their scout is dead. They're on full alert. Roosting positions abandoned, sentries posted at multiple points, and the bulk of the flock is circling in a defensive pattern above their base.
How many?
Someone asked.
At least 100, possibly more, hiding in the surrounding trees.
Murmurs of concern rippled through the group.
If we charge in like this, Rick continued, someone's going to die. Maybe several of us. These creatures might be individually weak, but 100 of them attacking in coordination, that's a different story entirely.
An older adventurer near the back spoke up, his voice uncertain.
What do we do, then? Should we turn around and come back another day, maybe with more people?
The suggestion sparked immediate reactions. Martha could see the conflict on people's faces.
Come back another day,
a woman said sharply.
You know how long it took to organize this? How much time have we already spent?
Not to mention we've earned no coin today,
another man added.
Some of us can't afford to waste a day's work.
We live job to job,
someone else agreed.
If we don't complete quests, we don't eat.
The murmurs grew louder, frustration building. Then, almost as one, the group's attention shifted to a single figure standing near Lenny. The bowman, Roy, who shot down the scout. Roy seemed to shrink under their collective glare.
This is your fault,
someone muttered.
If you'd just listen to Rick.
We could be fighting them by now instead of hiding out here.
The anger was palpable, and Martha could see Roy's hand moving toward his weapon. Whether to defend himself or from simple nervousness, she wasn't sure. Lenny stepped forward before the situation could escalate further.
Worry not, everyone. I believe I have a solution to our problem.
The attention shifted from Roy to the old man. Lenny nodded to Jack, who unslung the pack he'd been carrying. Since Jack was the strongest among their group, he usually carried their supplies. When they traveled with Ray, Ray would store everything in his endless void ability, but without that convenience, Jack volunteered for porter duty. Lenny rummaged through the pack and produced 3 small spherical objects. Each was about the size of an apple, wrapped tightly in string, with a small piece of cloth protruding from the top.
These, Lenny announced, holding them up for everyone to see, are what I call gas bombs.
Several adventurers leaned closer, curious despite their skepticism.
Gas bombs?
Rick repeated.
Indeed. When these make impact with the ground, they release a chemical compound I've developed. This chemical produces a vapor that will burn the eyes of anyone who comes into contact with it, like having hot coals pressed directly against your eyeballs, or so I'm told by my test subjects.
Test subjects? Someone asked nervously. Lenny waved the question away.
The point is, the Harpies will be completely disoriented. Their eyes will water uncontrollably, their vision will blur, and they'll be in considerable pain. That's when we attack, while they're vulnerable and unable to coordinate their defense.
An adventurer with a scarred face frowned.
I've never heard of such a thing. What kind of magic is this? It's not magic at all,
Lenny replied cheerfully.
It's chemistry. Alchemy, if you prefer the old-fashioned term. My own invention, actually. I've been perfecting the formula for years.
The group exchanged uncertain glances. Martha could practically see the thoughts running through their heads. Could these strange little balls really work? But then someone said,
He's a mage, isn't he? Mages do all sorts of impossible things.
That's true,
another agreed.
I once saw a mage turn water into ice in the middle of summer.
I knew a mage who could make plants grow in seconds.
The tide of opinion was shifting. To these adventurers, mages were inherently trustworthy in matters of unusual solutions. If a mage said his invention would work, well, who were they to argue? Rick studied the gas bombs with a critical eye.
Let's say these little toys of yours work as you describe. How do we deploy them? The base is a significant distance away, and if we send someone close enough to throw them, that person will likely be caught in the same gas cloud. Our scouts reported the harpies have excellent vision. They'll see anyone approaching.
More murmuring from the crowd as people realized Rick was right. Then Rick's expression shifted, a slow smile spreading across his face.
I have a suggestion. Roy.
He turned to the bowman who'd caused their current predicament.
Why don't you volunteer to throw these at their base for us?
Roy's face went pale.
What? But I...
You created this problem,
Rick said smoothly.
Seems only fair you help solve it. Besides, you're fast with that bow. Surely you're fast on your feet as well.
Martha watched the crowd's reaction with growing disgust. She could see it happening, the way people's expressions changed from concern to agreement. As long as it wasn't them risking their lives, they were perfectly happy to let Roy take the danger. The fact that he'd make a mistake earlier made it even easier to justify.
I don't think...
Roy started.
It's decided then,
Rick said, as if Roy had agreed.
You'll approach undercover and throw the gas bombs into the base. We'll be right behind you, ready to attack the moment they work.
Roy looked around desperately, seeking support, but found only avoidant eyes and uncomfortable expressions. Martha couldn't stay quiet anymore.
I'll do it.
Every head turned to look at her. The young woman who'd barely been noticed all day was suddenly the center of attention. Rick's smile faded.
Excuse me?
I said I'll do it,
Martha repeated, meeting his eyes steadily.
There's no need for anyone to risk getting close.
Rick's expression shifted to something between amusement and annoyance.
And why should you take this risk, girl? Don't try to be a hero. Roy made the mistake. Roy should fix it. That's justice.
Martha felt her temper rising, but kept her voice calm and level. She was representing the Red Wings, whether these people knew it or not. She wouldn't give them a reason to criticize her guild.
I'm not trying to be a hero. I'm offering a practical solution.
Which is?
I can shoot the gas bombs with my bow, from right here. No one needs to get close.
For a moment, there was complete silence. Then the laughter started.
Shoot them?
Someone said between chuckles.
From here?
That's gotta be at least 200 yards. Through all those trees and branches?
Girl's got courage, I'll give her that, but that's impossible.
Even some of Rick's guild members were smiling. Rick himself looked at Martha with something close to pity.
I appreciate the enthusiasm, but the distance is too great. Even our best archers couldn't make that shot.
I can,
Martha said simply.
The obstacles alone.
I can make the shot.
Rick's patience was clearly wearing thin.
Look, I don't doubt you're skilled with that bow, but there's skilled, and then there's impossible. What you're suggesting is impossible.
Let me try,
Martha insisted.
If I miss, then we can do it Roy's way, but give me one chance.
This is ridiculous,
one of the underdog guild members muttered. Rick studied Martha for a long moment, his expression calculating. Finally, he sighed.
Fine. One shot. When you miss, and you will miss, we proceed with the original plan. Agreed?
Agreed,
Martha said. Martha stood with her bow raised, the weighted arrow nocked and ready. The crowd behind her had gone quiet.
This is ridiculous,
someone muttered.
She's just a kid trying to look brave. Probably her first group quest.
Another whispered.
These new adventurers always try to do things they can't handle, and that gets them killed.
The distance alone is impossible. Even if she had the strength, there are too many obstacles.
Martha tuned them out, focusing on her target. She could see the harpy base in the distance, a large clearing where the creatures had torn down every tree and covered the ground with an intricate pattern of branches and twigs. Dozens of harpies circled overhead,
their screeches carried on the wind. Lenny stepped forward.
I would suggest you all ready your weapons. The moment the ball impacts and releases the gas, you'll only have a few seconds before it dissipates. That's your window to charge.
If she even hits anything, someone said under their breath. Lenny continued as if he hadn't heard.
Not all the harpies will be affected. The gas has a limited radius, and I cannot guarantee how long the effects will last. It varies from beast to beast, depending on their physiology and natural resistances.
Despite their doubts, the adventurers began preparing. Hands moved to weapon hilts. Warriors shifted into ready stances. They didn't really believe Martha would make the shot, but just in case she did, they wanted to be prepared. Martha closed her eyes for a moment, centering herself. She felt the familiar warmth of ki gathering in her hands, flowing through her arms like liquid fire. She channeled it into her bow, feeling the weapon respond to her energy. Then she pushed more ki into the arrow itself, reinforcing it, giving it the strength and speed it would need. This was a technique Ray had taught her during their training, raw power combined with precision control. Martha opened her eyes, drew the bowstring back to her cheek, and released. The arrow flew like a bolt of lightning. It shot forward with such speed that several adventurers gasped. The weighted arrow didn't drop or curve as gravity demanded. Martha's ki kept it on a perfectly straight path. It passed between trees, slipped past branches, and maintained its trajectory as if the obstacle simply didn't exist. Then it struck. The arrow caught a harpy square in the chest. The creature shrieked and tumbled from the sky. And as it fell, the gas bomb detonated on impact. The yellowish-green cloud erupted outward, engulfing the harpy and at least a dozen others nearby. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Harpies began falling from the sky, crashing into each other as they clutched at their burning eyes. Some tried to fly upward to escape the gas, only to collide with their own companions. Others tumbled to the ground, shrieking in pain and confusion. Rick's eyes widened for just a moment before his combat instincts took over. "Everyone charge, now!" The adventurers surged forward, weapons raised and battle cries filling the air. As they ran, Martha was already knocking her second arrow. Lenny pressed another gas bomb into her hand.
We need at least 30 harpy crystals, Lenny reminded her urgently. Otherwise, this entire trip is wasted. Do you understand?
"I understand," Martha said, already taking aim. She released the second arrow, sending it arcing toward a different section of the base. The gas bomb exploded among another cluster of harpies, spreading chaos through their ranks.
"One more,"
Lenny said, handing her the final bomb. Martha's third shot was just as precise as the first two, creating a third zone of confusion among the harpy flock. The creatures were completely disorganized now, their defensive formation shattered. As Martha lowered her bow, a massive figure suddenly sprinted past her. Jack, his great sword resting on his shoulder, was moving at incredible speed.
"Leave this to me,"
Jack called back, grinning fiercely. In the past, Jack had never been able to control his ki properly. It simply flowed constantly throughout his entire body, spread thin but incredibly powerful. But recently, Jack had been training. He still couldn't control his ki with the precision of a master, but it had grown significantly stronger. And his speed had become truly remarkable. Jack shot forward like an arrow himself, passing other adventurers as if they were standing still. Even Rick and his underdog guild members, who were using ki enhancement to stay at the front of the charge, found themselves overtaken.
"What the?"
one of Rick's companions sputtered.
"How is he so fast?"
Rick's eyes narrowed as he watched the young man pull ahead.
"That's the other kid who was with the old man. How is this possible? We're using ki enhancement and we're still slower?"
The answer was simple, though Rick didn't know it. Jack wasn't human. Not entirely. His werewolf nature gave him physical capabilities that far exceeded normal human limits, and when combined with his ki, the results were extraordinary. Jack reached the harpy base first, several seconds ahead of everyone else. Without slowing, he leaped into the air, rising at least 20 feet, and brought his great sword down with devastating force. The blade slammed into the ground with a thunderous impact. The shock wave rippled outward, and 5 harpies that had been grounded by the gas didn't even have time to screech before the attack killed them instantly. The harpies that hadn't been affected by the gas immediately recognized the threat. They swarmed toward Jack, talons extended, screeching their fury. Jack grinned and swung his sword in a wide arc.
Come on, then. Let's dance.
He was completely reckless, making no attempt to dodge or defend. He simply swung his massive blade, knocking harpies out of the air one after another. The creature's talons raked across his exposed skin since Jack wore no armor.
That kid's crazy,
an adventurer shouted as he ran past.
He's going to get himself killed. Look at all those harpies attacking him,
another said.
His skin will be torn to shreds.
But Martha and Lenny weren't worried. They watched from a distance as Jack continued his wild assault, surrounded by harpies, seemingly taking dozens of hits.
He's fine,
Martha said calmly, knocking another arrow.
More than fine,
Lenny agreed.
Those beasts are only basic tier. They couldn't scratch him if they tried for a week.
The rest of the adventurers reached the battle, spreading out to engage the harpy flock. The creatures that had been affected by the gas were easy prey. Even relatively inexperienced adventurers could handle them. But the unaffected harpies were a different story. They swooped and dove, using their aerial mobility to stay out of reach. Their talons slashed at adventurers from above before they could react.
Damn these things,
a warrior cursed, swinging his sword at empty air as a harpy darted away.
They're too fast. Wait for them to dive,
Rick commanded.
Let them come to you, then strike when they're near.
It was sound advice. The adventurers formed defensive clusters, weapons ready, waiting for the harpies to attack. When the creatures dove to strike, the adventurers would counter with everything they had, trying to land killing blows before the harpies could retreat to the sky. One group of 5 adventurers stood back to back, watching 5 harpies circle overhead. The creatures were patient, looking for an opening, waiting for someone to make a mistake. Then, 5 arrows streaked through the air in rapid succession. Each arrow found its mark. 5 harpies fell, dead before they hit the ground.
Who was that?
One of the adventurers said, spinning around.
Are there archers with us?
But when they turned, they saw only Martha, still standing at the edge of the battlefield, her bow in hand. She was already knocking another arrow, searching for her next target. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, the last harpy fell with a final pitiful screech. Silence settled over the battlefield, broken only by heavy breathing and the sound of weapons being sheathed. Rick and his 2 underdog companions stood together, surveying the battlefield with satisfaction. Around them lay the bodies of 15 harpies, an impressive count for just 3 people.
Not bad,
Rick said, wiping blood from his sword.
That should earn us some recognition.
His companion nodded.
People should be impressed with.
But when they turned to accept the praise they expected, they found that no one was looking at them. Every adventurer's attention was focused on the center of the base, where Jack stood alone. Around Jack lay approximately 30 harpy corpses, and Jack himself stood there without a single visible scratch. His clothes were a different story. The harpy's talons had shredded his shirt, leaving it in tatters, but his skin underneath was completely unmarked, smooth and unblemished, despite the dozens of attacks he'd endured. Rick's jaw tightened as he realized the truth. Between Jack and Martha, who'd taken down at least 10 harpies with her precision archery, they'd accounted for roughly 40 of the flock, nearly half the total kills. The underdog's 15 suddenly seemed far less impressive. Meanwhile, Lenny had been moving through the battlefield, playing his role as a simple white mage. He stopped at each injured adventurer, healing cuts and bruises with gentle applications of magic.
Thank you,
a wounded woman said, as Lenny closed a deep gash on her arm.
It was starting to really hurt.
I'll think nothing of it,
Lenny replied.
Just doing my job.
Fortunately, none of the injuries were serious. The gas bombs had given them enough advantage that casualties had been minimal. Then someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention.
Hey, look at this! They're Red Wings members!
The man was pointing at Jack's shoulder. With his shirt torn to shreds, his bare shoulder was visible, and on it, clear as day, was the distinctive mark of the Red Wings Guild, a red head of a dragon. The reaction was immediate and dramatic.
Red Wings? Those two are from the Red Wings?
That explains everything. No wonder they're so strong.
But they're so young. How did they get that powerful?
I heard the Red Wings took down an entire army of powerful beasts. Maybe it's true.
Adventurers began approaching Jack and Martha, questions tumbling out in an excited rush.
Is it true you fought in Avrion?
What's the guildmaster like?
Are all Red Wings members this strong?
How do you join? Are you taking new recruits?
Martha found herself surrounded, overwhelmed by the sudden attention. She'd expected suspicion or hostility if their identities were revealed. The Red Wings were newcomers after all, threatening the established order. But instead, people were excited, curious, impressed. Jack was grinning, clearly enjoying the recognition.
Well, you see...
Not everyone was celebrating, however. Rick and his underdog companions stood apart from the crowd, their expressions dark. Rick's hand gripped his sword hilt so tightly, his knuckles had turned white.
This is wrong,
Rick muttered.
We're from an established guild. We killed 15 harpies. Why is everyone ignoring us?
Because those two killed 40,
his companion said quietly.
And they're from the guild everyone's been talking about.
They're nobody,
Rick hissed.
An upstart guild that got lucky once. We're the underdogs. We've been serving Roland for 20 years.
But his words were lost in the excited chatter of the other adventurers. Then, a sound cut through the celebration, a shriek unlike any they'd heard before. Every head turned toward the source.
What is that?
Jack asked, his earlier enthusiasm draining away. The battlefield had settled into an uneasy calm. Adventurers moved among the fallen harpies, extracting beast cores. The excitement of victory was still fresh, and conversations buzzed with energy as people discussed the battle.
Here, cut just below the breastbone,
Lenny instructed a young adventurer who was struggling with his first extraction.
The core sits right at the center of their chest cavity. Feel for the hard lump. That's it.
Thanks,
the adventurer said, successfully pulling out a small glowing crystal.
You really know everything, don't you?
Martha smiled as she watched Lenny move from person to person, offering guidance.
He's like a walking library,
she said to Jack as she deposited another core into her pouch.
I don't think there's anything he doesn't know.
Useful to have around,
Jack agreed, adding 3 more cores to the bag he carried.
How many do we have now?
26,
Martha counted.
We need 4 more for the procedure.
Well, should be easy enough. There are still plenty of...
The massive shriek cut through the air like a blade, silencing all conversation instantly. Jack's head snapped upward.
What was that?
The shriek came again, deeper and more resonant than any sound the basic harpies had made. It echoed across the forest, seeming to come from everywhere at once.
There!
Someone shouted, pointing toward the sky. Every head turned to look. Rising above the tree line was a creature that made the harpies they'd just fought look like children's toys. It was easily 3 times their size, with a wingspan that seemed to blot out the sun. But what drew everyone's attention was the structure on its head. 3 bone protrusions that curved upward like a grotesque crown. "Is that another harpy?" an adventurer asked, his voice trembling. "It's huge," another breathed. Behind the massive creature, the sky seemed to darken further. At first, Martha thought it was a cloud, but then she realized the horrible truth. It was another flock, at least 100 more harpies, flying in formation behind their king.
"We just fought 100, a woman said nervously. "We can handle another 100, right? Especially with these gas bombs?"
"The gas bombs are gone," Lenny said quietly, his voice tight with tension. "I only made 3. An adventurer turned around, looking for their leader. "Rick! What do we do? Rick?" But when they looked toward where Rick and his Underdog Guild members had been standing moments ago, they found only empty space. "Where did they go?"
Did they leave?
They left us!
Someone shouted.
Rick and his people ran away!
What a coward! We trusted him!
He was supposed to be our commander!
While the group dissolved into angry confusion, Rick was already deep in the forest, running as fast as his legs could carry him. His 2 guild companions flanked him on either side, shields bouncing against their backs.
"Boss, shouldn't we at least warn them?"
one of his companions asked between gasps for breath.
Warn them of what they can already see?
Rick snapped back.
That's a king-tier beast. King-tier! Do you understand what that means?
But
we're C-rank adventurers,
Rick interrupted.
I'm C-rank, and everyone else back there is D-rank or lower. King-tier beasts require B-rank adventurers at minimum, preferably A-rank. We're not equipped to handle this.
So we just abandon them?
The other companion asked. Rick's jaw tightened.
We're not abandoning anyone. We're being smart. If we stay, we all die. If we leave now, at least some of us survive. And while they're fighting that thing, it gives us time to get away.
His companions looked uncomfortable, but didn't argue further. They'd followed Rick's leadership for years, and his cold pragmatism had kept them alive through dozens of dangerous quests. Rick had deliberately chosen to run in the opposite direction from where they'd entered the Harpy base. The crowned Harpy was approaching from that direction, so heading back would mean running straight into it. Instead, his plan was to circle through the forest and approach the city from a different angle. But as they ran, Rick began to notice something wrong. The trees around them were destroyed, broken, and uprooted just like near the Harpy base. His steps slowed as confusion set in.
Did I make a wrong turn?
Rick muttered, looking around.
Have we circled back to the base already?
I don't think so, boss,
one companion said.
We've been running straight.
Then why?
Rick's voice trailed off as dread crept into his chest. They moved more cautiously now, creeping through the forest toward a clearing ahead. When they reached the edge and peered through the foliage, Rick's blood ran cold. Another clearing, another base made of twigs and branches covering the ground. And in the center, surrounded by circling harpies, at least 100 of them, stood another crowned harpy.
No,
Rick whispered.
No, no, no. The report said there was only one base, only one flock.
Boss, there are 2 of those things,
his companion said, his voice shaking.
2 king-tier beasts.
I can see that,
Rick hissed.
This is impossible. How did the scouts miss an entire second base?
They began backing away slowly, trying not to make any noise that might alert the harpies to their presence. That's when they heard the footsteps behind them. All 3 spun around. A single harpy stood on a branch about 20 feet away, its head cocked to the side as it studied them. For a moment, no one moved. Then the harpy opened its mouth and screeched. It launched itself toward them, talons extended. Rick turned just in time, and the harpy's claws scraped against the massive shield on his back with a metallic shriek. The impact knocked him forward a step, but he kept his footing.
I'll handle this, boss.
The swordsman from his group drew his weapon and charged toward the harpy before Rick could stop him.
Wait, don't!
Rick started to shout, but the man was already moving. The sword flashed in the dim forest light. It was a clean strike, catching the harpy across the throat. The creature died instantly, its body crumpling to the forest floor. The swordsman turned back with a grin.
Got it. That was he.
He stopped. Rick and the other underdog members were already running away, disappearing between the trees.
Boss? Hey, wait for me, boss!
The swordsman ran after them, but Rick didn't slow down. He didn't even look back. Rick knew something his companion didn't. Harpies had an incredibly acute sense of smell. When one of their own was killed near their base, they could detect the blood immediately. They would come to investigate. They would come in force. He'd wanted to warn his companion not to attack, to just run, but there hadn't been time, and now... The swordsman was still calling out for them when the screeching started. Multiple harpies, their cries overlapping in a horrible cacophony. The man's shouts turned to screams, then to a wet gurgling sound, then to silence. Rick kept running. He didn't look back. Behind him, his companion stumbled.
Did you know that would happen?
Keep moving,
Rick said coldly.
You knew, and you didn't warn him.
He was already committed to the attack. Warning him wouldn't have saved him. Now move, unless you want to end up the same way.
Back at the original harpy base, chaos reigned.
What do we do?
Where's Rick? He abandoned us.
We should fight. We just beat 100 of them. But that thing is huge. It's just one harpy. How strong can it be?
Lenny was pushing through the crowd, his face urgent.
Listen to me. Everyone needs to run. Now.
What are you talking about?
An adventurer challenged.
We can handle one big harpy.
No, you can't,
Lenny shouted.
That's a king-tier beast. We stand no chance against it. King-tier?
Someone repeated uncertainly.
Don't fight them.
Lenny's voice rose to a near scream.
Just run!
He grabbed Martha's arm.
We're leaving, now.
But the others, Martha started.
We'll die if they stay,
Lenny said.
And we'll die with them if we don't move.
Jack needed no further convincing. If Lenny was this scared, then the danger was real. The three of them turned and ran toward the forest.
Wait for me!
Roy, the bowman who'd caused the initial problem, was sprinting after them. He'd learned his lesson about not listening to advice. If the mage said run, he was going to run. Behind them, the remaining adventurers watched them go with confusion and disdain.
Look at them run like cowards.
And they call themselves adventurers?
We beat 100 harpies already. One more shouldn't be a problem, even if it's bigger.
Yeah, we can at least try fighting it. If it's too strong, we'll just retreat.
The logic seemed sound to them. They'd just won a victory with minimal injuries. Morale was high. How much stronger could this crowned harpy really be? They spread out into a defensive formation, weapons drawn, eyes fixed on the sky where the massive creature was approaching.
Stay together,
someone called out.
Watch its attack patterns.
Archers, aim for the wings.
The crowned harpy circled overhead, its shadow passing over them like a dark omen. It was studying them, intelligent eyes assessing the group below. Then, between one heartbeat and the next, it vanished.
Where did it go?
An adventurer shouted, spinning around.
I don't see it.
It was just there.
Find it. It has to be...
A scream tore through the air. A horrible, agonized scream that cut off abruptly. Every head turned toward the sound. The crowned harpy stood on the ground in the center of their formation. Its talons were buried in the dirt, and in front of it, still twitching, was the body of an adventurer, but without a head. Blood fountained from the neck stump, painting the ground red. The crowned harpy's beak was stained crimson, and it tilted its head, regarding the other adventurers with cold, predatory intelligence. For a moment, no one moved, no one breathed. Then someone broke the silence with a single, terrified word. "Run!" The formation dissolved into panic. Adventurers scattered in every direction, abandoning weapons, abandoning wounded companions, abandoning everything except the desperate need to survive. The crowned harpy's eyes gleamed. It spread its massive wings and shrieked. Not a battle cry, but something worse. It was the sound of a predator that had found its prey, and it was hungry. Lenny's breath came in controlled gasps as they ran, his mind racing faster than his legs. Before accepting this quest, he'd done his research, studied every text he could find on harpies, their behaviors, their hunting patterns, their evolutionary paths. Harpies weren't individually strong. That was why they traveled in flocks, hunted in coordinated groups. With 20 experienced adventurers, the quest should have been manageable, even routine. But that was before the arrival of the crowned harpy.
Keep moving,
Lenny urged, glancing back over his shoulder.
Don't slow down.
The crowned harpy was a biological anomaly, one of the very few beasts that could skip entire evolutionary stages. Most creatures progressed gradually, basic to intermediate, intermediate to advanced. But harpies? Under the right circumstances, they could leap directly from basic tier to king tier. No intermediate steps, no warning. And a king-tier beast was something Lenny had little confidence in defeating, even with Martha and Jack at his side. Back at the harpy base, the remaining adventurers stared in horror at the headless corpse on the ground. Blood pooled around it, soaking into the dirt and twigs.
Where did it come from?
Someone whispered, voice shaking.
It was in the sky. How did it get down here so fast?
Did anyone see it move?
No, it just appeared.
An adventurer with a spear, a brave man, or a foolish one, let out a battle cry and charged forward. His spear was aimed perfectly at the crowned harpy's chest, a strike that should have impaled it. But before his spear could connect, the harpy vanished. The spearman stumbled, his momentum carrying him forward into empty air. He looked around wildly, confused and terrified.
Above you!
Someone screamed. The spearman looked up just as the crowned harpy descended from directly overhead. He didn't even have time to raise his spear before the creature's talons closed around his head. There was a sickening crunch. When the harpy released him, his head rolled across the ground to join the first victims.
Run!
The word erupted from a dozen throats simultaneously.
Run!
The formation shattered completely. Adventurers scattered in every direction. Their earlier confidence evaporated like morning dew. Behind them, the crowned harpy shrieked. Not in rage, but in something worse. Satisfaction. Above them, the flock began to descend. Deep in the forest, Lenny's group pushed through the undergrowth, branches whipping at their faces and clothes. The trees here were thick enough to provide cover, their interlocking canopy blocking most of the sky.
This should slow them down,
Jack panted between breaths.
The regular harpies can't dive through these trees easily. Don't count on it,
Lenny replied grimly.
Just keep running.
Behind them, carried on the wind, came the screams.
No, please, no! Ah! Help me!
The screams cut off abruptly, one after another, like candles being snuffed out.
Shouldn't we go back and help them?
Martha asked, her voice tight with guilt and horror. Lenny's response was immediate and harsh.
If I thought we could save them somehow, then I would have suggested it. But if there's any chance of us dying trying, then I will pick us over them, every time.
But...
Martha!
Lenny turned his head to look at her while still running.
We're not heroes. We're survivors. Those people back there chose to ignore my warning. They chose to fight. We can't save people who won't save themselves.
Martha's jaw clenched, but she said nothing. She knew he was right, even if it felt wrong. Roy, the bowman running beside them, was breathing hard.
I shouldn't have shot that scout. I should have. What's done is done,
Lenny said.
Focus on living through this.
They continued to run, weaving between trees, jumping over roots and fallen logs. Behind them, the screams continued.
13,
Lenny said suddenly. What? Martha glanced at him, confused.
13 people have fallen,
Lenny explained, his voice eerily calm.
I've been keeping count of the screams. That means we'll be next soon.
How can you be so calm about this?
Because panic gets you killed. Counting keeps me focused.
Another scream echoed through the forest, closer this time.
14,
Lenny muttered. Martha risked a glance backwards and noticed Roy was falling behind. His face was red, his breathing ragged and uneven. Jack and Martha were using ki to enhance their speed and stamina, pacing themselves carefully to avoid exhaustion. Lenny, despite his age, was doing the same. But Roy was just a regular adventurer who'd only recently started learning ki manipulation. He couldn't maintain their pace.
Jack!
Martha called out.
Roy's falling behind.
Jack looked back just as a massive shadow passed over them. The temperature seemed to drop as sunlight was blocked out.
They're here,
Lenny said, looking up at the canopy. Through gaps in the leaves, they could see the flock circling overhead.
Damn it!
Jack skidded to a stop and turned back, his great sword bouncing against his back. The crowned harpy dropped through the canopy like a falling star. Branches exploded into splinters around it, but the creature landed perfectly on the forest floor directly in front of Jack. Up close, it was even more terrifying. Its eyes held an intelligence that basic beasts shouldn't possess. Its talons were as long as daggers, and its wings, each feather looked sharp enough to cut. Jack didn't hesitate. He grabbed Roy with both arms, lifting the exhausted bowman off his feet like he weighed nothing.
Hang on,
Jack said. The crowned harpy's head tilted, studying them. Then it struck. Its wings swept toward them in a horizontal slash. Jack ducked, using every ounce of his enhanced reflexes to drop low. The wing passed over them, but not entirely. The very tip of the wing caught the top of Jack's greatsword, which was strapped to his back. A metallic sound rang out, followed by a heavy thud as something hit the ground. Jack kept moving, but as he ran, he felt the weight on his back shift. He glanced back, and his eyes widened. A piece of his sword, a full 6 inches of the blade, lay on the forest floor behind him.
My sword,
Jack breathed.
It cut my sword.
That weapon had been with him since the beginning. It was an advanced tier blade that had withstood attacks from the advanced tier beasts, defended against the Dark Guild, and clashed with countless enemies. And this harpy had sliced through it like butter.
Don't stop,
Lenny shouted.
If that wing touches you, your body won't be strong enough to withstand it, not even your werewolf form.
Jack didn't need to be told twice. He kicked off the ground with explosive force, still carrying Roy, and launched himself forward. Behind him, the crowned harpy shrieked and took to the air again, shooting upward through the hole it had made in the canopy. The group ran faster now, abandoning any attempt at pacing. Fear gave them energy, adrenaline drowning out exhaustion.
Why isn't it attacking again?
Martha asked between gasps.
It has us. Why isn't it finishing this?
Lenny looked up at the flock following them through the trees. The harpies were keeping pace, but not attacking, just following, watching.
I think I know why,
Lenny said, his voice grim. Ahead of them, the forest was thinning. Through the trees, Martha could see open land, clean-cut grass stretching toward the horizon. In the far distance, the walls and towers of Roland City were visible.
We're almost out of the forest,
Jack said.
We can make a run for the city. That's exactly what they're waiting for,
Lenny replied.
In the forest, we have cover. They can't use their full speed, can't coordinate their attacks. But in the open...
We'll be exposed, Martha finished.
Completely. They're hurting us.
Then, what do we do?
Roy asked, his voice weak.
We can't stay in the forest forever. We're already exhausted.
Lenny's mind raced, calculating distances and possibilities.
We run for the city. It's our only chance.
But you just said...
Do you remember those orbs above the city?
Lenny interrupted.
The magical defense system? If we can get close enough, within about 500 yards, the orbs will react. They'll recognize the harpies as hostile beasts and start attacking them. It's our only chance. 500 yards?
Jack repeated.
That's a long way to run with those things chasing us. Yes,
Lenny agreed simply.
It is.
They reached the forest edge and burst out onto the open meadow without slowing. The sudden transition from shade to bright sunlight was almost blinding. The grass beneath their feet was perfectly maintained, kept short by city workers, which meant nothing to hide behind, nothing to slow their pursuers.
There!
Martha pointed ahead.
The city!
Roland's walls looked impossibly far away, like a mirage shimmering in the distance. Behind them, the sky darkened as the entire flock emerged from the forest. The crowned harpy's shrieks split the air, a signal to its followers.
Run!
Lenny shouted unnecessarily. They were already running as fast as they could. Then Martha saw something that made her stumble, nearly falling.
Jack, look!
Off to their right, maybe 200 yards away, another figure had emerged from the forest edge. Silver armor with black trim, an unmistakable massive shield on his back. Rick.
That coward still alive?
Jack snarled.
Of course he is,
Martha said bitterly.
Men like him always survive while good people die.
But as they watched, something else emerged from the forest behind Rick. The sky darkened further. Another flock of harpies, at least 100 strong, burst from the trees, circling in a dark cloud. And at the center of that cloud, spreading wings that seemed to block out the sun, was another crowned harpy. The afternoon sun beat down on the walls of Roland City. A guard stood at his post, one hand shading his eyes as he gazed out across the peaceful meadow. It was a quiet day, too quiet almost, the kind of day where nothing was supposed to happen. Roland's walls didn't require many guards. The city relied on the magical orbs floating high above, ancient defensive systems designed to destroy any powerful beast that dared approach. Still, guards were necessary, not for beasts, but for other threats.
Think we'll see any action today?
A younger guard asked his companion.
Doubt it,
the other replied, leaning against his spear.
We're in the center of the kingdom. If the Allure Kingdom gets attacked, the border cities will know first. By the time anything reaches us, we'd have weeks of warning.
So we just stand here?
We just stand here.
The first guard was about to respond when something caught his eye. Far in the distance, moving across the horizon, was a dark shape. It looked like a small cloud, but it was moving too fast, too purposefully.
Hey,
he said, straightening.
You see that?
His companion squinted.
See what?
That dark thing, out there, moving toward us.
Probably just a storm cloud.
Storm clouds don't move that fast.
The guard's hand moved to one of the large telescopes mounted along the wall.
I'm checking it out.
You're being paranoid.
Better paranoid than dead.
The telescope was an impressive piece of equipment, powered by a beast crystal and etched with intricate magic circles. When activated, it could show distant objects on a large display screen that materialized above it. The guard pressed his hand against the crystal, channeling a bit of his ki into it. The display flickered to life, hovering in the air. He adjusted the telescope's direction, pointing it toward the dark shape on the horizon. The image came into focus. The guard's face went pale.
That's not a cloud.
What is it?
Harpies. An army of them, all bunched together. I count.
He squinted at the display, trying to get an accurate number.
At least 200, maybe more.
200? The younger guard rushed to look at the display. That can't be right. Harpies don't travel in flocks that large.
Well, these ones do.
The guard turned toward the tower where his superior officer was resting.
Captain? Captain, we have a situation.
An older man emerged from the guardhouse, looking annoyed at being disturbed. This better be important.
Look!
The guard pointed at the display. The captain's annoyance evaporated instantly.
How long until they reach the city?
At their current speed, maybe 10 minutes, maybe less. The orbs can handle it, right?
The younger guard asked nervously. The captain shook his head.
The orbs were designed for single powerful beasts, or coordinated magical attacks. They're not meant to handle this many targets at once. They'll destroy some, but not all. And once they're overwhelmed...
He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to.
What do we do?
We get a tower master, now.
The captain grabbed the younger guard by the shoulder.
Run to the academy. Find Tower Master Mia. Tell her it's an emergency. Go!
The younger guard took off running, his footsteps echoing on the stone walls. Several minutes passed. The dark cloud on the horizon grew larger, more distinct. Individual shapes could now be seen with the naked eye. Wings, bodies, the formation of the flock. Finally, footsteps approached from behind, multiple sets. The captain turned to see several guards escorting a woman up the stairs to the wall. She had long purple hair that cascaded down her back, and her lips were painted a bold purple to match. Unlike the typical white robes worn by mages at Roland Academy, she wore black, a sign of her elevated status as a tower master. In her hand, she carried a staff nearly as tall as she was. At its top, a massive beast crystal pulsed with contained energy.
We welcome you, Tower Master Mia,
the captain said, bowing deeply.
This better be as bad as you say it is,
Mia replied, her voice sharp with irritation.
I have important research to attend to. Do you have any idea what you've interrupted?
I apologize, but...
Show me what's so important that it couldn't wait.
The guard gestured to the telescope display. Mia glanced at it casually, then stopped. Her eyes widened slightly, the only sign of surprise she allowed herself.
I see. I suppose this is worth my time after all.
Out in the meadow, Rick had spotted Lenny's group. He changed direction immediately, running toward them at full speed. Martha saw him coming.
Oh no, not him.
What's he doing?
Roy asked weakly from Jack's arms.
Being smart,
Lenny said grimly.
And cowardly.
Rick reached them within seconds, falling into pace beside Martha. He was breathing hard, but not as hard as Roy.
You,
Martha said.
You abandoned everyone back there.
I made a tactical decision,
Rick panted.
And it looks like you did the same.
We tried to warn them. We told them to run.
And I ensured my own survival. That's what adventurers do.
Rick glanced behind them.
Besides, we have bigger problems now.
Above them, the two flocks were merging. Harpies from both groups swirled together, creating a massive dark cloud that blotted out the sun. And at the center of that cloud, the two crowned harpies circled each other like twin predators, their eyes fixed on the fleeing humans below.
There's two of them now,
Martha shouted over the wind and the screeching.
What do we do?
Lenny's forehead was deeply wrinkled with concentration. His mind raced through every spell he knew, every technique he'd learned in his long life. If it were just him, he could escape. He had methods, tricks, desperate gambles that might work for one person. But with four others? With exhausted, terrified people who couldn't use advanced magic?
Lenny,
Martha called.
Do you have a plan?
I'm working on it.
Above them, one of the crowned harpies shrieked. A different sound than before. Not a hunting cry, but a signal.
It's going to attack again,
Lenny said.
Everyone, spread out. Don't give it an easy target.
The crowned harpy tilted its wings, beginning to dive. Its eyes scanned the group below, selecting its victim with cold intelligence.
What's that?
Rick suddenly shouted, pointing ahead. From the direction of Roland City, a line of brilliant purple energy was streaking toward them. It was massive, at least 30 feet wide, and it moved with incredible speed, cutting through the air like a blade. The two crowned harpies saw it coming. With shrieks of alarm, they pulled up hard, climbing rapidly to escape the attack. But the rest of the flock wasn't as fast. They were already flying at their maximum altitude, unable to climb any higher. The purple energy rushed toward them like a tidal wave of destruction.
Cover your eyes,
Lenny shouted. The energy struck. It passed through the flock of harpies like they were made of paper. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. The harpies continued flying, their wings still beating. Then, slowly, the wings began to crumble. It started at the tip, feathers turning to ash, disintegrating into fine dust. The deterioration spread rapidly, consuming entire wings in seconds. The ash caught the wind and blew away, scattered across the meadow like dark snow. Without wings, the harpies fell. They tumbled from the sky in a rain of dying creatures, their shrieks of terror fading as they plummeted to the ground. Bodies struck the earth with sickening thuds, leaving craters in the soft grass. Within seconds, nearly 200 harpies had been reduced to corpses littering the meadow.
That came from the city,
Rick shouted, his voice filled with relief.
We're saved! The Tower Masters are here!
But Martha wasn't celebrating. She looked at Lenny and saw the concern still etched on his face.
Lenny, why aren't you relieved?
Lenny pointed upward.
because they're still alive.
The two crowned harpies circled high above, completely unharmed. The attack that had annihilated their flock hadn't even scratched them.
But the Tower Master killed all the others,
Roy said weakly.
Can't they do it again? Tower Masters need time to channel that much power,
Lenny explained.
And those creatures up there are king-tier beasts. They won't make the same mistake twice.
The crowned harpies shrieked in unison, a sound of rage and loss. Jack, who'd been running at the back of the group carrying Roy, suddenly picked up speed. He surged forward, passing Martha, then Lenny, reaching the front of their group.
Jack?
Martha called.
What are you doing?
Without breaking stride, Jack shifted Roy from his arms to his shoulder, freeing up one hand. With the other, he grabbed the supply bag he'd been carrying and tossed it to Lenny.
Look after them,
Jack said. Lenny's eyes widened.
No, wait! What are you planning to do?
But Jack was already slowing, coming to a stop. He set Roy down gently on the grass.
Run,
Jack told Roy.
Don't stop running until you reach the city.
Jack! No!
Martha screamed, realizing what he was about to do.
You can't fight those things alone!
Jack turned to face the approaching crowned harpies. His body began to change. His bones cracked and reformed. His muscles swelled, tearing through his already damaged shirt. Fur sprouted across his skin, white and thick. His face elongated into a snout, and his hands became claws. Within seconds, the human boy was gone, replaced by a massive werewolf.
Jack!
Martha's voice cracked with desperation. The werewolf dropped to all fours and charged back toward the crowned harpies. His speed was incredible, faster than any human could run, faster than he'd moved while carrying Roy. He covered 100 yards in seconds. One of the crowned harpies dove toward him, talons extended. Jack leaped. He launched himself into the air with such force that he cleared 30 feet. His claws outstretched. The crowned harpy, shocked by the sudden vertical attack, tried to veer away. Too late. Jack's claws closed around the creature's leg. His weight dragged it down immediately, the sudden burden too much for even its powerful wings to support. The crowned harpy shrieked and thrashed, trying to shake him off. It flew erratically, banking left and right, climbing and diving in desperate attempts to get rid of its attacker. But Jack held on, His claws dug deep into the creature's flesh. The crowned harpy's flight became more frantic. It was losing altitude, dropping toward the ground with increasing speed.
He's pulling it down,
Roy said in amazement.
Foolish boy,
Lenny muttered, but there was respect in his voice.
He's sacrificing himself to save us.
The crowned harpy and Jack crashed into the forest edge. Trees exploded into splinters from the impact. A massive dust cloud erupted, obscuring everything. Then, silence.
Will he be okay?
Martha asked, her voice small and frightened. Lenny stared at the dust cloud, his expression grim.
I'm not sure. The foolish boy acted too fast.
He looked up at the remaining crowned harpy, which was now circling alone.
But now that the other harpies have been destroyed, I should be able to protect the rest of us just long enough to reach the city.
Rick had been watching everything in stunned silence. He'd seen Jack transform, seen the human boy turn into a monster of fur and claws and teeth.
You people have been harboring a monster,
Rick said, his voice filled with disgust and fear. Martha whirled on him, her eyes blazing with fury.
Don't you dare call him a monster, or I will make sure to stick one of my deadliest arrows right behind you.
On the city wall, Mia stood with her staff raised high. Energy swirled around her, pulled from the very air itself. The beast crystal at the top of her staff glowed with increasing intensity, pulsing like a heartbeat. The guards around her stepped back instinctively, feeling the raw power building in the air. Small rifts appeared in space itself, tiny tears in reality that crackled with dark energy.
Tower Master?
One guard said nervously.
Is this safe?
Mia didn't answer. Her eyes were closed, her concentration absolute. The energy continued to build, growing stronger, denser, more volatile.
Break through,
Mia whispered. The moment she spoke, her hair began to change. The deep purple drained away, replaced by a brilliant silver that seemed to glow with its own light. A faint aura materialized around her body, translucent, shimmering, alive with power. She swung her staff forward in one fluid motion. Dark purple energy erupted from the crystal, a massive wave of destructive force that streaked across the sky like a comet. The air itself screamed as the attack passed through it. The instant the energy left her body, the transformation reversed. Mia's hair faded back to purple. The aura around her disappeared. Her legs buckled, and she stumbled forward. A guard caught her before she hit the ground, his arms wrapping around her waist to steady her.
Thank you, handsome,
Mia said breathlessly, raising one hand to touch the guard's face. The guard's face turned bright red.
You're welcome, Tower Master.
He'd heard the rumors about Mia. Everyone had. She'd been stationed in Roland for as long as anyone could remember. Decades, perhaps longer. No one knew her real age. Some said she was over 100 years old, using magic to maintain her youthful appearance. Looking at her now, flushed and beautiful despite her exhaustion, it was hard to believe. The captain of the guard approached, his expression grim.
Tower Master Mia, the attack was successful. Most of the harpies have been eliminated.
Most of them?
Mia's eyes sharpened.
What do you mean, most?
See for yourself.
The captain gestured to the telescope display. Mia walked over, her gait still slightly unsteady. She looked at the display showing the meadow below. Harpy corpses littered the ground, but high in the sky, still circling, was a single massive shape.
A crowned harpy,
Mia breathed.
That explains why it survived. King-tier beasts have resistance to most magic.
She frowned.
But why is it still approaching the city? What's it chasing? Move the scope down,
she ordered. The guard adjusted the telescope, tilting it to show the ground. The display shifted to reveal 4 figures running desperately across the meadow, the crowned harpy circling above them like a vulture. Mia stepped closer to the display, her eyes widening as she focused on one particular figure in the group. A giant man in traveling robes, running with surprising speed for someone his age.
"What the hell are you doing out there, old man?"
Mia muttered. Out in the meadow, Lenny's mind was racing. With Jack fighting one crowned harpy and the purple attack destroying the regular harpies, their situation had improved dramatically. But one king-tier beast was still one too many.
Everyone, get closer to me!
Lenny shouted.
Now!
Martha moved immediately, positioning herself near Lenny. Roy stumbled over, still breathing hard from the run. Even Rick, despite his earlier arrogance, obeyed without question. He'd seen enough to know that disobeying Lenny right now would mean death.
Roy,
Lenny said.
Can you run on your own now? Have you recovered your energy?
Roy nodded, gulping air.
Yes, I won't slow you down anymore. I promise. Good. Everyone, form a tight circle around me. Stay close. If any part of you is outside my range, you'll die.
They pressed together, shoulder to shoulder, forming a tight cluster. Lenny brought his hands together in front of his chest. Energy began to gather between his palms. Not the dark, destructive energy Mia had used, but something gentler, warmer. A golden light began to form, small at first, just a pinpoint of brilliance. The light grew, expanding outward in a perfect circle. It spread beneath their feet, then rose upward, forming a dome that enclosed all four of them in a sphere of golden energy. Above them, the crowned harpy vanished from sight.
Where did it?
Rick started to say. The attack came from directly above. The crowned harpy dropped like a stone, its wing extended like a blade. The razor-sharp feather struck the golden dome with tremendous force. The barrier vibrated violently, ripples spreading across its surface like water. The sound was deafening, a high-pitched ringing that made their teeth ache. But the dome held.
Hurry!
Lenny shouted over the ringing.
We must keep moving. I don't know how many more attacks this circle can take.
They started running again, awkwardly at first. It was difficult to maintain formation while sprinting, but fear gave them coordination. They moved as one unit, the golden dome moving with them. The crowned harpy shrieked and dove again. Another impact, another violent vibration. The golden light flickered slightly.
"Lenny,"
Martha called out.
"is it weakening?"
Yes, Lenny admitted. Each attack drains my energy. I can maybe block 3 more, 4 if we're lucky.
"How far to the city?"
Too far,
Lenny said grimly. Deep in the forest, at the destroyed harpy base, Jack rolled to his feet. His werewolf form was still active. Blood matted his fur, some of it his own. The crowned harpy was on the ground, 20 feet away, its wings spread wide, his intelligent eyes fixed on Jack. It made no move to fly away. Jack circled slowly to the right, watching for an opening. The harpy turned with him, matching his movement.
Why aren't you flying?
Jack thought.
You have wings. You could escape. Why stay on the ground?
Then he saw it. The harpy's right wing was damaged. Several feathers were missing, and the wing hung at an awkward angle. It must have been injured in the crash.
Grounded, Jack realized. We're both grounded now. This is a fair fight.
He continued circling, gradually increasing his speed. The harpy matched him, turning, waiting. It was calculating, looking for the perfect moment to strike. Jack saw his opening. He pushed off with his powerful legs and lunged forward. His right claw extended for a strike at the damaged wing. The harpy surprised him. Instead of trying to protect its injured wing, it lifted it up, exposing the wound. Jack's claw struck true, tearing a massive chunk out of the already damaged wing. Blood sprayed across the ground, but it was a trap. The harpy's left wing, its good wing, swept in from the side, faster than Jack could react. The razor-sharp feathers caught his leg, cutting deep into the muscle. Pain exploded through Jack's body. He stumbled, his speed suddenly compromised.
Damn it!
Jack snarled. His greatest advantage had been his mobility, and now that was gone. The harpy shrieked, not in pain, but in triumph. It had calculated the exchange perfectly. Jack's injury was worse than its own. Jack stared at the creature, blood dripping from his wounded leg. He could retreat, try to escape, maybe make it back to the others, but that wasn't his style.
I never was good at thinking things through anyway,
Jack growled. He charged straight at the harpy, abandoning all caution. His claws extended, he launched himself into a reckless assault. The harpy met his charge with both wings, slashing from either side. Feathers struck scales, claws met wing membrane, blood flew in every direction. To an outside observer, it would look like pure chaos. Two beasts locked in brutal combat, neither giving ground, both tearing into each other with savage abandon. Jack's arms were shredded. Deep cuts ran along his chest and shoulders. But the harpy wasn't unscathed either. Both its wings were now in tatters, hanging useless at its sides. With nothing else to use, Jack opened his massive jaws and lunged for the harpy's throat. His teeth closed around the creature's neck. He bit down with all his strength, feeling bones crack and flesh tear. Then he jerked his head back violently. A chunk of the harpy's throat came away in his mouth. Blood fountained from the wound, hot and copper-tasting. The crowned harpy staggered. Its eyes widened in shock and pain. Then its legs gave out, and it collapsed to the ground, twitching once before going still. Dead. Jack stood over the corpse, breathing hard. Victory. He'd won. Then something strange happened. The piece of harpy flesh in Jack's mouth. He'd meant to spit it out, but his jaw clenched involuntarily. The flesh slid down his throat before he could stop it. The taste hit him immediately. It wasn't like anything he'd ever experienced. Rich, powerful, almost intoxicating. And with that taste came a sensation. A surge of energy flowing through his body, strengthening his muscles, healing his wounds. Jack's eyes widened. What? What is this? His body moved without his permission. His head lowered to the harpy's corpse. His jaws opened wide. No, Jack thought. No, I can't. This is wrong. But his body didn't listen. He bit into the harpy again, tearing away another chunk. He swallowed. The sensation intensified. More strength, more power, more healing. Stop! Jack screamed internally. I'm not an animal. I'm not. His jaws opened again, and again, and again. He devoured the crowned harpy piece by piece, unable to stop himself. With each bite, his wounds closed a little more. His strength increased. His senses sharpened. The pain in his leg faded to a dull ache, then disappeared entirely. The feeding frenzy continued until nothing remained but bones and scraps. Jack stood in the center of the carnage, blood covering his muzzle, breathing heavily. Then, finally, control returned. The compulsion released its grip on his mind. What did I just do? Jack whispered. His body began to change. The fur receded. His bones shifted and reformed. Within seconds, he stood in human form again, naked and covered in drying blood. Jack looked down at his arms and legs. The wounds were gone, completely healed. Not even scars remained. His body felt different, stronger, more powerful than it had ever been before. He clenched his fists, testing his strength. Even in human form, he could feel the difference, the power coursing through his veins. I ate it, Jack said aloud, his voice filled with a mixture of horror and wonder. I ate a king-tier beast, and I can feel it. I'm stronger now, so much stronger. He remembered the taste. The sensation of power flowed into him with each bite. Part of him was disgusted by what he'd done, by the loss of control, the animalistic frenzy. But another part of him, a deeper, more primal part, was satisfied, triumphant. What am I becoming? Jack asked the empty forest.
The city wall loomed ahead, close enough that hope began to replace the fear that had driven the group forward.
We're going to make it.
Roy gasped between breaths.
We're actually going to make it.
Don't celebrate yet.
Lenny warned, his voice strained from maintaining the golden barrier.
Keep running.
Above them, the crowned harpy shrieked and dove again. Its wings angled back like spear points, and it plummeted toward the running group with deadly intent. The impact shook the golden dome violently. Everyone inside stumbled from the force of it.
How many more attacks do you think that thing can take?
Martha asked, looking up at the shimmering barrier above them.
I'm really not sure,
Lenny admitted, sweat pouring down his face from the exertion.
but all we need is for it to last until we reach the city, just a little further.
The harpy circled once more, then dove again. This time, when its wings struck the barrier, a new sound joined the vibration, a sharp, crystalline cracking noise.
No,
Lenny breathed. They all looked up. Spiderweb cracks were spreading across the golden dome's surface, spreading from the point of impact like fractures in ice.
It's breaking!
Roy shouted.
Lenny, it's breaking!
I can see that. Just run. Come on, just a few more steps.
They pushed themselves harder, legs burning with exhaustion, lungs screaming for air. The city wall was so close now, maybe another 100 yards. The crowned harpy positioned itself directly above them. Both wings pointed downward like a double-bladed spear. It dropped with terrifying speed. The wings struck the barrier dead center. The golden dome shattered with a sound like breaking glass. Fragments of light scattered in all directions before dissolving into nothing.
Lenny!
Martha screamed.
Create another one!
I can't,
Lenny shouted back, still running.
That spell required a beast crystal and extensive preparation beforehand. I only brought one with me.
Can't you use another crystal?
Do you think I'm made of money? Those things cost a fortune.
Above them, the crowned harpy hovered, its intelligent eyes scanning the group, choosing, calculating which target to strike first. Rick, who'd been running at the back of the pack, felt the creature's gaze settle on him. His blood ran cold.
No,
he whispered.
No, not me. Please, not me.
He started praying to the gods, to fate, to anything that might be listening. The crowned harpy's wings pulled back, preparing for the killing strike. Then multiple screeches pierced the air, high-pitched mechanical sounds that were distinctly different from the harpy's organic cries.
Look!
Roy pointed upward.
Look at that!
5 of Roland's defensive orbs had appeared, materializing around the crowned harpy in a perfect pentagonal formation. They were each about 3 feet in diameter, smooth metallic spheres that hummed with contained energy. Electrical power erupted from the orbs simultaneously. Brilliant white lightning arced between them and the harpy, catching the creature in a web of deadly energy. The crowned harpy shrieked, not in rage now, but in agony. The electricity coursed through its body, freezing it in place. Its muscles spasmed uncontrollably. Its feathers began to smoke and char. The creature tried to fall, to escape the torment, but each time it dropped more than a few feet, another surge of electricity would jolt it back upward, keeping it trapped in the killing field. The attack continued relentlessly. The harpy's shrieks grew weaker, more desperate. Its body turned black, feathers burning away, skin cracking and splitting. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Finally, the electricity stopped. What remained of the crowned harpy, a blackened, smoking husk, plummeted to the ground and hit the earth with a heavy thud. The group stood frozen, staring at the corpse.
We're alive,
Roy said, his voice barely a whisper.
We actually survived.
Martha looked around. The city wall was directly ahead, maybe 50 yards away now.
We made it into the orb's range, she realized. That's why they activated. We're close enough to the city that the defensive systems recognize the harpy as a threat.
Lenny bent over, hands on his knees, breathing heavily.
Thank the gods for magical defense systems.
I thought I was dead,
Rick said, his voice shaking.
I really thought that was it.
For a moment, they all just stood there, letting the reality of their survival sink in. They'd faced 2 crowned harpies, king-tier beasts, and lived. The odds of that were astronomical. Then, as they watched, Rick straightened up. His eyes were fixed on the crowned harpy's corpse. He started walking toward it.
What are you doing?
Martha asked. Rick didn't answer. He drew a knife from his belt and knelt beside the dead beast. Without ceremony, he began cutting into it, carving through charred flesh and muscle.
Hey!
Martha's voice rose sharply.
What do you think you're doing?
Taking what's rightfully mine?
Rick replied without looking up. His hands worked methodically, following the familiar pattern of crystal extraction.
This beast tried to kill me. I deserve the beast crystal as compensation.
What?
Martha took a step toward him, anger flooding her exhausted body.
Are you crazy? If it wasn't for Lenny in the first place, you'd be dead right now. That crystal belongs to him.
Lenny didn't kill the beast,
Rick countered, still cutting.
The orbs did, and the orbs belong to the city. The city belongs to no one and everyone. That makes this a free claim.
That's not how it works, and you know it.
Rick's knife found what it was looking for. He pulled his hand out of the cavity he'd carved, and in his bloody palm rested a crystal the size of an apple. It pulsed with dark purple light, almost black, radiating power even to untrained eyes. He stood up, holding the crystal high like a trophy. Martha strode forward and thrust out her hand.
Hand it over, now.
Rick smirked at her.
Make me.
Don't test me, Rick.
This isn't just any crystal, little girl. This is a king-class crystal. Do you have any idea what this is worth?
Rick's eyes gleamed with greed.
Other guilds and adventurers could only dream of getting their hands on something like this. 10 advanced tier crystals, 10 gold coins, and it's mine.
We're not going to sell it,
Martha said through clenched teeth.
We're going to use it to make equipment. The Red Wings need every advantage we can get.
The Red Wings?
Rick laughed harshly.
You think I'm going to let an upstart guild like yours have this?
He clutched the crystal to his chest possessively.
You want it? Then take it from me.
Martha's hand moved to her sword. She knew this was dangerous. Fighting over loot could get you banned from the Adventurers Guild if witnesses reported it, but a king-class crystal was worth the risk. Still, she hesitated. Rick was a defensive specialist who used a shield as his primary weapon. His entire fighting style was built around outlasting opponents, weathering their attacks until they made a mistake. It was one of the worst matchups for Martha's aggressive mobility-based approach.
A group like yours doesn't deserve such a thing anyway,
Rick continued, his voice dripping with contempt.
You are harboring a beast within your guild, a monster. If you manage to get your hands on something like this and increase your power, who knows what evil your group would do?
He looked at the crystal again, turning it in his hand so it caught the light. His imagination was already running wild with possibilities. Once he returned to the Underdogs Guild with something this valuable, he'd definitely get promoted, maybe even to vice leader. The thought made him smile.
Besides,
Rick added with a cruel grin,
at least that harpy did one good thing before it died. It killed that disgusting beast friend of yours. Good riddance to Mon. Who did you say was dead?
The voice came from directly behind Rick, a deep, angry voice that seemed to vibrate with barely contained rage. Rick froze. He turned slowly. Jack stood there, shirtless and covered in dried blood, his muscular frame backlit by the afternoon sun. His eyes were fixed on Rick with an intensity that made the man's knees weak. Before Rick could react, Jack's hand snapped out and plucked the crystal from his grip as easily as taking candy from a child.
Hey, that's...
Jack's foot slammed into Rick's stomach with devastating force. The impact lifted Rick off his feet and sent him flying backward. He hit the ground hard, rolled twice, and came to a rest in a crumpled heap.
Jack!
Martha's face lit up with joy.
You're alive! I thought
when you didn't come back."
"Takes more than a crowned harpy to kill me,"
Jack said with a tired grin. He held up the crystal.
"though it did try pretty hard."
Lenny studied Jack with keen eyes.
"You managed to defeat it. Quite impressive, actually. Perhaps you were stronger than I initially thought." "Or just too stubborn to die,"
Jack replied. As he spoke, his eyes drifted past Lenny to where the second crowned harpy's corpse lay, the one the orbs had killed. Despite himself, Jack felt his mouth begin to water, the memory of power flowing through him, of strength building with each bite.
"Hey,"
Jack said suddenly,
"why don't we take this big bird back with us? We could cook it up. Probably feeds 20 people easy."
Martha stared at him.
Huh? You're not serious, are you?
"Why not? We won. May as well enjoy the spoils."
Jack, maybe if it were a regular harpy, but definitely not that one.
"What do you mean? Meat is meat, right?" "Well, the higher tier the beast, the more black blood the beast contains,"
Lenny explained.
"I'm afraid eating something like that would only cause death. It's poisonous to our bodies. The concentration of magical corruption would kill a human within hours."
Jack gulped, feeling a cold sweat break out across his back. He didn't feel sick. He didn't feel hurt. In fact, after eating the other crowned harpy, he felt stronger than ever before, more powerful, more vital, more alive.
"Is it because I'm a werewolf? Does my transformed physiology somehow process the black blood differently? Or am I slowly dying and just don't know it yet?"
Jack's heart began thudding louder inside his chest.
"Come on,"
Lenny said, oblivious to Jack's internal panic.
"Why don't we head inside the city and get some rest? We've all earned it."
He turned toward the gate. A spear thrust out, stopping inches from Lenny's face. The man went cross-eyed looking at the spear point.
"That's rather aggressive."
More guards appeared from seemingly nowhere, forming a circle around the group. At least a dozen of them, all with weapons drawn, all with hard expressions.
"You're not going anywhere,"
the guard captain said, his spear still pointed at Lenny's face.
"You're all under arrest."
Martha pulled out her adventurer's tag, holding it up for the guards to see. The metal glinted in the fading sunlight.
"Wait, there must be a big mistake,"
she said urgently.
"We're adventurers. Look, we're on an official quest to subjugate the harpies when they chased us here. We didn't lead them to the city. We were running for our lives."
The guard captain squinted at her tag, then looked past her at the charred corpse of the crowned harpy lying on the ground. His suspicious expression didn't soften.
"Where are the rest of your party members?"
he demanded.
"And who is in charge of this quest?"
Martha's face fell.
"We're all that's left. The others, they didn't make it. He's the one who led the group."
She pointed at Rick, who was just picking himself up off the ground, one hand still pressed against his stomach where Jack had kicked him. Rick's eyes widened in alarm. He straightened quickly, waving his hands in front of him.
"What lies? I didn't lead any group. Check your records. I'm only C rank, but one of them is B rank."
He pointed accusingly at Lenny.
"They just want to pin the deaths of all those guild members on me instead of taking responsibility themselves."
Rick knew exactly what he was doing. When adventuring parties suffered casualties, the blame typically fell on the quest commander. Guilds would have to pay compensation to the families of dead members, settle disputes, and handle the political fallout. Even though the underdogs were a large guild, taking responsibility for the deaths of nearly 20 adventurers from various guilds would be catastrophic. The fees alone could bankrupt them. Better to shift the blame now, before it sticks to him.
"That's not true."
Martha turned to Roy desperately.
"Roy, tell them. You were there from the start. Rick was the commander."
Roy opened his mouth, then closed it again. He looked between Martha and Rick, his face pale with indecision. Martha waited. Jack stood beside her, fists clenched, ready to back her up. Roy hesitated. He didn't have a guild protecting him. He was just a solo adventurer trying to make a living. If he spoke against the underdogs, one of the most powerful guilds in Roland, they might target him. They might make sure he never got another quest in this city. But then he remembered. Rick pointing at him, volunteering him to throw the gas bombs into the Harpy base alone. Rick's cold dismissal of his fear, the arrogant assumption that Roy's life mattered less because he'd made a mistake. Rick deserved everything coming to him.
It's true,
Roy said, his voice gaining strength.
That man was our commanding leader. He accepted the position at the start of the quest. Everything that happened was under his command.
The guard captain looked between Martha and Rick, weighing their words.
This matter will need to be settled between yourselves,
he said finally.
The city doesn't have time to play mediator in guild disputes. However, an investigation still needs to take place to determine whether you willingly led those harpies to the kingdom.
He gestured at the city walls behind them.
Your lives were on the line, yes, but your actions could have harmed everyone in this city. Until we're satisfied you're not a threat, you're all under custody.
You can't be serious, Martha protested.
I'm very serious.
The guard captain nodded to his men.
Bind them.
Guards moved forward with lengths of rope. They pulled each person's hands behind their backs and tied them securely. Martha, Jack, Lenny, Rick, and Roy. No exceptions.
Should we fight back?
Jack whispered to Martha as a guard tied his wrists. No, Martha replied quietly. That would just cause us even more problems. We need to stay calm and let this play out. As the guard finished tying Lenny's hands, the old man spoke up.
I demand a meeting with the Queen.
Several guards stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at him. They all started laughing.
You've heard too many fairy tales,
one guard said, still chuckling.
Not just anyone can demand a meeting with the Queen. Why would she come out for something as trivial as this?
Tell her,
Lenny said calmly,
that her old friend Lenny is involved. I assure you she will come running.
The laughter grew louder. The guards exchanged amused glances, shaking their heads at the absurdity.
Her old friend,
the guard captain said mockingly.
You? Look at yourself. You look like a street beggar. The Queen doesn't have friends like you.
Nevertheless, I suggest you send someone to inform her. She'll be quite displeased if you don't.
Sure, we'll get right on that.
The guard captain waved dismissively.
Right after we...
Untie that man at once.
The voice came from behind the guards, sharp with authority. They all turned. A woman in a black robe stood there, her long purple hair catching the last rays of sunlight. Tower Master Mia. The guards immediately straightened, their casual attitudes evaporating.
But Tower Master,
one guard protested,
they could be criminals. They might even be working for the Shadow.
Rick's eyes went wide with recognition.
Wait, that's one of the Tower Masters,
he breathed. The 4 Tower Masters of Roland Academy were legendary figures, spoken of in hushed tones, their names known throughout the kingdom. But they spent most of their time isolated in their towers, pursuing arcane research. Most people had never seen them in person.
Do you not know who that man is?
Mia demanded, pointing at Lenny.
That is the old Tower Master, Lenny Steele.
The guard captain's mouth fell open.
What? That's impossible. Lenny Steele was ancient, at least 100 years old, and if my memory serves me right, he didn't look anything like this.
His appearance has changed,
Mia said.
He looks younger, that's for sure, but I would never forget who he is, not for a second.
She walked past the stunned guards toward Lenny, a genuine smile on her face.
It's been a long time, old man.
You too, Granny,
Lenny replied with a smirk. A vein visibly bulged on Mia's forehead. Her smile became strained, her eye twitching slightly. But she took a deep breath, and the expression smoothed out.
It's been far too long since I've seen an old friend, she said through clenched teeth. I'm not going to let one comment ruin my day.
How magnanimous of you.
Here,
Mia said, walking behind Lenny.
Let me do the honors of untying you.
She raised her hand, and small flames appeared around her fingers. The flames touched the rope binding Lenny's wrists, and the rope began to burn away. But the flames didn't stop at the rope. They continued onto Lenny's skin.
Wait!
Wait, you're burning my wrist! Lenny screamed, dancing in place. Mia, stop it! Is this because I called you Granny? But it's true, you're nearly the same age as me.
The flames burned a moment longer before Mia finally extinguished them. Lenny pulled his hands free, rubbing his reddened wrists.
That was excessive, he muttered.
I thought so too, Mia replied sweetly, but my hand slipped.
The guard captain cleared his throat.
The Tower Master, what about the others?
Untie them all, Mia commanded. They're free to go.
But the investigation.
If Lenny Steele vouches for them, that's good enough for me, and my authority supersedes yours, Captain. Or do I need to remind you of the chain of command?
The captain's jaw tightened, but he nodded.
No, Tower Master. Guards, release them.
The guards moved to untie Martha, Jack, and Roy. Rick was released last, looking confused, but relieved. Martha, who'd been listening to the entire exchange with growing understanding, finally pieced things together. That explained so much about Lenny, why he had such easy access to the Queen, why his knowledge was so extensive, why he moved through the city with such confidence. He'd been a Tower Master, one of the most powerful mages in the entire kingdom.
Thank you, Tower Master,
Martha said respectfully. Mia waved the gratitude away.
Thank Lenny. I'm doing this for him, not for you.
Lenny rubbed his wrists one more time, then turned to Martha and Jack.
You two should head back to the inn. Get some rest. It's been a long day.
What about you?
Jack asked.
I'll be going with Mia to catch up on a few things.
He glanced at the Tower Master.
We have much to discuss, don't we?
Indeed we do,
Mia agreed.
It's not every day a former Tower Master returns to Roland. People will have questions.
We'll do what needs to be done tomorrow,
Lenny told Martha.
After all, you need to be well rested for what's to come.
Martha nodded, understanding his meaning. The procedure. The beast crystal absorption. Tomorrow would be the day they'd been preparing for. Roy approached them hesitantly.
Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for everything, for warning us to run, for including me, for...
He trailed off, looking at his feet.
I'm sorry I hesitated back there when the guard asked about Rick.
You told the truth in the end, Martha said. That's what matters.
I've decided something,
Roy continued.
I'm done being an adventurer. This whole experience, it was too much. I nearly died 12 times today. I'm going back to my hometown. I'll help my family on the farm. It's honest work, and nobody tries to eat you.
That's probably wise, Jack said. Not everyone's cut out for this life.
Good luck to you, Martha said, and stay safe.
You too.
Roy gave them a small wave and headed toward the city gates. Martha and Jack made their way back to the inn, exhaustion finally catching up with them. But once they were safely in their room with the door locked, the exhaustion transformed into excitement. Jack pulled the king-tier crystal from his pocket and set it on the table. Martha retrieved the bag of basic-tier crystals they'd collected. They spread everything out, counting their haul. 2 king-class beast crystals, 1 from each crowned harpy. 40 basic-tier harpy crystals.
Look at this,
Jack said, holding up one of the king-tier crystals. It pulsed with dark energy, almost black in color.
This alone is worth 10 gold coins.
2 of them,
Martha corrected, grinning.
20 gold coins worth, plus all these basic-tier crystals. This quest might have been hell, but the payoff...
We're rich,
Jack finished, laughing.
We're actually rich.
They couldn't stop smiling as they examined their prizes, turning the crystals over in their hands, marveling at their quality and power. While Martha and Jack celebrated their victory, Rick was having a very different conversation across the city. The Underdogs Guild Hall was an imposing building, 3 stories of stone and timber, with the guild's symbol emblazoned on a banner above the main entrance. Rick walked through the doors with heavy steps, dreading what was to come. The guildmaster's office was on the top floor. Rick climbed the stairs slowly, each step feeling heavier than the last. He knocked on the heavy oak door.
Enter.
Rick pushed the door open and stepped inside. The guildmaster sat behind a massive desk, but even seated, his size was intimidating. He was larger than Rick by at least 50 pounds of pure muscle. In his right hand, he gripped a huge wooden club, its surface etched with runes. On his head sat the hood of a wolf, not a costume, but a real pelt from an advanced tier dire wolf.
Guildmaster,
Rick said, bowing slightly.
I've returned from the Harpy quest.
So I've heard. The guildmaster's voice was like grinding stone.
You've come back with 2 members less than you left with, and from what I'm told, you have nothing to show for it.
Rick's hands started to shake. Sweat beaded on his forehead.
Boss, you don't understand. I had the King Tier Beast crystal in my hand. I extracted it myself from the corpse, but they stole it from me.
They stole it?
Yes. After everyone else perished in the quest, I was the only one there who wasn't part of their guild. It was 4 against 1. I had no chance to fight back.
The guildmaster's grip on his club tightened.
They stole from us.
His voice dropped to a dangerous growl.
They stole from the underdogs.
He brought the club down on the floor with devastating force. The entire room shook. Cracks appeared in the stone floor where the club struck. Rick stumbled backward from the impact.
That King Tier Beast crystal is exactly what this guild needs to rise to the next level,
the guildmaster roared.
We could have used it to create legendary equipment. We could have sold it for a fortune. We could have...
He stopped, breathing hard, his face red with fury. When he spoke again, his voice was cold and controlled.
No one is allowed to steal from the underdog guild. No one. We shall make these people pay with their blood.
Yes, Guildmaster, Rick said, relief flooding through him. The blame was shifting away from him onto Martha and her companions.
What do you want me to do? Find out everything about them, where they're staying, what guild they belong to, their ranks, their abilities, their weaknesses.
The Guildmaster's eyes gleamed with malice.
And then we'll teach them what happens when you cross the underdogs.
Rick bowed deeply and backed out of the room, closing the door behind him. The Guildmaster sat alone in his office, still gripping his club, his knuckles white with tension.
No one steals from us,
he muttered to the empty room.
No one.
The stage was set. The conflict that would shake Roland to its foundations was about to begin.
Morning sunlight streamed through the inn window, falling across Martha's face. She'd been awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep despite her exhaustion from yesterday. Today was the day. After all the preparation, all the planning, all the gathering of crystals, today she would finally undergo the procedure. The question was whether she'd survive it. "You're awake early," Jack said from the other bed. He'd been watching her, she realized. "Couldn't sleep?"
"Too much on my mind,"
Martha admitted. "Second thoughts?"
"No, just nervous thoughts."
Jack sat up, stretching. "Lenny said he'd come get us when everything was ready. He went out early this morning to gather supplies." Martha nodded. She'd heard him leave before dawn, his footsteps quiet in the hallway.
"I sent a letter to Slivia yesterday,"
Martha said.
"by regular mail."
"Still no luck with the system?"
"Nothing. It's been days now. I don't understand what's wrong."
Martha sighed.
"We got so used to instant communication. Now we're back to waiting weeks for messages."
"What did you tell her?"
"About the King Tier crystals. I asked if maybe Rusty could forge them into weapons or equipment for the team. 2 King Tier crystals. That's enough for something really special."
Jack whistled low. "Rusty would lose his mind getting to work with materials like that. He's probably already planning designs."
"If the letter reaches him."
Martha sat up, running her hands through her hair.
"Jack, do you think I'm doing the right thing?"
Honestly, I don't know. But I know you've thought about this more than anyone. If you've decided it's worth the risk, then I trust your judgment."
"Nearly everyone who's tried this has died, Jack. Lenny told us that himself."
But not everyone. Lenny survived, and he thinks you can too, or he wouldn't be helping you. Before Martha could respond, there was a knock at the door. "That'll be him," Jack said, standing. Lenny entered, looking unusually energetic for someone his age who had been up since before dawn. He was swinging a set of keys around his finger, whistling a cheerful tune. "Good morning. The preparations have all been set. Are you ready?" Martha's stomach clenched. This was it. No more delays, no more preparation. Now came the actual test. Images flashed through her mind. The battles they'd fought, the enemies they'd faced, watching her companions grow stronger while she remained the same. And Monk. Always Monk. His decision to leave because he felt he couldn't protect anyone. She wouldn't let that happen to her. She wouldn't be left behind. "Let's do this," Martha said, standing. Lenny led them out of the inn and onto the high street. The city was just beginning to wake up, shopkeepers opening their shutters, early morning merchants setting up their stalls. Lenny walked with purpose, still whistling that same cheerful tune, the keys jingling in his hand. "Where exactly are we going?" Jack asked. "You'll see," Lenny replied, scanning the buildings they passed. They walked for nearly half an hour, moving through different districts of the city. The buildings gradually changed, from the modest shops and homes near the inn to increasingly larger structures. The streets grew quieter, less crowded. The houses became estates. Finally, they reached a mansion that dwarfed everything around it. It was 3 stories tall with wings extending from either side of the main structure. The grounds were surrounded by an iron fence, and through the bars, Martha could see an overgrown garden. "This place is huge," Jack said. "How did you get access to something like this?" "My friend from yesterday," Lenny replied, selecting a key from his ring and unlocking the front gate. "Tower Master Mia. Turns out being a Tower Master for the Academy pays quite well. I was struggling to find a place private enough to do this procedure, so it was lucky I ran into her." "She just let you use her house?" Martha asked. "Well, she owed me a favor. Well, several, actually, though I think the burns on my wrists last night might have settled a few of those debts." Lenny rubbed his wrists ruefully as they walked up the path to the front door. The gate creaked as it closed behind them. Lenny unlocked the massive front door with another key, and they stepped inside. Darkness greeted them. Dust hung in the air, visible in the shaft of light from the open door. As Martha's eyes adjusted, she could see that the entrance hall was almost completely empty. No furniture, no decorations, just bare walls and a floor covered in dust. "Does anyone actually live here?" Martha asked, her voice echoing slightly in the empty space. "Well, Tower Masters have to stay in their towers to protect the Academy," Lenny explained, walking deeper into the house. "They're only called out on rare occasions, so Mia spends most of her time in her tower doing research. This place is essentially abandoned." "Well, it seems like a waste," Jack commented. "A mansion this size just sitting empty?" "Mages tend to prioritize knowledge over comfort," Lenny said. "Now, where is it? Ah, here we go." He'd found a door set into the floor near the back of the house, a basement entrance. The wooden door was heavy and old, its hinges creaking as Lenny pulled it open. Stone steps led down into darkness. "Down we go," Lenny said, starting his descent. Martha exchanged a glance with Jack, then followed. The stairs seemed to go on forever, spiraling down into the earth. Finally, they reached the bottom and found themselves in a large underground room. Lenny fumbled along the wall for a moment, then light blazed to life. Several magical lamps positioned around the room activated simultaneously. The basement was the complete opposite of the house above. While the mansion was empty and abandoned, this room was absolutely packed with equipment and materials. "Wow," Jack breathed. Books were scattered everywhere, on tables, on the floor, stacked in precarious towers against the walls. Diagrams of magic circles were drawn on pieces of paper and tacked to boards or chalked directly onto sections of the walls. Vials and flasks covered every available surface, filled with liquids of every imaginable color. Strange instruments, whose purpose Martha couldn't guess, hung from hooks or lay scattered about.
"This is Mia's real workspace," Lenny said. "The tower is for official academy business. Down here is where she does her actual research."
It's a mess,
Martha said.
"It's an organized mess. Probably. Well, to her at least."
Lenny surveyed the chaos with his hands on his hips.
"Well, what are you waiting for? Let's clean this place up a bit. We need a clear workspace."
The three of them set to work. Jack gathered books and stacked them neatly in one corner. Martha collected vials and flasks, organizing them by color and size on a cleared shelf. Lenny moved papers and diagrams, clearing off tables and surfaces. After about an hour of work, they'd created a large open area in the center of the room.
"That's better," Lenny said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Now, let me get the table."
He disappeared into a shadowed corner and returned rolling a heavy wooden table. It was about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide, with thick leather straps attached at 4 points, 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom. Jack's face went pale.
"I've seen something like this before."
You have?
Martha asked.
"Under Avrion, in the dungeons. Tables just like this, with restraints. There were bodies on them. People who'd had their hearts cut out."
Martha approached the table, running her hand along the wood. It was smooth, well-maintained despite its age.
"Are you sure you need to do this?"
Jack asked, looking at Martha intently.
"Really sure? Once we start, there's no going back."
Martha met his eyes.
Positive.
She climbed onto the table, lying back and positioning her arms and legs near the restraints. The leather was cold against her skin. Jack began securing the straps, his movements gentle but thorough. First her wrists, then her ankles.
"Make sure they're tight," Lenny instructed. "We don't want her breaking free in the middle of the process. If that happens, it could lower our chances of success. The evolution would be incomplete, and that would be problematic."
How problematic?
Jack asked.
"Death, or worse."
What's worse than death?
"Living as something neither human nor beast, trapped between states, in constant agony."
Lenny's face was grim.
"I've seen it happen. Trust me, you don't want Martha to break these restraints."
Jack pulled the straps tighter. Martha tested them, finding she could barely move.
That should hold,
she said. While Jack secured her, Lenny was busy at a nearby table. He poured out the 40 basic tier harpy crystals from his bag, spreading them across the surface. Each one glowed with a faint blue light.
"Beautiful, aren't they?" Lenny said. "Each one contains the concentrated magical essence of a harpy. We're going to use these to fundamentally change your body."
He selected one crystal and held it up to the light, examining it carefully. Satisfied, he placed it into a large glass flask containing a clear liquid.
What's that?
Martha asked from the table.
"Acid," Lenny replied casually. "We need to dissolve the crystal first. It's the only way to extract the pure essence in a form your body can absorb."
How long does that take?
"About 10 minutes per crystal, so we'll have plenty of time to talk between doses."
Lenny set the flask aside and turned to face her.
"Now, I need to remind you, this process is extremely painful. The crystals must be administered one by one, and each one will feel like liquid fire in your veins. If we're lucky, it might only take 10 crystals before your body reaches the threshold for evolution. If we're unlucky, we might need all 30.
Why does the number vary?
Jack asked.
I'm not entirely sure,
Lenny admitted.
My best guess is that each crystal contains a slightly different amount of power. Even though they're all basic tier, there are variations in quality.
He walked over to a chalkboard and drew a simple diagram, a human figure with numbers beside it.
Think of it like this, Lenny continued. Each crystal gives your body between 1 and 10 points of power, completely random. Once your body accumulates 100 points, the evolution process begins automatically. That's why it's possible for the experiment to work with only 10 crystals, if you're extremely lucky and each one gives you 10 points. But it could also take 30 or 40 crystals if you're unlucky and they're all low quality.
So we won't know until we try, Martha said.
Exactly. Based on my own experience and my experiments with other subjects, I estimate 30 crystals should be more than enough.
Martha noticed Jack's expression had darkened. What's wrong?
This reminds me of something, Jack said quietly. The Dark Guild, they had people drink liquids like this, trying to make them stronger, change them into something else. Most of them died or went insane. The principle is similar, Lenny acknowledged, but the Dark Guild's methods were crude, rushed, without proper preparation. They were forcing incompatible essences into unwilling subjects. This is different. We're using crystals carefully selected to match Martha's fighting style and body type. We're taking our time, monitoring each step, and most importantly, Martha is willing.
The crystal in the flask had dissolved completely, turning the acid a glowing blue color.
The first one's ready,
Lenny said. He poured the mixture through a filter into another flask, separating the acid from the melted crystal essence. Then he held the flask over a small magical flame, heating it carefully. What are you doing now? Martha asked.
Evaporating any remaining acid impurities. We need the essence as pure as possible.
Lenny swirled the flask, watching the liquid intently.
There. Perfect.
He poured the final result into a small test tube. The liquid was a brilliant blue, glowing with an inner light that pulsed gently. Jack stared at it.
It looks just like what the Dark Guild used. Exactly like it. The only difference is the color. The Dark Guild must have stolen the basic process from somewhere, Lenny said. Perhaps from old texts or captured researchers. But knowing the process and executing it properly are very different things.
He held up the test tube, and the blue liquid swirled inside, almost hypnotic.
This is the distilled essence of a harpy,
Lenny said softly.
Flight, speed, agility, all contained in this small amount of liquid. Once Martha drinks it, these properties will begin integrating into her body at the most fundamental level.
Martha looked at the glowing liquid, then at Lenny, then at Jack. I'm ready. Lenny approached the table with the test tube.
It's time,
he said. Martha took a deep breath and nodded. The transformation was about to begin. Lenny held the test tube up to the light one final time, examining the glowing blue liquid. Then he set it down and picked up a small dagger from the table beside him.
One more thing before we begin, Lenny said. Martha, give me your hand.
Martha extended her bound hand as far as the restraints would allow. Lenny grasped her index finger gently, then made a quick, precise cut across the tip. Ow! Martha flinched. What was that for?
Your blood needs to mix with the essence,
Lenny explained, holding the test tube beneath her finger. A single drop of red fell into the blue liquid.
This will help your body recognize the essence as part of itself rather than a foreign invader. It increases the chances of successful absorption.
He swirled the tube, mixing the blood and essence together. The color remained the same, but now it had a faint shimmer to it.
Does it work?
Jack asked.
We're about to find out,
Lenny replied. He glanced at the table behind him, where several other crystals were already dissolving in their own flasks.
I've started preparing the next doses so we can continue without delay. Speed is important once we begin.
He approached Martha with the test tube.
Open your mouth.
Martha opened wide, her heart pounding. This was it. No turning back now. Lenny tilted the tube, and the liquid poured into her mouth. It was thick, like caramel or honey, and it slid slowly down her throat. She could feel it moving through her body, a trail of warmth that descended into her chest,
then her stomach. The sensation wasn't unpleasant. Energy radiated outward from her core, spreading through her limbs. Her skin tingled. Her hairs stood on end. A shiver ran down her spine, but it was almost soothing, like slipping into a warm bath.
Any second now, the feeling should come and enter your body,
Lenny warned, watching her carefully.
The pain should start soon.
Martha waited. The energy continued to circulate through her body, gentle and warm. But there was no pain, no agony like Lenny had described.
I feel fine,
Martha said, confused.
It actually feels kind of nice.
Jack looked at Lenny with suspicion.
Are you sure you gave her the right thing? You're not playing some kind of cruel joke, are you? Don't look at me like that,
Lenny said defensively.
Trust me, when I did this to myself, the process was hell. Absolute hell. I screamed for hours. I don't understand why she's not...
The energy suddenly vanished from Martha's body, dissipating like smoke, and in its place, something appeared in her vision, words floating in the air that only she could see.
Basic crystal has been absorbed. 7 of 100 basic tier points.
Martha's eyes widened.
What is this?
What's wrong?
Lenny asked immediately, seeing the strange look on her face.
Did something happen? Are you in pain?
No, it's nothing,
Martha said quickly.
Don't worry about it.
But inside, her mind was racing. A message from the Red Wing system had just appeared in front of her eyes. Before now, she'd only ever been able to use the system to send messages to other members, or check who was part of the guild. She'd never seen anything like this. Status information, numbers, progress bars. She had questions. So many questions. But the best person to ask would be Ray, since he'd created the system in the first place. She could ask Lenny, of course. It wasn't that she didn't trust him, but he wasn't part of the Red Wings, and something told her this information should stay within the guild for now.
Well,
Lenny said after studying her for a moment longer,
I suppose we continue then.
He returned to his preparation table and retrieved the next test tube. The process repeated. A drop of Martha's blood mixed in, the tube swirled, then poured into her mouth. Again, the warm energy spread through her body. Again, no pain. And again, the system message appeared.
Basic crystal has been absorbed. 14 of 100 basic tier points. So it's cumulative. Each crystal adds to the total. Once I reach 100 points, something happens. Evolution, probably. That's the best guess I have so far,
Martha thought. The process continued, one crystal after another, each one adding to her total.
How do you feel?
Lenny asked after the 5th crystal.
Strange. Energized. Like I could run for miles without getting tired.
Any pain?
None.
Remarkable,
Lenny muttered.
This is completely different from my experience. Perhaps it's because you're younger? Or maybe the harpy essence is more compatible with your body than the essence I used.
They kept going. Crystal after crystal, test tube after test tube. Martha lost count after a while, focusing instead on the system messages appearing before her eyes.
25 of 100. 32 of 100. 34 of 100.
The numbers climbed steadily. With each new crystal, Martha felt stronger. Not dramatically so, but there was a definite difference. Her muscles felt denser, more responsive. Her senses seemed sharper. She could hear Jack's breathing more clearly, smell the acid Lenny was using, see tiny details in the stone ceiling above her. After what felt like hours, Lenny administered the 30th crystal.
92 of 100.
Strange, Lenny said, frowning. This has never happened before. 30 crystals have been used, but there are no signs of evolution starting. Martha, do you feel like you've broken through? Any changes?
I feel stronger,
Martha replied honestly.
Definitely stronger than before, but nothing dramatic has changed. No transformation.
Lenny paced back and forth, thinking.
Well, this doesn't match any of my previous experiments. By 30 crystals, the evolution should have already begun. Unless...
Martha looked at the system message in her vision. 92 of 100.
If 100 meant evolution, she only needed 8 more points. Maybe 2 more crystals if she was lucky. "Let's try a couple more," Martha suggested. "I feel close. I feel like something inside me is changing, like I'm right on the edge." Lenny stopped pacing and studied her face.
You're sure? We can stop here if you want. You're definitely stronger than you were. That's progress.
"No, I want to finish this. We've come too far to stop now."
Very well.
Lenny prepared the next crystal. One more test tube, one more swallow of thick, glowing liquid. 97 of 100. "I am so close. Come on, Lenny, just 3 more points." "One more," Martha said. "I need 1 more." Lenny hesitated, then nodded. He prepared the final test tube carefully, mixing in her blood, swirling it thoroughly. Martha drank. 100 of 100. Evolution process has started. The change was instantaneous and devastating. Pain exploded through Martha's body, not the gentle warmth from before, but a searing, burning agony that felt like her insides were being cooked. She screamed, her voice raw and primal.
Here it comes,
Lenny shouted.
I think she's evolving. Jack, help me hold her down.
Martha thrashed against the restraints, every muscle in her body straining. The leather straps creaked, but held. Her back arched off the table. Her fingers clawed at the air.
Make it stop!
Martha screamed.
It hurts! It hurts so much!
I know,
Lenny said, his voice tight.
I know it does, but you have to endure it. Fighting it will only make it worse.
The pain intensified. It felt like her entire body was melting from the inside out, like liquid fire had been poured into her veins. Every nerve ending was aflame. Every heartbeat brought fresh waves of agony. Then something new began, a deep, bone-level pain that made everything before seem mild by comparison. Her bones were breaking. She could feel them cracking inside her flesh, splintering and fragmenting. And then they tried to reform, to rebuild themselves into something new. But something was wrong. The process was stuttering, failing. Her body couldn't keep up with the demands being placed on it. Error. Evolution failing. Host body not strong enough.
No!
Martha gasped through the pain.
No! No! No!
Lenny's face went pale as he examined her.
We're losing her. Her body can't handle the transformation. It's tearing her apart.
He placed both hands on Martha's chest. White light blazed from his palms, healing magic pouring into her body, trying to support her through the transformation. Color began returning to Martha's face. Her screams quieted slightly. The healing magic was working, but not well enough.
Her body is sucking all my mana dry, Lenny shouted, his own face growing pale now. It's taking everything out of me. I can't keep this up much longer.
What do we do? Jack demanded, panic in his voice.
Lenny, tell me what to do. I don't know. Her body needs more support than I can give. It needs...
Martha's face was growing pale again, color draining away. Her screams weakened. Her body went limp against the restraints.
No!
Jack shouted.
Martha, stay with us. Is there anything I can do?
Jack asked desperately.
Can you use my key? My energy? Something?
Lenny couldn't answer. All his concentration was focused on channeling healing magic, but he could feel his own reserves depleting rapidly. His hands were shaking. His vision was starting to blur. Jack made a decision. He placed his hands on top of Lenny's, hoping, praying that something would happen. Energy immediately began flowing out of Jack's body, not slowly, but in a torrent, a massive surge of power that rushed through his hands into Lenny, then through Lenny into Martha. Lenny's eyes shot open wide in shock.
What is this power?
The fatigue vanished. His depleted mana reserves refilled instantly and then kept filling, overflowing with energy he'd never felt before. It was raw, primal, impossibly vast.
Is this all coming from the boy? This power is enormous. How much strength does he have? There's only one explanation. Jack Glee. He must be an alpha wolf. The legends were true.
Lenny was more than just amazed. With Jack's energy flowing through him, Lenny could provide the support Martha's body desperately needed. The healing magic intensified, glowing brighter, working faster. Martha's bones completed their reformation. Her muscles rebuilt themselves, denser and stronger than before. Her internal organs adapted to their new configuration. The evolution that had been failing now proceeded smoothly, guided by Lenny's magic and powered by Jack's seemingly limitless energy. Martha's screams began to quiet. Her thrashing slowed, then stopped. Color returned to her face, with a subtle glow to her skin.
Is it working? Jack asked, not daring to remove his hands. Lenny, is she going to be okay? I think so, Lenny said, his voice filled with wonder. Yes, she's stabilizing. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it.
The white light gradually dimmed. Martha's breathing, which had been ragged and desperate, became steady and calm. Her body relaxed against the restraints. And then, in Martha's vision, a final message appeared.
Evolution complete.
Her eyes fluttered open. For a moment, she just stared at the ceiling, processing what had just happened.
Martha?
Jack's voice was small, worried.
Are you okay? Say something, please.
Martha turned her head to look at him. Everything seemed sharper, clearer. She could see individual pores in his skin, count the threads in his shirt. Her hearing was so acute she could hear his heartbeat and Lenny's, both racing with adrenaline and concern.
Martha's voice came out stronger than before, resonant. I'm okay. Better than okay.
You're alive, Lenny said, slumping against the table in exhaustion. Thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you there.
Thank Jack,
Martha said, looking at him with new eyes.
I could feel it. When I was failing, when my body was giving up, your energy came in and saved me.
Jack laughed, a sound of pure relief.
What are friends for?
Lenny slowly stood upright, studying Martha with professional curiosity despite his exhaustion.
How do you feel? Be specific. Any pain, nausea, discomfort?
I feel incredible,
Martha said honestly.
Strong, fast, like I could take on the world.
She tested the restraints.
Can you untie me? I want to see what I can do now.
In a moment, Lenny said. First, we need to make sure the evolution stabilized properly. Jack, keep your hands where they are for just a bit longer. I want to examine her one more time.
As Lenny's hands glowed white again, checking Martha's condition, she looked at the system message still floating in her vision.
Evolution complete.
She'd done it. Against all odds, despite her body nearly failing, she'd survived. She'd evolved. The question now was, what exactly had she become?
Evolution successful.
The words appeared in Martha's vision, clear and definitive. But she didn't need the system to tell her. She could feel it in every fiber of her being. Energy coursed through her body, vibrant and powerful, unlike anything she'd experienced before. And around her heart, there was a sensation she couldn't quite describe, like a small shield had formed there, protecting her core.
Well, Lenny said, removing his hands from her chest and stepping back. Looks like it was a success. You're alive, and the transformation appears stable.
Do I look any different?
Martha asked, suddenly self-conscious. Jack and Lenny began examining her carefully, looking at her face, her arms, studying her from every angle.
I can't see any changes, Jack said after a thorough inspection. You look exactly the same as before. Which is good, Lenny added. When I went through my own evolution, there were no visible changes either. The modifications are all internal, on the cellular level, bone density, muscle fiber composition, and neural pathways. Nothing that would make you look different to others.
Can you untie me now?
Martha asked.
I want to move around. My body feels different, strange, like I'm stronger but don't know how strong yet.
Jack quickly released the restraints. Martha sat up slowly, flexing her fingers, rolling her shoulders. Every movement felt smooth, effortless, like her body was operating with perfect efficiency. "How do you feel?" Lenny asked. "Any lingering pain?"
None. I feel amazing, better than I ever have.
Martha stood from the table, testing her balance.
Everything feels sharper somehow, more responsive.
That's the evolution taking effect, Lenny explained. Your body has fundamentally changed. You're no longer entirely human. You're something more now.
Martha looked at her hands, turning them over. They looked the same, but she could feel the difference, the power humming beneath her skin.
Can I perform magic now?
She asked suddenly.
Lenny smiled. The Harpies specialize in wind magic, so at the very least, you should be able to use that.
What about other types of magic? Fire, water, lightning?
Theoretically possible, but it will be harder, Lenny said. Much harder. Your body is now naturally attuned to wind magic. Learning other elements will take considerable time and effort.
Lenny walked to a nearby desk and retrieved Martha's bow and quiver. He handed them to her with a knowing smile.
I'm guessing you want to test your new power, don't you?
Martha grinned.
You know me too well.
Then let's go outside. This basement isn't suitable for testing combat abilities.
The three of them made their way up the stairs and through the dusty mansion, emerging into the back garden. It was a simple space, just a large rectangular field of green grass surrounded by a wooden fence. Nothing fancy, but perfect for their purposes. The moment Martha stepped outside, the difference hit her. The air smelled cleaner, richer. She could distinguish individual scents, the grass, the earth, the faint trace of flowers growing somewhere nearby. Her vision had sharpened dramatically. The fence at the far end of the garden was at least 100 meters away, yet she could see it with perfect clarity, could make out the individual wood grain in the planks.
This is incredible,
Martha breathed.
I can see everything.
Test your archery, Lenny suggested. See how the evolution has affected your skills.
Martha nocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring back smoothly. She sighted down the shaft at the fence in the distance, lined up her shot carefully, then released. The arrow flew true, crossing the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. It struck the fence, embedding itself deep in the wood.
It hit,
Martha said, lowering her bow. Jack looked confused.
But couldn't you do that before? I've seen you make longer shots than that.
Yes,
Martha agreed.
But the thing is, I wasn't using any of my ki this time.
What?
Jack's eyes widened.
None at all?
None. Before the evolution, to shoot at that distance, I had to channel ki into my fingers for strength, into the bow for power, and into the arrow for stability and flight. Now I can hit a 100-meter target without using my ki whatsoever.
Lenny nodded approvingly.
Your physical capabilities have increased dramatically. What used to require supernatural enhancement is now within your natural capacity. Imagine what you could do if you combined your new strength with ki.
Martha's mind raced with possibilities. If she could shoot this far without ki, how far could she shoot with it? How much more powerful would her arrows be?
I want you to teach me magic,
Martha said, turning to Lenny.
Right now. I want to learn.
I thought as much, Lenny replied. Very well. Let's start with the basics. The gathering and controlling of mana is similar to using your ki. The sensation is almost identical. The only difference is the source. With ki, you gather energy from inside your body, from your core. With mana, you gather energy from outside, from the air, the earth, the world around you.
Martha listened intently.
The difference between a strong mage and a weak mage,
Lenny continued,
is the amount of mana they can control and gather at once. There are artificial ways of increasing this capacity, using a staff with a beast crystal, for example. However, those items require precise control. If you gather too much mana into the crystal, or accidentally add your own ki to it, the crystal will overload and shatter. For now, let's start with just gathering mana naturally.
How do I begin?
Martha asked. Close your eyes. Feel the energy around you. Don't reach for your ki. Reach outward instead. The mana is everywhere. You just need to learn to sense it.
Martha closed her eyes and focused. At first, she felt only her ki, that familiar warmth in her core. But as she reached outward with her senses, she felt something else, a second energy source, diffuse and everywhere, like invisible currents flowing through the air.
I feel it,
Martha whispered.
It's like a breeze, but made of energy.
Good, Lenny said. Now draw it toward you. Gently. Don't force it. Guide it.
Martha reached out with her will, and the mana responded. It began flowing toward her, entering her body through her skin. The sensation was strange, not uncomfortable, but alien. The energy swirled inside her, moving through pathways she'd never felt before. Then, something unexpected happened. The mana concentrated on her back, just between her shoulder blades. There was a tingling sensation, then a pressure, like something was trying to push its way out of her skin.
Lenny?
Martha said, her eyes still closed.
Something's happening. Something's...
The sensation intensified. She gasped as she felt something sprout from her back. Something large, something that was now part of her body. Jack, who'd been sitting bored on the grass, suddenly jumped to his feet and moved closer, his mouth hanging open.
An angel,
he breathed. Martha's eyes snapped open.
What? What did you call me?
Her face flushed.
I'm sorry, Jack, but you know my heart belongs to someone else.
No, not you,
Jack interrupted, pointing.
Behind you! Look behind you!
Martha turned her head and flinched. Something large and feathered was moving in her peripheral vision, and it moved when she moved. They were attached to her body. She had wings, actual harpy wings, extending from her back.
I thought you said it wouldn't change my appearance,
Martha exclaimed, trying to crane her neck to see them better.
Believe me, I'm as surprised as you are,
Lenny said, staring at the wings with fascination.
Perhaps different crystals affect different people in different ways, or maybe the harpy essence is unique. I truly don't know.
The wings moved as Martha thought about them, responding to her will like a new set of arms. She could feel each individual feather, could sense the air currents around them.
This is incredible,
Martha said.
Can I put them away? I can't exactly walk around the city like this.
And try releasing the mana,
Lenny suggested.
Push it back out into the world.
Martha closed her eyes and focused. She felt the mana concentrated in her back and gently pushed it outward, back into the air. The wings retracted smoothly, disappearing back into her body as if they'd never been there.
Amazing,
Lenny said, his voice filled with excitement.
This opens up entirely new possibilities. Martha, do you realize what you have? What are you waiting for? Give them a try.
Try? Flying?
Martha asked nervously.
Yes, right now. You're able to fulfill one of mankind's biggest dreams, the ability of flight. Sure, there are some mages who can levitate or propel themselves through the air with magic, but this is completely different. This is natural flight. You have wings.
Martha's nervousness transformed into excitement. She gathered her mana again, and the wings sprouted from her back, spreading wide. They were beautiful.
How do I control them?
Martha asked.
Just like you controlled them before,
Lenny said.
Think about what you want them to do, and they'll respond.
Martha started flapping the wings experimentally. The movement felt natural, instinctive. She could feel the air resistance, could sense how the angle of her wings affected the air currents. She flapped harder, faster, and felt her feet leave the ground. Just slightly, but she was airborne.
I'm doing it!
Martha shouted.
I'm actually...
She tried to run forward and jump at the same time, thinking it would help her gain altitude. For one glorious second, she glided through the air, the wind rushing past her face. Then her wings tilted wrong. Her balance shifted, and gravity did its job.
Ow!
Martha plummeted face first into the grass and mud with a wet splat. "Ow!" she groaned, her voice muffled. "Looks like we might need some practice," Lenny said diplomatically, helping her up. Jack was trying very hard not to laugh. "You almost had it." Martha wiped mud off her face, but she was grinning despite the embarrassing crash.
"This is going to take time to learn, but even if I can't fly properly yet, I can already see how useful this will be. As an archer, having an aerial view and being able to attack from above will be a huge advantage. It's the perfect beast pairing for my skill set."
"Agreed," Lenny said. "With practice, you'll be formidable." As the sun began to set, exhaustion caught up with everyone. Lenny was drained from channeling so much healing magic during the process. Jack was worn out from providing his energy. Only Martha seemed full of energy, buzzing with excitement over her new abilities. "We should rest," Lenny said. "It's been a long day and we're all tired." "Where?" Jack asked. "The inn?" "Actually, Mia gave me permission to use this mansion as much as I like during our stay in Roland. We can sleep here tonight."
"Really?" Martha said. "That's wonderful. We won't have to pay for the inn anymore. That'll save us a lot of money."
They made their way back inside and found a living room on the second floor. It was one of the few rooms with furniture, 3 separate sofas arranged around a low table. They settled onto the sofas, each claiming one as their own.
"Hey, Lenny, I've been thinking. If the basic tier crystals allowed me to evolve once, could we repeat the process with intermediate tier crystals? Would I be able to evolve again?"
Martha voiced out the query she had on her mind for quite some time. Lenny was quiet for a moment, considering. "In theory, yes, that could work. Evolution can occur multiple times. I've researched cases of it happening."
"So I could get even stronger?"
"Potentially, but there's a significant problem."
Lenny leaned forward, his expression serious.
"You felt how you nearly died during the first evolution process, didn't you? How your body almost failed?"
Martha nodded soberly.
"When I performed the evolution on myself," Lenny continued, "I made sure beforehand that I had trained extensively in magic. I spent years developing my abilities specifically so I could support my own body through the process if anything went wrong. With you, we took a shortcut. I believed my magic abilities would be enough to help you just like they helped me. But I was wrong. Without Jack's energy, you would have died on that table."
"So for another evolution—"
Martha trailed off. "For another evolution, you'd need someone with even more powerful magic to support you. Someone stronger than me. I would hate to think about how strong that person would need to be."
Lenny shook his head.
"It's not impossible, but it's incredibly dangerous. More dangerous than what we just did."
"I see," Martha said quietly. "Then I'll have to get stronger through training instead."
"A wiser choice," Lenny agreed.
They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, each lost in their own thoughts.
Then a loud knock echoed through the mansion, sharp, aggressive, demanding. All 3 of them looked at each other. "Who could that be?" Jack asked. The knock came again, louder this time. Then a voice shouted from outside, angry and threatening.
"Come out, you damn thieves! We know you're in there!"
The voice from outside was unfamiliar, aggressive, and demanding. Martha looked at Jack and Lenny, seeing her own confusion reflected in their faces.
"Who could that be?"
Martha whispered.
"Nobody knows we're here except Mia."
"Maybe someone has a problem with Mia?" Jack suggested. "Thinks she still lives here?"
"Well, who would be crazy enough to go up against a tower master?"
Lenny said, standing slowly. "Something's not right."
"Come out, you damn thieves!"
The voice shouted again, even louder this time. Jack moved toward the door.
"I'll handle this."
"Jack, wait!"
Martha started, but he was already walking. Jack opened the heavy front door and found himself face to chest with a man who towered over him. The stranger was massive, built like a wall of solid muscle. In his right hand, he gripped a club as thick as Jack's leg, its surface covered in metal studs. On his head sat the pelt of a wolf, fashioned into a hood, the beast's face frozen in a permanent snarl.
That's him,
A familiar voice called from behind the giant.
That's the guy who took the crystal.
Jack leaned to the side, peering around the massive man's arm. Behind him stood at least 10 more people, all wearing similar gear. Silver armor with black trim, the unmistakable mark of the Underdogs Guild. And at the front of that group, pointing directly at Jack, was Rick.
You!
Jack started to say. The club moved faster than something that large had any right to move. It caught Jack square in the chest with devastating force, lifting him off his feet and sending him flying backward into the mansion. He crashed through a wooden table and slammed into the wall with enough force to crack the plaster. The giant stepped through the doorway, his footsteps shaking the floor.
Stop this at once!
Lenny shouted, moving to put himself between the intruder and Jack.
You're entering the grounds of Tower Master Mia. If any more of her property is destroyed, she will not be pleased. And trust me, you do not want to face her wrath.
The giant stopped, his club raised for another strike. His eyes narrowed.
Is that true?
He rumbled, his voice like grinding stone. He turned his head slightly.
Rick!
Rick hurried forward, leaning close to whisper in the giant's ear. Martha couldn't hear what he said, but she saw Rick nodding, confirming something.
I see,
the giant said slowly. He lowered his club, but not to put it away. Instead, he raised it high above his head with both hands and brought it down on the floor with tremendous force. The impact was catastrophic. A crater formed where the club struck, cracks spreading outward like a spider web. The entire room shook. Dust rained from the ceiling. The sound was deafening, like thunder contained within 4 walls. Martha stumbled, barely keeping her balance. Even Lenny had to catch himself against a wall. When the dust settled, the giant stood in the center of a 2-foot-wide crater, his club resting on his shoulder.
I am Osborne,
he announced, his voice carrying with absolute authority.
Guildmaster of the Underdogs. I am here to declare a guild war between the Underdogs Guild and the Red Wings Guild.
What? Martha breathed.
You stole a King Tier crystal from us,
Osborne continued, his eyes fixed on Jack, who was still pulling himself up from the rubble.
Property that belonged to my guild, claimed by my guild member, stolen by your people. We will have it back.
We didn't steal anything,
Martha protested.
Rick tried to take a crystal that didn't belong to him. Jack just took back what was rightfully ours.
Osborne ignored her.
We shall settle this matter as guilds do, through combat. 1 week from today you will meet us on the fields outside Roland. Bring as many guild members as you can muster. Or,
he smiled, showing teeth,
you can leave the city now and hand over the crystals you stole. Those are your only options.
And if we refuse?
Martha demanded.
Then we come for you. In the streets, in your homes, wherever we find you. At least this way you get a chance to fight back.
Osborne turned toward the door.
1 week.
Don't waste it. He strode out of the mansion, his footsteps shaking the floor with each step. His guild members followed, Rick giving Jack one last smug look before disappearing through the doorway. Silence filled the room. Jack finally pulled himself fully upright, brushing rubble off his shoulders. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and stared at the red streak on his skin.
You're hurt,
Martha said, rushing to his side.
Jack, you're bleeding.
It's been a long time since I was hurt by a human, Jack said, and to Martha's surprise he was smiling. That man is incredibly strong.
This isn't funny. He could have killed you.
But he didn't, and now I know what I'm up against. Jack's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is going to be interesting. Martha wanted to shake him. Jack's love of fighting was going to get him killed someday.
What was that all about?
She asked Lenny.
A guild war? What does that even mean?
Lenny's expression was grim. He walked to one of the sofas that hadn't been destroyed and sat down heavily.
This is a serious problem. Declaring a guild war is not something done lightly. It's an official challenge recognized by the Adventurers Guild system and the city authorities.
But what does it actually mean? Jack asked, joining him.
When a guild war is declared, both guilds become locked in conflict,
Lenny explained.
Neither guild can accept quests until one side admits defeat or is destroyed. During the war period, guild members are allowed, even expected, to attack members of the opposing guild with no legal consequences.
The city allows that? Martha said, horrified.
The city tries not to intervene as long as property isn't destroyed and civilians aren't harmed. Guild wars are considered internal matters between adventuring organizations.
Lenny rubbed his temples.
This is actually a calculated move by Osborne.
What do you mean?
Well, think about it. Why give you a week to prepare? Every day of war means his guild can't take quests, can't earn money. It's costing him a fortune, but he's doing it anyway.
So why? Jack asked.
Fame,
Lenny said simply.
Your elder, Slivia Hart, has done an excellent job spreading the Red Wings' name. According to Mia, you become quite infamous, the guild that took down Avrion, the guild with mysterious powers. The underdogs have been here for decades, even when I was still at Roland. They're powerful, established, but they're old news. People don't talk about them anymore.
Understanding dawned on Martha's face. He wants to make a name for himself by crushing us publicly.
Exactly, and he believes there's no way he can lose. It's 100 guild members against... How many of you are here?
2, Martha said quietly. Just me and Jack.
2 against 100,
Lenny repeated.
He's already won in his mind. This is just a public execution to boost his reputation.
Martha's hands clenched into fists. Then what should we do? We don't have the system anymore. We can't contact Slivia to send backup. Even if we sent a message, it would take weeks for anyone to arrive.
Then the 3 of us will just have to fight,
Jack said, spitting out a glob of blood. He wiped his mouth and grinned.
The 3 of us are plenty strong enough.
Jack, there are 100 of them, Martha protested.
So, we faced worse odds.
Is there no other way? Martha asked Lenny desperately. Any way to avoid this? Lenny was quiet for a long moment.
If you don't want to give up the King Beast Crystal, then no, there's no other way. You either fight, flee, or surrender.
We're not giving up the crystal, Jack said immediately. We earned it. People died for it. I agree, Martha said, though her voice was less certain. But, Jack, we need to be realistic. Can we really win against 100 people?
We won't know until we try.
Over the next few days, the situation became painfully clear. They were trapped. Martha sent another letter to Slivia, writing urgently about the guild war and their need for reinforcements. But even if it reached her immediately, even if she sent help that very day, it would take at least 2 weeks for anyone to arrive. The war would be over by then, one way or another. Lenny made his position clear.
I can't get involved in the actual fighting. I'm not a member of the Red Wings, and I'm here as a guest of the Academy. If I participate in a guild war, it could cause diplomatic problems. I'm sorry.
We understand, Martha said, though disappointment was evident in her voice.
However,
Lenny continued,
I can help you prepare, and if you're badly injured, not killed but wounded, I can step in to provide medical aid. That much should be acceptable.
It was better than nothing. They spent the week training at the mansion, rarely venturing outside. Lenny informed them that during a declared guild war, underdog members could attack them anywhere in the city without punishment from the guards. The mansion, as Tower Master property, was the only truly safe place in Roland. Martha threw herself into mastering her new abilities. By the 3rd day, she could maintain flight for a full minute before her wings tired. By the 5th day, she could perform basic wind magic, creating gusts to deflect projectiles, enhancing her arrows with cutting air currents. Jack, meanwhile, tested his newfound strength from consuming the crowned harpy. He was faster, stronger, more durable than before. But even he had to admit that Osborne's single strike had hurt him. That man was no ordinary fighter. Jack desperately wanted to go out, to explore the city, maybe find some underdog members and fight them early, but he understood the stakes. Getting injured or killed before the actual war would doom Martha. So he stayed, trained, and waited. Finally, the 7th day arrived. They stood in an open field outside Roland's walls, about half a mile from the city gates. The guards had cleared the area, posting signs warning civilians to stay away. Lenny stood with them, off to the side.
"I'll be here if you need healing, but I cannot fight. Do you understand?"
"We understand," Martha said. "Thank you for coming anyway."
"I wish I could do more," Lenny said softly. "For what it's worth, I think you're making the wrong decision. You should have left the city, but I respect your courage."
In the distance, figures appeared. First 1, then 5, then 20, then more. They kept coming, an army of adventurers in silver and black armor, carrying weapons of every type imaginable. Martha counted. 50, 70, 90, 100. At their head strode Osborne, his massive club resting on his shoulder, the wolf pelt on his head fluttering in the breeze. The underdogs stopped about 30 meters away, forming a loose battle line. It looked like a military formation, organized, disciplined, overwhelming. Martha and Jack stood alone, facing them, 2 against 100.
"Are you prepared to hand over the King Crystal?"
Osborne's voice boomed across the field. Martha looked at Jack. He nodded once. She nocked an arrow, drew her bowstring back, and channeled both her ki and her new wind magic into the shot. The arrow glowed with power, air currents swirling around its shaft. "This is our answer!" Martha shouted. She released. The arrow flew faster than any arrow should. The man standing beside Osborne, one of his lieutenants, barely had time to register the threat before the arrow struck him in the chest. The impact lifted him off his feet and threw him backward. He crashed to the ground and didn't move. A moment of shocked silence followed. Then Osborne's face twisted with rage. He raised his club high and roared a single word that echoed across the field.
"Get them!"
The first thing Ray noticed was the smell, sulfur and decay, thick enough to taste. The second thing was the heat. Not the pleasant warmth of sunlight, but an oppressive, unnatural heat that seemed to radiate from the ground itself. He opened his eyes. The ground beneath his feet was pitch black, cracked and dry like burnt earth. The trees surrounding him were dead things, twisted brown trunks with no leaves, no life, just skeletal branches reaching toward a gray sky. Where there should have been streams and ponds, lava flows glowed red and angry, hissing as they carved channels through the landscape. "So it really is the Shadow Continent," Ray muttered, turning in a slow circle to get his bearings. He was alone, completely alone. "Where is everyone?" Ray called out, his voice echoing across the dead landscape. "Eddie? Max? Anyone?" Silence. Not even the sound of wind or birds, just the distant bubbling of lava and the occasional crack of splitting stone. Ray's jaw clenched. "The teleportation circle was corrupted by the shadow. It brought us here, but scattered us. We must have been thrown out at random points across the continent." He tried to calculate distances in his head. The Shadow Continent was massive. It covered half of Bronzeland, roughly equal in size to all the human territories combined. The Shadow had fortresses everywhere, scattered throughout their domain like spider nests. "They can't be too far," Ray said, trying to convince himself. "The disruption probably just spread us out, maybe a few miles apart, maybe more." But even as he said it, doubt crept in. What if they were dozens of miles apart, hundreds? What if some of them had materialized inside a shadow fortress? "This type of thing isn't for me," Ray complained, running a hand through his hair in frustration. "Where's Kato when you need him? Or Lenny? They're the ones who are good at planning and strategy. I just hit things until they stop moving." He tried sending a message through the system, focusing his will the way he'd done hundreds of times before.
Error. Message cannot be sent.
"Of course," Ray sighed. The one time I actually need this thing to work, and it's broken. The army he'd built up for situations exactly like this, trapped in enemy territory, outnumbered, in desperate need of backup, was completely inaccessible. He was cut off from everyone, alone in the heart of enemy territory with no way to call for help or coordinate with his scattered companions. "Okay, Ray," he said aloud, needing to hear a voice even if it was his own. "Think. What would Lenny do? First, survive. Second, find the others. Third, figure out how to get home." Simple enough in theory. In practice, he had no idea which direction to go, how far deep into shadow territory they were, or if his companions were even alive. "One problem at a time," Ray muttered. "First, I need to—" He stopped. In the forest around him, glowing red eyes had appeared. Not just one or two, dozens of them, scattered among the dead trees, all focused on him with predatory hunger. Ray's hand moved instinctively to his sword hilt. He couldn't use his dragon eyes anymore, but he'd evolved twice by now. His senses were sharper than any normal human's. He could hear better, see better, and feel the subtle movements of air and ground that warned of approaching danger. "Come on, then," Ray said quietly. "Let's see what you've got." The creatures emerged from the forest slowly, circling him like wolves around wounded prey. They looked like dogs, roughly the size of large wolves, but corrupted beyond recognition. All over their bodies, writhing tentacles sprouted from their heads and backs. At the tip of each tentacle was something that looked like a bone blade, sharp and gleaming with moisture that probably wasn't water. "Shadow-infected beasts," Ray observed, counting them. 12 total. "Probably basic tier originally, which means they're fighting at an intermediate level now thanks to powers granted by the shadow infection. Great. Just great." Ray didn't need his dragon eyes to recognize shadow corruption. Every beast in shadow territory had been infected long ago. The shadow didn't just kill, it consumed, corrupted, and made everything it touched into something wrong. The first beast attacked without warning. It launched itself forward, tentacles shooting out like spears aimed at Ray's head. Time seemed to slow. Ray had experienced this effect before, his enhanced perception allowing him to see attacks coming before they landed. He moved his head slightly to the left. The tentacles whistled past his ear and buried themselves in the ground with a wet thump. "Too slow," Ray said. He grabbed the embedded tentacles with both hands and yanked hard. The beast, still attached to its own limbs, flew toward him. Ray's fist was already moving, pulled back and loaded with just enough ki to get the job done without wasting energy. The punch connected with the beast's skull. The head exploded like a rotten fruit. Black blood and brain matter sprang across Ray's face and chest. The body went limp, and Ray dropped it immediately. He looked at the remaining 11 beasts, black blood dripping from his face, his fist still raised. The creatures hesitated, some primal instinct warning them that this prey was dangerous. Ray smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. "Who's next?" The beasts attacked as one, a coordinated rush from all sides. Ray moved. He dashed forward, meeting the charge head-on. His fist caught the first beast in the ribs, caving in its chest with a sickening crack. He spun, elbow striking another in the throat. A third tried to grab him with tentacles. He ducked under them and uppercut the beast so hard its body left the ground.
Too weak. These things are nothing. Intermediate level? No, they're barely a warm-up.
He was being careful, though. Every strike was measured, using just enough ki to kill efficiently without wasting power. He didn't use any magic, didn't tap into his larger reserves. There was no telling what he'd face in this place or how long he'd be here, so he might need his magic and optimal energy to deal with unforeseen dangers. The last beast tried to run. Ray caught it by the tentacles, swung it in a circle, and slammed it into a tree hard enough to snap the trunk. Silence fell. Ray stood among the corpses, breathing easily, barely winded. Black blood covered him from head to toe, making him look like some kind of demon risen from hell. "Intermediate beasts," Ray muttered, looking at the bodies. Not even worth harvesting. Basic tier crystals would sell for what, a few silver? Not worth the time. He turned to leave, then stopped. Heavy footsteps were approaching. Not the light padding of the dog beasts, but something massive. Each footfall made the ground tremble slightly. Trees creaked and cracked as something large pushed through them. Ray turned slowly. What emerged from the forest made the previous beasts look like puppies. It was another corrupted dog, but this one was the size of a house. Its body was made up of muscle, each limb as thick as a tree trunk. Dozens of tentacles sprouted from its head and back, each one tipped with a bone blade as long as Ray's arm. Its eyes glowed not red, but a deeper crimson that seemed to pulse with malevolent intelligence. The creature looked at the dead beasts scattered around Ray. It tilted its massive head back and howled, a sound that echoed across the dead landscape, part rage, part mourning, part challenge. More tentacles erupted from its body, writhing in the air like angry serpents. Ray felt his heart rate increase, not from fear, from excitement. "An advanced tier beast," Ray said, his smile widening. "Now we're talking." While others would have run screaming from such a creature, Ray felt nothing but anticipation. This was what he lived for, the challenge, the fight, the test of his abilities against something truly dangerous. He placed his hand on the ground, channeling power into the earth. "It's been a long time, friend," Ray said. "Come out, Noir." A portal opened beneath his palm, swirling with dark energy. From it emerged a massive black wolf with a single horn protruding from her forehead. On each paw, metallic claws gleamed. "The scorpion claws suit you, my girl." Noir growled, low and menacing, positioning herself between Ray and the giant beast. The corrupted dog was slightly larger than Noir, with more muscle mass, but Ray was curious to see how his companion would handle it. The dog struck first, firing its tentacles at Noir. But Noir was fast, faster than Ray remembered. She leaped backward, the tentacles missing by inches. Before they could retract, she swiped at them with her metallic claws. The claws sliced through the tentacles like they were made of paper. Green liquid seeped into the wounds, poison spreading through the severed limbs.
Good. She's learning to use her equipment effectively.
The tentacles fell to the ground, twitching and dissolving where the poison touched them. The corrupted beast, learning from its mistake, charged forward. Its massive body shook the ground with each thundering step. Noir charged to meet it. "No, don't!" Ray started to say, worried the beast would overpower her in a direct collision. But Noir didn't meet the charge head-on. At the last possible second, she shifted to the side with incredible agility, letting the beast's momentum carry it past her. In that brief moment, Noir struck. Her metallic claws raked across the beast's side once, twice, drawing deep furrows in its hide. She tried to follow up with a bite to the creature's neck, but her jaws couldn't penetrate the thick, corrupted flesh. "Her teeth aren't strong enough, but the claws are working." Ray watched in anticipation. Noir didn't waste time on ineffective attacks. She focused on what worked, circling, dodging, striking with her poisoned claws whenever an opening appeared. Each cut wasn't deep, but the green venom seeped into every wound. The beast was powerful, but it was slow. Every time it turned to face Noir, she was already somewhere else, striking from a new angle. The creature's movements became increasingly sluggish as the poison spread through its system. Eventually, Noir stopped attacking and looked at Ray, waiting for a command. The corrupted beast was still standing, but barely. It swayed on its feet, tentacles drooping, eyes glazing over. The poison had paralyzed it from within. Ray watched as the creature's legs finally gave out. It collapsed to the ground with an earth-shaking thud and went still. Silence. Then a message appeared in Ray's vision. "Advanced tier beast crystal received." Ray felt his spirits lift for the first time since arriving in this nightmare landscape. "Maybe this place isn't so bad after all," he said, looking at Noir. If there are advanced tier beasts wandering around everywhere, and they're all this slow. He smiled. Looks like it's time for some grinding. Advanced tier beast crystal received. Ray stared at the notification, his mind already racing through the implications. The biggest problem Ray had faced in getting stronger was simple. The Allure Kingdom didn't have enough advanced tier beasts. It was one of the main reasons Allure was considered the weakest of the 6 kingdoms. Fewer high-tier beasts meant less beast gear, fewer powerful crystals, and slower progression for adventurers and knights alike. For most people, this was an inconvenience. For Ray, who relied on absorbing beast crystals to increase his power, it was a serious obstacle. But here, Ray looked around at the dead landscape of the Shadow Continent, where corrupted beasts roamed freely. Here, there are powerful beasts everywhere, advanced tier, king tier, maybe even higher. The thought both excited and worried him. There were still 10 months left before his scheduled duel with Gary, or rather with whatever demon had taken control of Gary's gauntlet. Ray understood why the demon had given him so much time. It was struggling to fully possess Gary, to access all its power. The demon was confident that once it regained its full strength, it could defeat Ray easily. What it doesn't know, Ray said with a grim smile, is that time is exactly what I need. If he could find enough beasts, absorb enough crystals, he could grow stronger at a speed no one had ever seen before. The Shadow Continent might actually be the perfect training ground. Then another thought struck him, wiping the smile from his face. The students. When he'd first seen the basic tier corrupted dogs, he'd been worried for the other students. Now, having seen the advanced tier beast, he was even more concerned. Most of the students from Ruskin's class were first or second years. They had basic combat training, some practical experience, but nothing that would prepare them for shadow-corrupted beasts that fought at levels far beyond their tier. Eddie, Ray thought. They're targeting Eddie specifically. For whatever reason, he's what they want. Ray still didn't care much about the students individually. They were strangers. Most of them had treated him terribly, and he had his own problems to worry about. But he didn't like the idea of the Shadow getting what they wanted. If they wanted Eddie, then Ray's job was simple. Make sure they didn't get him. He turned to Noir, who was sniffing at one of the dead, corrupted dogs with obvious disdain. Noir, Ray called. The wolf looked up at him. I need you to do something for me. If you see any students wearing this uniform... Ray gestured to his own Roland Academy uniform, now torn and blood-stained. Do your best to protect them, okay? Keep them safe. Noir tilted her head, considering, then howled once in acknowledgement. I know you might find some of them annoying, Ray continued, but it's important. And if you run into anything too dangerous, anything that even you can't handle, just run. Use your speed to escape. I'll desummon you if I have to. Your safety comes first. Noir huffed as if insulted by the suggestion that anything could threaten her, then bounded off into the forest in a random direction, her metallic claws clicking against the blackened stone. Stay safe, girl, Ray said quietly. He looked down at his hand, where the advanced tier crystal still glowed faintly. Beast crystal absorbed. 36 of 100 advanced tier points. Ray nodded with satisfaction. He learned from experience that it was better to absorb crystals immediately rather than save them. Yes, absorbing a crystal healed him and made him stronger, which could be useful in an emergency. But if he died with unabsorbed crystals, all that potential power was wasted. Better to be stronger now than dead with a full inventory. Time to hunt, Ray said, and disappeared into the forest. Somewhere else on the Shadow Continent, in a small clearing surrounded by dead trees, chaos erupted. Everyone stay calm, Professor Flynn shouted, his voice cracking slightly. Please, just stay calm and let me think. But the students weren't calm. They were panicking, and Flynn couldn't blame them. Where are we? How did we get here? I want to go home. Are we going to die? Flynn held up his hands, trying to regain control of the situation. Please, shouting won't help anyone. Let's do a head count first. I need to see how many of you are here. The truth was, Flynn's own voice was shaking because he was just as terrified as the students. He was a white mage. His powers specialized in healing magic. He had virtually no combat abilities. He could mend wounds, cure diseases, and maybe cast a basic shield in an emergency, but if a real threat appeared, he was useless. And looking around at the dead landscape, the red lava flows in the distance, the oppressive gray sky, he knew exactly where they were. From the expressions on some of the students' faces, they knew too. The Shadow Continent, someone whispered. We're in enemy territory, another added, voice hollow with fear. Flynn finished his count. 15 students and I, 16 people total. He looked at the faces gathered around him. Bliss was there, trying to look brave despite her pale complexion. Eddie stood off to the side, shaking visibly. Blake was also there, along with another older student. All right, Flynn said, trying to project confidence he didn't feel. The first thing we need to do is assess our situation. Is anyone injured? Head shook. Everyone had made it through the teleportation unharmed, at least physically. Good. That's good. Flynn ran a hand through his hair, thinking frantically. What would a real teacher do? What would Professor Springett do? We should stay put. In survival situations, when you're lost, the best strategy is to remain in one location. That way rescue parties can find you more easily. Professor, Bliss spoke up, her voice steady despite her obvious fear. With respect, I don't think that's the best idea. What? Flynn blinked at her. That advice assumes people know roughly where we are, Bliss explained. But we don't even know where we are. Do you really think Roland knows? Do you think they have any idea which part of the Shadow Continent we landed in? The Shadow Continent is huge. It covers half of Bronze Land. They could search for months and never find us. Flynn's face fell as he realized she was right. Help isn't coming, Bliss continued, her voice softening. Or at least, we can't count on it. We need to be prepared to save ourselves. The students began murmuring among themselves. Flynn heard fragments of conversation.
Is she saying we have to find our own way out?
How? We don't even know where the borders are.
We're going to die here.
Everyone, please, Flynn started. I agree with her, Blake interrupted, stepping forward. Despite being only a student, Blake had an authoritative presence that made people listen. Professor Flynn, that girl is right. We need to find the others and figure out how to get home. Waiting here won't accomplish anything. Flynn looked between them, feeling the weight of responsibility crushing down on him. He'd only become a professor this year. This was supposed to be a routine class trip to the archive, and now 16 lives depended on decisions he had no idea how to make. You're probably right, Flynn admitted. Both of you. We can't just sit here. Relief flickered across Blake's face, though he tried to hide it. But we need a strategy, Flynn continued, grasping for some sense of control. We'll mark this location as our base. We'll search outward in different directions, but we'll always come back here. That way, if we get separated or if other groups are looking for us, there's a central meeting point.
How far should we go in each direction?
One student asked. A few miles, maybe? The teleportation magic couldn't have scattered us too far. The others should be somewhere nearby. Flynn looked around at the frightened faces. We'll mark our path as we go so we can find our way back. And everyone stays together. No one goes off alone.
What about beasts?
Another student asked nervously.
The Shadow Continent is full of corrupted creatures.
We'll be careful, Flynn said, wishing he believed it. And we'll rely on our more combat-capable students if necessary. His eyes fell on Blake, who straightened slightly under the attention. Then on a few other students who he knew had combat training. Throughout this entire discussion, Eddie had remained silent, standing apart from the group. He was shaking so badly that Bliss could see it from several feet away. She moved closer to him. Hey, she said quietly. Are you all right, Eddie? Eddie didn't look at her. His eyes were fixed on the ground, his fists clenched at his sides.
This is all my fault,
Eddie whispered, his voice barely audible.
I'm the reason everyone's here.
Stop it, Bliss said firmly, glancing around to make sure others weren't listening. Don't say that. People are already scared. We don't need them turning on each other. And besides, what you're saying is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous,
Eddie said, his voice cracking.
You know they're after me. Even if I don't use my magic, it's obvious. Those shadow creatures, the attack on the teleportation circle, it was all to get to me. Everyone else is just collateral damage.
Bliss grabbed his arm. Eddie, listen to me. This is not your fault. You didn't ask for any of this. You didn't corrupt the teleportation circle. You didn't bring us here. Whatever the shadow wants, whatever you think you are, none of that makes this your fault. Eddie finally looked at her. His eyes were red, on the verge of tears.
Then why do I feel like it is?
Bliss had no answer for that. Before she could respond, Flynn's voice rang out. All right, everyone, get ready to move out. The students began gathering what few supplies they had. Most had lost their bags in the teleportation, leaving them with only what they'd been carrying. A few had water bottles. One student had a knife. Another had a basic first aid kit. It wasn't nearly enough. As the group prepared to leave, Blake stood apart from the others, his own hands trembling despite his outward confidence. His mind was racing, consumed by a single thought that he couldn't shake, couldn't voice, couldn't escape.
It's my fault everyone is here.
What is this place? Max cried, spinning in circles with his hands clutching his head. This can't be real! This can't be happening! The ground beneath his feet was pitch black, cracked and barren. Dead trees surrounded them like skeletal fingers reaching for the gray sky. In the distance, rivers of molten lava glowed red and angry. Max had read about places like this in textbooks, seen illustrations in history books, but reading about something and standing in it were entirely different experiences. Hey, a student near him said nervously, do you think this is still part of the training? Maybe they made the hunting ground look like the Shadow Continent as a test. Yeah, that makes sense, another agreed, desperate for any explanation that meant they weren't in mortal danger. They wanted to scare us, see how we react under pressure. It's just an illusion, right?
It has to be,
a third voice chimed in.
They wouldn't actually send us to the real Shadow Continent. That would be crazy.
Cato stood apart from the panicking students, his expression grim. He didn't say anything, but Max could read the truth on his friend's face. This was real. Professor Springett knelt down and scooped up a handful of the black soil. She closed her eyes, her face calm and composed as always, but Max saw her jaw tighten slightly. When she opened her eyes again, they were harder than before. All students, please gather around, Springett announced, her voice cutting through the nervous chatter. I have an important message for you all. The students shuffled closer, still murmuring among themselves. The upperclassmen had been through their training before. They knew it wasn't a test or an illusion. They knew where exactly they were. I'm going to be honest with you all, Springett said, her voice steady despite the gravity of her words. This is not part of the test. Several students gasped. Someone let out a strangled sound. And even worse, Springett continued, it seems we've been transported to the Shadow Continent itself. The soil, the air, everything around us is saturated with dark energy. This is the real thing. The reaction was immediate and devastating. One girl dropped to her knees, sobbing. No, no, no! This can't be happening!
I want to go home,
another student wailed. Why us? What did we do to deserve this?
We're going to die here.
Hey, Max whispered urgently to Cato, grabbing his friend's arm. Is what she's saying true? Are we really? Yes, Cato said simply. This place matches exactly what I was taught in the Empire. The dead vegetation, the lava flows, the dark energy in the air. It's all consistent with Shadow territory. But that's... we're... Max couldn't finish the sentence. The good thing is, Cato continued, scanning their surroundings with a tactical eye,
At least we weren't transported directly into one of their fortresses. We're just in the middle of nowhere at the moment. That gives us options.
That's supposed to be good news?
Max hissed, his voice rising.
We're in the middle of enemy territory with no idea how to get home. It's better than being in a shadow fortress surrounded by hundreds of corrupted humans and beasts,
Cato replied flatly.
Perspective, Max.
Max wanted to argue, but something in Cato's expression stopped him. His friend was thinking, processing, analyzing like he always did when things got dangerous.
The teleportation circle,
Cato muttered, more to himself than to Max.
They couldn't have completely controlled where it would send us. Otherwise, we'd be in a fortress right now. But still, someone had to have altered the destination. The crystal changed and was consumed with dark energy. That kind of corruption doesn't happen by accident.
What are you saying?
Max asked.
I'm saying it had to be planned from the inside,
Cato said, his voice low and urgent.
Someone at the academy, someone who had access to the teleportation circle, is working for the Shadow. They sabotaged us.
Max's eyes widened.
What? We have to tell the professor. If there's a traitor...
Cato grabbed Max's sleeve and pulled him back before he could take a step.
Max, we don't know who the traitor is. It could be anyone. Even someone in this group. We can't trust anyone.
Not even Professor Springett?
Especially not authority figures. They'd have the easiest access to the teleportation circle.
Cato's face was grim.
For now, we keep this to ourselves and we watch our backs.
Max felt his stomach twist. Bad enough that they were trapped in the Shadow Continent. Worse that there might be a traitor among them, ready to betray them to the enemy at any moment.
Look!
A female student suddenly shouted, pointing toward the forest.
Look at that! It's a monkey!
Max followed her finger. Sure enough, perched on a branch about 50 yards away was a small monkey. Its fur was bright white, making it easy to spot. It had 2 tails instead of 1, both curled around the branch for balance.
It's actually kind of cute,
the girl said, relief evident in her voice.
See? There's normal wildlife here. It can't be that bad if there are monkeys, right?
Don't be stupid, one of the upperclassmen snapped. All beasts in the Shadow Continent are infected. That thing is dangerous.
But Professor Springett had already reached the same conclusion. Her hand moved to her sword, drawing it in one smooth motion.
Everyone, get ready for combat,
she commanded. The monkey opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 enormous fangs that no normal monkey should possess. Then it screamed, a piercing, high-pitched wail that made everyone clap their hands over their ears.
What is it doing?
Max shouted over the sound.
Oh no,
Cato breathed, his face going pale.
It's calling for help.
What?
The monkey can see we outnumber it,
Cato explained quickly.
It's smart enough to know it can't take us alone, so it's calling its pack.
As if on cue, the monkey stopped screaming. Silence fell over the clearing. Then the trees around them erupted with movement. 1 monkey appeared, then 5, then 10, then 20. They poured out of the forest like a white tide, their purple-patched fur and foaming mouths, clearly marking them as corrupted by shadow energy.
Count them, Cato muttered. 21 total, all basic tiers, but shadow corruption boosts them to an intermediate level. We're outnumbered 3 to 1.
Breakthrough!
Professor Springett wasted no time activating her power. Her hair began to glow with an inner light. Strange energy crackled around her body, visible as distortions in the air. Her eyes blazed with power. The army of monkeys charged forward, screeching and howling, climbing down from the trees with unnatural speed.
Everyone, stand and fight, Springett ordered. Don't split up. If we stay together, we can...
But panic had already set in.
Run!
Someone screamed.
Get away from them! I don't want to die!
About half the students, 7 of them, broke ranks immediately and ran in the opposite direction, fleeing into the forest.
No!
Springett shouted.
Come back! You'll be...
But it was too late. The first monkey that charged forward met Professor Springett's blade. She sliced it cleanly, black blood spraying across the ground. But the monkeys behind it were smarter than they looked. They didn't continue the frontal assault. Instead, they split into two groups and ran around the students who'd stood their ground, completely ignoring them in favor of easier prey. "They're going after the runners!" one of the upperclassmen shouted. Max watched in horror as the monkeys closed the distance to the fleeing students in seconds. The students tried to activate spells, tried to defend themselves, but the monkeys were too fast. The first student went down screaming as 3 monkeys jumped on his back, claws tearing into flesh. A second student turned to fight, managed to fire off one weak spell that barely singed a monkey's fur, then was overwhelmed by 5 more. The monkeys were efficient killers. Claws went for the eyes first, blinding their victims. Then they tore open bellies, pulling out organs while the students were still alive. The screaming was horrible. Max fell to his knees and vomited. He wasn't alone. Several other students were doing the same, unable to process the brutality of what they were witnessing. "Don't look," Cato said, grabbing Max's shoulder. "Focus on what's in front of us. If you freeze up now, we're next." It took less than a minute for the 7 deserters to die. When the last scream faded, the monkeys turned their attention to the remaining 8 students. "Everyone, get behind me," Professor Springett said, moving to the front. "Now!" Max stumbled to his feet and moved behind Springett, joining the others. He counted quickly. Himself, Cato, Princess Nora, 2 upperclassmen, and 2 other first-year students he barely knew. 8 against 19. The monkeys began to advance, moving more cautiously now that they'd fed. They spread out in a semicircle, cutting off escape routes. "We have to support the professor," Princess Nora shouted. She clapped her hands together, and the 2 upperclassmen mirrored the motion. Then, moving in perfect synchronization as if performing a choreographed dance, they raised their hands above their heads. The ground rumbled. A wall of black earth erupted upward, following their movements. They thrust their fists forward, and chunks of earth broke free from the wall, forming into compacted balls that launched at the charging monkeys like cannonballs. 3 monkeys were struck down immediately, their bodies crushed by the impact. 2 more were clipped, sent tumbling with broken limbs. "Wow," Max breathed. "I'd heard that people from the Criterion Kingdom specialized in earth magic, but I didn't expect their princess to be this skilled." "Yeah," Cato agreed, watching the coordinated attack. "And those 2 upperclassmen are clearly part of her guard. They've trained together. That's the only way you get that level of synchronization." Max didn't waste time marveling. He focused, gathering moisture from the air. There wasn't much in this dead place, but enough, and formed it around his hand. He thrust his palm forward, sending a blade of compressed water flying at the nearest monkey. It struck the creature in the shoulder, cutting deep. The monkey screeched and fell back. Max fired again, and again. Each water blade found its mark, but there were so many targets, and his mana was already draining faster than he liked. "Cato!" Max shouted. "Don't just stand there! Use your magic! Help out!" "I can't!" Cato shouted back, and Max heard real anguish in his friend's voice. "My magic is too weak!" Cato held out his hand and concentrated. A small sphere of energy formed in his palm, barely larger than his fist, and fired out at one of the monkeys. The blast struck the creature square in the chest. The monkey didn't even stagger. It looked down at where it had been hit, then back up at Cato with what could only be described as contempt. "Damn it," Cato cursed. "I'm useless here." Max wanted to say something encouraging, but he didn't have time. The monkeys were pressing their advantage. Professor Springett was a whirlwind of steel and death, her blade flashing in the dim light. Every swing found its target, every thrust pierced corrupted flesh. but even she couldn't be everywhere at once. Princess Nora and her guards continued their earth magic barrage, but they were breathing hard now. Mana exhaustion was setting in. The two lower-class students fired energy blast after energy blast, their hands glowing with power. But for every monkey they hit, another took its place. "There are too many!" one of them cried. "We can't!" Then, cutting through the sounds of combat, a howl echoed across the landscape. Everyone froze, students and monkeys alike. Max turned toward the sound, his blood running cold. In the distance, silhouetted against the red glow of lava flows, a giant figure was running toward them. It was massive.
What is that?
The howl echoed across the dead landscape, deeper and more powerful than any sound the corrupted monkeys had made. It reverberated through Max's chest, making his ribs vibrate.
What was that?
Max shouted, his water blade faltering mid-cast. The sound hadn't come from any ordinary beast. It was too deep, too resonant, carrying a weight that spoke of size and power, and it was getting closer.
Something big,
Cato said, his analytical mind already working.
Very big, and moving fast.
The footsteps confirmed it, heavy thuds that shook the ground with each impact. Then came the sound of trees crashing down, wood splintering and snapping as something massive forced its way through the forest.
"Everyone, focus on the monkeys!"
Springett commanded, slicing another corrupted creature in half. Black blood sprayed across her face, but she didn't flinch.
"Don't get distracted!"
But it was impossible not to be distracted. Through the trees, a large shape was approaching, dark and massive, moving with terrifying speed despite its size.
"There!"
One of the upperclassmen pointed.
"I can see it!"
The figure burst from the forest into the clearing, and Max's heart sank. It was a wolf, but no wolf Max had ever seen or read about. It stood easily as tall as a house, with a muscular frame that spoke of raw power. A single black horn protruded from its forehead like a unicorn's, and on each of its 4 paws, metallic claws gleamed in the dim light, looking sharp enough to cut through stone.
"That thing is huge!"
Max yelled, taking an involuntary step backward. Cato was visibly shaking, his usual composure completely shattered.
That's an advanced tier beast. Maybe higher. We can't fight that. We can't."
The 2 lower-class students simply collapsed to their knees, all fight draining out of them.
"We can't win,"
one of them whispered.
"We can't beat that thing. We're all going to die. We're dead. We're so dead."
Springett's mind raced through calculations. Still 10 monkeys left to fight. Now a massive wolf that looked at least advanced tier, possibly king tier given its size and equipment. Her breakthrough form was already weakening. She'd been maintaining it for nearly half an hour, and her reserves were depleting rapidly. The odds of everyone surviving had just dropped to nearly 0.
"Everyone, retreat!"
Springett commanded, making a split-second decision.
"Go back into the forest! Run! Princess, you especially! You have to escape!"
The students didn't need to be told twice. They turned and ran, panic overriding any sense of coordination. Springett herself turned to face the giant wolf, drawing herself up to her full height despite her exhaustion.
"Come at me, then!"
she shouted, raising her sword.
"I'll buy them time!"
She expected the wolf to charge her. She braced for impact, calculating the best angle to dodge, where she might land a strike that would at least slow it down. But the wolf completely ignored her. It moved with speed that seemed impossible for something so large. One moment standing still, the next already past her, circling around toward the fleeing students.
"How fast is that thing?"
Springett gasped, spinning to follow.
"Oh no, the students!"
By the time she completed her turn, the wolf had already positioned itself between the students and safety. The corrupted monkeys were behind them. The wolf blocked their path forward. There was nowhere left to run. Max skidded to a stop, nearly falling as he tried to brake. Kato crashed into his back, and both of them went down in a heap with the other students piling on top.
"Before I die," Max said, his voice surprisingly steady as he stared up at the massive wolf, "I just have to say, Slivia, I'm sorry for being a terrible brother. I know I was always getting into trouble and you had to bail me out, and I never really appreciated—" "Max, what are you doing?" Kato hissed. "Saying my goodbyes, and to all my past ex-girlfriends," Max continued, raising his voice. "I'll see you in hell." "That's what you choose to say before dying?" Kato snapped. The wolf began moving toward them, its massive paws making no sound despite its size. Its eyes, intelligent, far too intelligent for a normal beast, fixed on the huddled students. Max closed his eyes. "This is it. This is how I die. Eaten by a giant wolf in the Shadow Continent. My tombstone is going to be so embarrassing." The wolf leaped. Max heard the rush of air, heard someone scream, maybe himself, and waited for the pain of teeth and claws. But the pain didn't come. He opened one eye cautiously. The wolf had jumped over them entirely, and now stood between the students and the approaching monkeys. Before the corrupted creatures could react, the wolf's metallic claw swept out in a wide arc. 3 monkeys died instantly, their bodies cut cleanly in half. The metallic claws were sharper than any blade Max had ever seen. The wolf moved like liquid death, fast, efficient, brutal. It grabbed one monkey in its powerful jaws, bit down, and swung its head violently to the side. The monkey's head separated from its body with a wet tearing sound. Another swipe of those claws, 2 more monkeys fell, black blood pooling beneath them. The students could only stare in shock. "Are the beasts fighting each other?" Princess Nora asked, her voice small and confused. "It can happen," Kato replied, his analytical mind struggling to process what he was seeing. "Territory disputes, competition for food, but I've never heard of shadow-corrupted beasts fighting each other. Only regular beasts do that. The corruption usually overrides territorial instincts and makes them cooperate against non-corrupted targets." Max was staring at the wolf, something nagging at the back of his mind. There was something familiar about it. The way it moved, the intelligence in its eyes. He'd seen this before. But where? "Hey," Max said slowly. "Do you think that's just a regular beast? Look at it. Its fur doesn't have any purple patches. There's no foam in its mouth. It looks clean, healthy, not corrupted." "You're right," Princess Nora said, studying the wolf more carefully. "It doesn't look infected at all. Maybe the wolf lost its way? Got separated from its pack and ended up in shadow territory by accident?" "Even if that's the case," Kato said, his voice tight with tension, "beasts don't like humans. Infected or not, wild beasts see us as prey or threats. When the wolf is done killing the monkeys, it could turn on us next." The words sent a chill through Max. Watching the wolf fight, seeing how it dispatched the monkeys with single strikes, each movement precise, efficient, deadly, he realized Kato was right. They'd actually had a better chance against just the monkeys. At least those had been predictable, stupid. This wolf was something else entirely.
"We should run," one of the lower-class students whispered, "while it's distracted."
"We can't outrun it," the other replied. "You saw how fast it moves. It would catch us in seconds."
"Then what do we do?"
"We pray," Kato said simply. The wolf dispatched the last monkey with almost casual efficiency, its metallic claw piercing straight through the creature's skull. The monkey twitched once and went still. Silence fell over the clearing. The only sounds were the heavy breathing of the students and the distant bubbling of lava. Professor Springett, who'd been running to catch up, felt her breakthrough form finally collapse. The energy drained out of her, leaving her weak and exhausted. She'd maintained it for as long as she could,
but there were limits even to her endurance. She watched the wolf, calculating odds, trying to determine if she had enough strength left for one final fight. After seeing how the wolf had handled the monkeys, she wasn't optimistic. At first, when the wolf had attacked the monkeys, she'd felt joy, relief, saved by an unlikely ally. But now, with the monkeys dead and only humans remaining, that relief had transformed into a different kind of fear. They'd traded one threat for another, possibly a more dangerous one. The wolf turned slowly, deliberately, to face the students. Its eyes swept across them, taking in their battered state, their academy uniforms, their terrified faces. Then it lowered its head and walked directly toward Max. Everyone stepped back, everyone except Max. His feet wouldn't move. He stood frozen as the massive wolf approached. Its face now level with his, close enough that he could feel its breath on his face, close enough to see his own reflection in those intelligent eyes. Those eyes. Max knew those eyes. "Max, are you crazy?" Kato shouted from behind him. "Get away from it! Move!" But Max didn't move. He stared into the wolf's eyes. "Guys," Max called over his shoulder, not breaking eye contact with Noir. "I don't think it's going to hurt us." "Max, don't be stupid," Kato yelled. "That thing could bite your head off." But Max ignored him. Slowly, carefully, he raised his hand. "May I?" he asked quietly. Noir lowered her head slightly, an unmistakable gesture of permission. Max reached out and stroked the fur on Noir's face. It was surprisingly soft beneath his fingers, warm and alive. Nothing like the corrupted beasts with their matted, diseased fur. "You're here to help us, aren't you?" Max asked, his voice still nervous, but growing more confident. Noir barked, a surprisingly normal sound from such a large creature. "Can you understand me?" Max asked. Another affirmative bark, accompanied by what Max could swear was a nod. The other students stared in absolute shock. Professor Springett's jaw had literally dropped open. "How?" Princess Nora breathed. "I've heard of beast tamers before, but they could only control basic tier beasts. Nothing like this. This is an advanced tier at minimum." "Max isn't a beast tamer," Kato said, though he sounded uncertain. "Is he? Max, are you a beast tamer?" "No," Max replied. "This is... I don't know, but this wolf feels familiar, as if I have seen it before, but I don't remember where." Before anyone could say more, Noir stood up from her crouched position. Very carefully, using just the tips of her teeth, she grabbed Max by the back of his shirt and lifted him into the air. "Ah!" Max screamed, legs kicking uselessly. "I take it back! Why did I trust a stupid wolf? I'm going to die! I'm going to—" Noir tossed him gently upward. Max sailed through the air, still screaming, arms windmilling, and landed perfectly on Noir's back, settling between her shoulder blades like a rider on a horse. The screaming stopped. Max looked around, patting himself down. Oh, I see now," he laughed, the sound slightly hysterical but genuine. "You want us to get on top of you, don't you? You're offering to carry us." Noir confirmed, and there was definitely a note of amusement in the sound. Noir laid down on the ground, making it easier for the others to climb aboard. "Hey, what are you all waiting for?" Max shouted, waving at them from Noir's back. "Come on, let's go!" "Icebind!" Ray's voice cut through the dead air of the shadow continent as he thrust his palm toward the ground. Frost spread from his hand like a living thing, racing across the blackened earth in branching patterns of white and blue. The massive worm-like beast, easily 30 feet long and as thick as a tree trunk, was already wounded, black blood leaking from a dozen cuts along its segmented body. It had been trying to burrow back into the ground, to escape, but Ray's ice reached its tail first. The frost climbed up the creature's lower half, encasing it in a shell of ice that anchored it in place. The worm's top half continued to thrash and scream, a horrible grinding sound like stones being crushed, but it couldn't move forward, couldn't escape.
Should have stayed underground,
Ray muttered, already moving. He leaped high into the air, easily 20 feet up, using his enhanced leg strength to propel himself. At the apex of his jump, he clasped both fists together and brought them down like a hammer directly onto the worm's head. The impact made a sound like a watermelon being dropped from a building. The worm's skull collapsed inward, black blood and brain matter exploding outward. The creature's body went slack, its dying scream fading to a wet gurgle. Ray landed lightly on his feet, barely winded.
Advanced tier beast killed. Advanced tier crystal obtained. 2.
2 crystals? Ray said, surprised. Didn't expect that. Must have already eaten one from another beast before I found it.
He dismissed the first notification and immediately absorbed one of the crystals, feeling the familiar rush of energy flow through his body. His wounds, a deep scratch on his arm from an earlier fight, bruising along his ribs, began healing instantly. The fatigue that had been building in his muscles vanished, replaced by renewed strength.
63 of 100 advanced tier points.
63,
Ray said, checking his progress.
Getting close. Maybe a dozen more advanced tier beasts and I'll hit another evolution.
He stored the second crystal in his void instead of absorbing it. Originally, he'd planned to absorb every crystal immediately to maximize his growth rate, but after several fights, he'd realized something important. The healing effect of absorption could save his life in an emergency. Better to keep a few crystals as emergency healing items rather than use them all at once. He also had 2 other advanced tier crystals saved up, ones the system hadn't processed because he'd manually stored them. Those would go toward making new equipment eventually, or be sold for coin if they needed funds.
This place really is perfect for grinding,
Ray thought as he surveyed the dead landscape around him. Advanced tier beasts everywhere, constant combat, instant healing through absorption. Dangerous, yes, deadly for most people, but for someone with his system, with his abilities, it was ideal. He was about to start searching for his next target when an unexpected system message appeared, one he hadn't seen in a very long time.
7 new tasks have been completed. 22 of 1,000 tasks complete. 7 new skills have been unlocked.
Ray stopped walking, staring at the notification.
What? Tasks completed?
He looked around.
But I'm in the middle of nowhere. I haven't saved anyone. I've been hunting alone for hours.
He'd developed a theory about how the task system worked. It seemed to trigger whenever he saved someone's life. Each person saved counted as one task completed. But right now, he was completely alone in enemy territory. He hadn't seen another human since being separated from the others. Then, a thought struck him.
Noir,
Ray said aloud.
Was it Noir?
He'd sent his wolf out hours ago with instructions to find and protect any students wearing Roland Academy uniforms. Since Noir was part of his system, it made sense that if she saved people, those saves would count toward his total.
7 tasks means 7 people,
Ray calculated.
So Noir found at least 7 students and got them out of danger. Good girl.
He felt a wave of relief. At least some of the students were alive, protected. He'd been worried that the scattered first years wouldn't survive even an hour in this place.
Either way, can't complain about unlocking more skills,
Ray muttered, opening the skill list.
Fire resistance, water resistance, poison resistance, ice resistance, earth resistance.
Resistance skills.
Ray read through each description. They all said essentially the same thing. Resistance strength was equal to 20% of his total attribute points in that element.
So if my fire attribute is at 40 points,
Ray worked through the math,
20% of that is 8, meaning any fire attack with an attribute rating of 8 or less won't affect me at all. And if the attack is stronger, I'll still reduce its power by 8 points.
It was powerful, but also limited. The resistance skills were only as strong as his attribute points. Right now, He only had significant points in two elements, ice and fire. His water, poison, and earth attributes were basically zero, making those resistance skills almost useless.
Still, Ray mused, better to have them and not need them. And maybe I'll find equipment or crystals that boost those attributes later.
What really interested him were the last two skills.
Fire blast.
He read the description carefully. The skill allowed him to release a constant stream of fire from his hand, basically turning his palm into a flamethrower. The cost was 1 mana point every 5 seconds of continuous use.
That's actually pretty expensive, Ray calculated. My total mana is around 200 points now, so I could maintain the stream for about 16 minutes before running dry. Still, having a ranged attack option could be useful.
The last skill was even more interesting.
Fire energy.
A buff skill,
Ray noted, reading the description. By spending half his maximum mana in one burst, he could double the power of all fire-related skills, including resistance skills, for 30 minutes.
Double power for half my mana means I'd need to finish fights quickly. Can't draw things out if I've only got half my mana pool to work with. But for tough opponents, for emergencies, this could be the difference between winning and losing.
Ray wanted to test both skills immediately, see how they actually performed, get a feel for their limitations. But he was in hostile territory. Every point of mana, every bit of energy, needed to be conserved for real threats.
Later,
Ray promised himself.
Once I'm somewhere safe, I'll test them properly.
He was about to continue his hunt when something darted out from the edge of the forest, moving with incredible speed. Ray's hand went to his weapon instinctively, but the creature ignored him. It went straight for the dead worm and began tearing into the corpse, ripping out chunks of corrupted flesh with savage efficiency. Ray watched carefully. Normally, beasts were put off by the blood of creatures at their own tier or higher. It was an instinctive response. If something killed a beast as strong as you, getting close to that kill site was asking to become the next victim.
Whatever that thing is, it's stronger than advanced tier beasts. It must be king tier, probably, maybe higher.
As the creature feasted, Ray got a better look at it. The body was definitely lion-like, powerful muscles, predatory build, designed for explosive bursts of speed and strength. But where a lion's mane should be, this creature had fire. Actual flames wreathed its neck and shoulders, burning without consuming fuel, intense enough that Ray could feel the heat from 20 yards away. Its legs were wrong too. Instead of typical feline limbs, they were almost horse-like. Longer, more muscular, built for sustained running rather than just pouncing. Ray took a careful step backward, then another. There was no reason to fight this thing. He couldn't absorb king tier crystals yet. His system only processed advanced tier and below. And while getting a king tier crystal to forge into equipment would be amazing, it wasn't worth the risk. In the Shadow Continent, that crystal would make the beast equivalent to a super tier threat, way above his current capabilities. With that thought on his mind, Ray turned to sneak out of there before the creature noticed him. However, the creature's head snapped up. It had finished with the flesh and was now digging through the worm's body cavity, clearly searching for something specific. The beast crystal, the one Ray had already absorbed. The fire lion's searching became more frantic. It tore open more of the worm's body, checking every section, but found nothing. Then it stopped, turned its head slowly, fixed its burning eyes directly on Ray. The lion creature knew that the beast crystal was gone. The lion had killed and eaten dozens of beasts in this area, always claiming the crystals as its prize. It had smelled the fresh kill, come to claim what it saw as rightfully its, and found nothing. It was furious, and Ray was the only other living thing nearby.
I gave you a chance to live, feast to your heart's content, and then walk away peacefully, but it seems like you ignored my generosity. Then so be it.
The corner of Ray's mouth stretched upwards in a grin, his amber eyes fixated on his next target. The flames around the lion's neck and shoulders began burning brighter, hotter. Trees near the creature caught fire, their dead wood igniting instantly. Within seconds, a circle of flame surrounded the beast, spreading outward. Ray could feel the heat intensifying, see the air shimmering. The lion was preparing for battle, building up its power. The lion roared. It was a sound of rage, of hunger, of predatory intent. Then it charged. All right then, let's see if a king-tier beast bleeds like everything else. Ray cracked his knuckles, getting ready for another victory. The fire lion was roughly the same size as Noir, but that was where any similarity ended. Where Noir was sleek and fast, built for precision strikes, this creature was raw power incarnate. Flames wreathed its neck and shoulders like a living mane, burning so intensely that Ray could feel the heat radiating off it from 20 yards away. I just got fire resistance, but I don't think that skill will be of any significant help against such a beast. Most of my powerful attacks are fire-based because of my high fire attribute. Using fire spells against something that's literally made of fire, that's not going to work. The lion fixed its burning eyes on Ray and roared. The sound was deafening, not just loud, but physically powerful, carrying a pressure that made Ray's bones vibrate. In the forest around them, smaller beasts fled in terror, recognizing the roar of an apex predator. Great, Ray muttered. It's the king of this territory. Just my luck. The lion opened its massive jaws, and fire began building in its throat, an orange glow that grew brighter with each passing second. Then it released a continuous stream of flame directly at Ray. What the hell? Ray shouted, diving to the side. Are you a dragon now? The stream of fire followed him, tracking his movement like a weapon. Ray ran, constantly changing direction, but the flames kept coming. The ground where he'd been standing moments before was now scorched black, still glowing red-hot. It's not stopping. I can't keep dodging forever. I need to get close, get under its attack angle. Ray sprinted directly toward the beast, using his enhanced speed to close the distance before the lion could adjust. Within seconds, he was directly underneath the creature, between its legs, where the breath weapon couldn't reach. Ice bind! Ray slammed his palm against the ground, channeling his ice magic into the lion's front leg. Frost spread from his hand, climbing up the beast's limb, but the moment the ice touched the burning mane, it melted instantly. Water dripped from the lion's shoulder, evaporating into steam before it even hit the ground. Damn it, Ray cursed. Ice doesn't work either. The heat from its mane is too intense. Fire won't work because it's immune. Ice melts before it can freeze anything. What am I supposed to do? The lion leaped backward with surprising agility for something so large, clearing space between itself and Ray. Time to do this the old-fashioned way, Ray said grimly, drawing his gauntlets into a fighting stance. I am a knight, after all. The lion's mouth opened again, but this time, instead of a continuous stream, multiple fireballs formed in its throat. They launched out rapid fire, dozens of them, each one the size of Ray's head. Ray dodged the first one, then the second. He ducked under a third, rolled away from a fourth. But there were too many. One caught him in the shoulder, and suddenly Ray was airborne, thrown backward by the explosive force of the impact. He crashed to the ground hard, rolling several times before coming to a stop. His entire left side was burned, skin charred and cracked, pain screaming through every nerve. Fire resistance activated. Even with fire resistance, Ray gasped, struggling to sit up. I got hurt this badly from a single hit. The pain was overwhelming. He tried to move his left arm and nearly blacked out from the agony. If he hadn't just received the fire resistance skill moments ago, that single fireball would have killed him instantly, burned him to ashes. A system notification appeared, offering salvation. Would you like to absorb the advanced tier beast crystal? Yes, Ray mentally confirmed without hesitation. The crystal he'd saved dissolved, its energy flooding through his body. His burns began healing immediately, new skin growing over the charred areas, damaged muscle rebuilding itself, the pain fading to a manageable ache. Within seconds, he was whole again.
70 of 100 advanced tier points.
Thank God I kept that crystal, Ray thought, climbing to his feet. But that was my last one. No more second chances. If I get hit like that again, I'm done. The lion was already preparing another attack, fireballs forming in its mouth. Ray made a split-second decision. I can't take more hits. I need a new strategy. Need to overwhelm it. Doppelganger! 2 perfect copies of Ray materialized beside him. The technique cut his mana in half, but it was worth it.
While the system's broken, I can't withdraw mana from Red Wing's members, can't share or receive energy. I'm on my own, so now every point counts.
The 3 Rays split up immediately, running in different directions. The lion hesitated, its burning eyes tracking all 3 targets, clearly confused about which one to pursue. It solved the problem by attacking all of them. Fireballs erupted from its mouth in a wide spread, targeting each ray simultaneously. But now, with the fireballs divided among 3 targets, each ray had fewer projectiles to dodge. The real Ray weaved between explosions, using his enhanced speed to close the distance, while his clones did the same from different angles. Keep moving, Ray commanded his clones mentally. Don't give it time to focus on any one of us. The 2 clones reached the lion first, attacking its legs, trying to damage the joints, slow it down, create openings. The lion tried to stomp on them, tried to blast them with fire, but they kept moving, kept striking. Meanwhile, Ray himself leaped onto the lion's back. The heat was immediate and intense. The flames of its mane weren't just for show. They burned with real fire, and being this close was like pressing himself against a furnace. His skin started to blister. Fire resistance! Ray gritted his teeth. Come on, work! Let me hold on long enough. The resistance skill kicked in, not eliminating the pain, but making it bearable. Barely. Ray wrapped his arms around the lion's neck, locking his legs around its torso, holding on with everything he had. The lion was too focused on the clones attacking its legs to properly deal with Ray on its back. It bucked and thrashed, but Ray held tight. He activated 2 skills simultaneously. Mana Drain! Mana Eater! Energy began flowing from the beast into Ray, a massive torrent of power. The lion had enormous mana reserves, far more than any advanced tier beast. It poured into Ray like a flood, filling his depleted reserves and overflowing into his attributes. One of the clones below was crushed under the lion's paw, dissolving into mist. But Ray was not worried, feeling his mana pool refilling. I can make more. Doppelganger! Another clone appeared and immediately joined the assault on the lion's legs. The lion trampled it. Ray created another. The beast was confused now, trying to deal with the copies below while something on its back drained its strength. Every passing second, it grew weaker. The flames of its mane began to dim. That's it. Just a little more, and then I will drain you dry. He created another clone, then another. His mana kept refilling from the drain, letting him maintain a small army of copies that swarmed the lion from below, cutting at its legs, tearing at its hide.
Fire attribute points, 100.
Whoa! Ray gasped as the notification appeared. His fire attribute had just doubled from the absorbed energy. The heat from the mane that had been burning him moments ago now felt merely warm. Uncomfortable, but manageable. The lion's mane was almost completely gone now, just normal fur remaining where flames had once raged. Its movements were sluggish, exhausted. Below, the clones had shredded its legs, leaving deep wounds that leaked black blood. Then the lion roared again. Not a challenge this time, but desperation. One last attack. It's going all in. The flames on the lion's mane exploded back to life, burning brighter and hotter than ever. Fire began spreading across its entire body, engulfing it in an inferno. It's self-destructing, Ray realized, burning all its remaining mana in one massive explosion. The heat became unbearable. Even with his enhanced fire resistance, Ray couldn't hold on. His hands were blistering, his clothes starting to smoke. He spotted one of his clones in the distance, having retreated as he'd commanded earlier.
Swap!
Reality shifted. One moment, Ray was on the lion's back, surrounded by flames. Next, he was 50 yards away, watching from a safe distance as the lion became a living bonfire. All his remaining clones, 5 of them, were caught in the explosion. They dissolved instantly, unable to withstand the heat. The flames burned for several long seconds, bright enough to hurt Ray's eyes even from this distance. Then, as suddenly as they'd started, they went out. The lion collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Its chest heaved with labored breathing. The mane was gone entirely now, leaving just singed fur. Its legs were barely functional, torn and bleeding from dozens of wounds. Ray emerged from behind a tree, approaching the fallen beast slowly.
You started this, Ray said quietly. You could have lived, could have eaten your meal and left in peace, but you wanted a fight.
The lion tried to lift its head, tried to roar one more time, but could only manage a weak wheeze.
I'll make it quick,
Ray promised. He approached the lion's head, studying it. The hide was simply too tough for his gauntlets to penetrate. He'd seen that during the fight. Trying to kill it through the body would take hours, causing unnecessary suffering. But every creature had weak points. Ray drove his fist through the lion's eye socket, the softest part of its head. The beast flinched but didn't have the energy to fight back. Ray pushed deeper, his hand entering the skull cavity, reaching the brain.
Fire attribute,
Ray whispered, channeling all his power into his hand. Flames erupted inside the lion's skull, burning the brain to ash in seconds. The beast's body went rigid, then limp. Dead.
It's over,
Ray said, withdrawing his hand. No system notification appeared, which meant the beast crystal was still inside the body. With that thought, Ray carefully reached back into the skull through the eye socket, following the source of energy he could feel radiating from within. His fingers closed around something hard and warm, the beast crystal, still glowing with residual heat. Ray pulled it out, holding it up to the dim light. It was beautiful, deep red like a ruby, but with flames that seemed to dance inside it, visible even now after the beast's death.
A king-tier fire crystal,
Ray said, unable to keep the smile off his face.
I wonder what kind of equipment we could make from this.
The second group of students moved slowly along a dirt path that cut between sections of dead forest. Professor Flynn walked at the front, his shoulders tense, his head constantly turning to check their surroundings. Blake and another upperclassman stayed close behind him, while the rest of the students clustered in the middle. At the very back, Bliss and Eddie walked together in silence.
Stay on the path,
Flynn called back.
Don't wander into the trees. If we stay in the open, we can see threats coming.
And they can see us,
Bliss muttered under her breath. Eddie glanced at her but said nothing. He'd barely spoken since they'd arrived, lost in his own spiral of guilt and self-blame. The path itself was evidence of something most of the students hadn't considered yet. This land, all of the Shadow Continent, hadn't always been enemy territory. Once, humans had lived here, thrived here, built roads and towns and lives. Bliss could see the remnants as they walked. The path beneath their feet was too straight, too level to be natural. Someone had graded this road, maintained it, used it for travel and trade. On either side, scattered among the dead trees, were stone markers that might have once been mileposts or boundary markers. In the distance, silhouetted against the gray sky, a windmill stood on a hill. Its blades were broken, hanging at awkward angles. Part of the structure had collapsed. But it was unmistakably human-made, a reminder that people had once farmed these fields and lived ordinary lives before the shadow consumed everything. Bliss looked at the students around her, assessing their condition and capabilities. Eddie was right beside her, but he was useless, too consumed by guilt to fight, and according to the others, not much of a fighter even on his best day. Professor Flynn looked as nervous as the first-year students, which didn't inspire confidence. His specialty was healing magic, not combat. That left Blake and the upperclassmen beside him as their only real defenders.
If I'm relying on Blake to keep us alive, we're in serious trouble,
Bliss thought grimly. She caught herself thinking about Ness, wishing he was here. A few weeks ago, she thought he was creepy, dangerous, someone to avoid. But now, trapped in enemy territory, she realized something. When Ness Talon said everything would be okay, you believed him. When he said he'd handle something, he actually did it.
Where are you? Did you make it through the teleportation? Are you even alive?
Bliss wondered, scanning the horizon as if Ness might appear.
Everyone, stop!
Flynn called out, raising his hand. The group came to a halt. Ahead of them, nestled in a small valley, was a village. It wasn't large, maybe 20 buildings total, arranged around a central well. The houses were small, simple structures, with stone foundations and wooden walls. Most looked worn down by time and weather, but surprisingly, they appeared to be in relatively good condition. Windows were intact, roofs hadn't completely collapsed. It looked like people had just left one day and never came back.
Why don't we take a break in the village square?
Flynn suggested.
Rest for a few minutes, catch our breath.
The students didn't need to be told twice. They practically ran to the well, sitting on its stone edge or collapsing onto the ground around it. The psychological weight of walking through shadow territory had exhausted them more than the physical effort. Every shadow in the forest had looked like a threat. Every distant sound had seemed like approaching danger.
How are we going to get back to the academy?
One student asked, voicing the question they'd all been thinking.
We can't just walk home. It would take months, maybe years.
Once we meet up with Professor Springett, Flynn answered, trying to sound confident.
She'll be able to create a magic circle for us, a teleportation array. She's skilled enough to manage it.
The students relaxed slightly, reassured by the answer. Hope was a powerful thing. The promise of escape, of survival, of seeing home again. It gave them the strength to keep going. But Bliss, Blake, and the other upperclassmen exchanged glances. They knew better.
Does Professor Springett have that kind of power, or is Flynn just telling them what they want to hear?
Bliss didn't voice these concerns aloud. Let the younger students have their hope. They needed it to function, to keep from completely breaking down. While the other students chatted and tried to relax, Blake stood and walked away from the group. He moved between the houses, checking buildings, ostensibly scouting for threats. But really, he just needed to get away from the frightened faces, from the constant reminder of what his choices had led to. Blake entered one of the larger houses, disappearing into the darkness of its interior. For a moment, there was silence. Blake clenched his fists.
When I get back, I promise you'll pay for this, Ruskin.
A sound came from inside the house. A skittering, chittering noise. Something was moving fast. Blake had heard it. Something was approaching rapidly through the darkness. He raised his hand, electricity sparking between his fingers, ready to strike. Something launched itself at his face from the shadows.
Grah!
Blake's hand shot forward on instinct.
Thunderbolt!
Lightning erupted from his palm, brilliant and blinding in the darkness. It struck the creature mid-leap, frying it instantly. The thing fell to the ground with a wet thud. Blake stood breathing hard, his heart pounding. He looked down at the dead creature. It looked like a spider, 8 legs, multiple eyes, roughly the size of a large dog. But instead of an exoskeleton, its body was completely exposed. Red muscles and organs were visible, as if someone had skinned it alive. No hair, no protective shell, just raw flesh that glistened wetly in the faint light.
What the hell is that?
Blake muttered. Then he heard another sound, a soft cracking noise, like an eggshell breaking. Blake raised his hand again, sparks flying. He used the light to illuminate the room more fully. His blood ran cold. The ceiling, the walls, the corners, They were covered in round objects, hundreds of them, each about the size of a dog, stuck to every surface with red web-like goo. They pulsed slightly, as if something inside was moving.
Eggs,
Blake breathed.
they're eggs. There must be 100 of them just in this room.
The cracking sound came again. Blake's eyes shot upward. A piece of shell fell from one of the ceiling eggs, hitting the floor with a wet plop. Something inside was hatching.
Thunderbolt!
Blake fired upward, killing the spider before it could fully emerge. It fell, dead, joining its sibling on the floor.
If this room is full of eggs, what about the other houses? What if they're all the same?
Dread filled Blake's every cell. A scream tore through the air from outside, making him snap his head. Blake ran. He burst out of the house into the village square and found chaos. Spiders, dozens of them, poured from the surrounding buildings. The eggs had been hatching simultaneously, triggered by the students' presence, or perhaps just timing. The creatures swarmed toward the gathered students, moving with horrifying speed.
Everyone, defensive positions!
The upperclassman shouted, raising his weapon.
Run!
Another student screamed.
We have to run!
No!
Blake roared, sprinting toward the group. His hands crackled with electricity.
Stay together! Don't scatter!
He fired lightning bolt after lightning bolt, each strike killing a spider. But for every one he killed, 2 more emerged from the buildings.
I'm not going to let any of you die!
Blake shouted, meaning it with everything he had. The spiders began firing something from their abdomens, jets of red goo that shot through the air like projectiles. It looked organic, disgusting, but it worked exactly like spiderwebbing.
Dodge the webs!
Bliss commanded, pulling Eddie away from a stream of goo.
If it hits you, you can't cast spells.
Most students managed to avoid the initial barrage. They jumped, rolled, ran, anything to keep moving, keep the goo from hitting them. But one girl, a first-year student whose name Bliss didn't know, made a mistake. She zigged when she should have zagged. The red goo caught both her hands, binding them together in front of her body.
No!
The girl screamed, trying to pull her hands apart. The goo was strong, sticky, and impossible to break.
Help me! Someone help! I've got you!
Blake shouted, running toward her.
Just hold on!
But the spiders had already identified easy prey. They moved as one, a coordinated swarm, all converging on the trapped girl. She screamed as the first spider reached her, then the second, then a dozen more, covering her body completely, a writhing mass of red muscle and clicking mandibles. The screaming stopped after 3 seconds. When the spiders finally moved away, searching for new targets, the girl's body remained, or what was left of it. The skin had been completely eaten, dissolved by acidic saliva or digestive enzymes. Everything else, bones, organs, clothes, was left behind, arranged in a grotesque fashion.
No! No! No!
Blake screamed, his voice breaking. Lightning erupted from his hands wildly, killing spiders without aim, without strategy, just pure desperate fury.
Before Blake had entered the house, before the spiders had emerged, Bliss and Eddie had been standing peacefully with the rest of the students around the village well. Professor Flynn had approached Bliss, seeking advice. She was one of the top students in their year, known for her tactical thinking and level-headedness. "Do you think we've traveled far enough?" Flynn asked quietly, not wanting the other students to overhear his uncertainty. "Perhaps we should turn around and head in another direction, try a different path." Bliss considered the question, watching the exhausted students sitting around the well. Some were catching their breath. Others stared blankly at nothing, mentally checked out. A few were shaking. "To be honest," Bliss said slowly, "even though I was the one who said moving might be our best option, looking at the students now, I see I made a mistake. They can't handle it. The traveling is too stressful. Every step feels like walking toward death." So what do you suggest? Flynn asked.
We can either stay here and fortify a position,
Bliss replied,
or head back to where we originally started and wait for the other group to find us.
Flynn nodded, considering. The other group. Professor Springett's group.
Exactly. Ness is probably with them, and Springett herself is far more experienced in combat than...
Bliss trailed off, tactfully. Then I am. Flynn finished, not offended. You're right. They have stronger fighters, better odds of survival. Maybe the best strategy is to let them come to us. Before Bliss could respond, a voice shouted from across the village square.
Energy blast!
A loud explosion followed. Bliss and Flynn spun around to see a student with his palm extended, staring at something on the ground with horror.
What is that?
The student stammered, backing away. Other students rushed over to look.
It looks like a spider,
someone said uncertainly.
But it has no skin,
added another, voice rising with panic.
I can see its muscles, its organs. What the hell is that thing?
Have you ever seen a spider that big?
A third student asked.
It's the same size as a small dog.
That's obviously a beast, someone concluded. We need to... The student's warning was cut short as movement erupted from the surrounding houses. From doorways, from windows, from gaps in walls, spiders poured out. 1, then 5, then dozens, then hundreds. They emerged like a red tide, their skinless bodies glistening wetly, their multiple eyes fixed on the students with predatory hunger. A girl screamed.
There are too many!
She fired energy blast after energy blast in pure panic, but the spiders identified her as a threat. Multiple streams of red goo shot from their abdomens, wrapping around her hands, binding them together.
No! Help me! Someone!
The spiders were on her in seconds. Her screams lasted only a moment before they were cut short, replaced by the wet sounds of feeding.
Everyone to the well!
Bliss shouted, her voice cutting through the panic.
Now! Form a circle with your backs to the well.
The students scrambled to obey, terror giving them speed. They pressed together around the well, forming a rough circle, each person facing outward toward the approaching spider horde.
Fire at anything that moves,
one of the upperclassmen commanded.
Don't let them get close.
Energy blasts erupted from dozens of hands, striking spiders, killing some, wounding others. But the problem quickly became apparent. They were packed too closely together. When the spiders fired their red goo, the students had no room to dodge.
We're sitting ducks like this,
someone shouted.
The webs are going to kill us.
Don't worry about that,
Bliss said, pulling a wand from her waist.
I'll handle the webs. You focus on killing them.
She closed her eyes, concentrating deeply. The spiders advanced, getting closer, and then fired. Multiple streams of red goo shot toward the clustered students.
Energy blast!
Bliss's eyes snapped open. 4 energy blasts erupted simultaneously from her wand, not fired in one direction, but spread out, each one intercepting a different stream of goo, knocking them out of the air before they could reach their targets.
Holy!
Someone breathed.
How did you...
You guys kill the damn things!
Bliss interrupted.
I'll stop the goo from hitting us. Just focus on attacking.
The students resumed firing with renewed confidence. With Bliss protecting them from the webs, they could focus entirely on offense. But there was a problem. Bliss was only one person, and she could only see in one direction. She was protecting the half of the circle in front of her, but the students behind her, on the opposite side of the well, were exposed. More goo fired from that direction, arcing toward unprotected backs. Then lightning struck. Multiple bolts of electricity shot from somewhere outside the circle, intercepting the goo, burning it to ash before it could reach anyone.
I will protect you,
Blake's voice rang out. The students looked up to see Blake fighting his way toward them, cutting a path through the spider horde. Dead spiders lay in his wake, their bodies charred by lightning. He fought with desperate intensity, lightning crackling around both hands, striking out in rapid succession.
Blake!
Someone shouted with relief. Blake reached the circle and positioned himself opposite Bliss, covering the students she couldn't see. Together, they formed a defensive perimeter, Bliss intercepting webs from one side, Blake from the other, while the students in the middle fired energy blasts at any spider that got close. It was working. The formation was holding. Bodies of dead spiders piled up around them. But everyone was getting tired. Energy reserves depleting, hands shaking from sustained spell casting, breathing labored. Then Bliss missed one. A single stream of goo slipped past her defenses and struck a girl directly in the face, covering her eyes, nose, and mouth.
I can't see!
The girl screamed, clawing at the goo.
I can't see! Where am I? Someone help me!
Blake saw the spiders closing in, saw how they were concentrating on their section of the circle, saw that he was now the only one defending this spot because the blind girl couldn't fight. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Then he shoved her, hard. The blind girl stumbled forward, out of the protective circle, directly into the approaching spiders. She screamed as they swarmed her. The boy immediately started firing energy blasts, not at the spiders, but at the girl's body, using her as a shield, killing spiders as they climbed on her, ensuring they stayed focused on her instead of him.
How could you do that?
Bliss shouted at him.
She was one of us. She was...
I had no other choice,
Blake shouted back. Bliss wanted to argue, wanted to scream at him, but she couldn't. Because when she looked up, another wave of spiders was emerging from the houses. Hundreds more, maybe thousands.
I can't keep this up,
Bliss gasped, her arms trembling from the effort of sustained casting.
There are too many. There's nothing we can do.
I'm out,
Blake shouted from across the circle. Lightning sparked weakly around his hands, then fizzled out entirely. No mana left. I can't. The spiders sensed weakness. They pressed forward, emboldened, closing in on all sides. Eddie stood in the circle, frozen, watching. 2 students were already dead, torn apart, reduced to barely recognizable remains. The spiders were getting closer. Bliss was exhausted. Blake was out of mana. The other students were nearly spent. They were going to die. All of them. Unless...
No, I can't. If I use my power, they'll know what I am. They'll fear me, hate me, try to kill me themselves.
Eddie was in a dilemma. The spiders advanced another step. Someone was crying.
But if I don't use it, they'll die anyway. All of them. And it will be my fault, just like everything else is my fault.
Eddie stepped forward, out of the protective formation. He raised both hands, extending them in opposite directions.
Eddie, what are you doing?
Bliss shouted.
Get back here.
I'm sorry, Eddie said quietly.
I should have done this sooner.
He closed his eyes and focused inward, reaching for the power he'd kept locked away. The power that made him a freak, a target, something to be feared.
Breakthrough!
Energy exploded outward from Eddie's body. His long silver hair began floating, defying gravity. A visible multicolored aura formed around him, pulsing with raw power.
What?
Flynn breathed, staring.
You can use breakthrough?
Bliss exclaimed, shocked to her core.
But you're just a first year. I haven't even achieved breakthrough yet, and I'm one of the top students.
Eddie's eyes snapped open. They were glowing now, filled with power.
I'm sorry,
he said again, his voice echoing strangely, as if multiple voices spoke at once.
This is what I am.
He focused his will on the spiders, every single one of them, surrounding the students, filling the village square, still emerging from the houses. Hundreds of targets, maybe 1,000.
Burst!
The word resonated with power. For a moment, nothing happened. There was absolute silence. Then a sound like fireworks, dozens, hundreds of simultaneous popping noises. Every spider in the village square, exploded. Not burned, not crushed, simply burst apart from the inside, as if the pressure inside their bodies had suddenly exceeded what their flesh could contain. Black blood sprayed everywhere, body parts scattered across the ground. Then silence. Complete, total silence. No more skittering legs, no more clicking mandibles, no more spiders. The students stood frozen, covered in black blood, staring at Eddie in shock and fear.
What?
Flynn whispered.
What kind of power is that?
Eddie stood in the center of the carnage, breathing hard, his aura already fading. His hair settled back down. The glow left his eyes. He looked like a normal student again, except for the hundreds of dead spiders surrounding him, evidence of what he'd just done.
I'm sorry,
Eddie said for the third time, though he wasn't sure what he was apologizing for anymore. Elsewhere in the Shadow Continent, on the back of a giant black wolf, Max felt something.
Whoa,
he said suddenly.
did you guys feel that?
Feel what?
Kato asked from behind him.
That energy. That massive burst of magical power. It was like...
Max struggled to find words.
Like the entire continent just took a breath.
Noir's head snapped to the side, her ears perking up. She'd felt it too. Felt the signature of that power, recognized something in it, knew instinctively that Ray would want to investigate. Without warning, she changed direction, sprinting toward the source of the energy.
Whoa, hey!
Max shouted, nearly falling off.
Where are we going now?
I think she found something,
one of the other students said.
Or someone,
Kato added thoughtfully, staring in the direction Noir was running. Miles away, Ray stood over the corpse of the fire lion, storing his newly acquired King Tier crystal. He was about to start searching for his next target when he felt it, a pulse of energy that washed over him like a wave.
What was that?
Ray said aloud, spinning around as if he could see the source.
It's like something is calling to me. But what? And why does it feel so important?
Ray broke into a run, leaving the lion's corpse behind. Whatever had released that energy, he needed to find it, needed to understand it. The hunt could wait. This was something else, something bigger. Far away, deep within one of the Shadow's fortresses, in a room lit only by candles and filled with ancient texts, an old man sat in meditation. His face was hidden beneath a dark hood, his hands resting on his knees. His eyes had been closed for hours. He sat so still he might have been mistaken for a statue. Then the energy pulse reached him. The old man's eyes snapped open, not normal eyes, but ones that glowed with unnatural light. Red, pulsing with power, burning with an intensity that would have terrified anyone who saw them.
It's finally here,
the old man whispered, his voice rasping, but filled with excitement. The village that had seemed so peaceful moments ago was now a nightmare painted in black. Spider corpses covered every surface, the ground, the walls of houses, even draped across the well itself. Their bodies had literally exploded from the inside out, leaving guts and organs splattered across everything, like grotesque decorations.
Did you do that, Eddie?
Bliss asked, staring at the carnage.
All of this? All of them?
Eddie didn't respond. He stood with both hands still extended, trembling violently. His eyes were unfocused, staring at something the others couldn't see, or perhaps staring at nothing at all.
Eddie?
Bliss tried again.
Are you?
A fist came out of nowhere, striking Eddie hard across the jaw. The blow sent him spinning to the ground, landing in a puddle of black blood.
What do you think you're doing?
Bliss shouted, whirling on Blake. Blake stood over Eddie, his own hands still clenched into fists, his face twisted with rage and something else. Pain, maybe, or guilt.
This guy,
Blake said, pointing down at Eddie.
He could have done that at the very beginning. He could have saved the other 2 students' lives. But he just stood there. He watched them die.
Bliss wanted to defend Eddie, wanted to tell Blake he was wrong, but the words died in her throat because Blake was right. If Eddie had this kind of power to kill hundreds of beasts instantly, why had he waited? Why had he let those students die?
There must be a reason. I know now that Eddie wouldn't have let anyone get harmed when he could have saved them,
Bliss thought, but she couldn't imagine what reason could be good enough. Eddie climbed slowly to his feet, wiping blood from his split lip. He looked at Blake, then at the other students gathering around them, and finally at Professor Flynn.
We have to run,
Eddie said, his voice hollow.
Get out of here. Everyone leave. I'll stay here.
What?
Flynn stepped forward, placing himself between Eddie and Blake.
What are you talking about? Leave you here alone?
You don't understand,
Eddie said, his voice rising with desperation.
They're coming. They felt what I did. They know where I am now. If you stay with me, you'll all die.
No,
Flynn said firmly.
No more students are dying. Not on my watch. And Eddie, do you have any idea what would happen if you were to die? The whole kingdom would be in an uproar. Think about your mother. Think about what this would do to her.
The other students looked confused. Bliss saw it on their faces. They didn't understand what the professor was talking about. Why would one student's death cause a kingdom-wide crisis? But Professor Flynn knew. He was the only person there who knew Eddie's true identity, that Eddie was the prince of the Allure Kingdom, Prince Nathaniel Lancaster. Before anyone could press the issue, their attention was yanked away by a new sound. Something was approaching from the forest. Fast, very fast. Each footfall made the ground tremble slightly.
I knew it,
Eddie whispered, his face going pale.
They're already here. I told you. Everyone needs to run.
By the sound of those footsteps,
the upperclassman said, appearing from somewhere in the group.
Whatever's coming is moving too fast. We'd never outrun it. We have to stand and fight.
The students readied their weapons and magic, exhausted as they were. Bliss felt her legs shaking from fatigue, but forcing herself into a combat stance anyway. The figure burst from the forest into view. It was a wolf, a massive black wolf the size of a small house, with a horn protruding from its forehead and metallic claws gleaming on each paw.
That looks like it's going to be a lot more difficult than those spiders,
Bliss said, trying to keep her voice steady.
Everyone, defensive formation.
The students spread out, surrounding their 2 non-combatants, Flynn and Eddie, preparing for what they assumed would be their last battle. But then someone squinted at the approaching wolf.
Wait, are there people on top of that thing?
What?
Another student strained to see.
I think they're waving? Hey, guys!
A familiar voice shouted from the wolf's back.
Don't attack! It's us! Max and the rest! We come in peace!
The sound of someone getting hit echoed across the distance.
What do you mean by, and the rest?
Professor Springett's voice carried clearly, her fist apparently still raised.
Show some respect for your elders, boy.
The wolf, Noir, came to a halt at the village edge. She stood firm and powerful, easily the most dangerous-looking creature anyone in this group had seen. On her back sat Max, Cato, Professor Springett, Princess Nora, and several other students from the other group.
Is that really Max?
Someone whispered.
How is he riding that thing?
More importantly,
another student said,
why isn't it eating him?
Noir lowered herself carefully, allowing her passengers to dismount. Once they'd all climbed down, she began walking slowly through the village, directly toward the clustered students. The students parted before her like water, clearing a path, terrified of doing anything that might provoke the beast. Looking at those metallic claws, at the muscles rippling beneath black fur, they knew instinctively that one swipe could kill them instantly. Noir walked past Bliss, past Blake, past the other students, moving with clear purpose. She stopped directly in front of Eddie. The wolf leaned down, her massive head easily twice the size of Eddie's entire torso, and began sniffing him. Her nose moved across his face, his chest, his hands, the hands that had just released that massive burst of power. Every student watching held their breath. Eddie stood frozen, not daring to move. Hey, calm down, Max said, jogging over and putting himself between Eddie and Noir. He's not food, okay? He's a student. Human. Friend. Do not eat. Noir looked at Max, then back at Eddie. Her eyes studied his uniform carefully, the same Roland Academy design that Ray had been wearing when he'd given her instructions. Protect students in that uniform, Ray had told her. This boy was wearing that uniform. Noir huffed once, a sound that might have been acknowledgement or annoyance, then turned and walked away. She found a spot at the edge of the village, away from the well but still close enough to watch over everyone, and lay down. Within moments, she appeared to be sleeping. "Oh, spring it!" Flynn's voice cracked with emotion. He ran toward the older professor with tears streaming down his face. "I missed you so much. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do, and—" "Personal space, Flynn," Spring had said, pushing him away before he could hug her. "Control yourself." "Right. Sorry. It's just—" Flynn wiped his eyes. "I'm so glad you're here." One of the students from Flynn's group suddenly looked around, counting. "Hey, where are the rest of the students? Shouldn't there be more of you?" Springett's expression darkened. She scanned the gathered students from Flynn's group. Only 2 bodies lying in the black blood, both barely recognizable. But she'd left with 15 students. Now she only had 7. "I'm afraid we ran into some trouble," Springett said quietly. 8 students were killed. There was nothing I could do. The announcement hit like a physical blow. Some students began crying, friends mourning friends. Others simply looked shell-shocked, the reality of their situation finally sinking in. They could die here. Some already had. Bliss found Cato in the crowd, then Max. The 4 of them, Bliss, Cato, Max, and Eddie, gathered, forming their own small group within the larger gathering. "Was Ness one of the students who died?" Bliss asked, trying to keep her voice neutral. She wasn't sure why it mattered so much to her, but the thought of Ray being dead made her chest tight. "No," Max replied. "We thought he might have been with your group, but I guess not." "So where is he?" Cato asked. "Do you think he's out there on his own?" "Possibly," Bliss said. "We don't even know if he was transported here in the first place. Maybe he's still at Roland, trying to figure out how to rescue us." "Or maybe he's wandering the Shadow Continent alone," Max said, "which, given that it's Ness, might actually be safer than being in a group." "How did you find us anyway?" Bliss asked, changing the subject. "The Shadow Continent is enormous. The odds of 2 groups randomly meeting are astronomical." Max pointed at Noir, who appeared to be genuinely asleep now, her chest rising and falling with deep breaths. "That wolf saved us when we were in trouble with some corrupted monkeys," Max explained. "It seems to understand human language. I don't know why, but it protected us, and then asked us, well, not asked exactly, more like indicated, that we should get on its back. And then suddenly it changed direction and started running. Maybe it picked up the scent of some students? I really don't know." But what Max was saying didn't make sense to Bliss. Why would a wolf suddenly help them? How would it know their scent when it had never met them before? Professor Springett approached their group, Flynn trailing behind her like a lost puppy. "Bliss, Cato," Springett said, addressing them formally, "we came over to ask if you have any ideas on how to get back home. You 2 are our top students. You've consistently impressed both Flynn and me with your tactical thinking. If anyone can figure out an escape plan, it's you 2. Cato and Bliss exchanged glances. They'd been thinking about this problem since arriving. "I have a way we can get back," Cato said slowly, as if still working through the details in his mind. "The teleportation circle that brought us here, before we were transported, I looked at it in detail, memorized the magical patterns, the rune arrangements, the energy flow pathways. I'm confident I can reverse engineer it." Hope lit up on every face around them. Students who'd been sitting in despair suddenly sat up straighter. Even Springett looked relieved.
Hey,
Max said, punching Cato on the shoulder playfully.
you're not so useless after all. I take back half the things I said about you being boring.
Only half, Cato replied dryly.
There's a problem, though,
Cato continued, his expression growing serious again.
It's the power source, right?
Bliss asked, already seeing where this was going. Cato nodded.
Exactly. The teleportation circle at Roland was powered by an incredibly powerful beast crystal, probably advanced tier or higher. To transport us all back, we need something of equal power. Without it, the circle won't activate. Or worse, it might activate partially and tear us apart in transit.
How powerful are we talking?
One student asked nervously.
At minimum, an advanced tier beast crystal,
Cato said.
But given how many people we need to transport, we'd probably need multiple advanced tier crystals. Or what?
Springett prompted.
Or a single king tier crystal,
Cato finished.
That would have more than enough power to get everyone home safely.
In the center of the village, Cato knelt on the ground, a writing crystal clutched in his hand. Fortunately, he had this habit of carrying some writing crystals with him all the time, and today, that habit had proved to be very useful. He moved with intense concentration, drawing intricate patterns across the blackened earth, his hand never hesitating, never pausing to check notes or reconsider. Because he had no notes, everything was in his head.
Pass me another blue crystal,
Cato said without looking up.
And someone start the outer ring on the western side. The pattern is 3 waves, 2 circles, then a diamond shape. Repeat that sequence 12 times.
Bliss picked up a writing crystal and moved to the indicated spot.
Like this?
She asked, beginning to draw.
Exactly. Just keep the spacing even. Precision matters.
Professor Flynn and Professor Springett worked on other sections of the circle, following Cato's rapid-fire instructions. The other students watched in amazement.
How is he doing that?
One student whispered.
The teleportation circle is incredibly complicated, and this one is massive.
I heard he only looked at the original circle for a few minutes before we were transported.
Another replied.
How can he remember all of this?
Maybe he took pictures with his mind or something.
Cato ignored the whispers, his entire focus on the task at hand. In his mind, he could still see the original circle at Roland Academy. Every line, every symbol, every carefully arranged rune. His memory had always been exceptional, photographic even. It was both a gift and a curse.
So will we be able to go back home once the circle is done?
A student asked hopefully, addressing Professor Let Springett.
Yes,
Let replied, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes.
Once the circle is complete, we'll be able to return.
Thank the gods.
Another student breathed.
I can't wait to get out of this place. The longer we stay here, the less chance I think we have of surviving.
Blake stood apart from the group, watching the professors feed false hope to the desperate students. His jaw clenched. He knew the truth. They all knew the truth. The circle was useless without a power source. Drawing it was just busy work, a way to keep people occupied and hopeful.
This is disgusting. They're lying to them, giving them hope when there is none. What happens when the circle is finished and they realize it won't work?
He couldn't watch any more. He walked away, moving to the edge of the village to stand alone. With every passing minute, the circle grew more complex. Lines branched into intricate patterns. Symbols appeared at key points, glowing faintly with residual magic from the writing crystals.
I can't help any more,
Bliss finally admitted, stepping back.
It's gotten too complicated. I don't understand what half these symbols mean.
Same here,
Flynn said.
Cato, I am sorry, but you're on your own for the advanced sections.
That's fine,
Cato replied, not looking up.
I can finish it. Just need a few more hours.
Springett and Flynn stepped away from the circle, leaving Cato to work. They needed to check on the students anyway, make sure everyone was holding up mentally and physically. Meanwhile, Max had claimed a spot against Noir's side, using the giant wolf as a living pillow. The wolf's fur was surprisingly soft and warm. Several other students from the rescue group had joined him, all relaxing against the beast. Bliss approached cautiously.
Hey, are you sure that thing won't eat you? It's still a beast, instincts and all that.
Relax, will you?
Max replied, stretching out comfortably.
We're best buds now, right, girl?
Noir huffed, but didn't move, apparently content to serve as furniture. Other students began drifting over, curiosity overcoming fear. They approached carefully, reverently, as if Noir was a sleeping dragon they didn't want to wake.
Can I touch it?
One boy asked nervously.
Sure,
Max said, enjoying his new status as the wolf's apparent master.
just be gentle.
The boy reached out with a shaking hand and touched Noir's fur. When she didn't react, he grew bolder, actually petting her.
It's so soft. I thought it would be coarse or rough.
More students came over, paying their respects to the wolf, marveling at being so close to such a powerful beast. Max basked in the attention, rumors already spreading that he'd somehow tamed this creature.
This is amazing. They all think I'm some kind of beast master now. I could get used to this.
But one student hung back, watching from a distance with visible fear. Eddie stood several yards away, his body tense, ready to run.
Eddie, what are you doing?
Max called out.
Come on, she won't hurt you.
Eddie shook his head.
I'm fine here.
Don't be a coward. Get over here.
Slowly, reluctantly, Eddie began moving closer. Each step looked like it took tremendous effort. His hands were shaking. His breathing was uneven. This time, Noir didn't pay him any special attention like before. She seemed to be genuinely asleep, her chest rising and falling with deep breaths. Eddie continued his slow approach, practically forcing himself forward. When he was finally close enough, he extended one trembling hand and touched Noir's fur.
Nice doggy,
Eddie whispered, his voice shaking.
Good doggy.
Max and Cato burst out laughing at the sight.
You look ridiculous,
Max said between laughs. But Bliss wasn't laughing. She watched Eddie carefully, seeing something the others missed. This wasn't just normal fear. This was trauma. Deep-rooted trauma that went far beyond their current situation.
He's terrified of beasts. Eddie is not just cautious or nervous, but genuinely terrified. What happened to him? What could cause that kind of fear?
A small voice interrupted her thoughts.
Do you mind if I pet the cute dog as well, please?
Princess Nora stood nearby, looking at Noir with bright, eager eyes.
I don't think it's a dog,
Max replied.
but sure, go right ahead.
As Nora approached, Max had another thought.
Girls can't resist cute animals. If I play this right, I can have the princess of the Criterion Kingdom thinking I'm some kind of hero. This could work out great for me. And then I can convince her to back us against Blake Sunshield.
Then Max realized something that deflated his ego slightly. The wolf didn't actually look cute. At all. It looked powerful, dangerous, intimidating. The other students had approached out of fear mixed with curiosity, not because they found Noir adorable. But Nora was different. She genuinely looked at the massive predator and saw something cute.
Thank you for protecting us back there.
Nora said softly to Noir, kneeling beside her.
You were so brave. You're my hero.
Then, to everyone's shock, she spread her arms wide and dove into Noir's fur, hugging the wolf like it was a giant stuffed animal. The other students stared in disbelief.
Is she insane?
Someone whispered.
That thing could bite her head off.
But Noir just huffed contentedly and continued resting. The sight of a small princess hugging a giant wolf beast so peacefully struck something in the students. Their entire lives, they'd been taught that beasts were dangerous, that they attacked humans on instinct, that the only good beast was a dead beast whose core could be harvested. But watching Nora cuddle with Noir, seeing the wolf so gentle and calm, some of them began to wonder. Maybe what they'd been taught was wrong. Maybe beasts weren't all monsters. Maybe humans were the monsters sometimes. Professor Flynn and Professor Springett finished their rounds among the students. Everyone had been checked. A few students complained of hunger. Others were thirsty. But it was impossible to tell how long they'd been here. The sky never changed from its murky, purple-gray color. If they didn't find water and food soon, they'd die of thirst and starvation, even if the beasts left them alone.
We need that power source,
Flynn muttered to Springett.
I know,
Springett replied. She glanced at Noir, an uncomfortable thought forming.
the beast core inside that wolf would probably be powerful enough to power the circle.
You're not seriously considering...
No,
Springett said quickly.
of course not. That wolf saved us. Besides, even at full strength, I'm not sure we could take it down. Did you see how it fought? It's at least advanced tier, possibly king tier.
Well, then what do we do?
I don't know, but we figure something out. We have to.
Springett studied Noir thoughtfully.
I wonder who its owner is. What do you mean?
Nora asked from her position, cuddled against the wolf.
Isn't it Max? No,
Springett said.
think about it. The beast protected Max and the others, but Max was just as afraid when he first encountered it. A beast this comfortable around humans must have an owner, a trainer, someone it trusts. It's the only explanation that makes sense. Well, there is that kingdom that raises beasts as pets,
Bliss suggested.
Maybe someone from there is here with us, or maybe their owner died, and the wolf is just lost? I don't think so,
Springett replied.
This beast is too powerful. Only a handful of beast tamers in the world could control something at this level, and none of them would be foolish enough to send their prize beast into the Shadow Continent alone.
Noir's eyes suddenly snapped open. Her ears perked up. Her entire body went tense.
What's wrong with her?
Max asked. Noir stood abruptly, causing both Nora and Max to tumble off her back and bang their heads on the ground.
Ow! What the hell?
Max complained, rubbing his skull. But Noir wasn't listening. Her tail began wagging intensely, not with aggression, but with excitement. Pure unbridled excitement. Then she took off at lightning speed, disappearing into the forest before anyone could react.
What happened?
Max said, climbing to his feet.
Where did she go?
Do you think it's the enemy?
A student asked nervously.
Are we being attacked?
Everyone stared in the direction Noir had run. Students readied weapons. The professors moved to defensive positions. Even Cato looked up from his circle work, sensing the tension.
There!
Someone pointed.
Something's coming!
A figure appeared at the edge of the forest. Noir walked beside it, her tail still wagging, her entire demeanor radiating happiness. The figure stepped into the fading light. It was a boy, maybe 17 or 18, with spiky red hair that seemed to defy gravity. He wore gauntlets at both hands that looked like they'd seen heavy combat. A black armadillo chest piece covered his torso, clearly made from beast materials.
Who is he?
Ray stood at the edge of the village, his red hair catching the dim light of the shadow world. For the first time in months, Ray wasn't hiding behind a disguise.
No point pretending here. In the shadow world, I need everything I've got. My magic, my sword skills, all of it.
He'd spent so long being Ness the student and Ness the adventurer that he'd almost forgotten what it felt like to just be Ray. The adventurer persona would come out when he addressed the Red Wings as their mysterious leader. That was the image he needed to maintain, a powerful figure who rarely showed his face but could always be counted on.
At least this way, the students won't connect me to their classmate Ness.
As Ray approached the village, the group of students watching from inside immediately tensed. Even from a distance, they could sense something different about this newcomer. While they trembled at every shadow and sound in this cursed place, this young man walked with complete confidence. The students watched as the big wolf stopped as it neared the young man and bowed its head slightly. The beast then turned and joined the young man, walking by his side like a loyal pet.
Hey, do you think that boy is the one who owns the wolf?
Bliss whispered, nudging her companion. Springett crossed her arms, studying the approaching figure.
Looks like it. But is he here to help us or hurt us?
Flynn squinted, trying to make out details in the gloom. Then his eyes widened.
Wait, Let, isn't he part of your special unit? Look at that red hair.
Let shook her head firmly.
No, I know every single person in my unit. I've never seen him before in my life.
The students huddled closer together, whispering theories and concerns. Who was this mysterious stranger? Why was he here? Could they trust him? Then Max stepped forward, separating himself from the group.
Ray?
He called out tentatively.
Is that really you?
The other students stared at Max in shock. First, this stranger commanded the terrifying beast that had saved them earlier. Now Max knew him?
Wait, you know this person?
Bliss grabbed Max's arm.
How?
Max scratched the back of his head, still squinting at the approaching figure.
I think so. Unless I'm seeing things. I'm pretty sure he's my sister's boyfriend.
What?
The word erupted from every mouth simultaneously. They all knew Max came from a noble family, though not one of the major houses. But someone who could control a beast like that? Someone who walked through the Shadow Continent like it was a park?
Who exactly did Max's sister manage to get together with?
Bliss wondered. What none of them knew was that Max was making assumptions. He never actually confirmed Ray and Slivia were dating, but every letter from his sister was filled with Ray's name.
Ray did this for the city. I wonder what Ray is thinking. Ray helped with that project.
The man dominated his sister's thoughts so completely that Max had simply concluded they must be together. Ray finally reached the village perimeter. He gave Noir a gentle pat, and the wolf obediently trotted back to her original resting spot.
Poor girl. She spends so much time stuck in the system. I wish I could let her out more often.
Ray thought, watching her settle down. He turned his attention back to the village and felt genuine surprise wash over him. He'd been following a strange energy signature, something that had pulled at him like a magnet. The energy had since vanished, but curiosity had driven him forward anyway. He certainly hadn't expected to find the entire student body gathered here. Springett approached him, her expression serious. When she reached him, she dropped to one knee and bowed her head low.
Thank you,
she said formally.
When we were in terrible danger, your beast saved our lives. We are in your debt.
Ray stared down at her, thrown off balance.
Well, this is weird.
Back at the academy, Springett had been a constant threat, always watching him with suspicious eyes, always seeming one step away from exposing his secrets. Now here she was, bowing to him with complete sincerity.
Please stand up,
he said quickly.
There's no need for that.
As Springett rose, Ray looked around at the assembled students. Max caught his eye and raised his hand in a small, awkward wave.
Right. I can't act like I know them. As far as they're concerned, I'm just Ray, not Ness the student.
Do you remember me?
Max pointed at himself hopefully. Ray nodded.
Yes, I wouldn't forget Slivia's brother. So it really is you.
Max rushed over, his face lighting up with relief and confusion.
I wasn't completely sure, but Ray, what are you even doing here? Why are you in the Shadow Continent?
Ray hesitated, considering his words carefully. He didn't know exactly how much Slivia had told her brother, but surely she'd mentioned the Red Wings and Avrion at some point.
I'm here on a secret mission from the Red Wings,
he explained.
I sensed something unusual and came to investigate. I just happened to pass by your location.
Before Max could respond, Kato suddenly abandoned the magic circle he'd been drawing and sprinted over. He grabbed Ray's hand and shook it vigorously, his eyes shining with excitement.
Nice to meet you, sir. My name is Kato. I've heard so much about the Red Wings.
He released Ray's hand and began circling him, examining him from every angle like he was inspecting a rare artifact.
Are you really from the Red Wings? I don't see the mark anywhere on you.
Ray remained still, letting the energetic boy complete his inspection. It was true, he bore no contract mark on his body, and none of his equipment displayed the Red Wing symbol. Every other member had at least one of these identifiers.
Because of the secret nature of my mission, I bear no marking,
Ray said calmly.
Hey, Kato, you know about the Red Wings?
Max interjected.
Well, I can guarantee what Ray is saying is true. My sister runs most of their operations.
Kato's attention snapped to Max instantly, his eyes growing even wider.
Really? You're serious?
He clasped his hands together almost pleadingly.
Why didn't you tell me that before? If you don't mind, please, can we visit Avrion someday? Will you take me with you? Sure, of course.
Max took a step back, clearly uncomfortable with Kato's overenthusiasm.
Just please calm down. You're kind of creeping me out right now. Sorry, I got a little carried away. But please, Max, do not forget your promise, okay?
Kato released Max's hands and scurried back to his magic circle, though he kept glancing over his shoulder at Ray. The other students began clustering around Ray, firing questions at him rapid fire. Had he seen any major threats nearby? Did he know how dangerous this area was? Most importantly, did he know a way back home? Ray answered what he could, but his responses were limited. He'd come here for his own reasons, not as a guide or rescue party. While the others peppered Ray with questions, Max hung back slightly, his mind racing. Something wasn't adding up.
I have heard so much about the tournament day of Avrion from my brothers in Slivia. I'm pretty sure I can imagine every single detail they described to me as if I had lived it myself. Sure, Ray performed exceptionally during the tournament, and he was strong, but is he strong enough to travel the Shadow Continent on his own? No, that's not possible, unless he got a massive power boost in just a few months. I am confused as hell.
His eyes drifted to Noir, resting peacefully in the shadows.
And when did Ray learn to control a beast like that? That's not normal. That's...
The pieces suddenly clicked together in Max's mind like a puzzle snapping into place. His eyes widened as realization crashed over him.
That wolf. It is the same wolf that appeared during the fight against the Dark Guild leader that day. Matthew had described it in great detail.
The young and handsome adventurer who had saved Avrion from the Dark Guild leader had used a wolf. Although it was smaller than the one before Max, he was sure the description he had heard from his brothers matched Noir's exactly.
If my theory is correct, then, this is the same wolf used by Ness, and now Ray claims to be its owner. Wait, right, that adventure's name was Ness, and then we have another Ness at Roland with us. So, does that mean...
Max's thoughts accelerated, connecting more dots.
Ness the adventurer uses this wolf. Ness is the leader of the Red Wings, and my friend Ness is exceptionally strong and mysterious. Is it possible that they both are the same person?
Max's hand shot up, finger pointing directly at Ray.
Aren't you...
Ray watched the wheels running inside Max's mind, and how the crease on his forehead smoothed as realization dawned upon him.
Shit.
Max opened his mouth to expose Ray's secret, but Ray moved with startling speed. In an instant, he was at Max's side, his hand firmly covering Max's mouth. Everyone watched in confusion.
My friend and I are just going to have a little talk,
Ray announced to the confused onlookers, his smile not quite reaching his eyes.
Please excuse us.
Ray guided Max away from the group, finding a quiet spot where they could talk without being overheard. The moment they stopped, Max spun around, his eyes wide with excitement and disbelief.
Wait, you're Ness? You've been with us this whole time at the academy?
Ray held up a hand.
Just keep quiet about it, okay? What I said earlier is true. I really am on a secret mission, but it has to do with Roland Academy.
Max's gaze drifted past Ray, landing on Eddie, who sat alone some distance away, watching the proceedings silently.
Now it makes sense,
Max said, snapping his fingers.
It has to be something to do with Eddie, right? Why else would you be so attached to a stranger who just transferred into school?
He paused, then his eyes lit up again.
So are you also the leader of the Red Wings? The Ness who saved us from the Dark Guild?
Ray's expression darkened. He stepped closer to Max, his eyes taking on a menacing glint that made Max instinctively step back.
Look, listen here,
Ray said, his voice low and dangerous.
I'm fine with you knowing. I owe you and your sister for helping me out so much. But it is crucial that the identity of the Red Wings leader stays secret.
He leaned in closer.
So if I learn that your brothers in the Allur army find out about this, you know who I'm going to come for.
I hate making threats to people around me, but some secrets are worth protecting.
Max swallowed hard, but then a smile broke across his face.
I promise I'll keep it a secret. You're like a brother to me now.
Ray blinked, unsure what to make of that statement. For Ray, Max had always been a bit strange. He decided to let it pass.
When we get out of here, talk to Slivia,
Ray instructed.
Ask her to offer you a contract to join the Red Wings. That way I'll know if you're serious about keeping the secret.
Max wasn't stupid. He understood exactly what Ray was saying between the lines. Join the Red Wings, or else. It was a threat, plain and simple. But surprisingly, Max didn't mind.
I didn't know what I wanted to do after Roland anyway. The original plan was to join the army like my brothers, but being under their command...
Max grimaced at that thought.
Maybe helping Slivia out wouldn't be so bad. At least I'd be making my own path. And now that I know who I might be working for, it just seems like a perfect option. All right,
Max said with a nod.
I'll talk to her.
Good. Ray clapped him on the shoulder.
Now let's get back before they think I killed you or something.
As they returned to the group, Ray immediately noticed the change in atmosphere. The professors were looking at him expectantly, and even the students seemed to be waiting for him to speak. It was as if they'd all silently agreed he was in charge now.
Great. This is exactly what I didn't want.
Professor Lett stepped forward.
Ray, we were hoping you might guide us on what to do next. You clearly have more experience in the Shadow Continent than any of us.
We're counting on you,
Flynn added.
Your beast saved some of our lives. We trust your judgment.
Ray opened his mouth to respond, but a harsh voice cut through the air.
Why does it matter what he thinks?
Blake pushed his way through the crowd, his face twisted with indignation. He was tall for his age, taller than Ray by several inches, and he used that height as he stopped directly in front of Ray, looking down at him.
We don't even really know him,
Blake continued loudly.
Sure, Max does, but that doesn't mean he's our friend.
He gestured dismissively at Ray.
Look, he's just a kid, even younger than me probably, and you're all suddenly relying on him? What, just because of that beast?
Blake snorted.
Who knows if it's really his, or if it's just some friendly creature that hangs around?
As the students looked at Blake and Ray standing side by side, a realization began to dawn on them. Blake was right about one thing. Ray didn't look particularly imposing next to Blake's tall frame. He did look young, probably no older than them.
Blake, how could you say that?
Springett protested.
This guy saved our lives.
Correction,
Blake said, jabbing his finger toward Ray's face.
The wolf saved your lives, not him.
Off to the side, Noir's head snapped up. The massive wolf had been resting peacefully, but now her ears were pinned back, and a low growl rumbled from her chest. She could sense the hostility directed at her master.
Get your finger out of my face,
Ray said quietly.
I'm too tired for this, and I have a score to settle with Blake anyway. All those times at Roland, making Eddie's life hell, putting his hand on my head like I was some kind of pet. There is no way I am forgiving Blake for that.
Ray thought, feeling his patience wearing thin.
You hear that?
Blake called out to the watching students.
This little crap is threatening me.
Ray's eyes flickered toward Eddie, who had stood up and was now watching the confrontation intently. Eddie's expression was unreadable, but he seemed alert, waiting to see what would happen. Ray smiled.
This is for all the pain you caused.
His fist shot forward, connecting solidly with Blake's stomach. Ray held back. If he used his full strength, he'd punch a hole clean through Blake's torso, but he put enough force behind it to send Blake flying backward. Blake hit the ground hard, rolling several feet before coming to a stop.
Ah, that bastard hit me.
Blake gasped, clutching his stomach, trying to catch his breath. The students gasped collectively. Even the professors looked shocked. Slowly, Blake pushed himself to his feet, his face red with humiliation and rage.
So you think a surprise attack is going to work? I know you're just weak. You had to resort to cheap tactics like that.
Lightning began crackling around Blake's hands, blue-white energy dancing between his fingers. The air itself seemed to crackle with energy.
If the professors aren't going to do anything about you,
Blake snarled,
then I will.
Ray's eyes widened with genuine interest.
Lightning, one of the rarest magical abilities. 1 in a million people can use it. No wonder Roland gave him special treatment.
Shouldn't we stop this? Flynn asked nervously, looking at Let. She shook her head, her eyes fixed on the scene.
Let's just see how this goes. If he really is someone we need to rely on, then we need to see how strong he is.
Blake brought his hands together, combining the lightning into a massive bolt. With a roar of effort, he thrust his arms forward, unleashing the attack. The lightning bolt screamed through the air, faster than most eyes could follow. The students expected Ray to dodge. The attack was impossibly fast. But Ray simply held out his hand. The lightning bolt slammed into his palm with a thunderous crack. Energy exploded around the impact point, lighting up the area with brilliant blue-white light. The crackling continued for several seconds as Blake poured everything he had into the attack. Then it stopped. Ray stood completely still, his hand still extended. Not a scratch on him, not even a scorch mark on his palm.
That was weaker than Morfran's lightning, and after absorbing all those advanced tier crystals I have absorbed, my ki is way too strong for magic like this to affect me.
How?
Blake stared, his mouth hanging open.
That's impossible.
Panic setting in, Blake began gathering lightning in his hands again. The crackling energy building faster this time. Ray didn't give him the chance. Using ki to enhance his legs, Ray kicked off the ground. Small craters appeared where his feet had been. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the distance between them. Blake barely had time to register Ray's movement before he felt himself lifted off the ground. Ray held him up with one hand, gripping the front of Blake's shirt like he weighed nothing.
I was going to let you go with a simple beating,
Ray said, his voice cold.
But now that I see what you have, I'll be taking that for myself. Thank you. What? What are you?
Mana Eater. Lightning attribute +1. Lightning attribute +1.
Blake's eyes went wide as he felt something fundamental being pulled from his body. It was like someone was reaching inside him and tearing out a piece of his soul. He tried to gather lightning in his hands, tried to shock Ray, tried to do anything. Nothing worked. The energy wouldn't come. It was like trying to grab water. The power just slipped away, flowing out of him and into Ray.
What are you doing to me?
Blake screamed, thrashing in Ray's grip.
Stop it! Stop!
Then he felt it, a shocking jolt coursing through his entire body. Lightning, his lightning, being used against him. Every muscle seized up as electricity ran through him. His teeth clenched so hard he thought they might shatter.
Was this what you were trying to do to me?
Ray asked, his voice eerily calm. The lightning intensified. Blake couldn't even scream anymore. His jaw was locked tight, his body rigid as electricity coursed through every nerve. Finally, Ray released him. Blake dropped to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. He lay there twitching, small sparks still dancing across his skin. Smoke rose from his clothes. The clearing was completely silent. Every student stood frozen, unable to process what they'd just witnessed. The professors looked equally stunned, their mouths hanging open. Max stared at Ray with a mixture of awe and fear.
That's the guy dating my sister?
The crowd of students stood frozen, their minds struggling to catch up with what their eyes had just witnessed. Ray had been standing 10 meters away from Blake one moment. The next, he was right beside him, moving faster than anyone could follow.
Did you see that?
One student whispered to another.
I don't know what I saw,
came the reply. Based on Ray's equipment and what Max had told them earlier, everyone had assumed Ray was a knight. Knights were fast, sure, but this was something else entirely. What happened next shattered their assumptions completely. Ray lifted Blake into the air with one hand. Then, without warning, bolts of electricity erupted from his palm and coursed through Blake's body. Blake's screams echoed across the village as the lightning crackled around him.
Lightning magic!
Someone gasped.
That's one of the rarest abilities.
Ray held Blake there for a few more seconds before dropping him to the ground like a discarded puppet. Blake collapsed in a heap, smoke rising from his singed clothes. Ray's eyes swept across the gathered students, cold and challenging.
If anyone else has a problem with me, please come out and say it now,
Ray said, his voice calm, but carrying an unmistakable threat. No one moved. No one spoke. They all stared at Blake's twitching form on the ground. His hair stood up in all directions, frizzed and smoking. This was Blake, the strongest student in the entire academy. He hadn't even had time to activate his breakthrough ability before Ray had taken him down. Springett turned to Max, his face pale.
Max, just who is that boy?
Max shook his head slowly, his expression troubled.
Honestly, I'm starting to wonder that myself. This doesn't make sense,
Max thought. When he'd watched Ray fight earlier, he'd seen the boy use both ice and fire magic. Those were already impressive abilities on their own, but now, lightning magic too? How could one person possess 3 different elemental affinities? People spent their entire lives mastering just one element. How was someone so gifted? Had the gods themselves blessed this boy? The seconds ticked by. Blake lay motionless on the ground. Finally, his fingers twitched. Then his eyes opened. He blinked several times, disoriented, trying to remember where he was. When he saw the circle of students staring down at him, memories came flooding back. Ray, the lightning, the humiliation. Blake's face turned bright red. His jaw clenched. His fists balled up so tightly, his knuckles went white. Embarrassed, that's what he felt. For the first time in his entire life, someone had made him feel embarrassed.
No,
Blake muttered, pushing himself up onto his hands and knees.
No.
He staggered to his feet, swaying slightly. The students took a cautious step back.
Breakthrough!
Blake roared. Immediately, his hair began floating as if caught in an invisible wind. A golden aura of magic energy surrounded his body, pulsing and crackling with power. The students retreated further, recognizing the signs. Any second now, Blake would explode with incredible energy. But Ray didn't even glance back. He simply continued walking toward his group, as if nothing was happening behind him.
You cocky brat!
Blake screamed, his voice breaking with rage. He thrust both palms forward, gathering his energy between them. This was it. He would show Ray what happened when you humiliated Blake of the Empire. He would unleash everything he had. But then, something went wrong.
Huh? What's happening?
Blake stared at his hands in confusion. Ray stopped walking. He turned around slowly and raised one hand. Lightning sparked and danced between his fingers. Small blue bolts jumping from one fingertip to another. A slight smile appeared on his face, mocking, cruel, satisfied.
Are you trying to do this?
Ray asked innocently. Blake felt something cold settle in his stomach. He could still feel his mana flowing through his body. His breakthrough was still active. But when he tried to channel his lightning magic, when he reached for that familiar electrical energy that had been his since childhood, there was nothing. Just empty air. The power was gone. The realization hit him like a physical blow right in his gut. He looked up at Ray, At that smug smile, at those lightning sparks dancing across his fingers. Ray's fingers, Ray's lightning.
You stole it from me!
Blake shouted, pointing an accusing finger at Ray. The students erupted into confused chatter.
Is that even possible?
Can someone steal another person's magic?
I've never heard of such a skill before.
Maybe Blake is just too scared right now.
Maybe the lightning damaged his magic circuit.
Ray tilted his head, the smile still playing on his lips. Even if I did, he said slowly, letting each word sink in, what are you going to do about it? What can I do? Without my lightning magic, I'm just an average student. No, worse than average. Everyone knows me for my lightning abilities. Without them, I'm nothing. Blake thought frantically. The rage built inside him like a pressure cooker. He clenched his fists so hard, his fingernails drew blood from his palms. He deactivated his breakthrough mode. There was no point maintaining it now. The anger consumed him completely. Do you even know who I am? Blake's voice was low, dangerous. My father holds one of the highest positions in the Empire. We could squash not only you, but your whole guild like a bug. Do you understand what that means? The 6 kingdoms put together can barely match our power. The Empire is supreme. Several students nodded knowingly. This was the other reason why Roland and everyone else were afraid to cross Blake. It wasn't just his personal strength, though that was considerable. It was the enormous political and military power backing him. His family could destroy careers, ruin guilds, even topple small kingdoms if they wanted to. Roland Magic Academy accepted students from all over the world. It took a neutral political stance, which was why it had been built in the Allure Kingdom, the weakest of all the kingdoms. That way, no single power could claim the academy as their own territory. But Blake's family, they stood above all of that. Ray started walking forward, not toward his group this time, toward Blake. Blake took an involuntary step backward. Let me tell you something, Ray said, his voice steady and cold. To me, you're just a bug. He took another step. The whole Empire? Just a big bug. To the Red Wings Guild. Another step. The Shadow Continent is only a stepping stone in the grand scheme of things. Once we're done with them, we'll come for your empire. Blake's eyes widened. And after your empire falls, we'll take Bronzeland, then other continents. We'll keep going until the whole world is under our banner. Ray was close now, too close. If we have to rearrange our plans and fight your empire first instead, then so be it. He's insane. Taking over the empire? Defeating the Shadow Continent? All of that done by a single guild? That's impossible. The empire has armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. They have legendary warriors and archmages. This is the rambling of a madman. Some students thought, but did not dare to voice it. But no one laughed. No one called him a fool, because when Ray spoke, there wasn't the slightest hint of doubt or hesitation in his voice. He wasn't boasting or threatening. He was simply stating facts, as if these events had already happened, as if he'd already seen the future and knew exactly how it would unfold. Ray stopped just within striking distance of Blake. They stood face to face, so close Blake could see the unwavering confidence in Ray's eyes. Ray drew back his fist. Blake flinched, closing his eyes, bracing for impact. The punch stopped an inch from his face. Blake opened his eyes to see Ray's fist frozen in front of his nose. You're not even worth getting my hands dirty, Ray said quietly. Then he turned and walked back toward the professors and the others, dismissing Blake entirely. Blake stood there, trembling, not from fear, from rage, pure incandescent rage. He must think I won't do it. He thinks I'm bluffing. He thinks I don't really have the power to start a war. If it's a war you want, Ray of the Red Wings, it's a war you'll get. My father will hear about this, the Empire will hear about this, and your precious guild will burn. Ray rejoined his group, doing his best to put the Blake situation out of his mind. There were more important things to worry about right now. So, what's the situation? Ray asked Springett and Max.
Do you have a plan for getting everyone back home?
Actually, yes.
Springett replied, gesturing toward the village center.
Kato is working on it right now. He's drawing a teleportation magic circle.
Oh, that's great then,
Ray said, feeling relieved.
problem solved.
Not quite.
Max interjected.
There's a complication. The circle Kato is drawing is large enough to transport all 30 students at once, but it requires an enormous amount of power. We don't have a crystal strong enough to activate it. We'd need something incredibly powerful, a high-tier beast crystal at minimum.
Ray frowned. He could easily get himself out using his teleport skill. That ability didn't require any external power source, but he couldn't just abandon everyone else here. He needed allies from among these students. More importantly, he still needed to understand the relationship between Eddie and that divine being.
Let me take a look at the circle,
Ray said.
Maybe I can help.
He walked over to where Kato was working. The magic circle spread across nearly the entire center of the village, drawn in glowing lines that pulsed with latent energy. It was massive. It had to be, to transport 30 people across such a vast distance. Ray studied the intricate patterns and symbols. He scratched his head, feeling out of his depth.
This is way too complicated for me. This is more suited for someone like Lenny.
Lenny was the guild's magic theory expert. He could probably understand this circle at a glance. Wait, Ray remembered something. He still had that piece of the divine being in his inventory, the one he was supposed to deliver to Eddie. He really didn't want to use it for this purpose, but maybe it could power the circle? It certainly had enough energy.
But if I use it, I won't have anything to give Eddie. And I need answers from him,
Ray thought. Ray walked into the center of the magic circle, still debating with himself. Should he sacrifice the divine being fragment to save these students? Or should he keep it and find another solution? Suddenly, text appeared in his vision. The system was activating.
A magic circle has been detected.
Ray blinked in surprise. Could the system detect magic circles?
A strong power source is needed to activate the circle.
Then another message appeared, and Ray's eyes widened.
Would you like to use your super beast tier crystal?